Chapter 1, Xuanhuan. Sunlight Forest was located in a border town of the Allen Kingdom. It was called Sunlight Forest because every morning, sunlight always illuminated this place first. As a result, during every dawn, people could see the distant forest as if it were wrapped in golden light, radiating a holy glow, and hence the name became widely known over time. In the early morning, sunlight lazily poured through the clouds onto this vibrant land. The mist-filled Sunlight Forest seemed as if a golden pair of scissors had sliced through it, revealing a picturesque landscape of mountains and rivers. Suddenly, an arrow shot out like lightning from deep within the jungle, embedding itself in a beast that had just finished hunting. Then, a roar, like a venting of fury, instantly shattered the tranquility of dawn. The arrow had precisely struck the beast's eye. The intense pain drove it into a frenzy. It kept pounding the ground and bellowing in furious agony, its beastly pupils alertly scanning its surroundings. Oh, actually a second-stage adult arrowfang tiger. A bit of a trouble. A figure leaned against a tree in the jungle, muttering to himself with a grass stem in his mouth. Yet, the casual tone in his voice clearly showed he wasn't taking the beast too seriously. Crouching down, he pulled out 4 arrows. Xiuxian. Again, for whistling sounds echoed, as the 4 arrows shot toward the arrowfang tiger's head from extremely tricky angles. As the last arrow was released, the figure on the tree trunk darted forward as well. Ding 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 ding. The arrowfang tiger noticed the approaching arrows, pushed off the ground with its hind legs, lifted its beastly paw, and smacked forward. As expected, all 4 arrows were completely deflected. Just as the tiger knocked away the last arrow, a dark shadow swooped down from the tree trunk and threw a powerful punch at the tiger's head. Pong! A sound like striking metal rang out, and the shadow was forcefully pushed back more than a dozen steps. On the contrary, the arrowfang tiger barely flinched, clearly demonstrating the formidable strength of the magical beast's body. It shook its slightly dizzy head and roared furiously, obviously highly dissatisfied with the human who had dared to offend it. Its beastly pupils fixated on the figure ahead, red eyes brimming with palpable killing intent. Almost at the same time the figure was thrown back, the shadow dashed forward in a flash, unleashing 2 consecutive punches. Then, with a strange sideway roll, he appeared in front of the arrowfang tiger, smashing his fist directly into the shaft of the arrow embedded in the tiger's eye. The movement was as smooth and effortless as flowing water. With a dull poo, the arrow sank deeper into its skull, causing blood to spray out violently. Accompanied by an unwilling roar from the beast, the arrowfang tiger finally collapsed lifelessly. Under the morning sun, the outline of the dark shadow emerged, revealing a boy who looked only 16 years old. On his slightly youthful face appeared a mischievous grin beyond his years. He pulled out the dagger at his waist, squatted down, skillfully cut open the arrowfang tiger's skull, and retrieved a yellowish crystal core. He wiped it against his clothes, squinted at it in the sunlight, and then carefully put it into his pocket. Hee, it's a second-stage Earth attribute magic core. Not a bad harvest today. The boy raised his head and murmured to himself as the sky had already brightened completely. I should go back now, or Dad will be worried. Saying that, he hoisted the beast's corpse on his back and jumped back along the way he had come. On his way back, quite a few townspeople who were out hunting greeted him respectfully. This was because Xuanhuan's father, xuanhuan, was the town mayor. Additionally, Xuanhuan had never developed the bad habits of the spoiled sons from noble families. He had been sensible and well-mannered since childhood, and particularly skilled in hunting. Thus, he had an excellent reputation among the townspeople. The town where Xuanhuan lived was called Xianjing Town, named for its proximity to Sunlight Forest. Due to the forest, and considering the monsters there generally were not very powerful, encountering a second-stage beast was quite rare. Many of the townspeople earned their living mainly by hunting. With a bit of luck, they could even collect and sell the monster cores inside low-tier magical beasts for a good price, which would be sufficient to support them comfortably for the whole year. Precisely because the townspeople could sustain their lives through hunting and selling monster cores, the town was relatively wealthy. In addition, the mayor was a 9th-grade soul master at peak strength. Over the years, therefore, no one dared to provoke trouble here. Thus, life in the town was peaceful and tranquil. In such a town, the power of a peak soul master was already top-tier strength. With practiced ease, Xuanhuan returned home. No sooner had he entered the door than a middle-aged man approached him, taking the beast off his back and saying with a grin, "Young master, today you actually brought back a magical tiger. Not a bad catch at all." Xuanhuan smiled and nodded. "Uncle Fu, later on, please remove the tiger's hide and whatever valuable parts it has, and try to sell them at the market for a good price. The rest can be distributed among the others." As he spoke, Xuanhuan stretched his neck and looked toward the conference hall. "Is father around?" The middle-aged man called Uncle Fu hurriedly nodded. "The master is in his study. Just before breakfast. He specifically told me to have you go see him when you returned." Xuanhuan nodded and strode into the courtyard. Compared to the grand estates of other wealthy families in town, the Ouyang residence was surprisingly modest. He made his way with practiced ease to the study and pushed the door open, walking in without ceremony. "Dad, I'm back." He emptied the contents of his pocket onto the table. "There, today's catch wasn't bad. Besides 5 first-stage magic cores, there's also 1 second-stage. Oh, a second-stage one too." Xuanhuan put down the bamboo scroll in his hand, a faint smile of pride appearing at the corner of his mouth as he looked at his 16-year-old son. He waved him over. "Xiaoya, have you been diligently practicing the physical training techniques I taught you?" Xuanhuan nodded. "Yes, father, I've never slacked off. I've followed every method you instructed to the letter." Xuanhuan reached out, gently squeezed his son's shoulder, and nodded. Good. You must be at least at the 5th level of physical refinement. Seems like you truly haven't been lazy. After a brief silence, Xuanhuan suddenly said, I wanted to see you today to tell you some news. The annual enrollment examination for Oran Academy is coming up soon. Are you interested in giving it a try? Oh, Oran Academy. A flash of interest gleamed in Xuanhuan's eyes. Speaking of Oran Academy, even he couldn't help feeling a twinge of desire. Not only within the Allen Kingdom, but across all 2nd and 3rd tier kingdoms, it was one of the most prestigious academies. Featuring 4 types of cultivation methods practiced across the continent, each year countless young people dreamed of entering. Unfortunately, many aspirants fell short of the entrance criteria, requiring at least 5th level physical refinement by the age of 16. Noticing his son's strong interest, Xuanhuan patted his shoulder. The exam is 7 days from now. You should start preparing. I'll make the arrangements for you to go. Oh, and hand over the household matters to Uncle Fu these few days. Focus entirely on training. Since the academy selection process is very competitive, you must be well prepared. Once you reach the 6th level of physical refinement, I'll teach you a martial technique, which should give you an advantage during the examination. A martial technique. A spark of excitement flickered in Xuanhuan's eyes. He had longed for the day when he could master one for quite some time now. Atop a cliff, Xuanhuan lounged on the grass, a green stem dangling from his lips, slightly chewing it as the faint bitterness spread across his mouth. He stretched his right hand open in front of his eyes, gazing through the gaps between his fingers at the blazing red sun in the sky. His eyes instinctively narrowed against the dazzling sunlight. Sighing softly, his voice carried a tone of maturity unusual for his age. Moments later, he shook his head again with a bitter smile and rose, looking down upon the scenic view below the mountain. This is the land I grew up on. Xuanhuan murmured to himself, a sense of melancholy creeping in. He had been in this world for 16 years now, and with age had gained a vague understanding of this continent. The continent was named Illyria. Scattered across it were 1st to 5th tier kingdoms of varying sizes. Apart from the dazzling magic fueled by spiritual energy, the land was also filled with ultimate soul cultivation, alchemy, and potion refining. Thus, 4 major cultivation paths developed: soul cultivation, magic, alchemy, and potion making. Soul cultivators, alchemists, and potion masters all required the energy found in the air, known as soul energy, while magic relied on spiritual energy. Eventually, cultivation became the most popular pursuit in society, becoming an inseparable part of everyday life. With the widespread popularity of cultivation, practitioners of soul energy and spiritual energy were further subdivided into more specific branches. Moreover, the continent harbored countless extraordinary treasures and the martial arts inheritances left behind by reclusive masters. Alongside them, powerful soul beasts roamed freely. In short, there were no shortages of powerful techniques and legacies capable of granting godlike strength overnight. That's why various legends arose: cliff legends, cave legends, whose gist implied that if you happened to fall off a cliff or enter a cave, there was no need to worry. Perhaps continuing deeper would bring you incredible fortune. But Xuanhuan believed all of that to be mere nonsense. He had personally explored many of these so-called legendary caves and even tumbled off cliffs, yet all he had gained from those experiences was a week and a half of bed rest. Young master, the master invites you to dine. Xuanhuan stood and turned to see Uncle Fu bowing behind him. He replied, Uncle Fu, tomorrow I'll be training, so I'll leave the matters at the market under your care for now. I'll return home once I finish my cultivation. Uncle Fu nodded. All right, young master. Since that's the case, I'll return first. Please head back soon so master won't worry. Spitting out the grass stem from his mouth, he stood up and looked at the mountaintop where the dusk was gradually settling in. Clenching his fist, he resolved, no matter what, he could not give up on his childhood dream, to become a mighty cultivator who could stand tall and firm in this world. Chapter 2, A Strange Encounter. At dawn, thick mist shrouded this secluded mountain peak, covering everything in a white haze that made it look as if it belonged to a fairyland. Xuanhuan had discovered this peak by accident while chasing a magical beast. Initially, he hadn't thought much of it, but later he found that whenever the morning mist rolled in, the spiritual energy here became unusually thick and vibrant. Even the ambient magical elements seemed livelier, which was highly beneficial for someone like him currently in the body tempering stage. It helped him sense spiritual energy in the air more quickly. It was commonly known that the more sensitive one was to spiritual energy during the body tempering phase, the easier it would be to condense the soul core later. And the sensitivity depended greatly on the density of spiritual energy in one's surroundings. Therefore, he decided to make this place his training ground, coming here every morning to practice until the mist dissipated. 88, 89, 99. A panting voice came from the mountain peak. As the view zoomed in, a figure was seen lying on the ground, a large boulder the size of his own body strapped to his back, doing push-ups with slow, heavy movements. The intense pressure made his bones creak from the strain. Sweat dripped onto the dry earth, leaving dark spots behind. 100. He threw the boulder off his back, then fell onto the ground spread-eagled, gasping for fresh air. After such an intense workout, his body greedily absorbed the spiritual energy around him. The surrounding mist visibly gathered toward him, and the soreness that had plagued him earlier began to subside. After a short while, he struggled to sit up, pulling over a nearby wooden bucket. He glanced into it, saw the blackish, glue-like liquid inside, and frowned. A grimace formed on his face. The black liquid was a concoction specially prepared by his father, said to be a family secret formula meant to strengthen the body. Thus, ever since he entered the first stage of body tempering, he had been applying this liquid all over his body after every workout. He shook his head with a wry smile and began spreading the gooey substance on his skin. Though he deeply disliked it, he couldn't rid himself of the daily ritual. After all, not only had it taken his father great effort to create, but its effects on body tempering were undeniably effective. Despite his reluctance to admit it, reaching the 5th stage of body tempering at age 16 was due not only to his efforts, but also significantly to this black liquid. Despite the stench and the hiss, a sharp intake of breath followed. Ouyang Yuye gritted his teeth and continued spreading the substance. Pain. This was the only thing Ouyang Yuye could feel right now. He couldn't understand. Despite having used this liquid for such a long time, and his physical strength having increased several times over, his body still couldn't get used to the piercing pain it brought. It was as though as his body strengthened, the power of the potion increased alongside it. Once the liquid had been fully applied, Ouyang Yuye sat cross-legged on the ground, his face pale and expression grim. Of course, anyone coated with such a foul-smelling and disgusting-looking substance would look just as terrible. He slowly began circulating the energy in his dantian, sensing the thick spiritual energy around him. As he meditated, the black potion on his skin gradually faded away, absorbed into his body. At the same time, his body became even more solid, occasionally flickering with flashes of indigo light. When all of the black liquid had been absorbed, Ouyang Yuye slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a thick, turbid breath. Looking at his arm, he noted that the smooth skin it once had was gone, replaced by a coarse texture like that of a laboring middle-aged man, broad and rough. This was a characteristic of reaching the peak of the 5th stage of body tempering. At the 5th stage, the skin became rough, and as one approached the 6th stage, the smoothness would be completely replaced by an indigo glow, a sign of entering stage 6. He looked at his body with satisfaction. Judging conservatively, he should break into the 6th stage in about 5 days. At the 6th stage, not only would his physical resilience and strength greatly improve, but his body would also be able to hold a small amount of spiritual energy. Then, he would be able to withstand the backlash from martial arts training and, finally, use spiritual energy to execute martial techniques. At this thought, a faint look of anticipation surfaced on his face. Suddenly, a flash of indigo light appeared, and Ouyang Yuye paused in surprise, a broader smile creeping onto his face. Perhaps he would break through even earlier than expected. Ouyang Yuye stood up and looked at the clear sky above. Unknowingly, it was already noon. Feeling sticky from sweat and needing a wash, he prepared to leave. His current state was indeed unfit for being seen by others. He chuckled self-mockingly, stood up, and went to pick up his clothes, which had been thrown aside. But suddenly, a shadow flashed past at an astonishing speed. By the time Ouyang Yuye came to his senses, the figure was already gone, taking his clothes with it. Damn it! Ouyang cursed loudly, muttering about his rotten luck. Truly, when things weren't going your way, even drinking cold water would cause toothaches. Now, stripped of even his clothes, how exactly was he supposed to show his face to anyone? As Ouyang Yuye hesitated between leaving or staying, he suddenly felt a sharp impact on the top of his head. Behind him, a shrill chuckle echoed. He reached up to touch his head and felt a sticky mess. Turning around, he spotted a monkey sitting on a tree trunk not far away, holding a persimmon in its left hand, and in its right, unmistakably, was his own clothing. As if sensing Ouyang Yuye's fury, the monkey grinned widely, chattering noisily. Ouyang Yuye gritted his teeth and shouted, "Stupid monkey, actually daring to hit me with a persimmon. Just wait until today, I make soup out of you." He pushed off with his toes and shot forward like an eagle. In the blink of an eye, he reached the monkey and stretched out his large hand to grab it, smirking triumphantly. Dared to mock this young master, huh? How does it feel now, caught red-handed? His voice abruptly cut off. His lips twitched. In his hand was only the persimmon. Behind him, the monkey burst into uproarious laughter. Ouyang Yuye took a deep breath, his figure shooting forward once more. Man and monkey began chasing each other across the mountaintop, with curses and shrill laughs echoing intermittently through the air. After chasing for several hours, Ouyang Yuye stood panting, watching the monkey jump around with wild gestures. He sighed and said bitterly, "Just give me back my clothes and I'll leave." The monkey grinned, scratched its head, and tossed the clothes back to him. Ouyang Yuye dressed himself and turned to leave, only to realize that the surrounding environment looked completely unfamiliar. He had been so focused on chasing the monkey earlier that he had gotten lost. Night had already fallen, so returning now seemed impossible. Helplessly shrugging, he turned to the monkey and asked, "Do you know the way back?" The monkey chuckled, and Ouyang Yuye rolled his eyes, realizing the question had been pointless. He ignored it and began wandering around, gathering dry firewood and a wild hare. Sitting on the ground, he built a fire. As dusk fell, the distant glow of the fire flickered gently in the wind, casting a silent atmosphere across the forest, interrupted only by the occasional crackle of flames consuming dry wood. Ouyang Yuye tore half of the roasted hare and tossed it to the monkey. Man and monkey sat quietly together. A while later, Ouyang Yuye wiped the greasy stains from his mouth, grabbed a torch, and said, "I'll go look for a cave to rest in." The monkey suddenly jumped onto his shoulder, wildly gesturing and babbling incoherently in his ear. "You know where a cave is?" The monkey nodded energetically with squeals and then dashed ahead. Ouyang Yuye quickly followed. After several turns through the thickets, they came across a cave. The area around the cave was unusually open, with even the trees uprooted as though deliberately cleared. The cave didn't seem naturally formed at all, but appeared as though it had been split open by someone. The monkey laughed joyfully, pointing at the cave entrance before jumping in first. Xuanhuan hesitated briefly before clenching his teeth and stepping inside. Contrary to his expectations, darkness did not greet him. Instead, everything was illuminated. The interior didn't resemble the usual cold, damp cave, but was surprisingly unique. Light reflected from the walls bathed the cave in brightness. Approaching the walls, Xuanhuan discovered they were embedded with luminous pearls, easily over 100 in number. Xuanhuan had seen luminous pearls like these among his father's treasures, pearls extracted after defeating soul beasts. Yet now, here in this place, were over 100 pearls, each clearly of much better quality than those at home. Suppressing his excitement, he realized someone capable of such extravagant displays must possess even greater treasures within. Besides, he was convinced no one else had ever come here, or else these pearls would never have remained untouched. And indeed, who else could possibly imagine such a remote location hiding such precious treasures? It had certainly turned out lucky for him, the accidental visitor. After calming himself, he raised his torch and walked deeper into the cave. As he neared the farthest end, the surrounding light dimmed gradually. At last, only the torchlight illuminated his surroundings. Without warning, he tripped over something and fell to the ground, wincing. The torchlight revealed everything clearly now, and Xuanhuan was instantly seized with horror. His heart pounded as a cold chill ran through his scalp. The object that had tripped him was none other than a seated skeleton. Chapter 3, The Harvest. Xuanhuan stared at the skeleton just within arm's reach, swallowing hard with a gulp, suppressing his inner fear while his mind raced rapidly to sort out some coherent thoughts. Judging from the sitting posture of the skeleton, it seemed as though its former owner had peacefully passed away in this position. If his guess was correct, this person must have been the original owner of this cave. But why had he died here? Someone capable of carving out a cave of this scale and possessing over 100 luminous pearls was certainly no obscure nobody. He absolutely refused to believe that this person had been trapped here and perished. Thus, the cause of his death was highly suspicious. The place was dim and pitch black, offering no discovery beyond the single skeleton. Xuanhuan thought about leaving. Apparently, his dream of uncovering a hidden treasure was too naive. Out of respect for the deceased, he rose to his feet and clasped his hands in a bow, saying, "This junior means no offense, honorable senior. Please forgive my intrusion." Just as he took one step backward, he suddenly felt his foot bump into something. Xuanhuan raised the torch and looked down, his gaze instantly locking onto an object. Exactly in front of the skeleton lay 3 objects. By the torchlight, he could roughly identify them: a pouch, a book, and another item of peculiar shape. Although he had no idea about the origin of this strange object, the bone-chilling aura of deadly energy radiating from it told him that it was no ordinary treasure. His eyes glowed with excitement as he stared at the objects on the ground, yet his heart wrestled between greed and fear. Deeply desirous of these treasures, he was also afraid they might trigger some ancient seal or defense, bringing death upon him, thus hesitating like a deer caught in the headlights. Ultimately, he couldn't resist the allure of these treasures. With cautious precision, he gradually stretched his hand toward the items, his eyes locked tightly on the skeleton, ready to escape instantly should anything go amiss. Just as his fingers touched them, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot out from the skull's head with astonishing speed. Xuanhuan's pupils shrank instantly. Muttering a curse, he grabbed the objects off the ground, stamped down with one foot, and propelled himself backward with the force of the rebound. Unfortunately, that beam of light moved with incredible speed. No matter how quick his reflexes, he couldn't escape it. It struck him head-on with the power of thunder and instantly penetrated his skull. Boom. Xuanhuan felt a deafening explosion within his mind, as if struck by something heavy, his consciousness momentarily dazed. The surroundings swirled as if the stars themselves had shifted, and in this haze, an ancient and frail voice echoed within his mind. "I am xiuxian, head of the Ji family from the 4th-level celestial Dao dynasty. Hunted by enemies and gravely wounded, I knew my end was near. Unwilling to let my lifelong research in alchemy be buried, I compiled a summary of my studies, from my days as a 1st-tier alchemy practitioner all the way to the 6th tier, including the key techniques and insights. I also left behind my spirit-grade firearm that has accompanied me for years. May the fortunate one who discovers this treasure take it in good spirit. Should you wish, please someday visit the Ji family and inform them of my fate. This old man thanks you in advance." By the end, the voice weakened more and more until it finally faded into silence. At this moment, Xuanhuan stood deeply stunned. Had he really stumbled upon a streak of absurd luck today? First the luminous pearls, then a celestial-grade spiritual artifact, and now the cultivation insights of a 6th-tier alchemist. A 6th-tier alchemist, that was a power equal to the mighty heaven soul cultivators. Though he didn't know what the Ji family or the celestial Dao dynasty were, he understood well what a 4th-level dynasty implied. The dynasty he currently resided in, Ellen dynasty, was merely a 2nd-tier one, while a 4th-tier dynasty was a true giant upon this continent. Accepting such a great inheritance, he truly couldn't tell whether it was fortune or calamity. Taking a deep breath, he kowtowed 3 times once more toward the skeleton. Today's events were beyond bizarre. Unexpectedly, he had come across such a tremendous stroke of fortune. One could only say, destiny truly existed in this world. Just as he stepped out of the cave entrance, a shadow quickly leaped toward him. It was the monkey, holding 2 apples in one hand, gobbling one while hastily stuffing the other into Ouyang's mouth. He patted the monkey's back and sat cross-legged on the ground, impatiently taking out the 3 items he'd acquired. His eyes fell first upon the book. If his assumptions were correct, this should be the cultivation manual without a doubt. Flipping through the first few pages, he saw they were filled with dense annotations. The introduction provided detailed explanations about the nature and origins of alchemy. Merely skimming through them, Ouyang gained a tremendous new understanding. Alchemy was, in fact, a technique that had been developed from soul force itself. The origins of alchemy, as legend has it, were credited to a soul cultivator whose cultivation had been completely destroyed. Unable to cultivate soul force anymore, he turned his attention to theoretical research on it. He discovered that soul force also existed in crystals and magical beast cores. The amount of soul force varied depending on the crystal type, but because of the presence of soul force in the air, these crystals appeared practically useless. However, that ancient master was a genius. Through a special method, he compressed the soul force within and used it to unleash powerful bursts capable of severely injuring enemies. When the news spread, the continent was shaken, and this method gradually evolved into a recognized profession. After generations of innovation and refinement, it became modern alchemy. Initially, alchemy completely relied on hand compression during attacks, which caused a significant portion of soul force to dissipate midway. Also, given the harm the enemy by damaging oneself, nature of the technique, few were willing to employ it. Therefore, to maximize alchemy's offensive potential, later generations gradually experimented with using objects as substitutes for the hands, eventually inventing the soul cannon. By infusing soul force into a soul cannon, the damage could be significantly amplified. Ouyang Yuya read with growing fascination, greatly admiring the achievements of that ancient master. The following pages were somewhat different. They contained formulas and materials for high-tier alchemical crystals, some even accompanied by illustrated diagrams. He smiled joyfully as he packed the book away, realizing it would take considerable time to fully understand its content. Given the current circumstances, he couldn't afford to focus on it now. Still, it was undoubtedly invaluable alchemical material. Possessing it would definitely help him avoid unnecessary detours in the future. His gaze then shifted to the pouch, a slightly aged-looking leather bag. He had seen similar pouches hanging from his father's waist. These were xuanhuan bags commonly used by cultivators to carry daily necessities. The spatial capacity varied depending on the quality of the bag. As the pouch had no previous owner, simply immersing one's consciousness into it was enough to open the space. With ease, he accessed the space inside, and was astonished. The size of the pocket space exceeded his expectations by far, roughly the size of dozens of caves. Chuckling delightedly, he thought how convenient it would be to never have to worry about storage space in the future. Only about a tenth of the space was occupied. Inside were hundreds of differently colored stones, neatly categorized and emitting strong fluctuations of soul force. Ouyang Yuya secretly whistled in amazement. They were probably alchemical crystals. The rest of the items in the space were rather ordinary, except for a dagger emitting a faint blue glow, which didn't seem to hold much value. Ouyang found it rather uninteresting. Before leaving, he imprinted his consciousness upon the xuanhuan bag. That way, even if he lost it, no one else could access it unless their soul strength was at least twice as powerful as his. Finally, his eyes rested on the weapon. Truthfully, the object he had found most intriguing. This was a celestial-grade spiritual artifact. Spiritual artifacts, like martial techniques, were ranked into 5 tiers: yellow, xian, earth, heaven, and spirit. This alone demonstrated how extraordinary this artifact was. The weapon resembled a wolf's fang, shaped like a sharp tusk. The thicker part fit perfectly in the hand, while the tip was extremely sharp and exuded a faint cold aura. On the curved part of the weapon, there was a small indentation shaped like ripples in water, likely meant for inserting crystals. At the bottom of the soul cannon were engraved 4 characters: Di Shui Langya, dripping blood wolf fang. Just reading those words added an extra touch of bloodthirsty menace. Truly, this soul cannon perfectly matched Ouyang Yuya's personal taste, compact, yet powerful. As he lovingly handled it, he looked forward to the day when he reached the 6th body tempering stage, which would allow him to store soul force. Only then could he truly start using alchemy. Hence, in the time before that, he must thoroughly understand the principles of alchemy. He firmly believed that until his soul cultivation improved significantly, alchemy would be his greatest hidden trump card. Setting aside everything else, the hundreds of alchemical crystals inside the xuanhuan bag alone could sustain him for quite some time. Carefully cutting his finger, he let a single drop of his essence blood drip into the indentation. A ripple of light shimmered, and instantly, he felt an invisible connection between himself and the soul cannon in his hands. From this moment on, the weapon was truly his personal possession. Satisfied, he placed the soul cannon into the xuanhuan bag and sat cross-legged, beginning his cultivation. Regardless of everything else, being a soul cultivator remained his primary path. The day's gains had been extraordinary. As for fulfilling the dying wish of delivering a message to the G family, he intended to do so. Honoring someone's final wish was simply part of his character. Chapter 4. The Tiger Lion Magic Crystal King. The plan for a day lies in the morning. In the sky, the sun slowly rose from the east, its warm rays shining through the jungle, casting mottled shadows on the ground. After a night of meditating, Ouyang Yuya slowly opened his eyes, stood up, stretched his limbs, and practiced a set of punches. With each punch, a crisp sound of cracking bones echoed, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort to his body. He inhaled deeply, then suddenly grabbed the monkey that had been lying on its back. All right, time to go. The monkey opened its drowsy eyes, screeching in protest, but soon settled down and climbed onto Ouyang Yuya's shoulder, messing with his hair playfully. shaking his head helplessly. Ouyang Yuya looked toward the cave entrance where a ray of sunlight pierced through. It was time to return. Daily lessons could not be neglected. At the mere thought of that black liquid, his expression darkened instantly. Just as he reached the cave entrance, as if remembering something, he suddenly spun around and darted back. The monkey on his shoulder lost balance and tumbled down with a thump, sitting upright on the ground and scowling at Ouyang Yuya's back. Ouyang Yuya rushed back to the wall, gazing greedily at the glowing pearl, his eyes shimmering with a sinister green light. He had nearly forgotten the most important thing. A sly smile crept across his lips. Nearby, the monkey looked at him with something resembling mockery in its eyes. But Ouyang Yuya was too focused on the treasure before him to notice its expression. He took out a dagger and carefully carved a circular slit around the glowing pearl. Then with a light tap from the tip of his dagger, the pearl fell neatly into his hand. He brushed off the surrounding dirt with satisfaction, smiled, and tossed it into his jinkun bag. This was an absolute treasure. He could never leave it behind. Then, brandishing the dagger like a calligrapher painting bold strokes, he sliced at the wall with effortless grace. Debris flew and screeching sounds filled the air. Soon, the once smooth wall was left scarred and riddled with pits, every glowing pearl embedded there having been neatly collected into his satchel. Ouyang Yuya looked upon his work with a sigh. He had truly become a robber this time. By the time he stepped out of the cave, the sky had completely brightened, the sunlight now dazzling on his skin. Slightly squinting, Ouyang Yuya identified his direction by the sun and quickened his pace toward the path he had come from. A small shadow swiftly darted behind him and leaped onto his shoulder, swinging around his neck playfully. Smiling, Ouyang Yuya allowed the creature to fool around on him. He really liked this companion. Eccentric and clever, and most impressively, it understood human speech. Such intelligence astonished him greatly. Just then, the monkey suddenly jumped onto his shoulder, eyes scanning alertly around, frantically scratching its head while chattering nervously. Ouyang Yuya stopped and looked at it with a frown. What's wrong? The monkey appeared highly agitated, incessantly pointing toward the left. Ouyang Yuya teased. Not something to eat again, right? The monkey shook its head, still shrieking nervously, its cries mixed with anxious fear. As Ouyang Yuya prepared to ask it further, his expression suddenly turned grave too. Clenching his right fist tightly, he stared at the left. He could sense a fierce soul force rapidly charging toward his position. The soul force indicated that the mysterious creature was not only strong, but also filled with murderous intent. Sure enough, as if to confirm his thoughts, a thundering sound came from afar, the ground vibrating slightly even from this distance. And as it approached, the noise grew louder and more menacing. Ouyang Yuya quickly leapt backward, his figure lightly landing on a tree trunk. Crouching, he fixed his gaze in that direction, his rapid breathing betraying his inner tension. Nothing human could cause such a commotion. This must be a magic beast. The sound came closer, shaking the air with its deafening roar. The chaotic fluctuations in the soul force heightened the tense atmosphere. Instinctively, Ouyang Yuya reached behind to draw his bow and arrow, only to find his back empty. He realized with a sigh that he carried no offensive weapons at all. He could only hope now that this soul beast had a different target. Soon, a beast fully covered in blazing red fur appeared in view. This beast was gigantic, a fusion of tiger and lion. Its monstrous tiger's head looked terrifying, its forehead bearing a clear mark resembling the character for king. Its lion's body bore layers of horn-like scales along the back, adding a fierce aura to its presence. From his years of experience fighting magic beasts, Ouyang Yuya immediately recognized the identity of this beast. Tiger-lion beast, Ouyang Yuya said solemnly. Then he shook his head. This tiger-lion beast was very different from those he had seen before. This beast inherited all the advantages of both tigers and lions. Tiger-lion beasts were divided into two stages, and the boundary between these stages depended on the clarity of the mark on their forehead, resembling the character for king. When the mark became clearly visible, the tiger-lion beast would have at least reached the 5th stage, evolving into a tiger-lion magic crystal king. Obviously, the beast before him had reached that level. Facing a beast of at least 5th rank, Ouyang Yuya felt his legs quiver. With his current body tempering stage 5 cultivation, he probably wouldn't even survive a single slap from it. The tiger-lion king fixed its blood-red eyes on Ouyang Yuya perched on the tree trunk, radiating an aura of bloodshed and slaughter. Ouyang Yuya slightly narrowed his eyes, and soon noticed something odd, because the tiger-lion beast had never looked directly at him. Instead, its gaze remained locked tightly on the spot where his shoulder was. The monkey on his shoulder was now trembling and clinging to his neck, clearly terrified and panicked. Ouyang Yuya exhaled in relief. As long as he wasn't the target, there was still a chance to escape. He shot a sharp glare at the monkey, convinced that the creature must have stolen something from the beast, leading it to chase them down. Although upset, he never considered throwing the monkey away. After all, a bond had already formed between this human and monkey. Ouyang Yuya closed his eyes and took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. When he opened his eyes again, a determined glint shone in his pupils. Hold on tight. Suddenly, he pushed off with his toes, darting forward instead of retreating. His left hand swept across his waist, and a dagger appeared in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled it straight toward the head of the tiger-lion beast. At the same time, the monkey, just like a magician performing tricks, grabbed a persimmon and threw it as well, perfectly synchronized. Ouyang Yuya rolled his eyes, so it turned out he had deserved that persimmon hit after all. Even as he thought this, his feet remained swift and sure. He dashed deeper into the jungle, clearly not intending to defeat the tiger-lion beast, but merely to buy time. He pushed his speed to the limit. Every time his foot touched the ground, he sprang far ahead with a single light step, the wind flapping his clothes noisily. Yet still, he heard a piercing sound from behind. Ouyang Yuya could only smile bitterly. It seemed he had underestimated the beast's speed. He glanced behind briefly. At this moment, the distance between them had closed to within 100 zhang. Helpless, he could only use the terrain to maintain a gap of around 100 zhang. But Ouyang Yuya bore the burden alone. He knew full well that once his stamina ran dry, the real crisis would soon arrive. Just then, as Ouyang Yuya ran forward, he suddenly felt a wave of heat coming from behind. When he turned his head to look back, he was shocked. He saw a fiery orb the size of a clenched fist slowly streaking through the air like a shooting star. Chapter 5. Tempering the Spirit Fruit. Ouyang Yuya's gaze was solemn as he stared at the rapidly expanding fireball before him. The searing heat was so intense that he could smell his own hair burning, and an indistinct sense of danger filled his nostrils. The fireball shot closer at an alarming speed. Just as it was about to make contact with his body, he barely managed to halt his movement and crouch low, rolling swiftly to the left like a rolling gourd. Though slightly clumsy, the sequence of movements was smooth enough to let him narrowly dodge the attack. The fireball crashed onto the ground, sending sparks flying in all directions. A hot, suffocating wave of heat erupted outward in a scorching storm. Although Ouyang had narrowly escaped the direct hit, he was still sent flying far from the aftershock. His body was charred black, and a burning pain coursed through his insides, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Ouyang curled his lips and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes betrayed a hint of fear. Though he had dodged that attack, he still suffered serious internal injuries, especially burns. He could feel his internal organs as if aflame. The blow from a beast king truly was terrifying. Even his fifth-tier tempered physical body could not stop it. He struggled to his feet, eyes locked onto the distant, roaring tiger lion king. With a helpless shake of his head, he glanced at the monkey beside him. The monkey wasn't faring much better. Most of its once lustrous brown fur was now burnt black, and its once vibrant eyes looked dull and lifeless, clearly having suffered significant injury as well from that attack. Seeing the tiger lion king drawing nearer, Ouyang silently sighed, and, pulling the listless monkey into his arms, began sprinting once again with renewed speed. Facing a fifth-tier magic beast, he felt a helpless unease deep within his heart. Worse still, he didn't even carry a single weapon to defend himself. He believed that if he had a bow right now, he could certainly escape unscathed. He had considered alchemy as well, but alchemical techniques required soul energy to activate. Without it, he couldn't be certain what kind of consequences using such a technique would bring. What was certain, however, was that the cost would be substantial. If one alchemical attack didn't succeed, he'd be as good as fish on a chopping block, helpless and at the enemy's mercy. Thus, he would only risk his life as a last resort. Weighing his options, fleeing was the only choice left to him. Behind him, the tiger lion king roared continuously, expressing extreme fury. One fireball after another followed in quick succession. Amidst the flaming chaos, even if he barely managed to dodge, he still found himself nearly cooked alive. The monkey in his arms gradually regained its strength, stretching its head out to look around before suddenly pointing excitedly toward a certain direction. In his current desperation, Ouyang didn't hesitate and immediately darted in that direction. Glancing occasionally at the tiger lion king closely pursuing him from the corner of his eye, Ouyang cast a resentful glare at the monkey's pointing paw. He felt a dull ache in his head. He couldn't figure out how the little creature had provoked such a formidable opponent. Yet without needing to think too hard, he understood that provoking a beast king to pursue relentlessly must have been a crime of the same caliber as desecrating its ancestral grave. Now the monkey sat on his shoulder in a pensive pose. Every so often, it would stretch out its paw and point into the air, and Ouyang, catching on, would forcibly twist his body mid-sprint and dash away. Through these frantic, winding escape routes, he actually began putting more distance between himself and the beast behind. The tiger lion king growled furiously behind him, but in frustration, it had no choice but to give up. That man was simply too crafty, like an eel slipping through its grasp, and before it knew it, had completely vanished. Angrily, it struck the ground with its paws, letting out a howl filled with frustration that echoed across the sky. All the nearby magic beasts dropped to the ground, afraid to move even slightly. Lower-tier beasts trembled, whimpering in fear. Such was the terrifying pressure exuded by a high-tier magical beast. Fireballs of rage smashed repeatedly into tree trunks, igniting a raging inferno that threw the surrounding environment into utter chaos. Fireballs were launched into the jungle, sending birds fleeing their perches in panic. Yet, before the birds could feel relieved at their escape, sharp daggers pierced their bodies through the heart, and after a few spasms, they fell lifelessly to the ground, skewered onto a metal rod. Ouyang Yuya skewered the birds over the fire, lying exhausted on the ground, panting heavily. Pain lanced across his body as though being torn apart piece by piece. That brief escape had been the most perilous experience he'd ever faced. Without this monkey that knew the terrain inside out, today would surely have ended in tragedy. On the other hand, if it weren't for the monkey's antics in the first place, he wouldn't have ended up in this predicament at all. Thinking this, he turned his head to glare at the monkey, which also lay sprawled on the ground. He asked, "What exactly did you take from them?" The monkey turned its head to stare back at him, and for a moment, its eyes seemed to show a trace of reproach. Then it stood up, surveyed the surroundings briefly, and began digging under a tree with practiced ease, making Ouyang marvel at its dexterity. Before long, the monkey pulled out a fruit from the hole beneath the tree. The fruit was blood red in color, cradled by 4 milky white leaves, its faint soul force pulsing outward like ripples in water. Ouyang Yuya stared in astonishment at the fruit and muttered, "Spirit tempering fruit." It was actually the spirit tempering fruit. Ouyang's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the fruit in the monkey's hand, filled with uncontrollable greed. Although this fruit might not have much effect on those cultivating to the soul scholar stage, it was an extraordinary spiritual herb for those in the spirit tempering phase. Not only could the surrounding 4 leaves be used as medicine to assist in body tempering, consuming and refining the fruit itself could directly enhance one's level in the spirit tempering stage, the exact amount of improvement depending on the individual circumstances. Leaving everything else aside, the medicinal liquid he applied to his body every day primarily contained this spirit tempering fruit. However, due to its rarity, his father had only used the outer leaves at the time. Ouyang never imagined he would get to see the entire fruit today. No wonder the Tiger Lion King had chased after them relentlessly. This spiritual herb must have been something it had prepared to use for advancing toward the 6th tier. Unfortunately, the monkey had snatched it away. Ouyang smiled sweetly at the monkey with an obvious pleading expression. The monkey let out a snort, tossed the spirit tempering fruit to him, then hopped to the fire, flipped the roasting meat, and climbed onto his back, playfully messing with his hair. Looking at the monkey behind him, Ouyang felt a warm sense of affection. He knew this fruit must also hold great value for the monkey. Otherwise, it wouldn't have risked its life to provoke the Beast King. Yet it had now given the fruit to him without hesitation. Even if he hadn't abandoned the monkey during their escape, this favor was still far too great to take lightly. Though he didn't say anything, he had already decided to take the monkey along with him from now on, allowing it to follow wherever he went. Ouyang looked at the monkey and said, "I'm going to begin cultivation to reach the best possible state. Watch over me and guard against any danger." The monkey let out a short cry and sat not far away, alertly scanning the surroundings. Human and monkey sat quietly. The evening twilight cast elongated shadows over their forms, which gradually merged together, indistinguishable from one another. Chapter 6: Refining the 6th stage of the body. The setting sun is infinitely beautiful, yet it heralds dusk. Dusk had fallen, and a weary sun lazily hung above the mountains, casting a dim yellow glow. Its light dyed the clouds at the horizon a blood-red hue, as though the entire world had been painted over with red lacquer, transforming the verdant jungle into a golden field of wheat. Deep within the jungle, silence reigned supreme, broken only by the soft flickering of a small flame dancing in the gentle breeze. Occasionally, the distant roar of a magic beast echoed through the woods, a chilling, xiuxian sound tinged with an oppressive silence that made one's chest tighten. Yet amid this setting, a lone figure and a monkey sat undisturbed. The human form sat as motionless as an old monk in deep meditation, its aura fully retracted, showing not the slightest sign of vitality. Beside it, the monkey, seemingly accustomed to such dull moments, scratched its ears and looked about casually, though the occasional flash of fierce light in its eyes made even a glance unsettling. However, this oppressive atmosphere didn't last long. It vanished like morning mist the moment Ouyang Yuya awakened. Taking a deep breath, he felt the fullness of energy in his dantian and smiled with satisfaction. Several hours of meditation had restored most of his strength, aside from his injuries. The refinement of the spirit-tempering fruit absolutely could not afford any mistakes, so he needed his body to be in peak condition at all times. He stretched his stiff limbs, and the slight movement jolted his injuries, causing sharp pain that made him suck in cold air. It had already been 2 days since he left home. There were 4 days left until the entrance exam. He must reach the 6th stage of body tempering as soon as possible and return to learn martial techniques. His father must be very anxious by now. Although he had encountered many adventures in these 2 days, his cultivation progress had fallen behind significantly. Despite the occasional deepening of indigo-colored aura on his skin, it was still far below his expectations. At this point, he had no choice but to use the spirit-tempering fruit. After a brief moment of contemplation, he waved his hand toward the monkey in the distance. Seeing the signal, the monkey sprang into the air with a leap and landed on his shoulder, chattering happily with a wide grin. Ouyang Yuya chuckled softly as he patted the monkey's head. "I need a quiet place to refine this spirit-tempering fruit. Do you know anywhere nearby suitable for secluded cultivation?" The monkey scratched its head for a moment before nodding and darting forward. Ouyang Yuya quickly followed. Along the way, he deliberately suppressed his injuries. Despite this, the lingering pain from his damaged meridians made him inhale sharply repeatedly. About half an hour later, they arrived at a cave. Unlike the previous ones, this cave gave off a wild, primal aura. Its entrance was surrounded by sprawling branches and overgrown weeds. As they stepped inside, a damp, moldy stench filled the air. Ouyang Yuya covered his nose and pushed aside sticky spiderwebs, then used his dagger to carve several niches into the walls. He placed some luminous pearls inside, brightening the previously pitch-black cave. Only then did he finally take a moment to examine the cave thoroughly. The cave wasn't very large, dark and damp. However, its location was relatively hidden, so overall, it wasn't bad. He found a few large stones to block the entrance, feeling much more at ease after sealing it off. He checked the surroundings again before sitting cross-legged on the ground. Excitedly, he rubbed his hands together and took out the spirit-tempering fruit. Instantly, waves of refined spiritual energy spread outward like wisps of mist swirling around the cave, enveloping his body and washing over him again and again. Under this purification, Ouyang Yuya felt his injuries lessen significantly. He inwardly praised it, realizing the high value of such a rare medicinal herb. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his agitated mind. He plucked the leaves surrounding the fruit and tossed them into his xiuxian pouch. While insignificant to him now, these leaves were still rare medicinal treasures for others at the body tempering stage. His eyes burned with excitement as he stared at the herb, his gaze brimming with anticipation. Spirit tempering fruit, just how much benefit will you bring me? He swiftly swallowed the fruit. Surprisingly, there was no bitterness. Instead, immense energy rapidly surged through his body, breaking down into thin streams of refined energy that seeped into his bones and flesh, before swiftly converging as a warm stream flowing into his dantian. The intense internal pressure caused his lips to involuntarily twitch. Moreover, because his body had never contained such a massive amount of energy before, the pain from the energy entering him felt like his body was about to explode. Even his muscles and tendons felt as though they were being torn apart. Under the excruciating pain, Xuanhuan grunted, gritting his teeth and enduring the torment with sheer willpower. The thick energy rushed into his body in a violent manner, forcibly expanding his meridians and flesh. Body tempering primarily focused on refining the meridians, flesh, and bones. The expansion of meridians would provide greater storage capacity for unlead in the early stages, enhancing sensitivity and circulation of external qi. Thus, Xuanhuan, fully aware of the benefits and drawbacks, persisted despite the unbearable pain. His clothes were soaked in sweat, and his lips were bitten until they bled. Unlike the pain in his flesh, the refinement of his bones was even more unbearable. Under the influence of the pure energy, his bones constantly transformed. The energy within the spirit tempering fruit was like a giant hand that instantly crushed his bones, then mended and reassembled them under the nourishment of spiritual power. This process cycled endlessly. At first, Xuanhuan endured the intense pain of shattered bones, but soon it was replaced by a tingling numbness as his bones reformed. Throughout the process, he alternated between itching and pain, and the sounds he made were strangely unnatural, part pain, part pleasure, his teeth grinding while catching his breath with every exhale. To his relief, this endurance brought results. As time passed, the pain of body refinement gradually lessened, and his bones became significantly stronger and thicker, glistening like jade. Eventually, the energy could only partially shatter his bones before quickly reassembling them. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. It must be said that the spirit tempering fruit was truly a miraculous herb. Not only did it produce surprisingly effective body refining results, but its contained spiritual energy was also extremely abundant. After the body refinement, the remaining energy slowly gathered to the left side of the dantian, forming a vortex-like black hole slowly rotating around the dantian. Beams of dark gray light shot forth from the vortex, connecting to his bones, carrying streams of only that filled Xuanhuan with joy as they surged continuously. With the constant refinement within his body, streaks of indigo light flashed repeatedly, gradually intensifying. Crack! A sound of breaking emerged from the dantian, and Xuanhuan instantly felt an overwhelming surge of joy. The intensity of this sound. Could he possibly be breaking through? Hardly had the thought crossed his mind when a violent storm suddenly erupted within his body. Perhaps due to being the first time he could truly contain only, the xuanhui rampaged like a dragon, surging through his flesh, meridians, and blood. Nearly every part of his body vibrated faintly with traces of xuanhui. Under this movement, his injuries recovered visibly faster than before, and at last, a long-awaited sound emerged from the refining process. Bang! With a light sound, Xuanhuan's tightly shut eyes abruptly flew open. Seeing the indigo light continuously flickering across his arms, he revealed a slight smile of relief. Clenching his fist, now much stronger, he could barely conceal his excitement. He murmured softly. Sixth stage of body tempering. Xuanhuan exhaled the stale air from his lungs and stood up, stretching lazily and listening to the crisp cracking sounds from his joints. An unusually pleasant sensation surged through him. To his delight, this cultivation had not only healed his injuries but also allowed him to ascend, during which some xuanhui had formed inside his body. Although, given his current level, the xuanhui within him was extremely scarce, it was still better than nothing. Extending his palm, he clumsily manipulated the xuanhui inside, condensing it into a xuanhui vortex about the size of a palm. Upon it faintly appeared a power that sent a chill through his heart. Xuanhuan inwardly praised and smacked his lips. Reaching the sixth stage, allowing minimal xuanhui storage within his body, indeed felt great, certainly much stronger than attacks from before. At the very least, now that he possessed xuanhui, he could use alchemy. Licking his dry lips, he sat cross-legged and eagerly pulled out the compendium of alchemy to carefully flip through it. Now that he had gained xuanhui, alchemy would surely become his trump card. Even if danger arose, he could now rely on alchemy to resist it to some extent. Opening the compendium and skipping past the earlier pages on the origins of alchemy, he directly turned to the second volume, an introduction to alchemical crystals. Within his xiuxian pouch were over 100 types of crystals whose uses he did not fully understand. Therefore, it had become his top priority to study and understand every crystal in his possession. This way, during combat, he could apply the appropriate crystal for the correct situation. Inside the xiuxian pouch, only red and yellow crystals were present. He carefully took one of each distinct type and placed them before him. After careful selection, he was left with 4 red and 4 yellow crystals. Comparing them meticulously with the illustrations in the summary, he memorized the names and uses of each crystal. To his surprise, none of them were first or second tier crystals. Rather, they were all third, fourth, fifth, and sixth tier crystals corresponding to each attribute. Ouyang Yuye swallowed hard, deeply impressed by the scale of it all. However, he quickly realized that a high-level expert like that wouldn't waste his time with mere first-tier crystals. After careful comparison, the red crystals were determined to be fire attribute, and the yellow ones, earth. Each attribute was further categorized by the depth of its color shade. Smacking his lips, from prior knowledge, he recalled that red fire crystals were primarily offensive, while earth-based ones focused on defense. He memorized the types thoroughly. The 4 types of red fire crystals were fire cannon, flame jet, fire soul, and blazing fire prison, each varying in strength from the 1st to 8th tier. The 4 fire crystals he held ranged from 3rd to 6th tier within these types. The 4 basic types of earth crystals were earth dun, earth spike, earth protection, and rock spike. Similarly, they varied in strength from 1st to 8th tier. Ouyang Yuye smacked his lips again in excitement, gradually gaining a good grasp of these techniques. He also briefly examined other attributes, but did not bother memorizing them. What intrigued him most was discovering that, beyond the basic techniques, each attribute had a unique ultimate technique similar to a forbidden spell. He examined the earth and fire attributes especially carefully. The earth ultimate was called Stonebreaker Earth Split, while the fire ultimate was Flame Ocean Surging Sky. However, beyond the difficulty in crafting the crystals and the rarity of required materials, performing such a forbidden spell also required the alchemist to be at least a 7th-tier alchemist. Ouyang Yuye's eyes gleamed brightly as he read these names, which sounded immensely powerful. Yet he understood how difficult such techniques were. Even the alchemist who wrote this summary probably wasn't capable of mastering them. The following section of the summary described the mutual enhancements and restraints among the elements in the world, but Ouyang Yuye was not very interested. In his opinion, once one was strong enough, these elemental constraints would not matter. A simple example, water and fire could not coexist, but if a 2nd-tier fire cannon were used against a 1st-tier water cannon, the result would be obvious. Ouyang Yuye closed the summary and returned it into the xiuxian pouch, once again reviewing the crystal types in his mind. Satisfied that he had not missed anything, he nodded slightly. He moved the stone blocking the cave entrance, and immediately streams of glaring sunlight poured in. Shielding his eyes, he murmured, "Another entire night. I suppose it's time to go back now. The Huang Level Academy recruitment test is only 3 days away." Letting out a yawn, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw the monkey and couldn't help smiling. "All right then, time to go." He whistled sharply. Just as he was about to move, a clear, bestial roar echoed from afar. Then he felt the monkey on his shoulder become restless again. Ouyang Yuye patted the monkey's back, his eyes narrowing as he sensed a powerful pressure from the distance, inhaling sharply with alarm. Tiger Lion Demon Crystal King. Chapter 7. Fierce Battle. Feeling the powerful presence drawing closer, Ouyang Yuye shook his head bitterly. It was truly a case of fearing something, and it's still happening. Although he had reached the 6th stage of body refinement, and his physical strength had increased several-fold under the cultivation of the quilling fruit, he certainly didn't believe this was enough to rival a Sky Soul Master. And this opponent, the Tiger Lion Demon Crystal King, was known precisely for its physical toughness. With his current attacking strength, just breaking through its scaled armor was already quite good. Ouyang Yuye quickly turned over strategies in his mind, and soon realized there were only 2 options, fight or flee. Shrugging helplessly, he left the monkey behind in the cave and slowly walked toward the entrance. Escaping was out of the question. Given the Tiger Lion King's intelligence, it definitely wouldn't suffer the same loss twice. Then, standing at the cave's mouth, staring at the rapidly approaching black speck in the distance, he clenched his right fist tightly, producing a teeth-gritting cracking sound. His slightly narrowed eyes burned with intense battle lust. After the cultivation of the quilling fruit, he was also eager to test how powerful his body had become. He wondered if it could withstand a full-strength attack from the Tiger Lion King. As for defeating it, he hadn't even considered it. However, if he could manage to injure it, escaping afterward would become significantly easier. The Tiger Lion Demon Crystal King was extremely fast. Within moments it had arrived at the cave entrance. A pair of blood-red beast eyes locked onto him filled with furious killing intent. Clearly, after being mocked by Ouyang Yuye before, it had now truly lost its temper. Ouyang Yuye exhaled, his eyes suddenly flaring open, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a grin. "If you want to fight, then let's fight." He pushed off with the tip of his foot, darting forward like a hawk. In a few leaps, he had reached directly in front of the Tiger Lion King. Concentrating all his soul energy into his fist, he viciously slammed it down toward the beast's head. Clang! A metallic clanging sound rang out. Ouyang Yuye was immediately knocked backward more than 10 steps before barely managing to stop himself. In contrast, the Tiger Lion King had only slightly shaken under the unexpected blow. With just one strike, the difference in strength between the two had become evident. Glancing at his bloodied right fist, Ouyang Yuye grimaced at the searing pain. Twisting his body, he charged forward again like a fearless tiger aiming at the beast's flank. He had heard that wolves possessed iron heads, copper skulls, and waists as fragile as tofu. He wondered if the Tiger Lion King followed the same weakness. With the aid of soul energy, Ouyang Yuye had accelerated to his maximum speed as he rushed toward his opponent. Today, he refused to believe that he couldn't hurt this thing. As if it had seen through his intention, the beast roared loudly, spitting forth a jet of flame as thick as an arm straight toward Ouyang Yuye's waist. Where the fire passed, moisture from the ground evaporated instantly, and the jungle turned to scorched yellow. Ouyang Yuye was startled. He leapt midair, flipping over the flames before landing on the other side of the Tiger Lion King. He immediately raised his fist, and smashed it into the beast's waist. Bang! Unlike the metallic clang from earlier, this time it was a dull thud. Ouyang Yuye's eyes flashed, inwardly confirming the weakness. Without lingering on the success of the strike, he immediately pulled back, dodging the next whooshing fireball. However, the extreme heat grazing past his body caused him to break into a cold sweat. The Tiger Lion King let out a painful, shrill roar. It was clearly enraged at being injured by a creature far weaker than itself, its pride as a beast king wounded. Ouyang Yuye, watching the beast go berserk, wore a look of pure excitement. Though brief, this battle had allowed him to successfully strike the Tiger Lion King. It was certainly a good beginning. However, his exhilaration did not last long before being replaced by intense seriousness. In that short clash, he had nearly exerted all his strength, and still had only caused the beast minor pain, an injury that clearly wouldn't hinder its performance. Although at the 6th stage of body refinement, he could now somewhat harness the ambient soul energy, without a cultivation method to restore it. He could only say that the soul energy stored within his body would decrease with every use. After the previous skirmish, most of his internal soul energy was already exhausted. Without its support, the upcoming battle would definitely become even more difficult. He took a heavy breath. His right hand swept across his waist, and in an instant, a dagger with an entirely deep blue hue appeared in his grasp. This dagger was left behind in the xiuxian bag. Instinctively, he felt it was something quite significant, so he had been hesitant to use it earlier for fear of damage, but now, he had no other choice. He had no weapons left on him to launch any offense. Stomping down with one foot, he launched forward with the momentum of the impact. Roaring, the Tiger Lion King fired another fireball, as large as a bowl. Under the blazing heat, space itself seemed to ripple. Immediately crouching down, Ouyang Yuye rolled forward along the ground and reached beneath the Tiger Lion King's neck. He plunged the dagger directly into its throat. Poochie! Unexpectedly, the dagger sank right into the Tiger Lion King's neck. Roar! The Tiger Lion King let out a thunderous roar. Ouyang Yuye was momentarily stunned, clearly surprised by how sharp the dagger was, but that brief hesitation cost him dearly. The enraged Tiger Lion King swung its tail like lightning, striking him and sending him flying through the air, crashing heavily against a tree trunk. Kch. Supporting himself against the tree, he slowly rose to his feet looking rather disheveled, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression appeared somewhat drained. At this moment, his clothes were completely torn, revealing a horrifying gash across his chest, flesh peeled open, blood flowing, a terrifying sight. At the same time, the Tiger Lion King had clearly suffered severe injuries too, its soul energy wildly disordered, continuously slamming its paws against the ground. However, Ouyang Yuye could not bring himself to feel even slightly happy. Provoking a soul beast would only awaken its savage instincts, making it even more brutal and vicious. True enough, the Tiger Lion King trembled and roared continuously, its forehead marking turning an intense blood red. It lunged toward Ouyang Yuye with a ferocious roar, raising its enormous tiger claw. Ouyang Yuye's pupils suddenly constricted. Enduring the pain, he quickly rolled to the right. Even so, the rushing wind from the strike injured his arm. Crack! A sound of breaking bone rang out. Hiss! He sharply inhaled cold air through his teeth, eyes filled with shock, his face turning even grimmer. The battle truly changed by the second. A single momentary mistake had placed him into such an awkward predicament. After a sigh, he forced himself up again. The Tiger Lion King watched Ouyang Yuye struggling to rise with contempt, letting out a disdainful snort. Its soul energy suddenly surged, enveloping its crimson body, filling the air with sweltering heat, gradually coalescing into a fiery ring as solid as steel, locking tightly onto him. Ouyang Yuye stared at the fiery ring swirling around the Tiger Lion King, his face turned pale, revealing an unprecedented fear. From that flame ring, he sensed an ominous danger, one potentially life-threatening. Locked within the beast's soul awareness, Ouyang Yuye felt as if any movement would lead to complete annihilation. Inhaling deeply, feeling the thick aura of death all around him, Ouyang Yuye's pupils flashed with a touch of wildness. Today, I'll bet my life to show you. He pulled out a quilling leaf from the xiuxian bag. Ignoring his regret, he stuffed it into his mouth. As soon as the quilling leaf was swallowed, a faint unnatural flush spread across Ouyang Yuye's face. An immense energy surged from within his body. Just as his soul energy began fluctuating, Ouyang Yuye felt intense pain inside, as if needles were piercing his body. Enduring the unbearable swelling sensation in his flesh and meridians, a black cannon gradually appeared in his hand. Its dark barrel reflected a cold, metallic gleam under the sunlight as it was aimed at the distant Tiger Lion King. Smirking coldly at the wary Tiger Lion King, the ultimate battle was about to erupt. Chapter 8. Earth Spike. Blinding sunlight filtered through the jungle, casting leaf-shaped shadows on the ground, where the fragrance of earth filled the air. In such serene surroundings, deep in the jungle, the Tiger Lion King fixed its gaze upon Ouyang Yuye's right wrist. Its attention had been completely drawn by the sulfur cannon on his wrist. Seemingly sensing the cold and tangible aura of murder emanating from it, the beast dared not act recklessly. Its giant head rubbed against the ground continuously, letting out low growls. The human and the beast remained in a standoff. Dense waves of soul energy surged in this killing-laden space, creating an oppressive atmosphere almost suffocating to breathe. Though the Tiger Lion King had not moved, Ouyang Yuye knew the bitterness within. He was now being eroded by the power of the spirit-refining leaf, his body swollen with pain and his senses slightly dulled. Finally, the Tiger Lion King was the one to shatter the tense silence. Letting out a roar, it raised its tiger head. The fiery ring around its neck detached and floated slowly toward Xiuxian, heading straight for him. Although the fire ring moved slowly, its power couldn't be underestimated. The space it passed through violently trembled, emitting wisps of white mist. With the ring's separation, even the Tiger Lion King seemed somewhat exhausted, its once brilliant crimson-scaled armor dimmed. Gritting his teeth, Xiuxian rapidly retreated, simultaneously searching quickly through his xuanhuan bag for crystals. Inside the bag, the crystals were disordered and mixed together. Though separated roughly by fire and earth attributes, their specific types and abilities were not further categorized, piled together and difficult to distinguish. At this moment of crisis, he recalled the 4 skills he'd reviewed earlier. Desperately needing to act, he specifically thought about 2 crystals he had examined more carefully, a protective earth guard and an attacking earth spike. If he could use them effectively, he could handle the current situation, but both required an immense amount of soul energy to wield. Helplessly, he had only resorted to consuming the spirit-refining leaf in order to forcibly gather and concentrate his soul power. Such is the principle that haste makes waste. As he swiftly retreated, he desperately rummaged for those 2 crystals. After a moment, he finally pulled out 2 brown-colored ones from a cluster of yellow ones. The crystals were oval-shaped, exuding a warm aura upon being held, with a clear sensation of their pure soul energy permeating his palm. Watching the slowly floating fire ring approach, Xiuxian hastily inserted a crystal marked with a shield emblem into the groove. Instantly, the sulfur cannon trembled violently. Soon afterward, a massive suction force emanated from his right hand, drawing all the excess soul energy in his body down through his arm. The muzzle of the cannon spun rapidly, and, as streams of soul energy burst forth, a yellowish earth-toned shield gradually appeared, wavering and flickering, struggling to manifest in solid form. Is that not enough? Narrowing his eyes, Xiuxian further mercilessly squeezed out the residual energy of the spirit-refining leaf by intensifying his inner cultivation. Suddenly, the surrounding soul force violently fluctuated again, rushing madly into his body. From this reckless act, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Feeling the surge of energy within, he endured the intense pain and injected every last bit of soul power into the sulfur cannon. At the instant of soul infusion, a golden shield immediately formed, rising directly in front of him, enclosing his body within its protective barrier. Feeling its sturdy and heavy presence, Xiuxian finally exhaled in relief. Almost the moment the shield was formed, the fire ring slammed heavily into it, producing a grating, screeching sound as the 2 mighty forces of soul energy collided. Whoosh! Both energies violently erupted and vanished into thin air. The moment the shield disappeared, a golden figure dashed out from the smoke, leaving behind a golden trail. Xiuxian inserted the other crystal, marked with a spike, into place. Ignoring the dizziness caused by physical exhaustion, he poured all of his remaining soul energy into the cannon without reservation. He aimed at the area beneath the Tiger Lion King and gripped tightly. Boom! A spear-like projectile erupted from the ground, over a meter long, piercing straight through the Tiger Lion King's underbelly before it could react. It left a gaping hole the size of a bowl. The beast howled in pain, followed by a continuous chain of spikes shooting up relentlessly, nailing the Tiger Lion King firmly to the ground. Letting out a shriek, the beast's once arrogant eyes now revealed fear and even pleading. Although its physical form was powerful, the belly was the weakest point on nearly every soul beast. Precisely understanding this, Xiuxian had chosen the earth element crystals focused on attacking the ground. Thick clusters of spikes tore the Tiger Lion King's belly into a mess of pulp. Amid this ruthless assault, the beast glared in rage before collapsing lifelessly. At the same time, Xiuxian's vision darkened and his body slumped to the ground, losing consciousness. The last thing he saw was a shadow rushing rapidly toward him from not far away. A monkey leapt out of the cave, nudged Xiuxian, who had fallen unconscious, then looked at the now crumpled Tiger Lion King before him, eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Squeak! Facing the massive Xiuxian, the monkey panicked and appeared somewhat at a loss. Suddenly, Xiuxian, as if regaining his senses in his final moments, Meng Ly opened his eyes, picked up the fallen Yo blue dagger, staggered toward the Tiger Lion King, sliced open its skull, removed a fiery red soul beast crystal, and threw it again into the xuanhuan bag. His eyes rolled upward, and he fainted again. The monkey, observing the greedy Xiuxian, chirped while grabbing his foot, laboriously dragging him into the cave. It then dragged the Tiger Lion King inside, built a fire, and skillfully handled the preparations, having observed Xiuxian's actions many times before. About the time it took to burn an incense stick later, Xiuxian finally regained consciousness. The nearby monkey quickly jumped over, squeaking anxiously, its voice filled with deep concern. Gently patting its head and sitting upright, Xiuxian appeared extremely ragged at that moment. Deep wounds on his body and face exposed bone. Multiple areas across his entire body were scorched black, and his face was extremely pale. Although the battle ended with the Tiger Lion King slain, he also suffered severe injuries. The worst were the injuries inside his body, because he had consumed the spirit-refining leaf and hadn't regulated his energy in time. Even though most of the energy had been channeled away, a small portion remained inside, ravaging his flesh and meridians. This was particularly dangerous for someone with damaged meridians like him. Without bothering to examine his external wounds, he quickly sat cross-legged and began to regulate the chaotic spiritual and soul energies within. As his dantian revolved, an excruciating pain caused him to grunt. Slowly guiding the residual spiritual energy inside him to gather together, he separated the soul energy out. The spiritual energy from the spirit-refining leaf was also a good medicinal force for refining the body and meridians, but with his meridians already damaged, he couldn't bear such erosion. Helplessly, he could only inject the remaining spiritual energy into the soul vortex beside his dantian. Voila! As soon as the spiritual energy was injected, the dantian, like a famished tiger, greedily devoured it. Under such immense absorption power, his bones and meridians revealed traces of reddish spiritual energy simultaneously, and the soul vortex emitted a sound like violent winds raging. A more abundant fluctuation of soul energy, radiating outward, spread from Xuanhuan as the center. Feeling Xuanhuan's continuously rising energy, the monkey's expressive eyes flashed with astonishment. Surrounding Xuanhuan's sitting form was a dense indigo glow, which gradually began to flicker with streaks of milky white. At that moment, another crisp sound rang out. Chapter 9 Advancement. As the first dull sound spread out, Xuanhuan seemed to have been suppressed for a long time. Instantly, surging waves of soul power erupted around him, condensing into a cocoon-like shield that completely enclosed his body. Vaguely visible through the cocoon was a soul pressure so intense that it caused unease in those who felt it. Under the nourishment of this soul energy, Xuanhuan's body slightly trembled. Beneath the indigo glow, the milky white light gradually became more distinct. The monkey beside him looked on with curiosity, showing no signs of concern, but rather a faint smile. At this moment, Xuanhuan was completely unaware of what was happening outside. The residual spiritual power from the spirit-quenching leaf and spirit-quenching fruit had all flowed into the vortex beside his dantian. Under this continuous infusion, the soul energy vortex rotated even faster, like a black hole, devouring every bit of spiritual energy. A roaring sound, as if of raging winds, came from within. Under its tremors, the previously cavernous vortex gradually transformed into an irregular spherical shape, forming the outline of a spirit beast. As the soul energy vortex changed, the gaseous soul energy that had been drifting around it also began to rise. Eventually, it formed a stream-like river connecting both the dantian and the vortex. Xuanhuan, sensing the steady and unceasing flow of soul energy, revealed a faint expression of delight. For those cultivating the body tempering path, the stages were as follows: 5th stage, body tempering; 6th, soul condensation; 7th, stream formation; 8th, river formation; 9th, soul heart. In other words, the body tempering phase was divided into 6 stages. The first 5 focused on physical training, and only when one's body was strong enough to withstand soul energy corruption did one enter the 6th stage of soul energy condensation. When soul energy grew sufficiently powerful to break through chi obstructions, it formed a stream, marking the 7th stage. By the 8th stage, the stream would evolve into a river, ultimately flowing entirely into the soul vortex and condensing into a true soul core, officially transforming the practitioner into a soul cultivator. Every stage of body tempering seamlessly led into the next, each dependent upon the former. The fact that his soul energy had now formed a stream clearly marked his entry into the 7th stage. Such rapid advancement brought not only joy but also a trace of concern. Cultivation required patience and natural progression. To advance at such a pace wasn't necessarily a good thing. At least, that's how he saw it. Without fully grasping the 6th stage, he risked unstable foundations and hollow soul energy. Still, upon inspecting his body thoroughly, his concerns proved somewhat unnecessary. At this moment, Xuanhuan's body had transitioned entirely from indigo to milky white, wrapped in a thin, film-like layer that exuded solidity. With the advancement to the 7th stage of body tempering, the internal damaged meridians were slowly being repaired by rolling spiritual energy. Tingling sensations spread throughout his body, causing Xuanhuan to involuntarily moan. Meanwhile, his external wounds were visibly healing under the milky glow. Scabs formed and then flaked away, revealing tender new flesh. He opened his eyes, releasing a deep, satisfying cry. He clenched his fists, feeling power stronger than ever before, his face unable to hide his delight. Moreover, with the breakthrough to the 7th stage, his once scattered threads of soul energy had now become a stream. He believed that if he used earth spikes again, he wouldn't be in such a mess this time, requiring external help. Indeed, a blessing had come from misfortune. With his current strength, he felt confident that among his age group, few could match him. He wondered whether he could rise above the rest at the prestigious Royal Academy, known for being full of freakishly talented students. Thinking of this, a glint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. With a slight dip of his shoulders, the monkey settled itself onto his shoulder and pointed at the Tiger Lion King lying on the ground. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. He walked up to the beast with a sly grin, his dagger flashing as he cut away a tiger pelt and stuffed it into his spatial pouch. This was a fine item indeed. Without the Tiger Lion King's tough phosphorus armor, impervious to blades and spears, the battle wouldn't have been so difficult. He had no intention of collecting anything else, for although the bones of the Tiger Lion King were also fine materials for forging, they would be of little use to him. He clapped his hands together, glanced at the weather, and slowly exhaled. Time to go back, he murmured. The monkey immediately hopped onto his shoulder. These 4 days had been short, but undeniably the most intense experience he had ever had. With unexpected gains and danger coming in succession, it was time to return and adjust. Prolonged mental strain had left both his spirit and body exhausted. Indeed, the effects of soul energy were numerous. With soul energy aiding his movement, he returned in just a few hours to the mountain peak where he first met the monkey. Approaching dusk, the sky was filled with vast crimson clouds, casting a dark red hue across the steep mountains. Gazing at the familiar scenery, a sense of rebirth welled up in him. Everything seemed as unreal as a dream. He let out a deep sigh and lifted the monkey from his shoulder, holding it in front of his face. Well, alright, I have to go back now. This time I might be away for a long while. Take care, said xiuxian, his voice tinged with sorrow. He forced down his reluctance and gently placed the monkey on the ground before turning to leave. After all, the monkey was still a wild beast. It could never get used to human life, and he had no reason to take it with him, so he chose to leave it behind in the end. He waved his hand, glancing back. Under the setting sun, the monkey sat upright, its body casting a long, slanted shadow across the mountain peak that lingered for a long time. The monkey scratched its head, watching xiuxian's retreating figure. As if making up its mind about something, it suddenly took action. Zhi. It darted swiftly after xiuxian. Just then, a familiar sound reached his ears, and xiuxian's body stiffened in shock. Turning around, he saw the monkey sprinting toward him, and a faint, delighted smile appeared on his face. He felt a slight weight settle on his shoulder, and turned his head to see the monkey grinning widely at him. You want to come back with me? The monkey nodded, then started messing with his hair again. Xiuxian exhaled deeply, feeling a sudden sense of relief. Hold on tight. He pushed off the ground with his toes and vanished swiftly into the evening twilight. The moment he stepped through the front door, a powerful soul force came straight toward his face. His eyes narrowed sharply, and acting purely on instinct for danger, he leaped backward and threw a punch of his own. Home. Xiuxian's figure trembled slightly from the shockwave, shaking off the residual energy as he lowly hissed, "Come out." From that brief clash, he was certain the attacker's strength was no joke, perhaps even stronger than his own. A single probing strike was enough to match his full-force counterattack head-on. Haha, well done, kid. You really didn't disappoint me. A loud laugh rang out, and xuanhuan appeared before him like a ghost, his eyes narrowing in astonishment as he looked at xiuxian. You've actually reached the 7th stage of body tempering? He smacked his tongue and muttered in disbelief, clearly astounded by xiuxian's rapid cultivation progress. Xiuxian shrugged lightly. Just got lucky. Although he said it offhandedly, from his tattered clothes and travel-worn appearance, it was clear that his recent experiences must have been far from easy. Xuanhuan patted his shoulder and pointed at the monkey. What is this? Xiuxian rubbed the monkey's head. My partner. Xuanhuan asked no further questions, nodding instead. You must be exhausted today. Clean up and go rest. Tomorrow I will pass down the martial techniques I promised you. At the mention of martial techniques, Xiuxian's eyes lit up with eager fire. He had nearly risked his life for this promise. He nodded with anticipation, and just as he was about to leave, Xuanhuan stopped him. Wait a moment. I almost forgot to tell you, my old friend, who works at the Royal Academy, will be visiting here for a few days. I will recommend you to the Royal Academy 3 days from now. Be a proper host, and don't lose your composure. As he said this, his expression suddenly turned odd. He transmitted voice directly into Xiuxian's ears. In particular, be extra nice to his daughter. Xiuxian was slightly taken aback, then shook his head helplessly, muttering inwardly, an old man without decorum. Suddenly, the monkey on his shoulder burst into laughter, its eyes filled with an unmistakable gleam of amusement. He glared at it harshly. The creature's high level of intelligence never ceased to amaze him. Back in his room, he poured a full bucket of hot water and jumped into it. Steam rose, and most of his fatigue melted away in the heat. Sitting cross-legged, he began cultivating, feeling the active soul energy around him. The night grew deeper, and everything gradually fell asleep, waiting for the arrival of the next dawn. Chapter 10, Soul Blade. Time passes quickly, and spring brings blooming flowers. In the early morning, sunny forest displayed a thriving vitality under the warm sunlight, emitting a fresh scent. Amid this beautiful scenery, deep within the jungle, a sound of inhaling was heard, followed by moaning noises. This sound was like a mixture of pain and pleasure, carrying a certain indescribable satisfaction, and the undulating sound stirred wild imaginations. Beside him, the monkey looked at Xiuxian, who was covered in black liquid and grimacing in pain, then rolled his eyes. Of course, he was only displeased with the noises Xiuxian was making. He had no idea about the pain Xiuxian was enduring. Biting back a sharp, nerve-wracking pain, Xiuxian muttered curses under his breath. This was already the 7th round of body tempering, yet the pain remained unbearable, as if it were subtly intensifying. At this moment, Xiuxian's entire body emitted a milky white glow, like a halo endlessly rolling around him, resembling a brush continuously sweeping across his body. With each sweep, Xiuxian could feel the black liquid rapidly infiltrating his flesh and bones. As usual, cracking sounds echoed within him. Feeling comfortable, Xiuxian let out a pleasing moan and quickly focused his mind to absorb the essence of the spiritual liquid. Although he disliked the substance, he dared not waste a single drop if it helped his cultivation. He would never refuse anything beneficial to his cultivation. As the black liquid gradually disappeared, Xiuxian felt an incredible sense of comfort throughout his body. His pores expanded greedily, absorbing the ambient soul energy. With this absorption, He could feel the flow of soul energy within his body becoming much smoother. He inwardly praised its effect. Although the liquid had been unbearably painful during application, it certainly brought significant benefits. Taking a deep breath, he lay on the ground, as if completely drained, enjoying this rare moment of peace. The monkey sat by his head, idly playing with his hair. These 3 days had kept his nerves tightly wound. Not only was his physical energy depleted, but also his mental state was exhausted. Fortunately, the improvement in his strength gave him satisfaction. Just then, a soft whooshing sound reached his ears. The corner of Xiuxian's mouth twitched. Rising to his feet, he looked ahead and saw xuanhuan standing nearby, wearing a gentle smile. He nodded and greeted, "Father." Xuanhuan nodded lightly, watching the tall and upright figure of his son. His expression became even more visibly satisfied. "All right, I'm sure you're already eager. I won't delay you further. Now let's begin. How much you can comprehend depends entirely on you." Excitement flickered in Xuanhuan's eyes. Rubbing his hands together, his previously restless heart gradually calmed down. Xuanhuan smiled. "Good, calm and composed. Before I begin teaching you, let me briefly introduce martial arts to you. Though your academy might eventually cover it, their explanation is mostly theoretical. Today, I'll combine theory with practice. Listen carefully." He paused slightly before continuing. To put it simply, martial arts involve using specific techniques to manifest the soul energy within the body, maximizing its attacking power. When determining a martial art, it's typically classified into ranks, with 5 main tiers: heaven, earth, xian, and huang. Among these, heaven tier is the strongest. Beyond heaven tier exists the spirit tier. At the level of spirit tier martial arts, when they are executed, they summon the residual consciousness of the master who originally created the martial art, what we call a martial spirit, and borrow their power. However, ultimately, all martial arts lead to the same goal. Martial arts fall into 2 main categories: concentrated and rapid. Within these, there are 2 further types. Concentrated martial arts involve condensing soul energy in the hands. Simply put, our current soul energy is dispersed throughout the body in a diffused state. However, concentrated martial arts focus it into a physical form for attacks. There are 2 subtypes of concentrated martial arts: offensive and defensive. Offensive types often take the form of high-damage weapons such as swords or axes, while defensive types resemble shields. However, concentrated martial arts require extremely high control over soul energy, which is why, although powerful, they are rarely practiced. Rapid martial arts are easier to explain. They don't require concentration and can be unleashed instantly. Rapid martial arts are divided into forceful and flexible. The martial art I'm about to teach you belongs to the concentrated offensive category. Although this technique is only ranked at the high huang tier, its attacking power is quite formidable. You must understand, martial arts are very precious treasures. High tier ones, especially, are hard to come by. Though a martial arts tier is important, its true effectiveness lies mainly in how skillfully the practitioner uses it and understands its essence. With a single hand raised, Xuanhuan instantly condensed a stream of soul energy, slowly rotating it in his palm as he spoke. To fully unleash the potential of this martial art, you must first learn to control soul energy. Only when you can freely shape and manipulate it at will, forming it effortlessly, will you meet the basic requirements for learning this technique. Xuanhuan smacked his lips, eyes fixed on the swirling soul energy in his father's hand as he swallowed hard. Though the manipulation of soul energy appeared easy, he knew that without years of dedicated cultivation, such skill was nearly impossible to achieve. Soul energy was inherently dangerous. Careless compression or transformation could easily result in backlash. As if reading his thoughts, Xuanhuan gave a slight smile and said, "Of course, I don't expect you to master it as effortlessly as I do now. You only need to be able to condense the soul energy into tangible form, and then you'll be ready to begin training in this martial art." "Then how do I draw out the soul energy?" Xuanhuan extended his left hand and clenched it tightly. A surge of soul energy erupted, visibly rolling outward before gradually gathering in his palm, forming a grayish-black, glowing sphere. "See? As long as you release the soul energy and control the direction of the vortex within your body, you can wield it freely, with absolute command. Of course, the destructive power generated by concentrated soul energy is also immense." With a flick of his wrist, the glowing sphere shot forth and struck the distant mountain peak. The impact sent the entire peak crashing down. Such was the terrifying power of that strike. "All right, don't rush into it. At first, the difficulty will be great, because..." Xuanhuan suddenly stopped mid-sentence, his expression shifting to shock as he stared at the glowing ball of soul energy slowly forming in Xuanhuan's palm. Though not yet fully stable, he gazed at it as though staring at a monster. Xuanhuan steadily controlled the glowing sphere in his hand, wiping the sweat from his brow as he asked, "Is this okay?" Xuanhuan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. After a pause, he sighed, but his tone betrayed undeniable excitement. "In that case, let's begin." Xuanhuan's performance far exceeded his expectations. He had assumed that with the boy's talent, it would still take at least a full day to grasp and control soul energy condensation. Yet after just one demonstration, Xuanhuan had already mastered the technique, maintaining it without dispersing it. Such talent was truly extraordinary. It seemed the Xuan family had waited far too long in obscurity. It was time for a true prodigy to rise. "The martial art I will teach you is called the Soul Blade, a highly aggressive concentrated soul attack. Watch carefully." Xuanhuan's 5 fingers moved swiftly as his soul energy surged outward, vibrating around his body. In an instant, a glowing ball of energy formed, and with a fierce grip of his palm, he shaped it into a massive blade-like weapon, exuding a heavy, oppressive wave of soul energy. Soul Blade, aptly named, refers to condensing the soul energy into the shape of a blade for enemy attacks. Did you understand clearly? Ouyang Yuya gave a thoughtful nod, falling silent. Xuanhuan made no attempt to rush him, quietly sitting nearby and watching. He remained still for nearly 2 whole hours, during which Ouyang Yuya remained utterly motionless, as if turned to stone. Suddenly, the statue-like Ouyang Yuya stirred. Under Xuanhua's shocked gaze, he bent his hand into a claw, grasped empty air, and pulled forth a massive blade nearly 10 feet long. Gripping the trembling hilt, he let out a long roar and hurled it forward, cleaving through space and splitting a nearby rock into 4 shattered pieces. Xuanhua shook his head with a helpless smile. He patted Ouyang Yuya on the shoulder as the boy panted for breath. Well done. It seems you fully grasped it already. Only future refinement remains. However, the soul blade is divided into 4 stages, with its strength marked by the blade's color. The Chuji stage is the gray blade you just produced, followed by blue, then red, and finally gold. When you can finally condense a golden blade, this martial art will have reached the pinnacle of mastery. At that level, the soul blade can rival Xiantier techniques. He rubbed his forehead and turned to leave. Truly, the events of today were bizarre. It had taken him 10 hard years of cultivation to reach the red blade stage, yet Ouyang Yuya had done it in a single day. No doubt, he had an incredible talent for this. Still, this should have marked the limit. At the very least, it should have taken several months to transition from gray to blue blade, even for someone of great talent. Yet again, Ouyang Yuya had surprised him. Perhaps it was time to defy the clan's rules and give him access to that artifact after all. Xuanhua muttered softly to himself as he walked. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, as if something had shattered. Xuanhua stumbled, eyes wide with disbelief as he slowly turned around. Ouyang Yuya's face was pale, but his expression was ecstatic. In front of him hovered a deep blue blade, emitting a powerful ripple of energy that instantly filled the air. Chapter 11. The Girl in Red. Ouyang Yuya stared at the floating blue greatsword before him, a look of ecstatic joy spreading across his face. He smacked his lips, sensing the intense soul force vibrations emanating from the blade. In his heart, he mused that indeed, it was worthy of being an advanced yellow-ranked martial art. This level of power was rivaled only when performing alchemy. Now, besides alchemy, he finally had another hidden card up his sleeve. Even the Royal Academy probably didn't possess martial arts techniques of this caliber very often. Excitedly clenching his fist, he turned to the astonished Xuanhua beside him and said, "Father, I did it." After all, he was still a child, and at this moment, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help showing a trace of childish innocence and a hint of boastfulness. Xuanhua simply nodded and turned to leave. However, upon closer observation, one could notice that even his stout frame trembled slightly. So many years have passed. Our Ouyang family has not produced anyone like grandfather used to be. With the century-old appointment approaching, our Ouyang clan, after such a long dormancy, is finally due for a resurgence, he murmured, glancing back at Ouyang Yuya, who was still stinging his excitement. Perhaps he really can succeed. Glancing at Xuanhua's retreating figure, Ouyang Yuya felt a slight sense of surprise. He somehow sensed that his father was acting strangely, though he couldn't quite place exactly what was off. After a pause, he shook his head. If his father wanted to say something, he would. There was no need to question him right now. Now that he had achieved a small degree of success with his soul force and broken through to the 7th realm, he didn't push himself too hard to cultivate further. It was better to consolidate his current cultivation level first. If he kept blindly rushing to higher realms, his strength would fall far behind his actual cultivation base, an outcome he certainly did not want to see. As he sat around with nothing to do, he suddenly thought of alchemy again. Ever since he first experienced the power of alchemy, he had become increasingly interested in it. Using merely body-tempering 6th realm strength, he managed to defeat the Tiger Spirit Beast King, whose power was comparable to an Earth Soul Master. The power of alchemy was undeniably extraordinary. Although he had paid a heavy price for it, compared to being devoured by the Tiger Spirit Beast King, that price was minuscule. He had never thoroughly researched it before, but now presented a good opportunity. Mastering alchemy would undoubtedly provide another layer of safeguard for his life. He retrieved the abridged manual left by the mysterious old man from his xuanhuan pouch and began flipping through it. He found that the greatest benefit of alchemy was its ability to disregard the practitioner's cultivation base. This meant that even if one was only at the Soul Master level, given sufficient soul force, one could still repel experts of the Azure Heaven Soul Master rank using high-grade crystals. However, this method also caused the user some damage. Yet such a killing the enemy at the cost of self-harm technique was not without its users. It all came down to one's perspective. Compared to the risk of losing one's life, the sacrifice was negligible. The book detailed alchemy in depth, starting with the description of sulfur bombs. There were 6 ranks of sulfur bombs, in ascending order: bronze ranked, silver ranked, dark gold ranked, ghost ranked, heaven ranked, and spirit ranked. For alchemists, the sulfur bomb was an indispensable tool. Having a good one could greatly enhance one's power while significantly reducing the consumption of the user's soul force, which was why alchemists highly coveted high-rank sulfur bombs. Ouyang Yuya understood this point deeply. His own dripping blood wolf Fong was a heaven-ranked sulfur bomb. Had he been wielding only a bronze-ranked or silver-ranked one back then, he probably would have been drained into a withered corpse by the bomb itself before the Tiger Spirit Beast King even touched him. But fate had a strange way of unfolding. How could one ever predict what would happen in the next moment? After passing the first tier as an alchemy master, one's body would begin generating a faint essence of xiuxian qi, refined metal energy, which assisted in performing alchemy. Although alchemy could be wielded without regard to the practitioner's level as long as one mastered the technique, it still required an abundant soul force to ensure its effectiveness. Additionally, the alchemist's rank itself also needed to improve. This was because while performing alchemy didn't depend on the alchemist's alchemy level, when forging second-grade crystals, the internal xiuxian qi of the alchemist became crucial. Moreover, by channeling a bit of xiuxian qi into the attack would gain stronger penetrative power. That was why during the process of succession, alchemists often deliberately chose disciples whose core soul nature was of the metal element, since they naturally generated a stronger xiuxian qi than others. Practicing alchemy was also extremely difficult and dull, requiring constant refinement of crystals to strengthen the xiuxian qi within one's body, thereby advancing to the next tier. Xuanhuan was so engrossed that he memorized the method of crafting xiuxian before closing the book and shutting his eyes to digest everything. He remained that way the entire night, and when he opened his eyes again, daylight had already blanketed the sky. Mist floated in the air, carrying rich soul force drifting throughout the forest, leaving a fresh sensation. He stretched lazily, his joints cracking with popping sounds as his pores expanded, absorbing the surrounding soul force. He exhaled comfortably, his fatigue completely gone. Looking at the monkey snoring loudly beside him, Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel annoyed. This guy was truly lazy by nature. Never had he seen a monkey calmly sit down to cultivate. He gave the monkey a kick, causing it to scowl and grimace. Unmoved, Xuanhuan tossed the monkey onto his shoulder, retrieved his bow and arrows from the xiuxian pouch, and slung them on his back, then strode deeper into the forest. Today, he decided to refine a few first-rank crystal cores before heading to the Royal Academy, to be prepared for emergencies. He couldn't always rely on high-level ones. Besides, he currently lacked the ability to make them, and every one he used was a loss that made his heart ache. After studying the entire night, he now knew the primary materials for refining crystal cores were beast cores or natural soul stones. As for natural soul stones, he had never even seen one, let alone used it. Therefore, beast cores were the best choice. Coincidentally, they were abundant in the Sunshine Forest. Previously, he had only wandered near the edges of the forest, but today, he had decided to venture into the depths. The stronger the beast's energy, the more powerful the resulting crystal core would be. Matters concerning life and death could not be taken lightly. Needless to say, with alchemy skills and the soul blade in his possession, he did indeed have the capability to enter the deeper regions. Because dawn had just arrived, many spirit beasts were out hunting around the area, so he walked cautiously. His eyes scanned like a hawk's, his right fist tightly clenched, his expression tense, as if a major enemy was approaching. In contrast, the monkey on his shoulder playfully scratched its ears and occasionally disrupted his focus, leaving Xuanhuan both exasperated and amused. Suddenly, the monkey's gaze locked onto the right, its usually lively eyes turning blood red. Xuanhuan, observing the monkey's unusual reaction, never doubted its perception ability. Enemies. The monkey looked at him and nodded. Xuanhuan immediately understood. He stomped his foot and leaped onto the tree trunk behind him. He crouched low with his breath concealed, peering down through the gaps between the leaves. Sure enough, moments later, a tall, fat beast arrived at the spot where they had just stood, its beastly eyes showing confusion. Xuanhuan instantly understood. This beast had most likely tracked their scent, but the monkey's perception allowed them to escape detection. He secretly sighed in relief, then began examining this spirit beast more carefully. Towering in size, it was an adult grizzly bear. An adult grizzly bear possessed the power of the third realm. Xuanhuan couldn't help but shake his head bitterly. His luck had been oddly good lately. First the tiger spirit beast king, now this grizzly bear. The former was known for ferocity, while the latter for defense. Both formidable foes he couldn't easily take on. Still, he wanted to test whether his soul blade could penetrate its defense. Plus, a third-rank beast core was exactly what he needed for refining. Slowly, his right hand condensed into a black-gray light sphere, which quickly shifted into blue. As he prepared to strike, a figure suddenly dashed past, and with a bang, slammed heavily into the bear's slightly protruding belly. The beast roared in pain, stumbled backward, kicking up a cloud of dust, and glared at the figure that attacked it. As the dust settled, it revealed a girl dressed in red. Her left hand rested on her waist, while her right hand held a whip. She shouted at the bear, "Humph! You beast, you've eaten my mount. Prepare to die." After a pause, she even tilted her chin and muttered while eyeing the bear, "But if you were to be my mount, I might consider sparing your life." Gaa. Xuanhuan couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out she had mistaken the bear for a mount. Slowly shaking his head, he noticed the girl seemed about his age, possessing the sixth body tempering realm, yet her mentality was surprisingly childish. Sighing, he glanced sideways. His monkey had opened its big mouth and was laughing wildly on his shoulder. It laughed so hard that it eventually made no sound, its belly vibrating as it gasped for breath. Xuanhuan rolled his eyes, then covered its mouth with his hand, remaining silent as he continued observing the scene below. The bear clearly had a trace of intelligence. A low, rasping chuckle rumbled from its throat as it stared foolishly at the girl in red. The girl felt instantly embarrassed, her face flushed red. She pointed her whip fiercely at the bear, her voice sharp on the outside though quivering within. "Then don't blame this young lady for being merciless." Before she could finish speaking, the giant bear had already lunged forward. Its paw, as large as a palm leaf fan, swung straight toward the red-clad woman. Apparently, the girl lacked actual combat experience. Letting out a shriek, she hastily stepped backward, swinging her whip into a knot through the air before bringing it crashing down. The bear didn't dodge at all. It charged straight ahead, swinging its massive paw down fiercely. Facing the bear's paw just inches away, the girl had already turned deathly pale, frozen in place. Just as the blow was about to land, a flash of blade light streaked through the air. The girl saw a blue glow flash before her eyes, and the giant bear was already sent flying. A figure appeared silently in front of her, revealing a similarly youthful face marked by a hint of exasperation. "This is not how you fight," he said calmly. Chapter 12. Who asked for your concern? The young girl stared at Xuanhuan with her big, clear eyes, while he wore an expression of helplessness. Inwardly, she muttered, "He's clearly just a kid about my age, pretending to be so mature and cool, and carrying a monkey on his back, trying to act all tough." Her impression of him dropped instantly, and with a slight wrinkle of her delicate nose, she turned her head away and let out a humph. "I don't need you to worry about me. You." Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel indignant. This was a classic case of biting the hand that feeds. She clearly didn't recognize goodwill. The monkey beside him sneered with a mocking expression on its face. Xuan glanced at the giant bear that had just been thrown off, its once innocent expression now replaced by a ferocious face, teeth bared and frightening to the scalp. Looking at the girl who had turned her head aside, a faint curve rose at the corner of his mouth. Helplessly shrugging his shoulders, he said, "Then I'll be leaving now." Without waiting for her response, he darted off in the opposite direction. Watching Xuanhuan's back disappear, the girl huffed heavily. Suddenly, as if just realizing something, she turned around, gasped, and began fleeing quickly. From that previous scene, she had already understood her own inadequacy in strength compared to this beast. She didn't linger in the slightest and simply bolted, coincidentally heading in the same direction Xuanhuan had taken. Right now, Xuanhuan was lounging halfway down on a nearby flat ground, teasing the monkey in front of him. However, his eyes occasionally glanced toward the forest. Soon, a soft cry from a girl came echoing over, and his smile deepened. He appeared even more relaxed as he watched two black dots, small and large, approaching fast through the jungle. In a flash, two shadows emerged, and the first figure was none other than the red-robed girl. At this moment, the girl's face was pale, completely lacking its earlier arrogance. Her breathing was also much heavier. The fact that she'd managed to endure this far with just the 6th-level body, refining martial cultivation, wasn't bad at all. Glancing back at the ever-approaching bear, she nearly cried. Since childhood, she'd never been in such a miserable situation. Holding back her tears fiercely, she pushed herself even harder. Suddenly, she saw Xuanhuan, smiling with such relaxation and ease, showing an expression of smugness. "It's him." The sight of him relaxed and carefree, with a look of amusement on his face, only increased her anger. Her impression of him had worsened further. Therefore, despite the predicament she was in, she still didn't ask for help. Finally, at about a dozen meters from Xuanhuan, she stopped, gasping for breath, her previously rosy face now pale. Watching the bear rapidly approaching, the girl endured the fatigue in her body, shot him a glare, and then waved her whip and charged forward. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed briefly. "Brave girl." The monkey was perched casually on his shoulder, staring at the fierce battle unfolding in the distance, its beastly pupils brimming with excitement as it swung its fists around, looking as if it couldn't wait to jump in. The girl's attack landed heavily on the bear's head, creating a dull sound. The girl was flung backward and landed beside Xuanhuan, crying out as she rubbed her bruised and battered bottom. She shot him a resentful look, got up, and charged again. Obviously, the bear had now been provoked to its limit, roaring furiously. While charging forward, it raised its paw for a strike. Xuanhuan's pupils contracted slightly. He could feel the ripple of martial energy from that paw. The girl had also sensed the terrifying power of the strike. Gasping, she quickly backed away and shouted at Xuanhuan without turning her head. "Hey, help me out here." Xuanhuan put on a look of surprise and said, "You aren't calling me meddlesome now?" Upon hearing that, the girl nearly exploded with anger. Fine, let him ignore her in her time of need. But for a man to hold such a grudge, this was nothing short of taking advantage of someone in distress. What a shameless, frivolous scoundrel. Of course, Xuanhuan wouldn't know her thoughts. Otherwise, he might have died of anger. "Well then, just now when I saved you, you called me meddlesome, and now when I don't save you, you accuse me of taking advantage of the crisis. What kind of person are you anyway?" Of course, he had no way of knowing. Her expression changed rapidly, but finally, she swallowed her inner disgust and said, "Please, help me just a little, okay?" Xuanhuan was taken aback. Clearly, he hadn't expected her attitude to change so quickly. At that moment, he smiled, just about to say something, when suddenly his face changed dramatically, and he shouted, "Be careful." His figure had already shot forward rapidly, his speed astonishing. Xuanhuan's left hand became a claw, grabbing the girl's shoulder, dragging her behind him, and at the same time his right hand gathered martial energy into a ball and collided heavily with the bear's paw. Bang! Xuanhuan staggered back 5 steps, shook off the numbness in his arm, smirked, checked the girl behind him who was moaning in pain, and, seeing she was fine, relaxed a bit, then fixed his eyes on the bear ahead. He acted first, right hand forming a claw and fiercely grabbing empty air. A surge of blade energy immediately burst forth, and a massive gray blade heavily slashed down onto the bear's chest. Slice! An ear-piercing scraping sound rang out. Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed slightly, inwardly thinking, how thick its fur is. Missing his first strike, he swiftly dodged sideways to evade the beast's fierce blow and slashed toward the bear's flank. Suddenly, the monkey on his shoulder pushed off with force and landed directly on the bear's shoulder. Catching it off guard, the monkey punched straight into the bear's head. In pain, the bear violently shook its body trying to sway the monkey off its shoulder. Unfortunately, the monkey's small and highly agile body made it nearly impossible to shake off. Clinging tightly around the bear's neck, the monkey pounded its fists on the bear's head mercilessly while making loud, shrill cries, showing no sign of letting up. Under such relentless attack, even the bear felt somewhat overwhelmed. It shook its dizzy head and swung its arms about aimlessly, clearly having lost all composure. At this moment, Xuanhuan took the chance to circle around behind the beast. With a surge of soul energy, he conjured a blue saber several times more powerful than the previous one. The monkey understood immediately and jumped back to his shoulder. The instant the monkey landed, the blade struck down in a sweeping arc through the air, impaling the bear's neck. Caught completely off guard, the bear was pierced through and fell down roaring. Finished. Behind him, the young girl stared at the near-perfect teamwork between man and monkey, shocked and disbelieving, as if they could read each other's minds. Moreover, the whole scene seemed like a circus performance, oddly entertaining to watch. Xuanhuan pulled out his dagger, flicked it under the bear's skull, and retrieved a yellow core crystal, holding it up proudly while smiling at the monkey on his shoulder. Both of them burst into delighted laughter. The girl behind felt a chill crawl down her spine. After a while, Xuanhuan approached the girl and squatted down to look at her. She tightened her clothes and eyed him warily. "What do you want?" Amused by her suspicion, Xuanhuan shook his head slightly and said, "Miss, you've got it wrong. I meant nothing by it. May I ask your name?" "Do you really need to know?" "Ahem." Xuanhuan almost choked on his own spit from her blunt reply. "Then why are you here, miss?" "Do you really need to know?" Xuanhuan took a deep breath. "Then may I know where your home is?" This was clearly flirting, definitely hitting on her. The girl muttered inwardly, as she found herself caught in Xuanhuan's intense gaze. "Do you really need to know?" Ouyang's temple twitched, and his fists clenched with an audible creak. The girl grew tense, watching him carefully and inching slightly backward. "Hey, don't do anything rash. I'm the daughter of the mayor of the nearby town, and if you harm me, you'll regret it." To emphasize her point, she stuck her tongue out and pretended to die. Xuanhuan almost laughed, but pretended to think deeply instead. "But didn't I hear the mayor of this town only has a son and no daughters?" The girl's eyes flickered around craftily. "Can I be an adopted daughter?" Ouyang couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Suddenly he realized she was quite cute, albeit a little naive. Of course, he didn't believe her story. His father had never mentioned an adopted younger sister. He stood up and looked at her. "Just go back now. It's nearly noon." TCH. Ouyang let out a frustrated curse, shot her a glare, then marched away without turning back. The monkey hurried to catch up, making a face at her as it leapt onto Ouyang's shoulder again. The girl snorted angrily, stood up, looked once more at the dead bear, and secretly felt astonished. This person was undeniably strong, seemed about her age too. She wondered if he would apply to the Royal Academy. Secretly hoped she wouldn't run into him again. Just thinking about his annoying grin made her stomach turn with dislike. Xuanhuan, unaware of this, was in high spirits. He whistled cheerfully as he strode homeward. He remembered there would be guests today, so he dared not delay. Now that his strength had reached the 7th level of body tempering and his martial arts had seen some progress, the next step was to refine the magic beast's core crystal into a usable crystal essence. Talking about stockpiles of beast cores, he had plenty collected from years of hunting, more than enough to practice with. The thing he was most looking forward to now was the Royal Academy's test in 2 days. For this rare opportunity to go out and experience the wider world, he was quite eager. With these thoughts on his mind, he had long forgotten about the girl in red. Unsurprisingly, he always quickly forgot things that made him unhappy, which was probably why he remained cheerful every day. Running joyfully through the jungle, whistling, the monkey happily accompanying him. Each whistle met with a playful monkey cry. Their sounds echoed through the tranquil forest, creating layering reverberations. Chapter 13 Xiuxian. By the time they reached the town, it was nearly noon. Considering there were guests at home, returning so early would mean having to engage in unnecessary pleasantries, something he never enjoyed or excelled at. Weighing this, he decided not to return immediately, wandering around for a while instead. He bought some persimmons for the monkey and then headed home. Just as he entered the house, he noticed that the courtyard was not as noisy and busy as usual. Instead, it was unusually quiet, with only a few people walking around. Still, from their hurried steps, one could sense the ongoing busyness. He approached a servant and asked, "What's going on? Why is it so quiet?" The servant immediately bowed and replied respectfully, "Sir, there are 2 guests today. The master is receiving them now, and everyone else is occupied helping out." Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan's interest was piqued. He pressed further, "What kind of guests? How many of them are there?" The servant smiled too, as Xuanhuan was known for his amiable personality and caring attitude toward the servants. Therefore, he responded happily and freely, without a trace of unease. "They're from the imperial capital, Oran City." First came a middle-aged man, whose manner was indeed impressive. He seemed to know the master very well. Then, half an hour ago, a young lady arrived. "Wow. She's a true beauty beyond compare, really." The servant smacked his lips with admiration, eyes filled with yearning. Xuanhuan had already guessed what had happened by this point. A middle-aged man from the imperial capital, definitely the old acquaintance his father had spoken of. The lady was likely his daughter. Yet, Was she really that beautiful? Seeing the servant so entranced, Ouyang couldn't help smiling wryly. For some reason, the image of that red-robed woman he had seen in the jungle came to his mind. Was she as beautiful? Perhaps the thought of such made him chuckle at himself. Maybe they would never cross paths again. Watching Ouyang, who alternated between deep thought and bitter smiles, the servant teased playfully. Have you seen the girl, sir? Don't tell me. She actually suits you quite well. Ouyang smiled helplessly. All right, go on and do your work. I'll head to the main hall and see our guests. Nodding, the servant hastily left after a polite greeting. Ouyang sent the monkey off to play before tidying his clothes and proceeding toward the main hall. The distance wasn't far, and soon he noticed servants bustling about, carrying platters full of fruit and ingredients. He gave a slight whistle. Rarely had he seen his father treat any guest with such extravagance. There was more to this guest's identity than his father had mentioned. As he approached the main hall, he saw a large stone table placed in the center of the grand room, with dishes continuing to be set upon it. Sitting at the head of the table was Xuanhuan. Beside him on the left was a middle-aged man in a blue robe, looking awkward under Xuanhuan's gaze. Meanwhile, beside Xuanhuan, a red-clothed girl was shaking his arm persistently. Uncle Ouyang, you must stand up for me. You won't believe how despicable that jerk was. He actually took advantage of me. Xuanhuan smiled bitterly and replied, all right, don't shake me like that. Now tell uncle, what did that robe look like? The red-clothed girl puckered her lips, tapping her chin in thought, but failing to recall any distinguishing features. I don't know. He definitely looked suspicious, I can tell you that. Xuanhuan laughed and said, there's such a person in this world? A man dressed in blue beside them said, all right, Xianer, stop causing trouble. Even so, you still need to figure out who he was first. The girl pouted, sitting aside in a huff and letting out an indignant humph. Smiling wryly, the blue-clothed man turned to Xuanhuan and said, Ouyang, don't take it to heart. I've spoiled this girl's temper. Xuanhuan waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. It's been many years since I last saw her. Back then, she was just 5 years old, and now look, she's grown up so beautiful. And the distress she showed when she returned couldn't have been feigned. I'll look into this tomorrow and see who dares to bully my future daughter-in-law. Lin Xian's face turned bright red instantly. Bashfully, she said, that promise was from when I was a little girl. It doesn't count anymore. Xuanhuan laughed loudly. You two just get along well when you meet. We older folks can't decide anyway. It's just a hope we hold. Don't you agree, Lin Song? Lin Song nodded, saying, indeed, I never expected our joke back then to come true. Besides, I hear that your son, Xiao Yi, has already achieved the 7th stage of qi tempering at such a young age, a rare talent even by Royal Academy standards. Beside them, Lin Xian scoffed softly and muttered under her breath. Not as good as that rogue anyway. Hearing this, Xuanhuan became even more intrigued. Xian, you're saying that person is actually around your age? Lin Xian nodded. Exactly. Oh, now I'm really curious about this young man. Just outside the door, Ouyang shrugged helplessly, then stepped inside. There's no need to be curious anymore. If I'm not mistaken, that little thief should be me. Hardly had the words left his mouth when 6 pairs of eyes instantly turned sharply toward him. Lin Song looked at Xuanhuan in confusion. This one is... Xuanhuan replied helplessly. Indeed, my son Yi. Understanding dawned on Lin Song's face. As he was about to speak, suddenly a red blur flashed before their eyes. Lin Xian had already dashed forward. Like a venomous snake, her red whip lashed swiftly toward Ouyang. Stop. Be careful. It happened so suddenly that even Lin Song couldn't react in time. But Ouyang, who had been watching her since entering the room, reacted the fastest. At the exact moment Lin Xian attacked, he sensed it immediately. He stamped his foot, his body rapidly retreating, while his right hand, cloaked in soul force, shot out like a claw and gripped the whip. He smiled at Lin Xian, who glared at him furiously. This isn't how you fight. Hearing the same words again, Lin Xian nearly flew into a rage. With a delicate shout, she snapped. You still dare to say that? She swung her whip again, drawing a trail through the air as it shot forward nimbly. Ouyang did not attack, he only dodged. Several steps that appeared simple and effortless enabled him to avoid every lash, not even letting the whip graze his robe's edge. The two clashed like spinning tops on the floor, while Ouyang and Lin Song watched from the sidelines, their expressions gradually turning serious. Though Ouyang footwork appeared simple, he could precisely step aside just as Lin Xian pulled back her whip and attacked anew, each step falling precisely where her strikes were weakest and most uncomfortable. Thus, he easily evaded every strike. Such observation ability was usually something only those deeply immersed in martial arts for many years could achieve. For someone so young as Ouyang to possess such a sharp eye was truly exceptional. Of course, at their age, they could tell that Ouyang was intentionally using this method to train Lin Xian, so neither spoke up. Watching her attacks grow more skillful, and her whip movements smoother and more fluid with each passing moment, they simply observed silently. After nearly the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Xian stopped, breathless. On her exquisite, dazzling face, besides shame and anger, now lay a glimmer of admiration. After a brief pause, she glanced at Ouyang with mixed emotions and said, panting, no more fighting. No more. You're bullying me. With that, she ran back to her seat and sat there quietly, carefully recalling the previous duel. Though straightforward, she wasn't foolish. She clearly saw that Ouyang had deliberately demonstrated to her the flaws in her attacks. Seeing Lin Xian's reaction, Ouyang smiled faintly to himself and thought, this girl isn't dumb after all. He hurriedly stepped forward to greet Xuanhuan, then turned to Lin Song. Esteemed elder, forgive me for my rudeness just now in offending your beloved daughter. Looking at Xiuxian, Lin Song grew increasingly satisfied. He waved his hand. No worries. We were originally wondering how we'd introduce the two of you, but it seems you've met already. Better that way, saving us the trouble of an introduction. Still, it seems there's a bit of a misunderstanding between you two. Xiuxian scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't know what was going on. I saved her life, and she still accused me of being a thief. Still, he clasped his hands and bowed. There was some misunderstanding. Lin Song smiled slightly. You young ones can sort things out yourselves. Ouyang and I have been old friends for years, so you may address me as Uncle Lin. Esteemed elder sounds too formal. Ouyang Yuya, not wanting to seem impolite, nodded. Uncle Lin. Lin Song nodded approvingly. Settle down over the next few days. The day after tomorrow, we'll head to Orange City for the exams. Spend time with xiuxian and get to know her better. In the future, I hope you can look after her. Beside them, Lin Xian stuck out her lip. I don't want him to. Ouyang Yuya smiled. Of course. Uncle, there's nothing to worry about. He turned toward Lin Xian and asked, might I have the honor of knowing the young lady's name? Want you to, she started, then suddenly blinked and smiled mischievously. Lin Xian. Chapter 14, A Conversation Under the Moon. Everyone had a wonderful time during the meal. The two elders shared joyful memories from their school days, which amused Lin Xian greatly, causing her to laugh nonstop. Even Ouyang Yuya rarely showed a smile. After dinner, night had already fallen. Xuanhuan and Lin Song continued to drink and chat joyfully. Unable to endure the hot and stifling atmosphere inside, Ouyang Yuya got up and walked outside, and Lin Xian followed. The deep blue night sky was sprinkled with a few bright stars, giving an unintentional sense of melancholy. The two walked silently, neither making the first move to speak. Ouyang Yuya looked up at the quiet sky and exhaled slowly. He murmured, it's been a long time since I've looked at the night sky so peacefully. He continued staring absent-mindedly, his expression slightly dazed. Mom, why are there stars in the sky? Child, the stars in the sky are the final resting place for all of us. After each person dies, they become a star, guarding the person they love most. I don't want Mom to become a star. Mom staying by Xiaoye's side is better. Hee, silly child. Everyone will die someday, but Mom will always protect you and Dad. You two are the ones Mom worries about the most. Mom, where are you? Xiaoye misses you. Ouyang Yuya murmured, two streams of tears sliding down his face. At this moment, Lin Xian remained unusually quiet, merely watching the tearful Ouyang Yuya beside her. So, he had a soft side too. He wasn't always cold-hearted. Seeing him now, he didn't seem as unpleasant anymore. Moments later, Ouyang Yuya regained his usual calm demeanor. He looked at Lin Xian beside him and said, I just let you see something embarrassing earlier. Lin Xian smiled. It's okay, tell me about your mother. I won't tell anyone else. It might feel better to share your thoughts instead of keeping them locked up inside. Looking at the delicate-faced Lin Xian, Ouyang suddenly felt as if he had found a trustworthy confidant, someone so xiuxian, close and warm. Lin Song looked at Xuanhuan, who appeared much older than himself, and sighed. When had that dashing young man, the top student at the Royal Academy, fallen into such a state? He took a swig of wine and said, all right, tell me the truth. Why did things end up like this? One reason I came this time was to pick up Xiaoye, the other was to see you for myself. Don't think you can fool me with your excuses about suffering a cultivation mishap while training. Don't forget, we were once teammates, partners. Also, where's Miao Qiao? How did you keep your promise to me back then? Lin Song became increasingly angry until finally slamming his wine pot on the ground. Xuanhuan looked up at the sky, laughing bitterly. That bitter smile overflowed with endless sorrow. Clenching his right fist tightly, his forehead veins bulged visibly as he exhaled with difficulty. Two tear streaks silently slid down the face of this middle-aged man. My mother left when I was very young. I remember that I was 5 years old then. Lin Song was shocked and asked, 5 years old? That must have had a great impact on the child. Xuanhuan nodded and continued. That night, I was practicing the Da Huang Ling Ju passed down from our family. Miao Qiao was in the inner room, accompanying Xiaoye. Mother told me stories of her and my father during their academy days. Just halfway through the story, suddenly there was a big fire in the hall. Fearing the fire would spread, she asked me to stay here and went out to put out the flames with the servants. As I was too young and too afraid to go outside, I just watched her back disappear into the firelight. I never expected that she'd be gone for 10 years. Ouyang Yuya's voice became slightly choked. I realized something was wrong when I discovered the fire and immediately rushed to the inner room, but only found Xiaoye alone inside. Miao Qiao was already gone. Later, my father told me to stay here and went outside to look for my mother. When I went out, a fight nearby caught my attention. It was a group of black-clothed men attacking Miao Qiao. By the time I reached them, she was already near death, but before her last moments, someone blocked me, a high-level opponent, a 5th-stage alchemist. At that time, I was merely a Sky Soul master. However, due to my cultivation of the Da Huang Ling Ju, I managed to fight him evenly. Unfortunately, that meant I couldn't help Miao Qiao anymore. I could only watch helplessly as she fell beside me. Enraged and sorrowful, I suffered serious injuries. My meridians were damaged. But I pushed myself hard to drive him off before rushing to find Xiaoye. Nothing else mattered anymore. But I couldn't let anything happen to Xiaoye either. When I saw my father again, I could barely recognize him. He was covered in blood and just held me in his arms. I saw dozens of black-clothed men chasing us behind him. I could even feel the sharpness of their blades cutting into my father's body. Ouyang Yuya's eyes turned blood red, his body slightly trembling. That's how I brought Xiao Yi here to this small town. But due to the severity of my injuries, my cultivation can no longer recover fully. I've been reduced to the level of a great soul master. After finishing, Xuanhuan exhaled deeply, as if he had finally spoken the most difficult thing to say. Did you never go back to look for Miao Xiao's body? How could I not look? I didn't give up on any corner, yet still found nothing. Xuanhuan painfully pounded his own head. This regret was the deepest wound in his life. Do you know who did it? How could I not know? Xuanhuan sneered coldly. He thought he'd hidden everything well, but in desperation, that palm strike was clearly the Dahuang hand. I couldn't possibly not recognize it. Never would I have imagined that they would strike first. And what about us? Lin Song asked. I remember there's only about a year left before that century-old agreement. At that time, the younger generations from the 4 branches will decide everything. From what I know, the 4 academy presidents of the Royal Academy come from those 4 families. But apparently, they aren't even the most outstanding disciples among the 3 remaining families, merely secondary talents. Xuanhuan slightly hesitated and then nodded after a pause. I'll talk to Xiao Yi about it. It seems the burden can only be placed on his shoulders. Lin Song smiled gently. Children must always be tempered and trained. Don't worry, I'll watch over things at the academy. What concerns me more is the challenge a year from now. Xuanhuan thought for a moment and then asked, what cultivation level are those 3 at? Soul Warrior, 5th stage. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes slightly and then chuckled. I believe in him. Lin Song shrugged non-committally and then smiled suddenly. Maybe so. But now you probably need to think of what you're going to say. Xuanhuan looked at him with confusion. Lin Song smirked slightly, and not far away, Ouyang Yuya and Lin Xian stood together. Ouyang Yuya still wore his calm smile, yet it appeared unusually gentle. He walked slowly toward Xuanhuan and said softly, it's time I learned the truth. Lin Song patted Xuanhuan's shoulder and pulled Lin Xian away with him, slipping out quietly. Somewhere along the way, a cold breeze had started blowing gently. The courtyard was unusually silent, and the 2 father and son figures sat there, neither taking the initiative to speak first. You've heard everything? Ouyang Yuya nodded. I heard part of it, but I don't quite understand what you meant by century-old agreement. Xuanhuan nodded. Some things are indeed time for you to learn. He paused briefly and then said, we don't actually belong here. As I mentioned earlier, we lived in a secondary dynasty, but that's not true. We actually came from a very powerful clan. One of the 4 great clans across the continent during that era, the Ouyang clan. However, due to internal strife and pressure from rival families, the clan eventually collapsed after the mysterious disappearance of the clan leader. Our original family split into 4 factions, each forming its own pure-blood cultivation lineage. Our faction was aligned with the Soul Warrior sect, and according to the agreement, all martial arts techniques and artifacts belonging to the Soul Warrior sect were assigned to us. They had such a fine plan. The Ouyang family was never originally known for its Soul Warriors, and what's more, the strongest Soul Warrior martial arts we possessed were incomplete. At that time, the management of everything fell upon your grandfather's shoulders. He believed there was no need to continue and decided to settle in the Allen dynasty, where we had good relations. The other factions, unable to unify their goals, couldn't survive under constant pressure, so they also migrated to this dynasty. Later on, attempts were made to reunify, but disagreements over who should be the new clan leader led to endless disputes. Eventually, your grandfather refused to get involved and chose to withdraw. However, they demanded that your grandfather hand over the broken Da Huang Lingju manual. He refused, which led to the Great Chaos, an all-out war in which your grandfather ultimately fell. I was only 16 back then. Thanks to the efforts of several elders, the century-old agreement was finally established. The rule is quite simple. 100 years later, a contest will determine which faction shall become the main branch of the family. True to this rule, all the younger generations from each faction were sent to the Royal Academy for training. I happened to be the top student of my batch. After graduation, I settled down with your mother in the imperial capital, but unexpectedly, they disregarded the agreement and tried to kill me to eliminate all future threats. From there, you already know what happened. I brought you here. Xuanhuan had originally expected Ouyang Yuya to be unable to accept such shocking news, but Ouyang Yuya merely sat there silently, thinking deeply. After a while, he simply asked, so that means 1 year from now will be the final date for the century-old agreement? Xuanhuan nodded. That's right. Ouyang Yuya grinned cheerfully, revealing a hint of determination. Leave it to me. 1 year from now, I'll come back here, and I will avenge Mother. Xuanhuan nodded with satisfaction. Though he had already anticipated this choice, he still felt genuinely happy, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Sighing in relief, he said, all right, go rest now. Tomorrow, we'll get things settled. In the end, you must strive to create your own domain. The Royal Academy is your only shortcut for initial cultivation training. However, be cautious when you encounter members from the other 3 families. Ouyang Yuya slightly nodded and stepped out, leaving only Xuanhuan standing silently beneath the dim light for a long time. Chapter 15, xuanhuan. At dawn, as mist lingered in the air, droplets of dew adorned the tender green leaves. A refreshing fragrance filled the courtyard, moistening the atmosphere slightly, making the air wonderfully crisp and clean. Ouyang Yuya lay in bed, gazing lazily at the brightening sky outside. He stretched his arms with a lazy yawn, groaning in satisfaction as he murmured to himself. It had been quite a while since he last slept so soundly. Perhaps it was because his mother's matters had finally come to a resolution, or maybe it was because he had finally expressed all that had been bottled up inside him. In any case, This kind of lightness was something he hadn't felt in a long time. Bang, bang, a knock on the door came. Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Even his father had never come here. Hey, wake up. Do you know what time it is? Still sleeping. Lin Xian's clear voice came from outside. A slight smile tugged at the corner of Ouyang Yuya's lips as he rubbed his nose thoughtfully. It seemed that from last night, she had started finding him less annoying. This girl was actually quite interesting. Without delay, he responded with a lazy, okay, and began dressing himself calmly before finally opening the door, his eyes brightening immediately at the sight of Lin Xian. Only now did he get the chance to take a careful look at her. She was still dressed in tight-fitting red clothes, highlighting her already gracefully curved figure. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail, while 2 strands of bangs hung loosely on her shoulders, making her delicate face look even more charming and lively. He couldn't help silently praising her beauty. Still, he maintained his usual indifferent expression as he asked, "What's up? Is there anything urgent so early in the morning? Don't you know interrupting someone's rest is rude?" Lin Xian wrinkled her nose, let out a HMPF, and put her hands on her hips. "A girl has been waiting for you for so long. Don't you think you should apologize and reflect on your actions first, instead of blaming me?" Ouyang Yuya smiled helplessly. "I didn't ask you to wait for me. Anyway, what is it?" Lin Xian surprisingly didn't argue back. "Father said I should go with you to the town to purchase something." Ouyang Yuya was slightly taken aback. "Buy what? Isn't everything available in the Imperial City? Why must it be bought here?" Lin Xian stomped her foot in frustration. "How should I know? Father just told me to buy it. So will you come or not?" "I'll come, of course." Ouyang Yuya smiled and added, "I also need a few things. I'll go with you." Lin Xian's face lit up. "That's better," she said, then turned and hopped off cheerfully. Ouyang Yuya smiled slightly himself. "Chao hao ta landru jiajing, hai chia jiang cai lao, zheng hao, cheng cu ji hui bu qi, chao wu nuri kan le yi yan, so dao, gai zhou luck. Ran ho to ye bu wori de joy le sang cheer, gong zhou bu zhou, wu zhi li, yi dao ying zi, fei kai chan chu, ji ge qi luo, tao dao le un ye de jiantou, ji ga jia de jiao ge bu ting. Ouyang Yer, fan le fan bai yan so dao. Hao le, yi ho zhu jiao ni xiao tao pi, na ho zi, zhi cai anjing xiao lat, yo ji ji xiao jut. Lin Xian hao qi de da lang jek ta jian shang tao pi de ho zik, one dao. Ni zhi zhi ho zhi hao karai, cong na li ma de? Ouyang Ye yong so zhi chuo le chuo ho zhi one dao. Ni so ta, an ho, ro chi shu de ba dao. Ok, san shang da dek. Lin Xian gung jie de shi qi let. Wa, kerbukai, ye bang wa jia yi zhi? Ouyang Yer ren bu ju xiao chu sung lai. Zhi kebo hao jia, woker shi zheng zheng wa le sun tan cai ba ta da ju dat. Ouyang Ye so de zheng kai xian, yi pang de ho zhi, jin ming xian bu le yi let. Gen ye zri dat. Sudan ting bu dong, ta zai digu samut. Dan cong na bao qing yin and cai dao yiding, shu zai ma ren. Ho zhi meng de sun chu jia zhi chao ta de lan jia cheer. Ouyang Yer fan xiu yi zhuo, zhou zhiyang, di ren yi fo, dan al bu ting. Do de Lin Xian, zai yi pang, ge ge zhi xiao. Zhu zhiyang ban da ban zhou, hun kuai ban lai dao le zhen zhong xian. Shan jin zhen qie shi san de sang shi fu su zhi di. Qing chen shi fen, jie dao lang ban, zhu yi jing bai man le, ge shi kan wei. Kan kuo de jie dao sang ren lun wang. Fi xiong rong. Sang fan de yao he song. Remen de tan xiao sheng, bang, deng e zhenzi, renao fei fan. Lin Xian xing fun de shang yi zhi, gong gong po leng er chu de xiao nao. Beng bing tao tao, zogyo pan, marger tanzig, do shang chi chao song yi yan. Kan dao shi huan de xiao wu jian ban hao biu yer de na zhou. Wan chen wu shi, sun ho, jiao han de song fan. Ong yi, zi ku xiao zhe ganjing fu chan. Er song fan yi jian shu ta, yi ganmong, xiao lin shang ying. Ong yi, cheer, gu bu song han chen. Ying fu ji jir, ban jimong, zhui gan shang cheer. Sung par, zhi wei, gung ru chu, simo huolat. Finally, at noon, Lin Xian reluctantly stopped, sitting on a stone and stretching lazily. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yuya's hands were completely full of various little trinkets he had just bought, drawing many curious glances from passers-by. Ouyang Yuya inwardly sighed with exasperation. Indeed, all trouble began with women. He quickly pulled her into a secluded corner and dumped all the items into the xuanhuan pouch. This item absolutely couldn't be exposed, lest it attract unwanted attention. Seeing this, Lin Xian looked at his waist with astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, is that a xuanhuan pouch? How did you get such a precious item?" Ouyang Yuya replied casually, "Picked it up somewhere." Lin Xian gave him a skeptical look, clearly believing he was making things up. After all, could such an item really just be picked up somewhere? Still, she became even more intrigued by Ouyang Yuya. It seemed he had quite a few secrets. Ouyang Yuya glanced at the silent Lin Xian beside him and said, "All right, you've played enough. Now it's time to accompany me to buy something." Lin Xian nodded and followed Ouyang Yuya to a pharmacy. As soon as they entered, the shopkeeper hurried forward to greet them. "Master Yuya, I wonder what you need today, sir." Ouyang Yuya slightly nodded and handed the prepared list of medicinal herbs to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper looked through it and said, "Master Yuya, I do have 10-year-old songling fruit and biking here. However, I don't have Bai Chao Tung. Then bring me those too." "How much?" 10 taels of silver." Ouyang Yuya nodded and just started to take out some coins when Lin Xian suddenly said, "Wait, what's wrong?" Ouyang Yuya asked, puzzled. Without answering him, Lin Xian turned to the shopkeeper and said, "Sir, aren't you charging too much?" The shopkeeper immediately looked displeased. "Little girl, I was already charging Master Yuya a little less out of respect. How can you just insult me like this without proof?" Ouyang Yuya, slightly embarrassed, tugged at her arm. All right, 10 taels is fine. Lin Xian rolled her eyes at him and took the money from his hand. You don't understand anything. Then she looked at the shopkeeper, picking up its songling fruit. Songling fruit is bitter in taste and dispels cold. It grows in shady, low-lying places, blooming and fruiting after 10 years. If I'm not mistaken, it grows in the northern part of the sunny forest. And biking is a yang herb, gentle in nature, growing in the southern part of sunny forest. Did I get that right? Besides, these two plants both grow near the edges. Harvesting them isn't difficult at all. Usually sold for about 300 copper coins per plant. Combined, it would total 600 copper coins, which is 6 taels. How does that come to 10 taels? After Lin Xian's explanation, not only was the shopkeeper left speechless with surprise, even Ouyang Yuya was stunned for a moment. Seeing Lin Xian's self-satisfied expression, he couldn't help but smile. He was also quite impressed by her extensive knowledge. It seemed this girl wasn't only strong in cultivation, she also knew the herbs inside and out. His earlier impression of her had truly been shallow. After a long silence, the shopkeeper finally forced a bitter smile. My respects to the young lady for her vast knowledge. 5 taels then, haha. Lin Xian smiled slightly, gently nudging the still-dazed Ouyang Yuya and whispered, pay up. Oh. After paying, Ouyang Yuya looked at Lin Xian as she stood there proudly, asking curiously, how did you know all that? Lin Xian smiled sweetly. Because my father is not only a soul cultivator, but also a pill master. I've grown up around these things, so naturally, I know a lot. Ouyang Yuya asked with confusion. Then how do you know that songling fruit and biking grow in the sunny forest? Lin Xian lifted her chin proudly. I came here especially this time to check it out, just to see if there were any good herbs I could harvest. Unfortunately, I accidentally entered a magical beast territory. Ouyang Yuya instantly caught on, giving her a meaningful look. So that means you're very familiar with the distribution of herbs in sunny forest? Of course. Ouyang Yuya suddenly became interested. Then do you know where to find Bai Chao Tung? Lin Xian thought for a moment. I know a bit about it. But Bai Chao Tung is used to stabilize and fix the form. Why do you need it? Oh, I need it for making something, though it seems hard to find. Lin Xian nodded and suddenly said, I remember seeing a Bai Chao Tung in the sunny forest before, and it had just matured. Really? Where? I can't describe it exactly, but I think I can find it. As she spoke, Lin Xian looked at Ouyang Yuya, whose eyes gleamed with anticipation. Fine, I'll go with you later. Ouyang Yuya's face instantly lit up with delight. Great, then let's go now. Otherwise, we might run out of time. Lin Xian nodded indifferently. All right, I don't have anything else to do anyway. The two didn't waste any time and quickly rushed forward at high speed, soon arriving at the place where they had met before. Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but laugh and said, still remember how embarrassed you were last time by that bear? Lin Xian's pretty face immediately turned red as she snapped, don't talk about it. Ouyang Yuya shrugged and said, fine, I won't mention it. I don't want to annoy you again. After all, even though you were being ungrateful for my help, it was still out of good intention. You're still talking about it. Huh. Ouyang Yuya laughed as he ran off, with Lin Xian quickly chasing after him. Suddenly, Ouyang Yuya stopped and carefully examined the ground. What's wrong? Lin Xian asked, walking over in confusion. Do you think this is Bai Chao Tung? I'll see. Lin Xian quickly walked over. A plant resembling a bamboo shoot was growing there on the ground, appearing unusually solid. She nodded and said, yes, this is it. Ouyang Yuya was immediately delighted and reached out to pull it out. Lin Xian quickly stopped him. You can't just use your hands. That would damage the roots and harm the plant. For plants like this, you must uproot them entirely. Understanding. Ouyang Yuya took out the blue dagger from the xiuxian pouch and slowly inserted it into the ground. The hard earth was cut open like soft tofu. He secretly praised the blade. It was indeed extremely sharp. Just as Ouyang Yuya was about to uproot the Bai Chao Tung, suddenly, a powerful gust of energy silently surged toward them. Ouyang Yuya raised his left palm and blocked the attack. His gaze turned cold as he looked toward the source of the attack. A shadow flashed past, stopping not far away. A big man stood there. The man's eyes revealed a trace of surprise as he bowed slightly toward Ouyang Yuya, saying, my name is xuanhuan. I wonder if you could possibly grant me this favor and let me take this Bai Chao Tung. Although the man appeared gentle and refined, the veiled threat in his words was difficult to miss. Ouyang Yuya smiled slightly and stood upright. Sorry, I'm afraid I cannot oblige. The man's eyes instantly grew much colder. In that case, excuse my rudeness. Chapter 16, Fierce Battle in xiuxian. Almost the moment he finished speaking, xiuxian stepped forward, his sleeve flaring outward as a surging ripple of soul energy suddenly burst forth. The powerful aura even caused Ouyang Yuya's expression to grow much more solemn. At the same time, a sky-blue, bracelet-like ring appeared around his wrist. As the ring materialized, water elements from the surrounding air wildly converged, making even the atmosphere feel slightly damp. Lin Xian frowned slightly, gazing intently at the rising aura of xiuxian, a water element soul practitioner. Even though Ouyang Yuya had expected his opponent to be formidable, he hadn't anticipated such an extreme level of strength. Judging from xiuxian's age, he appeared only 2 years older than himself. Such talent was indeed impressive and gave him the foundation to be arrogant. In an instant, Ouyang Yuya formulated a plan, whispering, I'll go to pull the 100-grass vine to draw his attention. You take the monkey and escape. Lin Xian shook her head. Let me stay? Together, we might stand a chance against him. No, you must go. If you stay, I'll have to worry about protecting you too. Don't worry about me. I'll find a chance to flee. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's serious face, Lin Xian nodded slightly and said softly, "Then be careful." Ouyang Yuya nodded and shouted, "Go." Lin Xian snatched the monkey from his shoulder, ignoring its scowling protest, and quickly leapt backward. Almost instantly, Ouyang Yuya crouched down and, with his dagger flashing, rapidly dug a circular hole around the 100-grass vine. His right hand suddenly struck the ground, sending tremors through the earth. The dirt around the vine's roots immediately crumbled away, leaving just the base. As his left hand moved to grab it, he suddenly felt all the water elements in the air rushing toward xiuxian. Realizing something was wrong, Ouyang Yuya inwardly cursed and didn't dare retrieve the vine. Instead, he pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot and rapidly retreated. Just as he pulled away, a splash of water formed out of thin air and exploded violently. Wiping cold sweat from his forehead, Ouyang Yuya's pupils narrowed at the blue cannon on xiuxian's wrist. Alchemy. In an instant, xiuxian's intentions became clear. The 100-grass vine was the best material for crystallization to solidify the foundation. No wonder he had come to seize it. Quite an impressive sense of danger. Let's begin. I have no interest in one-sided slaughter. Xiuxian smiled faintly. Although his voice carried praise, his eyes brimmed with disdain. Ouyang Yuya inhaled deeply, his right fist suddenly clenching as soul energy poured forth. Under his intense manipulation, the energy solidified into a white cocoon-like mass, completely enveloping him like something tangible. Xiuxian showed a flicker of surprise in his eyes and chuckled. Soul cocoon. Foundation tempering 7th layer? Someone of your age is truly exceptional. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. I hope your performance afterward doesn't disappoint me. Xiuxian raised his right arm. Blue light flickered as 3 water shells burst forward, arranged in a triangular formation like 3 meteors crashing toward him. Ouyang Yuya inwardly praised. With this single display, Xiuxian's skill was far beyond that of a mere fake alchemist like himself. Such precise and refined alchemical attacks were something he had never seen before. Watching the incoming water projectiles, Ouyang Yuya did not attempt to evade. His eyes burning with excitement, he rotated his soul energy and launched several punches that struck the water shells head-on. The water shells collided with his fists and dispersed into vapor. Immediately after this strike, Ouyang Yuya seized the brief reload window of the alchemist and shot forward like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, he reached xiuxian's side. His soul energy gathered in his palm as a blade aura spread outward, materializing a massive gray sword descending from the sky, vibrating as it slashed fiercely downward toward xiuxian. Unperturbed, xiuxian showed slight surprise. Lightly hopping backward while placing a pale blue crystal into the cannon's indentation, he lowly shouted, "Water shield." The descending strike of the gray soul blade was blocked by a water blue shield. Dang! A metallic clanging rang out as the soul blade struck the water shield, sending forth a piercing screech. The soul blade bounced back forcefully, while the water shield slowly dissipated under the powerful impact. Even so, the sheer force forced Ouyang Yuya to retreat backward more than 10 steps before he barely managed to halt his momentum, his face somewhat pale. Meanwhile, xiuxian swayed slightly at the spot, a streak of blood trailing from the corner of his mouth, clearly having suffered internal injuries. In this clash, neither side had gained an advantage. Wiping the blood from his mouth, xiuxian remarked, "You are very strong. Much stronger than I anticipated. How about this? If you can withstand my next move, today's dispute shall end here. What do you say?" Stimulated slightly by the battle, Ouyang Yuya coldly huffed. "If you wish to strike, then strike. Talking accomplishes nothing. Straightforward." Xiuxian burst into a loud laughter, clapping his waist once with one hand as 5 crystals landed into his palm. He placed them into the cannon chamber. Instantly, a suffocating soul energy violently erupted from within. Gazing at Ouyang Yuya across the battlefield, he proclaimed, "Survive my attack, and you live. Fail and you die." As he finished speaking, Ouyang Yuya saw the sulfur cannon's muzzle rapidly spinning, and 5 blue orbs emerged from it, stretching outward like 5 tentacles swirling around his body. Ouyang Yuya's pupils abruptly contracted. The overwhelming killing intent made even him feel greatly troubled. Without hesitation, he poured his soul energy furiously into his hands, which turned deep blue. 2 glowing spheres of soul energy appeared in his palms, and gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists, forming a slowly emerging blue saber. An exceptionally sharp blade aura surged forth, confronting the 5 soul energy tentacles head-on. Xiuxian's expression turned serious. "You do have some skill." With a sudden stomp, his robe sleeves flaring, the 5 pale blue tentacles transformed into streaks of light shooting straight at Ouyang Yuya's face. Ouyang Yuya didn't dare to slack off either. Grasping 2 deep blue blades, he flew forward and swung downward, cleaving them against the incoming light. Upon impact, Ouyang Yuya was pushed backward several steps. Yet clearly possessing rich combat experience, he slashed midair with the blue blade while retreating, producing multiple blade auras that struck one of the tentacles. The fierce collision caused both attacks to instantly dissipate. Gazing at the fading blue blade, Ouyang Yuya's expression grew even more serious. One blade could only counter a single tentacle. Continuing this way meant he had absolutely no chance of survival, only destruction awaited. Thinking rapidly, he hurled the other blade toward xiuxian. A flash of blue light streaked through the air, powered by soul energy, and within an instant, arrived before xiuxian. The ear-piercing sound of the strike forced a grim expression onto xiuxian's face. As his body swiftly retreated, 5 water blue shields silently appeared, blocking the incoming blade. However, They also completely obscured his figure and line of sight. Overjoyed, Xuanhuan flipped his right hand, causing the dripping blood wolf Fong to rapidly expand. He retrieved an earth elemental crystal, from which a massive suction force surged forth. A familiar dizziness appeared once again, completely draining his soul energy dry. Then he pointed the sulfur cannon at the ground. Earth Guardian. A golden shield materialized just as the remaining 4 beams of light smashed into it, causing a violent commotion. Soil and dirt flew everywhere as the 4 attacks were completely blocked. Xuanhuan was immediately blasted backward, crashing into a distant tree trunk. Meanwhile, the golden shield, now unsupported, exploded into fragments. Stowing the dripping blood wolf Fong into his xiuxian pouch, he leaned against the tree and struggled to his feet. As the dust settled, he watched xuanhuan slowly emerge from the haze and smirked. I wonder, does that previous bet still count? xuanhuan glared at Xuanhuan with an expression of utter disbelief. The attack just now had been his strongest strike. Yet, Xuanhuan still managed to block it, even if he had relied on external tools. Nodding slightly, xuanhuan said, Of course. You are truly strong, much stronger than I expected. If I'm not mistaken, you'll also be attending the Royal Academy entrance exam. Haha, I look forward to your performance. I believe we'll meet again in battle. Without further delay, he shot into the distance, disappearing after a few swift leaps. Gasping heavily, Xuanhuan collapsed onto the ground panting. Just now, he had nearly died. A soul practitioner was indeed powerful. If it weren't for the dripping blood wolf Fong, he likely wouldn't have survived today. Had he used the sulfur cannon from the beginning, he might have caught xuanhuan off guard. However, he wasn't sure whether he could kill him outright. Many of his alchemical skills could currently be used only once. If the first strike failed and his soul energy was drained, what awaited him would be certain death. Not to mention, if the dripping blood wolf Fong was discovered, people would kill him for it. That's why Xuanhuan had only dared to bring out the sulfur cannon when blocking xuanhuan's line of sight. Examining his injuries, he winced from the pain. Luckily, besides being drained of soul energy, his body wasn't seriously hurt. Once he recovered, his soul energy could quickly replenish itself, so tomorrow's test wouldn't be affected. Thinking this, he sat down on the spot to meditate. With no energy left in his body, he needed to restore some quickly. Otherwise, encountering another tough opponent or beast would mean certain death. Spreading his soul awareness, he soon entered cultivation. His pores wildly absorbed soul energy from the air, accelerating his recovery speed. Indeed, there were benefits from breaking and rebuilding. However, the cost paid had been excessively great. Just then, he sensed a soul energy fluctuation approaching his direction. Opening his eyes and narrowing them slightly, he leaped onto a tree trunk and stared intently downward, his fingertips quietly glowing with a faint blue light. Suddenly, he felt a slight weight land on his shoulder, nearly scaring him to death, only to find it was the monkey, still grinning stupidly with its big mouth, although a faint crimson glow flickered in its eyes. It insisted on coming back on its own, nothing to do with me. Xuanhuan smiled toward Lin Xian below and patted the monkey's head, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. Jumping down from the tree trunk, he looked at Lin Xian who wore a calm expression and said, Thanks. Without waiting for her reply, he crouched down, dug out the 100 grass vine, tossed it into his xiuxian pouch, and piloted a dog. Let's go. It's time to head back. Lin Xian glanced around him briefly, then exhaled deeply, visibly relieved. What are you looking at? Xuanhuan asked, puzzled, glancing down at his clothes. Finding nothing wrong except for being slightly disordered, he became even more confused. Nothing. Lin Xian's pretty face turned red as she hastily waved her hands, turned her face sideways, and ran off. Xuanhuan shrugged and hurried after her. Chapter 17, The Sharp Metal Qi. On the way back, the two surprisingly remained silent. Lin Xian occasionally glanced behind, giving Xuanhuan an uneasy feeling all over. Finally, after failing to get any answers, he chose to remain silent. And when he fell silent, Lin Xian also unusually kept quiet, seemingly deep in thought about something. Only the monkey remained as lively as ever, jumping around on Xuanhuan's body joyfully. As soon as he entered the house, he hurriedly greeted Lin Xian and then darted back to his room, locking the door tightly behind him. After confirming no one followed, he relaxed, turning to the monkey on his shoulder. Help me guard. Don't let anyone come near. Inform me the moment anyone approaches. The monkey nodded, leaping from his shoulder down onto a meditation cushion on the floor, absent-mindedly scratching its head. With the monkey watching over things, Xuanhuan felt even more reassured. Sitting cross-legged on another cushion, he pulled out the baijiao vine, baiqing, and songling fruit from his xiuxian pouch. His eyes burned with anticipation as he looked at the materials before him. The main components needed for crystallization were now all ready. All that remained was to find suitable magic beast cores. Choosing a suitable magic beast core was important. The required core used in crystallization must be 1 grade higher than the desired crystal level. In other words, a 2nd grade beast core must be used at minimum to create a 1st grade crystal, ensuring both a higher success rate and maximum effect. A 1st grade soul beast was equivalent to a human in the body tempering stage. It wouldn't generate a core containing an elemental attribute. Only when reaching the 2nd grade would an inherent attribute be awakened, just like a soul master. Only upon reaching the soul cultivator level could one condense the soul core and awaken their innate attribute. The concept was quite similar. Therefore, the cultivation method of soul beasts shared certain parallels with that of humans. He rummaged through the xiuxian pouch and found 2 cores suitable for refining. A 2nd grade fire attribute beast core from an arrow-toothed tiger, and a third-grade earth attribute core from a giant bear, both of which could be used in crystallization. Regardless of grade, magic beast cores could be used to produce cores of any desired level, with one second-grade core yielding up to 10 first-grade crystals of the same nature, or a third-grade core producing 20 first-grade ones or 10 second-grade ones. But this was only in ideal circumstances. Many times, during the refinement, not even one usable crystal could be produced from a single beast core. Xuanhuan also took out some fire sand and earth stone, both of which were necessary for refining fire and earth-based crystals. Staring at the neatly laid out materials, he rubbed his hands together and suppressed his excitement. He then dragged the brazier closer, slightly embarrassed. Earlier notes had mentioned that crafting crystals and pills both required refining the liquid essence, so tools like an alchemist's crucible or a pill master's furnace were necessary. However, since none were available for sale in Shanjing town, he would have to make do with this brazier for now. The first step was to melt the ingredients in a liquid. Only then could they be properly mixed and refined. He divided the xiuxian fruit, xiuanhuan, and qing into 2 batches. Following the instructions, he carefully wrapped the xiuxian fruit with soul energy and began gently roasting it over the flame. A crackling sound followed as the fruit quickly shriveled and softened under the heat. Xuanhuan dared not slack off in the slightest, carefully guiding the soul energy around the herb without allowing the flame to directly touch it, for these delicate ingredients would instantly turn to ash if exposed. He only had 2 batches of materials, so every step had to be done with utmost care. Alchemy demanded patience and meticulous control. Xuanhuan constantly manipulated the soul energy to rotate and roast the fruit, never allowing his focus to waver. As he worked, the vortex of soul energy beside his Hin translated to dantian, meaning energy center rotated rapidly, naturally absorbing ambient soul energy to replenish his consumption. Like a monk in deep meditation, Xuanhuan stared intently at the burning herbs, flipping and refining the liquid at regular intervals. 2 hours passed this way. Finally, after repeated refining, the xiuxian fruit had become a liquid no larger than a baby's fist. The liquid was a shade of greenish-gray, rolling under the wrap of soul energy, and filled the entire room with a rich herbal fragrance. Xuanhuan looked at the floating medicinal liquid and smacked his lips, joyfully bottling it in a jade vial before picking up the qing. Unlike the xiuxian fruit, the qing was more delicate and easily damaged by the high temperature. Almost immediately, half of it was charred beyond use. Sighing in frustration, he was forced to work with the remaining half, meaning he could only choose to refine either a fire-type or earth-type crystal for now. This time, he was much smarter. He suddenly released his soul energy, wrapping the qing in thick layers like a tightly wrapped dumpling. As expected, it didn't burn under the flame, but due to the excessive soul energy, nothing happened for quite a while. Carefully, Xuanhuan began peeling away the layers of soul energy bit by bit, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Finally, after many attempts, he found a balanced point and exhaled in relief. The following process remained the same. Xuanhuan repeated the method he used on the xiuxian fruit. With experience now gained, refining the qing and xiuanhuan became much easier. Xuanhuan looked at the 3 jade vials placed before him, and a delighted expression appeared on his face. At last, his efforts had not been in vain. After several hours of refining, the medicinal herbs had finally been processed successfully. He stretched his arms and sat cross-legged to meditate. The refining had consumed nearly all of the soul energy within his body. The later steps, burning the crystal core and final condensation, would require even more. It was crucial to recover as quickly as possible. It had to be said, through such practice, his body's ability to recover soul energy had improved somewhat compared to before. Half an incense stick's time later, Xuanhuan opened his eyes and felt the soul energy within him fully replenished. After some consideration, taking into account his lack of powerful offensive martial techniques, he decided to use the second-grade fire attribute beast core from the arrow-toothed tiger. Among the elemental attributes, fire-type attacks ranked highly in terms of sheer offensive power, which was precisely why he chose it. In his opinion, directly overwhelming the enemy was more effective than deliberately defending. Due to differences in material quality, beast cores were significantly harder, making them more difficult to refine. This time, Xuanhuan only lightly wrapped a thin layer of soul energy around the beast core before tossing it directly into the brazier. As soon as the core entered, the flames engulfed it. Knowing this process would take a long time, he simply closed his eyes and began cultivating. Under his intentional stimulation, the vortex of soul energy in his dantian spun violently, absorbing all surrounding soul energy. Soon, he sensed something was off. He felt that aside from the soul energy in the air, a faint trace of unknown energy was also flowing into his body through the soul energy. Strangely, this energy originated from the burning beast core. Unlike regular soul energy flowing into the vortex, this energy slowly condensed on the left side of his dantian, forming a dark golden ball of light. The ball kept rotating, constantly absorbing golden threads of energy from outside, which coiled around it and made it grow stronger. As the refinement continued and the beast core melted away, the light grew to the size of a thumb. Facing the vortex of soul energy on the right side, the tiny orb emitted an abnormally intense fluctuation. This energy was completely different from his soul energy. It was wilder, fiercer, and carried a powerful penetrating force. The sharp metal qi. Xuanhuan immediately guessed its origin, overjoyed. The sharp metal qi was, after all, a symbol of an alchemist. Once, he had read a brief introduction about the sharp metal qi, which had stirred great desire within him. Similarly, sharp metal qi was extremely rare. It did not exist freely in the air and could only be extracted by refining beast cores. By burning and refining, a bit of metal attribute energy could be separated, later assimilated by one's soul energy, and absorbed for storage. Sharp metal qi had a wide range of uses, enhancing offensive power and amplifying the effects of crystal formation. Most importantly, it significantly boosted the attack and defensive power of crystals. However, since sharp metal qi couldn't be supplemented or regenerated from the air, it could only be stored through continuous refining of crystals. Hence, sharp metal qi was almost considered an exclusive advantage of alchemists. Its penetrating force could easily pierce water and earth shields, causing opponents to be extra cautious when fighting against alchemists, which made alchemists truly annoying enemies. When one's sharp metal qi reaches saturation, it could condense into crystal form for others to absorb and refine. But such an achievement was only possible for large sects with massive resources. Normally, even if such a thing was sold somewhere, the price would certainly be exorbitant. Several hours later, the refining of the beast core was finally complete, leaving behind a droplet of red liquid. Immediately, a wave of scorching heat surged forth. Chapter 18 Success. Staring at the fiery red liquid floating before him and feeling the intense heat radiating from it, Xuanhuan's breath quickened. After several hours of refining, the first step was finally completed. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Xuanhuan found this kind of painstaking work quite exhausting. After several hours, he felt even more fatigued than after a battle. Fortunately, his efforts hadn't been in vain. Except for a small mistake when initially burning the baiqing, the other steps had proceeded relatively smoothly. Glancing at the harsh sunlight outside, it must have been around noon. The crystallization must be completed before the next day, which would give him a better chance during the Royal Academy's entrance exam. Therefore, the next step, the fusion, was extremely crucial. After a brief moment of meditation to recover, he immediately resumed refining. Pouring the red liquid into a jade vial, he looked at the 4 jade vials in front of him. The second step, fusion, was the most critical stage in refining the crystal. Because each material had its unique properties, they often resisted being fused together, and on top of that, condensing them required even more caution and precision. Alchemy required not only precise control of soul energy, but also an intimate familiarity with each material's characteristics. As for controlling soul energy, after studying soul blades, Xuanhuan could barely manage, but mastering the properties of medicinal materials wasn't so easy. These were all acquired through continuous trial and error. Thus, wasting materials in alchemy was a common occurrence, and calling alchemy a money-burning profession was no exaggeration. Carefully picking up the 2 vials containing baiqing and xuanhuan, he thought again about this refining process. There were a total of 15 drops of xuanhuan, but since half the baiqing had been burnt, there were only 7 drops left. At the thought, he felt a pang of regret. 7 drops were barely enough to produce 7 crystals, even if everything went perfectly. Carefully, he shook 1 drop from each vial and wrapped them in his soul energy. He took out the summary, spread it on the floor, and located the page listing the materials. The summary detailed various materials. Xuanhuan was cold in nature and used to neutralize the wild, unruly energy in the beast core, making it calmer and easier to handle. Otherwise, due to the beast core's volatility, a single mistake might cause it to explode, undoing all the effort. Baiqing was warm in nature, a spiritual herb used to remove impurities, making it ideal for purifying the beast core. Therefore, these 2 materials were essential for crystal refinement. However, as the crystal's rank increased, so did the required age of the materials. For instance, he was currently using 10-year-old ingredients for a Tier 1 crystal, but once he attempted Tier 3 crystals, they would need to be 100 years old. Xuanhuan clicked his tongue in astonishment. Continuing like this, soon he wouldn't even be able to afford medicinal ingredients. Alchemy truly was the ultimate money-burning profession. Following the summary's method, he slowly brought the 2 drops closer together and placed them over the flame for burning. Under the flame's heat, the 2 drops began to condense but did not fuse together. Instead, they swirled within the cocoon of his soul energy like 2 opposing fish in a yin-yang pattern. Oh, not working. Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed. His soul energy surged, tightening instantly, forcefully pressing them together. Immediately, the previously balanced drops began to compress, and the calm liquid started shaking violently. Bang! In front of Xuanhuan's expression of regret, the drops splattered, falling into the fire pot and vanishing into a wisp of green smoke. Xuanhuan was momentarily stunned. Seemed like he had been too hasty. Rubbing his sore, tired eyes, he shook out 2 more drops. This time, he didn't rush. He allowed them to burn slowly. Finally, after a while, the 2 drops began to assimilate gradually, although the speed was extremely slow. Still, it gave him a glimmer of hope. Half a day later, the liquid was finally halfway fused, which puzzled him. Was crystal refinement always this slow? He didn't believe his own explanation. If even Tier 1 crystals required this much time, then wouldn't higher tier crystals take months to refine? Soon, he figured out the issue, the container itself. The large opening of the fire pot made the flame heat distribution uneven, requiring constant manual turning during the process, naturally slowing things down. However, because continuous manipulation of soul energy was necessary, Xuanhuan's control over his soul energy became even more refined without him realizing it. Understanding the problem strengthened his determination to find a proper refining furnace. Another hour passed before the liquid finally fused completely. The color was now a vibrant emerald green, and the translucent appearance delighted Ouyang Yuya, who couldn't help admiring it fondly. After the first success, Ouyang Yuya's confidence soared. Following the same method, he fused the remaining drops together. Except for one mishap where he accidentally lost a drop due to a lapse in focus, the rest proceeded without issue. Staring at the 8 emerald green drops floating before him, he took a deep breath, then poured out the fiery red liquid from the jade vial. Dividing it into 6 portions, he felt the intense heat radiating from them. He flipped the summary to the section about crystallization. This summary was incredibly useful, covering all aspects of alchemy, including refining steps and precise measurements of ingredients. It was practically an encyclopedia of alchemical knowledge. Following it so diligently allowed him to grasp even a little of the essence of crystal creation. The summary explained the condensation step in great detail, which Ouyang Yuya had no trouble understanding. He read through it several times, then closed the summary and shut his eyes to mentally walk through the process once more. Everything seemed fine in general, aside from a few precautions. The only notable detail mentioned was the addition of baiqiaotong during the rolling of the crystallization. All other nuances would likely reveal themselves only during the actual process. Though the summary was thorough, it couldn't possibly account for every unexpected situation. Many circumstances couldn't even be predicted by the old man from Ji's family. For instance, he hadn't accounted for the possibility of using a brazier, so Ouyang Yuya's body trembled as he watched the medicinal liquid dissolve into a wisp of green smoke, letting out a helpless chuckle. Unwilling to believe it, he tried again, but the result remained the same. The drop exploded into ash before his hopeful eyes. After 2 failures, Ouyang Yuya no longer dared act recklessly. Now he only had 4 portions left, so he cautiously began experimenting. But no matter how careful he was, placing the liquid on the brazier always caused it to instantly burn into ash, leaving him feeling both pained and helpless. As the portions dwindled down to only 4, his mind raced trying to find the problem, without success. His procedure had been correct. Then perhaps the issue was. Ouyang Yuya looked toward the brazier, immediately reaching this conclusion. Could it be uneven heating? The flames from the brazier were spread out, causing the bottom of the liquid to be directly exposed to the heat source and thus condense faster, while the top remained slower, leading to uneven condensation and ruining the batch. After thinking it through, this seemed the only logical explanation. Clenching his teeth, Ouyang Yuya concentrated his soul energy around a droplet and hurled a portion of the red liquid into it. As soon as the red liquid entered, he wrapped it tightly with soul energy and fixed his gaze firmly on the droplet. Following his deduction, he made the soul energy around the bottom of the liquid droplet thicker and lighter toward the top. Carefully placing it back over the flame, the fire surged, engulfing the drop. This time, instead of immediately combusting like usual, the liquid showed signs of slowly beginning to condense. Ouyang Yuya's heart swelled with joy. So it really is this. He watched the swirling, coalescing liquid intently. The liquid rolled continuously, shaped and reshaped endlessly. Suddenly, it started to violently tremble like boiling water, releasing wisps of white steam. Now, his eyes sharpening, Ouyang Yuya grabbed the bottle containing baiqiaotong. Flicking his fingertip, he released the herb into the boiling mixture. As soon as the baiqiaotong made contact, the liquid ceased its rolling motion. It merged with the herb, gradually transforming from liquid into a hardened, keratinous shape, forming a distinct rhombus-like structure. Letting out a slow breath, Ouyang Yuya used this successful attempt as a reference to refine the remaining 3 portions. Now seated cross-legged, 4 rhombus-shaped crystalline forms floated and rotated over the firepot before him, emitting intermittent popping sounds. The next step was shaping. Flipping the summary to the page depicting crystal forms, he considered which type of crystal to create. The Fire Element's Tier 1 crystals had 2 options: offensive skill Hu Pao, Fire Cannon, and support skill Huaji Pa, Hearth Spirit. Hu Pao involved channeling fire energy through a cannon-like projectile for a single target attack. Huaji Pa released the fire energy inside the projectile, inflicting fire-based damage onto the enemy's skin and within their body. Eyeing the 4 solids suspended in the air, he decided to forge 2 into Hu Pao and 2 into Huaji Pa. Refining Hu Pao required tempering the solid twice to form the initial crystalline structure, while Huaji Pa only needed a sprinkling of fire sand. He tossed 2 crystalline cores into the fire pot to continue refining, while sprinkling fire sand onto the other 2 and continuing their tempering process. After shaping came the final stage, solidification. This last step required no special technique, just maintaining a steady flame. However, this process was also the most time-consuming. Ouyang Yuya wasn't impatient. He simply sat still, quietly waiting for the crystallization to complete. He had no idea how long he had waited. Only that aside from Lin Xian coming once to call him for dinner, no one else had disturbed him. He had sat there the entire night, the refining process taking far longer than expected. When he finally emerged from his trance, the crystals were already at their final stage. Now shaped into rhombuses, a gentle ripple radiated outward steadily. Pada! With a crisp sound, the 4 crystals successively emitted crackling noises like a chain reaction. Ouyang Yuya's eyes narrowed slightly. So it's finally about to succeed? Chapter 19, The Dahuang Spirit Technique. With a crisp crack, sound after another, Ouyang Yuya witnessed the crystalline surface shedding flakes of blood-red husk, which fell into the brazier. Finally, after such tempering, it had successfully solidified. He reached out and scooped up the 4 crystals, sensing the gentle energy radiating from them, and grinned in delight. The 4 crystals were a blazing red. Holding them did not bring the scorching heat he had expected, only a gentle warmth. Their shapes also varied. On two of them was engraved a mark resembling a clenched fist, marking them as Paljijing, cannon crystals. On the other two was a carving resembling a dancing flame, the unmistakable essence of fire. Now, having alchemy, his soul blade, and the keen metal chi within him, Ouyang Yuya truly possessed the means to defend himself. He slowly exhaled a mouthful of stale air and glanced out the window where the sky had brightened. His eyes burned with eager anticipation. With a swirl of his sleeve, a surge of soul force rippled outward. Feeling the torrent of power within his body, the corner of his lips lifted slightly. The Royal Academy, huh? I hope it doesn't disappoint. Meanwhile, the monkey sitting beside him drooped its head almost down to the floor, yet still sat motionless. Ouyang Yuya felt a wave of emotion. Don't let the monkey's playful nature fool you. It was the only creature Ouyang Yuya could fully trust. Just as Ouyang reached out to pick it up, the monkey suddenly jerked upright, flashing fierce eyes toward the window. Then, realizing Ouyang Yuya had awoken, it leapt onto his shoulder and jabbered and pointed wildly toward the outside door. Someone is here? The monkey nodded. Ouyang stretched lazily and figured it was time to head out anyway. He picked up the jade vial from the floor and stored it in his xiuxian pouch, extinguished the fire in the brazier, and took a last look at the small room where he had lived for over 10 years. He sighed quietly. He probably wouldn't return here again. He took one final glance around, imprinting everything in his mind, then turned and left resolutely. This place could no longer foster his growth. To truly stand on his own, he had to learn to let go of certain things. The monkey seemed to sense Ouyang's melancholy, gently stroked his hair with a paw, its eyes teary. Ouyang shivered in disgust and hurled it off his shoulder. Wait here for me. I'll be back soon. As soon as he stepped outside, he spotted a servant rushing toward him and informing Ouyang Yuya. Master, the clan head wishes to see you in the main hall. Ouyang nodded. Today was the enrollment test for the Royal Academy. His father summoning him must mean some preparations needed arranging. After all, he wouldn't return for an entire year. Without delay, he hurried toward the main hall. Upon reaching the entrance, he saw Lin Xian waiting outside. Ouyang walked forward and tapped her on the shoulder. Why aren't you going in? Lin Xian shrugged. Well, someone's old man had something to say, but unfortunately, that someone dragged their feet, making this young lady wait for hours. Seeing her plainly dejected look, Ouyang Yuya sighed. All right, no more teasing. I'm going in first. Lin Xian huffed and turned her head to the side without speaking. Ouyang shook his head and pushed open the door. Inside, Xuanhuan and Lin Song were talking. Upon noticing Ouyang Yuya, they both nodded to him. Ouyang bowed slightly. Father, Uncle Lin. Xuanhuan smiled. Xiaoyi, today you're off to the imperial capital. Before your departure, there are some things I must entrust you with. Ouyang Yuya nodded. Please speak, father. Xuanhuan tossed him a jade slip. This is a list of some particularly powerful opponents in the Royal Academy, transcribed by Uncle Lin. Be especially cautious of them, especially the top 3. Ouyang Yuya infused the jade piece with spiritual energy. It contained the images and information of 10 individuals. He especially scrutinized the top 3. The first was a youth named Ouyang Patian, a second-grade mid-level alchemist at the 5th stage of Soul Warrior and chief disciple in the Academy's Alchemy Institute. The next was Ouyang Lin, a second-grade potion master, also at the 5th Soul Warrior stage, and the top alchemist in the Academy's Alchemical Institute. The third was Ouyang Xian, a magic warrior and top student in the Academy's Magic Division. Studying the files, Ouyang Yuya's brow furrowed tighter. Withdrawing his spiritual energy, he exhaled heavily. So the Royal Academy truly was a den of tigers and dragons. Looking up, he asked Ouyang Hua. These top 3 are disciples from the Ouyang branch sect? Ouyang Hua nodded and asked, so what do you think? Ouyang Yuya smiled faintly. They're impressive. Ouyang Hua nodded. They indeed are strong. But don't lose hope. Among them, even the youngest, Ouyang Xian, is still 1 year older than you. Ouyang Yuya nodded confidently. Don't worry, father, I won't. Ouyang Hua smiled with satisfaction and said to Lin Song, Brother Lin, please step aside for a moment. I have something important to discuss with Xiaoyi. Lin Song chuckled and stood up. Of course. With your son about to leave, you should have a proper father-son talk. He patted Ouyang Yuya's shoulder and added, I'll wait for you in the side hall. Ouyang Yuya nodded and, after watching Lin Song leave, sat beside Ouyang Hua. Father, you have something to say? Ouyang Hua nodded and pulled a small bundle from his xiuxian pouch. I've prepared this for you. Take a look. Ouyang Yuya shot him a puzzled glance, then unwrapped the bundle. Inside were 2 books bound with the hide of a soul beast. What is this? Dahuang's Spirit Technique. Ouyang Hua replied calmly after taking a sip of water. Dahuang's Spirit Technique. Ouyang Yuya stared at the books in astonishment, almost at a loss for words. Isn't this the incomplete cultivation method our family possesses? Ouyang Hua took the books and glanced at them, his expression tinged with nostalgia. Exactly. I think it's time I told you about its origin. At this, his eyes sparkled briefly before fading back into calmness. The Dahuang Spirit Technique was originally obtained by our ancestor Ouyang Rui by chance. It is said there were originally 9 volumes in total, forming the complete set of Dahuang Spirit Techniques. Our Ouyang family rose to fame using this technique, along with the Lianling Decision, Ming Qi Decision, and Lingniu Decision, known collectively as the 4 marvelous classics of the continent. These 4 classics represent the pinnacle of the 4 major cultivation paths in the world, and our family was built on the foundation of this very set of techniques. As he spoke, Ouyang Hua's face bore an expression of nostalgia and pride. Clearly, Being a member of one of the 4 ancient noble families was still a source of great pride for him. But Xuanhuan was not particularly moved by the family history. His interest lay in the Dahuang spirit technique itself. He pressed on. What happened then? Why is there only 1 volume left now? Xuanhuan gave a bitter smile and shook his head. The old saying goes, a big tree invites wind. As soon as people learned that our Ouyang family possessed the Dahuang spirit technique, which was among the 4 marvelous classics, assassins and thieves started infiltrating the family's soul technique's hall every so often, attempting to steal it. Although many failed, some did manage to succeed. Then why weren't all of them stolen? Xuanhuan smiled. To prevent that, the head of the family divided the cultivation method into 9 parts, each hidden separately. In the end, 4 were lost, but that was a long time ago. By the time of your grandfather's generation, only 4 remained. Xuanhuan pondered briefly before asking, then why not destroy the books after completing cultivation of the techniques? Xuanhuan chuckled. The Dahuang spirit technique is different. One must fully master a volume before proceeding to the next. Also, cultivating it is extremely difficult. In ancient times, only the head of our family managed to cultivate up to the 8th volume, reaching the peak of a soul sage, equal to the other 3 clan leaders. Precisely because of that, even though our family's influence has waned in recent years, no one dares to challenge us openly. So that means the 4 branch families of the Ouyang each possess 1 volume now. Correct. But there's no need to worry. Even if someone else has the other volumes without the first one, they are useless. Xuanhuan felt confused and asked, why is that? Xuanhuan smiled faintly. The Dahuang spirit technique consists of 9 volumes. Only after mastering the first volume can one cultivate the next, and within one's body, a wild seed, or wild energy, must be formed to progress further. Otherwise, the rest of the volumes are no more than a yellow tier peak cultivation method, nothing particularly special. A sudden realization dawned on Xuanhuan. Then that means this volume. Exactly. It's the first one. Xuanhuan smiled faintly. This is the very reason they chased and hunted me back then, and also the reason I'm giving it to you now. I believe that if you can successfully cultivate the Dahuang spirit technique, your future will be limitless. However, at the slight pause in Xuanhuan's voice, Xuanhuan's heart involuntarily tensed. Actually, cultivating the Dahuang spirit technique is extremely difficult. It is said that one only truly succeeds when the wild seed forms within the body. Yet even among those of us who have cultivated, including our ancestor Ouyang Rui, whose talent was the best among the clan, we only managed to grasp the shallowest understanding, producing the wild energy whirlpool, but still far short of the wild seed. The difference is like comparing the current soul whirlpool within you to the soul core you'll achieve in the future. Xuanhuan frowned deeply. The more he listened, the more enigmatic the technique seemed, undeniably powerful, but still holding secrets he couldn't yet grasp. He pressed further. Then, how does one form the wild seed? Xuanhuan shook his head. Not quite sure. When cultivating, it feels as though a thin veil is blocking the path, preventing one from perceiving the true world. The ancestor once annotated the text, saying that a blurred vision of another realm was visible, yet even he couldn't penetrate deeper into it. Xuanhuan took a deep breath and said, tell me about its drawbacks. Xuanhuan looked at Xuanhuan with admiration. Although Xuanhuan was young, he often considered matters more deeply than others. He paused before saying, the Dahuang spirit technique, once cultivated, cannot be replaced by other cultivation methods. This is because even if one fails to form the wild seed, the resulting wild energy is still extremely powerful, beyond what other techniques can match. Most importantly, its current cultivation level is only yellow tier peak. To be precise, every volume of the Dahuang spirit technique is of this level, which means you must keep searching for the other volumes to stack them together. Fortunately, once you successfully cultivate it, you can sense the location of the next volume from up to 1,000 feet away. At the same time, anyone else who possesses a volume can also sense you. Therefore, I must warn you, it does come with a certain level of danger. Whether or not you choose to cultivate it is ultimately up to you. Xuanhuan tucked the book into his robe and asked, then where is the second volume? Xuanhuan shook his head. Except for the first volume, there's no clear division among the others. The last volume was taken by the family head and disappeared along with him back then. The other 3 volumes are in the possession of 3 different branches of the Ouyang family. Beyond that, I don't know anything else. Xuanhuan thought for a moment. So even if I manage to collect and combine those 3 volumes, the technique will still only be at the earth tier lower level. Xuanhuan nodded. This technique is cultivated after the physical refinement stage, when one forms the soul core. Therefore, it plays a very important role in a person's growth, as it determines how much soul energy you can store and how quickly you can recover it. Of course, due to the Dahuang spirit technique's unique nature, an earth tier low-level version of it can fully rival an earth tier high cultivation technique. Xuanhuan gave a bitter smile and nodded. This truly is a difficult decision. Xuanhuan smiled. Don't feel pressured. No matter which path you choose, I will support you. Oh, and here's another one, the Dahuang seal. After cultivating the Dahuang spirit technique, you can also cultivate this one. It's a martial skill of earth tier high level. Xuanhuan's heart jolted, almost on the verge of tears. An earth tier high level martial skill. This is simply too tempting. They're practically forcing me to cultivate the Dahuang spirit technique. He shrugged helplessly, placed the Dahuang seal inside his robe as well, stood up, and said, don't worry, I won't disappoint you. Well, time is getting late, I should head out now. I'll return here in 1 year to get answers from the Ouyang clan. With that, he turned and left. Xuanhuan nodded. Take care of yourself out there. Yuya paused for a moment, glanced at Xuanhua's smiling face, felt his eyes growing moist, and gave a heavy nod. I will. Suddenly, as though recalling something, he asked, Father, why did the Ouyang family head disappear back then? Xuanhua replied, seems like a 6th grade alchemist intruded into our clan, trying to steal the first volume of the Dahuang spirit technique. He even wounded one of our elders. Our family head flew into a rage and chased after him, and after that, there was no news. Ouyang Yuya's heart jolted again as he asked, who was that person? Xuanhua replied thoughtfully, seemed to be the head of the Ji family from the Heaven Dao dynasty, 4th level kingdom. His name was xiuxian. Ouyang Yuya exclaimed in shock, him. Chapter 20, Oran Royal Academy. Ouyang looked at Ouyang Yuya, whose face revealed obvious shock, and asked, what's wrong? Do you know him? Ouyang Yuya quickly regained his composure and shook his head. No. Ouyang nodded slightly and waved his hand dismissively. You may go. Just remember to come back in a year. Don't overwork yourself. As soon as he said that, he couldn't help but smile at his own words. He knew Ouyang Yuya's personality too well. With such a heavy burden placed upon him, there was no way Ouyang Yuya wouldn't push himself to the limit. Ouyang Yuya also smiled. Don't worry. Wait for my good news. Without lingering further, he turned and walked out. Lifting his head, he glanced at the glaring sunlight outside and instinctively narrowed his eyes. A shadow suddenly dashed from afar and climbed onto his shoulder, chattering and raising its hand to block out the sunlight. Let's go. Meanwhile, in the side hall of the Ouyang estate, Lin Xian stamped her foot with a blushing face. No, no, and no again. How could you let him live in our house? Doesn't the academy have dormitories? Anyway, it's absolutely impossible. Lin Song helplessly stood up and gently placed his hands on her shoulders. Xiuxian, you're grown up now. How can you still be so stubborn? Xiaoya has just arrived and doesn't know anything about the capital city. How could I feel at ease letting him live in the dormitory? Besides, you don't even know how chaotic the dormitory area is. Lin Xian shook her head like a drumstick. No, absolutely not. If people hear that I'm living with him, what would they say? Plus, that savage is so powerful. How could he possibly be bullied? He would be the one bullying others instead. In short, no way. If you insist on having him live here, I'll move to the dormitory myself. Lin Song sighed deeply. Before he could speak, there was a knock on the door. Ouyang Yuya walked in carrying a small package and smiled slightly. Uncle Lin, I truly appreciate your kindness, but I've always preferred my independence. Living in the dormitory will be just fine. No need to argue over this. The monkey on his shoulder immediately tightened its grip on Lin Song's hair, causing Ouyang Yuya to wince in pain. Thinking that Ouyang Yuya had been offended by the previous discussion, Lin Song nodded apologetically toward him. Ouyang Yuya smiled gently. I've packed up. Are we leaving now? Lin Song nodded. Suddenly, he noticed the monkey on Ouyang Yuya's shoulder. What about this? Ouyang Yuya looked at the monkey and said, he's my companion. I need to bring him along. Ouyang Hua didn't ask further, simply nodding his head. Then leave now. Luckily, it's only half a day's journey from Shanjing town to the capital. We'll still be able to make the afternoon examination if we hurry. Ouyang Yuya gave a slight nod and stepped out first. Lin Song turned around and gave Lin Xian a sharp look. She stuck her tongue out and quickly followed. Arriving at the gate, a family servant bowed to Ouyang Yuya. Young master, the carriage is ready. Shall we depart now? Ouyang Yuya looked back at Lin Song, who waved his hand. Go. Ouyang Yuya nodded and was about to climb into the carriage when Lin Xian suddenly leapt ahead of him, hopping into it first and giving him a small humph of disapproval. She then smiled helplessly at Lin Song behind her. Uncle Lin, let's get in as well. Lin Song nodded and climbed in. The driver drew the curtain of the carriage and turned the horse's head northward. Pulling aside the window's cloth curtain, Ouyang Yuya looked at this small town he had lived in for over a decade, a wave of melancholy surging inside him. Lin Song patted his shoulder and said, a true man's ambition must span the four corners of the world. Don't let temporary sorrow stop your feet. You'll return before long. Ouyang Yuya firmly nodded, drew the curtain down, and the carriage departed, raising clouds of dust, fading from sight on the road. Not far away, a tall, strong figure remained motionless, watching the carriage vanish for a long time. Oran City, the capital of the Elon Kingdom, centers around the royal palace and is divided into 4 districts. The northern district is the most prosperous area in the city, far more bustling and magnificent than the remote village of Shanjing town. The clean, wide streets overflowed with people, and the endless rows of shops on either side were dazzlingly eye-catching. This district was also the largest spending pit of the entire Elon Kingdom, where nearly 70% of the city's daily expenditures eventually flowed. In sharp contrast to the north was the south, where all the noble families and sects of the city were located. Unlike the north, this place was filled with intrigue and contention every day. Almost daily, some factions were destroyed, and before people had fully processed one tragedy, new powers had already risen rapidly like mushrooms after rain. Over time, people had gradually become accustomed to this endless competition and had long stopped feeling surprised at hearing news of another faction's downfall. The Eastern District was also very different from the previous 2 areas. Here was a hotbed of scoundrels and troublemakers, truly the most chaotic place in Oran City. Every day, countless people lost their lives here, and fighting and bloodshed had become synonymous with the area. This was a place for those who had nothing to lose. Survival here relied solely on brute strength. Of course, this area was also considered the border of Oran City. Leaving from here meant stepping into the territories of other nations. There was a reason this place had become so lawless. The Empire had deliberately exiled these hardened criminals here. Constant skirmishes occurred at the borders of neighboring states, so stationing these vicious individuals here allowed the empire to use them as shields. Even if one or two died, there would be no loss. And of course, these people who lived on the edge of a blade were not easy targets either, so the area had actually remained relatively peaceful in recent years. The Western District was the heart of the empire. Here stood the core institutions of the entire kingdom: the Magicians Guild, the Alchemists Guild, the Potion Masters Guild, and the Soul Masters Guild. However, the main reason this district was so significant was the presence of the Oran Royal Academy. Regarded as the strongest academy in the secondary kingdoms on the continent, Oran Academy consistently fielded the strongest teams during each quarter's court war. Retaining its champion status made it an unparalleled institution among second-tier academies. Naturally, this made its annual entrance examination extremely competitive, and each quarter, its top disciples were recommended to advanced academies in the tertiary kingdoms for further training. All of this contributed to the academy's tremendous popularity. Currently, the outskirts of the Royal Academy were crowded with people as far as the eye could see. Not only were young talents from the Elon Kingdom eager to enroll, but many from surrounding kingdoms had also come in hopes of rising to greatness here, thus ensuring a constant flow of fresh talent joining the academy. Likewise, after graduation, the Elon Kingdom would actively recruit from the academy, which ensured that the Elon Kingdom remained a dominant force among the secondary kingdoms. In such a lively scene, even the royal court had stationed troops here to maintain order, including many soul practitioners and soul warriors, prompting hushed admiration from onlookers. Outside Oran Academy, a carriage slowly pulled up to the roadside. The curtain was drawn aside, and first to step out was a young man in black robes. Looking at the bustling, noisy street, he sighed in amazement. No wonder this was the capital. The scale of it was certainly beyond any small town. Behind him, a middle-aged man and a red-clad girl disembarked. As soon as the girl stepped down, she felt an intense gaze fall upon her from all around. Frowning slightly, she muttered under her breath, "How annoying." The boy in black chuckled and handed a silver coin to the driver. "You can return now. Remember to send my regards to my father." The driver bowed respectfully. "Rest assured, young master." As the scene came into focus, this group was none other than Ouyang Yuya and his companions. Observing Ouyang Yuya's curious expression, Lin Song smiled slightly and asked, "How does it feel?" Ouyang Yuya nodded. "Indeed lives up to its reputation." Lin Xian snorted. "Of course. How could this place be comparable to where you're from? Now you're finally seeing the big world." "Xiuxian." Lin Song's expression turned slightly stern. Lin Xian glanced at Lin Song and muttered, "That's just the truth." "You?" "Enough, Uncle Lin. What Lin Xian said is true. Today I've truly broadened my horizons." Ouyang Yuya quickly said upon noticing Lin Song's discomfort, though his tone had clearly turned colder. Ouyang Yuya's mind was indeed mature, but Lin Xian's sarcastic remarks had certainly provoked his irritation. Hearing Ouyang Yuya's words, Lin Song merely sighed and remained silent. Nearby, Lin Xian glanced at Ouyang Yuya and, seeing his cold expression, suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. She turned her head away, watching the surrounding crowd instead. Lin Song looked at the noisy crowd and said, "Let's go. We'll enter now. Isn't there supposed to be a queue?" Lin Song smiled. "If we still had to queue, what would be the point of your father sending you under my recommendation? Come on." Ouyang Yuya nodded and followed behind Lin Song, pushing through the crowd. Immediately, a chorus of curses filled the air, and Ouyang Yuya felt awkward. However, the monkey on his shoulder was clearly displeased. It raised one paw to its waist while pointing at the crowd with the other, chattering loudly. Lin Song slightly frowned, allowing an overwhelming pressure to spread outward. The entire area instantly fell silent. Ouyang Yuya gave a helpless smile. It seemed the rule of might truly prevailed here as well. Looking at Ouyang Yuya grinning, Lin Xian couldn't help but blurt out, "Why are you smiling?" Immediately realizing she had spoken inappropriately, she quickly added, "I mean, smiling foolishly in front of so many people, what will others think of you?" Ouyang Yuya smiled and replied, "Nothing much." Lin Xian didn't respond further and followed behind Lin Song as he weaved through the crowd toward the registration desk. She handed him a badge and said, "I'm here to recommend someone." A disciple responsible for registration quickly bowed upon seeing Lin Song. "Master Lin Song, uncle." Lin Song nodded and said, "Register them quickly. This is my daughter Lin Xian, and this one is the person I'm recommending, Ouyang Yuya." The disciple acknowledged and swiftly completed the registration, then handed over 2 crimson waist badges. Lin Song took them and carefully examined before handing one each to Ouyang Yuya and Lin Xian. Ouyang Yuya accepted the badge and inspected it. The entire piece was bright red, and when he sensed it slightly, he was surprised to detect fluctuations of soul energy. On it, for golden characters, Ouyang Yuya glowed magnificently. "All right, now that you have your badges, follow me inside. After today's final registration in the afternoon, the examination begins tomorrow. Don't lose your badges. Your scores will depend on them." Ouyang Yuya and Lin Xian both nodded and followed Lin Song through the grand entrance. No wonder it was called the Royal Academy. An enormous plaque hung above the ornate, gilded doorway as soon as they stepped inside, bearing 6 resplendent golden characters. Oran Royal Academy. Chapter 21, Master Gu. Seeing the slightly envious expression on Ouyang Yuya's face, Lin Song patted his shoulder and said, "There's no need to feel it's out of reach. With your abilities, studying here is practically certain. The only thing undetermined is where exactly you will stand among them. Tomorrow's evaluation carries a lot of weight. It's very important." Seeing the seriousness on Lin Song's face, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but feel slightly surprised and asked, "Isn't it all the same?" "Of course not. Lin Song pointed toward the dark sea of people behind him and continued. 500 students are accepted every quarter here, which might sound like a lot, but for thousands of applicants, it's barely a drop in the bucket. I suppose your father must have told you about the rise of the Royal Academy. It was entirely built by the Ouyang family. You could say the current foundation of the Royal Academy was once one of the 4 great clans of the continent, and your ranking will determine your future cultivation privileges. Now do you understand? Also, let me tell you this. Tomorrow's champion will be given the reward of choosing any spiritual treasure they want from the Academy's treasure repository. Spiritual treasures. Although he had suspected as much, hearing it firsthand still shocked him somewhat. He hadn't expected such a generous reward and felt even more anticipation for tomorrow's evaluation. Lin Xian, standing nearby, suddenly asked, then what exactly will the evaluation rules be tomorrow? Ouyang Yuya also leaned in with interest. He was also curious to know how the most outstanding students would be selected among 500 applicants. Lin Song smiled and said, nothing has been finalized yet, but there's no need to worry about it right now. Generally, each quarter, every mentor in the academy has 1 recommendation quota. It's essentially a way to indirectly take on their own direct apprentices. Those who are recommended don't need preliminary testing. They only need to participate in the evaluation held the next day. Their abilities will be judged based on the evaluation results, and accordingly, their resources and mentors will be assigned. Ouyang Yuya pondered for a moment before asking, does that mean you will be my mentor? No, I'm a mentor of the alchemy division. If I'm not mistaken, you will likely choose the soul master division. Therefore, I wouldn't be suitable for guiding you. Hearing this from Lin Song, Ouyang Yuya felt slightly disappointed. Compared to others, Lin Song was the only person he truly trusted in the entire academy. As if noticing Ouyang Yuya's disappointment, Lin Song smiled, patted his shoulder, and said, little Yi, I really wouldn't be suited for guiding you, but I believe there is someone far more suitable for you. Moreover, this person shares a deep connection with your father. Oh, and who might this person be? Lin Song glanced at the sky and said, I'll take you to him right now, but let me warn you first. This person has a very peculiar temper. If he agrees to accept you as a disciple, that would be perfect. If not, then don't force it. Ouyang Yuya nodded and said, of course. I'm just wondering who this person is. Lin Song revealed a knowing smile and said, this person holds a very high status. Many years ago, your father was once his disciple, but later was expelled. A gleam of determination flashed in Ouyang Yuya's eyes. I'm even more interested now. Lin Song nodded and said, then let's go. With that, he activated his abilities and sped toward the east. Ouyang Yuya was no slacker either. He patted the monkey on his shoulder, pushed off the ground with his toes, and shot forward. Lin Xian stuck out her tongue at the 2 before quickly following after. Rushing at full speed for about half an hour, Lin Song finally slowed to a stop. Looking forward, it wasn't the golden palace they had expected, but rather a slightly run-down wooden door. Clearly old, it bore traces of erosion from years of weathering, making it appear even more ancient. Looking beside him at Lin Song, Ouyang Yuya noticed even his expression had grown serious. Taking a deep breath, he guessed the identity of the person inside must be extremely formidable. Otherwise, Lin Song would not have displayed such reverence. He became even more alert. This was just his nature. He always exhibited unusual calmness and caution when facing the unknown. Lin Song straightened his robes and turned his head once more to remind them. Just remember to show utmost respect once we go in. Don't be rude. Ouyang Yuya and Lin Xian both nodded, and only then did Lin Song feel reassured. He pushed the wooden door open and strode in. Beyond the wooden door, things were completely different from the decay seen earlier. As soon as they entered, they found a stone path leading to the far end. On either side of the path stood clear ponds, emitting a gentle mist that floated above the water surface. Occasionally, the water rippled as if something had just dashed through it. Upon reaching the end, the stone path vanished and was replaced by a vast green grassy pond, encircling a pavilion not too far ahead. Though the setting was sudden, it still gave people a sense of peace and refreshment, calming their restlessness. Under the pavilion sat a figure facing away from them, motionless like an old monk in deep meditation, radiating a serene aura. There was not the slightest fluctuation of soul force, appearing no different from an ordinary person, yet simultaneously seemed to merge seamlessly with the surroundings, as though even the space here had become stabilized and refined because of him. Ouyang Yuya's heart quivered slightly. The power of the man before him could only be described as terrifying. Even the hand hidden beneath his sleeve couldn't help but tremble. Lin Song stood a few zhang away, bowed, and spoke respectfully toward the figure. Master Gu. After speaking, that back-facing figure slowly turned around, stood up, and took a few steps toward them, arriving before them in no time. Ouyang Yuya finally had the chance to examine him. What met his eyes wasn't a youth like Lin Song, but rather an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face, dressed in plain green robes and cloth shoes. His face bore a gentle smile, as if encompassing the heavens and earth, harmoniously blending with the surrounding aura. Inscrutable, this was Ouyang Yuya's first impression of him. You rarely visit my place, so what brings you here today? Master Gu smiled and asked Lin Song. Master Gu, you flatter me. How dare I? Lin Song replied. Haha, don't be so restrained. You know my temper. Alright, speak. Why have you come this time? Master Gu waved his hand, summoning a pair of scissors out of thin air, then squatted down to trim the weeds on the ground, seemingly indifferent to everything. Ouyang Yuya watched the scissors dance in Master Gu's hands. A sudden flash of realization struck him. On those scissors, he sensed not the slightest fluctuation of soul force, yet a deep premonition told him they could effortlessly pierce his body. He recognized the identical aura of soul force emitted by them, surprisingly familiar. Lin Song smiled bitterly and said, "Yesterday, I went to Shanjinsen and met him." As soon as these words left his mouth, he saw Master Gu's right hand holding the scissors quiver slightly, though only momentarily before returning to normal. So what? You should know, the moment he decided to leave, he was no longer my disciple. But he didn't fare well afterward. And am I faring well then? Master Gu suddenly raised his head, unleashing a wave of chilling energy. His previously calm face flushed slightly with emotion. Under this pressure, Ouyang Yuya felt an overwhelming sense of oppression descend upon him instantly. He immediately activated his soul force, enveloping himself and the monkey in a protective layer just barely sufficient to withstand it. Meanwhile, Lin Xian grunted and stumbled backward several steps. The power of Master Gu was truly terrifying indeed. Master, Lin Song tried to say more, but Master Gu waved his hand, and the oppressive aura vanished entirely. Enough. If all you wanted was to tell me about his news, then you may leave. Just as he was about to turn away, Lin Song suddenly blurted out, "Before my senior brother left, he entrusted me with a message," he said. "With this disabled body, he had no face to see you again. I beg you, for his sake, to accept his only son and give him some guidance." Master Gu suddenly laughed. "Lin Song, you've been by my side all these years. You should understand my nature by now. Regardless of whether his son possesses any talent worth mentioning, I will never accept anyone from him. You may go." With that, Master Gu turned and strode toward the pavilion. "Master." As Lin Song prepared to speak again, Ouyang Yuya stopped him. "Forget it, Uncle Lin. If he looks down on us, there's no need for this." "That's right. What's so great about that old man anyway?" Lin Xian mumbled quietly. "Xiuxian." Lin Song tried to stop her, but too late. Master Gu, who had been walking forward, suddenly froze and turned his eyes fiercely toward Lin Xian. Instantly, a gaze as sharp as a physical blade struck her like a tidal wave. Ouyang Yuya's pupils contracted violently. He yanked Lin Xian behind him and simultaneously sealed a single-handed gesture in the air. A blue blade materialized in midair, clashing heavily against that chilling force. With a dull thud, the two were blasted backward together. Master Gu looked up in surprise at the gradually dissipating blue glow in the air, a flash of brilliance flickering in his eyes. Fixing his stare on the slowly rising Ouyang Yuya, he asked, "Who is Ouyang Hua to you?" Cough cough. Ouyang Yuya spat out a mouthful of blood, suppressing the raging energy in his body. "He is my father." Almost the moment those words left his mouth, he felt Master Gu's gaze pierce into him again. Then a coldness surged from the depths of his heart, spreading throughout his body. Under that gaze, he felt completely exposed and defenseless. What frightened him was that even the soul force within his body had momentarily ceased to circulate. Chapter 22, The Tenfold Trial. In alarm, he hastily tried to circulate the vortex of soul energy within his body, attempting to reclaim control over it. However, he quickly realized that an icy, cold barrier had enveloped his insides, even slowing down the flow of his blood. The harsh chill didn't last long, vanishing instantly as Master Gu withdrew his gaze. With the pressure suddenly lifted, Ouyang Yuya exhaled heavily, feeling the soul energy once again coursing smoothly through his body. His expression grew even more serious. Just moments ago, he had nearly given in and attempted to unleash the sharpened metal chi within him to forcibly shatter the barrier, but he had held back. Both the sharpened metal chi and his identity as an alchemist were secrets he would never reveal unless absolutely necessary. In a place like this, having an extra trump card meant having an extra chance at life. Glancing at the monkey perched on his shoulder, he noticed that the creature had never once been affected by that chilling aura, sitting there, as if completely unaware of what had happened. Ouyang stared at the monkey in puzzlement. His instincts told him that the monkey's background must be nothing short of extraordinary. Based on the monkey's current power, it was at best a second-ranked soul beast, yet its level of intelligence was unheard of in such a low rank. Ouyang silently decided that once things settled down, he would definitely need to investigate this creature further. In the moment Ouyang's mind wandered, Master Gu shifted his gaze toward Lin Song, whose expression had turned slightly gloomy, and smiled. "Oh, so you're Huazi's son. That explains why that initial blue light seemed so familiar just now. Lin Song, this is the child you've come to recommend, isn't it?" Although Lin Song was clearly displeased with Master Gu's earlier action, he still nodded and said, "That's right. I believe my master is already aware of his background. Senior brother, my request is merely to have you tutor him temporarily for the next year." Master Gu remained silent for a moment before murmuring softly, "Is it really almost time?" Looking at Ouyang Yuya, who stood beside him with a calm expression, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity, which caused him to recall a certain person from 20 years ago, someone who had desperately wanted to become his disciple. Though that person had eventually left the sect, his achievements back then had truly brought a smile to Master Gu's face. The same face, the same determination. It stirred sympathy in Master Gu, and his gaze softened accordingly. Eyeing the slightly disheveled Ouyang, he asked gently, "Kid, are you willing to become my disciple?" Hearing this, Lin Song quickly nodded in agreement, momentarily forgetting his decorum. "Of course he is. What an incredible blessing it would be for him to be personally trained by you." Beside him, Lin Xian, rubbing her sore chest, pinched Lin Song's arm hard in disapproval. Seeing Lin Song's behavior, even Master Gu found himself suppressing a laugh. He sighed. "Even now, with a child of your own, you haven't gotten rid of that reckless nature." "I am not willing." Ouyang Yuya suddenly spoke up. Now, not only Lin Song, but even Master Gu looked shocked. Many talented youths had literally begged to be taken under his tutelage, yet they were often rejected. Now this young man actually refused? Curiosity sparked within him. Kid, boasting isn't always wise. You should know I don't take just anyone as my disciple. Ouyang straightened his posture and stared directly at Master Gu while circulating his soul energy. A pure white cocoon slowly formed around him as he replied. Master, please state your requirements. I, Ouyang Yuya, will meet them. Observing the boy with a faint smile playing on his lips, Master Gu showed a rare expression of surprise. 7th stage of physical tempering, impressive talent. Very well, you've met the baseline requirement. Next, you must break through the 6 layers of barrier I will place before you within 1 incense stick's time. It's merely a basic test. Your father broke through 6 layers once. Are you sure you wish to attempt it? Ouyang nodded slightly. Master Gu let out a hearty laugh. You really are quite similar to that person. With that, he raised a single hand into the air. A black barrier formed out of condensed soul energy. Ouyang sensed the fluctuations in its power and smiled faintly. This barrier wasn't too thick. Its defensive power equated to little more than a solid wall. To someone at his level, 7th stage of physical tempering, it was nothing extraordinary. He withdrew his soul energy and struck the barrier barehanded with a punch. A muffled thud rang out, and a numb ache traveled up his arm. Ouyang grimaced involuntarily. Perhaps he had underestimated this barrier slightly. But, crack, a soft sound followed, and a thin, intricate line appeared on the surface of the barrier. To Master Gu's astonishment, the line rapidly spread out like a spider web, webbing across the entire barrier in sticky, interwoven patterns before finally exploding apart. The first layer of the barrier had shattered. Breaking stone with bare hands. Your strength is impressive. Master Gu nodded approvingly and flicked his hand, conjuring another barrier that materialized in midair. This time, the barrier was clearly different. It was not only significantly tougher, but also radiated a heavy pressure. Ouyang Ye narrowed his eyes at the denser barrier before him. This new one had to be about the level of the power of a mountain. The second round was already becoming troublesome. The old man's trial was truly difficult indeed. While he was contemplating this, Lin Song stood silently by, stunned into speechlessness. Perhaps Ouyang didn't realize the full extent, but Lin knew all too well what Master Gu was capable of. Master Gu's trials were notoriously ruthless and difficult within the academy. His most well-known method was the tenfold trial: gate strength, wall strength, stone strength, mountain strength, iron strength, steel strength, shield strength, gold strength, supreme strength, and Dao strength. The wall strength they had just seen had been on par with the traditional second round. Now the mountain strength facing Ouyang was already equivalent to the 4th trial. Could it be that Master Gu was deliberately making things hard? Before Lin Song could speak up, Master Gu said, "What? Do you truly think he can't even break through this? If so, then his boldness just now was quite laughable indeed." Ouyang Yuya smiled slightly at Lin Song, turned his palm into a fist, and formed a large dark gray fist projection. With a surge of soul energy, he launched himself forward to meet the barrier head-on. Struck by such force, the barrier shattered instantly, dissipating into nothingness as Master Gu's expression turned to surprise. He shook the residual force from his arm and looked at Master Gu. "Proceed." "Well done." Master Gu gave a slight smile, admiration showing in his eyes. He flicked his fingers again, forming yet another barrier. Dense soul energy coiled over it, condensing into a gray shield that radiated a powerful soul force. Along with it came an extraordinary pressure. Ouyang's face darkened. He could sense this shield was at least equivalent to a first-tier alchemist's defensive water shield. Taking a deep breath, he extended his right hand. Soul energy surged rapidly in his palm, swirling into a fist-sized orb of energy. Molding it further, he forged a gray greatsword of soul energy, sharp blade brimming with fierce killing intent. Soul blade. Master Gu instantly recognized the weapon Ouyang held, his expression growing even more satisfied. To be able to manifest a cultivation technique of such caliber at his age, such talent was indeed worthy of recognition. As he was still musing, Ouyang had already lunged forward, slashing violently onto the shield. Under the blade's piercing force, the shield undulated like liquid, shifting its shape rapidly, trembling violently, and showing signs of cracking. Yet shortly after, it returned to normal. Not enough yet. Ouyang's pupils flickered. With a sudden tremor in his right arm, he unleashed an even greater surge of soul energy, channeling it all into his soul blade. The blade's form solidified further. At the tip, a more massive gray glow gathered, surging with deadly force as he struck once more, crashing heavily into the shield. This time, under such immense force, the shield was cleanly split in two. The overwhelming impact caused Ouyang himself to stagger backward. His expression darkening slightly, he looked at Master Gu, who stood stunned. Would that count as passing now? Of course. Master Gu nodded without hesitation, his gaze toward Ouyang, filled now with admiration and delight. After a moment, he suddenly added, "Boy, I'm quite interested in you. How about this? Should you withstand the next barrier I set forth, I, an old man of my word, shall make you a promise, and take you as my direct disciple. How does that sound?" Ouyang Ye looked at the elderly man, whose demeanor was unusually gentle, and pondered briefly. With a meaningful glance from Lin Song, he nodded. "I accept your guidance." "Huh, good." Master Gu wasted no time. His expression turned serious, and a soul force rivaling the weight of Mount Tai surged forth, slowly condensing before him into a massive shield. But he wasn't done yet, clearly not intending to let Ouyang off so easily. As soul energy continued to circulate, a vortex formed, solid-like in appearance, spinning ceaselessly, and at the same time emitting an immense suction force. Lin Song's expression changed dramatically. It seemed he had predicted what was coming, his eyes wide with disbelief. Gold strength, Lin Song murmured quietly. As if to confirm his words, golden soul energy swirled over the shield, gradually glowing brighter until the entire surface radiated a rich golden light. Finally, it solidified into a pure golden shield, standing firm and unshakable in place. Chapter 23, Becoming a Disciple. Looking at the golden shield before him, Ouyang Yuye's eyes still revealed a trace of seriousness. He could tell, this barrier was definitely a test set by Master Gu. As the master had said, the qualification required to be his disciple was absolutely not weak, and that single promise was no easy thing to obtain. Ouyang Yuye's contemplation didn't last long. Staring at the dazzling golden shield, he revealed, rarely, a spark of fervor in his eyes. His expression hardened. If it's a game, then let's play it thoroughly. Wendal. With a low shout, he charged forward swiftly and swung his strike at the golden shield with tremendous speed. Along with the shout, a gray light suddenly appeared between his palms, coalescing into a huge black blade about 10 feet long, colliding heavily with the shield amidst a vast rushing force. Clang! A metallic clashing sound rang out, and Ouyang Yuye was pushed back several steps. Feeling the pain vibrating from his palms after such a heavy blow, he twitched his lips. Observing the undamaged golden shield and glancing at his dimmed soul blade, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Indeed, this level of defense was formidable. If this happened during battle, that brief time would allow for much preparation. Watching Ouyang Yuye standing as if deep in thought, Master Gu's lips curved into a faint smile. In his eyes, Ouyang Yuye already did admirably by reaching this point, proving himself worthy of being his personal disciple. Regarding the destruction of the barrier, however, that was nothing but absurdity. His purpose had been nothing more than to temper the young man's sharpness. Yet apparently, he still underestimated Ouyang Yuye's persistence, and of course, his ability. Moments later, the smile on his face slowly solidified as he stood frozen like a statue. At this moment, Ouyang Yuye's right hand had been enveloped by a deep blue glow, which finally spread to the soul blade. A much fiercer blade aura surged into the sky. Amidst Master Gu's stunned expression, it transformed into a huge blue blade suspended midair, the ancient runes carved on the blade giving it a more archaic aura. The soul blade had now reached its peak. Watching the concentrated blade aura silently, Master Gu's pupils flickered with surprise. He nodded subtly in approval, but still believed Ouyang Yuye couldn't destroy the golden shield with this. Soon, however, his expression changed again as he realized Ouyang Yuye hadn't finished his incantation yet. At this moment, Ouyang Yuye's face appeared slightly pale. His right hand gripping the handle trembled slightly, and faint golden patterns flickered faintly across the blue blade, covering the ancient inscriptions completely. On the blue glow of the sword appeared golden script, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Under the illumination of the golden light, a sword beam split the sky, directly pointing at the golden giant shield. Master Gu's face instantly changed dramatically. Fixing his gaze on the golden light, he rasped, "The sharpness of gold. Break!" With a low roar from Ouyang Yuye, the sword beam struck the golden shield once more. A deafening sound erupted, and the soul blade instantly dissipated, while the golden shield was pierced through, as if hollowed out, leaving behind a bowl-sized hole. The power of gold shattered. After this strike, Ouyang Yuye collapsed onto the ground panting heavily, but joy uncontrollably emerged on his face. In that last move, he had summoned the sharpness of gold within his body, and surprisingly, the results were tremendous. However, a portion of his internal sharpness of gold had been depleted. Although it was a bit regrettable, at least it had succeeded. Glancing at the still stunned Master Gu, he lifted the corner of his lips into a slight smirk. Struggling to stand back up, he bowed his hands towards Master Gu and said, "Master, does this mean I have passed?" Shaking his head slightly, Master Gu, equally surprised, nodded at the equally astonished Lin Song. "Indeed, my boy, feel free to make your request, as long as I can fulfill it." Ouyang Yuye smiled gently. "Senior needn't worry. My request is very simple. I only wish to request a martial arts skill from you." "Martial arts skill?" Master Gu was taken aback, but couldn't help laughing slightly. "Let me hear it." Master Gu exhaled slightly in relief. Initially fearing Ouyang Yuye would surely use this opportunity to ask for something like a high-grade spiritual treasure, he found it rather amusing that the youth only wanted martial arts. Ouyang Yuye wasn't affected by Master Gu's attitude, nodded, and replied, "What I wish to obtain is precisely the barrier martial arts skill you just displayed." Caught off guard by this statement, Master Gu changed expression slightly and couldn't help but ask, "How did you know it was a martial arts skill?" Ouyang Yuye gave no reply. With a simple empty grasp of his right hand, the soul blade appeared again. Without allowing it to fully condense, his right hand moved swiftly once more, the gray blade light now replaced by a deep blue. He swung once more and dissipated it without a trace. The martial technique you just displayed, senior, like the soul blade, follows discernible principles, transforming forms through shifts in soul energy. Therefore, I believe the barrier you demonstrated earlier was a type of aged defensive martial art, including that pair of scissors. Master Gu's expression turned stunned, then he suddenly burst into loud laughter, brimming with unspoken emotion. Ouyang Yuye smiled gently as he watched Master Gu slowly calm down. When Master Gu looked at him again, his gaze was no longer cold and stern as at first, but now overflowed with clear admiration. He nodded slightly and said, So then, little one, are you interested in becoming my disciple now? His tone had changed completely from before, even carrying a hint of enticement in his question. Just now, Ouyang Yuye's words had shocked him deeply, leaving him thoroughly impressed. He could naturally see Ouyang Yuye's extraordinary talent in martial arts, and couldn't help but feel an urge to nurture it. Seeing Ouyang Yuye fall into contemplation, he grew somewhat anxious and continued. Little one, think carefully. My abilities are among the rarest in the entire academy, even in the Empire. And I'll promise you this. If you become my disciple, not only will I pass on to you the Tenyu technique you saw earlier, but also my Ten Gong technique. How does that sound to you? The Ten Gong technique. Ouyang Yuye couldn't help but blink in confusion. What martial art is that? Seeing Ouyang Yuye's clueless expression, Lin Song chuckled and explained, Ten Gong and Tenyu are two martial arts for which Master Gu is famous across the continent. To put it simply, once you master these two techniques, you gain both offensive and defensive prowess. By the way, the Soul Blade is one of the Ten Gong techniques. But back then, your father only learned the fourth, the Golden Blade, before leaving, so the skill he passed to you wasn't entirely complete. Master Gu really means business this time for your sake. Lin Song smiled, his eyes showing envy. Ouyang Yuye felt his heart stir, having deeply experienced the Soul Blade's power. If even the Blue Blade was so formidable, he couldn't even begin to imagine its full potential. Watching Ouyang Yuye's expression fluctuate between deep thought and excitement, Master Gu couldn't help but feel somewhat indignant. When had he ever lowered himself so much to recruit someone? And even with all these tempting offers, this kid was still hesitating. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon Lin Xian beside Lin Song. Boy, if you agree, I can take your little girlfriend as a disciple too. What do you think? Both Ouyang Yuye and Lin Xian gasped aloud. Ouyang Yuye immediately felt a massive headache forming, while Lin Xian had already blushed deeply and hidden behind Lin Song, pounding her fists. Lin Song, in contrast, seemed delighted, constantly winking at Ouyang Yuye. Ouyang Yuye gave a helpless smile, looking at the grinning Master Gu and secretly cursing him for acting so unbecomingly for an elder. Shrugging, he bowed respectfully toward Master Gu. Disciple Ouyang Yuye greets Master. Master Gu nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the still hiding Lin Xian behind Lin Song. He couldn't help but laugh slightly. Little girl, aren't you coming yet? Where did your courage from earlier go when you were scolding me? Lin Xian angrily stomped her foot, then reluctantly approached Ouyang Yuye's side, shot him a glare, and awkwardly bowed to Master Gu. Xianer greets Master. Her playful manner even made Master Gu laugh. You're quite the girl. Here, this is for both of you as your welcome gift. Master Gu handed them a pair of storage rings. Lin Xian curiously examined hers, asking, Master, what is this? It feels kinda cheap. Looking at the pouting Lin Xian, Master Gu rolled his eyes. These storage rings I bought years ago while traveling the continent. I thought they looked nice, so I impulsively bid on them at an auction. Aside from basic storage function, I haven't discovered any special abilities, but the two rings can sense each other's aura regardless of distance. If one is in danger, the other will receive a unique alert. Now that you're both my disciples, you can use them to watch over each other. Yes, they replied in unison, putting them on. Instantly, a warm, connected energy flowed through them. Ouyang Yuye could even feel Lin Xian's emotions. Her heartbeat had quickened. Lin Xian clearly felt it too. Her face turned red in embarrassment, and she scolded sharply. Don't you dare think anything improper. Helplessly shrugging, he ignored the sensation. Now that he had a Changkun sack, storage space was practically redundant. Still, he kept the ring, as Master Gu said. It would be useful for mutual protection. After all, who could say that this trouble-prone girl wouldn't stumble into danger again? Master Gu glanced at the slightly darkening sky and said, All right, it's getting late. You two head back now and prepare for tomorrow's assessment. After it concludes, I will personally come to fetch you. Don't you dare embarrass an old man like me. You two little rascals. Huh? Lin Xian stepped forward and hooked her arm with Master Gu's, saying, Don't worry. She then patted her chest confidently, giving the impression of absolute assurance, which made Master Gu chuckle silently and wave his hand dismissively. All right, off you go. Lin Song bowed deeply and said, Master Gu, we'll take our leave now. Master Gu nodded. As he glanced at Ouyang Yuye, he suddenly extended his hand and lightly tapped it against the youth's forehead. A streak of golden light vanished, and patting his shoulder, he said, I believe in you, little one. Ouyang Yuye simply smiled without a word, then turned to leave, but in his eyes sparkled a glimmer of excitement. The Tenyu Force. It's finally mine. Chapter 24, The Waste Plaque and Rules. On the way back, Ouyang Yuye remained completely immersed in his study of the Tenyu techniques, unable to pull himself away. The deeper he researched, the more extraordinary he found this martial art to be. Master Gu had already passed on the core techniques and insights behind the Tenyu techniques, leaving the rest for Ouyang Yuye to explore on his own. Master Gu's intentions were also very clear. He wanted Ouyang Yuye to at least touch the threshold of this martial art. If he could fully grasp even a slight application of it, even just mastering the door force within a single technique, it would provide an additional lifeline for the upcoming examination. Master Gu's cultivation insights were, for Ouyang Yuye, the best kind of supplementary material. After a brief while, Ouyang Yuye had already sorted out the general framework of the technique, firmly memorizing the methods of circulation in the Tenyu system. Suddenly, a desire to test it out arose within him, and his steps unconsciously came to a halt. This sudden stop caught Lin Xian, who had been walking absent-mindedly behind him, directly in the back. Before Ouyang Yuye could react, Lin Xian's pretty face turned bright red as she exclaimed, "Hey, how can you just stop walking like that? What if someone gets hurt from the collision?" Seeing Lin Xian's feigned anger, he noticed a flash of light from the ring on her finger, and Ouyang Yuya immediately sensed a rapid heartbeat transmitted from the ring. Hurried, yet faintly mixed with nervousness and delight. Looking at Lin Xian continuing to scold him, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but smile. This girl was truly saying one thing while feeling another. He didn't call her out on it, simply smiling apologetically and saying, "Lin Xian, help me with something, okay?" Lin Xian looked at him suspiciously and asked, "What kind of help? Hey, I'm warning you, don't get any funny ideas." Ouyang Yuya smiled gently and shook his head hurriedly. "No way, no way. Besides, can't you sense my mood just now?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Ouyang Yuya immediately regretted them inwardly. Realizing he had slipped up, Lin Xian suddenly stiffened upon hearing it, and after a moment, a rosy flush appeared on her face. "Oh yeah, so you were secretly reading my thoughts." Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but feel wronged. He silently thought, "It wasn't me. It was your ring that wanted me to sense it." Still, he dared not voice his thoughts. There was no such thing. "Anyway, are you going to help or not?" Lin Xian shrugged indifferently, clapped her hands together, and stretched lazily, instantly showcasing her well-proportioned figure. Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment, involuntarily swallowing. Lin Xian yawned and said, "What kind of help? Just tell me. And by the way, I'm not doing anything complicated." Ouyang Yuya chuckled and glanced forward, where Lin Song had already vanished. "You can rest assured, this one is definitely simple." Lin Xian nodded. "Tell me what it is." "Hit me." "What?" Lin Xian asked incredulously. Ouyang Yuya shrugged helplessly and said, "Hit me with your full strength." Lin Xian circled around him a few times, asking, "Are you sure?" Ouyang Yuya nodded. "Yes." After receiving a clear answer from Ouyang Yuya, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly gleamed. Without waiting for him to react, a red whip lashed out directly toward Ouyang Yuya. Feeling the fierce power behind it, Ouyang Yuya slightly curled his lips, inwardly thinking that this girl never held back. Even at his current body tempering stage 7, he might still be left with torn flesh and broken skin. He slightly retreated, and his fingers suddenly moved, forming a complex seal. Instantly, the air around him thickened. Space distorted slightly, and before him, a massive shadow appeared and collided directly with Lin Xian's blazing red whip. He felt the energy momentarily waver, and his body swayed slightly, but quickly stabilized. On the other hand, Lin Xian staggered back 5 steps, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at the cracked wooden door panel in front of her, stunned beyond words. If she wasn't mistaken, this door panel was none other than the door force of Master Gu's Tenyu techniques. As the shadow dissipated, Ouyang Yuya's face, filled with joy, was revealed. Lin Xian, displeased, pouted her lips. Ouyang Yuya bowed slightly to Lin Xian and said, "Just now, thank you." Then, he leaped toward the direction they had come from. Watching his figure receding into the distance, Lin Xian suddenly laughed, murmuring to herself, "This guy can be surprisingly appealing at times." Suddenly remembering something, she stomped her foot, a little annoyed. This guy had actually run off again, without a trace of gentlemanly manners. But in her mind, Ouyang Yuya had always been a shameless rascal. Sighing, she activated her body force and chased after him. When the two arrived, the plaza was already packed with students who had passed the initial screening. They barely managed to squeeze through to where Lin Song stood, finally getting a good look at the vastness of the square. The plaza was quite massive. Even with over 1,000 people gathered, it didn't seem particularly crowded. At the front of the square stood an equally enormous bluestone platform. According to Lin Song's earlier explanation, this was where the Royal Academy held its assemblies, though now it had been repurposed to accommodate the new students. Seeing such a vast area, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but be secretly amazed by the scale of it. Looking at the two of them panting, Lin Song asked in confusion, "Why are you so late?" Lin Xian, sensing the slight reprimand in his tone, shrank her neck slightly and hid behind Ouyang Yuya's back, poking his shoulder with her finger. Ouyang Yuya gave an awkward smile and pointed to the monkey dozing off on his shoulder. "It got lost just now." Lin Song looked at the monkey whose head was nodding drowsily like a chick pecking at rice, and became somewhat curious. After a moment he said, "Anyway, you haven't missed the examination ceremony. Listen carefully. Later the mentor will announce the rules for tomorrow's test." Ouyang Yuya's expression immediately tensed slightly, and he nodded. He adjusted the nearly slipping monkey into his arms and silently waited for the ceremony to begin. However, his rather odd appearance immediately drew discussions from the surrounding students. "Hey, look at that guy. He looks pretty cold and stern, yet he's carrying a monkey. Yeah, look at that monkey. It seems to be snoring. Giggle, so funny. Who is he? I've seen quite a few senior brothers at the academy with spirit beasts, but this monkey as a spirit beast is truly original. Shoo, don't speak so loudly. That guy seems to have heard us." Ouyang Yuya had indeed heard them, but in a setting like this, he had no intention of arguing. That would be too showy. He simply chose to ignore the comments. By contrast, Lin Xian beside him couldn't hold back any longer. She hid her head behind Ouyang Yuya's back and kept punching his shoulder, letting out a muffled and rather painful-sounding laughter. Ouyang Yuan I de fan le ge bai yan. Dito, kanja huaizhong soi de zheng shang de hozik. Han budua, ba ta yong chuchir. Su hu driao shi gun zhi hozik, yo gondik shuching. Zhong hui ban de ge wai dao mai. Boguo tsu kurichen soi de hozik, dangran budri dao eng, neishin, zhiroban zhoma. Yi jiu soi de shangtan. Ar zhichang nao zhi zui zhong zai dao shrimen de dao lai ho, cai shing gao jiasu. xuanhuan的松了口气，目光投向平台上站立的一个中年男子。那人身材魁梧，面部刚毅，整个人散发出一股豪迈不羁的气势。虽然是这样的副眼张博雄，为人更直爽的，今后免不了要与他打交道，所以做事态度上需要注意，不需要太多温温柔柔，否则反倒容易引起他的不满。偶尔朝林上点了点头，目光再次落向高台。站在高台上的博雄先是扫视了苏州一眼，随即大手虚空提压，在这示意之下，方场也逐渐安静下来。见状，博雄点了点头，浑厚的声音随即传出：“各位学员，首先先祝大家通过了实验的初审，走到这一步，大家也可以说成功了一半。所以，我希望明天的考核大家能够全力以赴，取得一个令人满意的成绩。”顿了顿，他又继续说道：“废话不多说，下面我来宣布这个考核的具体规则。经过初审，我们从1000人中挑选出你们这1000人。我们皇家学院共有4院：炼金院、魂师院、丹药院、魔法院，每院录取2人。也就是说，我们需要在你们之中挑选出2个人，所以大家要努力了。接下来我宣布具体的规则。”博雄扫视了一眼那位有些惊慌的人群，摇了摇头。考核分3场进行，第一场是摇牌争夺赛，在你们通过初审时，每人将获得1枚摇牌，你们可以在其上感应到暗力波动。而此刻的摇牌为白色，你们需要通过抢夺他人的摇牌，吸收其中的暗力来提升自己摇牌的等级。每吸收2枚摇牌即可提升1个等级，意思是王、六、青、蓝的。当摇牌达到王级时，计算通过本次考核。因此，明天你们需要在10个时辰之内尽可能抢夺他人摇牌。记住，抢到的摇牌越多越好，因为你们摇牌的等级也将决定你们在实验今后的地位和所能获得的修炼资源。而被抢夺摇牌之人，即是为失去了考核资格。因此，若发现没有摇牌者，禁止攻击，否则将视为违规，取消其参赛资格。至于第2场的规则，将在明日正式公布。大家都清楚了吗？清楚。台下的1000人之后是一个同声的回应，好大的气势敞开，令人也不禁感到震撼。他右手缓缓抚摸着猴子柔软的毛发，双目中隐隐闪烁出斗志的光芒，嘴角不自觉地露出一抹轻笑。果然，越来越有意思了。Chapter 25 Taking Action. At the northernmost edge of Oran Academy, there was a lush forest. It was said that high-level soul beasts had once inhabited here, but later were all hunted down by Oran Academy, leaving behind only some low-level soul beasts for students to practice combat or capture. As the years passed and more soul beasts were hunted and captured, their numbers dwindled greatly, and the forest gradually became desolate, eventually attracting no attention. Beside this forest stood a vast bluestone plaza, exuding a strong sense of depth. Surrounded by black crowded masses, the outer edges of the plaza were filled with deafening voices and an intense, bustling atmosphere. Standing there, one could frequently spot a figure dashing by at high speed. Naturally, this scene occurred because the first trial had been determined to be held right here. Xuanhuan stood on the platform, watching the constant stream of people speeding towards the site, and clicked his tongue. The spectacle alone was enough to ignite anyone's blood. Adjusting the nearly slipping monkey on his shoulder, he felt slightly puzzled. The monkey's behavior lately had seemed somewhat abnormal, unusually sleepy and lacking its previous liveliness, which made him worry a bit. Xiuxian, standing beside him, chin in hand, glanced at the monkey who had its arms wrapped around Xuanhuan's neck, and suddenly said, "Could it be evolving?" Xuanhuan paused briefly before shaking his head. "I don't think so. It's never trained before." "Well, true enough," Xiuxian said with a slight pout. "After the exam, we should ask Master. He might know. I guess that's the only thing we can do." With a helpless smile, he gently cradled the monkey into his arms, arranging it into the most comfortable position. This act of tenderness made Xiuxian shiver with goosebumps. Suddenly, Xuanhuan sensed something, his acute perception capturing a sharp gust of wind passing nearby, heading straight in their direction. Watching the rapidly approaching silhouette, Xuanhuan's brow involuntarily furrowed. When the figure came to a stop, it turned out to be a clear-eyed young man. With a warm smile, he bowed slightly toward Xuanhuan and Xiuxian. "My name is Honglei. In the upcoming contest, many students have chosen to form teams. I was wondering if either of you might be interested in joining together?" Though Honglei's words were politely phrased, the occasional glances he shot toward Xiuxian allowed Xuanhuan to immediately grasp his true intentions. So that's what he's after, Xuanhuan mused with mild exasperation, although he refrained from calling it out directly. "We appreciate your kind offer, Honglei, but we've grown accustomed to acting independently and aren't too fond of being constrained." Though Xuanhuan's reply remained polite, Honglei's expression turned slightly awkward. He glanced at Xiuxian again. "What about the young lady's thoughts?" Xiuxian shrugged her shoulders and pointed toward Xuanhuan, as if indicating he made the decisions. The look earned a slightly embarrassed glance from Hong Lei. He cast a disdainful glare at Ouyang, feeling indignant. Does holding a monkey really have that much appeal, that even pretty girls are so obedient? He thought he should probably get himself a monkey too when he got back. No, even better, a giant ape to outshine him. With these thoughts, Hong Lei no longer maintained his previous air of courtesy and instead said coolly, "Very well, we'll see each other on the battlefield." Regarding this thinly veiled threat, Ouyang simply smiled and gave a non-committal nod. Watching Hong Lei leave, Lin Xian asked, "Why did you refuse?" Ouyang turned his head slightly to look at her. "If you don't mind being constantly watched, I don't mind letting him follow you." A hint of red bloomed on Lin Xian's cheeks as she gave him a sidelong glance. For a moment, she appeared breathtakingly enchanting. Staring, Ouyang found himself momentarily distracted until Lin Xian giggled, causing him to snap back to reality, awkwardly scratching his nose while quickly changing the subject. "All right, it's about to start." Lin Xian pouted slightly, finding the situation uninteresting. She turned her gaze back to the stage. Though packed with a sea of people, the platform remained eerily silent. Thousands of people sat quietly on the broad platform, their collective quietude generating intense fluctuations in the surrounding soul power and a gradually rising oppressive atmosphere. At the very front of the platform stood a row of stone chairs, upon which sat Lin Song, Bo Xiong, and several other academy instructors, overlooking the entire scene before them. "Brother Bo," Lin Song said, casting his gaze across the expansive venue with a smile, "what's your take? Who do you think will be the champion this time?" Bo Xiong thought for a moment. "Probably that kid Ting Kuei. He's the strongest contender in this round of exams." An elder beside him nodded in agreement, his tone tinged with envy. "That's right. I've heard he's already reached the 8th layer of body tempering." Lin Song nodded with a smile, his expression laden with unspoken meaning. Bo Xiong looked at Lin Song's expression and asked with slight confusion, "Do you have someone else in mind, Lin Xiong?" Lin Song gave a slight nod and said with a smile, "I suggest you pay more attention to that guy." He chuckled and pointed toward where Ouyang Yuya stood. "Oh." Bo Xiong glanced at Ouyang Yuya, who was cradling the monkey, and a flicker of curiosity passed through his eyes. "Academy head, it's time." Bo Xiong nodded slightly, slowly stood up, and with countless eyes fixed upon him, he smiled gently and waved his wide sleeve. "Begin." The moment the word fell, a series of sharp whistling sounds rang from the sky, followed by figures darting rapidly toward the forest, their howling auras sending chills across people's skin. Ouyang Yuya slowly rose to his feet and said to Ling Xian, "Let's go too." Ling Xian glanced at the jungle, her bright eyes flickering with thoughts as she replied, "You go that way, I'll go this way. There's no benefit in tagging along with you." Ouyang Yuya nodded, "Fine by me." Then he propelled his body forward and dashed into the forest like an arrow, fully committed to this exam. He was especially determined to obtain the soul artifact, so he had no intention of holding back this time. As soon as he entered the jungle, he was immediately engulfed by dense trees, their thick branches and leaves completely blocking the view and giving off an eerie sense of danger. What puzzled him most was that through his perception, he couldn't sense any presence, which made him feel rather astonished. There were only two possible explanations for this. Either the forest was vast enough to hide all 1,000 participants, or this forest itself possessed the ability to conceal auras. If it was the latter, then this trial would prove significantly more difficult. However, an attack piercing through the jungle quickly confirmed his suspicion. His expression darkened as he deflected a sharp gust of energy and inwardly muttered, just as he suspected. From the initial probing attack, he could already tell that most people here were likely as confused as he was, due to the bizarre environment which indeed concealed one's aura. Immediately, he concealed his aura entirely and leaped onto a tree trunk, sitting there calmly. Since visibility was so poor, rather than wasting energy searching around, he might as well sit here and wait. With his extraordinary perception, he faintly sensed several fluctuations of soul power. As time passed, the fluctuations grew more noticeable before gradually fading again. At that moment, a faint, knowing smile appeared at the corner of Ouyang Yuya's lips. An hour later, the monkey in his arms slowly woke up, its liveliness returning. It happily perched itself back onto Ouyang Yuya's shoulder. Suddenly, the monkey turned its gaze toward one side of the forest and revealed a menacing look. Puzzled, Ouyang extended his perception but detected nothing unusual. Then, an idea flashed through his mind. "You can sense something?" The monkey scratched its fur and grinned, giving a vigorous nod. Ouyang Yuya smiled faintly, then rose to his feet and stretched lazily. "Time to take action." The monkey chattered excitedly, pointing its claw to the left. Instantly understanding, Ouyang lightly tapped his toes and his figure gracefully shot forward, lightly hopping a few times before vanishing into the jungle. Needless to say, the monkey's senses were exceptionally sharp. Under its guidance, Ouyang soon arrived at the nearest source of soul fluctuations. Concealed atop a tree trunk, he crouched low and looked downward. Sure enough, he spotted two figures. As his focus sharpened, his face suddenly froze before he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Fate really is something, huh? Below, one figure was slowly retreating, his expression fluctuating between worry and rage. He stared at the advancing opponent and said threateningly, "Hong Lei, we don't have any grudges. Why go so far? Besides, your identification badge is already yellow, meeting the standard. Why insist on pressing me this hard?" Hong Lei smirked coldly, his expression feigning pity. "Su Hao, you really make me laugh saying such things. Do you expect me to let you leave so you can run and call your elder brother to kill me? I'm not that foolish." Su Hao quickly shook his head. "Let me go, and I won't speak of this again." Suddenly, Hong Lei laughed, his smile quickly twisting into a fierce expression. Raising his right hand swiftly, dark light flashed as he suddenly slammed his palm towards Su Hao. Startled and caught off guard, Su Hao gritted his teeth and raised his arm defensively. A bang rang out, and Su Hao was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. Almost the moment Hong Lei made his move, Ouyang Yuya noticed. Watching the soul power fluctuations radiating from Hong Lei's right hand, his eyes flickered slightly. He murmured quietly, "Body tempering, 6th layer, peak." Hong Lei was clearly caught off guard by Su Hao's sudden defense, but only for a moment before his face twisted with malice again. His soul power surged, wrapping his fist in a thick layer of black energy, forming a dark, glowing sphere that emitted a faint bestial roar as it shot towards Su Hao's head. He clearly had murderous intent now. Seeing the surging waves of soul power, Su Hao shook his head helplessly. It seemed today was the day he would fall. With a slight sigh, he flicked his finger, sending a red beam slicing through the jungle into the distance. He stopped resisting and slowly closed his eyes. Hong Lei sneered as he prepared to strike, but suddenly, the space before him twisted. A thick, sticky energy spread outward. A clanging metallic sound rang out. Hong Lei's pupils constricted. Stomping his foot forcefully, he barely halted his forward momentum, his expression shifting to one of deep shock. "Brother Hong Lei, now that you've already taken my badge, must you really kill me?" Chapter 26 Troubles. Ouyang Yuya casually waved one hand, retracting the gate force, and smiled as he bowed slightly to Hong Lei, who was visibly shaken. "What a coincidence, Brother Hong." Hong Lei looked at Ouyang Yuya's smiling face, his expression stiff as he forced a small smile. "Yes, indeed a great coincidence. I wonder, what is the meaning of blocking my brother here?" Ouyang Yuya shrugged indifferently, glancing at Su Hao, who was slowly rising behind him. "Nothing much. Just righting a wrong when I see one." Hong Lei was momentarily stunned, then suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. His laughter carried a subtle mocking tone. Ouyang Yuya stared at Hong Lei's uncontrollable laughter and suddenly laughed just as loudly. His laughter was no less boisterous, and the monkey on his shoulder let out a series of sharp giggles as well. One paw clutched its belly, while the other pounded on Ouyang Yuya's shoulder. The previously tense atmosphere instantly became strangely comical. Hong Lei, laughed at so openly, began to lose face and glared at Ouyang Yuya. "What are you laughing at?" Ouyang Yuya stopped laughing and gently patted the monkey, which also immediately ceased its laughter. It now glared coldly at Hong Lei, whose face had turned livid. Ouyang Yuya shook his head slightly and said, "It's just that Brother Hong Lei's behavior is quite amusing." Hong Lei took a deep breath, his eyes locked onto Ouyang Yuya's, as if holding something back. After a moment, he offered another bow. "Since that's the case, I'll give you face. Let's consider this matter settled." With that, he turned to leave. He wasn't entirely sure about Ouyang Yuya's strength. Now that he had obtained the waist badge, he had no desire to provoke further conflict. After weighing the options, he decided it was best to leave first and avoid any misstep that might lead to failure. Additionally, Su Hao had already fired a signal flare, and he could not rule out the possibility of summoning the other 3 members of the Su family for retaliation. By that time, it would be too late. With such thoughts in mind, he prepared to leave first. Ouyang Yuya watched Hong Lei's retreating back, a cold smirk curling the corner of his lips. He casually flicked one finger, and a powerful gust of wind shot forth, completely sealing off Hong Lei's path of retreat. Instant killing intent flared in Hong Lei's eyes. He swiftly turned around, deflecting the incoming gust of wind with a counterstrike. His expression darkened instantly, and he lowly snarled, "What is the meaning of this?" Ouyang Yuya stretched his limbs, a crisp sound of cracking joints echoing in the air, as he eyed the waist badge hanging at Hong Lei's side. "Nothing much, really. Just want to borrow Brother Hong's waist badge for a while." Hong Lei clenched his fists, an audible sound of joints creaking accompanying the action, and the aura of a 6th-level body-tempering cultivator radiated outward. He stared at Ouyang Yuya and growled, "Pushing too far. Do you really think I fear you?" As he finished speaking, he fiercely stomped his foot on the ground, launching his figure forward in a flash. A large black fist image, filled with fierce momentum, hurtled straight toward Ouyang Yuya's face. The movements were fluid and swift, clearly indicating his intention to end this quickly. Sensing the rushing air pressure from the fist image, Ouyang Yuya burst into laughter and rushed forward as well. His left hand flipped in the air, once again forming the sticky barrier. A massive shadow silently appeared and collided head-on with the pitch-black fist image. Clang! A crisp, metallic sound rang out. Hong Lei's body shuddered, staring at the still-standing illusion after the initial strike. His expression changed dramatically, but his combat experience was evidently extensive. He remained calm instead of panicking. As his first attack missed, he immediately leaped backward. Mid-retreat, for fist images slammed toward empty space, halting Ouyang Yuya's advancing figure. Ouyang Yuya let out a cold snort, raising the thick gate barrier formed by his gate force with one hand. Letting out a loud shout, he lifted it high with both hands and fiercely smashed it downward. The ground violently shook, and with a loud bang, all 4 fist images were instantly shattered into nothingness. The fierce gust of wind directly lifted the ground surface. Taking advantage of this brief opening, Ouyang Yuya darted forward like a ghost. With his soul force rapidly circulating, he released a palm strike filled with piercing energy. Facing the descending palm mark, Hong Lei also took action without delay, the air around him humming loudly as his soul force surged. 10,000 Beasts Fist. Hong Lei's punch roared outward and collided head-on with the palm strike. The howling winds blew all the dust from the ground into the air, obscuring vision momentarily. Ouyang gently pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot, soaring like an eagle. In a blink, he was already in front of Hong Lei, revealing a set of Sunbat Sunda Yacher. It's over. His right hand suddenly clenched tightly, and a gray enormous blade materialized in his palm, spreading an intense blade aura. As Hong Lei's face turned horrified, Ouyang swiftly swiped his left hand across Hong Lei's waist, simultaneously flipping the blade's surface and slamming it hard against him, sending him flying and crashing violently into the nearby tree trunk. Hong Lei struggled to rise, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Ouyang in shock, his hoarse voice barely whispering. 7th level body tempering. Ouyang slightly smiled, tossing Hong Lei's yellow waist badge in his hand lightly. A hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. A yellow waist badge, this was quite a reward indeed. With this thought, his grin grew even more intense. Ouyang channeled all the soul force from Hong Lei's waist badge into his own. His white waist badge first turned crimson, then orange, nearly reaching yellow before suddenly stopping its transformation. He then casually tossed the white waist badge back to Hong Lei. A yellow waist badge, pretty good. I never go too far when dealing with people. Hong Lei, just about to tuck the waist badge into his clothes, spat out another mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Staggering back to his feet, he was about to leave when Ouyang suddenly called him. Hong Lei's body trembled. Glaring with deep resentment, he sneered. What now? Something else. Ouyang smiled and walked over, patting Hong Lei's shoulder. A flash of golden light instantly vanished into his body. Nothing much, really. Thanks for today. See you around. Hong Lei let out a cold snort and dashed into the depths of the jungle, his figure disappearing in an instant. Ouyang couldn't help but chuckle silently, though a subtle smirk of satisfaction surfaced on his face. For Ouyang, the battle had been effortless, but in the eyes of Su Hao, who had been watching from behind, it had been shocking. Su Hao was fully aware of Hong Lei's strength. Among the 1,000 candidates, Hong Lei had been ranked in the top 10, an undisputed genius who had stunned the crowd during the preliminary examination. Yet such a prodigy had been defeated in just a single clash against this young man. Who exactly was he? His battle strength rivaled even Su Hao's older brother, and probably only some kind of freak could stand above him. Not wasting a moment, Su Hao hurried forward, bowing respectfully. Just now, I owe you my life. Thank you. Ouyang waved a hand lazily. Just a minor inconvenience. Truthfully, he had no intention of staying. He still needed to fill the remaining energy in his waist badge, and the yellow one wasn't satisfying enough yet. Just as he turned to leave, distant whistling sounds approached from afar. Su Hao's expression visibly relaxed when he saw who was coming. Ouyang narrowed his eyes as several figures rapidly grew closer. From the soul force fluctuations in their auras, he could sense their urgency. In no time, the 3 figures arrived next to Ouyang, visibly relaxing only after confirming that Su Hao was unharmed. The one leading the group was extremely robust with a thick, full beard, giving off a fiercely intimidating aura. However, the soul force fluctuation coming from his body prompted Ouyang expression to slightly tighten before nodding inwardly. 7th level body tempering? Seems like Royal Academy truly has no shortage of geniuses. Beside the burly youth stood another young man who was somewhat unique. His appearance was refined, but at times his pupils revealed a chilling coldness that caused Ouyang to frown slightly, as though a venomous snake was watching him, which felt deeply unsettling. Although his strength was 6th level body tempering, Ouyang subtly heightened his caution. The last of the 3 was a woman who stood out in her own way. Oddly, Ouyang could sense no soul force fluctuations coming from her at all. The bearded leader didn't seem to notice Ouyang's scrutiny, and, after seeing how disheveled Su Hao appeared, furrowed his brows. Third brother, what happened? Su Hao glanced at himself with a bitter smile. Hong Lei. Nodding, the bearded man's expression darkened. The Hong family has been opposing us since the beginning. I knew it wouldn't end so easily. Did he really let you go? Su Hao quickly shook his head. I owe my life to this brother here, or I wouldn't be standing. The bearded man gave Ouyang a surprised glance and finally paid proper attention to him. Bowing slightly, he said, deeply grateful for your rescue. I'm Su Shi. This is my second brother, Su Yun. You've already met Su Hao. This is my 4th sister, Su Wan. Su Shi warmly introduced everyone, which earned Ouyang's approval. Nodding politely to each, he especially gave Su Wan an extra look of curiosity. Her lack of any detectable power puzzled him. But his actions were misinterpreted by Su Shi, who slightly furrowed his brows. Su Yun merely scoffed coldly, looking at Ouyang with disdain. Ouyang smiled slightly, offered a few more pleasantries, then turned to leave. Suddenly, he sensed 4 chilling presences approaching from a distance. Nearby, Su Shi's expression darkened immediately. Ouyang sensed the 4 passing figures and shook his head with a sigh. Truly troublesome. Chapter 27, Su Wan. At the same time Ouyang sensed it, Su Shi and the others also became aware. Feeling the surging fluctuations of soul force approaching, their expressions turned extremely grave. Without hesitation, 3 powerful soul forces also spread out. Beside Su Shi stood Su Wan, though intentionally positioning herself to shield Ouyang behind her, hinting at a subtle priority to protect him. Ouyang smiled bitterly. Since when had he fallen to a point needing protection by a girl? Yet he didn't decline her goodwill, standing calmly in place. The 4 figures in the distance were indeed fast, quickly closing the distance in a few blinks to arrive before Su Shi and his group. Slightly regretfully, Hong Lei was among them. Truly a case of bitter enemies crossing paths. Given such a scene, Ouyang could guess the reasons behind it. Su Shi's fierce eyes locked onto the four approaching. With a cold snort, a heavy soul force surged toward them. The leading dark-clad youth among the opposing group smiled slightly, then released a soul force from his body equal to Su Shi's strength, blocking Su Shi's pressure. Amusedly observing Su Shi and his companions, he said, "Brother Su Shi, why do you always seem so aggressive whenever you see us?" Su Shi glared at him darkly. "Hongyan, your Hong clan always opposes our Su family. Just now, my brother nearly died at Hong Lei's hands. How can you expect me to swallow that rage? And now you dare question me? That's truly ridiculous." Faced with Su Shi's sarcastic remark, Hong Yin didn't get angry, but smiled with an eerie air. Then, how does Su Shi explain Hong Lei's injuries? Su Shi glanced at the still-standing Ouyang Yuya, thinking he'd been too terrified to react, shaking his head as he said, "That's right. So what?" Hong Yin nodded. "Then words won't resolve this. I still need to provide my brother some justice." However, as soon as he spoke, Ouyang Yuya, who had been standing silently all this time, suddenly stepped forward with a calm smile, staring at Hong Yin. When one's own sibling simply lacks skill, blaming others becomes absurd indeed. Hong Yin stared blankly at Ouyang Yuya, slightly startled. His eyes narrowing, he wondered to himself, how had he missed seeing someone standing here before? Seeing Ouyang walk out, he sneered coldly. Where did this lowlife come from? Daring to speak against me? Behind Hong Yin, Hong Lei glared poisonously at Ouyang Yuya and whispered something into Hong Yan's ear. Ouyang watched Hong Yan's expression gradually turn darker, and within that darkness was a hint of caution and surprise, clearly wary of someone capable of injuring Hong Lei. Watching Hong Lei smirk vindicatively, the corner of Ouyang Yuya's lips curled with an equally meaningful smirk. Hong Yin locked eyes on Ouyang Yuya, his expression growing even more serious. He noticed how this young man remained utterly composed, unfazed even by the arrival of Hong Yin and his companions. His black eyes were as still as a deep abyss. Though concealing his energy completely, there wasn't even the smallest crack in his defenses, impenetrable and solid. In only a short while, Hong Yin concluded that this young man before him must be a formidable opponent. A moment later, Hong Yin bowed slightly. "If it's just a misunderstanding, then I ask you not to interfere in our matters with the Su family. Save yourself from unnecessary trouble." Hearing the slightly more courteous tone from Hong Yin, Ouyang Yuya's smile deepened. But Xuanhuan, standing nearby, hurriedly tugged at his sleeve. "You've already helped us once." Among them, 3 have reached the 6th stage of body tempering, while Hong Yin is at the 7th. He's an expert. "We don't have the power to protect you now. Please leave." Seeing the concern on Xuanhuan's face, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. So she actually thought his strength was too low, fearing he'd be a burden. Evidently, Su Hao hadn't told them about his real power. His own appearance apparently didn't inspire confidence. Could it be he lacked that so-called air of kingship? Seeing Hong Yin standing with hands clasped behind his back like a holy monk, Ouyang almost snorted, thinking to himself, more like a turtle's aura. Looking at Ouyang's bitter smile, Xuanhuan bit her silver teeth. "Then hide behind the tree trunk later and try to run when you can." Ouyang Yuya nodded, lightly leaping onto the trunk of a tree, cross-legged and watching like he was attending a play. Su Yun snorted coldly, glancing disdainfully at him, wondering why the leader had been so courteous to him before. Such a coward who runs at the first sign of danger was the most despicable kind. Now it seemed that whoever injured Hong Lei must have resorted to some despicable trick. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's indifferent expression, Hong Yin slightly relaxed, then turned and said, "Later I'll hold Su Shi back. The rest of you finish the others quickly. End it swiftly, or we'll be in trouble if the academy detects this." "Yes." The 3 behind him bowed briefly, then stomped hard with their feet, dashing out simultaneously in 3 different directions. Hong Lei charged towards Su Hao, smirking viciously as his dark fist swung towards Su Hao with a howling gust of wind, making Su Hao's face instantly pale. But clearly experienced, although his strength fell short of Hong Lei's, he could still manage to hold out for a while. In an instant, his right fist shot out like lightning to intercept Hong Lei's strike. Bang! A muffled impact shook Su Hao's body violently, and he rapidly retreated to dodge Hong Lei's attack. Hong Lei's mocking expression grew deeper as his roaring punch chased relentlessly, appearing suddenly before Su Hao and smashing straight toward his face. Su Shi inwardly cursed, shouting, "Stop!" while his figure burst rapidly towards Su Hao. Yet before he could reach, a streak of red light shot forth, blocking his path. Su Shi glared darkly at Hong Yin, who stood with hands behind his back, teeth gritted so hard they nearly cracked. Grinning gleefully at the nearly enraged Su Shi, Hong Yin chuckled. "Su Shi, I'm your opponent today." Su Shi exhaled slowly, clenched his right fist, and 7th stage body tempering soul force surged outward. With a firm press of his palm, a wide massive blade materialized, complementing his muscular figure like an ancient war deity. "Hong Yin, today's events, you will pay for them in blood." Without flourish, the great blade slashed down powerfully upon Hong Yin. Hong Yin snorted coldly, drawing a flexible blade from his waist, a ripple of spiritual energy emerging simultaneously. A flash of sharp light passed through Ouyang Yuya's eyes as he stared at Hong Yin's blade. Spiritual treasure. Hong Yin carved a graceful arc in the air, gently tapping the blade edge to neutralize the force entirely, then suddenly flipped the hilt and slashed at Su Shi's waist in an unimaginable curved trajectory. Ouyang Yuya inwardly applauded the precision. Manipulating a flexible blade with such dexterity rivaled only by imagination. Despite his prior disdain, Hong Yan's talent now earned his sincere admiration. Unlike Su Shi's drawn-out clash, Su Hao's battle grew more dangerous by the moment. Facing Hong Lei's blackened fists, a deep sense of helplessness welled within him. Already at a disadvantage in strength, coupled with his injuries, there was no way he could endure such fierce attacks. Unconsciously, he glanced behind at the composed Ouyang Yuya. Seeing him still calmly seated, Su Hao couldn't help but bitterly smile. His hope truly was naive. Ouyang Yuya sensed Su Hao's plight and was about to intervene when he suddenly noticed a blue glow radiating from Su Wan's previously motionless hand. At the same time, a distinct wave of spiritual energy erupted from her body, utterly different from soul force. Water veil of radiance. Su Wan cried out, and instantly a blue screen appeared before Su Hao, clashing with the dark punch. A ripple surged forth, instantly devouring the blow. Ouyang Yuya was shocked, watching Su Wan darting like a butterfly among flowers, astonished inwardly. Who would have thought this delicate-looking girl was a magician? No wonder her soul force had gone undetected earlier. Seeing his first-ever mage, he watched intensely, mentally simulating every move to analyze how to counter Su Wan's attacks. Soon, he'd memorized the patterns of magical offense. As time passed, the battle intensified. With Su Wan's aid, the previously disadvantaged Su Shi and his group gained relief. Occasionally, a water defense spell from Su Wan halted their opponent's attacks entirely. Compared to the other fierce fights, Su Wan's combat was much easier. Her fluid movements blocked each attack from the dark-clad youths. Meanwhile, the black-robed fighter was frustrated. Under her agility advantage, she tossed out fireballs and water orbs haphazardly, tormenting Hong Clan youths to near despair, though they remained helpless. Hong Yan's expression darkened further as he silently cursed. Incompetent fools. Hong Lei, Hong Tian, join Hong Tao and deal with that girl. Fools. Hong Lei and Hong Tian nodded, disengaging from their battles to charge fiercely towards Su Wan, surrounding her together with Hong Tao, showing no leniency simply because she was a woman. Su Hao and Su Yun's expressions instantly changed drastically. They immediately attempted to rush forward for reinforcement, but were pushed back by two streaks of red light from Hong Yan. Su Shi looked at Su Wan anxiously. His originally nimble figure grew notably sluggish, no longer carrying the ease it had before. Sweat drenched his forehead, and his lips turned pale, clear signs that Su Wan had nearly reached the limits of her strength. Get out of my way. Su Shi roared at Hong Yan. You can. Hong Yan chuckled. Defeat me, and naturally you can save her. But first, worry about yourselves. Hong Yan still stood with hands behind his back, showing no fear against the trio confronting him. Su Shi couldn't help but laugh bitterly at his arrogance. You? Relying on this. Hong Yan abruptly swung his wide sleeve. A soul force fluctuation even more condensed than before surged out from within his body like a waking beast. Finally, Su Shi and the others grew deeply grim in expression. Chapter 28. The Battle Against Hong Yan. Ouyang Yuya observed Hong Yan, whose aura was rapidly intensifying, and his expression grew significantly more serious. He hadn't expected Hong Yan to have hidden his true strength so deeply. Even he could sense a threat of danger emanating from him. Su Shi stared at Hong Yan in disbelief, murmuring, "Eight heavens body tempering." Even a calm individual like Su Shi couldn't hide his shock. Hong Yan clenched his fists, feeling the immense physical power surging through his body. He regarded Su Shi and the others with deep contempt. Originally, I had planned to save this strength for that freak in the end, but it seems perfect to use you all for a bit of practice. You can only hope for the best. With a wave of his sleeve, soul energy rippled outward, pulsing with an endless rhythm and swirling around him. Body tempering had 9 stages. At stage 7, one soul energy formed a stream. At stage 8, it surged like a mighty river. Hong Yan's greatest advantage was his overwhelming and thick soul energy compared to theirs. Su Shi looked gravely at Hong Yan and quietly said to Su Yun and Su Hao, "Go help Wanner. I'll hold him off." Su Yun glanced at him and turned away, but Hong Yan's eyes flickered. His figure darted forward, and 2 sharp gusts of wind shot from his sleeves, halting Su Yun and Su Hao. He looked at them with casual indifference, his eyes filled with contempt. "Trying to leave like that seems a bit too dismissive of me, Hong Yan." Su Shi gazed towards Su Wan with a dark expression. She appeared to be unable to hold on for much longer. Were it not for the occasional appearance of a blue barrier that repelled the attacks, she would have already fallen. The 3 from the Hong family seemed to be trying to drain Su Wan's spiritual energy. After all, at her current apprentice mage stage, the amount of spiritual power her body could contain was limited. Watching Su Wan teeter on the brink of death, Su Shi's eyes turned bloodshot. He glared fiercely at Hong Yan, yet was helpless. He and the others stood no chance against someone at the 8th stage of body tempering. The gap between levels was far more than just arithmetic. Besides, Su Yun was only at the 6th stage. After a brief pause, Su Shi exhaled a thick breath of frustration. Attack! As he spoke, his massive sword was already raised and crashed violently toward Hong Yan. At the same time, Su Yun and Su Hao launched attacks from 2 other directions, attempting to expose a flaw in Hong Yan's defenses. Fools! Hong Yan snorted coldly, his eyes cold as he looked at the 3 attacks. He raised his right hand, and 3 dark fist shadows appeared, easily deflecting all the attacks. With a flick of his hand, Su Shi and the others were thrown backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. In just one strike, the result became clear. The gap between each level of the body tempering stage was enormous. Lying on the ground and feeling the aching pain in his bones, Su Shi bitterly shook his head. Today, they had truly encountered an iron plate. Hong Yan's breakthrough was something he hadn't anticipated, otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so recklessly. Looking at the pale faces of Xiuxian and Su Hao beside him, he offered an apologetic smile. I've dragged you two down with me. A stiff smile flickered across Su Yun's cold face. He didn't speak further, but the resolute look in his eyes gave Su Shi a faint sense of comfort. He nodded slightly and looked toward the approaching Hong Yan. Today, I admit defeat. However, you won't live long either. Someone will take care of you. Hong Yan frowned slightly. Arrogance will only hasten your death. Saying so, he gathered soul energy into his right fist, forming a massive fist shadow. Just as he was about to strike, a sigh suddenly echoed, and a ghost-like figure appeared before him. Ouyang Yuya glanced helplessly at Su Shi and the others. Leave this to me. That girl won't last much longer. Su Shi looked astonished at the tall youth dressed in black, standing before him. Summoning his strength, he pushed himself up. After a moment, he clasped his fists together. Without further delay, he led Su Yun and Su Hao in a swift dash towards xuanhuan. Hong Yan's eyes flashed. As he was about to act, he suddenly felt a soul perception lock onto him. Glaring coldly at Ouyang Yuya, he asked, "Have you decided to intervene then?" Ouyang Yuya did not respond. His hands lightly clenched as soul energy at the 7th stage of body tempering surged from his body. Hong Yan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Ouyang Yuya, hoping to spot a trace of tension or panic in his opponent's expression. Soon, however, he was disappointed. Ouyang Yuya remained as calm as a deep pond. The sight of the man and the monkey beside him standing there filled Hong Yan with unease. Clutching his fists tightly, he called out, 10,000 Beasts Fist. A pitch-black fist shadow appeared, laced with heavy energy, and hurtled toward Ouyang Yuya. He launched a martial arts attack immediately, without showing any disdain because Ouyang Yuya was only at the 7th stage. Clearly, Ouyang Yuya's composure had unsettled him. He wanted to end this fight quickly. Ouyang Yuya slightly furrowed his brows facing the surging momentum. 10,000 Beasts Fist. Hong Lei had also used this technique, but compared to Hong Yan, Hong Lei's version was not even in the same league. Forming a seal with his fingers, a huge black shadow once again flashed and collided violently with the massive black fist shadow. A crisp sound rang out, and Ouyang Yuya's eyelids flickered slightly. This was the first time his gate ability had shown signs of shattering. Cracks rapidly spread across the massive gate board, and in an instant completely covered it, before it finally exploded with a loud crash under Ouyang Yuya's grave expression. Almost immediately the gate ability dissipated. Ouyang Yuya closed the distance, and supported by soul energy, fiercely lashed his right leg at Hong Yan. His speed was astonishing. Hong Yan's pupils flickered, but he barely managed to block Ouyang Yuya's sharp attack with both palms. A muffled bang sounded. Hong Yan was sent flying backward, scraping a few meters across the ground as he landed. Shaking his numb hands, he looked at Ouyang Yuya with a much more solemn expression, his face shifting between anger and hesitation. Ouyang Yuya's interruption successfully turned the tide of battle. With Su Shi's group joining in, Xuanhuan also felt significantly relieved. Within a short time, the 3 Hong family members had already been knocked down completely, leaving only Hong Yan standing. Glaring venomously at Ouyang Yuya for a moment, Hong Yan let out a reluctant sigh after some thought. "Kid, we'll settle this score later." With that, he swiftly retreated into the depths of the forest under Ouyang Yuya's surprised gaze. Ouyang Yuya shrugged helplessly, muttering to himself how unlucky he was. He had just entered the academy and already provoked such a strong enemy, which meant his future days probably wouldn't be very peaceful. Still, he didn't truly dwell on it. He had anticipated this before entering the academy. Besides, having an opponent with comparable strength might actually help his development. Seeing Hong Yan's miserable condition, Su Shi and the others felt immense satisfaction. They couldn't help but feel some awe watching the teenager standing before them. Not long ago, they had worried that this person would slow them down, yet he had ended up saving their lives, a twist of fate indeed. Quickly stepping forward, they clasped their fists together, sincerely saying, "Thank you, brother, for saving our lives." Their attitude had greatly changed compared to before, even Su Yun's face showing a faint smile. Ouyang Yuya smiled slightly and replied, "It was nothing." As he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed Xuanhuan behind Su Shi. The girl no longer carried her previous, dignified posture. Feeling Ouyang Yuya's gaze, she shyly lowered her head, frustrated inwardly. Remembering how she had looked down on him earlier as a burden, her face flushed deeply red, the color quickly spreading all the way to her ears. Shaking his head with a smile, Ouyang Yuya clasped his fists to Su Shi and said, "It's getting late. I still need to keep gathering waste tablets. We'll part ways here." Su Shi nodded. "Brother, if you ever need anything, just let us know. The 4 of us will certainly give it our best." Ouyang Yuya gave a slight smile. He nodded toward the blushing Xuanhuan and was about to leave when Su Shi suddenly called him back, handing him 3 waste tablets. "These belong to the 3 Hong family bastards. Take them as payment for your hard work." Ouyang Yuya glanced at the 3 Hong men tied up against the tree trunk. "What about these 3? Su Shi smiled. "We'll send them back to their family once the test is over for their elders to deal with." But really, Hong Yan's not a decent guy at all, leaving his brothers behind and fleeing. I wonder how he'll face his Hong family in the future. Ouyang Yuya smiled and said, "It's getting late. Let's meet again next time." "Till we meet again." Su Shi and the other 2 also clasped fists. Suddenly, Xuanhuan, who had been silent, hurriedly called out, "Hey, what's your name?" Ouyang Yuya paused mid-step. Looking at the girl he found somewhat endearing, and lightly smiled. "My name is Ouyang Yuya." "Ouyang Yuya." Xuanhuan mumbled the name with a sudden smile. "Thanks for today." Ouyang Yuya smiled again and leaped away into the distance. Xuanhuan glanced at him, angrily stomping her foot. Suddenly, she felt several gazes turn toward her. Raising her eyebrows, she saw Su Shi and the others watching her with half-smiles on their faces. She immediately turned bright red with embarrassment and lightly snapped. "What are you all looking at?" Su Hao chuckled, looking at someone who's falling for the spring breeze. "Hey, what nonsense are you spouting?" Her right hand lifted, sending fireballs shooting towards Su Hao, pelting him from above. Su Hao cried in alarm. "Big brother, look at her, she's flipping out again." "Huh?" Su Shi burst out laughing. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yuya, hearing the laughter behind him, smiled slightly and turned to leave. Guided by the monkey, he arrived at a safe location and retrieved the 3 waste tablets from the Hong family. He couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. These 3's haul was quite impressive. 2 of the tablets were actually green, and even Hong Lei, who had been robbed by him once before, had reached the red tier. Such efficiency truly astonished him. After channeling some energy into it, he weighed the blue waste tablet in his hand and felt a sense of joy. His performance in the first trial should be considered quite satisfactory. Just then, the previously silent storage ring suddenly emitted a faint glow, and at the same time, a sense of panic slowly emanated from it. Ouyang Yuya's expression instantly turned grim. Chapter 29, The Crisis of Lin Xian. Feeling the alarmed aura emanating from the midget, Ouyang Yuya's expression grew increasingly grim. Lin Xian must have encountered some insurmountable trouble and was trying to inform him through this means. With a flick of his foot, his figure shot toward the direction indicated by the nida. "Please hold on until I arrive." On the other side of the jungle, there stood a mountain peak far taller than the rest. Its summit pierced the clouds, shrouded in a faint white mist, exuding an ethereal air. At the foot of this mountain, a large crowd had gathered, nearly 100 people filling the area, surrounding it completely. The commotion here had been triggered by a powerful burst of light emitted from this location not long ago. Almost as soon as the brilliant flash erupted, those who had sensed the opportunity came rushing in. Anyone with a bit of sense could feel that something significant lay within, and without caring about the earlier contest for the waste badge, they had all made their way here with full determination. A dull thud rang out as a figure was sent flying backward from within the crowd, crashing heavily against the mountain behind and collapsing to the ground. Crimson robes were already drenched in blood, their original color indistinguishable. On a delicate, yet pale face appeared expressions of fury and helplessness. This person was none other than Lin Xian. Wiping the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, a helpless look surfaced on her pretty face. Looking at the massive, dark crowd surrounding her, she felt an even deeper sense of powerlessness from the depths of her heart. The root of it all was that brilliant light emitted earlier. After grabbing the waste badge, Lin Xian had just tucked it into her bosom and was sitting on a rock to rest when she inadvertently touched a pouch. Out of curiosity, she pulled aside the grass and vines covering it and, sure enough, revealed an abandoned xiuxian pouch. Overjoyed, she quickly picked it up. However, a plant partially hidden beneath the pouch caught her attention. Lin Xian, who had some knowledge of herbs, immediately recognized its origins. The plant itself had a rather remarkable history. It was none other than Jinling Chao, essence grass. From its appearance, this one appeared to be a century-old specimen. While elated, she also felt troubled, for herbs like this often began to radiate spiritual energy after reaching 100 years, causing anomalies when harvested. This particular specimen was a 5th-tier medicinal herb, which would only magnify the phenomenon. Afraid of unforeseen trouble, Lin Xian used her soul perception to confirm there were no others nearby, before gritting her teeth, uprooting it, and tossing it into the Nia. Unfortunately, she forgot that Thenjia had the ability to hide one's aura. Almost as soon as the brilliant light appeared, several figures burst forth from the distance, encircling her. And gradually, more and more people showed up, bringing things to this chaotic situation. Reflecting on it, Lin Xian's expression turned even more rueful. She glared hatefully at the man in black before her. Facing her, the black-robed man sniffed at his fist and smiled. Who knew after hitting a woman, my fist would be filled with such a pleasant fragrance? Look at how beautiful you are. I almost can't bear to hit you. Lin Xian snorted coldly, turning her face away. If you want it, just come and take it. I'll see this through to the end. At this moment, a woman dressed in green stepped forward from the crowd and spoke to Lin Xian. Little sister, is it really worth going through all this for a Jinling Chao? You know as well as I do, you won't be able to leave here on your own. In that case, why put yourself through such pain? Why don't you just give it to me, and I'll get you out? Little did she know, barely had her voice fallen, then noise broke out from the crowd, clearly expressing their strong disapproval. Looking at the slightly embarrassed expression on the green-robed woman's face, Lin Xian smiled faintly. All natural treasures belong to the one who finds them first. Don't you feel ashamed acting like this? Her words instantly made the men present flush red with embarrassment. Indeed, they couldn't help but admit that morally, this was a disgraceful act. Yet in the face of a treasure like this, what use was there for pride or face? One plant of Jinling Chao alone could allow them to escape the Erbteat stage and successfully form their soul cores. Such a shortcut would be desired by anyone. What nonsense! Haven't you heard the saying, all spiritual treasures belong to the most capable? A voice called out suddenly from the crowd. Excellent. Spoken well. The shouting from the crowd darkened Lin Xian's expression even more. Suddenly, she chuckled and threw the Jinling Chao in her hand onto the ground. Fine then. Take it if you want. Seeing the Jinling Chao fall to the ground, a gasp swept across the crowd. Eager gazes fixed on the herb, yet no one dared to pick it up. Everyone knew, after all, that this item was a hot potato. Taking it would bring disaster instead of fortune. Lin Xian stared at the group with a mocking look in her eyes. What? No one dares to take it now. Some in the crowd looked eager, yet soon restrained themselves. The previous fate of Lin Xian was proof enough for caution. Then I won't be polite. A sudden voice rang out, startling everyone present. Then they saw a man in black robes appear like a ghost, bending down to pick up the Jin Ling Chao, and smiling as he looked at the massive crowd. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar, giving him bizarre and wary looks. Didn't he know that only someone with sufficient strength could even dare to claim such an item? But two individuals reacted differently. One of them was Hong Yan, who had been about to act within the crowd, though the thought instantly ended. His lips twitched involuntarily. This guy was truly like an all-purpose ointment, turning up everywhere, appearing wherever things got lively. Shaking his head bitterly, he abandoned the idea of fighting for it. This person was just as difficult to deal with as that monstrous woman. Unless absolutely necessary, he definitely didn't want to clash with him. He wasn't foolish enough to let others reap the benefits after mutual damage. Different from Hong Yan's attitude was Lin Xian on the other side. As she looked at the man before her, Lin Xian finally felt relieved and exhaled slowly. Gazing at his back, she felt a complicated tangle of emotions. This person was none other than Ouyang Yuya, who had hurried here. She gave him a disapproving look and said, I thought you weren't coming. Ouyang Yuya smiled and turned around. How could I not come? Suddenly noticing the wounds on Lin Xian's body and her pale face, his gentle smile immediately stiffened and gradually vanished. Before he could speak, the man in black spoke first. Boy, put down the Jin Ling Chao, and I'll spare your life. Ouyang Yuya turned toward him with a sneer. If I put it down, do you dare take it? The black-robed man's face turned red instantly as he roared, arrogant. Saying this, a sharp gust of wind whistled through the air, flashing with blue light as it smashed fiercely toward Ouyang Yuya. Feeling the mercilessness of the man's punch, people nearby secretly nodded in approval. This was already a decent level of attack, one that showed a certain level of cultivation among 1,000 individuals. Looking at the swiftly expanding punch image before him, Ouyang Yuya didn't become angry. Instead, he laughed. He glanced at Lin Xian beside him and asked, what color is the waist badge now? Lin Xian stuck out her tongue playfully. Orange. Without responding, Ouyang Yuya's figure shot forth in a blur. A punch image appeared in his hand, colliding violently with the blue phantom in midair. After the punch connected, his right leg suddenly lifted and aimed at the man's chest, sending fierce, sharp energy surging forth. The black-robed man barely had time to react before raising his knee, and it collided heavily with Ouyang Yuya's. After the impact, the black-robed man quickly retreated, but Ouyang Yuya snorted coldly. His toe pressed down sharply, and his body swooped forward like an eagle. With hands forming seals, a thick wooden plank was summoned once again. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the enemy, gripping it tightly as he swung forcefully toward the black-robed man. Crack! A crisp sound echoed through the shocked gazes of the crowd. The black-robed man was directly slapped flying, spinning midair before crashing heavily onto the ground, twitching briefly before going still. Inhales of shock filled the air as people stared at Ouyang Yuya, who stood in the center still holding the wide wooden plank. A chilling sensation surged from their hearts straight to their heads, making their entire bodies stiff with fear. Crazy. Violent. That was the sole impression he left now. Right now, this man seemed to possess the might of a lone warrior, holding off thousands. Ouyang Yuya casually tossed the waist badge in his hand behind him as he said slowly, next one. Seeing that no one from the crowd moved, he turned to Lin Xian, who had just absorbed the waist badge. Who else attacked earlier? Looking at the tall and imposing Ouyang Yuya standing before her, complex emotions filled her heart, along with a strong sense of security. Feeling slightly wronged, she stepped beside him and pointed at 5 figures in the crowd. It was them. The 5 turned pale, panic evident on their faces. Especially the green-robed woman. Witnessing Ouyang Yuya's ruthless display of power, her body slightly trembled. Ouyang Yuya simply nodded without speaking. A soul force uniquely belonging to someone at the 7th level of the 18th stage surged outward, rushing directly toward the 5. The 5, seeing Ouyang Yuya charging toward them, gritted their teeth, exchanged determined glances, then scattered and launched themselves at him, ready to fight to the bitter end. A flash of cold light appeared in Ouyang Yuya's eyes. Want to fight? Then I'll fight until you admit defeat. Chapter 30, Advancement Pill. Almost simultaneously, 6 figures collided violently with one another. The sounds of impact echoed around, drawing gasps from the surrounding crowd. While they marveled at the ferocity of the battle, they were equally astonished by Ouyang Yuya's fighting ability. After all, those 5 were experts at the 6th stage of body tempering. The fact that he could hold his own against 5 opponents was incredible. Boom. The force of the collision sent all 6 figures retreating backward. Ouyang Yuya staggered back 5 steps, leaving a trail of scorch marks several meters long across the ground. Clearly, he had taken the worst end of this exchange. Shaking his slightly numb hands, Ouyang Yuya stopped Lin Xian from stepping forward and glanced at the 5 figures before him, their expressions filled with a hint of pride. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Planting the large gate upright beside him, he quickly formed hand seals. Under a series of dazzling seal movements, a dense aura of soul energy radiated outward. In the crowd, Hong Yan's expression grew serious as he observed the fluctuations in Ouyang Yuya's soul force. He murmured, so he's going to get serious now, huh? Sure enough, Ouyang Yuya clenched his fist in midair, and a sharp blade of sword chi spread outward, faintly exuding a frigid chill that seemed to tear through the heavens. Watching Ouyang Yuye's movements, the green-robed woman suddenly felt an uneasy sensation rising within her. Hurriedly, she called out, "Don't let him continue. Attack now." No sooner had her voice faded than 5 figures, each emitting fierce martial arts energy, surged toward Ouyang Yuye. Ouyang Yuye let out a cold laugh, and with a forceful clenched fist in midair, 2 gray blades of light flickered into view and gradually solidified, hovering in the air. The advancing 5 narrowed their eyes and accelerated their movement. Too late. Ouyang Yuye let out a low shout, and 2 more soul blades condensed into being, rotating around his body. At that moment, even Hong Yan's expression turned to one of shock. He himself had cultivated the art of weapon formation, and naturally possessed a high level of understanding in this area, but creating so many simultaneously in such a manner was something he could never achieve. It required an extremely precise command of soul energy. Clearly, Ouyang Yuye had achieved mastery. His impression of the young man deepened significantly. This was someone not to be trifled with. Watching the 5 figures rush toward him, Ouyang Yuye waved a hand, sending 4 of the soul blades hurtling toward 4 of them. The howling wind made it clear that even the slightest misstep could result in being pierced through. Almost at the same moment the soul blades were released, Ouyang Yuye sprang forward, wielding the massive gate as he charged directly toward a plump man in the lead. This sudden maneuver instantly revealed to the others that the soul blade attack had merely been a feint, and his true intent had been to divide their forces. The moment they grasped this, they felt a chill of fear. They had underestimated the terrifying cunning in this man's mind. But even as they came to this realization, it was already too late. The 4 soul blades intercepted their movements forcefully. The plump man clearly understood the danger he was in. Watching the massive gate swing toward him, he gritted his teeth and raised his hand. A green light flared midair palm. It was not without form. Ouyang Yuye, watching the palm strike, did not dodge. Instead, he met the strike head-on with the gate. The massive gate passed through the incoming palm strike, unimpeded, slamming straight into the plump man. In an instant, he saw a hand blur across his waist before his body was thrown backward, collapsing to the ground with a painful groan. Though the strike had not been fatal, it had rendered him unable to continue fighting. The plump man's defeat caused the expressions of the remaining 4 to shift drastically. Distracted for only a moment, they were swiftly wounded by the howling soul blades. Ouyang Yuye shook his head slightly, his expression unimpressed. Their performance was truly lackluster. Then, with a light tap of his toe, he sprang toward another man, who was currently occupied dodging the soul blades. Before the man could react to Ouyang Yuye's sudden movement, a powerful fist slammed into his back. He didn't even realize what had happened before his body was flung through the air. A sharp pain shot through his body as he crashed violently into a tree trunk. Instantly defeating 2 experts at the 6th stage of cultivation, the crowd surrounding the battle once again looked upon Ouyang Yuye with expressions filled with terror. The remaining 3 gazed at Ouyang Yuye, whose expression had not changed in the slightest. Their expressions turned extremely grave. After exchanging glances, they once again surged forward. They had already crossed swords with Ouyang Yuye, and there was no other way out now. Attack was their only option. Ouyang Yuye's pupils flickered slightly. He shot forward, his soul energy circulating and lifting his clothes as the wind roared around him. Pushing his speed to the limit, in the blink of an eye, he darted around to the side and threw a devastating punch toward the face of one of the men in black robes. The black-cloaked man was startled and hurriedly raised his left arm to block. Ouyang Yuye sneered. Clenching his fist, he turned his punch into a slicing palm strike. Instantly, a blade of sword chi surged into the sky, cutting toward the man's left arm. Under the black-cloaked man's horrified gaze, the blade suddenly shifted, and instead of slicing, it slammed forcefully into his arm, sending him flying outward. Crashing into the tree trunk with a loud thud, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suppressing the surging energy in his chest, he looked at Ouyang Yuye and said, "Thank you." Ouyang Yuye glanced at him, then turned and dashed toward another opponent. At the same time, his right hand clenched in the air, and the force of the gate reappeared. The blue-robed man paled in shock, retreating while pointing his finger at midair and shouting, "Rending finger." He simultaneously roared at the green-clad woman, "Attack!" The green-robed woman, recovering from her shock, quickly leapt backward alongside the man in blue, condensing her soul energy into a whip-like form that lashed toward Ouyang Yuye. Ouyang Yuye watched the 2 formidable martial techniques before him, his expression calm. His left hand flipped upward. Clang! A loud metallic clashing sound rang out as he deflected all attacks effortlessly. His figure darted forward, and the soul blade materialized, resting against the blue-clad man's neck. "It's over," he said, as his left hand swiped across the man's waist. With a swing of the blades back, the man fell slowly to the ground. The green-robed woman gasped in horror and hastily leapt back. Ouyang Yuye flashed forward like lightning and said indifferently, "I don't hit women. Get lost." The green-clothed woman looked at Ouyang Yuye with complex emotions, sighed, then handed her badge to him and returned to the crowd. Silence. A sudden hush fell over the mountain peak. After a moment of stillness, an uproar erupted from the crowd, gazing in shock. In just a short moment, he had defeated all 5 experts at the 6th stage of body tempering. This feat alone was enough to draw immense attention. Ouyang Yuye turned and tossed the 5 badges to Lin Xian, saying, "Enough, right?" Lin Xian absorbed the soul energy from the badges, and when hers turned blue, she nodded happily. Ouyang Yuye smiled slightly. "Let's go." As he was about to step forward, Lin Xian called out, "Hey, my foot's broken," Lin Xian whispered, her face flushed red. With a shrug, he picked her up and walked through the crowd. Hundreds of people stood in silence, not one daring to block his path. Everyone automatically made way as he passed. Lin Xian buried her face against Ouyang Yuye's chest, listening to the steady beating of his heart, her face reddening further. As Ouyang Yuye disappeared into the distance, murmurs broke out among the crowd. Who was that person? When did this year's tournament produce such a terrifying figure? Who knows? Judging by his appearance, he must be at the 7th stage of body tempering. I wonder who's stronger between him and Tung Kuei. Obviously Tung Kuei. That guy's strength is close to the 9th stage of body tempering. Someone at the 7th stage wouldn't stand a chance. Meanwhile, the subject of their discussion, Ouyang Yuye, carried Lin Xian into a relatively quiet valley, gently setting her down. Then he reached out and began removing her boots. Lin Xian panicked and asked, "What are you doing?" Ouyang Yuye didn't respond. After pulling off the boots, he grabbed her left foot and frowned. "Broken. Bear the pain. It'll be over in a second." Lin Xian blushed furiously, but nodded. Crack. Hiss. A sudden wave of pain hit her as she sucked in a sharp breath, but she gritted her teeth and held back any cries. Soon, the monkey came running back, holding a bunch of herbs in its claws and chewing them loudly. Pointing at its mouth, it then pointed at Lin Xian's foot. Ouyang Yuye understood. The monkey means applying the herb on the foot will speed healing. Lin Xian looked at the gooey, mashed herb in the monkey's mouth and swallowed hard, shaking her head. The monkey rolled its eyes, then gulped the herb down in one go. Erg. Ouyang Yuye was momentarily stunned, but soon felt helpless. Nearby, Lin Xian suddenly burst into giggles. She patted the monkey's head affectionately. Ouyang Yuye picked up some of the herb from the monkey's claws, chewed it briefly, then applied it carefully to Lin Xian's injured foot. Suppressing the tingling sensation, he finished applying it with difficulty. As the two locked eyes afterward, Lin Xian hurriedly lowered her gaze. Ouyang Yuye smiled and took out the Jinling fruit. Because of this, Lin Xian slowly nodded, recounting the entire story. They're just a bunch of cowardly rats. Lin Xian slammed the ground angrily, clearly agitated. A sudden thought crossed Ouyang Yuye's mind. You said there's also a xianhuan pouch? Yeah. Ouyang Yuye's eyes gleamed. Open it and see what's inside. Lin Xian nodded. She retrieved the xianhuan pouch from her storage ring. Since the previous owner's aura had vanished, the pouch opened easily. Immediately, Lin Xian paused and began pulling out the contents. It was 5 jade vials. One by one, they were opened, each containing a pill. When one was opened, the monkey on Ouyang Yuye's shoulders suddenly trembled, its animal-like eyes gleaming with excitement. It jumped toward the vial, giving Ouyang Yuye a pleading look. Ouyang Yuye picked up the bottle and looked at the label, reading the 3 large characters written there. xuanhuan, Advancement Pill. Chapter 31, The Monkey's Advancement. Ouyang Yuye picked up the jade bottle and looked at the monkey, who was watching with great anticipation. He asked, "You want this?" The monkey hurriedly nodded. Ouyang Yuye shook the green jade bottle slightly and brought it to his nose to sniff, but still couldn't figure it out, feeling somewhat puzzled. This was the first time he had seen the monkey look so eager. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh and took the bottle from him, saying, "Are pills meant to be sniffed?" She looked at Ouyang Yuye's slightly embarrassed face with amusement. Ouyang Yuye scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. "Then do you know what this is for?" Lin Xian nodded, hesitating for a moment before replying. "I saw it in my father's summary of alchemy. It had introductions to all sorts of pills. But the introduction for the transformation pill was just one line. It's used for enhancing soul beasts, apparently raising their rank by 1 level. Ouyang Yuye nodded. His thoughts aligned with what he had assumed. No wonder the monkey was so eager. Sensing Ouyang Yuye's intention, Lin Xian smiled and casually handed the transformation pill to him. "Anyway, I don't need it. Give it to your monkey. It'll be better than throwing persimmons every time you fight. That's beneath your dignity." This time, not only did Ouyang Yuye feel embarrassed, but the monkey even shyly buried itself into his chest, rubbing its big head against him. A chill ran through Ouyang Yuye. He immediately threw the monkey away and handed it the pill. "In any case, there are still 2 hours before the first stage ends, and my waist token has already turned blue, so there's no need to fight for it anymore. We'll just advance here. We'll guard you." The monkey blinked its eyes, which seemed to glisten faintly with tears. Ouyang Yuye waved his hand hurriedly to stop it. "All right, start now." The monkey was surprisingly decisive. It threw the pill straight into its mouth. Almost immediately after swallowing the pill, Ouyang Yuye saw the monkey's beast form start to tremble violently. Thick waves of energy slowly emanated from its body, forming a black barrier that completely wrapped around the monkey, rolling and shifting like a drop of oil dispersing in water. The black barrier continuously rotated, like a giant black hole swallowing the monkey entirely. Inside it, not even a trace of the monkey's presence could be felt. Ouyang Yuye stared nervously, his fists tightening until they creaked. Lin Xian gently gripped his hand and said, "It's okay. It's part of the process. Unlike us humans, soul beasts might have to go through this to advance." Ouyang Yuye nodded, but the furrowed brows betrayed his inner worry. This phenomenon lasted for as long as half an hour without stopping, but the fluctuations inside only grew stronger, giving off a pressure so strong that even Ouyang Yuye found it terrifying. After a moment, a sharp scream suddenly came from within the barrier. As soon as the sound reached his ears, Ouyang Yuye's body went rigid. He fixed his gaze on the black barrier like a beast eyeing its prey, motionless. Another shriek came from inside, followed by the sound of bones cracking, the kind that made one's teeth ache. The black barrier became increasingly dense, constantly twisting and shifting, as if compressing the monkey into a pulp. And as the crushing sensation intensified, the monkey's cries became even more miserable. Ouyang Yuye's fists creaked loudly, his eyes burning red. To him, the monkey was like family. Watching this unfold was unbearable. Unable to endure it any longer, he finally roared. Enough! He shot out a finger, aiming fiercely at the black barrier. In his mind, if he destroyed the barrier, the monkey would be safe. Just then, a ray of white light shot from within the barrier and collided with the tip of his finger. It didn't attack, it only stopped Ouyang Yuye from moving forward. A flicker passed through Ouyang Yuye's pupils. You don't need my help? From that resistance, he realized what the monkey meant. Ji. The monkey cried from within the barrier. Ouyang Yuye nodded and sat cross-legged. Then I'll give you one more hour. Ouyang Yuye took a deep breath, but kept his eyes locked on the black barrier without the slightest relaxation. The monkey's cries grew hoarse, and even its aura had become weaker. The snapping of bones continued incessantly, filling the quiet forest with an oppressive, unbearable atmosphere. Another half-hour passed. No sound came from within the barrier, not even the nauseating crackle of bones. If not for the faint trace of the monkey's energy still lingering, Ouyang Yuye might have believed it had already succumbed. When Ouyang Yuye was just beginning to relax, suddenly that chilling cracking sound erupted once again, and this time it was even more intense than before. The popping noises echoed through the jungle. Ouyang Yuye tightly shut his eyes, and, under this sensation, discovered a presence slowly awakening, like an ancient giant beast, exuding a powerful aura. Half an hour passed. Ouyang Yuye exhaled slowly and looked at the still spinning barrier before condensing a gray blade of light in his right hand. Time's up. Just as he was about to strike downward, a sudden shriek came from within the barrier, and the black barrier unexpectedly stopped. The originally monkey-sized black sphere seemed to be torn apart by something, stretching the barrier outward. Ouyang Yuye's pupils flickered. He sensed a threatening presence emanating from within and inwardly exclaimed, "Not good." His figure swiftly darted backward, scooping Lin Xian into his arms and leaping aside at high speed. Almost immediately after they moved, with a long, loud boom, the barrier exploded violently. Ouyang Yuye secretly felt astonished. The energy contained within the transformation pill was indeed incomparable to the xiuling fruit he had consumed earlier. Even after the monkey absorbed some of it, there was still such an intense reaction. Lin Xian struggled in his arms and said, "Let me go." Oh, Ouyang Yuye let out a nervous chuckle, suddenly recalling the monkey. He quickly turned his gaze toward where the barrier had been. At the sight of nothing in that place, his heart nearly stopped. His figure shot forward frantically. Confirming there was no sign of the monkey, his body seemed to lose all strength, and he collapsed onto the ground, beating his head helplessly. Lin Xian limped over and came to a stop in front of him. She gently patted his shoulder and sat down beside him. She was perhaps the most familiar with the relationship between the monkey and Ouyang Yuye. To some extent, the monkey had practically become part of Ouyang Yuye. Just as he was overwhelmed with sadness, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder, followed by a familiar cry. Ouyang Yuye's expression brightened immediately. He turned his head and saw the familiar little figure on his shoulder. Letting out a heavy breath, he immediately grabbed the monkey and scolded. "You scared me to death. Where did you go?" The monkey grinned widely, then scratched its head. At that moment, Ouyang Yuye suddenly noticed that the monkey was already vastly different from before. Its once glossy brown fur had turned snow white, and its formerly thin body had become somewhat plumper. Now, it looked more like a dog. The faint aura emanating from it caused even Ouyang Yuye to feel a tremble of awe. Lin Xian looked at the monkey, scratching its ears and fidgeting restlessly. "Don't you feel like the monkey is somehow different?" Ouyang Yuye raised the monkey to his eyes for a closer look. "I don't see anything unusual." Lin Xian shot him a disapproving glance. "I think the monkey is stronger than before." At the northernmost part of Oran Academy, there was still lush forest. Figures were constantly seen dashing out, displaying their waste tokens. Those who had yellow tokens returned to the platform, while those who failed to obtain yellow tokens left in regret. Lin Song scanned the figures that occasionally darted across the platform and nodded slightly. "There are definitely more who passed this year than in previous years." Bo Xiong nodded. "What's the highest rank so far?" An old man standing nearby replied. "A young man named Muley. Likely green rank." Bo Xiong nodded, gazing slightly expectantly toward the jungle's exit. "Last year, there were 3 blue ranks, and now they're all the top students in the 3 academies. This year, 3 of the top students across the 4 academies are at Soul Knight 6th stage, while the Soul Master Academy is still lagging, with Xuanhuan being only Soul Knight 3rd stage." He sighed slightly. "I hope we can see one this time too." Lin Song also nodded, glancing toward the jungle exit with an expression of expectation. Perhaps he will be the one. Just at that moment, a sudden commotion arose within the crowd. Furrowing his brows, Bo Xiong asked, "What's going on?" One of the teachers nearby quickly ran over. "Headmaster, there's someone with a green token." Bo Xiong's pupils flickered. "What profession?" "A Soul Master. Body tempering 8th stage." "Ha ha ha." Bo Xiong was slightly taken aback, but then broke into laughter. "What's his name?" "Hong family, Hong Yin." Bo Xiong nodded. "So he's from the Hong family. Let him come forward." Hong Yin slowly stepped forward from within the crowd, bowing toward Bo Xiong. "Hong Yin pays respects to the headmaster." Bo Xiong studied him for a moment and nodded. "Your green waist token speaks enough of your strength. Keep working hard. Let me see your potential." Hong Yin bitterly shook his head. "The headmaster flatters me. There's someone whose achievements surpass mine." Bo Xiong paused. "Someone else?" "Teng Kuei." Hong Yin shook his head. Teng Kuei is indeed strong, but compared to this person, he still falls short. Someone at body tempering 7th stage instantly defeating 5 opponents at body tempering 6th stage. Such a feat must be quite rare even within Oran Academy. Bo Xiong was slightly stunned. Who is he? Sighing, Hong Yin said, Ouyang Yuya. Chapter 32, Tung Kuei. Bo Xiong was slightly taken aback, then fell into deep thought. He vaguely felt that he had heard this name somewhere before. It was exceptionally familiar. Suddenly, he recalled that the young man Lin Song had specifically instructed him to pay attention to was named Ouyang Yuya. He glanced toward Lin Song, who nodded slightly in confirmation. Only then did Bo Xiong begin to feel a bit of interest in Ouyang Yuya's abilities. Someone who could earn such admiration from Hong Yin must certainly possess no small amount of talent. He gave Hong Yin a gentle nod and said, Don't be too humble either. Your performance is already quite commendable. I believe as long as you work hard and cultivate diligently, the seat of the chief disciple at the Soul Master Institute is still something worth striving for. Hong Yin gave a slight nod, smiling indifferently. Suddenly, a more excited commotion came from the crowd gathered on the platform. Tung Kuei has come out. Where? Almost instantly, the crowd erupted into excitement, eyes fixed intently on the exit of the forest. The group of mentors sitting on the stone benches also turned their gazes toward that direction. They were equally eager to see what sort of score the xiuxian, already the talk of the past few days, would achieve in his first trial. The 1,000 people on the scene were all staring intently at that single exit. Under such intense observation, even the soul energy in the air began to fluctuate violently, sending forth a faint but heart-stirring pressure. Whoosh! A sharp sound split the air violently from within the forest, drawing instant fiery attention from everyone present. In the blink of an eye, a figure slowly stepped out of the woods, finally allowing everyone a clear view of him. His sharp, strong features showed no trace of a smile, exuding a cold and arrogant aura. His purple robes made him appear even more mysterious. He tossed his identification badge to the evaluating mentor and said flatly, Tung Kuei. When the crowd saw the blue badge in his hand, their expressions immediately turned complex, colored with envy. They drew in their breath one after another, well aware of what the blue badge represented. It was the symbol of someone capable of contending for the championship title, someone who could enjoy the very best cultivation resources. Though envious, they harbored relatively little jealousy, since they all understood how incredibly difficult it was to earn a blue badge. The evaluating mentor recorded the information and announced, Tung Kuei, first trial passed, the passing symbol, a blue badge. When Bo Xiong saw the badge, a hint of joy crossed his face. He gave a slight, subtle nod and silently thought to himself how gifted the youth truly was. It was clear now why this first place among newcomers title had not been gained unjustly. He looked at Tung Kuei as if regarding a priceless treasure, believing that with the proper cultivation, he could very well grow into a presence rivaling the top students of the other 3 academies. Among everyone present, Lin Song was the most composed. Upon seeing Tung Kuei appear, he merely gave a slight glance, then turned his gaze back to the exit of the forest, his eyes shining with expectation. Bo Xiong looked toward Lin Song and said, Brother Lin, are you still waiting for that young man, Ouyang Yuya? Lin Song nodded. My daughter is still inside as well. Bo Xiong smiled. Ah, xiuxian has grown up already, huh? Huh. Lin Song smiled faintly, but suddenly his expression shifted. He instantly turned his gaze back to the forest exit, a faint curve forming on his lips. They're out. A spark of curiosity appeared on Bo Xiong's face as well. At this moment, 2 figures shot out from the forest exit at an extraordinary speed, one male and one female. The man wore black robes, giving off a faintly oppressive presence, except for the white monkey clinging to his shoulder, which seemed somewhat out of place. Beside him, the woman wore a red outfit that accentuated her alluring figure, her delicate and beautiful face wearing a slight smile, a sharp contrast to the man beside her. Their appearance caused an immediate uproar to erupt across the platform. Obviously, most of those present were no strangers to Ouyang Yuya, especially considering his track record, more than enough for people to remember him. Ouyang Yuya furrowed his brow, smirking as he looked at Lin Xian. Looks like our reputation is pretty high too. Lin Xian smiled similarly and handed her blue identification badge to the mentor, stating, Lin Xian. The mentor, slightly stunned upon seeing the blue badge, quickly jotted down the record, then spoke in disbelief. Lin Xian, first trial passed, passing symbol, the blue badge. At once, the crowd burst into commotion. TCH, another blue badge. This year sure has too many freaks. Wonder what level that Ouyang Yuya is at. In my opinion, he definitely also got a blue badge. That guy's definitely one ruthless talent. Ouyang Yuya then stepped forward and handed his badge upward. Ouyang Yuya. The entire platform inhaled sharply. Even Bo Xiong wore an expression of stunned shock. After a moment, he suddenly burst into loud laughter and slapped Lin Song's shoulder, unable to conceal his joy. Good. Brother Lin truly has a discerning eye. 3 blue badges this time. Let me see if those elders from the other 3 institutes can still laugh so easily now. Lin Song also let out a slow sigh of relief, his expression toward Ouyang Yuya filled with even more admiration. However, for those in the crowd who were unaware of Ouyang Yuya's feats, it was much harder to accept. As for Tung Kuei, they had nothing to say. After all, his strength was plainly visible. But how were these 2 qualified? How is this possible? There must be some underhanded method involved. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt countless strange glances from around him, looks as if staring at an idiot. A familiar person quickly stopped him. Don't talk nonsense. That person is Ouyang Yuya, the one who single-handedly defeated 5 body tempering stage 6 experts. Do you think he has the capability or not? Hearing the murmurs around him, Ouyang Yi rubbed his nose with an awkward expression. Seems like I went overboard. Lin Xian smiled as well. Who told you to show off? Only you would think of fighting 5 at once. Ouyang Yi was momentarily speechless and simply changed the subject. Alright, let's go over now, don't make them wait. They're going to announce the second trial's rules soon. Lin Xian stuck out her tongue, nodded, and leapt toward the platform. Ouyang Yi bowed his hands toward Lin Song standing on the high terrace, who smiled slightly in return. Just at that moment, he suddenly felt a gaze directed at him. Ouyang Yi furrowed his brow and followed the gaze to find a cold-faced youth. A slight, mocking smirk lifted at the corner of the young man's lips, complementing his icy, menacing aura with a chilling bloodthirstiness. In short, this person exuded a particularly uncomfortable aura, and even a faint sense of pressure emanated from him. Even Hong Yan, who was at body tempering stage 8, could not produce such a feeling. Thus, the person's identity became obvious immediately. Tung Kuei, the crown prince among newcomers. Seeing the somewhat aggressive gaze from Tung Kuei, Ouyang Yi let out a cold snort, meeting it fearlessly with his own gaze. Their eyes locked in a heavy atmosphere filled with tension. This confrontation was noticed by others as well, and immediately the platform fell silent. Bo Xiong displayed a trace of interest, crossing his arms over his chest with growing anticipation. This year's younglings are getting more and more interesting. Unlike Bo Xiong, Lin Song showed a slight trace of worry. Though he had full confidence in Ouyang Yi's strength, given the 2-stage gap, he still held doubts. After all, Tung Kuei was no pushover. Tung Kuei seemed to thoroughly enjoy the spotlight and his smile deepened, though to others it carried a sinister chill. So you're the one who held off 5 body tempering stage 6 experts and didn't lose? Ouyang Yi slightly frowned and rubbed his forehead in slight frustration. He really couldn't understand why everyone insisted on bringing that up. He simply nodded. Just by luck. Tung Kuei smiled. Frankly, I find you quite interesting. I'm really looking forward to our match. Ouyang Yi's eyes flickered. Realizing the situation wasn't good, he pulled Lin Xian behind him, instantly unleashing his soul energy, and threw a punch straight ahead. As the punch wind landed, a purplish-black fist shadow also struck down, colliding violently. Boom. Both figures retreated simultaneously, halting their steps. Tung Kuei extended his tongue, licking his lips. Again, the soul energy of body tempering stage 9 surged forth, condensing into a purplish-black dagger that stabbed fiercely toward Ouyang Yi's chest. In desperation, Ouyang Yi twisted his waist, barely avoiding the vital spot, though the sharp dagger still sliced open a cut at his side. Their first clash clearly gave Tung Kuei the advantage. Ouyang Yi stared at him gravely. Tung Kuei was indeed the most formidable opponent he had encountered yet, and even a moment's slackness had cost him dearly. A heavy breath slowly exhaled from his throat, followed immediately by a tight clench of his right hand, channeling his soul energy to its utmost limit. Faced with such a dangerous opponent, he could no longer afford to hide his strength, or he might lose his chance to act entirely. Tung Kuei sneered, forming a fist wind instantly, only for it to be shattered by a sudden gust of wind. Tung Kuei frowned and looked toward the high terrace where Lin Song's face had turned grim. There will be time for this later. If you don't want to be disqualified, go back now. Ouyang Yi looked at Lin Song helplessly. He naturally understood that the latter was deliberately giving him leniency, so he didn't say anything else. Nodding, he returned to the platform. Lin Xian hurriedly grabbed his arm. Are you alright? Did it hit any meridians? Ouyang Yi shook his head, but kept his eyes fixed tightly on Tung Kuei. Tung Kuei smirked at him, his expression filled with mockery. Even the onlookers now regarded him with disdain, clearly displeased with what they considered Lin Song's favoritism toward Ouyang Yi. In this continent where power reigns supreme, such conduct could only bring pity and ridicule. Ouyang Yi remained unmoved, watching Tung Kuei's retreating figure with his fists tightly clenched, fachu a faint creaking sound, while his eyes burned intensely with fighting spirit. Tung Kuei, don't you dare back down when the time comes. Chapter 33 Farewell to Xuanhuan. Bo Xiong watched the two who had decided to stop fighting. Although somewhat regretful, he couldn't really say anything, since their fighting would certainly violate the rules. Returning to his seat once more, he looked down from above at the remaining 100 trainees, then glanced at the report handed to him. Around 170 trainees had passed this time. Though it wasn't as many as usual, 3 of them had blue badges and 4 had green badges, an impressive result indeed. He gazed slowly at the assembled trainees as he spoke. Firstly, congratulations to all of you who passed. From this moment on, you are officially students of Oran Royal Academy. You will be assigned to various departments for cultivation after the tournament. Upon hearing this, those who passed let out a heavy sigh of relief. It was clear that simply qualifying and becoming a member of Oran Academy had satisfied them. Bo Xiong waved his hand, a gesture that quieted the noisy crowd. He continued, however, don't get too cocky just yet. Even though you've entered Oran Academy, without good cultivation resources, it's all for nothing. Therefore, what you must strive for next is your own cultivation resources, in other words, your future prospects. Listening to Bo Xiong's passionate speech, Ouyang Yi felt inspired. He glanced unconsciously at Tung Kuei with a smile. Seems the biggest competitor this time around was him. Seeing the trainees suddenly filled with fighting spirit, Bo Xiong smiled and said, Alright, now I'll explain the rules of the second stage of the test. He paused briefly, then picked up a coin. Everyone look carefully at this coin in my hand. It's called an Oran coin. It will be extremely important to you, since we use it instead of direct object exchanges to prevent unfairness. All kinds of transactions within the academy must use this coin. Whether it's cultivation resources, medicines, crystals, spiritual treasures, or even renting martial arts techniques and skills, all transactions are done using these coins. So I'll let you in on a secret now. There are multiple ways to earn these coins inside the academy. You can complete tasks, clean up, or work as a librarian. You can also fight in the arena, though you'll learn more about that later. The exchange rate is 10 copper coins to 1 silver, and 10 silver coins to 1 gold. Gold coins are quite valuable. For example, a 5-grade herb worth 1,000 taels of silver outside the academy costs only 10 gold coins here, so you need to pay attention. The time when you first become a student is the best time to accumulate Orin coins. The academy will provide a pool worth 200 gold coins for you all to compete for. How much you can grab, and whether you can enjoy better cultivation resources, all depends on your ability. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, and many stared excitedly at the coin in Bo Xiong's hand, clearly eager to get started. Bo Xiong smiled slightly and continued. Of course, Changduochanbi has always been the challenge for each new group of trainees. To prevent the overly strong from monopolizing everything, Orin Academy will dispatch a senior student from each of the 4 schools within Orin to compete for these gold coins as well. They'll put pressure on outstanding newcomers. So all of you must prepare yourselves and cultivate enough strength to rival them. At this, murmurs of dissatisfaction rose from the crowd. Lin Song frowned and said, "Those who are dissatisfied can leave now. No one's forcing you to stay." The previously noisy crowd fell completely silent. Ouyang Yuye shook his head with a slight smile. These people might have decent talent, but their hearts and courage were still severely lacking. At that moment, the silent Tung Kuei suddenly asked, "May I ask, what level are those 4 seniors?" Bo Xiong smiled. "All of them are at the 4th stage of Soul Master." A collective hiss echoed. 4th stage of Soul Master. That was even more powerful than Tung Kuei. Once a Soul Master reaches the stage of Soul Practitioner, they can access the power of the Soul Core, and the power behind attacks enhanced by the Soul Core is completely different. Ouyang Yuye was also surprised, clearly not expecting the 4 sent over to be such tough opponents. He grimaced slightly. This battle might not be easy. Just then, a piercing whistle of rushing wind arrived, and 4 dark figures were seen rapidly approaching from afar. As the figures quickly drew closer, Bo Xiong smiled faintly. "They're here." Lin Song also glanced behind him at the rapidly approaching figures and asked, "Who've they sent this time?" Bo Xiong thought for a moment. For the Soul Academy, it's Chun Fei. For the Medicine Academy, it's Huafeng. For the Sorcery Academy, it's Feng Xiaoxiao. And for the Alchemy Academy, it's some newly emerged youth. I can't remember the name. Ouyang Yuye fixed his eyes tightly on the swiftly approaching figures, a strange sense of unease building in his heart, as if there were some conspiracy lurking behind this scene. Ouyang Yuye looked at the 4 newcomers, his gaze burning with intensity, his expression gradually turning strange. It was only now that he finally understood the source of his unease. Among the 4 figures stood xuanhuan, the very person he had once encountered and clashed with. Seeing xuanhuan appear unexpectedly, Ouyang Yuye's expression turned even more solemn. The impression xuanhuan had left on him back then was tremendous. His strength was unquestionable, but what concerned Ouyang Yuye the most was his calmness and cold-bloodedness toward his enemies. Possessing both was no easy feat. Sensing Ouyang Yuye's gaze, xuanhuan glanced in his direction. Upon suddenly spotting Ouyang Yuye, a flicker of unusual recognition crossed his expression, though this time it was much softer than their last encounter. He gave a brief nod of respect before turning his gaze back toward Bo Xiong. "All right, the 4 senior students have now arrived. They are Chun Fei from the Soul Academy, Huafeng from the Medicine Academy, Feng Xiaoxiao from the Sorcery Academy, and Xuanhuan from the Alchemy Academy. Now, I'll explain the rules of the examination. The rules are simple. The battleground remains this forest. We will place coins in various locations throughout the area, and you must locate them based on the ganying, sensory perception, your carried coins emit. The more coins you collect, the stronger your ganying becomes, and naturally, the more attention you will draw from others. The one with the most coins will have their score averaged with the previous round. But be careful. These senior students are far beyond your current capabilities, so you'll need to find a way to handle them." Bo Xiong deliberately pronounced the last sentence clearly. Ouyang Yuye quickly caught on and realized immediately. The second round wasn't testing strength or soul ability, but teamwork. The reason was obvious. No one among them could defeat any of the 4 seniors individually. Therefore, there was only one option: cooperation, mutual coordination. Only through teamwork could they hope to pass. Lin Xian clearly understood the key as well. As Ouyang Yuye looked toward her, she mouthed 2 words silently. Ouyang Yuye nodded in agreement, fully aware of her sharp wit. Just then, several figures suddenly dashed over. Ouyang Yuye blinked slightly, only to discover it was Su Shi and his group. He smiled and gave a slight bow of greeting. Glancing at Su Wan's playful and charming expression, he nodded toward her. Instantly, Su Wan's face flushed red. Beside him, Lin Xian pouted, nudging him with her elbow and asking, "Who are these people?" Ouyang Yuye hurriedly introduced Su Shi and the others to Lin Xian, saying, "They're new friends I've just met. This is my friend Lin Xian." "Your girlfriend?" Su Wan suddenly asked. Ouyang Yuye was momentarily stunned. Su Wan flushed even redder and stammered, "Nothing. Just a random question." Before Ouyang Yuye could respond, Lin Xian suddenly laughed and linked her arm with his, saying, "Of course. Our families already agree." Ouyang Yuye was caught completely off guard, staring at Lin Xian in disbelief. "What did you just say? Isn't that right?" Lin Xian blinked her large, bright eyes. Ouyang Yuye smiled painfully, well aware of her personality. She was the type who responded only to gentleness, not to confrontation. The best way to deal with someone like her was simply to ignore it. But to Xuanhuan, this seemed like a silent acceptance. Her expression immediately darkened, and she muttered, "Heartless playboy." Ouyang naturally heard her words. Helplessly, he glanced at Su Shi and the others. Su Shi shrugged and gave a helpless smile, an expression clearly saying, "Nothing to do with me," which only frustrated Ouyang more. He quickly changed the subject by asking, "Did you come here for a reason, Brother Su?" Su Shi nodded. Earlier, the Yanzhong, academy head, suggested we could form teams to fight against those seniors. So we're trying to find some allies. We wondered if you'd be interested in joining forces. Ouyang was taken aback. "Brother Su, did you come up with this idea?" Su Shi scratched his head. "Actually, it was Wanner's idea. I'm just a clumsy guy, not smart enough for this." Ouyang nodded appreciatively and smiled slightly at Xuanhuan, showing his admiration. Xuanhuan let out a small humph and turned her head away. Ouyang smiled awkwardly. "Of course I welcome you, Brother Su. Then shall we form a team together?" He looked at Lin Xian while asking. Lin Xian nodded obediently, looking sweet. "I'll follow your lead." Xuanhuan snorted again and turned her head to the side. Ouyang sighed and smiled wryly. Then it settled. "At least we'll have each other's backs." "Great," Su Shi replied heartily. "Brother Ouyang is indeed straightforward and bold. You're a real man. I, Su Shi, will stand by your side. My Su family will ally with Brother Ouyang." Ouyang smiled slightly as well. He had already witnessed the strength of the 4 members from the Su family. Su Shi, of course, needed no introduction. Being the owner of a green sash badge was no mere boast. Su Yun and Su Hao had both reached the 6th stage of body refinement, while Xuan's power was even more unfathomable. She had held her own against 3 members of the Hong family for a prolonged period. From Ouyang perception, he believed Xuan's strength might even surpass Su Shi's, and at the very least, she would be far more troublesome to deal with. Such a team lineup was truly impressive. Ouyang glanced toward Xuanhuan standing atop the high platform and revealed a fiery fighting will in his eyes. "Xuanhuan, let me see whether you can still defeat me so easily now." Chapter 34, Myriad Phenomena Square Flask. Bo Xiong stood up and surveyed the disciples on the platform. With a flick of his sleeve, a series of Orlan coins shot forth. As the coins scattered, the crowd on the platform surged forward to grab them. Ouyang snorted coldly, shot into the air, and suddenly swung his sleeves. The door force instantly condensed. With a wave of his hands, he slammed the force down onto the coins. Clatter! The coins were blasted away with great force, flying toward the direction of Su Shi and the others. Su Shi's eyes flickered, and at the speed of body tempering 7th heaven, his large hand moved swiftly, collecting all the coins into his pouch. Looking at the discontented expressions around him, he gave Ouyang a thumb up and laughed loudly. "Awesome. Huh?" Ouyang use of the door panel was indeed quite impressive. Seeing the door panel in Ouyang hands, Lin Song's mouth twitched, and he shook his head bitterly. If the old master found out that his prized secret technique had been used by Ouyang to hit people and coins, he'd probably be furious enough to spit blood. Ouyang chuckled to himself. His earlier action had 2 purposes. One was to achieve the expected effect, grab the coins. The other was to show off to others, letting them know not to easily provoke his group. Although they were not afraid of disturbances, if everyone started causing trouble, there would be no need even to look for the coins. Just dealing with these flies would take up enough time. However, in Ouyang eyes, this move was quite effective. At least, the crowd's gazes were not only filled with shock, but also faint traces of caution. Bo Xiong glanced at Ouyang and secretly nodded. This young man indeed possessed a sharp mind and was unusually decisive in his actions. Lin Song glanced at the sky and said, "The time is about right. Then let us begin." Bo Xiong stood up and spoke slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of people simultaneously moved, dashing toward the platform like a beehive. Amidst the howling winds, they scattered in 2s and 3s into the jungle. Ouyang looked around as the crowd thinned, then smiled slightly toward Xuanhuan on the high stage. "Let's go too." Everyone nodded and followed Ouyang into the jungle. Chun Fei looked at the spot where Ouyang had vanished and asked in confusion, "Do you know that person?" Xuanhuan smiled and nodded. "We've crossed paths before. He's quite an interesting fellow." Feng Xiao asked, "Should we give him some special attention?" Xuanhuan shook his head. "No need. He doesn't require our protection either." Beside him, Horfang lightly chuckled and glanced at him. "If I recall correctly, you, Xuanhuan, have never praised someone like this before. You've intrigued me. I'm really eager to see what he can do, for you to value him so highly." Xuanhuan coldly snorted. "Just don't trip over a ditch." "Haha. Xuanhuan, since when have you lacked confidence? Did you suffer a defeat from this young fellow?" Xuanhuan paused mid-step and replied, "Indeed, I did suffer a defeat, tripping over a ditch even after using my ultimate move. But I wonder how much better than me whole brother can fare." Without waiting for an answer, he turned and left, gazing at the lush forest, muttering, "Ouyang don't disappoint me." At this moment, deep in the jungle, Ouyang climbed out of a water ditch with a dark face. He glared angrily at the few people who were laughing uncontrollably and tossed the 2 silver coins in his hand aside, saying, 2 silver coins. Not a bad haul. It was worth all this trouble." Su Shi said with admiration, "Brother Ouyang, I greatly admire your personality, flexible yet strong-willed, and scrupulous in tactics." Su Shi's words were extremely sincere. Ouyang however, felt a bit embarrassed and shook his head helplessly. Just as he wanted to speak, he suddenly felt the coins in his Qianhuan bag vibrating significantly. He swept his right hand across his waist, hesitated no further, and dashed southward. Xiuxian and others followed without hesitation. In the far south of the jungle lay an area where the trees grew extremely dense. The thick vegetation moistened the air, with a faint sensation of oppressive heat. According to the coin's reaction, xiuxian arrived at a patch of thick forest. The strangest part was that there wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of soul energy here, meaning no one had come this way before. Following the coin's signal, xiuxian arrived at an open ground. He once again pulled out his deep blue dagger, a weapon whose sharpness could be described as cutting through iron as if it were mud, a priceless help in many situations. With a swing of the dagger, the hard ground was sliced open, leaving behind a black-gray trench, with soil flying in the air. xiuxian felt the coin vibrating even more violently. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly slammed his palm onto the ground with a loud shout. Come out! Instantly, 4 golden coins flew out. xiuxian quickly caught them, brushed off the dirt, and threw them into his xiuxian bag. Just as he was about to turn, the monkey on his shoulder suddenly jumped down, landing at the edge of the trench, its beast-like eyes filled with deep confusion. He crouched down and asked, "What's wrong?" The monkey pointed at the ground and patted it with its fist. Seeing the monkey's anxious look, xiuxian, who almost blindly trusted the beast's senses, did not hesitate and immediately unleashed his soul force, delivering a heavy punch toward the ground. Boom! A dull sound echoed, but the expected flying soil did not appear. Instead, an eerie silence followed. Strangest of all, under the impact of xiuxian's punch, the originally dug-up earth began to gradually fuse back together, as though it had absorbed some nourishment. The soil slowly merged together, reconnecting seamlessly, leaving not even the slightest gap. xiuxian's pupils flickered, and he muttered inwardly that there indeed was something odd going on. He pointed at the trench on the ground and said to Xiuxian, "Su brother, when I tell you to act later, you deliver your most powerful martial technique right here." Xiuxian nodded and said, "No problem." Taking a deep breath, xiuxian released his soul force. His right hand flicked in midair, and a soul blade instantly condensed. Grasping it in his hand, he roared loudly and swung it fiercely toward the ground. A piercing scraping sound rang out. A cut appeared on the previously intact ground. xiuxian abruptly pulled the blade back and shouted, "Now!" Xiuxian, gripping his giant sword, shouted, "Overwhelming slash," and stabbed fiercely downward into the crack. Finally, the once unbroken ground split open, forming a crack as thick as an arm, an ugly, jagged wound stretching across the earth's surface, looking grotesque. Almost at the moment the ground cracked open, a glowing orb suddenly erupted from beneath the earth, bursting violently into the air. Lin Xian's eyes gleamed, and her whip shot forward swiftly, coiling tightly around the light orb. Timing her move perfectly, she successfully entangled it. Just as xiuxian was about to relax, the orb suddenly emitted an even more dazzling light, forcibly tearing the whip away before darting off into the distance. Xuanhuan snorted coldly, clenching her palm and shouting, "Water mirage radiance." A blue water curtain suddenly spanned the air, blocking the escaping orb's path. Before the orb could react, Lin Xian's whip once again lashed out and wrapped around the glowing orb, pulling it forcefully down. Pada! The light faded, revealing a black box. The entire box was jet black, with 4 cylindrical bases at its corners. Apart from that, there was absolutely nothing distinctive about it. xiuxian picked it up, shook it slightly, and tossed it in front of the monkey, asking, "Was it this thing?" The monkey's eyes gleamed as it nodded, pointing once again at the ground and then at the black box. Suddenly, xiuxian jolted in realization. "You're saying the ground can regenerate because of this?" The monkey scratched its head and grinned widely, the meaning clear without needing words. xiuxian picked up the black box and cautiously infused it with soul force. Wong. Unexpectedly, the moment the soul force poured in, the black box suddenly trembled again, glowing brighter as faint waves of soul energy radiated out. xiuxian's heart stirred, and he poured in more soul force. As a result, the black box's light grew even stronger. xiuxian's eyes flashed. He wildly continued infusing soul energy, but suddenly the black box stopped absorbing. The box forcibly pushed xiuxian back. Putting the box inside his robe, he looked at Xiuxian and said, "Try striking me with your soul force." Seeing xiuxian was not joking, Xiuxian nodded. Gathering his soul force, he sent a palm crashing toward xiuxian's chest. The expected dull impact sound didn't come. Instead, only a slight vibration stirred on xiuxian's chest. A white film instantly appeared, blocking all the attack. The rebounding force sent Xiuxian staggering backward. Indeed, xiuxian murmured inwardly, amazed. So that's why the land could regenerate, absorbing soul force. It definitely had to do with this black box. Realizing this, he suddenly formed an even bolder hypothesis. Xiuxian, keep going. With previous experience, Xiuxian no longer hesitated. Gathering his soul force, he smashed another palm forward. Amazingly, once again, xiuxian felt a light tremor in his chest as the white film appeared again. xiuxian lightly flicked his fingers. Instantly, a wave of soul force surged from his arm, connecting to the black box on his chest. With a single pointed finger aimed downward, he felt a soul force overflow from the box, resonating with his body, as if reaching every bone in his limbs. A mysterious and arcane sensation surged again. Then, a beam of fingertip force shot out, piercing directly into the ground. An impossibly deep hole appeared. xiuxian inhaled sharply. With such an attack technique, in battle it could certainly be a powerful weapon. Absorbing the forces of myriad things for personal use, Xuanhuan smiled slightly, gazing at the black box fondly. Suddenly, at the bottom of the box, 4 neat small characters appeared. 10,000 Phenomena Square Flask. Chapter 35 Qinfei. Vast Heaven Vase. Xuanhuan silently muttered, looking at the black box. Lin Xian approached Xuanhuan and curiously stared at the box in his hand, asking, "Can this thing block attacks?" Xuanhuan flipped the box over repeatedly, but still couldn't figure it out. With a helpless shrug, he tossed it into his xiuxian pouch, saying, "I don't know either. It seems like it can store Hunli and combine it with mine, thereby achieving maximum offensive and defensive power." Xuanhuan walked over and asked, "So you're saying you can store Hunli and resonate it with your body's own to surpass your current cultivation level and fight enemies?" Xuanhuan secretly praised her understanding and replied, "Exactly. So far, I've only discovered this use, but I believe its value goes far beyond this. For instance, the healing of ground marks. I think that must also be one of its abilities, though I haven't been able to observe it yet." Xushi laughed and patted his shoulder, saying, "As long as you have it, what's there to worry about figuring it out? There'll be plenty of opportunities in the future." Su Hao also nodded. "Right, Ouyang, no need to rush things now." Nodding, Xuanhuan put the box into his pouch, Pai and said, "Let's go." Suddenly his expression changed dramatically, and he shouted, "Watch out." He pulled the nearest Xuanhuan over, tightly gripped his right hand, and slashed a Vindal to the left. Pum! It collided with a rushing airstream, producing a metallic clang. "Come out." Xuanhuan tightly fixed his gaze on the left while clenching his right fist, where faint flows of Hunli began to gather. "Haha, as xiuxian said, you really are a tough opponent." A figure lightly laughed while walking out of the bushes with his arms crossed, showing great interest in the group around Xuanhuan, as if they were mere decorations to him. Xuanhuan remained alert as he looked at the man in green robes, feeling a strong sense of danger emanating from him. I don't mind telling you. Qinfei from the Soul Academy," the man smirked. Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed sharply as he stared at Qinfei and inhaled deeply. "State your purpose." Qinfei smiled. "Simple. I want to learn from your superior skills." Xuanhuan gave a slight smile, suddenly lunging forward swiftly and throwing a punch toward Qinfei at an incredible speed. Seeking death, Qinfei's gaze turned cold. With a flick of his right hand, he thrust his palm toward Xuanhuan's chest. Xuanhuan snorted coldly. With a flick of his sleeve, the black box flew out and collided head-on with Qinfei's palm strike. A powerful wave spread out from the impact. Xuanhuan let out a muffled groan and stepped backwards several steps, his face paling drastically. Qinfei also took a few steps back, his face dark as he glared at Xuanhuan. "You are indeed much stronger than I expected." "Who?" Xuanhuan took a deep breath and glared coldly at the opposing Qinfei, maintaining a standoff from a distance. At this moment, Xuanhuan had pushed his Hunli to the limit. A huge milky white Huanjiang wrapped his entire body, making him appear like a pure white glowing ball emitting waves of Hunli vibrations. Xuanhuan clearly knew that if they were to purely compare only strength, he could never match Qinfei, whose cultivation had reached the 4th stage of Soul Master. However, combat wasn't only about Hunli. He did have certain techniques that could threaten Qinfei. Chua! Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed slightly. A cold gleam flashed through his pupils as he suddenly flew upward. With a wave of his right hand, a grayish giant blade appeared, slashing downward fiercely at Qinfei. Qinfei sneered, "Overestimating yourself." With both fists clenched, he directly met the Windal head-on. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes. Suddenly twisting his body midair, he swung the Windal in a sharp downward arc aimed directly at Qinfei's armpit. Ding! The wind blade carried fierce blade energy, striking forcefully downward. However, just as its power was reaching its maximum, a palm-sized lead imprint the size of a fan struck from above, colliding head-on with the wind blade Enfachu, a clashing sound. Almost simultaneously, a black heavy sword, shrouded in Hunli, pierced out in a very precise and ruthless manner. In the blink of an eye, it headed straight toward Qinfei's spine, its fierce momentum even forcing Qinfei to furrow his brow. Xuxi's angle of attack was truly sharp. Almost at the same moment Qinfei blocked Xuanhuan's attack, Xuxi launched a sword strike precisely at Qinfei's back, leaving him in an awkward and vulnerable position. Qinfei's temper flared. With a fierce swing of his sleeve, he repelled Xuanhuan and swiftly turned midair, striking directly at Xuxi with a palm that exuded an extremely fierce gale. Xuanhuan was immediately alarmed. Just as the palm strike was about to land, a water blue light curtain suddenly blocked it. Seizing the opportunity, Xuxi hastily retreated and swung his sword toward Qinfei's waist once again. Xuanhuan rushed forward again, channeling the power of the gate, and swung the wooden board forcefully toward Qinfei's head. Qinfei let out a cold snort, and with a flick of his sleeve, a violent gale appeared, forcefully pulling the wooden board aside. Though his attack was blocked, Xuanhuan showed no surprise. His eyes widened furiously as a blue streak of energy shot out, slicing sharply toward Qinfei's side with fierce momentum. Xuanhuan's ruthless assault provoked a cold snort from Qinfei. Forming a hand seal with 2 fingers, Qinfei pointed at the tip of the Windal, tearing it apart with the sharp force. Shua! Shua! As the Windal was torn apart, Qinfei suddenly stepped forward. With a surge of Hunli, a massive palm appeared from the void. A savage expression on his face, Qinfei swung it downward at Xuanhuan. Funshi'in, devouring severance seal. Feeling the sharp pressure from the incoming palm strike, Xuanhuan furrowed his brows and rapidly retreated. Clasping his hands together, he released two powerful waves of force directly at Chun Fei's throat. Chun Fei waved his giant palm to disperse the blade energy, and then struck once again toward Ouyang Yuye's main body. Ouyang Yuye was unfazed. He reached into his xiuxian pouch and pulled out the black box, which, filled with Wenli, formed a milky white light membrane that merged with the wind cocoon around him. White mist rising, it exuded a sense of solid durability. Almost the moment the light membrane appeared, the palm strike arrived, packed with unparalleled momentum, crashing into it. A brilliant flash of light erupted, and within the light, a figure was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, coughing violently. Chun Fei smirked at the battered Ouyang Yuye as he struggled to rise. Seems the rumors aren't entirely trustworthy. Your strength is quite ordinary. Feeling the contempt in Chun Fei's tone, Ouyang Yuye took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, his internal organs activated together. Opposite the vortex of Wenli, the previously still golden light sphere suddenly began spinning violently, radiating a powerful piercing aura outward, gradually gathering at Ouyang Yuye's fingertip. Feeling the cutting essence of metal that could pierce through all things, Ouyang Yuye reopened his eyes. His fingertips suddenly emitted dazzling golden light. The moment Chun Fei saw the golden glow, a deep horror filled his face, and he couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Chapter 36, Black Xia and White Xia. Chun Fei's face darkened as he looked at the sharp golden aura winding around Ouyang Yuye's finger. His pupils faintly reflected a chilling glint, his expression continuously shifting. He felt an intense, piercing sensation, something so strong it gave even him a slight sense of danger. Furrowing his brow, he said, "Golden aura, I didn't expect you to also be an alchemist. I've underestimated you earlier." Ouyang Yuye stared coldly at him without uttering a word. With soul power surging, the golden light surrounding his right finger grew even more intense. They locked eyes like this, neither making the first move. This silent confrontation stirred faint ripples in the surrounding soul energy, splitting the area clearly into two halves, swirling between them. After a while, Chun Fei exhaled heavily. "Humph. In that case, let's call it quits for today, but you'd better stay alive. I believe xuanhuan will never allow you to leave so easily, and we will definitely have a battle someday." With that, he turned and left. Su Shi snorted coldly. "So you're leaving because you can't win? Is it really that simple?" He raised his sword and was about to pursue when Ouyang Yuye quickly stopped him, shaking his head. "Ouyang, if we don't stop him now, he will get away." Ouyang Yuye shook his head again. "We shouldn't provoke conflict at this moment. Let him go." But Su Shi was about to speak further when Xuanhuan tugged his sleeve and shook her head at him. Sighing, Su Shi angrily dissipated his soul energy and sat heavily on the ground, sulking in silence. Ouyang Yuye sat beside him with a wry smile, nudging him slightly. "All right, there will be other chances in the future. But by letting him escape today, we've lost a great opportunity. Big brother, not everything should be judged by appearances. Think about it. The reason Chun Fei is leaving is simply because he fears the golden aura in Yuye's hands. But what if that strike from Yuye had been blocked? What would we do then? Do we have anything else that can threaten him? At that point, we'd end up both severely damaged, leaving others to benefit from our struggle." Ouyang Yuye thanked Xuanhuan with a grateful look and nodded. To his surprise, Xuanhuan merely snorted, angrily turning her head away. Ouyang Yuye couldn't help but smile bitterly, puzzled about what he could have done to upset this fiery girl. He was quite sure he had never offended her before. With a helpless sigh, he said, "All right then, we'll rest and meditate for 1 hour, and then we'll begin seizing coins. We can't afford to fall behind." Everyone nodded, crossing their legs on the ground as the forest once again returned to peace. However, this peace was only superficial, beneath which turbulent currents surged like a powder keg, exuding an exciting, hot sensation. After several hours of looting, more and more victims began forming groups to defend themselves against organized teams. Under this trend, the fighting for resources grew increasingly fierce. Usually, just as someone managed to seize coins from others, hidden people in the shadows would strike, taking everything away. The principle, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, was vividly enacted here. In this fierce competition, gradually, two powerful factions emerged, led by Ouyang Yuye and Tung Kuei, known as the Black Xia and White Xia teams. Compared to Ouyang Yuye's White Xia, Tung Kuei's Black Xia group was even more terrifying. It was said that they left no survivors where they passed. Their ruthless methods meant that even those who voluntarily surrendered their coins often ended up bruised and battered. Hence, if someone unfortunately encountered the Black Xia team, they wouldn't even consider resistance and would immediately hand over all their coins. Despite the same goals, these two teams adopted completely different styles. Thus, Ouyang Yuye's White Xia was generally more favorably viewed. Deep in the forest, Ouyang Yuye lifted the heavy pouch in his hand, smiling with satisfaction. "Right now, we should have more than 30 gold coins, over 10 silver ones, and around 20 copper coins." Su Shi smiled broadly, unable to hide his delight. "Yeah, we've had a great haul. During these past few hours, we've seized a fair amount, though Tung Kuei seems to be moving faster than us." Ouyang Yuye nodded slightly with a smile. "No problem, let them keep taking coins. I'd like to see how long they can keep this up." Turning his head slightly, he asked Xuanhuan, "How many other large groups remain right now?" Xuanhuan withdrew her sensing energy. "According to my perception, there is one major group in the southwest direction. That should be the third largest, trailing right behind us. There are also several significant ones in the northwest direction. And the largest cluster is in the east. I think that must belong to Tung Kuei and his gang. As for the others, they are generally not too significant." although the numbers there are quite substantial. Xuanhuan nodded gratefully with a satisfied smile. This time, it was indeed thanks to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's soul energy was of the water attribute, enabling her to sense soul power wherever there was a water source. Because of her presence, they had saved a great deal of time, directly identifying opposing soul fluctuations. For them, this was undoubtedly a huge time saver. Xiuxian opened his eyes and asked, which group should we target first? From what I know, apart from Teng Kuei's group, ours has the most gold coins. I think few would dare provoke Teng Kuei, but our approach has been too merciful. I believe many will come looking for trouble next. Xuanhuan smiled faintly and looked at the solemn expressions of everyone present before chuckling. Then I think we should go for the fattest target to build up our momentum. Xuanhuan nodded in agreement. Then who should we go after? Lin Xian stood up, stretched lazily, and smiled. If it's about gaining momentum, naturally we should pick the fattest one. She glanced meaningfully at Xuanhuan before continuing. Made your decision yet? Xuanhuan smiled and said, you really understand me better than anyone else. Lin Xian shot him a sidelong glance, then looked briefly at Xuanhuan, saying, of course, after all we've spent a long time together. Xuanhuan was about to speak when suddenly he felt a gaze filled with deep resentment directed at him. He gulped hard and kept quiet. Xuanhuan smiled with satisfaction and said, so you're thinking about targeting Teng Kuei? Xuanhuan nodded. Xiuxian is absolutely right. Although our strength isn't bad, comparatively speaking, we're still inferior to Teng Kuei's group. For teams with similar strength, we're the most likely to become targets. So we need an opponent that can immediately elevate our reputation. I think no one is more suitable for us to test our strength than Teng Kuei. Xushi laughed aloud, stood up, and patted his shoulder. Brother Ouyang, you just said exactly what I feel. What's Teng Kuei to us? Let's go now. Xuanhuan smiled faintly. Anyone with objections should speak now. Everyone knows Teng Kuei's strength. I won't force anyone. Take the gold coins that belong to you, and we'll be even. The other five looked at each other, seeing determination in each other's eyes. Xuanhuan nodded. Since no one wants to leave, then there's no turning back from this point. Everyone should think carefully. Xushi smiled, don't worry. The Su family brothers aren't cowards. Just give your orders. Xuanhuan took a deep breath. Alright then, next, Su Hao will explain Teng Kuei's personnel and power distribution. This time, we must not only win but also act quickly. Don't forget, there are more formidable forces after Teng Kuei, so we can't leave chances for others to take advantage. We must strike swiftly and retreat immediately. If those four join forces, there's no way we can safely withdraw. Everyone nodded, their eyes filled with seriousness. Su Hao nodded slightly, beginning slowly. Teng Kuei's group, just like ours, consists of 6 members. Among them, Teng Kuei is the strongest, at the 9th level of body refinement, and excels in hidden weapons and speed. Next is another expert at the 8th level of body refinement named Dai Yong, supposedly from a 3rd-grade kingdom. His strength is comparable to Hong Yan's, also a holder of a blue waist badge. However, he is an alchemist who specializes in illusions, making him very difficult to deal with. The remaining 4 are all at the 6th level of body refinement. During the preliminary examination, they were all famous figures. For example, Lei Quan, Lu Sheng, Wang Shui, and Xiaoxian, all top-tier fighters. Most importantly, Wang Shui and Xiaoxian are mages, so their composition is extremely comprehensive. This will truly be a confrontation between genuine top experts. Xuanhuan pondered silently for a while, then exhaled slowly, standing up with fighting spirit burning in his eyes. In that case, let's be the first to challenge this formidable opponent. I want to see how tough they really are. He looked at the monkey on his shoulder and asked, can you sense the soul fluctuations from the east? The monkey looked around and soon nodded. Xuanhuan understood immediately, nodding at the group. Alright then, let's move out. Guided by the monkey, he led the way, racing toward the east. Xushi laughed aloud and quickly followed. The 6 of them dashed eastward, their approaching presence stirring an electrifying atmosphere. Gazing at the blazing red clouds above the eastern horizon, Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes slightly, clenching his fists tightly. Black Sha team. Here comes Xuanhuan. Chapter 37. Fierce struggle of dragon and tiger. The northern part of the jungle was a desolate plain. Unlike the rest of the jungle, it exuded an aura of barrenness. If the northern part of the jungle was teeming with trees, then this place was devoid of even a blade of grass. On this land, 6 figures sat cross-legged like meditating monks, creating an oppressive, stifling silence that was almost unbearable. Directly in front of these seated figures, a lean figure sat upright, his tightly closed eyes suddenly snapping open. He glared coldly into the distance, as if sensing something, and furrowed his brows accordingly. Behind this figure, a woman slowly rose to her feet, looking in the same direction, her delicate brows slightly knitted together. She glanced at Teng Kuei and asked, you felt it too? Teng Kuei sneered and nodded. No problem. Just a bunch of pesky clowns. You know who it is? Teng Kuei smiled faintly. At this point, only they would have such childish thoughts. Seeing the contempt in Teng Kuei's tone, Dai Yong's expression also revealed dissatisfaction. Even an eagle hunting a rabbit uses its full strength. Besides, the strength of Xuanhuan and others is not weak, Dai Yong said solemnly. Haha, Dai Yong, you're too cautious. What Teng Kuei said makes sense. You and I both know how strong the White Killing Squad is, 2 at the 7th stage of body tempering, and 4 at the 6th. Such a lineup could stand up to anyone else, let alone us. Since they came, we won't have to return empty-handed today. I've been quite eager for those Oran coins they carry. Lei Quan sneered disdainfully, appearing particularly arrogant. That's right. I'm also quite eager to witness the prowess of this expert who dares to challenge 5 of us at once. Lu Sheng said with a calm smile. Madman. Dayong couldn't help but curse as she heard Lu Sheng's words. Enough. They're here. Tung Kuei slowly rose to his feet, watching the 6 dark spots rapidly growing in the distance. His right fist clenched tightly. A crisp popping sound rang out as a surge of soul force radiated from his body. At the same time, 5 other formidable presences surged from behind him, locking tightly onto the 6 approaching figures. Haha, Tung Kuei, is this how you welcome your guests? As a loud laugh echoed from afar, a dark shadow shot forward swiftly and forcefully inserted itself in front of Tung Kuei, blocking the locking pressure. What the hell is that? Tung Kuei sneered coldly, flipping his right hand as a pitch-black dagger shot out sharply toward the large shadow. The immense piercing power tore straight through the wooden board, instantly shattering it. And just as the board disintegrated, a figure shot forth from behind, wielding an unparalleled blade aura aimed directly at Tung Kuei's head. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Tung Kuei panicked slightly, stamping the ground hard as his body rapidly retreated backward. At the same time, 2 sharp bursts of energy shot from his sleeves, aiming directly for Ouyang Yuye's chest. Sensing the ferocity of the gusts, Ouyang Yuye smirked and raised his soul blade high once again, striking downward toward Tung Kuei's armpit. This aggressive style startled even Tung Kuei, whose eye twitched involuntarily. His expression quickly turned ferocious. If you want to fight recklessly, I'll show you how it's done. Without dodging, he threw a punch straight at Ouyang Yuye's face. Ouyang Yuye flipped his right hand, and the soul blade transformed instantly into an even larger blue blade. He charged forward without retreating. Tung Kuei gritted his teeth and lunged forward fearlessly with an equally fierce punch. Just as the blows were about to land, a mocking smirk appeared at the corner of Ouyang Yuye's mouth. A sense of foreboding instantly surged through Tung Kuei, but in the next instant, his expression hardened once more. In his view, even if Ouyang Yuye managed to wound him, his own attack would surely kill his opponent instantly. This trade would be more than worth it. Without hesitation, he accelerated his strike. Suddenly, a light shimmered from Ouyang Yuye's chest, quickly condensing into a pure white cocoon of light that enveloped his body. The cocoon intercepted the incoming blow as Tung Kuei's face changed in alarm, a ripple forming as the cocoon instantly dissipated. At the same time, Ouyang Yuye's soul blade plunged into Tung Kuei's armpit, sending a spray of blood into the air. Crying out in pain, Tung Kuei hastily retreated, but Ouyang Yuye gave him no chance to recover. Moving in close, he activated the black box once again. A chill arose from his arms, condensing into a jet-black handprint that pressed directly onto Tung Kuei's arm. Hiss! The print shot forth instantly, leaving a gaping hole in Tung Kuei's arm. The force flung him flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The battle ended in the blink of an eye. Ouyang Yuye stood with his hands behind his back, watching coldly as Tung Kuei struggled to rise, his expression showing a trace of disdain. Dayong's delicate brows furrowed, and the look in her eyes toward Ouyang Yuye also turned serious. From the previous fight, she could see his combat experience was rich and seasoned, the rhythm of his attack handled precisely. This kind of opponent was no easy match. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her soul force, and a fire-red sulfur cannon appeared, emitting a scorching heat. Its barrel pointed directly at Ouyang Yuye from a distance. Ouyang Yuye's expression turned cautious as he kept his eyes on Dayong. One must never slack off when facing an alchemist, otherwise, one could die Womingchi Mao. Taking a deep breath, he said, Su Shi, you handle Tung Kuei. He's already lost the use of one arm, so he shouldn't be too troublesome. Su Yun and Su Hao, hold off the remaining 2. Lin Xian, interfere with all opponents. Don't aim for victory, just for disruption. Su Wan, provide support. Attack. The moment he finished speaking, the 5 figures behind him scattered and charged at their respective opponents. Watching Ouyang Yuye standing there so casually, Dayong gritted her teeth. I underestimated you. Ouyang Yuye smirked as he shrugged. A lot of people say that, but they always realize it too late. With those words, Ouyang Yuye's figure burst forward, gathering door force, and flung it violently forward. The sound of impact rang out as Ouyang Yuye laughed and raised the wooden board, not holding back in the slightest, smashing it downward with fierce momentum toward Dayong. Dayong let out a sharp cry, quickly flipping her right hand and inserting a crimson crystal without hesitation into the sulfur cannon. Ouyang Yuye's pupils flickered, and his figure abruptly twisted to the side. The moment he dodged, a streak of flame shot past him, whistling by with such heat that even the nearby area was scorched, instantly burning his sleeve to ashes. Muttering to himself that was too close, he suddenly shot forward, raising his right hand and pressing it into the air as his soul blade reappeared. He slashed toward Dayong's right side, slicing a deadly arc through the air as he struck downward. But Dayong was not panicked. Her figure quickly retreated, and from the cannon barrel erupted 3 bursts of fire, flying in a triangular formation straight toward Ouyang Yuye's chest. Ouyang Yuye's eyes flashed, and he blocked with his soul blade, meeting the fire bursts head-on. The tremendous force sent Ouyang Yuye staggering backward, scraping nearly a zhang across the ground. Shaking the numbness out of his right hand, Ouyang Yuye's gaze toward Dayong also grew more solemn. Dayong then ran her right hand across her waist, pulling out a black crystal. There was a trace of struggle and reluctance in her eyes, but it quickly hardened into determination, and her gaze toward Ouyang Yuye turned slightly pitying, as if the outcome had already been decided. As she dropped the black crystal into the sulfur cannon, the weapon suddenly erupted with thick black smoke, speeding toward Yuya. The moment the smoke appeared, Yuya sensed something was wrong, but before he could escape, the smoke engulfed him. His body came to an immediate stop. Lin Xian instantly cried out in alarm, and was just about to charge in when Su Hao pulled her back. Su Hao's expression was grave as he stared at the black smoke surrounding Yuya, his eyes filled with caution. An illusion array. The moment Yuya was enveloped, his mind grew dizzy, and his surroundings began to warp and shift. All his strong sense of awareness within his body vanished. In a daze, he found himself standing in a room. A white wall bore a tiger pelt, 2 cushions sat on the floor beside a brazier, and everything felt strangely familiar. He reached out to touch the wall. Everything felt as real as could be. Suddenly, a light cough snapped his thoughts back. Xuanhuan stood at the door looking at him. A sharp, discontented voice rang out. Didn't I tell you to practice seriously? Otherwise, you won't get into Oran Academy. Yuya was just about to speak when space twisted again, and this time, he found himself in a courtyard, so familiar, yet now engulfed in flames, giving off a burning, smoky scent. Suddenly, a child's voice sounded nearby. Yuya's heart stirred, and he rushed toward the rear chamber of the courtyard. As he was about to enter, a man suddenly burst out, leaping toward the main hall. Father! Startled, Yuya hastily followed. At that moment, Xuanhuan was locked in battle with a man in black clothes. Suddenly, an angry roar of unwillingness echoed, and Yuya saw a woman fall slowly to the ground in the distance, her expression full of reluctance and despair. Tears instantly flowed down his cheeks. Mother! Xuanhuan appeared maddened with grief, unleashing a single palm strike that radiated an immense soul force ripple. Yuya screamed desperately, but seemed to hear nothing. As he watched helplessly, the woman was pierced through the chest by a sharp sword, her gaze on Yuya softening, as if filled with love. Where? Xuanhuan struggled desperately, but had no strength left, collapsing into the pool of blood. Father! Yuya cried out in grief, a mouthful of refined blood spewing out as he fell to the ground, glaring savagely at the swirling black mist before him like a wild beast locked in hatred. I will kill you. A low growl emerged from his throat, and at that moment, the surrounding environment began to swirl and shift again. Chapter 38, Clash of Titans. Yuya. Lin Xian stared at the fallen Yuya, crying out in shock, then uncontrollably rushing toward the black mist. Su Hao exclaimed in alarm, "Stop her!" Su Wanjiao shouted, "Water Mirage Shield." A bluish water shield arose, blocking Lin Xian's path. "Get out of my way." Lin Xian's eyes reddened. A red whip-shaped light projection appeared from her hand, landing heavily on the barrier. A ripple spread, and fine cracks appeared on the blue shield. Just as Lin Xian was about to strike again, she suddenly heard Yuya's roar-like roar. "I will kill you." Then she saw a mouthful of blood spewing from his mouth, his expression weakening dramatically. His eyes tightly locked on the swirling black mist around him. He fiercely punched straight into the mist. However, the expected rupture didn't occur. Instead, the surroundings began to shift and spin violently. Spatial distortions engulfed him, and in a blink, Yuya found himself standing on a patch of grassland, where lush green meadows were surrounded by a lake, its surface lightly covered with mist, occasionally revealing faint shadows moving beneath. Upon the grassland stood a pavilion, with a withered figure seated cross-legged with its back to him. Seeing this emaciated silhouette, Yuya's body trembled. His voice was hoarse. "Master!" Master Gu slowly turned around, but suddenly furrowed his brow. A strand of soul energy surged forth like a ribbon, charging at Yuya with overwhelming momentum. At the same time, the violent turbulence of the soul force caused the waters of the lake to surge upward, crashing toward Yuya from above. Yuya's pupils constricted violently. He muttered to himself that it must be an illusion. All that was happening was definitely caused by the black mist. Without considering the massive attack before him, he sat cross-legged and shut his eyes tightly. Outside the black mist, Dai Yong, seeing Yuya's reaction, revealed a trace of astonishment, her expression shifting between shadow and light. He's figured out it's an illusion formation already? She felt slightly troubled. She herself hadn't mastered more advanced illusion techniques since her exposure to them was short. Even a basic grade illusion formation should have been sufficient to trap Yuya, who was only at the 7th stage of refining his body. But from the looks of things, the effect was far from ideal. Her brows furrowed as she glanced at Tung Kuei beside her, asking, "Weren't you saying you'd just keep him trapped and handle the rest yourself?" Tung Kuei let out a cold snort, his gaze as venomous as a snake, while fixing on the silhouette seated cross-legged inside the mist. "Can't you see I'm injured? Our plans must be adjusted." "Humph. I suppose from the beginning you underestimated him, and now you're suffering the consequences. This young man's will is incredibly strong." In only a moment, he managed to pull himself out of the illusion formation. "Clearly, it won't hold much longer," Dai Yong remarked, her beautiful eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. A hideous grin pulled across Tung Kuei's mouth. "Eliminate him, and I'll increase the amount of Aurelian coins promised. I'll add 30% more. I hope you don't go back on your word." She gave a cold snort, her right hand brushing across her waist as she inserted a crimson crystal into her device. A wave of heat radiated out, the barrel aimed directly at Yuya deep within the mist. "Now that you've noticed, don't blame me for being ruthless." Instantly, 3 fireballs roared from the cannon's mouth, speeding straight for Yuya. Even the air along their trajectory grew searingly hot. Yet the expected burning sounds didn't follow. Instead, everything was engulfed in a sudden blue glow, the 3 fireballs instantly vanishing into the sky. Dai Yong's expression darkened as she glared at the 5 figures standing before the mist. Su Shi, Ouyang Yuya is trapped in an illusion array. The outcome is decided. Out of our past acquaintance, step aside. Su Shi rested his massive sword on his shoulder. Dai Yong, we stand on different sides. As long as I'm here, no one will harm Ouyang brother, unless they step over my corpse, he declared, stomping his foot onto the ground, sending ripples of 7th stage refining his body energy surging outward. Humph, stubborn fool. Tung Kuei sneered, releasing a pitch-black dagger that shot straight towards Su Shi. Su Shi frowned as well, sweeping his greatsword sideways and intercepting the whistling dagger. Tung Kuei, I fear neither you nor your cowardly tricks. Save your underhanded methods for someone else. Tung Kuei's face darkened further as he mocked the 5 across from him. Do you actually think the 5 of you can stop us? Don't forget, your strength is no more than 6th stage refining your body. It's more than enough for the likes of you. Lin Xian also snapped back. Haha, bold words indeed. I look forward to witnessing your skills today, Brother Su. Lu Sheng, behind Tung Kuei, laughed aloud, forming a palm seal in midair that shot forth like a phantom towards Su Shi. With a cold grunt, Su Shi raised his sword and met the attack head-on. Keep an eye on Ouyang brother. At the same time, the giant sword swung down, dispersing the palm imprint Lu Sheng had launched into nothingness. With a swift reversal, the massive blade slashed toward Lu Sheng's waist. Feeling the immense force radiating from the sword, Lu Sheng was filled with dread. If this strike landed, he would certainly be split in two. He dared not meet the attack head-on and swiftly leapt backward. Thus, Su Shi seized the initiative, a smirk of triumph curling his lips. The sword trembled slightly before darting toward the retreating Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was greatly alarmed. Behind him, Dai Yong coldly snorted, abruptly swinging her right arm. A fireball the size of a fist shot forth once again, attempting to intercept Su Shi's giant sword. Sensing the approaching fireball, Su Shi revealed a determined expression, loudly roaring, I'll drag you down with me, even in death. So saying, he did not dodge, and swung the greatsword fiercely toward Lu Sheng. The fireball came closer and closer. At the moment of crisis, a blue light screen suddenly emerged, completely blocking the flames, while Su Shi's sword tip simultaneously struck Lu Sheng's shoulder blade. Letting out a pained groan, Lu Sheng flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, blood splattering from his arms. Su Shi stood tall, holding his sword, like a war god, coldly gazing at Dai Yong and the others whose faces had turned ashen. He asked, who's next? Just then, a sudden gust of fierce wind swept through, striking Su Shi's chest with unmatched speed. Su Shi's eyes flashed with alarm, caught off guard, and sent flying, crashing in front of Su Yun and the others. Su Yun quickly rushed forward to help Su Shi up, his eyes dark and cold as he stared at the white-robed youth across from them, his expression turning grave. Wind-binding formula. Xiuxian. Xiuxian nodded slightly and stepped forward leisurely. Behind him, a green-clad girl slowly followed. As they emerged, thick waves of spiritual energy spread outward. Su Yun, the girl behind you must be xuanhuan, am I right? Xiuxian lightly smiled, glancing at xuanhuan who was standing protectively in front of Ouyang Yuya. Beside him, Wang Shui gently covered her mouth and laughed, her manner exuding an alluring charm. So that blue light screen was the girl's doing. Xuanhuan glared at them, snorting coldly. That's right. What of it? Xiuxian nodded. Su Clan's rare water element defensive skill, water veil heaven radiance. I knew I hadn't misjudged it. Wang Shui's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise before she laughed again, swaying with delight. To have successfully cultivated such a rare martial skill, sister, you truly possess extraordinary talent. I've been moved by your beauty. I hope you won't refuse a little sparring from me. As her words ended, she thrust her sword forward and rushed towards Xuanhuan with incredible speed. Her wrist twisted, releasing a gust of wind. Su Yun snorted coldly and stepped forward to intercept her, but a sudden wind blade from his side stopped him. Haha, Su Yun, what are you butting in for? Your opponent is me. Xiuxian laughed. 2 wind blades condensed into form, slicing towards Su Yun's throat as he called out, Wang Shui, finish quickly. That girl is dangerous. Wang Shui didn't reply but softly called out, Wind blade. 2 wind blades identical to Xiuxian's materialized and slashed towards Xuanhuan with thunderous speed. Xuanhuan shouted and responded, Water veil heaven radiance. A blue glow ignited, completely blocking the attack. Wang Shui's eyes gleamed with greater interest. She sent forth more wind blades, which smashed violently against the blue shield. Su Yun's pupils slightly contracted. Lin Xian, Su Hao, go help stop Wang Shui. Xuanhuan can't handle it alone. Nodding, Su Hao and Lin Xian charged toward Wang Shui. Wang Shui flicked her hand, and 2 flying daggers sent them reeling, her face slightly pale. Lei Quan, aren't you going to step in yet? Ha, I was wondering how much longer you try to act tough. As his voice ended, a figure flashed like a phantom, intercepting Su Hao and Lin Xian's attack. All right, I'll hold off these 2. You deal with that girl. Clang, clang, clang. Su Yun blocked all the wind blades, though his arms trembled slightly. His expression grew increasingly cold as he looked at Xiuxian, glancing sideways at Xuanhuan, who was struggling to maintain her defense. His tightly clenched fists also trembled. He lowly growled, and the sword in his hand suddenly surged with light, bursting forth with unmatched momentum. Dominance, killing sword. Xiuxian snorted coldly, quickly sealing his hands together. Su Yun, if you can withstand this move, I, Xiuxian, will leave without a word. Windblade. Almost as soon as Xiuxian spoke, Su Yun turned extremely solemn. Clenching his teeth, he slashed his sword upward toward the airborne blade. Boom. A deep, thunderous noise erupted. The immense collision hurled xiuxian backward. His face instantly turned ashen. Struggling to suppress the wild, surging energy within his body, he barely managed to rise before a hand forcefully pressed him back down. Looking up, he saw Xiuxian nod, his own expression pale as well. Xiuxian smiled. Go help Wanner. Leave this to me. Xiaozhen sneered wickedly, again sealing his hands and shouting, Wind! Wind blade! 2 wind-formed daggers shot towards Xiuxian's throat. Amidst such a fierce assault, Xiuxian's expression suddenly turned calm. He plunged his giant sword into the ground, his hands flashing with a series of dazzling hand seals. Under this formation, Su Yun, Su Hao, and Su Wan's expressions instantly turned extremely grim. Chapter 39, Myriad Peaks, Sword Technique. Ouyang Yi felt the powerful wave rushing toward him, the attack from it seemingly solid. Slowly, he closed his eyes. With his eyes shut, his previously chaotic thoughts calmed and clarified, and he murmured, Scatter. As his words left his mouth, the oncoming surge instantly dissipated. The space shifted again, this time settling into a pitch-black void. Within this space, not a trace of breath or soul force existed. It was as if it were a perfect vacuum, enveloping Ouyang Yi entirely. In this atmosphere, a sense of profound desolation welled up from within. He closed his eyes once more, his mind completely clear, and began to contemplate the causes and consequences of everything that had transpired. Watching Xiuxian form his hand seals, the surrounding soul force began to ripple. Like the calm before a storm, an oppressive pressure subtly built up, heralding the arrival of fierce winds and torrential rain. Tung Kuei saw the slight look of tension on Xiuxian's face, and an uneasy premonition surged through him. Suddenly, he roared, Stop him! Xiaozhen understood immediately, forming his own seals as well. Blades of wind condensed and shot towards Xiuxian like falling leaves. At the exact moment the wind blades approached, Xiuxian's tightly shut eyes flew open. With the snap of his eyelids, the great sword stuck in the ground suddenly rose violently, transforming into a radiant gleam of about 10 feet behind him. Before Tung Kuei and the others, astonished, it split into countless tiny beams of light swirling upward. Xiuxian pointed forward with a savage snarl, and the rays launched from behind him toward Tung Kuei and the others. As the beams flew out, the great sword instantly vanished, and a mouthful of blood sprayed from Xiuxian's lips as he collapsed weakly to the ground. Su Yun blocked Lei Chuan's attack with a single strike of his sword and swiftly rushed to Xiuxian's side to help him up. With a cold gaze, he watched Tung Kuei and Su Gao, who were now in a sorry state from the beams, while Di Yong fared better. Only his clothes were disheveled. Glaring angrily at Xiuxian, who now sat cross-legged healing himself, Di Yong was just about to make a move when suddenly a soft laugh came from the side. Haha, the black and white killers are indeed valiant indeed. At the sound of that voice, even Di Yong's expression changed. Everyone, including Lin Xian, looked grim as they stared at the 4 figures standing at the side, instantly ceasing combat. Without a word, they gathered together, an unmistakable sense of shared anger in their posture. Chen Fei stood with his arms crossed, smiling at the dozen weary figures before him, the mockery in his eyes deepening. TSK, you 2 teams really are strong. I think you already know what comes next. Fortune favors the swift. What do you say, hand over the Orion coins? Xiuxian snorted coldly and taunted. Chen Fei, despite being an old student of the academy, you've become truly annoying with your tongue. Why didn't you dare speak that way when facing Ouyang Yi just now? This underhanded opportunism. Today, I've truly seen it all. Tung Kuei, standing beside him, also sneered. The 4 great experts, using such underhanded methods against juniors still in the bone-tempering stage, sitting back to reap the benefit? Huh, you won't fear mockery spreading through the academy. Chen Fei felt his face burn from the words, yet he said harshly, Enough talk. Even if we're using such methods, so what? You know the saying, the victor becomes king, the defeated becomes a bandit. And Tung Kuei, you were a broken man to begin with. When you were at your peak, you couldn't beat me. Now you dare to challenge me with words alone. Trembling, Xiuxian stood upright. We'll see who truly has skill. Just as Chen Fei sneered and prepared to move, Xuanhuan stopped him and turned to Xiuxian. That sword just now, was it the Myriad Peak sword technique? Xiuxian revealed a trace of surprise in his eyes. Exactly. Xuanhuan nodded. Then who is Su Huang to you? Xiuxian smiled faintly. He is my elder brother. Xuanhuan suddenly understood. That explains it. Su Huang once saved my life. Today, I can let you Su family leave here, but the rest of them must stay behind, just so I can repay my debt. How about it? Chen Fei quickly interjected. Xuanhuan, this is an evaluation. We cannot show favoritism. Xuanhuan shot him a cold stare. If I have decided this, what can you do about it? Whatever the case is now, I'll grant you this face. These 4 can go, but the rest must stay. Huafeng frowned slightly. Xuanhuan did not speak further, nodding instead and turning to Xiuxian. You all may leave. Xiuxian stood in contemplation for a moment, then shook his head respectfully. I appreciate your kindness, but Ouyang Yi also saved my life. To abandon him at a time like this, we, as siblings, could never bring ourselves to do that. He glanced at Su Wan behind him and smiled. Besides, my younger sister would never agree to leave either. Hearing Xiuxian's words, Su Wan's face turned a deep shade of red. She pouted in gentle reprimand. Her cheeks immediately flushed a lovely pink. Since it's come to this, don't blame us for not holding back. Chen Fei snorted coldly. his hands flipping into knife shapes as he struck directly towards Su Shi. The howling wind accompanying his attack made it clear he was holding absolutely nothing back. Su Shi snorted in return, clenched his fist in midair, and once again gripped the great sword, blocking the incoming force. But the impact sent him staggering backward a few steps, blood once again trickling from the corner of his mouth. Chunfei hesitated slightly before breaking into a malicious grin and rushing forward again. Huafeng, you three aren't planning to just stand around, are you? He shouted. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Huafeng and the others sprang forward like piercing blades, aiming straight into the formation. It seemed their intent was to utterly break apart the formation. Dai Yong slapped his waist, and 3 crystals shot into his hands. 6 fireballs followed in succession as he roared. I, Tung Kuei, Su Shi, and Xiuxian will each lead 4 people. Work together. Remember to protect Ouyang Yuya at all costs. He's our only chip to turn this around. Don't let him get attacked before he emerges. Tung Kuei furrowed his brows briefly, but soon remained silent. Nodding, he led Lu Sheng, Wang Shui, and Su Hao to intercept Huafeng. Dai Yong and Su Yun, along with Lei Quan, blocked xiuxian. Shaking his head, xiuxian said, hand over the Orion coins. You don't have a chance. Dai Yong slowly shook his head. Impossible. Xiuxian sighed. Then we fight. As he spoke, a violent fluctuation surged outward, and a sulfur cannon began to condense. Dai Yong's expression instantly changed as he focused intently on the blue cannon forming in xiuxian's hands. An alchemist. Su Yun, Lei Quan, attack from behind. I'll hold him off. With that, he spared no effort, gripping the black crystal and launching it into the cannon. From the cannon's mouth burst a jet of black mist. Dai Yong immediately unleashed his most powerful illusionary technique. Facing an alchemist stronger than himself, the slightest lapse meant death. As the swirling black mist surged toward him, xiuxian momentarily hesitated, only realizing something was wrong when it was already too late. The mist engulfed him completely. His spirit faltered. Realizing the danger, he bit hard on his tongue, jolting himself awake. The sulfur cannon wavered. Water shield. A huge water shield burst forth, enclosing him entirely. Yet soon his expression dulled again, slipping back into confusion. Watching xiuxian wrapped in black mist, Dai Yong saw the water shield protecting him, which could not be broken easily within a short time. He silently cursed this difficult opponent. Fighting such an experienced expert was truly nerve-wracking. Su Yun, Lei Quan, do your best to destroy the water shield. The illusionary formation won't trap him for long. Once he escapes, he won't fall for the same trap again. With that, the sulfur cannon fired and 3 fireballs shot forward, sending ripples across the water shield. Almost as the fireballs landed, Su Yun and Lei Quan simultaneously unleashed their attacks. The violent tremors caused xiuxian within the shield to spray out a mouthful of blood. Compared to the intense battles of Tung Kuei and Dai Yong, Su Shi and Xiuxian were having an even tougher time. Injured already, Su Shi desperately held Chunfei back, shielding Ouyang Yuya firmly behind him. A single palm strike from Chunfei sent Su Shi staggering back. Su Shi, stop resisting pointlessly. For the sake of Su Huang, I've never gone all out on you before. Don't push my limits any further. Chunfei taunted. Su Shi sneered, dream on. If you were afraid of my older brother, why pretend so hard here? Chunfei snorted coldly and was about to reply when Feng Xiaoxiao stepped beside him, glancing at Su Huan. No time to waste. Hurry up and finish that girl off first. Her rare skill is simply annoying. Chunfei nodded. Blocking a swift, incoming wind blade, he glared at Xiaoxian. Take out the mage. Feng Xiaoxiao acknowledged and dashed toward Xiaoxian. Slamming one palm onto the ground, he shouted, Earth. Spike. Xiaoxian's pupils contracted as he dodged backward, narrowly avoiding the sudden earth spike shooting upward. His hands moved rapidly, releasing a flurry of wind blades in retaliation. Ha! A water blue light barrier suddenly flared and instantly dissipated. Su Huan stumbled back several steps, her delicate face now pale beyond recognition. Smiling, Chunfei gazed at Su Huan, clearly near her limit, then at Ouyang Yuya still wrapped in black mist. His smile deepened. Move aside. I won't harm you. Su Huan's pretty face darkened like a storm cloud. Firmly, she shook her head. Never thought that brat would have such good luck with women. Then I'll have to be merciless. He growled. A palm imprint violently formed as he roared, soul coffin palm. The palm strike expanded with the wind, rushing towards Su Huan. She smiled bitterly, hands moving once more as what little magic remained gathered into a thin, wobbly blue barrier before her, clearly on the verge of shattering. She murmured, I've done my best. Suddenly, a hand reached out and steadied her weak frame. As she turned to see the familiar face, relief filled Su Huan's eyes, and she smiled brightly. Ouyang Yuya raised his head, watching the rapidly approaching palm imprint, and his expression instantly turned extremely grim. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 40 The Bet. Su Huan looked at the familiar face before her, momentarily overwhelmed with mixed emotions. She pouted slightly and said, I thought you wouldn't come out. Wei Wei smiled slightly. How could that be? A mere illusionary formation couldn't trap me. You've had a hard time. Su Huan shook her head and suddenly let out a startled cry. Ouyang Yuya watched coldly as a powerful gust of wind rapidly expanded before him. He extended a single finger and sharply pointed it directly at the incoming palm imprint. Chi! A golden beam of light shot forth from his fingertip, instantly piercing through the palm imprint and rushing swiftly toward Chunfei like a bolt of thunder. Feeling the immense penetrating power on the light that seemed capable of piercing through anything, Chunfei's face turned pale with shock. As he rapidly retreated, He hurled attack after attack, yet none were able to stop the golden beam. If anything, the light grew stronger and more ferocious. Xiao. At that moment, another powerful golden light shot forth from behind Qin Fei, colliding with the other beam in a shriek of intense friction. Both lights dissolved into the air, their force stirring up dust from the ground. As the debris cleared, Xuanhuan's figure was revealed. At this moment, Xuanhuan stared at Dai Yong with a gloomy expression, his pupils filled with astonishment. Didn't expect it to be an illusionary technique. Impressive. Dai Yong smiled. The strength of soul cultivators is indeed not to be underestimated. To break free so quickly, I'm truly impressed. Haha, for managing to hold me down for so long, you should feel proud. I believe, once you reach my level, your illusionary formations will become far more dangerous than they are now. Turning his head, he looked at Ouyang Yuya and the monkey on his shoulder, eyes glinting sharply. Golden chi of sharpness. Never thought you had another ace up your sleeve, and your cultivation has improved as well. Ouyang Yuya, I find you more and more difficult to read. I can't wait to test myself against you. Ouyang Yuya smiled lightly. If Brother Qin wants to catch up, I will gladly oblige. But there are some issues that need to be resolved now. Oh. Xuanhuan wore an expression of curiosity as he turned to Huafeng and Feng Xiaoxiao, who had returned to his side. What is it? Do tell. Ouyang Yuya turned his head to look at Teng Kuei and the others who were gathered. Each of their faces was extremely pale and their energy extremely weak. Especially Su Shi, whose energy had been depleted from unleashing the 10,000 blade technique. Though he was barely standing upright now, he continued to struggle and smiled bitterly at Ouyang Yuya while being supported by Su Yun. Ouyang patted his shoulder gently. Hard work. Su Shi laughed heartily. No big deal. My life was saved by Brother Ouyang anyway. And besides, Xuanhuan has been watching over you all this time. Nodding appreciatively, he gave Su Yun a reassuring nod, and she shyly smiled and looked away. Humph. Lin Xian suddenly snorted beside him. Ouyang Yuya glanced at her slightly reddened eyes and the pouting lips, and chuckled, giving her hand a little squeeze. Lin Xian shot him a sidelong glance. Gigi. The monkey on Ouyang Yuya's shoulder began giggling, and upon seeing this mocking grin, Lin Xian asked indignantly, "What are you laughing at, you damned monkey?" Gaga. Still laughing uncontrollably, the monkey suddenly thought of something, and asked in response, "Is the monkey okay after going through the illusionary formation?" Ouyang Yuya helplessly shook his head with a wry smile. It seems like it's immune to all negative effects. Lin Xian curiously examined the monkey for a while, and the monkey, feeling a bit shy under her gaze, made a funny face at her. Full haha, so funny. By the way, do you have something to say? Lin Xian asked with a laugh. Ouyang Yuya looked at Teng Kuei and the others whose faces looked no better. Do you all still trust me, Ouyang Yuya? Teng Kuei snorted coldly and said with sarcasm, "Can we trust you, Brother Ouyang?" Teng Kuei, if you have the capability, then act like a real man and fight them face to face. Don't hide here and speak arrogantly. With such an attitude, dare you claim to be the crowned king among the new generation? You actually think you're worthy of that title? Humph. Su Shi, say another word and don't blame me for being rude. Su Shi sneered and pulled up his great sword, barely managing to stand upright as he defiantly said, "Come and try then." You. Enough. Ouyang Yuya and Dai Yong both shouted simultaneously. Su Shi snorted and disdainfully retreated, casting a bashful glance at Ouyang Yuya as he said, "Brother Ouyang, I was just annoyed by his annoying look." Ouyang Yuya smiled helplessly while Dai Yong stepped forward and asked, "What do you mean just now? Everyone has nearly exhausted all of their energy. If we get into chaos again, it'll certainly be a disadvantage to us. What I'm suggesting is, decide it all in a single round." Dai Yong's eyebrows slightly furrowed as she glanced at Chao Zhan and others, then turned back and asked, "Do you think we can pull it off?" Ouyang Yuya shook his head. "No, but I have a better chance than you guys." Humph. Teng Kuei scoffed again, clearly dissatisfied. Su Shi immediately felt resentful, raised his sword, and prepared to rush forward, but Ouyang Yuya stopped him and said, "Of course, Brother Teng, if you think you're stronger than me, you can go." Teng Kuei turned his head away, refusing to answer. Dai Yong nodded. "It seems we have no choice. Fine, we'll trust you for once. Does anyone have any objections?" Chao Zhan and others also shook their heads. Ouyang Yuya is right. If we keep going like this, we're sure to lose. We might as well gamble everything on one throw. Ouyang Yuya smiled slightly and turned toward Xuanhuan. "How about we make a bet?" "Oh, what kind of bet? How are we betting?" "It's simple. This chaotic fight could go on forever, and there's not much time left before the exam ends. How about each side sends one fighter? If we win, you leave, but if we lose, we'll hand over all the Aurum coins. How about that?" Huafeng slightly froze, looking at him in disbelief. "You're sure?" Ouyang Yuya nodded. "However, I get to pick who fights." Huafeng glanced at the other three and, seeing them nod, smiled even wider. In his mind, no matter whom Ouyang chose, he was simply bringing trouble upon himself. The gap between physical cultivators at the 7th stage and soul cultivators at the 4th stage wasn't easy to bridge. Nodding, he said, "Fine. Who do you plan to choose?" Ouyang Yuya's expression instantly turned cold and fierce. Pointing straight at Qin Fei, he said, "Him." He deeply despised Qin Fei. Though trapped inside the illusionary formation earlier, he had still sensed everything happening outside, and he found Qin Fei's actions utterly detestable. His decision was based precisely on this. Only when Qin Fei was isolated from the others could he deliver a heavy blow. Otherwise, with interference from Xuanhuan and the rest, it was completely impossible. Qin Fei was obviously surprised at being chosen, but quickly replaced his shock with ecstatic delight. He looked at Ouyang Yuya and sneered. "Kid, Next I'll show you what real power is. From now on, you'd better learn to be humble. There are people you just can't afford to mess with. Seeing Chun Fei's sinister grin, Ouyang Yuya felt an even deeper disgust. He took a single step forward and released the aura of a 7th-stage physical cultivator, a white cocoon of light immediately surrounding his body. Ouyang didn't hold back at all. He clearly showed the highest caution possible, despite his intense loathing for Chun Fei, due to the obvious gap in strength. Chun Fei snorted coldly. His foot tapped the ground, and his residual shadow swept forward, his main body instantly appearing in front of Ouyang Yuya. With his soul force circulating, he threw a heavy punch straight down toward Ouyang's head. Ouyang Yuya flipped his right hand upward and clashed directly with the punch. Bang! Ouyang Yuya was sent staggering backward, needing several steps to stabilize himself, while Chun Fei merely wavered slightly in place. From this single blow, their power difference was clear. Seizing the moment while Ouyang was retreating, Chun Fei pressed forward, instantly forming a palm imprint and sending it directly toward Ouyang's chest. Seeing the massive palm flying toward him, Ouyang's eyes flickered with cold determination. He didn't dodge. Instead, he charged forward directly. He concentrated his soul force into his palm, forming a soul force orb, which he suddenly transformed into a large gray blade, stabbing fiercely toward Chun Fei's waist. Humph! Chun Fei scoffed. His left hand extended downward, rapidly covered in soul force like unbreakable steel, tightly seizing the gray blade. A contemptuous sneer formed on his lips. As the palm imprint closed in, his smile widened further. He had complete confidence in his palm technique. Even xiuxian would have had a hard time breaking through it at the same level, let alone someone like Ouyang Yuya who was merely at the physical cultivation stage. He coldly declared, "It's over." "Is it?" Ouyang murmured, replying softly. Saying that, he let out a low shout. Myriad manifestation, square zune. As soon as the shout echoed out, the black box within his body violently trembled. At the same time, a white light barrier burst from his body and blocked the incoming palm imprint. Realizing immediately what was happening, Chun Fei felt a chill and hurriedly attempted to retreat, but Ouyang wouldn't allow it. Pursuing closely, Ouyang flicked his finger forward. The raging soul force surged from both arms, condensing into a single gray ray, sharply striking into Chun Fei's chest. Panic-stricken, Chun Fei quickly shifted his body, avoiding the critical area. Even so, the strike pierced through his waist, sending a jet of blood spurting outward as his body flew backward and crashed onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, amidst the flash of battle, seeing Chun Fei lying defeated on the ground, everyone present was momentarily stunned, staring at Ouyang Yuya in disbelief. For Tong Kuei and the others, shock was clearly visible in their eyes. Chun Fei's strength had long been seen as an exceptionally powerful presence, yet he had been defeated within a few moves. This abrupt shift left all present swallowing hard in disbelief. After that single strike, Ouyang Yuya did not hesitate. He rushed forward again. As he threw his Wendao, he simultaneously formed a hand seal, channeling the power of the gate, which condensed into a forceful palm strike aimed directly at Chun Fei, who was still lying on the ground. Sensing the violent pressure from the incoming palm, Chun Fei's expression finally revealed a trace of fear. Chapter 41. You lose. Bang! Under the tremendous force, Chun Fei was smashed away and crashed onto the ground, panting heavily. Ouyang Yuya's brutal act caused the expressions of xuanhuan and others to turn grim, their eyes twitching slightly. Ouyang Yuya leaned on the wooden board, watching coldly as Chun Fei slowly rose to his feet. At this moment, Chun Fei's face had turned extremely gloomy, his features subtly distorted, and as his body trembled, a hidden and violent aura gradually overflowed from within him. You are indeed strong. If you were given a year, I believe you would definitely have a bright future. However, now, your steps must come to a halt here. Almost as soon as the words dropped, the surging aura abruptly halted, and a jade-green ring faintly appeared on Chun Fei's wrist. At the same time, the aura suddenly became much sharper. Seeing the jade-green ring on Chun Fei's wrist, Ouyang Yuya's expression also furrowed slightly. He patted the monkey's back, and immediately the monkey understood, darting up onto a tree trunk, fixing its eyes tightly on the scene below. Wood element, soul, cultivator. Finally using your soul core? Xuanhuan murmured as he looked at Chun Fei. Generally speaking, the soul core was a secret held by soul cultivators, usually only revealed during fair one-on-one matches, as a sign of respect. But in actual fights like this, soul cores were typically kept concealed unless absolutely necessary. Clearly, the disadvantage Chun Fei suffered at the hands of Ouyang Yuya was enough to force him to use his full strength. Chun Fei smirked, clenched his fist with a crisp popping sound, and laughed. Being able to push me this far, you really deserve pride. Then, stepping forward with his left foot, a surge of soul power surged forth. Under the emerald glow, it condensed into a powerful burst of energy, striking down at Ouyang Yuya like a thunderous hammer. Sensing the howling punch rushing in, Ouyang Yuya was shocked, hastily stepping back while summoning his gate force. He clashed directly with Chun Fei's fist. Under the piercing wind, his gate force instantly disintegrated into fine dust and exploded away, while the green fist image paused briefly before charging forward again. Ouyang Yuya's eyes twitched. Hastily retreating, he simultaneously reached into the air with his right hand, seizing his soul blade, and hacked fiercely at the rushing green fist. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and Ouyang Yuya watched as fine cracks surfaced on the surface of his soul blade, spreading quickly. Under Ouyang Yuya's horrified gaze, the blade shattered into pieces, and then he was struck in the chest by the green fist, sent flying backward and slamming into a tree trunk. Ouyang Yuya, brother Ouyang. Lin Xian and Su Shi rushed forward in alarm, but Ouyang Yuya raised his hand to stop them. Cough cough. Slowly pushing himself up from the tree trunk, Ouyang Yuya could feel the wood element's soul power rampaging inside him, and his face flushed with an abnormal reddish hue. Unlike ordinary soul power, wood element soul power may lack the ferocity of fire, but it had the special ability to block and suppress other soul energies. Under the obstruction of this wood element soul power, Ouyang Yuya could feel even his own soul power circulation slowing down. Looking at Ouyang Yuya's grim expression, Chun Fei's arrogance deepened as he said, "Give up. Your soul power is insufficient to suppress the invading energy within you, so in half an hour, your soul power will be completely sealed off. Once that happens, you won't have another chance." Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ouyang Yuya stood up with a cold smirk, a bit too early to be rejoicing. He then suddenly formed a seal with both hands. A blue light flashed, and in an instant, a blade of blue soul energy materialized in his grip. Minor tricks. Chun Fei snorted disdainfully and poured his wood element soul energy into his palm, which extended outward in a jade-green palm imprint. Ouyang Yuya, it's time to end this. With a cold snarl, Ouyang Yuya gave a sharp shake of his blade. A golden luster began to rapidly gather on his right hand, gradually surging into the hilt and slowly spreading to the blade body until reaching the tip. The blue soul blade gradually transformed into a brilliant golden hue, its surface flashing as though capable of slicing through anything. Razor-sharp metal aura. Looking at the golden luster on the blade from a distance, Xuanhuan suddenly looked stunned, his expression betraying a hint of astonishment. He stared at Ouyang Yuya with growing admiration. Facing the jade-green palm imprint rushing toward him, Ouyang Yuya slightly flicked his blade and sliced a sweeping arc through the air, cleaving straight into the palm strike. Where the blade passed, the green palm imprint split apart as easily as slicing through tofu. After landing the strike, Ouyang Yuya stomped hard with his foot, using the powerful impact force to rush toward Chun Fei. Chun Fei looked at the golden blade and sensed its immense piercing power. He suddenly vibrated his right arm, causing a loud crackling noise as his limbs stretched several zhang like a boneless appendage, swinging past the blade toward Ouyang Yuya's chest. Ouyang Yuya was greatly shocked, clearly not expecting Chun Fei to actually have such a hidden move. However, if he dodged now, he would also lose the chance to seriously wound his opponent. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward relentlessly, ignoring the ferocious palm wind as he swiftly lunged ahead. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's aggressive attack, Chun Fei sneered and slammed his palm forward. Humph. At the critical moment, the Wanxiang vase trembled again, and a white light shield appeared to protect him. Even so, it shattered instantly, and the palm strike slammed down onto Ouyang Yuya's chest. Ouyang Yuya quickly twisted his blade, forcefully plunging the golden sword into the ground behind him to halt his backward slide. Under the immense force, he fiercely spat out a mouthful of blood. Still, his body finally steadied. Laughing coldly, Ouyang Yuya pulled the blade out and thrust it toward Chun Fei's chest. Chun Fei's expression drastically changed, clearly wary of Ouyang Yuya's ruthless ferocity. Just as he attempted to retreat, he suddenly sensed a finger airstrike shooting straight toward his forehead. Startled, he hastily raised his palm to block, but this move cost him the timing to retreat, and the lightning-fast golden blade directly pierced into his arm. Blood splattered as his right arm was completely impaled. Letting out a pained grunt, Chun Fei swung his left palm and swatted Ouyang Yuya away, while he himself fell backward onto the ground, his severely wounded right arm clearly rendering him unable to fight further. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ouyang Yuya slowly stood up. He helplessly discovered that the soul power within his body had been entirely sealed. With his soul energy gone, the golden blade also dissipated into nothingness. Feeling the profound weakness inside, he revealed a slightly savage grin. He looked at Chun Fei writhing on the ground in agony and declared, "You lose." Chapter 42. Reward. Hearing the mocking tone in Ouyang Yuya's voice, Chun Fei struggled to rise and fight back, but the pain from his wounds caused him to suck in a breath sharply. He stared at Ouyang Yuya with resentment, his pupils flashing a bloody red. Ouyang Yuya paid him no more attention and turned to Huafeng, asking, "I wonder if our bet from just now still stands." Huafeng glared at him darkly, but remained silent. However, the flickering emotions in his eyes betrayed his inner thoughts. Seeing Huafeng's hesitation, Ouyang Yuya snorted coldly. Golden light flashed again, carrying the unmistakable intent to fight again if necessary. Let's go." After thinking for a moment, Huafeng swept his sleeve, and supporting Chun Fei, he dashed into the depths of the jungle. Compared to Huafeng's hostility, Xuanhuan's attitude was much better. Smiling slightly, he hurried to follow. Behind him, Feng Xiaoxiao looked at him curiously, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief, but she remained silent. Watching the four disappear into the jungle, Ouyang Yuya let out a sigh of relief. If another fight had broken out, they'd have been completely wiped out. As the tension in his nerves loosened, dizziness surged over him again. Su Shi quickly stepped forward to support him, giving a thumbs up. "Ouyang brother, that fight was just amazing. Thinking about that scum Chun Fei losing his arm, old Shi feels so damn satisfied." Ouyang Yuya chuckled and waved a hand dismissively. Spotting Lin Xian with red-rimmed eyes nearby, he gave a bitter smile. "I'm fine. You're just showing off." She glared at him, and Ouyang Yuya grinned sheepishly without replying. Then he noticed Xuanhuan, who was also looking anxiously toward him, causing him to feel a pang of guilt. Xuanhuan examined his wounds and frowned deeply. How did you get injured so badly? Why push yourself so hard? We could have just given them the Orion coins. Xuanhuan smiled and shook his head, whistling sharply. At once, the monkey on the tree trunk scrambled onto his shoulder, scratching its head and grinning widely. Hey, you dead monkey. My master is injured, so hand over some of your herbs. The monkey became immediately displeased, baring its teeth at Lin Xian and gesturing rudely at her with its paw, muttering incoherently. You. Lin Xian started forward angrily, but Xuanhuan quickly stepped in front of her and patted the monkey's head. Where did you find those herbs last time? Can you help me get some? The monkey blinked its eyes thoughtfully, then nodded and darted away. Xuanhuan steadied himself using Su-Shi's supporting hands and turned toward Teng Kui and the others. What about our prior agreement? It's time to honor it, isn't it? Dai Yong frowned. What agreement? Lin Xian held up her fingers, tilting her head to gaze at the sky, adopting an expression of serious calculation. All right, the fee for action was 5 gold coins. Plus, we're the region's gold rank fighter, so another 5 coins. This mission involved turning the tide, that's 10 coins, and then Xuanhuan being injured, cutting corners, we'll charge you 20 coins for that. In total, 25 gold coins. Pay up. Lin Xian stretched out her hand, smiling brightly, while looking at the increasingly sour expressions on Teng Kui and others. Su-Shi swallowed hard. Miss Lin Xian sure is impressive. Old Shi here has seen quite a bit. Only Ouyang brother can keep you in check. Xuanhuan awkwardly chuckled and was about to speak when Lin Xian suddenly turned her head toward him. Her delicate face flushed red as she spat. Su-Shi, say anything else and don't blame this young lady for being ruthless. Su-Shi pulled his neck in slightly and muttered under his breath. I'm only afraid of Ouyang brother, otherwise why should I fear you? A weak little girl. You're still talking. Lin Xian felt greatly humiliated. A whip-like shadow suddenly shot out quickly. Xuanhuan was startled and about to intervene, when the whip surprisingly halted midair. Meanwhile, Lin Xian gave Su-Shi a resentful glare before turning around and saying no more. Su-Shi chuckled and patted Xuanhuan's shoulder. Ouyang brother sure is blessed with good fortune. Xuanhuan's bitter smile deepened. He inwardly sighed, wondering exactly which part of this was good fortune. Then he saw Lin Xian ahead of them grinning and demanding payment, and he walked to where Dai Yong and others stood. Just do it according to what Lin Xian said. Teng Kui snorted coldly, smirking. This kind of behavior is utterly absurd and ridiculous. Xuanhuan smiled. Teng Kui brother, why were you so eager when you agreed to the deal earlier? Humph. Haha. Lin Song. These fellows really are quite interesting. A laugh rang out, and to the surprised glances of Xuanhuan and others, 2 figures emerged from the jungle. Everyone hurriedly bowed respectfully. Greetings, Vice Dean Lin Song. Greetings, Vice Dean Bo Xiong. Hee, don't be so formal. We were just curious and came to see how you all are doing. Bo Xiong laughed as he looked at these elite students, his look of appreciation becoming stronger, especially toward Xuanhuan. He wore a look as if he had discovered a treasure. You're called Xuanhuan, right? I saw your fight with Chen Fei. Haha, quite a fine young lad, quite impressive skills. No wonder Dean Lin always mentions you. Xuanhuan smiled calmly. It was just sheer luck, I suppose, sir. Bo Xiong chuckled and shook his head. Victory is victory. No need to downplay it with talk of luck. I believe the second round should be concluded by now, right? Lin Song nodded. Indeed, it's about time. We may as well gather everyone here. Bo Xiong waved his hand and shot a beam of light into the sky. Within less than half an incense stick's time, the sound of rushing wind arrived from afar, quickly converging toward them. Soon, a crowd surrounded the area. Fortunately, the location was relatively deserted, otherwise there wouldn't have been enough space to accommodate over 100 people. Watching the arriving crowd, Bo Xiong nodded in satisfaction. He gently pushed off the ground with his toes and leapt into the air, standing midair. Xuanhuan watched enviously. He had once heard from his father that walking on air was a mark of Earth Stage Soul Masters. Reaching this level meant one was truly a top expert, someone whose soul power could split mountains and cleave the earth with but a move. Clenching his fist tightly, Xuanhuan resolved that this was a realm he must definitely achieve. Noticing the student's admiration, Bo Xiong smiled slightly. You don't need to envy me. Each of you present here possesses the talent to reach this level. It's not hard to attain. The only question is whether you achieve it earlier or later. That is also why you're here. As long as you put in effort, nothing is impossible. Understand? Understood. Bo Xiong nodded approvingly and wore a satisfied expression. Pausing slightly, he continued. All right then. After a day of trials and competition, the results of the second round are finally in. First of all, let me announce that the Black and White Twin Fiends teams have successfully repelled the Academy's seed team together. As a reward, each of these 12 members will receive 5 gold coins. And Xuanhuan, who single-handedly defeated a 4th-tier Soul Master, will be awarded an additional 10 gold coins. A collective sharp inhalation echoed around them. The expressions directed toward Xuanhuan were not just envious, but filled with deep astonishment as well. Everyone here fully understood what reaching the 4th-tier Soul Master meant. It was an existence completely out of their reach at present. Yet Xuanhuan had defeated one, and such strength made everyone here feel no one could have any objection to him receiving the reward. Xuanhuan was briefly stunned, then smiled. This was clearly a deliberate attempt to turn him into a public figure. Lin Xian giggled, winking at Xuanhuan playfully and whispering, "Now that you're rich, don't forget about me, alright?" Seeing Lin Xian's mischievous expression, Xuanhuan couldn't help but smile wryly. He pinched her hand lightly. Suddenly, a soft coughing sound startled them. Both Ouyang Yuya and Lin Xian turned their gaze toward Lin Song ahead. Their faces flushed slightly. Chuckling lowly, they turned back to continue watching Bo Xiong floating midair. Secretly, Ouyang Yuya thought, after the third round, he should finally be able to enter the Academy's Na'u Pavilion. Chapter 43 Rankings. As Ouyang Yuya was lost in thought, Bo Xiong glanced around and continued. Now that the rewards are done, it's time for the ranking evaluation. Alright, team leaders, please bring your coins and team members forward to me. I will divide the coins evenly among your team as your team's individual score. If you participated alone, then personally report your result to me. We will determine the results for the second trial. Right after Bo Xiong finished speaking, Lin Xian ran over to Tung Kuei with a grin and extended her hand. Here you go, 25 coins. Not a single one missing. You know, if it wasn't for us, you wouldn't even have one coin left. What a great deal, right? Tung Kuei's face darkened as he glanced at Dai Wing and shook his head. The latter nodded slightly, counted out 25 coins and tossed them to her. Lin Xian smiled and nodded happily. Hee. Thank you. Before cheerfully skipping over and throwing the coins to Ouyang Yuya. Here you go, for your trouble. Ouyang Yuya looked at Lin Xian, who was sitting on the ground hugging her knees with a bright smile, her red silk dress lightly wrapped around her body. Her hair flowed past her broad forehead, and her ears looked like jade pendants. Even the way she turned her gaze held its own charm. Ouyang found himself captivated for a moment. Seeing the absent look in Ouyang's eyes, Lin Xian frowned slightly, raised her hand, and waved it in front of his face. Idiot, what are you staring at? Oh, nothing. Ouyang awkwardly touched his nose and smiled slightly, quickly retrieving a coin bag from his xuanhuan pouch. Su Shi and others quickly gathered around. Ouyang counted the coins and said, we originally had 30 gold, 20 silver, and 40 copper coins. Adding these 25 gold coins, each person should receive about 8 or 9. Su Shi nodded. Ouyang, you handle it. However many, that's fine with us. Ouyang nodded and stepped forward, handing the coins to Bo Xiong. Ouyang Yuya, Lin Xian, Su Shi, xuanhuan, Su Hao, Su Yun. We have 55 gold coins, 20 silver coins, and 40 copper coins. Bo Xiong gave him a surprised look, the smile on his face deepening as he gave a praising nod. Looks like your team really is the best in this evaluation. Ouyang smiled. You flatter us, President. Huh. Excessive humility is no virtue. Alright, I will announce the results later. Just wait a while. Ouyang nodded and stepped back. How is it? Do we make first place? As soon as Ouyang stepped back, Su Shi and the others quickly surrounded him and asked. It'll be announced in a moment, but I think we're probably close. A quarter of all the gold coins are in our hands now. That's right. Just look at their faces, they've turned black. Lin Xian laughed brightly as she glanced at Dai Wing walking down. With a helpless smile, Ouyang said, they really have had bad luck running into you. Lin Xian smiled, then suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, haven't heard from the monkey yet? Could something have happened? Ouyang furrowed his brows slightly, but quickly shook his head. No, that guy is pretty clever. He should be back soon. Even as he said so, however, he still looked a little concerned. Just then, Bo Xiong once again stepped onto the empty air. He swung his large sleeve and a powerful soul force poured down, instantly silencing the entire noisy area. Alright, based on the previous evaluations, the total results for the second trial are in. First place goes to Ouyang Yuya, with 22 gold coins. Gasps instantly rose from the surrounding crowd as Bo Xiong's words faded, clearly an unimaginable number to them. Some teams barely had 1 or 2 coins among multiple members, while Ouyang Yuya alone had more than 20. The number was shocking enough to provoke jealousy, but since they were outmatched in skill, no complaints were justified. Ouyang Yuya awkwardly scratched his nose, ignoring the gazes from all around him. Lin Xian giggled. Ouyang shot her a glare, and she only responded with a cheeky tongue stick and a mumble before turning away. Bo Xiong shook his head with a smile. Second place goes to Lin Xian, 13 gold coins. Third place is Su Shi with 13 gold coins. Fourth place. As Bo Xiong continued announcing the rankings, Ouyang could only shake his head in amazement. The first 6 rankings were all occupied by his team. The 7th, Dai Wing, had only 7 coins, and the ones at the bottom only got silver and copper. Lin Xian weighed the coins in her hand, joyfully exclaiming, didn't expect our gains to be this good. Su Shi bid on a gold coin, wearing a greedy expression. That's right, brother Ouyang. From now on, I'm sticking with you. Don't forget me. Su Hao quickly added in excitement. Ouyang chuckled and replied, well, I believe all of us will have plenty of time together in the future. Su Shi laughed cheerfully and said, alright, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We'll have plenty of time in the future. I think the third trial tomorrow is what we should really focus on. Then he whispered secretly, I heard that the rewards for the top 3 are quite impressive, and the first place will even receive a heaven-tier spirit treasure. Heaven-tier, huh? Ouyang Yuya nodded calmly, a slight smile forming at the corner of his lips. Looking at the gradually dimming sky, his eyes revealed a glimmer of anticipation. Tomorrow, we won't be holding back anymore. Lin Song glanced at the thoughtful Ouyang Yuya and smiled slightly. Thinking about tomorrow's trial? Ouyang didn't hide it, and simply nodded. Actually, there's no need to worry too much. With your abilities, I don't think this trial will be much of a challenge for you. I think tomorrow's competition will be extremely fierce. Lin Song also nodded. People like Tung Kuei definitely haven't shown their full strength yet. But you must take first place. I can't really explain the exact reason, but you need to grow stronger quickly. You must understand, right now the other 3 branches of the Ouyang family are united. and only by securing the top position in the Soulstry Institute and harnessing the power of the entire academy can you stand against them on equal footing. Ouyang Yi looked at the 100 silent figures before him and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Above them, he could feel the suffocating pressure and silence brewing beneath the surface. It lingered, swirled, and rose beneath the dim yellow sky, eventually vanishing into nothingness. Chapter 44. In Imminent Peril. The blazing sunrise had just risen, casting golden rays that resembled golden whips driving away the drifting clouds and mist, coating the land in a faint crimson glow. Faintly visible through the hazy golden light, traces of lingering white clouds could be seen. The sunlight pierced through the lush jungle, reaching deep inside and enveloping 100 figures seated in meditation. Deep within the jungle, nearly 100 figures sat cross-legged in quietude. As the first rays of sunlight burst forth, the 100 figures simultaneously revealed expressions of excitement, their faces hinting at expectation and fervor. Lin Song slowly rose to his feet and, glancing at the brightening sky, turned to Bo Xiong beside him, saying, "We can depart now. I suppose the academy is already well prepared." Bo Xiong nodded. Tian Feng and the others will also be there, right? Yes. This grand competition is also a rare opportunity for them to recruit disciples. There's sure to be another dispute this time. Bo Xiong's face darkened. In recent years, many talents who could have achieved great things in the Soul Cultivation Academy have been poached by the Alchemy and Medicine Academies. All because we don't have formidable martial arts or powerful experts to hold our ground here. Without a continuous influx of new blood, the Soul Cultivation Academy has been in severe decline, held up solely by Yuan Feng. Though Yuan Feng himself is exceptionally gifted, his martial prowess still cannot rival the other three academies. Compounding this issue, the three branches of the Ouyang family have been supporting each other, while the other branch, aside from senior brother xuanhuan back in the day, hasn't produced anyone else, and thus has been constantly oppressed. Otherwise, during the Soul Cultivation Academy's prime, how could they dare act so arrogantly? Lin Song shook his head bitterly. Let's just go with the flow. Perhaps a turning point will come. Bo Xiong gave a non-committal smile. He flicked his foot and leaped into the air, overlooking the crowd from above, and announced, "Today marks the beginning of the third and final round. However, the location will change, moving to the Inner Academy's martial arena. Everyone must bring out their absolute best because the mentors and heads of each academy will personally be watching, assessing your abilities. Those who perform exceptionally well might earn a mentor's special attention and be prioritized for training. If even a single department head takes a liking to you, they might personally recruit you as their direct disciple. I suppose you all understand the implications of that, don't you?" Understood. Hearing the passionate response below, Bo Xiong smiled with visible satisfaction. Compared to the past few days, the remaining 100 contestants were now top-notch in both quality and ability. Nodding slightly, he said, "Follow me." He waved his sleeve and dashed eastward across the academy grounds. As soon as Bo Xiong moved, the 100 figures seated in meditation quickly followed suit, sweeping forward like a swarm of locusts speeding into the distance. Lin Xian stood up, stretched lazily, and rubbed her numb legs before nudging Ouyang Yi, who had been silently staring into space. "Hey, what are you thinking about? We're about to leave." Ouyang Yi did not respond, remaining seated in quiet contemplation. Su Shi and the others hurried over, watching him with concern. Unable to bear the silence any longer, Su Shi thundered, "Brother Ouyang, please say something. If we delay any further, we'll be too late." Slowly rising to his feet, Ouyang Yi smiled faintly and replied, "You all go ahead first. I'm going back to look for the monkey. He hasn't returned even now, which is very worrisome." Lin Xian frowned slightly before suddenly saying, "I'll go with you. No need. I'll catch up soon. Uncle Lin will still need you to report to him." Lin Xian nodded. "Then be careful. Be sure to return on time. If you encounter any danger, use the ring to inform me." At the end of her sentence, her ears flushed with a faint blush. "Don't worry. I should be able to protect myself fine." Lin Xian then dashed off toward where the crowd had disappeared, and Su Shi and the others followed closely behind. Watching their gradually receding figures, Ouyang Yi's expression grew increasingly serious. Though the monkey enjoyed playing around, there was no way he wouldn't return for such a long time. This made it very likely he had encountered danger. Thinking thus, Ouyang Yi's chest tightened with anxiety, and without hesitation, he turned and rushed deeper into the jungle. At that moment, at the farthest eastern side of the forest, a shadow dashed forward rapidly, shaking the branches of the trees as it passed, creating a rustling sound. As this shadow passed by, another dark figure streaked forth. This black shadow was exceedingly burly. As it ran, its momentum was fierce and imposing, swiftly chasing after the previous figure. Wherever it passed, even the ground trembled slightly. The monkey grabbed a tree trunk, suddenly leaping upward and swinging forward, landing on another trunk. However, his speed still failed to shake off the pursuer behind him. On the contrary, as his strength gradually drained, the gap between them continued to narrow. It wouldn't be long before he was caught. Once that happened, dealing with the monkey would be effortless for his pursuer. Panicked, the monkey kept running while shrieking loudly. Several times, he glanced back at the branch tied securely to his back, grinned foolishly, then resumed his frantic sprint. Occasionally, he even turned around and hurled objects behind him in an attempt to block his pursuer, but these attacks barely tickled his enemy. Behind the monkey, the bulky shadow gradually came into view, a monstrous ape with a green face and sharp fangs. The creature's face was extremely hideous, and the sight of the small, swiftly escaping figure ahead enraged it even further. In its eyes, it was downright shameful that it couldn't even catch such a frail, powerless monkey. Amidst the chase, the ape launched one attack after another, smashing toward the monkey. Thanks to his extraordinary sense of perception, the monkey always narrowly managed to dodge these attacks. This only further enraged the beast. Its bloodshot eyes glowed red with fury, and its attacks grew fiercer by the second. A powerful palm strike slammed down, snapping nearby trees like twigs. The fierce wind and pressure crushed surrounding vegetation. Just as the monkey leapt from a tree trunk, it witnessed the tree being smashed into dust by a wave of force. The same energy wave then slammed down where the monkey was landing. The impact sent the monkey flying, crashing to the ground ahead. The leaf-woven sack tied to its back scattered, spilling medicinal herbs and a single, vividly crimson, perfectly round fruit. Hurriedly, the monkey scrambled up, scratched its head, and reached to pick up the fruit when a gust of wind blew past. Its small, frail body was knocked over once more, slammed heavily into the ground. A terrifying wound appeared on its body, and with a pained shriek, the monkey glared at the fruit, its eyes flashing with a savage, bloodthirsty gleam. Growl! The giant ape pounded its chest, roaring arrogantly, casting a look of disdain and mockery at the wounded monkey. Amidst the monkey's furious glare, the ape swallowed the fruit. The monkey crawled forward, picking up scattered herbs and chewing them briefly before smearing them on its wound. Then it lay low to the ground, its eyes locked onto the ape with an expression that seemed ready to bleed. The ape sneered as it approached the monkey, eyes filled with mockery and amusement. Raising its massive palm, it swung down again, aiming directly at the monkey's injured body. Crack! Along with the sound of breaking bones, the monkey curled into a ball, trembling and whimpering, blood oozing from its wounds, staining its pristine white fur entirely crimson. Under such savage punishment, the monkey's breath was growing increasingly faint. Chapter 45. The Crimson Demon Fruit. Sensing the monkey's weakening presence, the giant ape sneered. Its massive palm, laced with sharp gales, smashed toward the monkey's head, the powerful fluctuation strong enough to sweep all the dust off the ground. At the instant the palm strike descended, a hand suddenly shot out, pulling the monkey up from the ground. Simultaneously, another arm appeared in an eerie fashion. With a flip of the palm, a black giant blade formed and viciously smashed into the exposed belly of the giant ape. Letting out a shrill roar, the mighty body of the ape was immediately pushed backward, stumbling and falling heavily onto the ground. Looking at the clumsy creature, the monkey suddenly grinned. However, this pulled open its wound again, earning it another pained screech, though its expression was no longer as tense as before. Xuanhuan patted its head. When he saw the monkey's horrifying injuries, his face turned extremely grim. Shooting a cold glance at the snarling giant ape, he placed the monkey on a tree trunk, snorted coldly, and prepared to charge forward. Suddenly, the monkey squeaked and pointed at its own mouth, then at the ape, miming the act of swallowing something. You're saying there's something in its mouth? Xuanhuan asked as he looked on. The monkey nodded furiously. After properly securing the monkey, Xuanhuan took a leap forward, his seventh-tier body tempering soul power immediately radiating outward. The giant ape roared furiously, pounding its chest while exuding a ferocious, fiery aura, its heat causing the air to shimmer. Xuanhuan's expression hardened as well. A fourth-order fire elemental. He inhaled deeply, facing such a formidable opponent. Even he could only rely on strategy instead of brute force. Without delay, the myriad images square zone, vast manifestation vase, quivered and formed a dense white film enveloping his body. Then, with a swirl of dark energy from his right palm, a gray giant blade materialized, slashing toward the ape's neck. The ape was not about to back down either. With a furious howl, its massive hand swept forward, crashing heavily into the soul blade. The powerful soul blade could not withstand such violent force, instantly shattering under Xuanhuan's horrified gaze. The remaining force struck Xuanhuan directly in the chest, but at the critical moment, the protective cocoon formed by the myriad images square zone saved him, absorbing the blow. The tremendous impact pushed Xuanhuan back a few steps. He looked at the enormous, bull-like ape with a frightened expression and bitterly laughed. He muttered to himself that he was really out of luck, encountering high-grade soul beasts that others might not see for years, all one after another. Worse yet, a fourth-order soul beast actually existed within Oran Academy's forest. What could be unluckier than this? At this moment, stuck between a rock and a hard place, Xuanhuan even felt like cursing. If he left now, the object the monkey had mentioned would still be inside the ape's mouth. Knowing the monkey's sharp eye for treasures, what it had fought for couldn't possibly be ordinary. Thus, Xuanhuan wasn't willing to give up easily. But if he stayed, this giant ape was no less powerful than a soul cultivator. Even with all his hidden trump cards, at his current body-tempering 7th-tier cultivation, his chances of killing it were less than 50%. If things went wrong, he might die on the spot. Truly, neither retreating nor advancing seemed a feasible option. Yet clearly, the giant ape would not give him time to think. Swinging its enormous arm, it charged forward with fierce, searing fire elemental energy, striking toward Xuanhuan even more viciously. Do you think I'm easy prey? Immediately, his body rapidly retreated, while the door force surged forth, swiftly coalescing into a defense in front of him. Meanwhile, his hands moved swiftly, reforming the soul blade to slash toward the palm strike. Just as he expected, the door force merely weakened the strike slightly before it surged forward again, being cleaved by the blade. Upon impact, the palm strike instantly dissipated. Suddenly, Ouyang Yuye's eyes flared wide open. Now, his body shot forward in a flash, rushing directly in front of the giant ape. With rapid finger movements, the myriad images square Zune trembled violently, and his fingertip mercilessly struck the side of the ape's jaw. A grayish light zipped from his fingertip, punching a hole through the beast's cheek. The ape shrieked in pain, its mouth opening widely in agony. As its mouth gaped open, a crimson red fruit hidden under its tongue fell straight down. Ouyang Yuye caught it midair and swiftly stuffed it into his xuanhuan pouch. Immediately, he pulled the monkey into his arms and darted away. GG. The monkey laughed, lying comfortably in Ouyang Yuye's arms and occasionally glancing back at the nearly berserk ape, clearly enjoying itself and momentarily forgetting the pain from its wounds as it rolled about restlessly. Behave yourself. Ouyang Yuye snapped before focusing intently on escaping, feeling the relentless ape chasing close behind. He could not help but feel exasperated. This current scenario reminded him painfully of being pursued by the Tiger Lion Demon Core King not long ago. Again, things were just as chaotic and unexpectedly similar, once again stemming from the monkey's doing. Helplessly frustrated, he glared at the monkey. Didn't you steal something from it again? The monkey sneered and pointed at Ouyang Yuye's xuanhuan pouch, its indifferent expression irritating Ouyang Yuye so much that he nearly lost his temper and wanted to throw it into the sky. Whoosh! A shadow darted rapidly from the jungle. Almost instantly, another figure leapt out, occasionally letting out furious roars that stirred a mighty clamor through the forest. The monkey pointed to the left, and Ouyang Yuye immediately understood, abruptly changing direction. Though this method slightly widened the distance between them, they still couldn't shake off the giant ape, making him increasingly annoyed. If things continued like this, soon he would be drained of both soul power and physical strength, becoming the ape's easy prey. While thinking this, his advancing steps suddenly stopped. He took out the crimson red fruit from his xuanhuan pouch and, using the blue dagger, sliced off a piece. Firmly, he threw it in the sideways direction. Then, wrapping the remaining crimson red fruit in soul power, he stored it back into his xuanhuan pouch and ran in the opposite direction. This tactic clearly proved effective. After Ouyang Yuye ran off, the giant ape suddenly changed course and charged toward where the red fruit had fallen. Ouyang Yuye lay on the grass, panting heavily, silently sighing that the feeling of surviving a life-threatening situation really was pleasant. He retrieved the crimson red fruit and placed it on the ground, asking, "Is this the item?" The monkey nodded, grabbed it, and threw it to him, indicating he should swallow it. "Does this even have poison?" Ouyang Yuye asked suspiciously, his expression hesitant. Knowing almost nothing about spirit medicines, he often felt uncertain about unfamiliar items, and whenever he encountered valuable ones, he usually felt clueless. The monkey no longer paid attention, turning its head to the side. Ouyang Yuye gave a bitter smile, gritted his teeth, muttered, "I'll risk it," and swallowed the fruit. As the red fruit entered his mouth, it immediately transformed into a warm current flowing into his dantian. Instantly, a feeling like scorching fire capable of burning everything surged forth. Ouyang Yuye's body instantly turned crimson red, a blood-like hue radiating a strangely yaoi, eerie, and supernatural sensation. Chapter 46, Refinement of the Body, the 8th Stage. As soon as the crimson spirit fruit entered his mouth, it transformed into a warm current rushing into his limbs and bones, weaving through his body like thin red threads. As the fruit was gradually absorbed, under the influence of this wild surge of energy, Ouyang Yuye's body instantly turned completely red, presenting a vivid blood-red hue. Deep crimson patterns formed densely on his skin, as though blood were about to drip out, an extremely terrifying sight. With the complete absorption of the crimson fruit, the violent energy it contained rapidly surged through his body, enveloping Ouyang Yuye's bones and muscles in thick waves of force. His entire body reflected the same blood-red glow, and suddenly his form trembled violently. As soon as the fire element energy of the crimson fruit entered his body, Ouyang Yuye felt a searing, unbearable pain throughout his entire being, as though he were being burned alive. Even his bones experienced a dull, tingling ache, while his flesh was subjected to an intense, scorching heat. As this burning continued, the color of his skin gradually turned into a rich indigo shade, growing darker and darker, as if it might seep out from within his body. The previously coarse skin surface began showing deep cracks, resembling dried, cracked earth with signs of desiccation. Feeling the intense pain from within, Ouyang Yuye's body trembled more violently. Veins bulged on his forehead as sweat poured down. His whole body involuntarily shook, and waves of suppressed, painful groans followed. As time passed, thin red lines emerged from within his bones and muscles, continuously shooting toward his dantian. As they entered, his dantian violently quivered, and the stream of soul energy connecting the dantian to the soul vortex began chaotically darting about uncontrollably. Ouyang Yuye was greatly startled and immediately tried to steady his mind and guide his soul energy, but the energy was like wild horses breaking loose, rushing uncontrollably in all directions. The violent surging of this soul energy gave him an increasingly severe sensation of internal swelling, growing stronger by the moment, as if his body would soon burst. Clenching his jaw tightly, he endured. Just when Ouyang Yuye was at a loss about what to do, a droplet of crimson liquid suddenly surged out from his dantian. Upon its appearance, the droplet was instantly absorbed into the soul vortex, immediately being fiercely refined by the vortex's intense spinning. Suddenly, a pulling force emerged that even startled Ouyang Yuye himself. This invisible force rushed wildly through his body, causing the runaway soul energy to stop instantly. With astonishing speed, the energy streams flowed back from all over his body, once again flowing into the soul vortex. The injection of soul energy caused the vortex, spinning like a black hole, to suddenly stop moving. It remained still for a moment, then erupted violently, like a volcano, spewing energy outward. The vortex began rotating once again, swinging and regathering as it had before, reforming into a stream about the thickness of a river. But this time, the vortex did not stop. It instead showed signs of growing further. This phenomenon stirred Ouyang Yuye's heart, and he hurriedly accelerated the spinning of the soul vortex. As if responding to his conscious urging, his dantian also violently trembled, refining the red threads flowing in from the bones and physical body into droplets of red liquid, which were once again injected into the soul vortex. In this continuous cycle, the soul stream gradually grew in thickness, showing signs of becoming a great river. Compared to the mighty and surging activity within, his external appearance remained much calmer. As the soul energy continuously gathered, the pain he had previously endured slowly faded, replaced by a sense of comfort and relaxation. The cracked patterns on his skin became increasingly prominent, spreading across his entire body. Beneath those intricate textures, his originally handsome face now bore a somewhat sinister expression. The indigo hue on his skin became even more intense. Sitting motionless now, Ouyang Yuye looked like a piece of weathered blue stone, barely resembling a human. However, upon careful observation, one could see faint white beams gliding across the indigo surface, vanishing momentarily, then returning once more to the same shade of deep blue. Ouyang Yuye's meditation lasted nearly half a day before something new began to occur. A presence, vastly more formidable than before, slowly awakened from within him like an ancient beast stirring from deep slumber. The soul energy inside his body also became significantly denser, expanding in width like a flowing river, and at that moment, Ouyang Yuye's heart stirred. Is it about to break through? He couldn't help but feel delighted. It had only been about 10 days since his last breakthrough, and now another was happening. This speed even surprised him, the person involved. However, although he had broken through, unfortunately both times had relied on external items to force the breakthrough. In the end, this still wasn't his true level, so it seemed the upcoming days should be spent properly stabilizing his cultivation stage. Breakthroughs were naturally good, but if they always relied on external factors, without following steady progress, eventually the foundation would become unstable, something he certainly didn't want to see. But ultimately, being able to break through was still something worth celebrating. This would definitely provide another hidden trump card in the upcoming evaluations. Regarding Teng Kuei's abilities, he still harbored some apprehension. Although last time he had heavily injured him, it was mostly due to a sneak attack, while Teng Kuei's hidden abilities and true strength remained completely unknown to him. Teng Kuei, however, could be said to understand him very thoroughly. Thinking this through, Ouyang Yuye once again focused his mind back on cultivation. Only by enhancing his strength could he secure a place in this academy filled with experts. Teng Kuei was merely an opponent. His true adversaries were the 3 academy chiefs far ahead, much stronger than Teng Kuei. They were the ones he sought to surpass. Time slowly passed, and the abnormally still soul vortex suddenly trembled once more. The continuous gathering of soul energy finally came to an end. His consciousness sank inward and saw the original stream-sized soul energy had suddenly grown to the size of a flowing river, radiating a far stronger power. Suddenly, a crisp sound captured his attention. Slightly stunned, Ouyang Yuye saw the previously cracked skin, with its dense network of fissures, completely flake off like shedding skin, revealing the newly formed skin underneath. All the previous roughness vanished without a trace, replaced by smooth, tender skin like that of an infant. Looking at his jade-like white hands, Ouyang Yuye couldn't suppress his joy. Clenching his fist tightly, he felt a power greater than before, and even felt some surprise. Before reaching this level, he had completely failed to imagine how mighty it truly was. Sighing in admiration, Ouyang Yuye exhaled slowly, feeling the smooth skin, and nodded in satisfaction. Now his physical body could truly be considered moderately accomplished. Even as he marveled, he reflected on the might of the 8th stage of body refinement. Only upon reaching this stage could one truly grasp how vast the difference was between the 7th and 8th stages of physical refinement. Compared to the past, his body had grown unimaginably stronger. The most fundamental difference lay in the fact that at the 7th stage, defense was formed outside the body through soul energy, creating a soul cocoon. Although quite resilient, its resistance to impact was inherently limited. Now, however, his actual physical body had become genuinely powerful. Based on his estimation, even under Lin Xian's whip, his current strength wouldn't result in serious injury like before. Excitedly clenching his fist, he threw a punch toward a nearby tree trunk. Surging soul energy burst forth wildly, snapping the thick trunk in half with a clean break. It was a satisfying, domineering punch, and feeling the soul energy, now far more substantial, he broke into a delighted grin. He exclaimed, "The 8th stage of body refinement really is incredibly powerful." Chapter 47 The Move. Ouyang Yuye smacked his lips, stretched his limbs, and beamed with delight. Glancing at the sky, he muttered, "It's about time to go back. I hope I'm not too late." With that, he scooped up the monkey and dashed rapidly toward the outskirts of the forest. In the center of Olan Academy stood a grand circular plaza. The plaza was arranged in a highly organized and layered fashion, with 4 enormous martial arts arenas situated atop it. At the moment, figures darted across the arenas, while bursts of combat sounds sent the spectators in the stands into an uproar. Occasionally, cheers and exclamations from the audience added an even fiercer edge to the fights unfolding on stage. Directly opposite the martial arts arenas stood an equally massive spectator stand. The stand was laid out in tiered, staircase-like sections and divided into 4 major areas, each allocated to students of the academy wearing different colors. At the very top sat the general senior students, whose loud cries and enthusiastic shouts further heated up the atmosphere. The lower section housed the academy's promising students, those considered of exceptional talent and receiving focused cultivation training. Nearly 100 figures occupied this section, evoking envy among those seated behind. The majority of the students desperately strived for a seat in this zone, though the path was extremely challenging. Even lower sat dozens of figures, each wearing unique garments. These were the elite students from each department, and also the personal disciples of the various deans. Their very existence symbolized the highest level of martial prowess within their respective departments. At the very bottom of these rows sat 4 distinct figures, the 4 top students of the 4 divisions of the academy. It was safe to say that, within the academy, these 4 individuals enjoyed an extraordinary, almost untouchable status. Naturally, when other students saw them, their envy was mixed with deep respect. To sit in that position itself was a sign of true strength. At the very front row in front of the stands sat a line of green stone seats, on which were seated mentors like Bo Xiong and Lin Song, observing the intense fighting taking place in the arena with admiration. However, directly in front of these stone seats were 4 even larger and more elevated chairs. These were currently empty. However, given their placement and the superior height of the chairs themselves, it could be guessed that the owners of these seats must be no ordinary individuals, even surpassing the likes of Lin Song. Lin Song's brows knitted together as he observed the fierce combat on stage. As expected, in the previous battles, Di Yong, Hong Yan, xiuxian, and even Su Shi and Lin Xian had all swept through their opponents, achieving great victories and advancing through each round smoothly. The most surprising thing for him was Tung Kuei, who had previously displayed only mediocre performance during the second round. He now seemed to have become a completely different person, his attacks ruthless and deadly. Every student who had engaged him had suffered grave injuries. Most critically, no one had managed to last even 20 moves against him so far, with the qualifiers such as Hong Yan all having been thrown out by him. Particularly noteworthy was the battle against Di Yong, where even Di's illusion array was forcefully broken. However, due to the past camaraderie as teammates, Tung hadn't gone all out. Yet, figures like Su Shi and Su Yun had been severely wounded, especially Su Shi, who still couldn't rise to his feet. If things went as expected, the next match would involve Lin Xian. However, up to now, the person with the greatest potential to turn the tide, Ouyang Yi, was still nowhere to be seen, as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. His disappearance made Lin Song, who was already anxious, feel even more uneasy. Bo Xiong looked at the contemplative Lin Song and said, "Brother Lin, still worried? Don't worry, I believe he'll come." Lin Song nodded slightly and fell silent. Just then, an uproar arose from the stands behind them, and a middle-aged man standing to the right of Bo Xiong chuckled. "That Tung Kuei truly is a remarkable talent. Decisive strikes, remarkable talent. A rare sight indeed. What do you say, brothers Lin and Bo? How about handing him over to me?" Bo Xiong frowned slightly and looked at Tung Kuei on the arena, who had just slammed an opponent flying, saying, "Tianfeng, we should still be decent about this. How many students have your alchemy division snatched from us every year? This time, I definitely won't agree." "Haha," laughed Tianfeng. "Brother Bo, why get so worked up? We of the alchemy division possess earth-tier martial arts techniques, something your soul division doesn't. So how can you bear to let such a promising talent waste away under your training?" Bo Xiong suddenly blurted out, glaring at Tianfeng. "What did you say just now?" Tianfeng, embarrassed and angered by the public insult, stood up and shouted, "Are you really so fearless of me?" "Enough," Lin Song suddenly barked. "You're both mentors. Look at yourselves. Settle your differences after this." Bo Xiong grunted and fell silent, turning his gaze back to the martial arts arena. However, the trembling of his body betrayed his inner turbulence. The examination instructor glanced at a student lying on the ground and shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, "Match 21, Tung Kuei wins. So far, he has 21 wins and 0 losses. Next match, Lin Xian versus Tung Kuei." Hua. When the instructor announced this, an uproar once again rose from the crowd. Ouyang Xian, seated at the frontmost row of the stands, regarded Tung Kuei with a glint of curiosity in her beautiful eyes, murmuring, "This guy is actually pretty strong." Ouyang Lin slightly smiled. "Indeed, he is very strong. I think soon he will become another formidable opponent." Ouyang Patian smiled faintly. "However, I've heard this year there's an even more formidable person. Xuanhuan must know well. I've heard the person your soul division sent out, Chen Fei, was defeated by him." Although Potion's expression remained cheerful, the mocking undertone in his tone caused Yuan Feng's brows to slightly furrow. "Oh, such a thing? Hee, seems like things will get interesting this time." Ouyang Xian covered her mouth and lightly laughed, glancing at Yuan Feng, who remained silent, her smile becoming more radiant. "You see, she's even a beauty this time. I wonder if Tung Kuei will show any mercy toward a lovely lady." While looking at Ouyang Xian, whose every smile and gesture radiated charming allure, a cold snort abruptly echoed without any attempt at concealment. "Lecherous." Ouyang Xian's expression instantly darkened as she turned to the person behind Yuan Feng. "Su Huang, better watch your tongue." Haha. Sorry, but it depends on who I speak to. If you, xiuxian, have a problem with me, then feel free to come at me. Although our soul division might be small in numbers, it doesn't mean we lack power. Xuanhuan retorted coldly while staring at the woman before him, making no effort to hide his contempt. Xiuxian didn't respond further, but the icy sharpness in her expression made those around her shiver involuntarily. Enough, Xuanhuan. Pay no attention. Let's just focus on the match. Yuan Feng smiled lightly. Understood. Xuanhuan replied obediently, though shaking his head slightly. Yuan Feng, known for his easygoing and talkative nature as well as strong cultivation prowess, lacked decisiveness and cunning. It was precisely this inclination toward avoiding conflict and his tendency to overlook humiliations suffered by students that had led to the soul division enduring prejudice for quite some time. On the martial arts platform, Tung Kuei looked coldly at the graceful figure of Lin Xian standing before him. Step down. You're no match for me. Without trying, how can you know? Come on. I just can't stand guys like you who think they're so superior. Tung Kuei didn't get angry, but looked steadily at Lin Xian. If you're trying to buy time for him, I can tell you right now to give up sooner. I doubt you can hold out until he comes back. Lin Xian's expression slightly changed. Stop talking nonsense. Let's begin. Saying this, she flicked her whip forward. With infused soul energy, it shot forward like a spear, straight toward Tung Kuei's chest. Tung grunted, his daggers flying through the air and deflecting the whip's attack. Then, with ghost-like swiftness, he darted forward, turning his fists into palm strikes aimed directly at Lin Xian's neck. Startled, Lin Xian hastily jumped back, the red whip flashing out again as it lashed toward him amidst a sharp howling wind, shouting, "Invisible shadow!" In almost an instant, the whip's motion disappeared completely from sight. Tung Kuei sensed danger, his daggers whistling through the air as he hurled 8 of them outward in different directions. Still, he failed to locate her exact position. Sweetly smiling, Lin Xian shouted, "Spear Phantom." A razor-sharp burst of air howled past, filled with unparalleled sharpness and speed, suddenly materializing behind Tung Kuei and aiming straight at his back. Pooh! Caught off guard, Tung staggered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face grew dark. Well done. Then don't blame me for being merciless. As he finished speaking, his hands moved rapidly, forming a dazzling array of seals. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became gloomy and dark, emitting a chilling cold that sent shivers through people's very souls. Chapter 48 Arrival. As Tung Kuei formed a series of dazzling hand seals, Lin Xian began to sense the increasingly intense chill radiating from them. The bone-piercing cold was enough to make one shudder involuntarily, prompting her brows to knit tightly. Lin Xian, I told you. You won't get to wait for him. I don't want to do this. Step down. Lin Xian's delicate face turned gravely serious as she watched the purplish-black glow nearly spewing from Tung Kuei's fingertips. Suddenly, she smiled happily. Tung Kuei, you're being unusually talkative today. I'll ask one last time. Will you retreat or attack? Tung Kuei narrowed his eyes at her, his jaw tightly clenched, clearly provoked by Lin Xian. Lin Xian puckered her lips slightly, gently pushing off the ground with her toe, her figure darting forward again. The red whip tied itself into a knot midair as her right arm suddenly snapped forward, the supple crimson whip straightening instantly like a venomous snake, aiming cruelly toward Tung Kuei's chest. Watching the whip's shadow rapidly enlarging, Tung Kuei's body shot backward rapidly while his fingers danced, releasing 10 jets of black wind from his fingertips. They flew straight toward Lin Xian at high speed. I've given you a chance. Where the winds passed, they carried alarming fluctuations of soul force. Lin Xian's expression shifted, and without considering her attack on Tung Kuei, she frantically swung the crimson whip chaotically before her, finally holding it horizontally across her chest as it violently collided with the surging purplish-black energy. Dang! Amid the crisp collision sound, Lin Xian was shoved backward, and the remaining 9 blasts instantly pursued her. However, clearly, Lin Xian was no easy target. Her right hand flicked, the crimson whip instantly curving into a ring-like shape before being fiercely straightened, emitting a crisp crackling sound as it smashed directly into the ruthless gales. Bang! 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 A string of rapid, crisp noises sounded off like a chain reaction. While the gales were deflected, Lin Xian also could not withstand their fierce impact. Clack! 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 Retreating several steps, her beautiful face turned deathly pale with not a hint of color left. Even her right hand, which held the red whip, couldn't stop trembling. Even with her full effort and every trick up her sleeve, not all the gales were blocked. Watching the purplish-black energy rush past, Lin Xian helplessly shook her head and bit her silver teeth tightly, holding the whip across her chest once more. Boom! Struck head-on, Lin Xian was flung backward, retreating uncontrollably toward the edge of the arena. Her heels immediately stepped into thin air, and she tumbled down. Accompanied by sighs from the audience, the outcome was clear. Quickly, the instructor rushed over and helped Lin Xian up. Are you okay, Xianyan? Lin Xian nodded, though her expression carried a hint of regret. Smiling slightly toward Lin Song seated on the stone bench, she returned to the rest area where Su Hao and others hurriedly surrounded her. Xuanhuan supported the pale-faced Lin Xian. Are you alright? I'm fine, nothing serious. It looks like Tung Kuei didn't intend to really hurt me. Too bad I couldn't last until he came back. Then she stomped her foot angrily. If you dare to appear, I'll kick your butt so hard. Beside her, hearing that, Su Hao swallowed hard, his thighs twitching involuntarily. Su Shi also trembled slightly as he straightened his body. Tung Kuei truly isn't someone to be trifled with. I admit I underestimated him. Now there's no use saying anything. We'll have to wait for Brother Ouyang's return. Otherwise, nothing else will matter. Su Yun smirked, then quickly sat cross-legged in meditation again. Tung Kuei gazed at Lin Xian sitting there before turning his eyes to the instructor. May the result be announced now. The instructor spoke slowly. Match 32 goes to Tung Kuei. His current record stands at 32 wins, 0 losses. Hardly had the instructor's voice faded when the crowd erupted once more in murmurs and sighs. Xuanhuan on the viewing stand also displayed a hint of surprise. The circumstances this year are indeed strange. It's been a long time since we've seen someone sweep through all matches, he said wistfully. Su Huang nodded in agreement. How I missed the freaks from our batch, the 4 of you, leaving me stuck with the 5th place. Smiling slightly, Yuan Feng seemed to recall something, letting out a sigh. Su Huang slapped his shoulder. Nothing to worry about. Our Soul Academy will definitely have its own Earth-tier cultivation method someday. Yuan Feng nodded and suddenly asked, I heard your family also sent 4 representatives? Yes, that's right. Those guys who just fought. They're actually quite strong now. Su Huang chuckled, his expression showing a touch of satisfaction. Would you like to invite them to the Soul Academy? They can choose. But with me as their big brother here, except for my little sister, the others will probably join the Soul Academy anyway. Nowhere else to run. Oh, why excluding your sister then? Haha, my little sister is a magician. Just then, the instructor at the martial arena suddenly announced, next match, Tung Kuei versus Ouyang Yuya. Yuan Feng's expression abruptly froze, his face darkening slightly as he listened to the instructor's words. Su Huang also paused for a moment before asking, what did the instructor just say? Ouyang Yuya? Such a familiar name. Yeah, right. In this year's Oran Coin contest, Chun Fei was injured by him. Oh, Su Huang suddenly smiled, shifting his gaze toward the rest area where Su Wan was seated. This guy's name really isn't weak at all. Hardly had the instructor finished announcing the names when the rest area exploded with exclamations. Immediately after, many stood up, straining their necks to look toward the platform where Tung Kuei stood. These two had undeniably become the strongest competitors of this tournament. One was outstanding in skill and ruthless in attack. The other was battle-hardened and protective of his own. With both being so formidable, the attention their fight would draw was beyond expectation. But when people failed to spot Ouyang Yuya's figure, disappointment flashed across their faces, and those who already knew he hadn't appeared from the beginning showed barely any interest. The instructor glanced at the unusually inactive crowd before repeating, next match, Tung Kuei versus Ouyang Yuya. Silence. This time, not only the rest area but even the spectators in the stands ceased their chatter, all staring curiously downward. Perhaps some newcomers didn't know who Ouyang Yuya was, but everyone had heard the widely spread story of how he defeated Chun Fei soundly, so the name wasn't unfamiliar. Even those who initially didn't know Ouyang Yuya had learned of the legendary battle against Chun Fei by asking around. With this, Ouyang Yuya's reputation had been completely established. Under such an atmosphere, even the other 3 ongoing matches stopped their fights and turned their eyes toward Tung Kuei's platform. Just like now, Tung Kuei, seeing the unusual quietness, lifted a faint mocking smile at the corner of his lips. He clasped his fists toward the instructor and said, looks like he won't be coming. Announce the result. The instructor approached Boxiong and asked, Academy head, one contestant hasn't shown up. Shall we announce the outcome? Boxiong looked at the furrowed brow of Lin Song, sighed softly, and nodded, announce it. The instructor bowed his head and was about to turn when suddenly a voice came from the back of the stands. Wait. Hearing that voice, Lin Song slowly relaxed his tightly furrowed brows, a trace of relief flashing on his face. Hardly had the voice faded when a figure emerged from the distance, smiling faintly, walking toward Lin Xian, handing the monkey over to her. He then leaped onto the martial arena platform under countless watching eyes, clasped his fists toward Tung Kuei, and said, Ouyang Yuya, please guide me. Chapter 49, Battling Tung Kuei. Tung Kuei watched Ouyang Yuya, whose face bore a faint smile, with cold eyes, his own lips twitching into an involuntary, stiff smirk. Tung Kuei, please instruct me. The moment their hands lightly clasped, surging waves of soul energy swept through his body. His smile fully vanished, emitting a faintly sinister aura as he said, since you're here, leave something behind. Without waiting for Ouyang Yuya to reply, both palms suddenly flipped, and 2 purple-black daggers shot toward his forehead. Feeling the sharpness from the daggers, Ouyang Yuya didn't hesitate either. His soul energy also spread from within, and his body suddenly darted forward. At the instant the daggers pierced in, he crouched down, completely dodging the attack, while simultaneously throwing a punch straight toward Tung Kuei's face. The seamless execution of the move earned cheers from the audience. Tung Kuei slightly narrowed his eyes, watching the incoming punch, surprisingly not dodging. His soul energy at the 9th level of body tempering fully erupted. With one palm suddenly reaching out to seize the fist, and his waist exerting tremendous force, he hurled Ouyang Yuya away, slamming him to the ground. After gaining the upper hand, Tung Kuei didn't press the attack, but coldly stared at the slightly disheveled Ouyang Yuya, smirking. You must have predicted this result. Indeed, you are very strong. Among peers, perhaps you truly have no equal. But don't forget, the gap between us isn't something that can be bridged by mere techniques. Ouyang Yuya slowly rose, twisting his stiff neck with a crisp cracking sound. Suddenly, a sharp and long-suppressed aura erupted from his body. Looking at Tung Kuei, he said, how about now? Instantly, as Ouyang Yuya's aura surged, Tung Kuei's expression darkened. Staring in disbelief, he muttered, 8th level of body tempering. smiling faintly. Ouyang Yuya suddenly clenched his right palm, with surging soul energy, grasping a gray large blade and swinging it overhead toward Tung Kuei. Tung Kuei snorted coldly, his right hand coated in purple-black energy as it collided with the soul blade. Dang! The clang of metal rang out. A slight tremor passed through Ouyang Yuya as he simultaneously raised his right foot, forcefully kicking toward Tung Kuei's chest. Tung Kuei's gaze sharpened, both palms pressed downward, seizing the attacking leg while his left palm transformed into a blade, chopping toward Ouyang Yuya's neck. At the critical moment, the xuanhuan on his chest instantly vibrated, producing a white film that blocked the strike. A dull sound echoed, a tremor passing through Ouyang Yuya as the xuanhuan activated again, fingers protruding to poke Tung Kuei's right arm. A low boom sounded, and Tung Kuei was heavily flipped backward, falling to the ground. Crawling up in disarray, his gaze toward Ouyang Yuya brimmed with thick, killing intent. With both hands suddenly forming seals, a mighty fluctuation erupted, and a purple-black giant palm came crashing down on Ouyang Yuya. Purple gold seal. Observing the roaring palm wind before him, Ouyang Yuya's expression tightened slightly. Instantly stepping backward, the door force surfaced, blocking the purple-black palm in front of him. Pong! Crack! The moment the door force made contact with the palm seal, cracks emerged across it, shattering amidst Ouyang Yuya's horrified expression. However, the palm seal only paused momentarily before charging forward again, slapping Ouyang Yuya ruthlessly to the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth, his face instantly turning pale, while flickers of purple-black light danced over his body, an indication that foreign energy had penetrated into him. An uproar surged from the audience, stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Lin Song, seated on the bluestone chair, gazed grimly at the increasingly exhausted Ouyang Yuya, his fists clenched with a creaking sound. Enduring the pain in his shoulder, Tung Kuei waved his right hand again, and countless sharp gusts manifested from his palm, hurtling toward Ouyang Yuya. Ouyang Yuya snorted and stepped back several paces, tightly clutching his gray blade. As he summoned more soul energy, the blade emitted a sharper aura. Tung Kuei sneered as he watched him. Do you really think this move will work? Ouyang Yuya coldly grinned, pushing his soul energy further. The gray blade in his hand faintly flickered with blue light, condensing into a blue greatsword. Upon the blade, ancient white seals appeared and disappeared intermittently. As the markings became clearer, the aura radiating from it grew sharper. Tung Kuei mockingly watched Ouyang Yuya's actions, convinced in his mind that regardless of whatever move he unleashed, it would all be futile. Ouyang Yuya felt the increasingly intense gale before him and exhaled deeply, once again activating the sharp metallic energy within his body. Under Tung Kuei's astonished gaze, it slowly condensed from his palm, forming a brilliant golden light that flowed into the hilt, pouring entirely into the ancient seal. The once empty seal gradually became dazzlingly clear, its golden radiance spreading outward, staining the blue blade as if plating it in gold. A golden greatsword nearly a zhang long solidified into form, rays of golden light flickering from its tip, bearing an unstoppable momentum that savagely cleaved through the rushing winds. Suppressing the surging blood within his body, he slashed viciously toward Tung Kuei without hesitation. His movements showed no mercy. Clearly, Tung Kuei's earlier actions had ignited a deadly intent within him. Against someone like Tung Kuei who had aimed to kill, he would never show compassion. The golden blade carved through the air with unmatched might, heading straight toward Tung Kuei. Tung Kuei's expression first turned alarmed, but soon it was replaced by viciousness. Gritting his teeth, he tightly clenched both hands, even closing his eyes shut, withdrawing all his soul energy as though it had been devoured and completely dissipating. Yet his body began violently trembling, streams of purple-black light surging from within, completely enveloping him. From within came a suppressed, painful sound, followed by the cracking of bones. A far more savage aura emerged, causing Ouyang Yuya's expression to abruptly change. The mentors seated on the bluestone chairs all stood up, their expressions flickering with uncertainty. Moments later, Boxiong spoke. If my guess is correct, it must be a body cultivation martial art, specifically the beast transformation within body tempering arts. As soon as Boxiong finished speaking, the expressions of the other mentors grew grave. Lin Song tightly furrowed his brows at Ouyang Yuya, an unsettling feeling rising in his heart. Compared to everyone present, Ouyang Yuya remained far calmer. He coldly watched the Tung Kuei wrapped in purple light, slowly exhaling while forming a gigantic palm imprint with his right hand, ready to strike. Suddenly, a ray of purple light shot out from the mist, startling Ouyang Yuya. He hastily stepped back, raising his palm to block the strike. Then came a sound like an eggshell cracking, and Tung Kuei's figure slowly appeared before him. Ouyang Yuya was momentarily shocked by the sight. The current Tung Kuei could barely be considered human anymore. His body had become unusually massive, covered in coarse brown fur, and exuding a violently savage aura from his limbs. This aura caused Ouyang Yuya to furrow his brows in recognition. In a hoarse voice, he whispered, Titanic Ape King. Chapter 50 Soul Beast Transformation vs. Alchemy. Looking at the hulking, hairy figure of Tung Kuei standing before him, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. His instincts kicked in, every hair on his body stood on end, and even his scalp tingled. Without hesitation, he swiftly leapt backward while simultaneously forming a soul blade in his hand and hurling it toward Tung Kuei. Clang! The soul blade was easily blocked by a casual wave of Tung Kuei's hand. The collision rang out like striking metal. With a yin-shap, ferocious grin, he glared at Ouyang Yuya, whose brows were now tightly knit together, his voice hoarse and guttural. I'll make you realize now the gap between us. Saying that, his heavily furred right arm swung out like a thick trunk wrapped in twisting vines, crashing violently toward Ouyang Yuya's chest. Accompanied by the whistling roar of force in the air, Ouyang Yuya's expression turned fearful. As he quickly stepped back, gate force instantly formed in front of him like a shield. Crack. This time, even before the anticipated dull thud, the powerful impact shattered the gate outright. With unshakable force, it pierced straight through the barrier, losing none of its speed, as it surged forward once more. Ouyang Yuya, shocked and just beginning to step back, caught sight of a massive silhouette moving like a ghostly shadow. A giant-like leg swung down like a whip, ruthlessly stomping onto his chest. Snap! The sound of bones breaking echoed instantly, and Ouyang Yuya flew backward through the air. He crashed to the ground, completely disheveled and helpless. The battle was nearly decided in a flash. The audience erupted with a collective gasp of shock. The look they cast upon Teng Kuei now contained a hint of fear and wariness. On the stone seats, Tian Feng watched Teng Kuei with satisfaction, nodding slightly. His eyes spoke of obvious admiration. In contrast, Bo Xiong and Lin Song both frowned, concern growing on their faces. Bo Xiong glanced at Lin Song and shook his head slowly, sighing. Teng Kuei now possesses the very traits of a Titan ape, speed and strength. Ouyang Yuya stands no chance of winning. Lin Song frowned, asking urgently, there's truly no other way? There is, Bo Xiong answered. Right after the Soul Beast transformation, there is a period of severe weakness, but I don't think Ouyang Yuya will survive that long. Also, Teng Kuei clearly wants a swift victory. No one understands the consequences following the transformation better than him. At the rest area, Lin Xian saw Ouyang Yuya flying backward. She was about to rush onto the arena when Su Shi held her back. Ouyang still hasn't forfeited. If you run in now, you'll disrupt the rules. You don't see he's been completely overwhelmed? She retorted. Su Shi shook his head. Let's wait. Ouyang is no reckless man. If he really cannot continue, he will tell us himself. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xian returned to her seat, clenching her fist tightly. She kept her eyes fixed on Ouyang Yuya, who slowly pushed himself back up, a clear look of worry on her delicate face. Seeing Ouyang Yuya stand again, a cheer erupted from the crowd. Eyes gleamed with excitement at the fight unfolding on the battlefield. Indeed, no match in previous assessments had ever been so unpredictable. Grinning ferociously, Teng Kuei shook his arms, his massive body brimming with wild, untamed energy. Observing Ouyang Yuya's weakened expression, mockery filled his eyes. Surrender. Give up one of your arms, and I'll spare your life, he sneered. Ouyang Yuya spat out a mouthful of blood, his pale face failing to conceal the indomitable and steadfast look in his eyes. Suddenly, he laughed, staring at Teng Kuei. If I'm not mistaken, the side effects of that force power-up technique must be serious indeed. Going all out like this, for me, you must be truly invested. That's right, but as long as I defeat you, the title of first in this exam is mine. I believe anyone in my position would gladly make that choice. Ouyang Yuya glanced toward the three assessors seated at the front of the stand, 2 men and 1 woman, then intensified his momentum. Our purposes are different, he roared. With that, his fists suddenly launched forward, crashing heavily onto Teng Kuei's right arm, while his left leg swept upward, slamming into Teng Kuei's chest. After undergoing the Soul Beast transformation, Teng Kuei was no longer as nimble as he once was. He could only use his bulk to block the fierce attacks from Ouyang Yuya. Faced with this relentless onslaught, Teng Kuei began to struggle. He quickly tried to leap backward to increase the distance between them, but Ouyang Yuya would not allow it. He chased right after, entangling himself once more with Teng Kuei in combat. Unfortunately for Teng Kuei, despite possessing tremendous power, his movements were too rigid and slow to effectively counter Ouyang Yuya's furious barrage. Gradually, the advantage he had once held vanished. Soon enough, he became nothing more than a sandbag under fierce assault, utterly incapable of any resistance. Boom, boom, boom. A series of dull, thudding sounds from the fists landing on flesh on the martial stage caused the students in the stands to swallow hard. The battle on the arena floor had seemingly reached a stalemate. Teng Kuei, realizing his disadvantage, simply crossed his arms in front of him and kept blocking non-stop. In contrast, with soul force pouring into his body, Ouyang Yuya's fists swung like iron, sending gusts of wind flying with every strike. Yet to keen observers, it wasn't hard to tell that Ouyang Yuya's relentless punches would eventually exhaust him. Teng Kuei, on the other hand, had barely consumed any soul force while on defense. Therefore, the outcome remained unpredictable even now. Among the 4 battle stages, the other 3 matches had already concluded. According to the standings, Dai Yun unsurprisingly came out as the second highest scorer, having only lost once, to Teng Kuei. Others like Hong Yin had lost all their matches to Teng Kuei. Thus, this current fight was destined to be the ultimate battle for the championship, the final clash for the crown. Dang! Teng Kuei blocked Ouyang Yuya's fierce strike and laughed. Continuing this way is just a waste of time. Once you run out of strength, you'll truly have no chance left. Ouyang Yuya sneered coldly without replying and charged again, throwing another heavy punch forward. As Teng Kuei raised his arms to block, Ouyang Yuya's lips suddenly curled into a triumphant smile. With a flicker in his pupils, his left hand flipped, and a blue dagger instantly appeared in his palm. Aiming straight for Teng Kuei's waist, he stabbed it downward fiercely. Ouyang Yuya had great confidence in this blue dagger. It could easily pierce the hide of a 5th-grade tiger lion demon crystal king. Compared to that, Tung Kuei's defense was nothing. Sure enough, the dagger shined with a sudden burst of blue light and plunged deep into Tung Kuei's body. Accompanied by Tung Kuei's sharp intake of breath, there was no spurting blood. Instead, streams of purplish-black light seeped out from the wound. As the dark mist continuously dissipated, the flesh around Tung Kuei's waist began to shrink and ooze outward. As if recalling something, Ouyang Yuye's smile widened, and he hastily stepped back, dodging the furious swing from Tung Kuei's arm. Failing to land a hit, Tung Kuei roared in rage and prepared to strike again. Suddenly, he felt a cold, piercing presence lock onto him. The chill was shockingly sharp, far exceeding anything he had ever experienced. Slowly, every strand of fur on his body stood on end in fear. Glancing toward its source, his gaze fell upon the culprit who had brought such a chilling sensation. Ouyang Yuye, holding a sulfurian cannon tightly in hand. Seeing Ouyang Yuye's sulfurian cannon, even Lin Song was stunned into exclaiming, "An alchemist?" Such an identity, even for him, was something hard to accept. Tian Feng stood up even straighter, staring at the weapon in Ouyang Yuye's hands, his expression subtly shifting. Ouyang Yuye glared coldly at the mist still pouring from Tung Kuei's waist. Without further words, his right hand swept across his waist, and he dropped a fiery red crystalline pellet marked with a flame symbol into the chamber. He snarled, "Die!" Instantly, the sulfurian cannon's muzzle began to spin rapidly. A flash of red light vanished in the blink of an eye. By the time Tung Kuei finally realized what had happened, it was already too late. A crimson surge erupted within him, illuminating his massive frame entirely in red. Streams of fiery lines shot wildly through his body, intensifying the chaos. As a result, the purplish-black mist poured out faster than ever, and Tung Kuei's huge body gradually began to shrink, returning to its original form. Watching the dramatic scene unfold, Bo Xiong nodded approvingly and chuckled, actually realizing that soul beast transformation was forcibly condensed from energy and then dispersing it to win. This fellow is no ordinary one. Lin Song also shook his head in bitter amusement. This guy has hidden his strength very deeply. Even I was completely unaware. Now that Tung Kuei has lost his soul beast transformation, I suppose this match holds no suspense anymore. Bo Xiong nodded with a smile, his gaze toward Ouyang Yuye filled with barely concealed admiration. Ouyang Yuye, seeing Tung Kuei revert to his normal form, loaded another crystal and bellowed, "Fire!" One fireball after another appeared, smashing heavily into Tung Kuei's body. The weakened Tung Kuei barely offered any resistance before he was violently hurled out of the battlefield, convulsing before falling limp. The moment the result became clear, a surge of cheers instantly erupted from the audience stands, and even Ouyang Yuye allowed a relieved smile to cross his face. Lin Xian grinned as she leaped onto the martial stage, poking her finger playfully at his chest, and saying, "Not bad at all." Ouyang Yuye merely gave a bitter smile and nodded respectfully toward Lin Song and Bo Xiong in the stands. He then turned his gaze to where Hong Yin was helping a still-dazed Tung Kuei up and sighed. "Can we announce the result now?" The instructor cast a glance toward Bo Xiong. Upon seeing Bo Xiong nod in understanding, he loudly announced, "Match number 23, Ouyang Yuye is victorious." Thunderous cheers erupted across the arena, as even the spectators, deeply captivated by the intense fight just now, exclaimed in delight. Bo Xiong, Lin Song, and others stepped forward onto the stage, patting his shoulder, saying, "Well done." Ouyang Yuye slightly nodded, when suddenly a clear laughter rang out, followed closely by a fierce whistling sound cutting through the air. "Haha, these young ones this time are truly interesting." Merely by the emergence of this voice, Ouyang Yuye saw how every single person present, including Lin Song and others, bowed respectfully and gazed with reverence into the distance. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, four-aged figures slowly appeared, and among them stood the venerable old Master Gu, quite prominently. Chapter 51, Refining the Ancient Soul-Devouring Pill. Ouyang Yuye watched the four elders slowly descending from the sky. When his eyes landed on Master Gu, he was momentarily stunned, but recalling the words Master Gu had spoken the day he left, he immediately understood. He quickly bowed along with Bo Xiong, Lin Song, and others, saying respectfully, "We greet the four masters." The leading elder dressed in purple slightly waved his hand and said, "We are merely here to fulfill our duties. You need not be so formal." "Yes, Master Yuan." Bo Xiong bowed again and began guiding Master Yuan toward the four platforms ahead. Nodding, Master Yuan followed, glancing intentionally at Ouyang Yuye as he passed. Surprised but cautious, Ouyang Yuye promptly bowed deeply, saying, "Junior pays respects to the master." Master Yuan nodded slightly. Just as he was about to turn around, his brows furrowed slightly and his steps abruptly halted. Suddenly, he turned his head to stare at Ouyang Yuye, his eyes sharpening in an instant. Taken completely off guard, Ouyang Yuye felt a sudden jolt in his spiritual core, his mind slightly dazed. Instantly sensing danger, he bit down hard on his tongue. The sudden pain snapped him back to alertness. A flicker of light passed through Master Yuan's eyes. He extended a single finger, drawing lightly through the air. With a ripple, an ancient, yellowed scroll materialized. Almost as soon as the scroll appeared, Ouyang Yuye's expression turned to shock. A chill surged from his heart and spread through his entire body, sweat unconsciously beading on his forehead. He recognized this scroll all too well. It was the Great Wilderness Spirit Technique. True to what his father had said, the Great Wilderness Spirit Techniques possessed a resonance between them. Almost as soon as the technique had appeared, he sensed his own Great Wilderness Spirit Technique inside his xuanhuan pouch tremble slightly. almost trying to burst out. At the same time, the spirit technique in Master Yuan's hand also quivered in response. Humph, just as I thought, Master Yuan coldly remarked. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he placed the scroll directly in front of Ouyang Yuya. Suppressing the stirrings of his xiuxian pouch, Ouyang Yuya calmly asked, Master, what do you mean by this? Ouyang's mind raced. His great wilderness spirit technique absolutely could not be discovered, or he would be doomed. At a loss, the previously still Wanxiang vase resting against his chest suddenly quivered slightly, and then a faint ray of white light shot into his body. Before Ouyang Yuya's astonished eyes, the trembling xiuxian pouch seemed suddenly covered with a thin film, blocking all external perception, and the restless great wilderness spirit technique calmed instantly, returning to silence. Master Yuan gave a low sound of curiosity, looking at Ouyang Yuya's chest with a slight expression of confusion. Then his dry hand reached forward toward the youth's chest. Ouyang Yuya was instantly filled with terror. The black box was even more mysterious than the great wilderness spirit technique. He could absolutely not allow it to be taken. As he began to retreat, another hand shot out, grasping Master Yuan's arm. Master Yuan, treating a junior this way is beneath your dignity, isn't it? Master Yuan frowned and turned to face Master Gu, who was smiling. Old Gu, are you interfering again? Master Gu chuckled, releasing the grip and folding his arms behind his back. Haha, that's not fair to say. I just think we should focus on our main tasks first. Humph. Master Yuan huffed and swept his sleeve, walking toward the platform. Master Gu smiled slightly, patted Ouyang Yuya's shoulder, and quietly said, Little one, well done. Ouyang Yu xiaojig, yao liao to, inwardly wiping cold sweat from his brow, secretly marveling at the true depth of experts within the academy. Today, had Master Gu not been here, his identity and secrets would certainly have been fully exposed. If the previous disturbance had truly vanished unnoticed, he wouldn't even believe it himself. Clearly, the days ahead wouldn't be easy. After the four elders had taken their seats, the four chief disciples from the stands, led by Ouyang Patian, approached respectfully and each bowed beside their respective masters, saying, Greetings, Master. Ouyang Yuya's expression subtly tensed. He hadn't expected Ouyang Patian and the others to actually be direct disciples of the same caliber as Master Gu. No wonder they were so powerful. Yuan Feng and he were both Master Gu's disciples. Clenching his fist tightly, Ouyang Yuya's eyes revealed a deep longing. Standing beside Master Yuan, Ouyang Patian asked, Grandfather, what did you sense earlier? Master Yuan pondered for a moment before replying. That kid called Ouyang Yuya. If we can recruit him into the Alchemy Institute, bring him in. If not, suppress his growth afterward. He's no ordinary boy. Just now, I detected fluctuations from the great wilderness spirit technique on him, but strangely, they disappeared when I tried to investigate further. Unless I was mistaken, which I doubt. That boy definitely possesses some kind of spiritual treasure. Ouyang Patian nodded, just about to return, when Master Yuan called him back, saying, Talk to Linzi and xiuxian as well, let them pay attention too. I don't want any mistakes for the entire year. Yes. Unexpectedly, the arrival of Master Yuan and others did not make the scene lively and noisy as anticipated. Instead, the atmosphere became even more silent. All the disciples present were intently watching the developments on the stage, for among these new students would be chosen new direct disciples, giving birth to exceptional talents whose status would rise sharply from the beginning. Naturally, their growth would far outpace that of the older students. Master Yuan looked at the silent crowd and nodded at Boxiong. Begin. All right, the evaluation has now concluded. According to tradition, 12 students will be selected from the exam results, and the 4 masters will choose among them for guidance. Perhaps many of you don't know much about our 4 mentors, so allow me to explain in detail. The 4 masters are 4 ancient and legendary figures. They oversee the 4 academies of Oran Academy, Alchemy Institute, Soulsri Institute, Magic Institute, and Pill Institute. Master Yuan is a 5th-tier alchemist, Master Gu is a Sky Soulsir, Master Hong is a Demon Taoist, and Master Huang is a 5th-grade Pill Master. According to the ranking of the exam results, I will now call the names of the selected students. Please step forward when you hear yours. Ouyang Yuya, Tung Kuei, Dai Yong, Hong Yin, Chao Zhan, Su Shi, Lin Xian, Lu Sheng, Mu Yin, Wang Shui, and Lei Quan. After Boxiong finished speaking, except for Tung Kuei, the other 11 students stood upon the platform. Master Hong smiled and rose from his seat. I suppose there's no need for me to make a selection. Our Magic Institute and the Soulsri Institute simply won't blend. Would the 2 younglings, Chao Zhan and Wang Shui, like to follow me? Chao Zhan and Wang Shui immediately beamed with joy, bowed in gratitude, and then stood beside Master Hong. Master Yuan chuckled. Since Hong has already decided, we certainly have no objections. Master Gu here never takes anyone every year. He only accepted Su Huang and Yuan Feng in the past 3 generations, so I suppose he won't compete for students this time either. Master Gu simply smiled, his gaze toward Ouyang Yuya filled with subtle meaning. Ouyang Yuya helplessly massaged his temples, silently thinking how the old man always made things complicated for him. With a helpless shrug, he stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Esteemed seniors, may I ask if we juniors have the right to choose our mentors voluntarily? As soon as Ouyang Yuya voiced this question, murmurs erupted from the audience behind him. Usually, the mentors selected the students, but now he had actually suggested the opposite, an unprecedented request that even made Lin Song and others feel embarrassed. Ouyang Yuya awkwardly scratched his nose and shot a fierce glare at Master Gu, but said nothing further. Master Yuan was slightly taken aback, but replied, Certainly, though it also depends on the mentor's willingness. Ouyang Yuya nodded and said, that's only natural. I've merely heard much about Master Gu's gentle nature and his generous approach to mentoring. Therefore, I wish to study and discuss cultivation with Master Gu. I wonder if that would be acceptable. Master Yuan smiled as he looked at Master Gu and said, Master Gu must decide for himself. Master Gu nodded. If I'm not mistaken, you are Ouyang Yuya. Your performance was quite impressive, so I shall accept you. And the two younglings Lin Xian and Su Shi, both of you come with us as well. Whoosh. As soon as Master Gu's words fell, another wave of murmurs rose from the crowd. Truly, strange events happened every year, but this year had more than usual. Master Gu's personality was known to be the most unpredictable among the four masters. Each generation, he only chose students on a whim, and no one had ever seen him so straightforward and agreeable as today. Many were surprised. Not only were the students stunned, except Lin Song, who knew what was going on, but even the other mentors were left speechless. Master Yuan's expression grew slightly dark as he looked at Ouyang Yuya and said, Young fellow, if I recall correctly, you are an alchemist, right? So logically, my place should be the most suitable for you. Master Gu smiled. Master Yuan, that statement of yours isn't quite fair. If we're speaking of soul force cultivation expertise, I believe I surpass you. Furthermore, this boy's soul force is clearly much stronger than his alchemy skills. Are you suggesting we let that talent go to waste? Glancing at the smiling Master Gu, Master Yuan gave a cold snort, retaining Tung Kuei, Lu Sheng, and Dai Yong. With these three students, Master Yuan's mood improved slightly. Master Huang chose Hong Yin, Mu Mayan, and Lei Quan. Compared to the other three academies, the Pill Institute controlled by Master Huang placed less emphasis on strength. For him, the key trait for selecting a student was perseverance. As for those who could endure this far, every single one was an outstanding disciple. Thus, he felt content as well. As the four masters completed their selections, the remaining disciples were now free to choose their respective academies based on personal preference. This selection process lasted an entire day before finally concluding. With the setting sun, the annual recruitment examination also came to a close. Immediately after the cohort ended, Master Yuan and others hurried back to their respective academies with the assigned disciples. Master Gu looked at the students who had chosen the Soul Sphere Institute and smiled faintly. All right, let's go. I'll show you around the Soul Sphere Institute first. Everyone nodded, then followed Master Gu toward the Soul Sphere Institute. Ouyang Yuya lifted his head, gazing at the crimson evening glow, a determined expression emerging on his face. Just how far he would grow in a year. He truly looked forward to it. Chapter 52 Arrangement. As the largest academy in the Empire, Oran Academy boasts not only formidable strength, but also an astonishingly vast territory. The entire academy is divided into 4 sections according to compass directions, each occupying a quarter. These dormitories encircle the central arena in a ring formation. To the west of Oran Academy, there was a massive courtyard. At its center stood a grand hall resembling a clock tower, radiating an oppressive soul force fluctuation. Above the top of the hall's central section hung a gilded plaque inscribed with the words Hall of Souls, spontaneously inspiring feelings of reverence and holiness. This is the Hall of Souls, Bo Xiong explained with a smile, looking at nearly 50 newcomers behind him. Your future lessons will be arranged here, and later on, mentors will give you detailed introductions. Since entering the academy, the great master had handed the trainees over to him. As the vice headmaster, every year this task of familiarizing the trainees with the environment fell on his shoulders. Because it was already dusk, all the current students were in their rooms meditating, otherwise this action would definitely attract a large crowd. As Bo Xiong spoke, he started walking toward the back of the hall. The first thing to catch the eye was an ancient pavilion equally grand as the Hall of Souls itself. If the hall conveyed a sharp, imposing aura, this pavilion radiated simplicity and plainness. Upon it was a large inscription that made Ouyang Yuya's expression flicker, Martial Arts Pavilion. As its name suggested, this pavilion was where the Orange Soul Academy kept its martial arts scrolls. When Ouyang Yuya and others like Su Shi saw this pavilion, they couldn't help but show their enthusiasm. As if reading their minds, Bo Xiong smiled slightly. All trainees who register with their mentors tomorrow will be allowed to enter the Martial Arts Pavilion to choose one martial art text as a welcoming gift from the Soul Academy. Haha. Hearing Bo Xiong's words, the crowd burst into cheers and became very excited. Naturally, for these trainees who all aimed to become strong warriors, martial techniques and spiritual treasures were definitely the most coveted items. Moving further down, they saw another structure. However, Ouyang Yuya was quite surprised to see that it didn't stand out as the previous pavilions and halls did. Instead, it was an ordinary farmhouse with a large yard, containing over 100 small courtyards like quadrangles, a sight which made Lin Xian raise her lips in mild disdain. Ouyang Yuya showed an interested expression. He turned to Lin Xian who was holding a monkey and asked, "Do you know what this place is?" Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. Who doesn't know? It's obvious. It's the dormitory. Ouyang Yuya looked at the modest, small courtyard before him and felt slightly helpless. No matter how much he had imagined about his future dormitory before, he never expected it to be like this. Compared to the 2 grand halls before, this building was completely out of place. He helplessly shrugged and turned his gaze to Bo Xiong. Observing hundreds of confused eyes, Bo Xiong chuckled awkwardly. This is indeed your dormitory. Naturally, it will be your living place from now on. Soon, you can pick any of the courtyards in the front yard, each housing 5 people, and you may arrange as you wish. Of course, the back courtyards are where the senior students reside. Don't go back there without any good reason. Just stay in the front. Alright, that's all for today. Tomorrow morning, assemble at the square behind the dormitory at 6 o'clock sharp. Remember, nobody is allowed to be late. Otherwise, prepare for punishment. After saying that, he laughed and soared into the air, swiftly flying to the back area, leaving a group of astonished trainees standing there bewildered. Yuya bitterly shook his head and inwardly thought that Bo Xiong really was irresponsible. Looking at the amazed trainees before him, he said, "Okay, everyone pick your group of 5 quickly and find your quarters. It's getting late already." Apparently, Yuya had some authority. Upon hearing his reminder, everyone nodded and dispersed, except for Lin Xian and Su Shi, Yuya and Su Yun. Looking at the three, Yuya chuckled lightly. "Looks like only we 4 will be staying together. Didn't expect that we not only didn't get separated but ended up together." Lin Xian rolled her eyes at him and shoved the monkey in her arms to him. "Who wants to stay with you?" Yuya scratched his nose awkwardly, noting the smirk on Su Shi's face. He straightened his expression and said, "Alright, we should pick a place to rest too. I bet something awaits us tomorrow." Nodding his head, Su Shi said, "Then let's hurry up. Lin Xian is already nowhere in sight." Yuya helplessly rubbed his forehead. "This girl really doesn't make things easy, does she?" Saying that, he chased in the direction Lin Xian had vanished. After making several consecutive turns, he spotted the red-clad Lin Xian standing outside a courtyard. Beside her stood a girl in green, her delicate face and petite frame giving her an endearing charm that invoked a sense of sympathy. Seeing Yuya and the others approach, Lin Xian announced, "Hey, Mr. Stuck-Up, this girl wants to stay with us. How about that?" Yuya gave a bitter smile at the waist-crossed Lin Xian. "Who taught you to call me that?" "Well, maybe, but we need to see whether this young lady herself is willing to join us." Su Shi quickly nodded beside him. "That's right, Miss Lin Xian. Surely you didn't invite her without knowing who she is." Caught off guard, Lin Xian grumbled and turned her head toward the girl in green. "I don't care to explain. Just tell them. I've made up my mind. Might as well keep myself entertained. Haven't you got Ouyang to keep you company?" Su Shi mumbled under his breath. Unfortunately for him, Lin Xian caught every word. "Bear die? What nonsense are you spouting?" Su Shi immediately drew his neck in and shuffled aside. Uffed. Seeing this scene unfold, the girl in green couldn't help but laugh, her 2 dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth, making her charming smile momentarily leave Yuya dazed. "I'm Tang Yunshan," she introduced herself. "I saw you during the test. I just arrived here and didn't really know anyone yet, and I was wondering where I would stay when I met Lin Xian's sister. If you all feel uncomfortable, I can go somewhere else." "Nonsense, where's the problem? It's very convenient. Right, Ouyang?" Su Shi eagerly sought approval from Yuya. Yeah, if that's the case, why not stay here? We were actually short one anyway." Seeing that nobody else raised objections, Yuya nodded. His perceptive mind easily sensed Su Shi's intentions, but he chose not to expose him and instead happily agreed to the idea. Seeing Yuya's approval, Tang Yunshan let out a breath of relief. Naturally, she could tell everyone here looked up to him. This champion didn't seem as proud and distant as she had imagined. Her smile grew warmer at the realization. Meanwhile, Su Shi stood rooted in a daze, almost drooling. "Alright, now that we're all together, let's find a place to stay." Lin Xian grinned at Yuya. "Isn't it right in front of us? Why look elsewhere? Here." Yuya looked at the courtyard before him in doubt. The courtyard's decoration and cleanliness were by far the best among them. But for such a great residence to remain untouched and unclaimed was something Yuya couldn't quite believe. Seeing Ouyang's skeptical gaze, Lin Xian said smugly, "What do you think? Pretty great, right? My taste is never off." Yuya eyed her suspiciously. "You mean you took this by force?" Lin Xian's gaze wavered slightly under his eyes. "Of course. Yes. You really think I'll believe that? Or did you pull another trick again?" Lin Xian flushed at his words. "Not at all. I just did a little trick, that's all. Whether they left or not was nothing to do with me." Yuya instantly figured it out with a chuckle. "You got in through Lord Lin Song's connections, didn't you?" "That's not true. I merely used your name." Lin Xian proudly lifted her chin and declared, "My name? What name do I have?" "Hee, big brother Ouyang." Tang Yunshan giggled beside them. "Earlier when I came with Lin Xian's sister, the place was already occupied. But Lin Xian told them this was the assigned residence for the champion, and that anyone not leaving immediately would face retaliation. So they all left right away." "What a brilliant plan. I old sure admire you." Lin Xian chuckled smugly. "See? Told you it's because they were too timid." "Alright, but don't do this anymore," Yuya sternly said. "You all know the rules, right? Whoever arrives first gets priority. Otherwise, it'll harm all our reputations." Stuck up. Lin Xian stuck her tongue out and darted into the courtyard first. Looking at the spacious, pristine courtyard, she laughed joyfully. Her happiness seemed to spread. Yuya's previously tense expression softened slightly into a helpless smile as he walked in. As soon as he entered the yard, he was struck by a breath of fresh air, so clear and pleasant he took a deep inhale. He was surprised. Just breathing it in, he could sense the spiritual energy in the air was several times denser than outside. Watching Lin Xian and the others busily choosing their rooms, Yuya joined in as well. The layout of the courtyard's houses was quite thoughtful. In the center of the yard lay an open space paved with earth, surrounded by 5 stone houses, creating a particularly reassuring atmosphere. He picked a room near Lin Xian's and went inside. Hearing the mocking voices of Su Shi and others outside, he helplessly shook his head. Truly, even unintentional actions would provoke sarcastic remarks. The room's decoration was extremely plain, containing only a stone chair and a wooden bed. However, for Ouyang Yuya, who had always lived frugally, it was quite satisfactory. Lying on the wooden bed, he placed the sleeping monkey aside and gazed at the patterns on the ceiling's stone slabs. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes. As the lights in the courtyard houses gradually dimmed, the entire Soul Master Academy also fell into silence, like a sleeping tiger in the darkness, quietly waiting for the next sunrise to rise in the east. Chapter 53 Intensive Training. In the early morning, gentle sunlight slanted into the courtyard, golden rays covering the earth with a layer of gold. High above, the sky was exceptionally clear and blue, free from a single wisp of cloud, resembling a light blue curtain edged with a golden rim. Ouyang Yuya stood at the doorstep outside, deeply inhaling the fresh morning air while sensing the fullness of power flowing inside him. He exhaled in satisfaction and murmured to himself, "No wonder this is considered one of the most prestigious academies in the kingdom. Even the spiritual energy in the air is far denser than outside. Training in such an environment naturally multiplies its effect." Glancing at the already bright sky and the still silent other rooms, he thought it was time to wake them up. One must never be late for the first day's assembly under any circumstances. "Wake up. No more sleeping. Get up." Ouyang looked awkwardly at the unmoving rooms. His eyes flickered. Then he shouted once again, his voice hoarse but without response. "Ouyang brother, you're already up?" Just as he started to get angry, he heard a sweet voice from behind him. Turning around, he saw Tang Yunshan, dressed in a light green xiuxian outfit with a white belt tied tightly around her waist. Her previously loose hair now in a ponytail, she radiated beauty and strength, bright as spring plum blossoms against snow and refined as autumn orchids covered in frost. Her cheeks glowed like morning light over a clear pond, her eyes shining like the moonlight on a cold river. He nodded, saying, "Yes. It's not early anymore. I called out just now, but no one answered." Tang Yunshan smiled gently. "Everyone's a bit tired from the past few days of tests. They always train so hard normally. Today, they finally had a chance to sleep well. Ouyang brother, there's really no need to worry so much." Saying so, she walked to the center of the courtyard and placed a large tray onto the stone bench. Ouyang Yuya nodded with a bitter smile and walked forward. "I understand that. However, yesterday Elder Yuan Bo emphasized that lateness is strictly forbidden. If we violate the rule on the first day, those stubborn old traditionalists might have all sorts of negative opinions." "Huh. Ouyang brother, you are so funny. Anyway, you eat first. I'll go wake them up." Looking at the soup and steamed buns before him, Ouyang was surprised. "Did you make this yourself?" Tang Yunshan gave a slight nod. "I wasn't really sleepy, so I wandered around a bit. I found a separate kitchen behind the house, so I made something. There wasn't much to work with, though. It's very simple. Everyone should just make do." With a gentle smile, she walked off to wake Lin Xian and the others. Hearing Tang Yunshan's gentle knock at the door, Ouyang shook his head and smiled. Then he ladled a bowl of soup and grabbed a bun to eat. It had been a while since he had tasted something so homely, and he ate with real enjoyment. "Wow, there's actually something to eat. Who's so thoughtful?" "Haha, brother Ouyang, where did you find it?" Xuxian sat beside Ouyang Yuya, grabbed a bun, and swallowed it in 2 bites while mumbling indistinctly. "Even your brain could figure out this was the work of Miss Yunshan," Xu replied, handing him a bowl of soup while giving him a disapproving look. Xuxian looked at Ouyang Yuya, and when the latter nodded, his eyes nearly narrowed shut with joy. He elbowed Xu, who was eating slowly. "Second brother, what do you think about me marrying Miss Yunshan and making her your sister-in-law?" Upon hearing that, Xu looked at him in disgust. "Don't call me second brother." He then glanced at the stubbled Xu and added, "Even if I wanted to, it's her decision. With your face like that, full of beard, the soup might even soak into it when you drink." "Huh." Ouyang Yuya laughed loudly at Xuxian's embarrassment and exclaimed with satisfaction. Rubbing his beard, Xuxian said, "Is it really that bad? Don't you think it gives me a very masculine look?" At that, even Xu felt like bursting into laughter. "What are you guys talking about? Why so happy?" Tang Yunshan asked curiously as she saw the 3 men laughing. "You can guess," replied a voice. "Those 3 are full of mischief. Who knows what poor girl they're plotting about now?" As Lin Xian and the other girl approached, Xu turned red-faced and protested. "Lin Xian's sister, that's not fair. How can you say we're full of evil thoughts?" Lin Xian shot him a glance and kicked Xu's protruding bottom slightly from behind the stone bench. "Move over to that side." "Why?" Looking up while chewing his bun, Xu innocently asked Lin Xian. "Why so many questions? Just do it when told." Fine. But don't use your hands." As Lin Xian tried to push him again, Xu quickly nodded and ran over to sit beside Tang Yunshan again. Seeing Tang there, he began to smile again, oblivious to how ridiculous he appeared. "All right, everyone, just grab a bite quickly and don't delay the assembly today," Ouyang Yuya said hurriedly, noticing the others were about to start fooling around again. At his words, they finally began eating. Soon, they were done. Ouyang took a steamed bun and said, "I'll take this to the monkey. Everyone else should return to their rooms and get settled. Let's prepare to leave." Tang Yunshan had just picked up the tray when Xu quickly took it from her and, with a sly smile, followed her to the kitchen. Shrugging slightly, Lin Xian returned to the room with Xu to grab some essentials. Who knew how long they'd be gone, so personal items couldn't be forgotten. Ouyang opened the door, tossed the steamed bun to the monkey lying on the bed, and sat on the edge of the bed. Looking at the inch-wide wound across the monkey's belly, he asked, "Feeling better?" "GG." The monkey nodded and grinned broadly. "HM, I need to go out for a while. You stay here and don't wander off," Ouyang said. The monkey nodded and began munching the bun in its arms. Ouyang gently stroked its head, turned, and left, carefully closing the door behind him. As he stepped out, he saw Su Shi and the others already fully prepared and chatting idly together. When they saw Ouyang emerge, they all stood. Ouyang nodded. All right, let's go. Saying so, they activated their soul force and rushed toward the square behind the dormitory. Along the way, they saw many students wearing blue uniforms. Ouyang nodded inwardly. Such attire had been seen on the day of the exam. It was probably the exclusive uniform of the Solstice Academy. But strangely, they didn't see any other freshmen like them, and a sense of foreboding arose with their growing surprise. But this feeling was resolved when they reached the square. Standing there neatly were over 50 students, and facing them stood Master Bo Xiong and 2 other middle-aged men of a similar age, surely the instructors. Ouyang sighed deeply, looking at Lin Xian and the others behind him whose expressions were also somewhat strained. He shrugged and muttered, "So we really were late." Suddenly, Su Shi laughed out loud, which immediately caused Bo Xiong to turn and shout, "Who's there?" However, when he saw that it was Ouyang Yuya and his group, his surprise vanished, replaced instead by an amused smile. Ouyang awkwardly stepped forward with his companions and clasped his hands together, saying, "Disciples greet Master Lin Song and the esteemed instructors." The 2 middle-aged men beside Bo Xiong nodded slightly with smiles. They knew Ouyang Yuya as the new champion. But Bo Xiong's face was gloomy. "Do you remember what I said yesterday?" Ouyang swallowed hard and bowed, replying, "Yes, on the first day no one must be late. If you remember but still come late, then my words must hold no weight." "Not at all, not at all. We were just a bit tired today. Next time we'll try to wake up earlier." As Su Shi's loud voice rang out, Ouyang secretly felt a sense of dread. As expected, these words seemed to really provoke Bo Xiong's anger. "I'm not joking with you. Well then, forget breakfast for you new students. Everyone else begins training, but you will run laps. 20 laps, no soul force allowed, or the number doubles. Anyone who slacks off will repeat this every day." Seeing the furious glare from Bo Xiong, Ouyang quickly pulled Su Shi back before he could protest further. Under the amused gazes of the crowd, the 6 of them lined up and began running around the square. As they ran farther away, Bo Xiong's smile deepened. "Little rascals, I'm really curious to see where your limits are." Once they had run a distance, Su Shi turned his head, looking discontentedly at the still scolding Bo Xiong, and grumbled, "This headmaster sure is tough. He makes us run 20 laps, such a large courtyard. We'll end up running until the monkeys come back. Still talking. It's all your fault for eating so much." "Miss Lin Xian, this is a classic case of undermining one's own dignity. I'm big built so of course I eat more. Why not point out that while I finished 2 buns, you've only taken a single bite?" "Beardy, you're asking for a beating? Then come on. You think I'm scared of you?" Su Shi exclaimed, overtaking Ouyang Yuya at the front of the line. He turned his head and added, "We'll both do it without soul force. Catch me, and I'll call you younger sister 3 times in front of all the new students. If you don't, you'll still call me older brother. What do you say?" "Fine, let's see who wins," she said, and immediately chased after Su Shi. Laughing loudly, Su Shi dashed away. His taunts were still audible even from far away. Su Yun and Tang Yunshan caught up to Ouyang Yuya. "Ouyang brother, who do you think will win?" Ouyang shrugged slightly. "Who knows? But this way is better. It's definitely more fun than just running pointlessly. We'll see who can hold out longer." "It must be big brother Su Shi. He's so strong. Carrying big brother's weight isn't exactly easy on endurance either." "Haha, then let's just wait and watch the show." Ouyang Yuya chuckled, watching the 2 figures still chasing each other in the distance. Chapter 54, Devilish Training. In the farthest east of the Soul Master Academy stood a vast training ground. Around its perimeter, 5 figures were slowly running. Zooming in, it was clear they were Ouyang Yuya and his companions. Su Shi wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced back at the approaching Lin Xian. "You used a martial arts technique for movement. That's cheating. Catching up doesn't count." Lin Xian was also sweating heavily from running. "You said we couldn't use soul power, but never said anything about martial arts." What can you do with martial arts anyway? You still can't catch me." Su Shi sighed helplessly, then quickened his pace, calling out to Ouyang Yuya as he passed him. "Brother Ouyang, we've only got 1 final lap left. You guys need to hurry too." Ouyang Yuya gave a wry smile to the pale-lipped Tang Yunshan next to him and asked, "Let's rest a bit." Tang Yunshan tightened her waistband and shook her head, biting her lip. Yet, from her somewhat sallow complexion, it was obvious she had reached her physical limit. However, her determination stirred even Ouyang Yuya. Turning to look at Lin Xian, who was still chasing Su Shi, surprise flashed across his face. He realized Lin Xian's movements, although somewhat sluggish, each time managed to push off the ground, propelling herself forward a considerable distance with each stride. This significantly reduced her energy consumption. It must be a good martial movement technique, Ouyang Yuya thought approvingly. Watching the 2 draw closer, it seemed Su Shi had finally met his match this time. As he mused, a soft whimper sounded, and Tang Yunshan collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Ouyang Yuya quickly rushed over and helped her up. "Are you okay?" Tang Yunshan nodded. "I'm fine. I can keep running. Don't worry, I won't slow everyone down." As she tried to rise again, Ouyang Yuya stopped her, sighing as he turned to Su Yun behind him. "How about you? Are you okay? Can you keep going?" Su Yun nodded. "I'm all right." His stamina, although slightly exhausted, remained much better than an average person's. Ouyang Yuya was secretly surprised. It seemed even the introverted man possessed tremendous perseverance. Nodding briefly, Ouyang Yuya, despite Tang Yunshan's startled exclamation, scooped her onto his back. "Let's hurry then. We might be late for the group training otherwise. He stamped the ground and shot forward swiftly. Watching Ouyang Yuye's retreating figure, Su Yun's expression was one of admiration. Only someone who cared about everyone could be trusted with your back in battle. He quickly sped after Ouyang Yuye. Bo Xiong, who was overseeing the training in the distance, nodded approvingly as he watched the five still pushing forward. It seemed they truly understood what he had intended. When Ouyang Yuye and Su Yun arrived, they saw Lin Xian and Su Shi already sprawled on the ground, clearly exhausted and too drained even to argue. Seeing Tang Yunshan behind Ouyang Yuye, Su Shi struggled to sit up. Brother Ouyang, what happened to Sister Yunshan? Ouyang Yuye shook his head. She's fine, just a little tired. Su Shi relaxed, suddenly recalling something. He hurriedly added, Brother Ouyang, you saw? She didn't catch me, so do I have to fulfill the promise? Lin Xian huffed and turned her face away, ignoring him. Ouyang Yuye put down Tang Yunshan and flopped onto the ground himself. For him, 20 laps weren't normally difficult given his daily physical training, but carrying Tang Yunshan had been a different story. The extra weight drained a lot more energy than usual. Tang Yunshan gave him a remorseful glance, but before she could speak, Bo Xiong laughed and walked over to them. Seeing the five scattered messily on the ground, his amusement deepened. Little ones, it seems I underestimated you. Ouyang Yuye forced himself to his feet, turning to Bo Xiong. Master, may I ask what we'll be doing next? Bo Xiong smiled as though deep in thought. I'll give you half an hour to recover, then head over to the group within that time. And don't dare be late this time. Seeing Bo Xiong's meaningful smile, Ouyang Yuye couldn't help but shudder. He called his companions. All right, everyone up. Lying here isn't helping recovery. Sit upright and cultivate to recover faster. There's still another task ahead. Grumbling, they all crossed their legs into cultivation positions. Ouyang Yuye quickly followed suit, his intuition telling him that the upcoming training would definitely not be easy. Therefore, that half hour for recovery became particularly important. Half an hour later, the five of them almost simultaneously opened their eyes, stretched their aching bodies, and exchanged glances with Su Shi and the others. After nodding to confirm they were all fine, the five hurried toward the group. They bowed respectfully to Bo Xiong, who nodded in acknowledgement. With that, Ouyang Yuye and the others returned to the formation. No sooner had they entered the ranks when a young man with a sharp face and monkey-like features approached quietly and whispered, I must say, I greatly admire your perseverance. Su Shi immediately smiled and said, You bet. Let me tell you. Cough cough. Before Su Shi could finish, he heard Bo Xiong's cough and caught a fierce glare from him. Su Shi quickly shrank back and kept quiet. All right, now that everyone's here, I'll say this once. From now on, we meet here every day at 6 o'clock. You've seen the consequences for being late, and I don't want this happening again. You all know why you're here better than I do. Since we share the same goal, the first requirement is to obey our guidance. If you intend to slack off, I suggest you save yourself the trouble and don't waste your time here. Bo Xiong spoke with such firm conviction that even Ouyang Yuye felt a chill of seriousness. All right then, now we'll begin our morning training routine. The following 3 tasks will be repeated every day, so I hope you all can persevere. All right, bring them out. As Bo Xiong swept his wide sleeve, 2 mentors appeared carrying a wooden barrel and placed it before him. Smiling, Bo Xiong said, Since you're all in the body tempering stage now, every day from now on, you'll use this liquid to temper your physical bodies. Of course, there will be some pain involved, but just endure it, and you'll be fine. I assure you, your physical bodies will become exceptionally strong. As he spoke, he scooped up some of the liquid with a large wooden ladle and poured it back in, continuously stirring it around. With each stir, Ouyang Yuye felt the hairs on his body stand upright. Looking at the churning black liquid inside the barrel with a bitter smile, he knew his fears had come true. This black liquid was none other than the body-tempering liquid he hadn't seen for days. Now he finally understood why his father hadn't insisted he bring any with him. He had already foreseen this. Thinking back, as Ouyang organized his thoughts, he realized his father had also been a member of the Oran Academy. The reason he'd given him this body-tempering liquid early on was likely because he believed in its effectiveness. Unlike Ouyang's thoughts, everyone else in the crowd, upon seeing the black liquid, also caught its pungent stench. Immediately, their faces turned a mixture of horror and unease as they stared at Bo Xiong continuously stirring the ladle. If Bo Xiong had no hidden intention, he wouldn't have acted so mysteriously. At once, guesses spread among the crowd. Especially those who didn't understand the situation, they worried it might have to be swallowed, and they began feeling nausea at the thought. After stirring for a moment, Bo Xiong set the ladle down and smiled kindly. This is the body-tempering liquid especially prepared for you at your current body-tempering stage. Although its appearance and smell might be difficult to accept, rest assured, it's entirely beneficial with no harmful effects. All you need to do is apply it onto your bodies. There may be some pain, but enduring it will bring you great benefits. So who wants to go first? Bo Xiong asked with a smile. Hearing his words, one fearful glance after another turned toward the barrel and its black liquid. Nobody dared to step forward, and some of the female students even looked like they might cry. Applying such disgusting liquid on their skin was sheer torture for them. Doesn't anyone want to give it a try? Bo Xiong asked again, yet still, no one answered. As Ouyang Yuye was about to step forward with a helpless sigh, suddenly a sharp voice rang out from the crowd. I'll try. Ouyang turned his head and saw it was the same sharp-faced, monkey-featured man who had spoken earlier. Seeing the eager look on his face, Ouyang found himself wanting to laugh. Bo Xiong looked at him appreciatively and asked, What's your name? The man quickly responded, Disciple Wei Suo greets the academy head. But as soon as he spoke his name, laughter rippled through the crowd. Even Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but smile. Didn't Wei Suo sound exactly like Wei Suo, a slang term for despicable and indecent behavior? What a truly amusing name. Clearly aware that everyone was laughing at him, Wei Suo quickly explained. It's Wei Suo, not what you're thinking. But instead of clarifying things, his words made it worse, causing the crowd to burst into even louder laughter. The previously tense atmosphere had now lightened considerably, and everyone curiously watched what would happen next. Nodding, Bo Xiong said, Wei Suo, just pour the liquid onto yourself, making sure it's evenly spread. Then sit cross-legged and cultivate. You'll soon feel the benefits. Wei Suo nodded, picked up the ladle, gritted his teeth, and poured the liquid onto himself. Almost the moment it touched his skin, his smile instantly froze, followed by a piercing scream like that of a slaughtered pig. The students who had been watching with mild amusement quickly turned pale. Only a small amount of the liquid had touched Wei Suo's shoulders when he could no longer endure it, screaming uncontrollably. Bo Xiong helplessly shook his head, picked up the ladle, and to the horrified expressions of everyone present, poured the liquid directly onto Wei Suo's body. Chapter 55, Spirit Tempering. As Wei Suo's scream rang out, even Ouyang Yuya felt a chill run down his scalp, watching the trembling figure of Wei Suo with deep sympathy. After all, that piercing pain was something he himself had experienced deeply. Bo Xiong tossed the ladle into the wooden bucket and said to the grimacing Wei Suo, if you want to lessen the pain, sit cross-legged and begin refining it. As soon as Wei Suo heard this, he quickly sat down cross-legged, and as he gradually entered cultivation, the screams slowly subsided. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, the black liquid droplets suspended outside his body gradually got absorbed and disappeared into his body, clearly visible to the naked eye. Bo Xiong looked at Wei Suo, who had now entered meditation, then turned to face the students. You've all seen it now. As long as you persevere through the application, you will feel its benefits. Alright, next one by one, no one will be spared. And for those not eager to participate voluntarily, I'll be more than happy to assist personally. Hearing Bo Xiong's words, even though the students were visibly reluctant, they still had no choice but to step forward one by one and smear the black liquid over their bodies. Soon enough, cries of pain filled the plaza. However, as the training progressed, those students who had applied the substance for a while began to transition from agony to a state of ease. Very quickly, the large plaza became a cacophony of screams and moans, making even Bo Xiong's expression grow a little uneasy. Still, he could do nothing about it. Since the creation of the body tempering solution, this has always been one of the fundamental evaluations for training students, and, as expected, its effects were quite apparent. Among the sounds that filled the plaza, the loudest undoubtedly came from Su Shi. Due to his robust physique, the area he needed to cover with the substance was significantly larger than others, and coupled with his naturally powerful voice, his cries were the loudest of all. Ouyang Yuya watched Su Shi's agonized cries from the center of the plaza with a slightly helpless expression. He patted the shoulder of the hesitating Lin Xian beside him and said, All right, it's your turn now. Lin Xian wrinkled her brows as she stared at the figures across the plaza, whose faces were twisted in pain. She turned to Ouyang Yuya and said, I can't do it. Ouyang Yuya smiled faintly and replied, It's not as unbearable as you think. I've gone through it before. You'll be fine. Besides, do you really want Master Bo to personally apply it for you? After a moment of thought, Lin Xian finally sighed, walking forward like a soldier marching to battle. Trembling, she scooped up a ladleful of black liquid and poured it onto her body. The moment the liquid touched her skin, she let out a stifled groan. The bone-piercing pain caused her brows to furrow tightly together. Clenching her teeth, she poured the remaining liquid onto herself and quickly sat cross-legged to begin cultivation. Seeing that Lin Xian had stabilized her cultivation, Ouyang Yuya let out a breath of relief. What surprised him, however, was Tang Yunshan, who had the weakest strength among the five. Contrary to expectations, she didn't show any signs of fear or hesitation during the application. In fact, she didn't cry out at all. Watching the frail little figure sitting cross-legged not far away, a slight expression of satisfaction appeared on Ouyang Yuya's face. Though Tang Yunshan's strength wasn't high, only at the 6th stage of body tempering, her tenacity and perseverance were worthy of praise, even by Ouyang Yuya's standards. As for Su Yun, that cold and taciturn man, his willpower was similarly impressive. His expression never changed despite the piercing, all-consuming pain of the tempering liquid soaking into his body. His relentless pursuit of greater strength was something even Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but admire. Perhaps inspired by the courage of those before them, the students who followed were much more decisive, no longer hesitating like they did at the beginning. Soon it was Ouyang Yuya's turn. He stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and strode to the wooden bucket. Gazing at the dark tempering liquid, he took a deep breath, then sat cross-legged. Unlike the others who chose to simply pour the liquid over themselves, he pulled out a brush from his xiuxian pouch and, enduring the agonizing pain, began slowly spreading the liquid carefully over his body. He was different from Lin Xian and others who were experiencing the tempering fluid for the first time. Ouyang Yuya had a long history with the substance. He had already started using the tempering liquid in his 3rd stage of body tempering, so he fully understood its effects. That's why he wouldn't just pour it over himself. Though pouring might shorten the time one endured the pain, it was too wasteful and failed to reach every part of the body. When it came to anything that could improve his strength, he was never careless. Thus, he meticulously brushed every inch of his body before entering the refining process. Bo Xiong observed Ouyang Yuya's actions, and a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. He was very well aware of the properties of the black liquid. Its current potency was already the limit for students merely at the body tempering stage. Yet Ouyang Yuya endured the pain and managed to apply it across his entire body. Looking at this, Bo Xiong felt very satisfied indeed. No wonder he was the champion of the assessment. Although strength was definitely one important factor, such firm perseverance was also the hallmark of a successful person. As the last person finished applying the tempering liquid, Bo Xiong finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed his worries had been unnecessary. Every quarter, there were always a few particularly troublesome troublemakers among the students, many of whom would cause disturbances during the application of the tempering solution. Yet this time, these students proved much more manageable than expected. About an hour later, some students began to emerge from their cultivation. Upon closer observation, one could notice they looked much more energetic and spiritually refreshed than before. However, the lingering viscous residue on their bodies caused all of them to frown. Looking at the students who had returned to the formation, Bo Xiong wore a satisfied expression and said with a smile, "You've all experienced the effect of the tempering liquid yourselves. Now you should all know how effective it is. Now, let's keep up the momentum and proceed to the second training session. Remember, it's only the first day, so I've explained quite a lot today. In the future, I won't waste time with useless words. All of you are under time pressure, so once you arrive, just proceed in order." One of the masters, "What's the second training?" someone asked. Bo Xiong chuckled and replied, "Our training consists of 3 parts. First is body tempering, second is spirit refining, and third is evasion. These are exactly what all of you need to master while in the body tempering stage. You've already experienced body tempering. It's about continuously strengthening and toughening your physical body. But don't forget, your goal shouldn't merely be to temper your body and condense a soul core. Your ultimate aim is to achieve a physique much stronger than others." Xiuxian then asked, "And what is spirit refining?" "Very simple," Bo Xiong replied. "This training is for strengthening your spiritual power. Everyone knows that the most dangerous thing in battle is the scattering of one's spiritual awareness or being overwhelmed by a stronger opponent's aura. Simply put, if you're suppressed by a stronger opponent's xiuxian, the consequences are obvious. You won't even have the chance to run. Therefore, what I'm training is the strength of your spiritual will. Later, I'll release my aura accordingly, and what you need to do is withstand it for half an incense stick's time. Understand?" Ouyang Yuya furrowed his brows and asked cautiously, "What if we can't endure it?" Bo Xiong smiled, and his expression suddenly hardened. "Then you try again, until that half stick of incense burns out." Ouyang Yuya's pupils flickered, and he took a deep breath, inwardly sighing that this would be the most difficult trial. After all, a strong individual naturally suppresses those weaker in strength. Surviving such soul-deep pressure was itself extremely difficult. As if reading Ouyang Yuya's thoughts, Bo Xiong smiled again and added, "Of course, I won't push beyond what you can endure. I'll start from the aura of a soul cultivator and gradually increase it, stopping within the range of a soul master's strength." Only after hearing Bo Xiong's explanation did Ouyang Yuya relax slightly. The aura of a soul cultivator was barely bearable. "Alright, let's start now. Remember, I'm not here to torment or crush you, so you must not use your soul energy to resist. I'm training you, so even if you can't stand, you must endure it on your knees." Just as Bo Xiong finished speaking, his sleeve flapped, and a bamboo stick of incense shot from his sleeve, embedding itself upright into the ground. At the same time, soul energy began radiating outward from his body. Feeling such powerful fluctuations, Ouyang Yuya's expression turned serious. This is the strength of a soul cultivator's soul energy. The intense wave of soul energy had just spread outward when it formed a cocoon-like field, like an invisible barrier, wrapping around all the students present. As soon as the soul energy dispersed, low groans filled the air. Some of the weaker students staggered backward from the crowd, retreating out of the soul energy's range. Bo Xiong snorted coldly. "Can't even withstand the pressure of a mere soul cultivator? Come back." Under Bo Xiong's rebuke, the students who had retreated were forced back into the area covered by the soul energy. Though they no longer stumbled backward as before, the weaker students still couldn't endure such pressure. One by one, they collapsed, falling to their knees beneath the oppressive force. Under this immense pressure, even Ouyang Yuya felt his entire body grow unbearably heavy, his legs trembling as if they might give way and collapse at any moment. Watching the students constantly retreating from the force, he gritted his teeth, forcefully resisting the immense pressure crushing down on his head, forcing his nearly buckling spine upright. Beside him, Xiuxian roared and condensed a massive sword, slamming it heavily into the ground to support his large frame upright. His tiger-like eyes locked on Bo Xiong defiantly. "Great. Bring more on." Behind them, Xiuxian clenched his teeth and stepped forward, his expression revealing his unwavering resolve. Bo Xiong gazed at the 3 students whose eyes burned with determination and nodded appreciatively. With a large sweep of his sleeve, the pressure suddenly surged forward. Thud! The overwhelming soul force struck like a tidal wave. Ouyang Yuya's body trembled violently before he slammed down onto one knee, his face instantly paling. Chapter 56 Avoidance Training. Ouyang Yuya felt the spiritual pressure coming straight at him. The helpless feeling from deep within his soul caused his legs to bend and kneel down involuntarily, and even his brain felt a dull pain. Glancing backward, he saw that out of the original 50 or so people, all had been driven back by Bo Xiong's spiritual pressure as soon as it was raised to the level of a soul scholar. Only Xiuxian, and several others whose strength was relatively greater still struggled to hold their ground. Ouyang Yuya's eyes turned completely red, his throat letting out low growls like a wild beast. With his palms supporting him on the ground, he tried to rise forcefully, but once again was crushed down and forced harshly to his knees. In the moment of weakness, his body rolled backward. "Brother Ouyang!" Xiuxian exclaimed as he saw Ouyang Yuya retreat, his tiger-like eyes also slightly reddening. Ouyang Yuya chuckled bitterly, then struck the ground forcefully with both palms, instantly stopping his rolling motion. With a cold snort, he pushed himself up against the pressure that felt like a 1,000-pound weight and began to rise slowly. As he moved with slow and clumsy effort, sounds of his bones and muscles straining echoed from within his body, an audible cracking sound that even caused Bo Xiong's expression to change slightly. Bo Xiong gazed at the sand incense that had burned more than 2/3 of the way, and a slight approving smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Watching Ouyang Yuya slowly rise to his feet, his expression became even more pleased. Suddenly, he swung his sleeves, and a more powerful ripple surged forth like thunderbolts and smashed toward the remaining few who were barely holding up. Boom! A dull sound echoed, and as soon as the spiritual pressure touched him, Ouyang Yuya was flung backward, landing hard on the open ground not far away. Almost simultaneously, several figures including Xiuxian also flew out in disarray, crashing onto the ground. Haha, excellent. I didn't expect that merely on the first day you could all withstand a soul scholar's spiritual pressure entirely. You few really exceeded my expectations. Bo Xiong said while looking at Ouyang Yuya and others, a tone of sincere praise in his voice. Ouyang Yuya rose slowly from the ground, cupping his hands in salute toward Bo Xiong and asking, "Might I ask, Master, what benefit we gain from such training? I suspect it isn't just meant to train our ability to resist enemy pressure." Bo Xiong looked at the students, many of whom shared the same curious expression, and replied, "That's one aspect, yes, but certainly not the main purpose. Simply put, this kind of exercise is for foundation building, which basically refers to training your spiritual strength. I won't go too much into the benefits of spiritual strength. Most of you are at the body refining stage and may not even comprehend it even if I explain, but you'll eventually understand in the future. Unfortunately, we don't really have any effective way to cultivate spiritual strength unless one goes into magic. So we must improve and refine its strength through external pressures." Ouyang Yuya nodded slightly in understanding. Bo Xiong laughed and said, "For now, just follow my instructions. As for the benefits you gain, you will understand them gradually." Bo Xiong glanced at the sun gradually brightening in the sky and continued, "Time isn't early anymore. We'll immediately begin our next session, dodge training. I suppose you all easily understand what that entails, training your evasive capabilities. That sounds like it's more useful to just learn some powerful martial arts to strengthen our power. What good is learning to dodge?" Xiuxian blurted out quickly. "Oh, then tell me why dodging is unnecessary." Bo Xiong asked with a smile, while looking at the visibly dissatisfied Xiuxian. "In battle, we emphasize direct confrontation and whose strength is greater. If one only focuses on dodging all the time, then who will bother cultivating? Dodging is nothing but cowardice. What you said isn't completely wrong. Yes, for a soul master, constantly dodging indeed seems like cowardice. But that also depends on the situation, doesn't it? If you recklessly confront someone stronger without recognizing your disadvantage, you're not a coward. That's recklessness. The training I'm doing today isn't to turn you into people who constantly evade in battle, but to treat dodging as a skill, a survival skill. At least during your body refining stage, this is something you must master. Understand, you are currently at your weakest stage of strength. Among the tens of thousands of students in this academy, countless are stronger than you. To survive while you grow and develop, you have no choice but to evade." Looking solemnly at Bo Xiong, Ouyang Yuya nodded in agreement. Even Xiuxian, finally understanding, nodded appreciatively and said, "Master, I understand." Bo Xiong nodded in satisfaction. "Great. Then let's begin the final stage of training. The method is quite simple. I will bring 50 people shortly to spar with you, allowing you to refine your dodging skills through actual combat. Naturally, you may counterattack as well, but let me warn you once, doing so will only make you suffer more." Upon hearing Bo Xiong's introduction, murmurs immediately spread among the students, many showing great interest in the people Bo Xiong was about to send out. Bo Xiong ignored these whispers as if waiting for something. Soon after, a group of individuals wearing dark blue uniforms came sprinting from a distance. Feeling the aura radiating from them, Ouyang Yuya's expression changed slightly. These people were clearly at the level of soul cultivators. Their speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived before Bo Xiong, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Headmaster." Bo Xiong nodded. "I assume you know your task. Give it your all later, don't hold back. All right, off you go. Oh, Yuan Zhang, deal with that black-clothed fellow yourself. Don't trip over your own feet." Another young man dressed in blue bowed in obedience. Observing the blue-clothed youths gradually approaching, especially the one mentioned by Bo Xiong, Ouyang Yuya studied him carefully. Looking at this youth with a cold demeanor, Ouyang felt a helpless feeling rise within him. He could clearly tell this youth was the strongest among the group, and probably the leader. From their uniforms, he could see the differences. Unlike the majority of the blue-clad disciples, this young man had a blue flame emblem embroidered on his chest. Glancing slightly at Bo Xiong, whose face carried a subtle look of amusement, Ouyang felt somewhat annoyed. This old fellow really was giving him extra special treatment. Facing the imposing figure before him, Ouyang cupped his hands together in respect and said, "I am Ouyang Yuya. It's an honor to meet senior brother. I humbly ask for your guidance." "Oh, you're this year's champion, Ouyang Yuya." The blue-clothed youth slightly widened his eyes, sharp light flickering within them. "Luck, nothing more. Haha, luck is also part of one's strength. I am Yuanzhang. Please, let's begin. With a slight smile, the young man clenched his fists, releasing a sharp ripple of soul energy. Feeling Yuan Zhang's energy wave, Ouyang's expression turned serious. This wave was significantly stronger than Qin Fei's back then. He couldn't afford any carelessness. Taking a deep breath, he sent out a wave of power at the 8th level of physical refinement, clenching his right fist tightly before dashing forward to attack Yuan Zhang's face. In his eyes, the best evasion was the swiftest attack. Brilliant! Yuan Zhang laughed and stepped forward. Raising his left palm, he slapped Ouyang Yuye's fierce punch downward, while his right hand simultaneously struck Ouyang's chest. Ouyang's eyes sharpened. He blocked instinctively with his left hand, while his right leg lashed out like a whip toward Yuan Zhang's waist. Yuan Zhang reacted with extreme agility. His body suddenly sidestepped, dodging the incoming leg, and at the same time, he raised his right leg and kicked Ouyang away while he was off balance. Clang, clang, clang. Ouyang staggered backward, eyes burning with excitement as he once again lunged forward, engaging in a fierce melee with Yuan Zhang. Compared to the intense confrontation between Ouyang Yuye and Yuan Zhang, the other skirmishes appeared more normal. The others were frantically dodging the blows from the blue-clothed trainees. In the midst of the chaos, Xuxian suffered several hard hits and wisely stopped trying to fight head-on, choosing to evade constantly. Glancing at Ouyang Yuye's intense battle, he seemed momentarily distracted and was kicked away by his opponent. Watching the figures constantly dodging, Bo Xiong nodded with satisfaction. When he turned to observe Ouyang Yuye's side, however, he gave an almost speechless look. This fellow always took an unusual path. Though his cultivation level was low, his combat power was abnormally strong, actually able to hold his own against Yuan Zhang, a soul cultivator at the 6th stage. Even though he couldn't use martial arts and his soul energy was clearly inferior, to be able to go this far left Bo Xiong almost speechless. Stepping back, Ouyang shook his numbed and aching arm. Senior brother's strength is indeed formidable. I must say I'm greatly impressed. Yuan Zhang smiled while watching Ouyang Yuye and remarked, truly worthy of being the champion. You really do possess skill. Let's go again. Today I'll definitely defeat you. As he finished speaking, his figure flickered again, appearing like a ghost, and both palms smashed straight toward Ouyang Yuye's chest. Ouyang Yuye didn't show any fear and rushed forward. Sounds of their intense blows echoed, causing the other battles to gradually lose focus as they paused to watch the fight between Yuan Zhang and Ouyang Yuye. Cheers began to rise. Boom, boom. 2 more dull impacts sounded. Ouyang Yuye was knocked backward again, now somewhat disheveled. Staring at Yuan Zhang, who stood calmly in place with his breath steady, Ouyang exhaled heavily with a bitter smile and shook his head. The gap between them was truly vast. That last exchange had nearly drained all his physical energy and soul energy, while Yuan Zhang remained as composed as ever, as though the intense fight hadn't cost him the slightest effort. Senior brother is indeed formidable. I must admit defeat. Let us end it here for today. Oh, that won't do. My task today is to defeat you, not end in a draw. Otherwise, I won't be able to report success. Yuan Zhang laughed, his figure darting forward again, intercepting Ouyang Yuye's retreat. His right leg lashed toward Ouyang's side. Ouyang sighed helplessly and rapidly backed away, yet Yuan relentlessly chased after him. In an instant, the situation turned completely. Ouyang found himself constantly dodging attacks, unable to shake Yuan Zhang off. Then, caught off guard, Yuan Zhang ferociously kicked him straight in the chest, sending Ouyang flying backward from sheer force, collapsing exhaustedly at the feet of Xuxian and others. Yuan Zhang gazed at the distant figure of Ouyang Yuye and lightly chuckled. Junior brother, you're too kind. Chapter 57, Martial Arts Pavilion. Hiss, be gentle. That hurts. A painful gasp came from a room on the east side of the Soul Master Institute. Bang! Lin Xian slammed a bottle of medicine on the table, looking at Ouyang Yuye lying on the bed with a grimace. Serves you right for being in pain. Why must you show off? I clearly said the training was for dodging, yet you went ahead and fought him directly. Now suffering? Good, I hope it hurts. Getting beaten in front of so many people. Aren't you ashamed? Ouyang Yuye sat up from the bed, looked at the bruises on his body with a helpless expression, and said, does this even work? It doesn't feel as effective as Monkey's herbs. Monkey, standing beside, sneered and nodded. He moved to face Ouyang Yuye directly and pressed his paw against the bloody mark on his chest. Ouyang Yuye cried out in pain and flung him behind him. This is personally made by my father, by the deputy head of the Alchemy Institute himself. Do you even know how good it is? I wouldn't give it to just anyone. Wow, really? Then give me some too. You know, Sister Lin, I, old Sure, love to fight. It's inevitable I get hurt. Can I have some too? Beside them, Xuxian quickly stood up and reached for the medicine bottle on the table. Smack. Take your hand away. I'm no soft touch. If you want some, you have to buy it. Lin Xian slapped Xuxian's hand away and stretched her own hand out toward him. How much? Xuxian asked cautiously, eyeing Lin Xian's smiling face. Lin Xian playfully extended one finger. 1 copper coin. Lin Xian shook her head. Xuxian lamented. I knew you wouldn't be that generous. Then 1 taels it is. Seeing Xuxian's pitiful expression, Lin Xian snorted. 1 tael? Dream on. My father is a 4th-grade alchemist. Do you think this is worth only 1 tael? 1 Orion gold coin, nothing less. 1 Orion gold coin? That's a robbery. One of those can buy a grade 5 herb. I only have 13 total, and don't even know how to obtain more. Not doing it. Then forget it. All right, stop bickering. Where are the others? Ouyang Yuye quickly stopped the two from arguing. Su Yun and Shan Shan went to cook, Su Shi replied promptly. Ouyang Yue nodded and said, then let's go help them too. We still have things to do in the afternoon. The schedule is quite tight today. Su Shi and Lin Xian agreed cheerfully. Su Shi immediately darted out excitedly. Were it not for concern over Ouyang Yue's injury, he would have already gone to find Tang Yunshan. There was no way he'd wait until now. Watching Su Shi dash out, Lin Xian held Ouyang Yue back and handed him the bottle of medicine. Here, take it. Remember to use it sparingly. My father only gave me 2 bottles. You take it back then, I don't need it. Lin Xian quickly stopped Ouyang Yue, slightly angry. Take it. I'm not doing it to hurt you. Ouyang Yue finally tucked it into his Qiankun Dath after seeing her slight anger. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, Lin Xian, your uncle is the deputy head of the Alchemy Institute. Since you love medicinal herbs, why didn't you join them instead of coming to the Soul Master Institute? None of your business. Lin Xian retorted and rushed out, her cheeks flushed. Watching her retreating figure, he held the bottle which was still slightly warm and a slight curve lifted the corners of his lips. What a girl with a sharp tongue and a soft heart she was. There's truth in the saying, many hands make light work. Before long, 4 dishes and a soup were richly arranged on the table in the courtyard. As Su Shi was just about to start eating, Su-Yin pulled him back and asked, does Brother Ouyang have anything to say? Ouyang Yue nodded, looking at the abundant dishes on the table, and asked, where did you get these ingredients? Tang Yunshan suddenly smiled. You'll have to ask your monkey. After we left in the morning, it wasn't idle at all. As Tang Yunshan said that, Ouyang Yue instantly understood. He whistled, and a black shadow came rushing from afar, jumping a few times before landing on his shoulder. It was Monkey. Ouyang Yue pointed at the dishes in front of him and asked, did you steal these? Monkey scratched his head, was about to nod, but suddenly seemed to think of something and shook his head furiously like a rattling drum. Ouyang Yue smiled and held Monkey in front of his eyes. If I find out you stole anything else in the future, I'll make soup out of you. Monkey quickly nodded and pointed at a chicken leg on the plate. Ouyang Yue sighed in helplessness, threw it to him, and Monkey snatched the food and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He glanced helplessly at the stunned crowd and smiled bitterly. This monkey's just like that. Today, I want to bring up one thing. The school's mess hall is too noisy. How about we all just eat together in the dormitory from now on? What do you all think? Everyone nodded upon hearing this. Ouyang Yue smiled slightly and said, then since no one objects, let's settle this. Every day after morning training comes noon, so we'll return here to eat. It will be more convenient for us to act together, but it will be a bit troublesome for Xianshan. Tang Yunshan smiled and said, that's only natural. Ouyang Yue nodded and continued, since that's settled, there's another matter we should clarify. Now that we are eating here, buying ingredients becomes necessary. Since Xianshan is in charge of cooking, all of us should share the cost of the ingredients. Saying so, he placed an Orion gold coin on the table. The others had no objections either, and they each took out a gold coin and placed it before Tang Yunshan. Tang Yunshan was slightly taken aback and quickly pushed them back. If we're sharing, 1 coin is enough. These ingredients don't cost that much. Su Shi pushed the coins back toward her, saying, each of us has more than a dozen coins. Since we're teammates, there's no need to be polite. Think of it as compensation for your efforts. Tang Yunshan looked at the 5 Orion gold coins in her hand and nodded heavily. Everyone, eat quickly before it gets cold. That's right, let's eat. Old Shi has been hungry for a while now. At this, everyone nodded and began devouring the food enthusiastically, praising Tang Yunshan's cooking skills without end. The meal ended quickly, with Su Shi and Tang Yunshan tidying up the dishes. Ouyang Yue asked, what's the plan after this? Su Yin nodded and said, the head instructor mentioned that in the afternoon, we can wander around or go to the martial arts pavilion to select some suitable martial arts techniques. I'm planning to visit the martial arts pavilion first. Lin Xian, standing nearby, also showed interest. She looked at Ouyang Yue and said excitedly, the martial arts pavilion? Great. To be honest, I still don't have an attack martial arts technique that impresses me. Let's go together. Ouyang Yue rubbed his aching chest and smiled bitterly. Can't you go by yourself? Also there's Su Yun. Lin Xian glared at him, pouting, you're coming with me. Otherwise, I'll tell father you're bullying me. All right, I'll go. Are you satisfied now? Seeing Ouyang Yue giving in, Lin Xian wore an expression of triumph. Lin Xian, where are you going? Lin Xian looked at approaching Su Shi and Tang Yunshan and stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Tang Yunshan's. Yunshan, we're planning to go check out the martial arts pavilion. Want to join us? Great. I was just thinking about going there myself. I had just discussed going with brother Su Shi. Tang Yunshan replied with interest. Even better. Then we can all go together. Lin Xian happily smiled. Ouyang Yue chuckled. Then let's head off now. All right. Everyone readily agreed. A group of 5 then made their way toward the martial arts pavilion. On the way, they met other students also heading there, including senior students wearing blue martial artist uniforms. Lin Xian pointed at their pale blue outfits and asked, when can we wear those too? I think they look great. I suppose we can when we finish the physical tempering phase and officially become students here. Su Yun smiled. How come you know so much, Su Yun? Lin Xian curiously looked at Su Yun. One of our senior clansmen mentioned this when he came back on vacation. That's when I first developed a strong desire to come here. You mentioned senior clansman. Is that the same person xuanhuan referred to as xuanhuan? Yes, exactly. My senior clansman is exceptionally talented at the 3rd level of Soul Warrior. He's way stronger than any of us. Su Yin looked at Ouyang Yue and smiled. Ouyang Yue lightly nodded, developing even greater interest in Xuanhuan as described by Su Yun. While chatting, the group quickly arrived at the martial arts pavilion. At this moment, Ouyang finally had the chance to closely examine the massive building before him. Just as expected, it was another tall pavilion, tower-shaped and standing tall. Its grayish-yellow color added a sense of solemnity, interwoven with the faint soul force quietly radiating from it. A suffocating pressure slowly filled the air. Even more astonishing was that there was no actual door on the pavilion. Instead, at the very bottom of the building was embedded a piece of bluestone. Beside the bluestone slab sat two elderly men cross-legged. They were obviously the mentors assigned to guard the entrance. Ouyang stepped forward and respectfully bowed to the two old men, saying, "Mentors, we wish to select some martial arts techniques. Could you please tell us how to enter?" Upon hearing Ouyang words, the two old men slowly opened their eyes. At that moment when their eyes opened, an invisible pressure radiated outward. Ouyang expression instantly changed, because from these two elders, he sensed a strong aura of danger. An aura like this was something even Master Gu hadn't possessed back then. Obviously, the strength of these two elders was truly terrifying. One of the elders glanced at the people behind Ouyang and said, "To enter, you must pay 1 Orion copper coin." Although the elder spoke casually, the unquestionable tone made Ouyang expression turn serious as well. Without hesitation, he took out an Orion gold coin and handed it to one of the old men. The elder nodded slightly, and with a flick of his sleeve, shot out 18 Orion coins. Ouyang tucked the coins into his robe sleeve. Inspired by his example, the disciples behind him also offered their Orion copper coins. The two elders nodded at each other. Then, they extended their arms simultaneously, two beams of golden light shooting from their fingertips, striking the bluestone base of the pavilion. As a ripple spread across its surface, a massive circular formation emerged, slowly swirling like intertwined yin and yang fish in the center, gradually opening amid expressions of shock from Ouyang and the others. Remember, the martial arts inside must not be damaged or taken away. After 4 hours, the stone gate will open to let you out. Behave yourselves. At the same time the hoarse voice sounded, a powerful suction force abruptly emerged from within, pulling them all in with an irresistible energy. With a tremendous crash, the stone gate shut tightly once again, vanishing as if nothing had ever been there. Chapter 58, Oppressive Staircase. Under the powerful suction, Ouyang immediately felt a dizziness before his eyes, and the surrounding scenery began to blur and shift. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself already inside a wide stone chamber. The chamber was rather dim, illuminated only by the glowing pearls embedded into the walls, whose faint light allowed one to distinguish directions. Huh? Where are we? Why is it so dark? This must be the interior of the martial arts pavilion. Ouyang replied, feeling the stone walls around him as he spoke to Su. But where are the martial arts techs here? And where did the others who entered with us go? Why are only the 3 of us here? Hearing this, Ouyang also sensed something amiss. He began exploring the chamber, musing, this should definitely be the martial arts pavilion's interior. I imagine there are many chambers like this. We must have just been fortunate to be placed together. Don't worry, though, with Xuanhuan and xuanhuan, they should be fine. Nodding, Su said, then let's look for an exit. Just as he finished speaking, Xiuxian shouted nearby, quickly, look here, there's a passage. Hearing this, Ouyang and Su rushed over and indeed found a narrow passageway in one corner of the stone chamber. Looking inward, the corridor seemed even more eerie and dark, much dimmer than the chamber itself. Ouyang glanced at the two before him, nodded slightly, and was the first to step into the passage. Su and the others carefully followed behind. As they entered, they were immediately met with a chill of damp air, the darkness impenetrable in the absence of any illumination. Ouyang rummaged through his jinkun bag and pulled out 3 glowing pearls, handing one to each of them, saying, "Be careful and stick close together." With the pearls light, the passage finally came into view, an unremarkable corridor, seemingly an ordinary side path. As they moved further along, the light gradually became brighter. When they finally exited the corridor, what greeted their eyes was a massive plaza. Floating in the air above it were countless green orbs, faint ripples of soul force emanating from them, covering the entire plaza with a subtle sense of oppression. Standing at the exact center of the plaza and looking behind, they saw over 100 stone chambers arranged in a circle around them. Soon, figures began to emerge from the exits of these chambers, one of them unmistakably being Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan. What surprised Ouyang slightly was that those who had come out were all new students like themselves. Not a single senior who had entered with them was among them. When they looked up and saw the numerous glowing orbs hovering above the plaza, their faces filled with curiosity and shock. Ouyang lightly leaped and grabbed one of the orbs. As the glow faded, the martial arts text within was revealed, a basic yellow-tier offensive technique. Disappointed, Ouyang turned away only to watch as Xiuxian shook her head and tossed the scroll back upward, shrugging at Ouyang as she said, "Yellow-tier mid-level." As soon as the scroll touched the air again, it transformed once more into a floating orb. Unwilling to accept this, Ouyang grabbed several more, yet all were of the yellow tier. Frowning as he stared at the floating orbs, he said, "If I'm not mistaken, all the martial arts here must be yellow tier without exception." Su threw the orb he was holding and said, "Surely the martial arts pavilion of Oran Academy wouldn't only contain yellow tier martial arts. That can't be right. I believe there must be martial arts of higher tiers. It seems they've just been separated somehow." I suspect there's another passage leading to higher grades of martial arts, and the senior students who entered with us must have been sent there. At that moment, a sudden commotion broke out from the quiet crowd of people, and soon Tang Yunshan and Sun Yun hurried over, exclaiming, "Brother Ouyang, we found a stairway. It looks like it leads to the next level." A flash of sharp light passed through Ouyang Yuye's eyes. He immediately led the group to the densely crowded staircase. At that moment, quite a few students were already climbing it. But oddly enough, each one climbed with extreme slowness, as if some invisible resistance was hindering them. Though the staircase had only 10 steps, it seemed extraordinarily difficult to ascend. Some even were violently thrown backward, shaking their heads in defeat before turning and walking away. Ouyang Yuye's gaze hardened as he stared at the staircase before him, frowning slightly. "What exactly is going on here?" he muttered. Tang Yunshan helplessly said, "There's an oppressive force on the stairs comparable to that of the 9th layer of body tempering. By the 5th floor, the pressure has already reached the level of a soul practitioner. Many students simply couldn't endure this pressure and were forcefully thrown back." "Oh, there's such a strange thing. Have you tried it yourselves?" Tang Yunshan nodded. "Big brother Su Yun just tried it with me, and barely managed. Once we reached the 6th floor, we came down to inform you all." Ouyang Yuye smiled and said, "Then that's not a problem. I'll take Lin Xian, and Su Yun and Su Shi will take care of Xuanhuan. I imagine even the level of a soul practitioner won't be an issue for us. I'm quite curious about what's up there." Su Shi chuckled, "Don't worry." With that, the three of them stepped forward simultaneously, placing their feet on the staircase. Although the steps did feel a bit heavy underfoot, their formidable strength and endurance made it manageable. Ouyang Yuye watched as the three disappeared up the staircase, nodded approvingly, and heard admiring murmurs from the surrounding crowd. He looked at Lin Xian beside him and said, "Let's go too." With that, he took Lin Xian's hand and stepped onto the first step of the staircase. Instantly, as his foot landed, a ripple of soul force surged upward from the top of the steps. Under such oppressive energy, he immediately felt the weight of his own footfall. He inwardly muttered, "Just as I thought." With a cold snort, Ouyang Yuye forcefully ascended 5 steps in one breath. Upon reaching the 6th, he noticed that Lin Xian beside him had already lost all her strength. Ouyang Yuye smiled slightly, and amid Lin Xian's startled cry, carried her onto his back. The added weight caused even him to begin involuntarily swaying. Glaring coldly at the remaining 5 steps ahead, he tightly clenched his right fist, unleashing a wave of soul force from his body, resisting the oppressive force. With the protection of his soul force, Ouyang Yuye felt himself become much lighter. Just as he was about to lift his foot again, an even more violent ripple of soul force erupted from above, crashing down directly upon him. Ouyang Yuye's expression immediately changed drastically. His right hand twisted as his soul blade materialized, and he forcefully planted it onto the staircase to stabilize his nearly collapsing body. He was in obvious pain. He hadn't expected using soul force to provoke such a fierce backlash. He looked at the equally pale-faced Lin Xian behind him and muttered, "Didn't expect this kind of bad luck." As soon as he finished speaking, the soul force violently hurled him downward, leaving him dazed and confused. Almost as soon as they fell back down, a wave of murmurs rose from the crowd gathered at the foot of the staircase. Ouyang Yuye smiled bitterly at the equally disheveled Lin Xian and said, "Once more." With that, the two of them charged upward again. Amid such careful climbing, with Ouyang Yuye's determined support, Lin Xian finally reached the top. Seeing the pair panting heavily, Su Shi, waiting above, burst into laughter. "You think this is funny?" Lin Xian angrily raised her arm, and a crimson whip appeared in midair, striking directly at Su Shi's head. "Hey, you're really going through with it?" Watching Su Shi and Lin Xian bicker playfully before running inside, the three of them shook their heads in slight amusement and followed. Entering the next level, they found themselves in a plaza identical in size to the first. However, unlike the first level, glowing blue orbs floated above the plaza, emitting intense ripples of soul force that covered the vast area. Compared to the first level, this floor hosted a significantly larger number of students, most of them being experienced senior students wearing blue robes. They gave the newcomers a few surprised glances but didn't say much, continuing to browse and choose their martial arts. Each season brought new recruits with outstanding talent, which wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Ouyang Yuye randomly grabbed a few glowing orbs, discovering that all of them contained only black-tier basic martial arts. He immediately understood. The remaining levels must have been further divided according to tiers of martial arts. As for martial arts reaching the Earth tier level, Oran Academy likely had very few, if any, and those would surely be located on the very top floor. To him, even black-tier martial arts were unsatisfactory. He glanced at Su Shi and the others. Each had already found a martial art they liked and begun to cultivate. Even Lin Xian had picked a whip-based martial arts scroll and started studying it. Ouyang Yuye tossed the glowing orbs back up before standing in thought for a moment, then turned toward the staircase leading to the 3rd level. As he stood at the entrance, a violent ripple of soul force immediately struck him. Taking a deep breath, he inwardly muttered, "So, it really is much stronger than the 2nd level. Even the lowest step requires a soul practitioner's level of strength." He smacked his lips and slowly stepped forward. As soon as his foot touched the first step, a wave of invisible pressure pressed down upon him. Simultaneously, both of his legs felt as heavy as if they had been filled with lead. Ouyang Yuye fixed his gaze upward, gritting his teeth while enduring the oppressive pressure equivalent to having a boulder crushing his chest. Every step forward was immensely difficult. Though the distance seemed short enough to reach instantly, it now felt as arduous as scaling a mountain. With each movement forward, His brain began to throb painfully, and his reactions slowed significantly. Dazed, he had already reached halfway. As his foot slowly stepped onto the 5th floor, the oppressive force in the air suddenly intensified dramatically. Compared to before, it became much sharper, under the pressure equivalent to that of a soul practitioner. Xiuxian immediately felt his legs trembling, barely under control. With a painful crack of his bones, he finally collapsed onto his knees on the steps under the unbearable force. Struggling to support his swaying body, Xiuxian helplessly shook his head. He now realized the strength of a soul practitioner was truly his limit. Taking a deep breath, he knew it was unwise to give up like this. Letting out a low shout, he slowly stood again, his forehead pulsing with effort, his body rising once more as he fiercely stepped toward the 6th floor. Suddenly, the xuanhuan resting quietly against his chest began to tremble. At the same time, a milky white light shield instantly spread outward, enveloping him completely. As the glowing dome appeared, the previously suffocating pressure vanished without a trace. Feeling a sudden wave of lightness, Xiuxian stood in stunned silence before joy immediately flooded his face. As his understanding expanded, the power of the xuanhuan only became more unfathomable. Whether it was the last time it concealed the aura of the Dahuang soul technique, or this time nullifying oppressive force, it clearly showed the artifact was no ordinary object as he once thought. It surely concealed unknown secrets. However, this was not the time to investigate further. He would need to wait until things quieted down before studying it properly. Shaking away his thoughts and taking advantage of this brief reprieve, he quickly dashed up the staircase. Once at the top, he dispersed the light shield surrounding his body and slowly walked inside. As expected, the endpoint revealed a vast plaza identical to the ones before. Upon seeing the red glowing orbs floating above the plaza, joy flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, a figure ahead caught his attention. From this figure, he sensed an unusually familiar fluctuation. As the figure slowly turned around, a familiar face came into view, and Xiuxian's expression immediately filled with intense shock. Tung Kuei. Chapter 59, Choosing Martial Arts. Xiuxian inhaled deeply and looked seriously at Tung Kuei, who was slowly turning around. On him, he sensed an even stronger sense of danger. In fact, this man, as vicious as a snake, had already become his biggest enemy in Xiuxian's mind. To him, the threat Tung Kuei posed was much greater than the previous Yuan Zheng and Chen Fei combined. Looking at Xiuxian's astonished expression, Tung Kuei grinned. What? Surprised to see me? Is it because you're surprised I can come to your Soul Master Institute, or surprised that I recovered so quickly? Xiuxian calmed himself and nodded. A bit of both, but what I'm most curious about is how you got in here. Tung Kuei smiled. The Alchemy Institute, the Pill Institute, and the Soul Master Institute were originally interrelated. We alchemists, whose foundation lies in soul power, have every reason to come to the Soul Master Institute to choose some soul-based martial arts. Besides, I've always been very interested in you. Now that we've met, naturally I want to repay the debt from that day. After finishing his words, Tung Kuei's gaze turned resentful, and surging soul power burst forth like waves. Instantly, Xiuxian's face changed drastically. A soul disciple. Ultimately, I have to thank you for that attack you launched that day. If it hadn't been for the severe injuries that shattered my previous limits and allowed me to break through, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to advance to the soul disciple stage and solidify my soul core. But today, it's time to reclaim the humiliation from that day. Tung Kuei coldly laughed, his right arm transforming into a black cannon. As Xiuxian stood in shock, 3 cannonballs shot forth and smashed toward him. Xiuxian was stunned, immediately summoning his gate force, while hastily retreating. At the moment he stepped back, the fireballs smashed violently into the gate force, instantly incinerating it into nothingness. As he watched the fireballs rushing at him again, Xiuxian suddenly sealed his hands in madras, his xuanhuan immediately vibrating. Just then, 3 gusts of powerful wind shot from behind, dispersing the fireballs entirely. At the same time, a blue figure appeared like a ghost before Xiuxian and said, Tung Kuei, Master Bo Xiong gave you this opportunity, not to cause trouble. The corner of Tung Kuei's mouth twitched, forming a rigid curve. He glanced at Xiuxian behind the blue-robed man and said, Since it's like this, today we'll leave it at that. However, I'd remind you, it's better for you to hide in the Soul Master Institute and not go out. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you'll come back alive. Oh, also, someone is very interested in your blood-dripping fangs. Huh. Tung Kuei's words made Xiuxian's body tremble abruptly, especially when he mentioned the blood-soaked wolf fangs, his scalp tingling involuntarily. He secretly cursed himself. He had only wanted to end the battle quickly back then, but it seemed he had still exposed his secret. Watching Tung Kuei turn and walk away, he tightened his fists and exhaled slowly. Brother Ouyang, are you okay? Xiuxian was startled and turned around, only to find Yuan Zheng. He cupped his fists in salute and said, Earlier, I really owe you for coming in time. Otherwise, Tung Kuei wouldn't have backed down so easily today. Yuan Zheng waved his hand. Even if I hadn't been here, I believe you would have had a way to stop him. It's just that the Institute Master assigned me to watch him, part of my duties. Unexpectedly, you made it to this level. The pressure here was even a bit tough for me to endure. You truly have some talent, haha. Seeing Yuan Zheng's polite and magnanimous demeanor, Xiuxian's favor toward him increased, and he asked, Tung Kuei is a student of the Alchemy Institute, so how can he come freely into our Soul Master Institute? Yuan Zheng sighed. This is precisely the dilemma we Soul Masters face. Alchemy and pill-making heavily rely on soul power to assist cultivation. So essentially, they possess the abilities of two professions. Therefore, as long as they report to their mentors, they can come here to choose martial arts. But we aren't allowed to pick theirs. Moreover, each institute has a martial arts technique of intermediate earth tier for students to learn, except us. We only have a low earth tier one. Because of this, in every quarter's inter-institute competition, we always end up at the bottom. You can say our Soul Master Institute is practically transparent and powerless in front of other institutes. Xuanhuan nodded and asked, I remember that each of the 4 Oran institutes has a chief disciple. Who is ours, and where is he? Yuanzheng suddenly snorted disdainfully. Chief disciple? Probably ours is the most pitiful one of all. Our chief is Yuan Feng, at the 4th grade of Soul Scholars. But he is neither beloved nor respected. In some ways, far less so than senior brother Xuanhuan, also at the 4th grade of Soul Scholars. Oh, brother Yuanzheng, do you know why that is? Yuan Feng has a good personality, it's just that he's far too cautious. Whenever our Soul Master Institute gets bullied, he only tries to mediate and even bows down willingly. How can someone like him lead a secondary institute or command respect from everyone? In contrast, senior brother Xuanhuan has a much fiercer temper. Once, to help his juniors reclaim their dignity, he flew into a rage and beat the Alchemy Institute's number 2 to the point of needing an extended recovery. Later, he stood alone at the main gate of the Soul Master Institute and forced the Alchemy Institute's top student, Ouyang Pashishan, who came seeking revenge, to retreat. It's such feats and magnanimity that everyone admires. However, the quarterly chief disciple selection is coming up soon, and I think Yuan Feng won't be staying on top much longer. Oh, the chief disciple selection? Ouyang Yuya asked in slight surprise. The selection for chief disciple happens after each quarter's new student enrollment ends. After 6 months of training, comes the Oran Academy branch tournament, and following that are the inter-institute ranking competitions among the 4 institutes, Yuanzheng said, patting Ouyang Yuya's shoulder as he saw his stunned expression. Cultivate hard. With your talent, achieving a good ranking in the branch tournament shouldn't be a problem. Seeing Yuanzheng turn to leave, Ouyang Yuya quickly asked, Senior brother, where can I usually find senior brother Xuanhuan and the others? Those akin to the chief disciple are all personal disciples, receiving training under Master Gu. Ouyang Yuya nodded with a bitter smile. As he watched Yuanzheng leave, thoughts of Master Gu caused his lips to twitch involuntarily. On the day of the assessment, the old man had just quietly departed, merely telling them to come find him after consolidating their soul cores. Before Ouyang Yuya and the others could even speak, he had vanished, truly a strange old man. Rubbing his temples, Ouyang Yuya once again turned his gaze to the red light orbs floating in the air, eyes burning with intense eagerness. These light orbs here were all the Earth-tier intermediate martial arts techniques stored within the Soul Master Institute. He casually grabbed a few, but they all turned out to be consolidation-based martial arts, including both defensive and offensive techniques. After some thought, he placed them aside. Consolidation-based martial arts, he already had the attack-based Soul Blade and the defense-based Gate Force, among others. At the moment, he was looking for a martial art related to rapid attacks, techniques that could attack directly without needing to be consolidated. He was also very interested in such techniques. He lightly pushed off the ground, his figure shooting upward. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed a light orb, only to toss it away after discovering it was consolidation-based, then reached out again. This continued for a long time. Finally, Ouyang Yuya threw away the few martial arts manuals he had just collected, lying on the ground staring at the dozens of light orbs floating above, sighing helplessly. Choosing a martial art from among so many was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Although consolidation-based martial arts were powerful, the time required to consolidate was just too long. Consolidation. Suddenly, a thought struck Ouyang Yuya. Quickly, he jumped up, sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, and instantly formed 2 large soul energy orbs in his hands. As the orbs of soul energy appeared, the martial arts suspended in the air immediately rushed toward Ouyang Yuya's hands, and they were clearly all consolidation-based martial arts. Ouyang Yuya instantly understood. Most consolidation-based martial arts were activated by condensing soul energy. Thus, using soul energy to attract martial arts naturally attracted consolidation-based ones. Seeing the remaining dozen or so light orbs above, Ouyang Yuya smiled. Taking advantage of the brief window before the consolidation-based martial arts returned, he dashed forward, leaping a few times and grabbing all the remaining orbs. Looking at the martial arts manuals in his hands with satisfaction, out of the 10, 5 were rapid attack martial arts, 4 were body movement techniques, and the most peculiar one was titled Phantom Clone. This martial arts manual didn't carry any annotations like the others, but just by sensing it, he could confirm it was definitely of Earth-tier intermediate class. He thought about discarding the movement martial arts. He considered them useless since their only purpose was escape. If someone was weaker than him, there was no need to flee. If stronger, there was no chance to escape. Therefore, body movement martial arts weren't that important to him. Holding the rapid attack martial arts and this clone martial arts manual, he hesitated momentarily. One could enhance offensive power, the other could increase combat effectiveness. For a moment, he found himself indecisive. After a short while, he looked at the clone martial arts manual, gritted his teeth, and grabbed it, muttering to himself, I'll give it a shot. No worse than bad luck. Looking at the martial arts manual before him, Ouyang Yuya slowly injected his soul consciousness into it. As soon as his soul consciousness entered, mysterious text began to appear in his mind. As he was astonished, the text split in two, and then he suddenly felt his soul consciousness instantly divide. Chapter 60 Mystical Stage, Phantom Clone Technique. Under the division of the mysterious characters, even the injected soul consciousness rapidly split apart, fusing with the characters as they swirled inside his mind. Amid this wild splitting, Ouyang Yuya felt a roaring in his brain, and the fragmented images instantly vanished. The previously chaotic mystical characters instantly became clear, appearing distinctly within Ouyang Yuya's mind. Mystical Stage Clone Technique, Phantom Clone. This martial arts skill has 3 levels. The first level allows one to imprint a clone from the original using soul force. The clone possesses a quarter of the original's combat power. The second level can imprint 2 clones, each having 1/3 of the original's power. When reaching the third and final level, one can imprint 3 clones, each possessing half the original's strength. As Ouyang Yuya read the text, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This martial arts technique exceeded anything he had ever imagined, far more practical than most techniques. Firmly memorizing the paths of the martial arts technique, he quickly entered into meditation, actively channeling his soul force along the prescribed routes. Just cycling through the process twice was enough for him to memorize the path thoroughly. Slowly rising, he smiled with anticipation. Suddenly, with a sharp hand seal, a faint energy began stirring inside his body. As the seal formed, his soul force rapidly completed a full cycle, and he felt his body begin to uncontrollably twist and writhe. With a powerful shout from Ouyang Yuya, amidst his startled gaze, a figure stepped out from his body, an exact replica of himself. Examining the familiar face and body, Ouyang Yuya's smile widened. Observing this himself, he nodded with satisfaction. From the fluctuation felt through the clone, it seemed to be at the 3rd stage of physical tempering, which although wouldn't play a major role in battle, was better than nothing. Feeling the familiar energy from the clone, Ouyang Yuya circled it repeatedly, murmuring, "How can I throw a punch?" Surprisingly, right after finishing his sentence, he suddenly felt a large fist fly out straight towards his face. Unprepared, Ouyang Yuya hurriedly raised his arm to block. Clang, rang the crisp impact. Ouyang Yuya looked at the clone, still holding its punching stance, his smile deepening. He thought, throw 2 more punches, aim one at the head and one at the armpit. Sure enough, as soon as the thought formed, 2 punches flew forth, striking toward his head and armpit. Blocking all attacks effortlessly, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. With a clone, fighting an enemy now was essentially 2-on-1. No matter what, the enemy would eventually be worn down and killed. He wondered whether the clone could also copy his martial arts skills. Thinking that, he stood behind the clone and silently activated his martial art, only to be disappointed when the clone showed absolutely no reaction. Immediately feeling somewhat disheartened, he realized the clone could only replicate his original body and power. Techniques, apparently, could not be copied. Yet shortly afterward, he laughed at his own thought. Were the clones able to replicate martial arts as well, they'd certainly cause many people to die of envy. Although a little disappointed, he remained largely satisfied. He withdrew the clone back into his body and, noticing the late hour, turned to leave via the stairs. Just stepping down, he immediately saw Lin Xian and the others sitting aside chatting casually. Upon seeing Ouyang Yuya descend, they all stood up. Xushi quickly said, "Brother Ouyang, Tung Kuei was here earlier." Ouyang Yuya simply nodded. "We already fought. He's much more dangerous than before. Let's not dwell on him though. By the way, how is the martial arts practice going?" Xushi chuckled. "Relax, we've all been found. To be honest, Lin Xian's martial art seems the fiercest." "Oh, what kind is it?" As soon as he spoke, Ouyang noticed a red whip flying toward his waist. Smiling, Ouyang slightly sidestepped, evading the strike. Lin Xian smiled and flicked the whip instantly. The weapon straightened like an iron rod swinging toward his chest. Ouyang Yuya blinked slightly and quickly squatted, dodging the sweeping whip. His palm darted toward Lin Xian's wrist. Seeing Ouyang's approaching hand, Lin Xian suddenly smiled and called out, "Binding immortal rope." Unexpectedly, the whip twisted from an extremely strange angle, wrapping tightly around Ouyang Yuya like a serpent. Ouyang Yuya smiled slightly. With a small movement, a shadow shot from his body. Amidst Lin Xian's cry of shock, the shadow threw a punch directly at Lin Xian's right hand. In pain, Lin Xian released her grip. Seizing the whip as he broke free, Ouyang lightly flicked it, giving Lin Xian a light smack on the butt. Crack! The soft sound followed instantly. Who knew that as soon as Ouyang Yuya delivered the final whip strike, the watching group fell into stunned silence, staring at him in disbelief. Tang Yunshan lightly spat in disapproval and hastily pulled the blushing Lin Xian over. Lin Xian stomped her foot angrily, shouted, "Pervert," and ran off with a flushed face. Tang Yunshan quickly chased after her. Xushi, observing Ouyang Yuya standing there dazed, raised his thumb and said, "Brother Ouyang really has a way with things. I, old Shi, truly admire you." With that, he cast a sly glance at the whip in Ouyang Yuya's hand, then laughed heartily as he and Su Yun strode away. Helplessly, Ouyang Yuya stuffed the whip into his Jinkun bag, recalled the clone, and walked down. When he reached the first floor, he found the once empty square now packed with people, all waiting for the martial arts pavilion's doors to open. Ouyang approached where Xushi and the others stood. Lin Xian glared at him, gave a cold snort, and turned away. Ouyang Yuya felt a helpless sigh welling up, and looking at Xushi, he asked, "Don't we have to return to the stone room when we go back?" Xushi shook his head. "We just asked some seniors here, and they said there's an exit. The stone room is just the entrance we came in from." Ouyang Yuya nodded, but suddenly noticed a blue-robed student conversing with Lin Xian about something. From Lin Xian's clearly irritated expression, it seemed she wasn't the least bit interested. "I'm not interested at all. Get lost." Beside the blue-robed student stood a short, monkey-faced individual, saying, "Our second senior, noticing you, is honoring you. Don't go asking for trouble. Newcomers who don't understand the rules should keep quiet. How about this? Just follow our second senior, and we'll make sure nobody bullies you. I think you're just gross." Xiuxian wrinkled her nose in disgust. "Miss, maybe there's been some misunderstanding? I think." The refined-looking man interrupted, blocking the monkey-faced student. "There's no misunderstanding. Just go, don't bother me. Don't refuse a toast only to end up drinking a punishment cup. Xiaoyu, teach her how to speak properly." The blue-robed man's expression darkened. Right away, Xiaoyu grinned wickedly and reached out to grab Xiuxian. Suddenly, an arm shot out, stopping his hand. "The young lady already told you to go? What? You still want to start something?" Ouyang Yuye's eyes narrowed in slight anger, pointedly implying more than his words. This year's new students are indeed arrogant. "Today, grandfather will teach you a lesson, letting you know who you can and cannot mess with." Xiaoyu coldly laughed, shaking Ouyang Yuye's arm free. His soul force slowly exuded, throwing a punch directly toward Ouyang Yuye's chest. Ouyang Yuye snorted, tilting his head slightly to dodge the strike, while simultaneously lifting his knee to ram into Xiaoyu's chest. Changing his fist into a palm, Xiaoyu knocked the knee downward before raising his right leg, intending to kick at Ouyang Yuye's waist. Swift wind kick. Sensing the fierce fluctuations of soul force, Ouyang Yuye's figure stepped back as door force surfaced, completely blocking the sharp kick. Xiaoyu, obviously a seasoned fighter, realizing his attack had failed, inwardly cursed, and without hesitation immediately leaped backward. Smirking, Ouyang Yuye grabbed a door panel and flung it toward him. Startled, Xiaoyu was about to retreat when suddenly a blue shadow flashed, followed by a heavy sound, and the door force exploded apart. Ouyang Yuye gazed at the blue-clad man with a gloomy expression, his own eyes slightly tightening. Just from that one clash, he could see the man was stronger than Xiaoyu. The blue-robed man stared coldly at Ouyang Yuye. "My name is Nanfeng. May I ask your honored name?" Ouyang Yuye. Nanfeng's expression immediately turned respectful as he smiled. "So it's brother Ouyang. I wondered who would possess such courage. Might I ask about your relation to this young lady?" Ouyang Yuye glanced at Xiuxian and smiled. "Friends." Nanfeng's face darkened. He sneered. "Since you're just friends, brother Ouyang, perhaps you're meddling a little too much? Today's incident I, Nanfeng, shall not forget. I hope you will watch yourself. Let's go." Ouyang Yuye smiled slightly. "Thank you for reminding me." Nanfeng, who had started walking ahead, paused for a moment before snorting and striding off quickly. Watching Nanfeng disappear into the distance, the crowd suddenly burst into applause. At that moment, Susher pushed through, casting a bitter smile toward Ouyang Yuye. "This time, you've really stirred up some big trouble. Nanfeng isn't someone you can easily deal with." Ouyang Yuye slightly widened his eyes. "What do you mean?" Suyin shrugged his shoulders. "We just asked around. This Nanfeng has an older brother named Nantian, a notorious bully from the Soul Master Academy, at about Soul Scholar level 1, and even Yuan Zheng couldn't handle him. Relying on his brother's reputation, Nanfeng has been wreaking havoc everywhere. He's especially known as a womanizer. No female student he fancies ever manages to escape him. You ruined his fun today, and this feud has been established. Be careful from now on." Ouyang Yuye smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "No problem. Whatever comes our way, we'll handle it. If anything happens, just let me know." Susher also nodded, saying exactly. "Fight anyone who comes. What are we afraid of?" Xiuxian was just about to speak to Ouyang Yuye when suddenly a loud, thundering noise erupted. Then, a massive opening slowly appeared right in front of them. Smiling, Ouyang Yuye said, "All right, let's go out." He led the way as everyone approached the portal. The exit contained the same swirling soul energy as the entrance. Under its powerful suction, they were once again swallowed up, a dizzying sensation quickly returning, and before long, they were transported out again. Feeling the bright sunlight, Ouyang Yuye slowly stretched his arms. Suddenly, a figure flashed past. It was Yuan Zheng. Smiling, Ouyang Yuye said, "Senior Yuan Zheng, are you looking for me?" Yuan Zheng nodded. "The Academy Master wants to see you. I've come to escort you there." Ouyang Yuye nodded thoughtfully. "Do you know what it's about?" Yuan Zheng smiled faintly. "I heard it's about the reward for the new recruit's trial." Ouyang Yuye was taken aback briefly, then broke into a relieved smile. He had been waiting quite a long time for this moment. Chapter 61 Bully List. Looking at Ouyang Yuye, whose eyes gleamed with excitement, Yuan Zheng smiled and patted his shoulder. "Let's head out then. The Yunzhang has been waiting for quite a while." Ouyang Yuye nodded as well, gave a brief greeting to Su Shi, then followed Yuan Zheng, dashing off quickly. Xiuxian looked at the retreating figure of Ouyang Yuye, angrily stomped her foot, and let out a heavy snort. "We're leaving too." Saying so, she activated her soul power and darted towards the dormitory building. "That old lady." Su Shi chuckled helplessly and hurriedly chased after her. Ouyang Yuye and Yuan Zheng's speed was truly impressive. Yuan Zheng turned and looked behind, noticing the academy gate becoming increasingly distant. He smiled lightly. "Ouyang Jr. brother, did you have a conflict with Nanfeng today?" Ouyang Yuye slightly hesitated, then turned his head to look at Yuan Zheng. "Don't look at me like that. I heard about it from other disciples. The news has already spread widely among the students." Ouyang Yuye smiled. "It's just a small matter." "Really? Do you know who that guy is from?" "I know a bit. I heard he has an older brother here at the academy, and apparently, his strength is not bad." Ouyang Yuye said with a smile, seeing Yuan Zheng's somewhat serious expression. "It's not just not bad. His older brother Nantian is a soul scholar at the first stage and is ranked among the top 5 on the bully list. Plus, he's extremely protective of his own. So, you should be careful when dealing with him. Oh, the bully list? What is that? Xuanhuan smiled slightly. You came here a bit later, so you're unfamiliar with it. It's kind of an interesting thing actually. The students privately compiled a list ranking those who have gained a bad reputation in the academy, the so-called bully list. Nantian is one of them, ranked 3rd. Because of his arrogance and ruthless behavior, he's nicknamed the Butcher. He's pretty much a well-known figure by now. Ouyang Yuya furrowed his brows slightly. From Yuan Zheng's serious expression while describing Nantian, he could already sense how troublesome this bully was. Though Nantian's strength might be considerable, he himself wasn't worried about any possible retaliation because he still had many hidden techniques. If it truly came to a life-or-death battle, he wouldn't be afraid. However, most of his secrets could not be exposed. Otherwise, his life at the academy afterward would definitely become difficult. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's furrowed brow, Yuan Zheng assumed he was worried about Nantian's retaliation and laughed. Don't worry. Coincidentally, since you've been away these days, I think he also won't have any way to get at you. Moreover, given your status here at the academy, there's little he can do to you. Ouyang Yuya nodded, then suddenly asked, Senior brother Yuan Zheng, who else is on this bully list you just mentioned? Yuan Zheng thought for a moment and replied, the rankings on the bully list aren't entirely reliable. They're mostly people with unsavory reputations in the 4 colleges who have been forcibly placed on it. For example, Chai Yu and Nan Feng, whom you just met, are on the list. Chai Yu is ranked 10th. 9th is Hua Gang from the Alchemy College. 8th is Yin Zheng from the Medicinal Pill College. 7th is Nan Feng. And 6th, you might know him, it's Qin Fei. As for the 5th spot, it's quite unique. She's the only girl among all the bullies, named Ling Yan. Don't be misled by her name. She's a second-class alchemist, and her soul power is at the early stage of soul scholar. It's said that her actions are clean and decisive, and her temperament quite cunning. Haha, I think you'll probably have a chance to experience her firsthand someday. Ouyang Yuya chuckled indifferently. As for these high-profile individuals on the list, as long as they didn't actively provoke him, he had no time or interest in ridding the academy of them. Yuan Zheng paused for a moment before continuing. As for the top 4 on the list, each of them is a well-known figure. The 4th is a young man named Xiuxian from the Magic College. I don't have much interaction with him, but his mastery of magic is extremely high. 3rd, as you know, is the Butcher Nantian. 2nd is Yu Yanjun, also known as the Meteor Rain, the 2nd in command in the Alchemy College and, besides Ouyang Batian, the strongest there. As for the 1st place, well, Ouyang Yuya looked at Yuan Zheng, whose expression had suddenly turned odd, and asked, who is it? Yuan Zheng smiled and shook his head. It's actually Senior Brother Su Huang. Oh, isn't Senior Brother Su Huang a righteous and straightforward person? Exactly, but that's only towards us from his own sect. Towards people from other colleges, he never holds back at all. Ever since he severely wounded Yu Yanjun, the Alchemy College branded him as the top bully on the list, giving him the nickname the King of Hell. Ouyang Yuya smiled slightly as he realized that being a bully really does depend on your perspective. After hearing Yuan Zheng's explanation, Ouyang Yuya's vigilance toward Nan Feng grew even stronger. He looked at Yuan Zheng and said, Senior Brother Yuan Zheng, during the days I've been away, I'm afraid my friends may run into trouble because they can't find me. Please take good care of them for me. Yuan Zheng slowly nodded and said, so this is what Brother Ouyang is worried about. It's rare for Junior Brother Ouyang to be so loyal to his friends. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen to them. I think even Nantian would give me a bit of face. Ouyang Yuya smiled. Then thank you, Senior Brother. Alright, we're here. Soon they arrived at their destination. Before them lay a vast open space, surrounded by lush greenery. Directly ahead, a quiet path was formed by several pavilions. Green vines hung from the pavilion's roofs, draping across the ground like a green curtain, completely shielding both sides of the path. The scenery appeared peaceful and secluded. Seeing this, even Ouyang Yuya, who had been tense all along, gradually relaxed. Junior Brother Ouyang, following the path ahead will lead you directly to where you need to go. The Yunzhang has been waiting there for a while. I won't go in with you, so we'll part ways here. Ouyang Yuya nodded and bowed his hands together. I'm very grateful to Senior Brother Yuanzheng today. I will certainly pay you a visit later to express my gratitude. Yuanzheng smiled, just about to speak, when suddenly 2 sharp whistling sounds broke the air. Feeling the familiar ripple in the air, Ouyang Yuya slightly narrowed his eyes. Do you know them, Junior Brother Ouyang? Ouyang Yuya nodded. Old friends. Haha, Mei Shang Dao Shangguo Buguo Pan Kurup Ban Yo Shu Jin Man Lago? Yuanzheng's senior brother is also here. A harsh laugh came, and 2 figures slowly appeared from behind. Indeed, a man and a woman, both dressed in golden martial arts uniforms. On their chests were 2 badges engraved with alchemical cannons, adding a touch of heroism to their appearances. These people were none other than Tung Kuei and Dai Yong. Seeing the badges on their chests, even Yuan Zheng furrowed his brows slightly and muttered, Inner sect's great disciples. At Xiuxian, disciples are divided into 4 ranks. When one reaches the level of a soul cultivator, they receive a uniform from their respective colleges. The color of the college's uniform symbolizes the disciples' official status, with different colleges wearing different colors: golden for Alchemy College, black for Medicinal Pill College, blue for Soul Cultivator College, and white for Magic College. A disciple's rank is determined by the uniform's color and the badge on the chest. For example, the badge of the Soul Cultivator College is a blue flame, while the alchemical cannon is the badge of the Alchemy College. A single badge indicates a close disciple, those personally taught by the vice heads of each college. 2 badges represent disciples personally selected by the 4 ancient masters, and these individuals are idolized by all students. 3 badges belong to the chief disciple of a college, an existence at the very top of the pyramid, whose identity is admired and feared by countless others. No wonder Xuanhuan was so shocked. He clearly understood what the title of Inner Sect's Great Disciple meant. Simply put, the Great Disciples were candidates for the position of chief disciple of the college. Ouyang Yuya glanced at Xuanzheng and said, "Senior brother, please leave first. Leave this to me." Xuanzheng nodded and turned to leave. Watching Xuanzheng's retreating figure, Ouyang Yuya's smile grew wider as he looked at Tung Kuei and said, "Brother Tung Kuei, what a coincidence." Tung Kuei sneered coldly, then dashed onto the path first. Dai Yong, giving Ouyang Yuya a complex look, stepped forward and softly asked, "Have you been doing okay lately?" Ouyang Yuya nodded, "I'm fine. You both seem to be doing well too, reaching the soul cultivator level so quickly." Dai Yong shook her head, seeming to want to say something, but holding back. She then followed Tung Kuei down the path. Watching her gradually disappearing figure, Ouyang Yuya felt something strange, but couldn't quite place it. Shaking his head and giving up on trying to figure it out, he simply stepped forward. The path was made up of countless stones. Stepping on them caused some pain in the soles of the feet. Against the backdrop of the green vines, it extended forward. At the end of the path, the surroundings changed completely, leading onto a bluish stone floor. Directly ahead stood a grand and ancient pavilion. Judging by its age, the building had stood for a long time. At its center, there was a huge white light barrier, faintly exuding a feeling of ancientness. Suspended at the top of the pavilion was a massive wooden plaque, engraved with 3 large characters, subtly radiating an unsettling fluctuation. Ouyang Yuya's pupils immediately narrowed. The plaque was, surprisingly, a spiritual treasure. He clicked his tongue in amazement, and the excitement in his eyes intensified greatly. At the foot of the pavilion, 4 figures stood still. These were the vice heads of the 4 colleges, and Bo Xiong Lin Song stood among them. Behind them, Tung Kuei and Dai Yong stood bowing respectfully. Ouyang Yuya slowly stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, "Disciple Ouyang Yuya greets all the vice heads." Bo Xiong slightly nodded and said, "Now that everyone has arrived, we won't waste any more time. You 3 are the top 3 in this examination. Shortly, we 4 will cast a spell to open the passage leading into the Na Ling Pavilion. Inside, you may each choose 1 spiritual treasure. What you obtain will depend entirely on your own fortune. However, remember that all spiritual treasures are sentient in nature. Obtaining them depends on fate. The spell will remain active for 3 days. After that, the 3 of you should return to the entrance, where we will retrieve you." "Yes," Tung Kuei and Dai Yong replied, looking at the pavilion ahead with a glimmer of fiery anticipation in their eyes. Bo Xiong nodded toward the 4 of them, then sat cross-legged, his sleeves sweeping outward as thick soul power surged forth like a rushing ribbon. It gathered above and condensed into a golden beam of light, which then slammed heavily into the white light barrier at the center of the pavilion. With a thunderous boom, the previously sealed pavilion slowly split open from the middle, forming a crack like a golden slash. At the same time, a faint yet immense spiritual energy quietly spread outward, causing Ouyang Yuya and the others to wear expressions of shock. Chapter 62, The Stone Tablet. Ouyang Yuya gazed at the massive golden rift before him, sensing the continuous surge of spiritual energy gushing out from it. His eyes brimmed with anticipation, fixed intently on the widening split ahead. After about a moment's time, the golden fissure finally halted, and a faintly ancient, aged aura emerged, stirring emotions within the crowd. Bo Xiong abruptly waved his sleeve and shouted at Ouyang Yuya and the others who stood momentarily dazed, "Enter." Hearing Bo Xiong's command, Ouyang Yuya and his companions quickly snapped out of their trance and dashed straight into the center of the rupture. Just as they passed through, the golden rift thundered once again and began closing shut, sealing itself as if nothing had occurred. Bo Xiong stared at the restored protective barrier, turning toward Lin Song with a smile. "You truly have keen eyes. That young fellow really is quite impressive." Lin Song smiled faintly. "If you knew that kid's identity, I think you wouldn't speak so highly." "Oh, then tell me." Lin Song glanced at the remaining 2 still sitting cross-legged and meditating. "Still remember our class's top student back then?" "Haha, naturally. The strongest in the entire academy at that time. Who hasn't heard of Ouyang Hua's reputation?" Lin Song simply nodded and watched silently, while Bo Xiong seemed to realize something suddenly. His eyes flickered with intense light, and his voice dropped, filled with disbelief. "You're saying, are you suggesting them?" Lin Song nodded meaningfully, and Bo Xiong suddenly burst into laughter, his chuckling brimming with unrestrained and joyful relief. Beside them, Tian Feng, who had been meditating with legs crossed, opened his eyes, furrowing his brows. "Bo Xiong, what are you laughing at?" Bo Xiong laughed for a while before finally calming down and speaking. "Tian Feng, shall we make a wager?" Tian Feng looked suspiciously at Bo Xiong. "What's the bet about?" "Let's bet on what those 3 young ones will gain this time." "Haha. Bo Xiong, judging from your words, you must be highly confident in that brat Ouyang Yuya?" Tian Feng paused, then grinned. "Now that we're speaking, how about a bet? I'll wager that Ouyang Yuya will once again be the winner." "Haha. It's rare to see you decisive today, Bo Xiong." "Fine, I'll take your bet this time. What are the stakes?" Bo Xiong smiled faintly. With a flick of his hands, a blue light appeared and condensed into a slim, deep blue sword before the astonished gazes of the others. As the blade materialized, a clear, crisp sound rang out. Bo Xiong twirled the slender sword and chuckled. "I'll bet my land by. If either of the spiritual treasures selected by Dai Yong or Tung Kuei is superior to the one Ouyang Yuya gets, then I'll have lost. Tian Feng nodded as he gazed at the slender blade in Bo Xiong's hand. Lambai, indeed, you've staked something valuable. Naturally, I won't be stingy either. I know Ouyang Yuya is an alchemist, right? How about this? Saying that, Tian Feng let out a low shout, and a golden glow gradually emerged from his body, condensing into a golden sphere within his palm. Lin Song chuckled and nodded. Golden essence qi. It seems Elder Tian also has put his heart into this. Tian Feng smiled slightly, returned the golden essence qi within him, and sat cross-legged once again. Then let us wait and see who the lucky kid will be. As Bo Xiong gazed at the now vanished protective dome where the trio disappeared, a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Kid, I rarely ever bet like this. Don't disappoint me. At this moment, Ouyang Yuya and his companions were completely oblivious to what was happening outside. Ouyang Yuya stared at the dim, shadowy space ahead, his brows furrowed tightly. It had been nearly an hour since they entered, yet they remained in this dark, seemingly endless space, as if they had never moved at all. Unbelievingly, he shook the black case in his hand once again, but found no reaction. His annoyance flared, and he muttered a curse, putting the case back. He had picked the unreliable item up after all, he mused. Suddenly, he thought of the monkey at home. If it had been here, this situation would never have happened thanks to its keen senses. Muttering under his breath, Ouyang Yuya pressed forward once again into the darkness. Originally, things hadn't been like this when the three of them entered together. The moment they stepped in, they had been teleported into a grand, golden hall. Surprisingly, however, the hall was not adorned with various spiritual treasures as expected. The hall contained no decorations at all, just an open plaza. Strangely, atop this plaza stood 3 identical candle stands, each holding 2 candles emitting a faint orange-yellow glow. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that these 3 candle stands each pointed toward a distinct direction. When Ouyang Yuya touched the leftmost candle stand, the xuanhuan in his possession suddenly began to tremble lightly. Trusting completely in the always mysterious xuanhuan, Ouyang Yuya immediately darted down the left passage. Tung Kuei and the other made no move to stop him, each selecting a different path and departing accordingly. However, what frustrated Ouyang Yuya was that since entering this passage, the black case in his possession had ceased responding entirely. Moreover, the corridor resembled a maze, dark and endless no matter which way he walked. Taking out 2 luminous pearls, he carefully proceeded forward. Just as he was about to grow impatient, a faint, crisp click suddenly sounded, causing his scalp to tingle instantly. It felt as if his foot had stepped on something hard. Taking a deep breath, Ouyang Yuya unleashed his soul energy to wrap around his body, finally feeling a little reassured. Slowly crouching down, he moved the glowing pearls closer to the object underfoot. What he saw was a white, round item. It looked more like a hidden pressure plate. His eyes narrowed slightly as he reached out and gently pressed his hand against the circular object. Immediately following a deep rumble, Ouyang Yuya felt a sudden lightness beneath him, his body losing control and plummeting downward. Feeling the suffocating pressure in his chest from the fall, he lamented while glancing down at the pitch darkness below. When will this ever end? Just then, the previously motionless xuanhuan trembled violently. Simultaneously, a white light barrier suddenly appeared and enveloped Ouyang Yuya's body completely, instantly dissipating the previous oppressive sensation. Eventually, after approximately a quarter of an incense stick's worth of falling, his descent ceased. Ouyang Yuya's body slammed hard onto the ground. Wincing in pain, he slowly got up and rubbed his sore behind before carefully examining the surroundings. However, to his disappointment, what lay before him was yet another open plaza, completely empty. Even soul energy was non-existent, and the silence was stifling. Ouyang Yuya gulped hard, and, with a swift stroke of his right hand across his xiuxian bag, tightly grasped the blood-drop wolf tooth in his palm. Eyes narrowed coldly at the surrounding space, instinctively sensing that this place could not possibly be ordinary. Meanwhile, as he landed on this open space, the black case near his chest began trembling violently, as if yearning passionately to call out to a loved one. Ouyang Yuya patted the black case on his chest. As if responding to him, it calmed slightly, but faintly emitted a beam of light pointing in a specific direction. Holding the blood-drop wolf tooth, Ouyang Yuya proceeded toward the area where the light beam spread. After walking briefly in that direction, he saw a narrow little path ahead. Seeing the opening, only about half a person's height, Ouyang Yuya's expression turned grim. However, he clearly felt the accurate detection from the xuanhuan and clenched his teeth, squatting down and squeezing himself into the tunnel. Looking at the long, narrow passage, he muttered a curse. The person who built this place was certainly incredibly bored, deliberately making the opening so short, and clearly not doing a decent job for all the money spent. Nonetheless, despite the grumbling, faced with the tunnel entrance barely reaching waist height, he still knelt down and struggled to crawl inside. Had it not been for his sensed reaction from the black case, he would have doubted where he had ended up. In this nailing pavilion, let alone spiritual treasures, not even a piece of scrap metal had been seen, which was incredibly strange. As he muttered to himself like this, the tunnel passage finally reached its end. He crawled forward using both his hands and feet. Upon emerging, he immediately stretched his knees that had become sore from friction. Then, as he unintentionally looked up, a sudden wave of intense fear surged through him. Before him stood an enclosed stone chamber. Inside the chamber, a massive gravestone stood upright, while directly in front of it lay a long-shaped coffin. creating a chilling and eerie atmosphere out of nowhere. Driven by curiosity, Ouyang stepped closer to inspect the gravestone. Suddenly, the inscriptions on the gravestone slowly began to wriggle, causing Ouyang expression to stiffen. Immediately afterward, he felt a chilling coldness surging from deep within his heart, his nerves tightening and every hair on his body standing on end. As the engraved text on the gravestone twisted and moved, what was ultimately revealed in bold was, Grave of Ouyang. Chapter 63, The Evolved Myriad Phenomena Square Vessel. As Ouyang gazed at the inscriptions carved onto the stone tablet, his entire body stiffened, every hair standing on end. His eyes widened in terror at the sight. With a wave of his hand, a ribbon of soul energy lashed out and smashed fiercely toward the tablet. However, just as the soul energy was about to strike, the tablet suddenly came alive. The characters twisted, forming into a black arrow that shot straight at Ouyang. Just as Ouyang was overcome with fear, a cool sensation instantly spread from his chest upwards, surging directly into his mind. Ouyang felt his consciousness tremble, and he abruptly came back to his senses. The moment he regained clarity, Ouyang saw the stone tablet standing before him, while he himself was still frozen in his previous stance. The inscription that had terrified him was gone, replaced once again by the slightly arcane characters that were originally there. The difference was that now the tablet was enclosed in a milky white light film. Lingering ripples of soul energy pulsed faintly within it, an aftermath of Ouyang earlier attack. Looking at the tablet, Ouyang expression tightened as he silently exhaled with relief. What a powerful illusion, he mused inwardly. That cool sensation must have come from the myriad phenomena square vessel hidden in his bosom, which had awakened him. Moreover, the milky white protective barrier enveloping the stone tablet seemed to share a similar nature with the square vessel itself. At that moment, the myriad phenomena square vessel nestled in his chest began to vibrate violently once more. In Ouyang bewildered expression, it shot forth from his robes and hovered opposite the stone tablet. Simultaneously, a milky white barrier, identical to the one covering the tablet, appeared around the black box. Then a black ray shot forth from the black box, forming a chain-like link to the stone tablet. As the black ray made contact with the tablet, a surge of spiritual energy burst from the tablet. The inscriptions on it began to writhe and transform into a mass of dark mist. As soon as this dark mist formed, it paused briefly before suddenly surging outward. Ouyang pupils constricted. Trying to escape? Stay, he barked, clenching his hands into a seal formation. His spiritual energy surged forth, intercepting the escaping mist. As soon as the mist was blocked, it was instantly trapped by the glowing barrier from the myriad phenomena square vessel and violently flung back into the tablet. Although the dark mist continued to twist violently after being thrown back, under the suppression of the radiant barrier, its resistance was futile. The square vessel shook violently, emitting a soft humming sound. The black ray tethering the tablet suddenly began to swirl, forming a large vortex-like channel with a strong suction force that sent chills through one's heart. Under this immense force, the dark mist was forcibly drawn in through the black vortex and completely funneled into the black box. As the mist was fully absorbed, the square vessel, once completely pitch black, trembled violently, its colors subtly shifting. Rich golden rays began to shine from within the once dark surface. To Ouyang's astonished gaze, the black outer shell cracked and peeled away like a silkworm emerging from its cocoon, revealing the true appearance hidden inside. As the outer shell shed, the core of the vessel itself began to spin. As the spinning gradually ceased, the square vessel slowly settled down. Ouyang's eyes flickered with emotion as he reached out and caught the vessel before it could fall. A refreshing coolness greeted his touch, and the once black rectangular box was nowhere to be seen. Now, a light green elliptical object lay in his hand, smooth and mirror-like, yet warm and smooth as jade. Ouyang regarded the transformed square vessel with surprise and unease, uncertain about its new functions. Although the previous square vessel was ordinary, its protective barrier had saved his life on multiple occasions. Likewise, its conjured single-finger strike had brought him many unexpected victories. Were those abilities lost now, it would be deeply regrettable. As a practical person, he cared more for its utility than its outward appearance. Staring at the mirror-like square vessel in his hand, a sudden urge surged within him to test it out. Gazing at its smooth, oval form, he hesitated slightly. He was reluctant to risk damaging it, as doing so would be a huge loss. Yet, after brief consideration, he clenched his teeth. Rather than keeping an object of unknown use, it was better to gamble and see. If he damaged it, then it would simply be a matter of bad fortune on his part. With that thought, he no longer hesitated. His soul energy surged from his arm into the myriad phenomena square vessel resting in his palm. As soon as the soul energy made contact, the vessel gave a slight tremble, then returned to stillness under Ouyang's astonished gaze. Ouyang hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and poured in more soul energy. However, aside from that initial tremble, the square vessel showed no further reaction. Glaring darkly at the unresponsive vessel, Ouyang spat angrily. Fine then, eat all you want. With that, he poured in all his soul energy without holding back. As time passed swiftly, Ouyang began to feel his strength wane. He could feel his internal soul energy nearly dried up, and a bitter smile formed at the corner of his mouth. It seemed his current reserves of soul energy were indeed far too meager. I refuse to believe this nonsense. He endured the hollow sensation in his body and kept pouring in more energy. Just as his vision blurred and he was about to give up, the myriad phenomena square vessel in his hand trembled violently again. Slowly rising from his palm, it floated midair. A buzzing sound emitted from it as it hovered in front of Xiuxian. Watching it regain vitality with a bitter smile, he licked his dry lips and muttered, finally decided to move, glutton. As if it had understood, the myriad phenomena square vessel bobbed up and down repeatedly, then suddenly shot into Xiuxian's body before he could react. The intense impact rendered him unconscious instantly. As Xiuxian fell into unconsciousness, the stone chamber once again returned to its silent, lifeless state. In this deathly still space, the lone person, the stone tablet, and the coffin simply coexisted. This stillness was finally broken 2 days later when Xiuxian stirred awake. No sooner had he opened his eyes than the coffin startled him. Startled, he quickly scrambled to his feet, only to suddenly notice his body showed no trace of weakness. On the contrary, he felt much stronger than before. Xiuxian's heart thumped with shock. Could he have broken through again? But after a brief examination, he felt some disappointment. Though still in the 8th body tempering stage, he had barely reached its peak. Even so, this rate of cultivation progress still stunned him. Immediately, he thought this change must be related to the myriad phenomena square vessel absorbed into his body. He immediately sat cross-legged, directing his consciousness inward. To his surprise, changes had indeed occurred inside his body. The 2 ends of his dantian were still surrounded by the radiant golden essence and the vortex of soul energy, their gold and black colors intermingling beautifully. Seeing that his golden essence was now reduced to about half its former size, he couldn't help frowning slightly. He must have used it frequently during the trial, causing it to diminish greatly. He would have to research alchemy after he got out. Recently, it had been largely neglected, even though it was still his ultimate trump card. Just as he shifted his awareness elsewhere, he suddenly noticed an object shaped like a mirror above his dantian. Streams of white light poured from its surface, protecting his dantian region. Xiuxian felt curious. Until now, he hadn't figured out exactly what this object was used for. After a moment of contemplation, he began channeling his soul energy into the myriad phenomena square vessel above his dantian. Unlike before, as soon as the energy entered, the square vessel radiated brilliant light. A verdant translucent film spread outward from within his body, covering Xiuxian entirely. The familiar cool sensation returned to his arms. Overjoyed, he fiercely extended one finger and struck outward. Staring in disbelief, he watched as the chamber wall shattered instantly under the attack, debris flying in all directions. Xiuxian smacked his lips in astonishment. This strike was far more powerful than any previous ones. He was fully confident that not even the defenses of a soul realm expert could resist it. Amidst his joy, his curiosity about the square vessel's origins grew even more. If the myriad phenomena square vessel didn't possess some unique background, he himself wouldn't believe it. Just then, a sudden deafening roar echoed, shaking the ground beneath him. The entire chamber trembled violently amid the vibrations, dust scattering as it seemed to threaten imminent collapse. Xiuxian's pupils contracted. With a quick motion, he tossed the stone tablet and the coffin into his xiuxian bag, then rushed toward the tunnel he had come from. No sooner had he entered it than he felt a violent tremor behind him. With a thunderous crash, the stone chamber collapsed entirely. Outside the Na'u pavilion at that moment, 4 figures sat cross-legged in meditation. As they sat, the soul energy from the heavens and earth gathered toward them, forming ripples of soul force around their bodies. Suddenly, the 4 figures snapped their eyes open simultaneously, staring in shock at the pavilion behind them. Boyong narrowed his eyes, rubbing his palms together while murmuring in evident anticipation, "Has it been tamed? I wonder who the lucky brat was." Chapter 64 Cooperation. Xiuxian glanced at the blocked passage behind him and wiped the cold sweat from his brow, inwardly sighing at his terrible luck. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly, narrowly escaping unharmed. Staring at the open passage ahead, he hesitated for a moment before hastily crawling forward. It was clear this place was no longer safe. Collapse was imminent. Crawling like this for a short while brought him back to the entrance where they had first entered. As soon as he emerged, he sprawled out on the ground, chest heaving with exhaustion. Recalling what had just occurred, he began to suspect whether the earlier finger strike might have damaged some part of the tunnel. However, upon further thought, he dismissed the idea. Aside from the uncertainty of whether that strike had enough power, even if it had pierced a hole, it would not have possibly triggered such a massive commotion. Suddenly, as if something struck him, Xiuxian sat upright. That commotion definitely wasn't caused by the collapse of the nailing pavilion. There was only one possibility. Either Tung Kuei or Dai Yong had discovered a treasure. Given the scale of the disturbance, it was obvious something high-grade had appeared, most likely at least an Earth-tier spiritual treasure. A flicker of sharpness gleamed in Xiuxian's eyes at the thought. Spiritual treasures were plentiful in heaven and earth, but once they reached the Earth tier, they would begin to develop traces of independent consciousness. As for heavenly tier treasures, they were already considered the supreme treasures of clans. The highest rank, spirit tier treasures, were even fewer than 10 in the entire continent. Therefore, finding even one Earth tier treasure would already be a worthwhile journey. Though he already possessed a heavenly tier treasure, the sulfur cannon, and an object of unknown origin and purpose, the myriad image square zone, the extreme secrecy and attention surrounding them rendered them unsuitable for common usage. Especially in the absence of the power to protect them, any slip-up could result in a fatal mishap. Thus, one of the main reasons for entering the nailing pavilion had been to find a suitable spiritual artifact for early usage. Unfortunately, most of his time had been spent on awakening the myriad image square Zune. Ouyang Yuya sighed bitterly. Now, though, the disturbance did bring a hint of opportunity. Ouyang Yuya smiled slightly before rising slowly. Just as he was about to move forward, a sudden surge of soul force came from his previously silent xiuxian bag. Frowning slightly, he sent his soul perception inside and discovered the fluctuation was coming from the blood drop wolf Fong, which had always remained obediently silent. What startled him even more was that the soul force of the blood drop wolf Fong was now targeted, its target being that previously unremarkable stone tablet. Even more astonishingly, the stone tablet and the blood drop wolf Fong were emitting opposing forces, facing each other across the distance like sworn enemies. This unexpected confrontation caused Ouyang Yuya's heart to skip a beat, an unmistakable sign of spiritual warning. Inwardly, he couldn't help but feel a sense of incredulity. Spiritual treasures that had reached the heavenly tier would already possess a consciousness. And spiritual treasures, as sentient as they were, naturally resisted one another when encountering another treasure of similar level, an omen known as spiritual warning. What he was experiencing now aligned exactly with the legends he had heard. Though the blood drop wolf Fong clearly held the advantage, for it to emit such intense hostility proved that the stone tablet possessed at least a sub-heavenly tier level. Though not quite heavenly tier, its strength was already significantly superior to an earth tier treasure. He immediately pulled the stone tablet out. It wasn't very large, entirely white in color. While somewhat heavy in his grip, the weight was tolerable for him, given his long history of body cultivation. Swinging it around and feeling the howling wind it produced, he nodded in satisfaction. Never had he imagined that this trip would not only awaken the myriad image square Zune, but also yield him a nearly heavenly tier spiritual treasure. Although carrying around a grave tablet wasn't particularly stylish, for a pragmatic like himself, it was more than acceptable. With a smile, he threw the tablet into the storage space of his ring and found no resistance, like before, finally exhaling in relief. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled again, followed by sharp crackling sounds. Cracks rapidly spread across the walls and floor, clearly indicating an imminent collapse. Ouyang Yuya furrowed his brows and muttered curses before swiftly dashing forward. Then another booming noise rang out. Ouyang Yuya closed his eyes briefly before snapping them open. With a subtle flick of his foot, he propelled himself to the left, a faint hidden smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Meanwhile, at a grand hall located to the east of the nailing pavilion, Tung Kuei raised his hand and blocked a streak of golden light rushing toward him. His body instinctively took another step backward. Before he had even steadied himself, two more golden beams sliced through with lightning speed. His eyes narrowed coldly, and as his sulfur cannon swung forward, he was about to charge forward when suddenly a flash of blue light appeared before him, blocking all the golden beams. Didn't I already tell you not to interfere? Tung Kuei glared coldly at Dai Yong, who stood not far away. If I hadn't interfered, you would have failed again by now, Dai Yong replied softly. I don't need your concern. Watch out. As soon as Dai Yong finished speaking, the blue light barrier before them was completely pierced by the golden streaks, and a powerful impact sent Tung Kuei flying. Tung Kuei, Dai Yong hurried forward and helped the pale-faced Tung Kuei up, her voice filled with concern. Are you alright? Are you hurt? Get away. Tung Kuei shoved Dai Yong aside, glared bitterly at the now calm golden hammer in front, clenched his teeth in frustration, and rushed forward again, only to be stopped by Dai Yong grabbing his arm. Let go. Dai Yong shook her head slowly. It's useless. This is something we cannot obtain. Tung Kuei coldly sneered as he broke free. Don't you remember what our master told us before we came here? What's the purpose of our trip? If not for your repeated interference, I wouldn't have failed. Even if you had blocked the attack just now, you'd still have stumbled backward. And once you step out of this area, you're declared a failure. Just take care of yourself from now on. Dai Yong gazed at the grim Tung Kuei and said, even with the two of us working together, it's still insufficient. Unless. Tung Kuei narrowed his eyes slightly. Unless what? Unless he's willing to help. The three of us working together might have a chance of success. You think he'd agree considering our relationship? That would only invite embarrassment. Fine. If you're willing, come along and fight with me. If not, step aside and stop meddling. After a brief moment of contemplation, Dai Yong sighed and finally moved to stand beside him. Tung Kuei nodded slightly and was about to step forward when a faint laughter came from behind. He frowned and turned to see a young man in black slowly approaching. Ouyang Yuya. Ouyang Yuya smiled and said, why do you think I'm unwilling? Tung Kuei glared darkly at him. What terms? Very simple. Fair competition. We three attack together, then all scramble for it. Whoever grabs it keeps it. Tung Kuei stared at the grinning Ouyang Yuya, as if trying to detect something unusual on his face. However, to his disappointment, Ouyang Yuya's expression remained unchanged, his dark eyes as still as a pond. Tung Kuei couldn't help but furrow his brows. Tung Kuei brother is indeed cautious. If the two of you are so unsure of dealing with me alone, it's truly disappointing. Well then, feel free to proceed on your own. Tung Kuei watched Ouyang Yuya's retreating figure with narrowed eyes and clenched his jaw. Wait. Ouyang Yuya's footsteps stopped abruptly, and his smile deepened. So, did Tung Kuei brother change his mind? I hope you'll keep your word. Ouyang Yuya smiled. Of course. With that, he stepped to Tung Kuei's other side, looking at the golden hammer ahead. This is the xuanhuan hammer. I've heard from master that to obtain it, one must endure 10 trials. Passing them grants its inheritance, Dai Yong softly explained. What trials? You must endure 10 attacks. If you withstand them all without stepping out of this circle, you pass. Ouyang Yuya nodded. Then let's begin. As soon as those words left his lips, the three simultaneously stepped into the red zone ahead. The golden hammer placed in front of them suddenly trembled and floated into the air. A thick surge of spiritual energy spread out, and with a slow spin, it viciously slammed downward. With a deep thud, a golden light erupted from it, sharply shooting toward the trio. With a mighty shout, Tung Kuei summoned forth a fiery red sulfur cannon. 3 streams of fire spewed from its barrel and collided with the golden beam. The fierce collision caused even the earth beneath them to tremble slightly, and both attacks were completely dispelled. Just as the golden light vanished, the golden hammer rotated again, slammed downward once more, and released 2 golden beams in response. Ouyang Yuya's eyes flickered as he rushed forward, his soul force condensing into a massive blue blade slicing toward the golden light. With a sharp crack, the blue blade shattered into pieces before Ouyang Yuya's astonished expression, while the golden beam barely paused before advancing again. Ouyang Yuya snorted coldly, the door force emerging into his grasp as he collided forcefully with the golden light. A violent clash erupted, and finally, the golden light dissipated. Just as Ouyang Yuya finished, Dai Yong had also dispelled the golden light completely. The two exchanged nods before returning to their original positions, silently waiting for the next attack. Tung Kuei, watching their swift actions, couldn't help but relax slightly. However, the successful blocking of the 2 golden beams brought no relief to the 3 at all. Instead, their expressions turned even more solemn as they fixed their eyes on the spinning golden hammer ahead. Now came the real challenge. Boom! Another deafening roar erupted, but this time the attack had increased by 1 strike. Feeling the fluctuation that was even sharper than before, Ouyang Yuya's expression also grew gloomy. As the 3 golden beams gradually expanded before them, the 3 of them leapt forward without hesitation and each intercepted 1 beam. Crack, 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 crack. A series of sharp snapping sounds echoed out. Ouyang Yuya stared ahead as the door force he had deployed was continuously shattered. His pupils contracted as he intensely watched the golden beams glow steadily dim. Just as the last layer of door force vanished, he suddenly burst into action. His soul blade instantly slashed the weakened golden beam into powder. Compared to Ouyang Yuya, Tung Kuei had it much easier. A countless number of purple-black daggers shot forth endlessly, surrounding the golden beam while constantly weakening its power. At the same time, fireballs followed closely, easily obliterating the beam in an instant. As time passed, soon only the final strike remained. Unlike the rapid succession before, this golden beam unexpectedly didn't appear right away. The golden hammer, as though obstructed, rotated extremely slowly. Yet the sticky sensation coming from the air revealed that this strike would surely be exceptional. The previous attacks had nearly drained all 3 of their strength, yet they still dared not relax in the slightest. If they failed at this final moment, all their previous efforts would be in vain. They fixed their gazes firmly on the hovering hammer above, their breathing becoming much heavier. Suddenly, the slowly rotating hammer stopped completely before striking the ground again. Just as it hit, 10 golden beams gradually condensed into form. Under the trio's astonished gazes, they merged together into one massive beam as thick as a rice bowl, twisting like a serpent as it swept toward the 3. At the moment the beam surged forward, the Wanxiang Fengzuan hidden above Ouyang Yuya's dantian suddenly vibrated violently, and a milky white barrier abruptly expanded outward. Seeing the barrier materialize on its own, Ouyang Yuya clenched his fist tightly. Looks like we've got a big problem this time. Chapter 65, Taking Action. Just as the white barrier wrapped around his body, a golden lightning bolt, as thick as a giant python, charged forward with ruthless penetrating power toward the 3 of them. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, even space itself rippled slightly. This attack was truly terrifying. Ouyang Yuya's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Lightly pushing off with his toes, he darted toward the golden lightning, blue light flashing as he gripped his soul blade and swung it fiercely at the golden bolt. Kacha! With a slight cracking sound, the blue soul blade shattered inch by inch under Ouyang Yuya's strike, crumbling into dust. However, it managed to slightly delay the golden lightning for a moment. Water shield. Diyun's eyes also flashed as she seized the opportunity. With a cry, a water blue shield rapidly condensed in front of the advancing golden lightning, colliding heavily with it. At the same time, one fiery burst after another slammed continuously into the water shield. Boom! With a sound like a beast's roar, accompanied by violent tremors in the ground, the fire and the water shield simultaneously vanished into nothingness. The golden lightning, now unimpeded, surged forward like a freed eagle and attacked Ouyang Yuya head-on. Startled, Ouyang Yuya quickly unleashed waves of air pressure as he hastily retreated. While backing away, he turned his head to shout at Diyun. Diyun, trap it. It won't work, Diyun replied in a panic. Do your best. Even a second will help. Otherwise, we'll suffer total defeat. Ouyang Yuya roared, and with another flash of golden light, began circling around the red ring. Diyun clenched her teeth. Looking at Tung Kuei, who was still continuously casting spells, she slowly formed an intricate hand seal. Tung Kuei's expression changed drastically the moment he noticed. What are you doing? That technique could send you plummeting all the way back to the chi condensing stage. Diyun's gaze was resolute as she looked at Ouyang Yuya, who was running away in a pitiful state. Her hands flew in increasingly rapid hand seals. As she unleashed a series of dazzling seals, a powerful fluctuation of soul force spread from within her body. The water elemental energy in the air gradually stirred and rushed toward Diyun. As the water element continued to condense, even the air grew noticeably moist. Seizing the moment, Ouyang Yuya glanced over at Di Yun, who had her brows furrowed tightly and looked pained. A secret art, Ouyang Yuya murmured softly. As the water elements reached their peak of condensation, her hand seals became even faster, almost blinding to the eye. Suddenly, the seal stopped. Di Yun's eyes flew open, and a look of relief briefly flickered across her face. Ouyang Yuya, I can buy you 5 seconds. Make good use of it. Then, a pale blue light curtain slowly condensed and formed, speeding toward Ouyang Yuya. Feeling the weight emanating from it, Ouyang Yuya even detected a faintly familiar sensation within it. This blue curtain was astonishingly similar to the water veil heaven art used by Xuanhuan, though the effects were vastly different between the two techniques. As soon as the water curtain appeared, Ouyang Yuya shouted at Teng Kuei, who had momentarily frozen in surprise. Don't stand there. Take action. While hastily retreating, he poured every ounce of soul energy inside him without reservation into the 10,000 image square vessel hovering above his dantian. He knew clearly that this was their only chance to trap the golden lightning. If it failed, they'd be utterly defeated. With such desperate input, the vessel began to tremble slightly. Then, with a droning hum, the familiar coolness spread between the twin walls. At the moment the blue curtain blocked the golden light, Ouyang Yuya's finger shot out violently. With this single fingertip strike, his entire strength seemed to drain away, and a wave of weakness surged over him. A jet-black beam shot forth from his fingertip, crashing heavily into the golden light. The two attacks collided like falling meteors, impacting fiercely. At the moment of collision, even space seemed to freeze momentarily. With the tremendous impact, a dazzlingly blinding light flashed. The shockwaves spread outward in a ring-like pattern. Ouyang Yuya, at the front, felt sweetness in his throat as his body was blasted backward, heavily crashing to the ground, consciousness beginning to blur. Under the wide-ranging shockwave, Di Yun, already weak, was directly knocked unconscious. Among the three, only Teng Kuei was in a relatively better condition since he was further away. Even so, he still felt turbulent energy raging inside him. He suppressed the internal turmoil with effort and stared intently at the traces of the battle nearby. Xiao. The aftershocks dissipated when suddenly a golden ray of light flashed once again, reappearing amidst Ouyang Yuya's horrified expression and shooting fiercely toward Di Yun. Suppressing the injuries and dizziness within his body, Ouyang Yuya was about to act when a violet light abruptly blazed forth. He saw a gigantic violet blade smash violently from the rear of the golden lightning, which had just narrowed to its original size. With a shrill sound of friction, the golden lightning finally gradually dissipated. Before Ouyang Yuya could even react, Teng Kuei's figure flickered and dashed forward, targeting none other than the xuanhuan hammer floating silently in midair. Since the 10 trials had ended, the xuanhuan hammer now floated motionless in the sky, exuding a rich ripple but clearly no longer attacking. Ouyang Yuya bellowed loudly. Teng Kuei, how dare you? So saying, he forced his already nearly exhausted body to chase after him. However, Teng Kuei paid no heed to Ouyang Yuya's roar. After a few flashes, he reached below the xuanhuan hammer. Seeing the golden hammerhead wrapped in a yellowish light, he suddenly burst into wild laughter. The look in his eyes, fixed on the rapidly approaching Ouyang Yuya, revealed near madness. He leapt upward, tightly gripping the handle with both hands, and violently pulled the xuanhuan hammer down, pouring his soul force into it, and slamming it fiercely toward the empty space. Xiao. As the xuanhuan hammer came crashing down, a ray of golden light suddenly appeared, rushing straight toward the approaching Ouyang Yuya. After the strike, Teng Kuei's body suddenly trembled, and an abnormal flush appeared on his face. His eyes shot wide open, his Adam's apple rolled, and he fiercely swallowed the blood he spat out. Without lingering after that single strike, he seized the xuanhuan hammer and sped toward the exit of the hall. Ouyang Yuya coldly watched Teng Kuei trying to escape, clenched his right fist, and the steel instantly appeared in his hand. As he poured in soul force, it slashed fiercely downward alongside a xiuxian, illusory image, of about a zhang, 10 qi, in length toward the incoming golden light. Bang! After striking, Ouyang Yuya took several steps backward, appearing even more frail. The golden light vanished instantly under the steel's devastating blow. Gazing coldly at the fleeing Teng Kuei, he picked up the steel and pursued. Teng Kuei, his face darkened, looked back at the approaching Ouyang Yuya. Flames flickered, 3 fireballs formed, and were hurled at him. Ouyang Yuya swung the steel in his hand, smashing all the flying fireballs. With a stern voice, he roared, Teng Kuei, don't you find this behavior utterly despicable? Haha, the winner becomes king, the loser, a bandit. Isn't it ridiculous for you to say such things to me? Humph. Ouyang Yuya sneered coldly and extended his finger toward Teng Kuei again. Gee. A black beam of light shot fiercely from his fingertip. Teng Kuei's expression changed slightly as fireballs shot forth again from the barrel, blocking the black beam. Smirking, he mocked, your attack is now this weak? Unless you can conjure another strike of the same magnitude as before, you won't be able to stop me now. Sneering, Teng Kuei suddenly turned the xuanhuan hammer and struck violently downward again, releasing a ray of golden light. But this time the target was the unconscious Di Yun far away, and right after that attack, a mouthful of blood sprayed from Teng Kuei's lips. Haha, if you don't want her to perish, go back. Thank you for today's events. Seeing the golden light approaching Di Yun, Ouyang Yuya let out a furious snort, rushed before Di Yun, blocked the golden light, and looked ahead. By then, Tang Kuei's silhouette had become blurry and was gradually vanishing. Ouyang Yuya snorted coldly, picked up the unconscious Di Yun from the ground, leaning her against the wall, and hurriedly assumed a cross-legged meditation posture himself. The fingertip clash against the golden ray earlier had almost drained his soul force entirely, leaving him extremely weak. Worse still, the aftershock had injured him internally. Had it not been for the protective shield of the 10,000 image square vessel, which absorbed 80% of the impact, he would certainly have been unconscious just like Di Yun by now. He helplessly shook his head. Calculations often fall short of the unexpected turns of fate. Tang Kuei had truly backstabbed him viciously. However, judging from Tang Kuei's condition, he probably hadn't fared much better either. Thinking about this, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help feeling puzzled. Apparently, using the xuanhuan hammer indeed carried a heavy cost. With that thought, he crossed his legs and began to heal himself. As Ouyang Yuya entered deep meditation, the space became quieter again. In the dim hall, soul force floated faintly like mist in the air, spiraling around Ouyang Yuya, and was gradually absorbed entirely into his body. At that moment, he looked like an old monk in meditation, completely unshaken. Around him, waves of soul force rippled steadily from within. Opposite Ouyang Yuya, Di Yun sat cross-legged as well, one hand supporting her chin, quietly watching the young man before her. Not long after Ouyang Yuya entered his meditative state, Di Yun slowly regained consciousness. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Ouyang Yuya sitting cross-legged before her, clearly already deep in cultivation. She hesitated to disturb him, choosing instead to sit quietly and guard him. Di Yun carefully observed the sharp-featured man before her. Truthfully, Ouyang Yuya didn't look very old. Even on his stern face, one could discern traces of youthfulness. Only his temperament seemed unusually mature. From the moment they met, they had been on opposing sides, so peaceful interactions like this were rare indeed. He probably regarded her as a despicable, scheming woman, thought Di Yun with a bitter smile as she brushed the strands of hair from her forehead. Suddenly, her hand stiffened slightly. She noticed Ouyang Yuya had already opened his eyes at some point, and those jet-black pupils were now gazing at her with a faint glimmer of mischief. When their eyes met, Di Yun's delicate face flushed instantly red, and she quickly lowered her head. Are you done already? Had enough staring? Ouyang Yuya teased. No, not really. Flustered, Di Yun lowered her head even further. We rarely have moments like this. When did you wake up? Di Yun nodded slightly. A while ago. Ouyang Yuya fell silent for a moment before saying. Tang Kuei has taken the xuanhuan hammer. I know. Just now. Thank you for blocking that strike for me. Ouyang Yuya looked at Di Yun and shook his head. You exhausted yourself saving my life. It's only natural for me to return the favor. There's no need to dwell on it. Just as he finished, he suddenly added. Wait. How did you even know I blocked it for you? Di Yun suddenly raised her head, and on her already beautiful face bloomed a flower-like smile. Don't forget, I am an illusionist. Unless I'm dead, I can recall everything that happens to me, even if I lose my memory. Ouyang Yuya paused slightly, only to hear Di Yun continue with a smirk. So if you had any bad intentions toward me just now, I know them too. Startled, Ouyang Yuya lifted his head, gazing at Di Yun's self-satisfied expression with an ambiguous smile. Oh, what bad intentions? Di Yun's face reddened deeply, her already blushing face turning even redder. Ouyang Yuya couldn't help shaking his head slightly. I never knew you were this easily flustered before. Taken aback, Di Yun murmured. I suppose the old me must have disgusted you a lot, right? Ouyang Yuya gave a faint, indifferent smile and stood up. Can you walk? Di Yun let out a soft sigh and slowly rose to her feet, gazing gently at Ouyang Yuya's back. Be careful in the future. My master wants to go after you. Ouyang Yuya abruptly halted mid-step, a chill running through his heart. Why? Di Yun shook her head. I overheard my master telling Tang Kuei to watch you closely, but I don't know anything else. Ouyang Yuya's eyes narrowed slightly. The elder master's hostility couldn't be about the blood-marked wolf Fong since he hadn't actually seen it. Probably, it was because of the strange tremor from the great wilderness soul decree that day, something that must have aroused his suspicion. That wily old fox. Ouyang Yuya inwardly cursed, then turned around and nodded slightly at Di Yun behind him. Thanks for telling me. Di Yun shook her head. We've met and crossed paths. I had to tell you. Ouyang Yuya nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt the ground trembling again. Cracks echoed through the stone walls, and Ouyang Yuya started in alarm as countless fine cracks burst across the surface like a spider web, rapidly spreading across the floor in all directions. He quickly reached forward and seized Di Yun's wrist. This place is collapsing too. Quick, let's go. He darted forward swiftly, escaping the danger zone before finally exhaling in relief and chuckling. Today's luck is oddly fortunate. Collapse after collapse. Di Yun glanced at Ouyang Yuya and murmured softly. Let go of me first. Oh, startled. Ouyang Yuya hastily released her wrist, his face flushing with embarrassment. Di Yun rubbed the reddened mark left by his grip and suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing because you're actually kind of cute. Ouyang Yuya curled his lip and glanced at the blooming beauty before him, but said nothing. The more he talked to her, the more forward she got. He remained silent and simply stared at her. Di Yun, watching his unresponsive silence, thought silently how boring he was and remarked. I think it's related to the removal of the xuanhuan hammer. The hall we were in earlier was meant to house it, and its stability probably relied on residual soul force from the hammer. Now that it's gone, collapse was only natural. Ouyang Yuya nodded slightly and asked, where are the other soul treasures of the nailing ska? Why haven't I seen any others besides the xuanhuan hammer? Dai smiled slightly. It's just ahead, in the main hall we entered earlier. You took a different route back then, so it makes sense you didn't see anything. When we discovered it, there were indeed various types of soul treasures inside. However, since our mission was to retrieve the xuanhuan hammer, we didn't have time to pick and choose. At this point, Dai Yun's tone clearly carried a note of regret. Yuya smiled. Then let's go take a look now. We still have half a day left, plenty of time for us to choose something. By the way, are we only allowed to take one soul treasure out from the nailing skug? Dai Yun nodded. That's right. The nailing skug itself doesn't contain many soul treasures, so there's a restriction ward outside. Anyone carrying more than one soul treasure will be blocked and unable to leave. Yuya nodded thoughtfully. He himself had already taken 2 treasures. One was a stone tablet, and the other was an enigmatic coffin. Yet, he hadn't sensed the slightest bit of soul energy from the coffin. Hoping for the best, he tried to comfort himself with the thought that perhaps the coffin wasn't even a soul treasure. Truthfully, he had no desire to give up either item. The stone tablet might not possess any special qualities, but it was at least a quasi-heaven tier soul treasure. While it had no particular functions, it was still excellent for smashing enemies. As for the coffin, it was even more mysterious. But anything placed together with the strange stone tablet surely couldn't be ordinary. Watching Yuya in deep thought, Dai Yun mistakenly assumed he was still troubled over the xuanhuan hammer incident. It's alright, she said. Heaven-tier soul treasures are indeed valuable, but they cannot be forcibly claimed. Besides, from what my master said, it only barely reached the level of a quasi-heaven-tier treasure. Let's head up now. It'll be good for you to pick out something. Choosing a land-tier soul treasure would also be fine. Yuya waved his hand dismissively. I've already found my own soul treasure in advance. If you want to see, I can accompany you. Dai Yun shook her head. No need. I'm different from you. I'm purely an alchemist. My soul energy is merely used to assist my soul cannons. Other soul treasures don't have much practical use for me. Besides, my own soul cannon has already reached dark gold tier, so there's no urgency. Oh, dark gold tier. Yuya nodded thoughtfully. Then you don't need one. I suppose the nailing skua of Orand Academy probably doesn't have ghost tier cannons either. You know the tier classification of soul cannons? Dai Yun eyed him curiously. She realized that Yuya possessed many secrets that, in truth, made him the most dangerous opponent. Don't forget, I'm an alchemist too, so I've studied the system a bit. The tiers of soul cannons, in order, are bronze tier, silver tier, dark gold tier, ghost tier, heaven tier, and spirit tier. Dark gold is already considered quite good. As he spoke, Yuya felt a tinge of embarrassment. He could be said to have had the best resources for cultivating as an alchemist, yet he had wasted them all. Dai Yun smiled slightly. Well then, since neither of us needs anything else, let's head back to the entrance. The gate will open soon. Yuya had no objection. Under Dai Yun's lead, it took roughly 2 hours before they once again saw the dimly lit main hall ahead. Upon the hall's entrance stood 3 candelabras, with 6 candles whose flickering flames cast faint glows, enhancing the dark and ominous atmosphere of the place. As the 2 drew near, they suddenly noticed a figure seated cross-legged at the front of the hall, with strands of erratic soul energy hovering around it. Upon seeing the person, Yuya's expression immediately turned cold and icy, his fists clenching tightly as his soul energy surged. He was clearly on the verge of erupting. Tungkue, a low, deep voice soon drifted through the hall. The seated figure stiffened noticeably before slowly turning to face Yuya, his face suddenly twisting into an eerily sinister smile. Dai Yun frowned, stepping in front of Yuya and whispering cautiously, "Be careful. Dai Yun, don't forget your place. Tungkue, why didn't you remember my position when you tried to kill me?" Tungkue slowly shook his head, rising to his feet. With a flip of his right hand, the xuanhuan hammer appeared in his grasp. "Kill me," he sneered, "and the soul treasure will be yours." Yuya snorted coldly. With your half-crippled body? The enormous stone tablet slowly materialized and firmly settled in his hand. Smiling at Tungkue, he added, "Let's begin." Just as Yuya was about to move, a sudden golden light poured down like a heavenly curtain from the top of the hall, enveloping all 3 within its glow. Along with a deafening boom, a massive crack began to form slowly in the xiuxian, the void itself splitting apart. Yuya's expression turned dark with fury. His plans had been disrupted again. Damn it. Chapter 66. What if we add this? Just as the golden light shield spread, a powerful suction force came from the giant crack in the center. Helplessly, the 3 of them were drawn into it. Outside the Naywitch, under an ancient pavilion, 4 figures were still sitting cross-legged. At this moment, their arms were straight up, and thick golden beams, as thick as arms, spurted from their fists. Accompanied by intense rumbling sounds, a golden light suddenly flashed upon the pavilion. A huge golden crack slowly reappeared from the center, connecting with the 4 golden beams shot out by the 4 people, stretching outward like a golden scroll spreading sideways. Then, 3 figures were seen stepping out from the crack. As soon as Yuya emerged, his face revealed a very strange expression. Mumbling for a while, he approached Boxiong and Lin Song and bowed politely, saying, "Disciple Yuya pays respects to the 2 academy masters." Boxiong and Lin Song opened their eyes simultaneously, looking at the modest and courteous youth before them, both faces showing slightly pleased smiles. Especially after Boxiong learned Yuya's exact identity, his already satisfied expression carried a touch of affection, making Yuya feel somewhat uneasy. "Alright, no need to be so reserved. In the future, you don't have to call me Academy Master anymore. It sounds so unfamiliar. In the future, just call me Uncle Xiong. This. Hearing the way Xiong addressed him, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help being taken aback. Uncle Xiong. The more he listened, the less it sounded right. Turning his head to see Xiong wearing a smiling expression, he was momentarily stunned. Looking at Lin Song's smiling face, he also seemed to understand, nodded slightly, and tried hard to suppress his discomfort as he said, Uncle Xiong. Xiong smiled lightly and said, at first, maybe it will feel a bit strange, but it will get better gradually. How was your harvest this time? Ouyang Yuya nodded slightly and replied, not too bad. Just as Xiong was about to speak, a soft exclamation of surprise sounded. Looking at the slightly puzzled Lin Song, he followed his gaze to where Tian Feng, not far away, was examining a golden hammer. Though the hammer wasn't very big, the metallic texture and the fluctuations coming from it made Xiong frown slightly, and disbelief flashed in his eyes. Huangtian hammer? Lin Song nodded. Should be it without mistake. Only the Huangtian hammer in the nailing pavilion possesses such characteristics. I believe what we perceived earlier was probably caused by the Huangtian hammer too. Rubbing his forehead helplessly, he turned to Ouyang Yuya, who remained calmly expressionless, and laughed. You sure are composed. Tell us what happened. Ouyang Yuya shrugged helplessly. Just a momentary carelessness. I got tricked. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's indifferent reaction, Lin Song couldn't help rolling his eyes. A nearly celestial-grade treasure was lost carelessly? Do you think celestial-grade treasures are like cabbages? It's not easy to come across them. Missing this chance, you might not encounter another one for a very long time. Ouyang Yuya just smiled indifferently. Although celestial-grade treasures are indeed valuable, they weren't something he would regret losing completely. Laughing, Xiong patted his shoulder and said, if you weren't destined to own the treasure, you shouldn't blame others. He looked at Lin Song and added, it's only a xiuxian-grade treasure. I can afford to lose. What do you mean, xiuxian-grade? Ouyang Yuya furrowed his brow and asked. Oh, that's how it is. Your mentor and I made a bet about whose disciples would have better gains this time. That's all. I just lost. Suddenly, a voice came as Tian Feng walked toward them. Behind him, Dai Feng and Tung Kuei followed slowly. The latter held the Huangtian hammer in his hand, which perfectly matched his golden outfit, though his original gloomy look had completely disappeared, replaced instead by a sense of schadenfreude. Like a victorious rooster, he sneered contemptuously at the three of them. Oh, there's such a thing. Ouyang Yuya was momentarily startled, then immediately grasped the truth. Apparently Xiong and Tian Feng had made a wager, measuring the gains of their respective disciples inside the nailing pavilion, and there was likely something at stake. The appearance of the Huangtian hammer made everyone feel certain they had won, naturally assuming the Huangtian hammer was the most powerful treasure within the nailing pavilion, so there was no need to ask further. Thinking to himself, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but feel helpless. Never did he imagine a simple treasure-hunting mission would drag in so many complications. Evidently, the always suppressed Xiong must now feel quite annoyed seeing Tian Feng's conceited expression. Even though he wouldn't be blamed after the fact, he definitely wouldn't feel too comfortable about it either. Rubbing his forehead, he inwardly sighed. This was truly troublesome. Academy Master Xiong, the result is now clear. As per the wager, hand it over, Tian Feng said with a smile, stretching out his hand. Seeing Xiong in such an awkward predicament, he felt immense satisfaction. Xiong snorted coldly, placing both hands forward. A blue light flashed, and from his palm condensed a sapphire green essence. Just as he was about to hand it over to Tian Feng, Ouyang Yuya suddenly called him to stop. Wait, kid, are you planning to back out? Tian Feng asked in surprise, glancing at Ouyang Yuya. This kind of behavior will damage Academy Master Xiong's reputation. Ouyang Yuya smiled. Academy Master, may I ask what grade the Huangtian hammer is? Looking puzzled, Xiong didn't quite understand his intentions but still answered, a quasi-celestial grade treasure. Nodding, Ouyang Yuya flicked his right hand across his spatial ring and pulled out the gravestone. By chance, I also happened to acquire this in the nailing pavilion. I'm not sure of its grade. Perhaps the honorable Academy Masters could offer some insight. This. Xiong shook his head, looking at the seemingly ordinary gravestone. It doesn't resemble a treasure at all. There's not even the faintest trace of spiritual energy on it. And I don't recall ever seeing such an object. Where exactly did you get this from? This gravestone was discovered by me by accident, Ouyang Yuya replied. In truth, it was indeed a coincidence. If not for the guidance of the Wanxiang Square Zone, he wouldn't have even known of its existence. Haha, are you making a joke here, taking a random rock to mock us? Just as Tian Feng was rambling on, the Huangtian hammer in a grip suddenly trembled, and at the exact same moment, the gravestone in Ouyang Yuya's hand also quivered slightly. The sudden reaction cut Tian Feng's words short. Everyone, including Xiong, looked on in disbelief. An alarm. Celestial grade. Tian Feng struggled to speak, his face darkening. What astonished him most was that the celestial grade treasure appeared so ordinary, not only devoid of spiritual energy, but also uniquely and unassumingly shaped. After a brief pause, Xiong suddenly chuckled. Definitely celestial grade. Who would have thought the nailing pavilion still harbored such a well-hidden treasure? Well done, Ouyang Yuya. Ouyang Yuya smiled, casting a teasing glance at Tian Feng and his companions. I wonder what Master Tian thinks now. Tian Feng's eyes gleamed. Nodding slightly, he confirmed, it's definitely celestial grade. However, its power fluctuations can't be detected, making it hard to judge its exact strength. So in my opinion, the Huangtian hammer still holds the advantage. Ouyang Yuya smiled at Tian Feng, thinking to himself that the old man had indeed lived up to his reputation for cunning. He nodded without denial, then suddenly flicked his right hand at his waist. Before everyone's astonished gazes, he pulled an unknown coffin from his spatial pouch, his smile growing wider. How about adding this to the mix? Gasps echoed. As Ouyang carried out the coffin, especially when its true form was revealed, sharp intakes of breath swept through the group. Unlike the gravestone, the moment the coffin appeared, an extremely chilling and ominous aura surged outward, the coldness of which he had only ever felt once before, on the blood-drop wolf Fong. Such an object had a stunning visual impact for anyone present. Boxiong furrowed his brows, staring in disbelief at the coffin. What is this? At that moment, the previously silent head of the Demon Arts Institute suddenly stepped forward, his expression dark. Avoidance Heaven Coffin. Chapter 67, A Tragic Encounter. A coffin of avoiding heaven? What is that? Tian Feng frowned as he looked at the slightly ancient-styled coffin and asked. The Dean of the Magic Academy shook his head. I'm not quite sure either. I vaguely recall Master Yuan once mentioning it. It was supposedly lost long ago, so I never expected that it could actually be found again. But one thing's certain, it must be of an extraordinary grade. He chuckled slightly while looking at Ouyang. Kid, I find you more and more intriguing. No wonder that girl Xuanhuan keeps thinking about you. Ouyang gave him a bitter smile, a deep sorrowful look on his face. Dean, please don't tease me. I wonder how Wan is doing now. Don't worry about her. That girl has amazing talent. I believe it won't take her long to solidify her core and become a true magic apprentice. But she talks about you all day long. Ouyang nodded. He hadn't imagined that Xuanhuan, who had been only at the 6th phase of body refinement stage when they met, would be ready to solidify her core just after a few days apart. He helplessly shook his head, realizing he was the one who had advanced the slowest among them all. Though he was deeply impressed by her progress, he also felt an underlying guilt inside. Even though he clearly understood Xuanhuan's feelings, he could not offer her anything in return. Sighing deeply, he stepped forward and stored the coffin into his xiuxian pouch, then looked at Tian Feng and asked, May I ask if I can be considered the winner now? Tian Feng sighed quietly. I'm not a man who breaks his words. Fine, if that's the case, I have nothing else to say. As he spoke, Tian Feng stretched out his right palm. Before Ouyang could react, a golden ball formed in his palm and was handed to him. Ouyang grasped the golden orb, sensing the sharp aura faintly radiating from it. His heart leapt with joy. This was extremely familiar to him. It was undeniably pure sharp metal qi. He hadn't expected Tian Feng to be so generous, and thus felt a little surprised. Witnessing the obvious delight on Ouyang face, Tung Kuei, who was standing behind, bulged with a visible temple vein, his mouth twitching and his right fist tightening so hard that it made a creaking sound. Obviously, the fact that Ouyang had snatched away what should have been his had nearly driven Tung Kuei to the point of losing self-control. Sensing Tung Kuei's reaction, Tian Feng frowned involuntarily and shook his head helplessly at Tung Kuei's temper. Then he patted Tung Kuei's shoulder. All right, we should be going now. Regardless, your harvest today is already considerable. Yes. Tung Kuei softly nodded, casting a cold smile at Ouyang while turning around. He shook the Huantian hammer in his hand wordlessly and formed silent words that clearly said, You wait. Ouyang smiled lightly, yet his eyes briefly flashed with a deadly gleam. Clearly, Tung Kuei's repeated provocations had finally stirred his wrath. And as for those who continuously antagonized him, their outcomes were rarely pleasant, even though this was only a fleeting thought in his mind. Carefully placing the sharp metal qi into his xiuxian pouch, he once again clasped hands and bowed to Boxiong and Lin Song. Thank you, Dean Bo and Dean Lin, for helping me today. Boxiong slapped his shoulder heartily, unable to conceal his joy. Well done. Seeing Tian Feng's usually stoic face look so defeated. Just thinking about it feels so satisfying. Ouyang smiled and nodded as well. Then, suddenly speaking after long silence, Lin Song said, By the way, Xiaoya, how Xuanyu? Ouyang smiled. Don't worry, Uncle Lin. As long as I'm there, Xuanyu will be safe. Lin Song smiled in satisfaction. This child has always been capricious, but her nature isn't bad. I know exactly why she insisted on joining the Soul Academy. When a girl grows up, she becomes harder to manage. So I won't be around. Please take good care of her. Actually, I feel quite at ease about it, as long as you're there. She hasn't been bullying you, has she? Ouyang hurriedly shook his head, and, somewhat insincerely, said, Of course not. Xuanyu is great. Naturally, Lin Song didn't know that when Ouyang left, they were still in the middle of an argument. And Ouyang himself certainly wasn't foolish enough to mention such things. After all, should Lin Song discover that he had taken advantage of his daughter, regardless of their family relationship, he would most certainly get severely punished. As if noticing something Ouyang was thinking about, Lin Song asked, Has she been picking on you again? Ouyang was slightly taken aback, hurriedly waving his hand. How could that be? I'm just worried. It's been a while since I left, and I'm a bit anxious to return and see everyone. This was actually the truth. Being away for 3 whole days, while he certainly missed everyone, he mostly feared retaliation from Nan Feng and his gang. Given Nan Feng's nature, he knew better than to think he'd be let off the hook so easily. Lin Song nodded and said, That's true. Boxiong, give him the reward and let him return. He doesn't seem to have the mood to chat with us old men anymore. Hearing Lin Song's words, Ouyang immediately felt a little embarrassed. Uncle Lin, you're teasing me. Haha. All right, no more formalities. Here, take this. Ouyang looked at the long blue sword that Boxiong handed him and asked with slight confusion, Dean, What is this? This was the original prize. Naturally, it now belongs to you, Bo Xiong replied with a smile. But I already received the sharp metal chi, so I absolutely cannot accept this item. Ouyang Yuya hurriedly declined. Do you think it's not good enough? Haha. Kid, let me tell you the truth. This blue sword, Lanbai, has accompanied me for over 20 years. It has long since gained spiritual awareness and reached the lower grade of the earth realm. Otherwise, why would Tianfeng use the sharp metal chi as a reward? I just gave him that reluctantly, but I'm quite willing to give this to you. It's of no further use to me now. Ouyang Yuya looked at Bo Xiong for a moment before nodding slightly. Then, I'll respectfully accept it. Haha, that's more like it. Bo Xiong laughed heartily and slapped Ouyang Yuya's shoulder. Alright, since you want to return, go ahead. Tomorrow's cultivation will proceed, as usual. Ouyang Yuya helplessly shrugged and once again clasped his hands together in a bow. Then, I'll take my leave first. Suddenly, Ouyang Yuya's posture stiffened, his originally warm smile freezing before gradually disappearing, replaced instead by a cold and gloomy expression. At the same time, a ring on his finger abruptly glowed. Without even saying goodbye, he shot forward like the wind. Watching Ouyang Yuya's quickly vanishing figure, Bo Xiong muttered, "This kid must be up to something." Lin Song, watching Ouyang Yuya's fading figure, furrowed his brows. He understood Ouyang Yuya's personality all too well. Such a lapse in manners meant that he must be facing a situation beyond his control. It was likely something quite serious. He immediately said, "Brother Bo, I think you should head back too. Something might have happened." Bo Xiong didn't doubt Lin Song's solemn expression. "You mean it's related to that kid?" Lin Song nodded slightly. "Possibly, but I think it would be better if you went back as well." Without hesitation, Bo Xiong nodded. "Then I'll take my leave. We must drink together another time." Lin Song clasped his hands together and watched Bo Xiong's retreating figure, tightly clenching his fists. Meanwhile, at the farthest eastern public residence of the Soul Academy, a relatively spacious courtyard entrance was packed with people. A dense crowd completely blocked the entrance, leaving not the slightest gap. The original dark brown door looked battered. Numerous palm prints and visible signs of spiritual energy attacks left those present feeling uneasy. Compared to the battered door, the interior of the courtyard was even more chaotic. The stone table and stone chairs in the center of the courtyard were split apart and shattered in two, while the surrounding tree trunks were torn apart by spiritual energy. Stains of blood marked the ground. The most eye-catching sights in the courtyard were undoubtedly the three people lying unconscious in the center. Examining them carefully, it wasn't difficult to notice how severe their injuries were, with the most serious among them being the tall, broad figure at the front. His body was covered with wounds, deep cuts nearly the length of a tree root that made even the observers flinch. These three people were none other than Su Yun, Su Shi, and Tang Yunshan. Yet strangely, despite the massive crowd of onlookers, nobody stepped forward to help. Suddenly, a figure pushed through the crowd. He was short and unattractive, with an unpleasant face that made it difficult for others to take a liking to him. If Ouyang Yuya were present, he would certainly recognize this person immediately. It was Wei Suo, the one who had boldly volunteered during the training session. However, unlike his usual expression, Wei Suo's face now displayed an unusual solemnity that seemed oddly mismatched with his appearance. He lifted Su Shi and placed him beside Su Yun and Tang Yunshan, then shouted at the onlookers, "Does anyone have minor spirit pills or healing salve? They're in a very weak state." But silence was his only response. Wei Suo shot a cold glance at the crowd, gave a short snort, and was about to take them to the academy's healer when a piercing gust of wind abruptly sounded nearby. Judging from the sound, it was clear that someone was approaching at an extremely high speed. Suddenly, a ripple of movement surged through the gathered crowd, and amidst a series of curses, a figure dashed through, instantly arriving beside Wei Suo. This was none other than the arriving Ouyang Yuya. Ouyang Yuya looked at the three severely injured and unconscious figures before him, his expression instantly turning icy cold. When his gaze fell on Su Shi, his face subtly contorted. From Su Shi's wounds, one could clearly see how intense the battle had been. Clenching his fists tightly, a violent aura surged from his body. He was clearly on the verge of losing control. Wei Suo, watching Ouyang Yuya's arrival, let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Brother, you finally came." Ouyang Yuya nodded slightly toward him. Naturally, he could tell that this man had been the one tending to Su Shi all along. "Thank you." Wei Suo shook his head. "When we arrived, they were already like this. Now let's think about what to do with them." Ouyang Yuya inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing his rage. "Who did this?" "Nan Feng." Ouyang Yuya nodded slightly, unsurprised. Suddenly, he frowned. "Then tell me, where's the other woman in red?" Wei Suo furrowed his brows. "She was taken away. Considering Nan Feng's usual nature, I fear." Ouyang Yuya nodded, then said solemnly, "Brother, I must ask a favor. I hope you'll help me." "Whatever you ask, Ouyang, I'll do without hesitation, as long as I'm able." Ouyang Yuya nodded again. "Help me invite the academy physician to come here and treat my friends." "It's against the academy's rules for the physician to come out," Wei Suo replied grimly. Ouyang Yuya tossed over 2 oran coins. "Make him come." Wei Suo looked at the coins, then at Ouyang Yuya, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. "Leave it to me. Do you know where Nan Feng and the others went after taking the woman?" Wei Suo thought for a moment. They headed toward the seniors' dormitory area at the back. Suddenly, a shadow flashed from afar, and in the blink of an eye landed lightly on Ouyang Yuya's shoulder. It was the monkey. The monkey, clearly weakened, had spots of blood staining its snowy white fur. As soon as it landed on his shoulder, it began chattering frantically, pointing first at Su Shi and the others, then toward the distance. Ouyang Yuya patted the monkey's head gently. Can you sense them? The monkey nodded. Ouyang Yuya's lips curled into a cold, sinister arc before he darted forward. His voice drifted behind him, cold and bloody. Ninfeng, if you dare lay a finger on Lin Xian, I'll make sure you wish you were dead. Chapter 68, Wrath Rising. The dormitories of the Soul Cultivator Institute were roughly divided into two areas. One was the Hun district where the senior students resided, and the other was the Chui district for the freshmen. At the center of the Hun district stood 10 large, tall courtyards, significantly grander than the rest, tightly encircled by thousands of surrounding dwellings like stars circling the moon. This was the residence of the 10 most powerful Shan in the institute. Among these 10 courtyards, in one that was relatively on the outer edge, 5 rooms were used for cultivation and rest, while the remaining room was exceptionally spacious, resembling a council hall. On either side near the entrance were 5 chairs, all currently occupied. Everyone present was silently and nervously staring at the young man seated on the raised platform above. In his hand, the youth played with a piece of green jade, his narrow, phoenix-like eyes exuding a sickly, effeminate aura. Was everything handled cleanly? He asked, halting his movements and glancing toward a man seated on his left. Yes, as per your orders, not one of them escaped. The effeminate young man smiled in satisfaction. Good. I'm curious to see what tricks this new recruit champion has. Looking at the man before them, resembling a venomous snake, all those sitting below involuntarily shuddered and slightly shook their heads. They clearly understood how merciless and ruthless this seemingly gentle young man could be. Just then, a thin figure entered from outside. As the view focused, it was clearly Xiu, the very person who had fought with Ouyang Yuya not long ago. The young man seated above could thus be none other than the notorious bully, Ninfeng, ranked 7th on the bully rankings. As soon as Xiu entered, he nodded at Ninfeng atop the stage. Ninfeng placed the jade down and asked, "How is it? Settled already?" Xiu nodded with a grin. Settled. But she was quite defiant. I've tied her up for now. Ninfeng nodded thoughtfully, his expression shifting between light and dark. At this moment, a young man seated below rose and said with a smile, "Second young master, perhaps you should try other means with her. Women always need a little force. Once you do, she'll know exactly what to do without you even telling her." Xiu nodded as well, only to unknowingly pull at a wound on his face, making him flinch in pain. Ninfeng narrowed his eyes at the scar. What happened? Xiu's lips twitched. She didn't know her place and dared to hit me. Ninfeng smiled, licking his lips. Interesting. Let's go. I'm curious to see just how fierce a woman can be. Second young master, please wait. At this moment, a student seated at the lower right corner abruptly stood up, frowning as he blocked Ninfeng, who had just started to walk away. The loathing in his eyes was unmistakable. Nanfeng's expression instantly darkened with impatience. Yet as if held back by some concern, he looked at him and asked, "I wonder what Brother Qingfeng wishes to advise me on." Qingfeng smiled. "I mean no offense, but may I ask if you know the background of these people?" Nanfeng sneered. "How could I not know? They're nothing but lowborn trash. What is there to worry about?" Shaking his head helplessly, Qingfeng continued, "I just feel we shouldn't push too far. After all, the eldest young master is away. If something unexpected were to happen, enough. What could possibly happen? Could a bunch of freshmen actually rebel? I'll take responsibility if anything happens with elder brother's side. Let's go." With that, he strode outward in large steps. Xiu hurriedly followed, muttering, "Why endure his attitude? After all, he's only ranked 5th among the top 10. Nanfeng's face darkened as he replied, "Qingfeng always opposes me. If it weren't because elder brother sent him to protect me, I would never allow him to act so brazenly. He's only at the 8th soul cultivation level." Pausing, he suddenly seemed to remember something, saying, "Remember, if Yuanzheng ever asks about today's matter, say you know nothing. Let Xuanhuan act arrogantly for a few more days. When elder brother completes his retreat and breaks through to the 3rd rank of soul warrior, he won't need to endure his pressure anymore." Xiu quickly nodded. "There's no need for you to tell me that, second young master. I'll handle it. However, if he suspects us, it might become troublesome. What can he do then? Frame us? Haha, I'm afraid he doesn't even have the ability for that." Nanfeng laughed, his tone dripping with a bone-chilling coldness. "Very true, second young master." Xiu chuckled, lewdly leading Nanfeng into the room. Just as Nanfeng was about to go in, he suddenly stopped. "You stay here. Don't let anyone come near." "All right, second young master, just go ahead and enjoy yourself." Nanfeng's lips curled into an arc as well. He pushed open the door and walked in. The moment Nanfeng entered, Xiu, who had been wearing a fawning expression moments ago, instantly turned cold and grim. "Nanfeng, I'll see how you clean up this mess," he said and shot toward a distant room. But just then, a sudden gust of wind passed by, and before Xiu could react, his vision blurred, and the silent figure of Ouyang Yuya appeared before him, causing his expression to instantly shift to one of horror. Just as he was about to scream, he saw a flash of white light, and suddenly, a fist-sized persimmon had stuffed itself into his mouth. In a pavilion fragrant with flowers and filled with a clear stream's flow, 2 figures sat cross-legged. Both were clad in blue robes, yet the occasional waves of profound aura radiating from their bodies betrayed their identities as men of significant power. One of them, a burly man, suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes, raised a hand into the air, and materialized a jade tablet. As his consciousness submerged into it, the calm man's eyes narrowed, his blue robes rippling with a thick ripple of killing intent. The other man, clad in white, also opened his eyes and frowned at the man who now held the jade tablet crumbled into pieces. What is it? This man's appearance was quite handsome, his eyes exuding a feeling of ease and comfort. The rough-looking man hesitated for a moment before answering. Blue, you just passed me word saying that Su Shi and Su Yun were injured, badly injured. Su Shi and Sun Yun? You mean those two cousins of yours? The handsome man asked in surprise. Upon seeing the rough man nod, his curiosity deepened. Oh, who did it? Nan Feng. The rough man suddenly smiled, though his smile carried a chilling menace. That Nan Feng and his brother really have been acting too haughty. Want me to teach them a lesson? The rough man shook his head and closed his eyes again. No need. A third-rank soul cultivator isn't worth my personal intervention. Others will deal with him. If Nan Tian takes action, I might step in once to rid the world of this bully. Haha, if it's about the bully rankings, your name certainly rings louder than his. Then we'll call it cleaning house. The handsome man smiled helplessly and resumed his cultivation once more. As the two entered meditation, the surrounding area became quiet again. Ouyang Yuya patted the terrified Xiaoyu. Answer every question I ask, or else I'll make sure your fate is miserable. Xiaoyu hurriedly nodded. Seeing Xiaoyu's submission, Ouyang Yuya waved his hand, and a blue dagger flew out, caught by a monkey crouching on Xiaoyu's shoulder. The monkey pulled the persimmon from Xiaoyu's mouth and held the dagger, now glowing blue, to his throat. Ouyang Yuya smiled, revealing a row of ivory-white teeth, but to Xiaoyu, it appeared frighteningly sinister. Tell me, where is the red-clothed woman they captured today? Xiaoyu's eyes flicked to the side. Ouyang Yuya's expression immediately grew cold. The monkey, understanding, lightly scraped the dagger against his throat. Skin tore, blood spilled, and Xiaoyu's face contorted in fear. Seeing the dagger approach again, he shouted, I'll talk. She's in the second room ahead. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuya's expression turned even darker. His right hand twisted, and the gravestone smashed onto Xiaoyu's shoulder. Crack! The sound of breaking bones rang out, and Xiaoyu was sent flying, collapsing onto the ground convulsing before slipping into unconsciousness. Ouyang Yuya glanced at him and dashed toward the room, clenching his fist tightly. Lin Xian, wait for me. As Nan Feng pushed the door open, Lin Xian sensed it immediately. Bound tightly with her back to a corner, she watched as Nan Feng slowly approached. Speak plainly, what do you want? But let me tell you, my father is Lin Song, the deputy head of the Pill Academy. You better think carefully. Lin Xian snapped. Nan Feng chuckled and squatted on the ground. I'm not a 3-year-old child. Would the daughter of the academy's deputy head stay in the dormitories? His face paled. He reached out to touch her face, but Lin Xian bit down fiercely on his hand. In pain, Nan Feng struck her hard across the face. His expression twisted. Amidst Lin Xian's scream, he snarled and pounced on her, tearing at her clothes. Now you'll see exactly what I want. Boom. At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted. Nan Feng started in alarm, turned his head, and saw a figure slowly walk in from the doorway. Ouyang Yuya. Lin Xian looked on joyfully at the cold, clenched-fisted young man. Nan Feng smiled, and slowly stood up. So the champion has arrived. I wonder, what brings you here, brother Ouyang? Ouyang Yuya didn't respond, only stared. Nan Feng's face instantly twisted with rage. His figure shot forward and struck Ouyang Yuya with a devastating punch. Be careful. Lin Xian felt something was off as she looked at Ouyang Yuya's expressionless face and warned anxiously. Right at that moment, another whistling sound cut through the air. Lin Xian sensed a figure dart past behind her, then dashed forward in a flash. Bang! With a muffled crash, Lin Xian watched in astonishment as Nan Feng suddenly flew backward, as though struck by something heavy, crashing onto the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering from serious internal injuries. In this dramatic scene, a figure now stood before them, holding a huge gravestone. Seeing the familiar silhouette, Lin Xian felt a surge of emotions all at once. You've finally come. The monkey perched on his shoulder leapt down and cut the ropes with the dagger. Ouyang Yuya's figure shimmered as his clone rejoined his body. Slowly crouching beside Lin Xian, he exhaled and asked gently, Are you all right? Suddenly, Lin Xian began sobbing, tears streaming down her face. Witnessing her pale, disheveled state, Ouyang Yuya inhaled deeply, his hand touching the clear slap mark on his face, his expression darkening as his eyes turned completely blood red. If he hadn't arrived in time, today she might have been violated. Standing up and watching Nan Feng slowly rising, a beast-like growl emerged from deep within Ouyang Yuya's throat. Today, you will pay the price. Chapter 69, Unexpected Advancement. As Ouyang Yuya's low shout came, Nan Feng felt as though his entire body was wrapped in a cold, dark aura. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's blazing red eyes, a faint sense of unease stirred deep within his heart. However, this anxiety quickly faded under the weight of their power disparity. Wiping away the blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth, he sneered, What a bold little brat. Do you really think you can leave here alive? Ouyang Yuya shook off the heavy stone tablet. This will be enough to deal with you. Without waiting for his words to finish, he rushed forward at great speed, swinging the tombstone through the air, sending an overwhelming, nearly irresistible force hurtling toward Nan Feng's head. Nan Feng snarled coldly, his face twisting as he lunged forward. A purple halo suddenly lit up and swirled around his wrist. Thunder God Palm, he shouted as a purple glowing mark slowly appeared in his hand, clearly flickering with bolts of electricity, striking straight forward without hesitation. Ouyang Yuya's pupils shrank sharply. He hadn't expected that his opponent's soul core would be of the thunder attribute. He dare not face it head on now. Obviously Nan Feng, by using his soul core, intended to end the fight swiftly. That proved his earlier surprise attack had indeed worked brilliantly, probably having his opponent's combat strength. Watching the massive purple imprint rapidly approaching, Xuanhuan abruptly stopped moving forward. Gate's power. He tightly clenched his palm midair. With a sticky sensation, a shadow instantly appeared and crashed violently into the surging purple palm strike. As expected, the gate's power shattered with a loud bang. Helplessly, Xuanhuan once again flew backward. Facing ever more powerful opponents, the utility of the gate's power seemed increasingly negligible. Nanfeng watched Xuanhuan retreating continuously, the mockery on his face deepening. Then, he dashed forward again, his hands trembling slightly. A thin purple sword emerged and followed behind the purple palm strike, targeting Xuanhuan's armpit. Xuanhuan snorted coldly and suddenly formed hand seals with both hands. As he cast out a series of mysterious hand seals, Nanfeng looked on in surprise as a figure stepped forth from Xuanhuan's body, blocking the incoming attack head-on. Almost immediately as the clone appeared, the purple palm strike slammed into it. Bang! The immense impact smashed the clone away, crashing heavily to the ground with a depression left in its chest from the powerful blow. Yet, after just a brief moment, and without any sign of pain, it charged forward once more, throwing a punch at Nanfeng. Knowing that he had already been tricked by this before, Nanfeng naturally wouldn't fall for it again. Watching the punch from the clone approach, he did not even try to dodge. Focusing his soul energy, he condensed it into a massive purple sword shadow, swinging downward at Xuanhuan behind. His exchanging of strikes this way made Xuanhuan's lips curl upward in a slight smirk. Coldly grinning, Xuanhuan shifted his mental focus, prompting the clone to chase forward again, throwing a punch straight at the back of Nanfeng's head. Nanfeng, left with no choice, suddenly spun around, his slender sword flashing purple light as it stabbed powerfully into the clone's chest. Get lost! The sword pierced through the clone's body, and with the crackling thunderlight, it exploded from within, reducing the clone to scattered dust. Just as the clone was destroyed, Xuanhuan himself had reached behind Nanfeng, raising the tombstone again, swinging it heavily at his ribs. Sensing the incoming force from behind, Nanfeng forcefully twisted his waist, bringing up his sword to intercept the heavy blow. A sound of harsh metallic clashing rang out. Xuanhuan's body trembled slightly, the result of their power disparity clearly shown. Nanfeng sneered, stabbing his sword savagely toward Xuanhuan's shoulder. Seeing Xuanhuan showing no sign of falling, his smirk deepened. Boy, this is the difference between us. Just as the sword was about to pierce him, Xuanhuan's lips suddenly curved into a triumphant smile. Buzz. At the critical moment, the myriad manifestation flask within his body let out a droning hum. A milky white light suddenly erupted from within his body, astonishing Nanfeng by blocking the sharp sword strike. Xuanhuan sneered, stretching out one finger to point. A jet-black beam shot forth from his fingertip, striking Nanfeng with immense force, flipping him over violently while he instantly chased after him, raising the tombstone again for another strike. Caught completely off guard, Nanfeng was mercilessly slammed onto the ground. The battle was over. After the strike, Xuanhuan looked at Nanfeng lying on the ground. The battle had almost decided the outcome in the blink of an eye. Taking a deep breath, he had nearly revealed all his hidden abilities in this short clash and felt rather drained. But at this moment, his eyes revealed not a trace of mercy. He raised the tombstone high, then swung it down hard. Ah, this is for xiuxian. With a crisp sound of breaking bones, Nanfeng screamed out, clutching both of his legs. He then saw his own legs go limp and soft like they had no bones at all, collapsing beneath him. This is for xiuxian, Xuanhuan said, striking at Nanfeng's waist once more. In intense agony, Nanfeng convulsed, writhing on the ground in excruciating pain, unable to even cry out. This is for xiuxian, he murmured, finally raising the tombstone high and bringing it down on his head, whispering, this is for xiuxian. As he said this, his previously calmed emotions surged once more. Clearly, the pain inflicted upon xiuxian had left him unable to compose himself. Sensing the killing intent from Xuanhuan, Nanfeng, his voice hoarse, grabbed his legs tightly. Don't kill me. My elder brother won't let you go. Don't kill me. Xuanhuan snorted coldly, his eyes glinting with coldness as he decisively plunged his hand toward Nanfeng's chest. Pooh! With the sound of flesh being pierced, Nanfeng, once a feared bully on the rankings, was now utterly defeated by Xuanhuan's hands. Looking at Nanfeng, who had lost consciousness, Xuanhuan didn't kill him. Considering that this was within the academy grounds, even if it were the old master protecting him, taking a life here would make it impossible for him to escape consequences. Seeing Nanfeng, bloodied and mangled, xiuxian suddenly began vomiting violently, this being her first time witnessing such a scene. Shaking, she asked, did you kill him? Xuanhuan shook his head. No, we cannot stay here long. Let's return first. Xiuxian obediently nodded, despite her nausea, knowing well that Xuanhuan had done all this for her. Swallowing her revulsion, she followed Xuanhuan as they began to leave. Suddenly, Xuanhuan stopped in his tracks. Not far ahead, a figure stood with hands behind his back, emitting a powerful aura. Looking at the young man before him, Xuanhuan's expression grew serious. Judging from this use aura alone, he could tell the opponent's strength was immense, clearly the most powerful person he had encountered so far, even surpassing Yuan Zheng, a soul master at the 6th stage. The young man glanced at Xuanhuan and Xiuxian. Do you really think you can just leave? Xuanhuan stared coldly at him and asked, who are you? The man smiled slightly. Cheng Feng. As soon as those words left his mouth, a startled gasp came from behind them. It's him. Xuanhuan looked at her. Do you know him? Lin Xian nodded. The 5th-ranked expert among the 10 masters of the Soul Academy, Cheng Feng, at the 8th soul stage. Xuanhuan's brows furrowed slightly, silently acknowledging the assumption, yet he showed no trace of fear. I believe you alone won't be able to stop me. The young man smiled again, nodding ambiguously. Perhaps. But what about this? As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. At the sound, Xuanhuan immediately heard 6 distinct whistling sounds in the air, and in an instant, he found himself surrounded by 6 figures. Now, although I deeply despise him, I was entrusted to ensure his safety. Judging from his current state, even if he recovers, he'll forever be a cripple. Brother Ouyang, indeed, you have great audacity, he added, his tone finally revealing a chilling coldness. Suddenly, Xuanhuan smiled, swiftly seizing Lin Xian's hand and darting sideways while Cheng Feng was unprepared. Cheng Feng snorted coldly, curling a finger and flicking it forward. A sharp gust of air shot straight at Xuanhuan from his fingertip. Xuanhuan suddenly turned his head, releasing Lin Xian, and slammed the gravestone forcefully into the gust of wind. The clang of metal rang out, and Xuanhuan staggered backward a few steps, his face growing even paler. Handing the monkey to Lin Xian, he said, "Take the monkey and escape quickly. I will hold them off." Shocked, Lin Xian shook her head in refusal. Xuanhuan's expression hardened. There's no time left. The monkey knows the way back. Hurry up and go. He forcibly shoved the struggling monkey into her arms, and Lin Xian, watching Xuanhuan, stamped her foot angrily and ran off. Cheng Feng in the distance instantly turned his gaze dark. Stop her. Seeing the others rushing forward, while Lin Xian was now far away, Xuanhuan coldly advanced. His right hand brushed across his waist, slowly revealing the drip blood wolf tooth. With its cold, sinister aura appearing, Xuanhuan inhaled deeply, casually taking out a high-grade crystalline stone and tossing it into the fire cannon. Under the injection of soul energy, fire erupted from the fire cannon, and suddenly a flame about 10 feet in length jetted forth, causing Xuanhuan's face to flush deeply red. Everywhere the flames passed was reduced to ashes. The students before him, never having seen such a destructive attack, scattered in panic, staring at Xuanhuan like he were the Xuanhuan himself, their expressions filled with deep horror. Cheng Feng's face also turned somewhat grim. Seeing Xuanhuan staggering weakly, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Predictably, the after-effect from using the drip blood wolf tooth manifested once again. Once all his soul energy was drained, Xuanhuan's vision suddenly darkened, and he collapsed, retracting the drip blood wolf tooth with a bitter smile. It seemed that this time, he truly could not escape his fate. Cheng Feng was just about to approach the fallen Xuanhuan with a cold sneer, when suddenly a sharp whistling sound came through the air. A small black dot rapidly flew in from afar. As it grew larger, the face of the figure riding the blur became visible. Upon seeing who it was, Cheng Feng's expression instantly turned somewhat fearful. Chapter 70, Severely Injured. As Xuanhuan drifted in and out of consciousness, memories from the past flooded his mind. His mother's early death in childhood, the grueling training he endured in the sunny forest as a young boy, and later meeting Lin Xian and arriving at the much-anticipated Oran Academy. Scene after scene flickered through his mind like vivid film clips. Was he really going to die like this? No, I won't accept it. He fought against the drowsy sensation overtaking him, struggling with his weakness and exhaustion. His tightly shut eyes quivered open, and through the blur, he caught sight of a bright whiteness that continuously fluctuated between clear and hazy. After a brief moment of adjustment, he realized he was looking at the snowy white ceiling. Shifting his gaze, he found himself staring at a remarkably familiar scene. Isn't this my room? How did I get here? So does that mean I'm still alive? Still reeling from these questions, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. A voice laced with joy reached his ears. You're finally awake? In his semi-dazed state, Xuanhuan momentarily froze at the sudden sound. Twisting his stiff neck, he saw Lin Xian sitting beside him, her expression full of concern, her eyes slightly red-rimmed. Yet it all felt strangely unreal. Rubbing his somewhat sore head, the events before his collapse returned clearly to his mind. Before he blacked out, hadn't someone saved him? So that meant Cheng Feng hadn't actually harmed him after all. Clenching his fist, he felt a faint helplessness flow through him. Just as he tried to struggle to sit up, Lin Xian gently, but firmly pushed him back down. You're still so weak and you're already trying to get up? You really don't care about your own body at all. Turning his head toward Lin Xian's reproachful expression, he gave a helpless smile. How long have I been unconscious? This is the 10th day. As soon as she said it, Lin Xian's eyes brimmed with tears. It's all my fault. I brought you into this trouble. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Xuanhuan quickly spoke up. Don't be silly, it wasn't your fault at all. Your father entrusted you to me, and I naturally couldn't allow anything to happen to you. If you really want to thank me, then why don't you just marry me? Hearing this, Lin Xian couldn't help but burst into tears and then laugh at him, rolling her eyes. Dream on. Who would marry you anyway? Seeing Lin Xian gradually return to her usual mischievous self, Xuanhuan relaxed somewhat. His greatest worry had been the mental trauma she might carry from that day, but now it seemed that concern had been unnecessary. As he calmed, he asked, right that day? I thought I was unconscious. How did I end up back here? It was Master Buxiong who brought you back, Lin Xian began, her tone turning somber. At that time, I thought. Her voice wavered with emotion, but Xuanhuan hastily cut her off. He already knew how emotional she could be. No wonder they say women are made of water. What happened after that? He asked. Lin Xian stuck her tongue out playfully and muttered. Master Boxiong seemed really angry. He left right after dropping you off, just saying you should go see him when you wake up. Ouyang Yuya shook his head with a bitter smile. He knew there was no way he could just skate past this. Suddenly, Lin Xian's expression became teasing. Actually, my father stopped by once too. He saw you unconscious but didn't say much. Your master also came once, though judging from his expression, he wasn't very pleased. Anyway, you've definitely become famous this time, hee. Seeing Lin Xian laughing so hard, she was almost shaking apart. Ouyang Yuya gave her a suspicious look. What exactly do you mean? The story of the new student who crippled Nanfeng has already spread across the whole academy. It's even said that you've replaced Nanfeng, who was number 7 on the bully list. As Lin Xian continued explaining with great enthusiasm, Ouyang Yuya felt more and more of a headache coming on. Shrugging helplessly, he asked, any other news? Lin Xian nodded, her smile fading as she turned serious. One more thing. I need to tell you that Nanfeng's elder brother, Nantian, reportedly already knows what happened here, and he's currently on his way back from his cultivation retreat. You must be careful. He isn't someone you should underestimate. Ouyang Yuya nodded with a faint smile. He had long expected revenge from Nantian. After all, if a fight really broke out, the outcome remained uncertain. Feeling Ouyang was in decent shape, Lin Xian added, I'll go call Su Shi and the others. They've all been very worried about you. How are they doing? You don't have to worry about them. Su Yun and Xuanhuan are fine now, though Su Shi was injured quite seriously, but fortunately, it doesn't affect his mobility, said Ouyang Yuya, slowly exhaling in relief. Watching Lin Xian walk out, he started thinking. From what Lin Xian had just described, the incident seemed minor on the surface, but he understood that things wouldn't be easily resolved. Leaving aside Nanshan's revenge, even the academy side would not let it go easily. He could sense this from the words Master Boxiong had left behind. Smiling faintly, he slowly pushed himself upright. If problems came, he would face them head-on. For whatever he had done, he only sought to keep a clear conscience, and as for everything else, he would just handle them as they came. Just then, Su Shi's booming voice came clearly from outside the door. Haha, brother Ouyang, you're finally awake. Ouyang Yuya looked toward the door as Su Shi walked in. Seeing Su Shi wrapped from head to toe like a rice dumpling, Ouyang couldn't help but laugh. Behind Su Shi came Su Yun. Seeing Ouyang lying in bed, even this usually cold and expressionless man managed a slight, awkward curve of his lips, although to Ouyang, it looked slightly worse than a grimace. Su Shi chuckled as he sat down on the edge of the bed. I must say, brother Ouyang, you sure have guts. To enter the soul zone alone and come out unscathed, brother sure truly admires you. I also heard you crippled that bastard Nanfeng. Truly a delight for everyone, huh? Ouyang Yuya laughed slightly and replied, your words are too kind. This matter was all started by me. I feel quite ashamed for dragging you all into it. Oh come on, why are you still being so formal? We're brothers, no need for such polite nonsense, right, second brother? Su Shi turned to the silent Su Yun. Say something, won't you? I don't remember cutting your tongue off. Su Yun pushed away the hand Su Shi extended toward him and simply nodded, saying, of course. Watching the two bicker playfully, Ouyang Yuya felt a warmth inside. Such a life brought him a sense of unusual comfort, enough to relax even his usually cautious heart. Suddenly, he asked, where is Xuanhuan? How is she? Why haven't I seen her? Right then, Tang Yunshan entered with a bowl in hand and handed it to Su Shi, saying, I prepared some medicine for elder brother Ouyang. This herb was brought by the monkey from somewhere. I tried boiling some because it's quite effective. Nodding, Ouyang took the bowl and, suppressing the bitter taste, swallowed it all. The bitterness reminded him of the monkey. He must have been worried sick after Ouyang passed out. That day, without the monkey's guidance, even a little delay might have made him too late. As if reading his mind, Tang Yunshan took back the bowl and said, don't worry. The monkey is fine. It probably ran off somewhere. We haven't seen much of it these past few days. All right, you should rest properly. We'll come back tomorrow, she said, pulling a reluctant Su Shi out the door. Watching the room return to its former quietness, Ouyang found himself wide awake. Gritting his teeth, he sat cross-legged, sinking his focus inward, only to discover that the once surging soul energy had completely vanished, like a dry wasteland. Unexpectedly, even now he still couldn't handle the powerful suction force of the blood-drop wolf fawn. It seemed less like a last resort and more like mutual destruction. Chuckling bitterly, he slowly began absorbing the ambient soul energy. As the energy poured in, the soul vortex within him began turning sluggishly again. Experiencing the familiar pleasant sensation of flowing soul energy, he exhaled deeply in relief. Thus, his cultivation lasted the entire night. When Ouyang Yuya opened his eyes in the morning, he found most of his strength had returned through the entire night of meditation and recovery. The remaining injuries would heal soon with time. Clenching his fists, he felt the power once again surge inside him, bringing a light smile to his face. He pushed open the door and looked toward the misty courtyard outside. The once chaotic yard had been tidied up again, yet some signs of the battle still remained, stirring up some anger in him. Taking a deep breath of the fresh morning air, he gradually cast away his irritation. Hey, why are you already up? Asked Lin Xian as she pushed the door open and saw Ouyang standing at the entrance. Yeah, I'm fully recovered already. Watch this. Ouyang replied, jumping down and delivering a set of swift, powerful punches before smiling at Lin Xian. See? I wasn't lying, was I? Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully as she rested her chin in her hand. Not bad. I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. What are your plans next? I think I'll go find Yuanzhu Boxiong first, Ouyang Yuya said after a brief pause. I also want to know what happened after that day. As for Nanfeng, I have a feeling he won't give up easily. Lin Xian nodded. I'll come with you. Ouyang shook his head. No need. It's better if I go alone this time. You stay here. You can contact me if anything happens. With that, he didn't linger any further and quickly headed toward the square behind the dormitory. If his guess was correct, Bo Xiong should be conducting morning training for the new students in the plaza. Their group, however, had been forced to skip the daily drills due to injuries. Thinking about it, they had missed quite a few days. He pushed his speed to the limit, and from afar, he already saw Bo Xiong standing upright in the center of the square with his hands behind his back. Ouyang calmed his slightly tense heart and quickened his pace forward. Hurry up. It's already been over 10 days, and you still can't even complete the first step properly. If you keep this up, you might as well leave this academy. Bo Xiong shouted at the new students who were applying the soul-tempering fluid while groaning in discomfort. He sighed in exasperation. This year's batch of new recruits, aside from Ouyang Yuya and his companions, were all of mediocre talent. Watching the other academies continue producing students who had solidified their soul hearts and god hearts, not a single one among his own had succeeded. Instead, the most promising candidates were either injured or unconscious. The thought stirred frustration within him. A bunch of useless brats, good for nothing but trouble. Yuanju must be referring to us, a familiar voice chimed in. Bo Xiong was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't sensed someone approaching until now, his mind clearly elsewhere. Turning to face the slightly smiling figure standing before him, his already stern face darkened even further instantly. Chapter 71, Butcher Xuanhuan. At the moment Nanshan's figure appeared, the clamor in the council hall abruptly quieted down. All eyes were fixed tightly on the blue-robed man standing at the entrance, expressions flashing with fear. Even these people, who acted as henchmen for tigers, were deeply frightened by the reputation of the Butcher Nantian. Immediately they rose from their seats, showing deep respect as they watched Nantian walk toward the high platform. Cheng Feng also smiled and stepped forward to welcome him, leading Nantian to the seat on the high platform, while he himself sat at the lower seat. The look in his eyes toward Nantian was filled with obvious caution. Nantian expressionlessly swept his gaze across the dozen or so people below. Under his sharp stare, those sitting below involuntarily lowered their heads. Not a single person dared to meet his eyes directly. Letting out a cold snort, Nantian turned toward Cheng Feng at the lower seat and asked, "Why didn't you try to stop him at the time?" Hearing Nanshan's emotionless tone, Cheng Feng twitched his mouth. From his understanding of the other man, this tone was a sign of barely restrained fury. The second young master claimed he had thoroughly investigated their identities, and besides, my words carry no weight. As he listened to Cheng Feng's explanation, Nanshan's voice suddenly turned cold and sharp. Thoroughly investigated? Investigated thoroughly enough to not even know who stands behind them? He dared to lay hands on Lin Song's daughter? Truly bold indeed. I'd really like to know who was sent to investigate. Below, Chai-Yu instinctively shivered, stood up, and said, "Pardon my subordinate's mistake, master. Please punish me as you see fit." A faint smile grew on Nanshan's lips as he slowly stood, his eyes fixed on Chai-Yu's respectful posture. Suddenly, his smile turned cold and sinister. Everyone saw his figure strangely vanish, leaving a lingering afterimage, then reappear directly in front of Chai-Yu. His right palm struck forward, landing heavily on Chai-Yu's chest. With a dull thud, Chai-Yu was blasted backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, his face pale as yellow paper. Worthless piece of trash. You can't even get the simplest task right. What use am I to have you around? Nantian stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the silent crowd. Where's Nanfeng now? A man sitting to the right quickly stood up and replied, "He's all right now. The broken bones have been set, but both legs were smashed beyond repair. He probably won't be able to." Here, the man's voice faded quieter and quieter, finally dissolving into silence. Frowning deeply, Nanfeng clenched his fists so tightly they cracked, and after a moment's thought, his voice turned gloomy. "Where is he now? Take me to see him." Cheng Feng nodded slightly. "He's in the second young master's room. Though his condition is somewhat unstable, perhaps it would be better to wait." Before Cheng Feng could finish speaking, Nantian had already flicked his sleeves and strode quickly out of the hall. Cheng Feng sighed helplessly. After he chased after Nantian, the others followed in succession. Chai-Yu painfully climbed to his feet, spat a mouthful of blood, and stood up laughing coldly as he watched Nantian disappear into the distance. Wiping the remaining blood from the corner of his mouth, he once again put on a fawning expression and hurried after the others. Just as they reached the door of Nanfeng's room, angry curses could already be heard coming from within. Nanfeng frowned and looked toward Cheng Feng behind him. Since that day, the second young master has become somewhat deranged, attacking anyone he sees. Before he could finish his words, they saw Nantian push the door open and enter. Instinctively, someone cried out, "Careful!" Almost immediately after the shout, a dark shadow flashed in front of them, crashing straight down toward Nanshan's head. Chapter 72 The Butcher, Nantian 2. With a crisp sound, Nantian shattered a stone chair flying past him, his expression dark as he looked ahead. At that moment, when his gaze fell forward, his aura turned bitterly cold and sharp. On the bed sat a figure, wearing a blood-stained blue martial garment that had become tattered beyond repair, revealing deep wounds that reached the bone. His chest appeared caved in as if struck by something heavy. His once handsome face was completely covered by messy hair, and the effeminate gaze had vanished, replaced by a dull, lifeless expression. As soon as Nantian entered, the figure climbed up desperately, grabbing toward him, mumbling incoherently, "I'll kill you. You've ruined me. I'll kill you." Nan Tian inhaled deeply, grabbing the outstretched hands of Nan Feng. Looking at the still struggling figure, his icy face revealed a deep sadness. Second brother. The moment Nan Tian spoke, Nan Feng's body instantly stiffened and a faint spark returned to his pale eyes. Second brother. Brother came back too late. Nan Feng stared blankly at Nan Tian before suddenly going mad, hugging him tightly and trembling as he muttered, "Brother, big brother, someone wants to kill me. Someone wants to kill me." Nan Tian patted his back, then swiftly brought one hand into a knife strike against Nan Feng's neck. As Nan Feng fell unconscious, Nan Tian carefully laid him down and stepped back out. Glancing at the people waiting by the door, he said, "I hear his name is Ouyang Cheng Feng, you and I shall go. This debt must be repaid eventually." Cheng Feng nodded and leapt forward, rushing toward the Chi-Chu area. Nan Tian followed close behind. Seeing the two figures disappear into the distance, many people let out soft sighs. With such a force heading out, Ouyang and his companions would likely face great misfortune. Ouyang strolled back without haste, pondering the meaning of Bo Xiong's words. That things had become so troublesome was beyond his expectations. Looking back now, the idea of using the academy to prevent Nan Tian's revenge seemed naive and laughable. Yet he had to admit the gap between himself and Nan Tian was too wide. If he could barely deal with soul gatherers using various hidden techniques and surprise attacks, confronting a soul practitioner left him with no choice but to flee. After all, body forging and flesh tempering, soul gathering, and tendon refining were entirely different realms. It was likely that his soul blade couldn't even scratch his opponent. Thinking of martial cultivation, Ouyang couldn't help but feel helpless. Lately, he had neglected the martial arts gifted by old Master Gu, and his current skills were far from adequate. If he truly had to fight Nan Tian, the only ace he had left was the dripping blood wolf Fong, and even that could only succeed once. Failure would mean everything was lost. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly halted mid-step, sensing two sharp presences locking onto him. Instantly, his eyebrows furrowed as he called out, "Come out." "Haha, brother Ouyang truly lives in leisure. I wonder where you're heading next." As the voice trailed off, two figures emerged not far away. The speaker was someone Ouyang recognized all too well, the man who had intercepted him that day, Cheng Feng. Beside Cheng Feng stood a man in a blue robe. Compared to Cheng Feng's outwardly aggressive aura, this man appeared much more reserved and profound. Yet this very restraint sent a chill through Ouyang. The blue-robed man glanced at him with a smile, clearly intrigued. At that moment, the xuanhuan xuanhuan inside Ouyang body gave a slight tremble, and his pupils instantly constricted. In his memory, the xuanhuan xuanhuan had only trembled on two previous occasions. Once during the trials when Tang Kuei transformed into his soul beast, and another during the 10th strike of the Emperor's hammer. Both times had posed life-threatening danger. It seemed that this man now carried the same level of danger. A feeling even Cheng Feng hadn't given off that day. Thus, his identity became instantly clear. Taking a deep breath to suppress his shock, Ouyang said calmly, "So you are the butcher, Nan Tian." Chapter 73, The Butcher's Clash, 1. As soon as Ouyang finished speaking, the man in the blue robes started laughing, though there was unmistakable sarcasm in his voice. "So you're Ouyang. Truly, it's an honor to finally meet someone of such great reputation." Ouyang smiled slightly. "If you're here merely to flatter and chat, then I must excuse myself, for I have urgent matters to attend to elsewhere." With that, he turned to walk away once more. As he did, Nanshan's expression grew darker by the second. With a cold chuckle, a fierce gust of wind suddenly shot from his fingertips, tearing through space as it lashed toward the back of Ouyang head. Ouyang face turned cold in an instant. Flipping his right hand, the gravestone reappeared in his grip. He abruptly turned around and slammed it against the incoming wind force. A loud, metallic clang rang out as Ouyang was pushed backward, the immense force shaking him to his core. He slid backward along the ground, leaving a trail of scorched earth nearly a zhang long. Meanwhile, Nan Tian still stood with his hands behind his back, watching Ouyang pale face with mocking contempt. "I thought you might live up to the rumors, but now it seems you're just ordinary after all." Ouyang shook his aching, numb hand and couldn't help but curl his lips faintly. He hadn't expected his initial clash to go so poorly. Moreover, Cheng Feng was also nearby, watching him closely with the eyes of a tiger ready to strike, forcing Ouyang to divide his attention just to prevent a sneak attack. In such a situation, he had already been at a disadvantage, and now found himself completely overpowered. His grip on the gravestone tightened as his eyes turned piercingly sharp. Clenching his fist fiercely, he reached out into the air with his hand and conjured the blue blade which manifested instantly in his palm. Nan Tian watched Ouyang grim expression with a cold smirk, but made no move to interfere, obviously very confident in his own strength. Ouyang, however, ignored Nan Tian completely. He inhaled deeply, and the sharp, metallic chi within his body began to rotate again. Soon, a piercing sensation radiated outward as streams of sharp golden energy emerged from his body and gathered in his palm, coalescing into a bright golden glow before surging into the blue blade. The blade flared to life, dazzling with radiant brilliance. At its tip, a golden shadow formed and pointed silently downward. The intense penetrating aura emanating from it finally caused a subtle change in Nanshan's expression. Frowning, he ordered, "Go subdue this kid. He's got something odd going on." Cheng Feng nodded, lightly springing forward with a seal forming in his hands. Instantly, a massive broadsword appeared in midair, emanating a powerful pressure. It slashed fiercely toward Ouyang Yuye's chest. Ouyang snorted, both hands weaving a flurry of dazzling seals. Phantom clone. In a flash, and to Nanshan's astonishment, a second figure stepped forth from Ouyang Yuye's chest and immediately threw a punch straight at Cheng Feng. Taken aback, Cheng Feng twisted his sword to guard his chest just in time. Bang! Unexpectedly, the phantom's punch was surprisingly light, like a gentle spring breeze, catching Cheng Feng completely off guard. As he hesitated for just a second, Ouyang Yuye leaped back, tossing the golden sword to his clone before launching himself toward Nantian in a flash. Cheng Feng snarled and started to chase after him, but was blocked suddenly by a large golden sword flashing in front of him. Glaring at the clone holding the soul blade, Cheng Feng threw a powerful punch. Surprisingly, instead of dodging, the clone stood its ground defiantly and swung the soul blade directly at Cheng Feng's neck. Feeling the sharp killing intent from the blade, Cheng Feng no longer dared to risk a direct hit and found himself at a loss as to how to deal with the clone. Nantian observed Ouyang Yuye's fierce glare and, watching Cheng Feng's frustration as he became entangled in the struggle, revealed a trace of surprise. So it seems you really are a hidden master. Well then, this should be the end for you. Saying that, he suddenly unleashed his full soul force, casually rotated his wrists, and disappeared in a blur. Ouyang Yuye's pupil shrank as he rolled swiftly sideways. In the instant he vacated his spot, a black fist silently appeared in the original position, its force dissipating as Nantian reappeared in front of him, revealing astonishment in his eyes. Impressive sensory perception, Nantian chuckled before darting forward again. Clenching his fingers into a claw, he launched a ferocious grab toward Ouyang Yuye, shaping it into a massive black claw midair. Ouyang Yuye's eyes flashed as he muttered inwardly, so fast. He summoned the door's power again and barely dodged. As expected, a crashing sound rang out. The door's force was utterly shattered, its fragments scattering toward Ouyang Yuye. Taken aback, he barely evaded. Just as danger loomed, the myriad manifestation vessel trembled violently. A massive light shield burst forth and wrapped completely around him. Crack! Hardly had the shield appeared than the giant claw slammed heavily into it. Though ripples formed, the shield could not withstand the force for long. With a booming sound, it shattered into pieces. Chapter 74, Fierce Battle with the Butcher, 2. Ouyang Yuye was also sent flying backward by the black giant claw that pierced through, but as he landed, a black ray shot out from his fingertips and pierced through the huge black palm. Nantian, who stood behind the giant palm, couldn't dodge in time, and was left with a finger-thick hole through his arm. At the moment Ouyang Yuye was overwhelmed, Cheng Feng also sliced his doppelganger into pieces. Nantian grimly glanced at the wound on his arm, and upon seeing the battered Ouyang Yuye struggling to get up, his expression turned even darker and more hideous as he snarled. You must die today. He glanced at Cheng Feng rushing over and said, let's attack together. No point dragging this out. As soon as those words left his mouth, both men launched their attacks at once. Feeling the incoming ferocious assault, Ouyang Yuye gritted his teeth and swiftly darted outward, trying to flee the battlefield. Stop him. Nodding, Cheng Feng was about to chase when a sudden powerful gust of wind rushed toward him, forcing him to stop in his tracks. As a figure slowly appeared before him, Cheng Feng inhaled deeply, frowned, and muttered, Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan sneered mockingly. Such a shame. Two renowned masters teaming up to deal with a mere new cultivator at the body tempering stage. Hearing Xuanhuan's sarcastic remark, Cheng Feng tightly clenched his right fist and roared, get out of the way. Are you really going to get involved in this mess? Xuanhuan shook his head with a smile and turned his gaze to the grim-faced Nantian. Nantian, I advise you to back off while you still can. This person is not one you dare offend. Nantian coldly replied. That decision isn't yours to make. Haha, how about me then? A rough voice rang out, and Nanshan's face changed once more as a shadow appeared beside Xuanhuan, his expression turning extremely grim. Xuanhuan, this is my matter, stay out of it. Xuanhuan smiled slightly. Oh, when your own men can't behave themselves and strike at my people, how can you say it's unrelated to me? As he spoke, he lightly laughed while narrowing his eyes at Nantian. So you've advanced to Soul Master 4th level? Impressive, but even now you're still not my match. Nantian took a deep breath. Regarding Nanfeng's harm to your younger brother, I'll personally apologize. As for Ouyang Yuye, because he ruined my brothers, I absolutely won't let it go easily. So step aside. As he spoke, Nantian took a heavy step forward, unleashing his full soul force power. Clearly, he held deep apprehension towards Xuanhuan. Shaking his head slightly, Xuanhuan said, this time, Master gave an order for me to take my junior brother and sister back safely. So I'm afraid I can't grant you Nanshan's favor. Nantian paused for a moment, suddenly seeming to recall something as his face turned horrified. He is Master's top direct disciple? Xuanhuan nodded solemnly. So now, would you mind letting us pass? Nantian nodded with a faint smile. Just as Xuanhuan believed he was about to give in, he saw Nanshan's expression darken dramatically. Nantian slowly stepped forward, unleashing his full power in an unrestrained punch and roaring out. What does it matter if he is Master's top disciple? Xuanhuan, today, I will settle things with you once and for all. Chapter 75 The Mysterious Strange Old Man. Ouyang Yuye hastily fled, only to find himself in a place strangely unfamiliar. Looking at the unknown surroundings, he felt puzzled. This scene was nowhere he had seen before within the Soul Cultivator Academy. Yet the turbulent energy surging within his chest left him no time for further speculation. Sensing that no one was chasing him, he quickly sat cross-legged and began suppressing the violent fluctuations within his body. This sort of cultivation lasted roughly a quarter of an hour before he finally stirred awake, his face gaining a bit of color. Cough, cough. He rubbed his somewhat stuffy chest and muttered to himself that Nantian really wasn't someone to be taken lightly. If it hadn't been for his quick escape, today would have ended in serious injury. Such thoughts finally made him aware of his own abilities. Before such a disparity in strength, all his previous tricks had proven utterly ineffective. He realized he had to focus more on cultivation, or else things would keep going badly for him. Thinking thus, he slowly stood up and finally had the time to carefully observe this space. Unlike the pavilion-style buildings he lived in, this place was filled with thick trees and lush greenery. On the ground grew various unknown flowers and plants, their overgrown branches and leaves making this area look as though it were a paradise outside the world, somewhat similar to the sunlit forest. Xiuxian stepped forward and patted the sturdy tree trunk, frowning slightly. Seeing the world enclosed by flora, he suddenly felt a bit lost on how to leave. Muttering a curse, he decided not to rush. He would stay and cultivate here until he reached the Soul Knight stage, and then go out and deal with Nantian. Thinking about it, a rather sinister smile crept across Xiuxian's lips. Just as he was immersed in his daydream, a sudden voice abruptly echoed beside his ear. Which bastard dared interrupt my peaceful cultivation? With the sound of this elderly, slightly angry voice, Xiuxian startled to find a strange old man suddenly appear on the tree trunk before him. Seemingly unaware of Xiuxian's presence at all, after speaking the old man leaned again against the trunk, smacking his lips as if still savoring something, then once more began loudly snoring. The old man had disheveled white hair, wore coarse cloth clothes, and walked in tattered straw sandals like a beggar. Xiuxian observed this oddly appearing elder and felt disbelief. He could have sworn there had been no sign of anyone here moments ago. Watching the old man mutter sleepily to himself, Xiuxian smiled slightly and refrained from disturbing him. Instead, he sat cross-legged beside the snoring old man and once again entered meditation. As Xiuxian fell into stillness, the old man beside him who had been snoring let slip an imperceptible, strange curve on the corner of his lips. However, this soon disappeared again under another series of snores. Xiuxian remained in this meditative state for several hours before gradually opening his eyes. As he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, the injuries inside his body were finally stabilized. Smiling faintly, he muttered that the attack of a soul knight was indeed formidable. It had taken several hours to recover from the damage. If the wandering vessel hadn't taken part of the blow for him at that moment, he might have been far worse off now. Thinking this, Xiuxian couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Suddenly recalling the strange old man sleeping nearby, he quickly turned his head, only to discover the old man already awake. Leaning again against the tree, legs crossed casually, the old man held a small leaf stem between his lips, watching him with great interest. Xiuxian was startled and hastily stood, bowing deeply. This junior, Xiuxian, accidentally intruded upon this elder's rest. Please forgive this unworthy disturbance. His words were impeccably polite and respectfully spoken. From the old man's earlier miraculous appearance, Xiuxian deduced that he was no ordinary figure, possibly an eccentric elder of the academy. Thus, he took great care with his words and manner. Haha, so it was you, little brat, who interrupted my nap. The old man spat out the leaf stem and lay on his side looking at the rigid Xiuxian with a smile. I have no use for such formalities. I'll let this disturbance pass. You may rise. However, at the word however, the unease Xiuxian had just calmed resurfaced. His expression flickered anxiously as he stared at the old man, waiting for the rest. My old stomach's hungry. You need to find me something to eat. If it's roasted goose or something tasty, I won't punish you. This sudden demand caught Xiuxian off guard, and with a helpless smile, he bowed once more. This junior would certainly comply with the elder's request, however. However. The old man's previously smiling face suddenly darkened as his eyes narrowed, fixing Xiuxian with a gaze. An involuntary chill of oppressive energy seeped out and locked tightly onto Xiuxian. Xiuxian was startled. A single glance from the old man had produced such an overwhelming pressure. It was certain proof of an extraordinary expert. Yet, the man acted rather eccentrically, Xiuxian mused. Suddenly, he caught himself, his expression shifting into a pitiful look. Elderly sir, you don't know the truth, he said with exaggerated sorrow. I was being pursued and barely escaped here. Fulfilling your request is no trouble at all, but I can't go back, or not only I, even you might be killed. Seeing Xiuxian's teary plea, the old man momentarily hesitated, the chill in his aura retracting. He cried out, what nonsense. Can't an old man like me be lumped together with you little brats? Fine. Since that's the case, I'll go with you then. As the old man spoke, he suddenly paused, his gaze locking onto Xiuxian, who now wore a bright grin, and snapped. You aren't tricking me into being your henchman, are you? Caught in the act, Xiuxian's face flushed with embarrassment. Rubbing his head awkwardly, he forced a bitter smile. How could the elder think such a thing? Your junior dares not think in such a way. It's just that, truly, I can't return these days. If you won't accompany me, then forget about the roasted goose. With that, Xiuxian sat heavily onto the ground, pulling a leaf from a branch and tucking it between his teeth, muttering some incoherent tune. Inwardly, though, he chuckled. I don't believe you won't end up coming with me. Watching Xiuxian so relaxed and composed, the old man stamped his feet in place, constantly tugging at his straw-like white hair. Then, he squatted beside Xiuxian, smiling. You little kid, an old man like me really can't go out. How about this? You sneak back and fetch a few roasted chickens for me, and I'll be sure to reward you well. Hearing that, Ouyang perked right up. Oh, let's hear it. The old man chuckled and rubbed his hands together. Since you're interested, this old man can teach you martial arts. Ouyang snorted. I already know martial arts, and my master is much more powerful than you. You're lying. How can you little brats compare to an old man like me? You've made me furious. Wow, you dare mock my martial arts. Ouyang rolled his eyes at the old man hopping in rage all over the place. Hey, strange old man. If you've got real skill, show it. Don't just talk big. You just wait, youngster. I'll show you. With a cry, the old man dashed forward, throwing a palm strike at the ground. A tremendous thud rang out as the earth, once covered in lush plants and flowers, collapsed inward, revealing a massive palm-shaped indentation. Ouyang's eyebrows slightly lifted, startled inwardly. Instinctively, he curled his lips. This quick martial arts technique was far more powerful than anything he had ever mastered. This must be at least a high-level xian martial technique. Ouyang's gaze shifted, and suddenly spotting the old man wearing a smug expression, pretended nonchalance and glanced sideways, mockingly saying, This move is too weak. Not impressive at all. Not even worth a single roasted chicken. Hearing Ouyang's reply, the old man panicked. You wait. This isn't all I've got. Then, they both saw two grimy hands form an odd hand sign, and with an amusing expression on his face, the old man suddenly sprang into motion, each movement strangely comedic. Ouyang couldn't help but feel awkward. Just as he helplessly tried to figure the scene out, the old man vanished in a flash. Before Ouyang could even guess what was happening, a large hand silently landed on his shoulder. Then came the old man's smug voice. How is that? Isn't this technique great? Startled, Ouyang realized it was a martial technique involving speed. He turned to see the old man smirking and merely nodded. Not bad, I suppose. Teaching me this could be worth one roasted chicken. Upon hearing this, the old man hastily shook his head. No way. I don't pass down my martial arts techniques so easily. Ouyang helplessly shrugged. Fine then, I'll just take my leave. But before Ouyang could stand, the anxious old man blocked his path. After thinking briefly, he sternly said, 10 days worth of roast chicken. Ouyang was momentarily taken aback, then the corners of his lips lifted slightly. Fine, it's a deal. The old man, seeing Ouyang's agreement, finally nodded with a smile. Just at this moment, he suddenly froze, looked behind, and, pulling the puzzled Ouyang along, took a step forward. A ripple spread through the space, and both disappeared from the spot. Just as they vanished, a faint wave of energy shimmered within the space. Two figures descended slowly from the sky. The one leading furrowed his brows, gazing around at the surroundings, especially the massive palm imprint left on the ground. A powerful cultivator. Let's go. With a wave of his sleeve, both figures again dashed into the void and disappeared into the sky. Chapter 76, Sneaking Back In. As the two slowly vanished, Ouyang and the old man once again appeared at the original spot. Ouyang looked with alarm at the old man beside him, who now wore a sneer. He hadn't expected that the old man before him was at least at the level of a Badian Sir, Great Earth Soul Master. Seeing the shock in Ouyang eyes, the old man appeared quite pleased with himself. What do you think? The old man didn't lie to you, did he? He said smugly, muttering under his breath. Strange. Usually there's no one around, but today it's unusually lively. Hearing the old man's words, Ouyang eyes flashed with a touch of solemnity. It seemed the two from earlier had targeted him specifically, yet he couldn't recall ever meeting them before. It must be that they were the ones from the academy mentioned by Buxiong then. Thinking this, Ouyang frowned slightly, turned to face the old man, and said, Elder, I must return for a moment. Once I settle everything, I promise I'll deliver those 10-day-old roasted chickens I owe you. As he spoke, he bowed politely again. Although they had only just met, the old man's personality had won him over, and he silently resolved to investigate matters and then cultivate here. After all, the old man was like a living treasure trove, and Ouyang found those two techniques he displayed just now particularly fascinating. The old man nodded casually, waving his hand broadly. Well then, go ahead. Just remember to come visit the old man now and then. Ouyang nodded slightly but then awkwardly scratched his head. Senior, how exactly do I get out from here? The old man looked at him strangely, as though just recalling something, his eyes lighting up suddenly. How did you even get in here? Ouyang shook his head bitterly. I don't know either. I wandered in accidentally. The old man leaped up and down frantically, scratching his head, saying over and over in bewilderment. Impossible. How is that possible? Ouyang shrugged helplessly. Senior, I think it's better if you just send me out first. The old man nodded, and then randomly grabbed Ouyang's shoulder. As Ouyang cried out in alarm, he was hurled through the air again. Faintly, he heard the old man shout, just call me Old Immortal 3 times there next time, and you'll be able to enter. Then everything suddenly blurred, and he once again found himself standing on a vast plaza. Looking around at the familiar surroundings, he murmured to himself, isn't this the academy's training field? Rubbing his sore behind, he couldn't quite believe it had all really happened. If not for the pain in his rear end, he might even doubt whether everything had been real. Unlike the place where he had been with the old man, it was now nearly dusk. Making sure no one was nearby, he hurried toward the residential quarters. Right now, his most pressing concern was to discover the results of recent events. As he thought this, a headache flared up. Never did he imagine a time would come when he'd be hunted down and rendered homeless. Deep in thought, he quickly arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. As soon as he approached, he could hear loud arguments coming from within. He could faintly make out the voices of Tung Kuei and Lin Xian arguing back and forth. Sighing resignedly, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. When they saw Ouyang Yuya appear, Su Shi and the others, who had been shouting over each other moments ago, fell abruptly silent. Ouyang looked at the astonished faces and smiled as he sat down on a stone bench. What were you all discussing, making such a noisy scene? Su Shi shook his head wryly. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Xian cut in first. In a few days' time is the Academy's battle for the top title. Those qualified will compete for the position. According to the rules, each competitor will bring along 5 students to assist in the contest, and their scores will be included into the competitor's overall score. Today, Emperor Su came to find us and wants you and Su Shi to help him out as his backup. Me? Ouyang Yuya was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by the request. Sensing Ouyang's confusion, Su Shi nodded and said, "That's right. As a reward, we'll help you fend off Nantian's retaliation. As long as Nantian doesn't push further, the Academy won't pursue the matter of you incapacitating Nanfeng." Ouyang's eyes narrowed slightly. That's a tempting offer. Lin Xian nodded. It was precisely that which saved you today. Ouyang understood immediately, so Emperor Su truly knew how to buy people's loyalty. Then what happened in the end? Su Shi's expression grew serious. Nantian came back stronger than before. My elder brother had a hard time dealing with him, but he managed to defeat them. However, Nantian wasn't holding back, either. I think he must be saving his strength to make a shocking impact during the title selection. Compared to Xuanhuan and Nantian, my elder brother has fewer supporters. Among the top Tengaosho expert students, only Yuan Zheng in 7th place and Qinfei in 9th are on his side. The others are all aligned with Nantian and Xuanfeng. That's why he came looking for us. But can you two manage it? How can you, relying merely on your tempered bodies, fight against students who are at the very least Soul Master 3rd rank? And what if you end up facing Nantian during the match? Would he spare Ouyang Yuya then? Su Shi listened quietly, then shook his head. Ouyang, you don't have to go, but I must. Because we are brothers. Lin Xian sighed helplessly, seeing Su Shi slightly bowing his head. Ouyang Yuya gave Su Shi's shoulder a pat. Tell Emperor Su I accept his invitation. You, Lin Xian was about to speak when Ouyang stopped her. He smiled towards Su Shi, who also looked surprised. We too are brothers. Su Shi nodded firmly. I'll remember your words, brother Ouyang. From now on, if anyone dares threaten you, I'll give my life without hesitation. Ouyang Yuya chuckled and nodded. Good. Did Nantian say anything when he left? Lin Xian shook her head. Today, no one gained an advantage, really. But I can tell Nantian won't let this go easily. Fortunately, Emperor Su promised to help you, so no need to worry for now. I think he won't have time to seek revenge in the near future, although things might change after the top title competition. Ouyang nodded and sneered. Then we'll see who's fiercer. Oh right, where's Monkey? I need to take him out for a while. Lin Xian shook her head and asked, where are you going? Ouyang hesitated slightly. Learning martial arts from a senior. I'll come back after a few days. Su Shi, how many days left until the top title selection? In 7 days, at the training ground of the Soul Master Institute. Ouyang nodded. I'll be back in 6 days. Well then, everyone, go get some rest. Tomorrow, Su Shi, let Master Buxiong know I won't be around. Everyone nodded and returned to their rooms. Lin Xian stood up and pulled Ouyang Yuya aside. Come here, I have something to talk to you about. Ouyang nodded and entered the room, glancing at Lin Xian. Go ahead and ask whatever you want. Alright then, tell me, are you really going to learn martial arts? Ouyang laughed bitterly and nodded. Of course. Do you think I would lie to you? I'll believe you for now. As Lin Xian finished speaking, the room fell silent. Ouyang awkwardly looked at her pouting face, scratching his head and chuckling nervously. Do you have anything else to ask? No, Lin Xian said without turning around. Well then, since there's nothing else, I'll go back first. As he said that, he rushed out in a flash. Lin Xian angrily stomped her foot. What an insensitive blockhead. Ouyang Yuya chuckled to himself, shaking his head at Lin Xian's room while touching his slightly warm face, silently remarking to himself how thin-skinned he still was. He gave a self-deprecating smile when he suddenly felt something heavy land on his shoulder. It was Monkey, who had somehow appeared from nowhere. He gently stroked Monkey's smooth fur. Just in time you came back. Come with me for a bit. Oh, and do you know where to find roasted chicken? Monkey sneered, then pointed to the right. Ouyang immediately understood and quickly sprinted off in that direction. Not long after Ouyang left, a door in the courtyard silently opened, and a graceful figure stepped out from the room, standing there gazing at the direction Ouyang had disappeared into for a long while. Chapter 77. Encounter in the Dark. Ouyang Yuya, who had gone out in search of roasted chicken, was completely unaware of what had just transpired behind him. Accompanied only by the monkey on his shoulder, he left in high spirits, not letting the previous deception ruin his mood. Following the monkey's directions, Ouyang Yuya shot forward swiftly through the air. Unfortunately, he hadn't even made it halfway when someone blocked his path. They say that if you're not enemies, you won't meet by fate. On this dark and windy night, all Ouyang Yuya wanted to do was go out and buy some roasted chicken. Yet, as he turned a corner, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a fierce battle between 2 high-level experts. This area was located atop a mountain range, and Ouyang Yuya didn't know why the monkey had indicated there would be roasted chicken here. He simply followed the instinct to escape from Lin Xian. After all, the earlier encounter had been quite awkward. One of the fighters was a man from the Yutong sect whom Ouyang Yuya had met before, Yu Feng, the very one who had annoyed him greatly. Right now, Yu Feng was being toyed with by the masked opponent before him. Even for Ouyang Yuya, who had just arrived at the scene, it was clear this was a one-sided beating. Unfortunately, what had originally been a rather harmonious scene was disrupted by Ouyang Yuya's arrival. Screech. As soon as Qinshu Tongwang caught sight of Ouyang Yuye's appearance, it stopped toying with Yufeng. It let out an earth-shattering roar, and immediately afterwards, an abnormally thick ripple of soul energy burst forth from its body. Under the immense pressure, even Ouyang Yuye, who hadn't yet figured out the situation, narrowed his eyes slightly. A soul scholar. As if to confirm his thought, Qinshu Tongwang roared once again. In the next moment, countless golden tentacles as thick as iron pillars erupted from the ground, waving in all directions. With each movement, they spread a terrifying pressure that made hearts pound in fear. Even Yufeng's face darkened, clearly realizing that a soul beast of this level was already beyond their capability to handle. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy surged from afar and gathered before the Qinshu Tongwang. It condensed into a gigantic energy palm that viciously slammed into the beast. Bang! At that moment, an enormous explosion rang out. Under the surprise attack, even Qinshu Tongwang struggled to withstand it. It was thrown backward, its massive body churning up dirt and soil, sending dust swirling into the sky like a storm. You damned beast! Daring to interfere with Yutong's affairs. As Qinshu Tongwang landed, Yushi's figure also appeared before it. Clearly, that earth-shaking palm strike had come from his hand. Elder Yushi. Seeing Yushi arrive, Yufeng and the others finally exhaled in relief. Since Yushi was also a soul scholar, they believed that he would be able to hold back the Qinshu Tongwang. Quickly retreat behind me. You all step back. Xiaoyu, retreat down the mountain. This area is no longer safe. Yes. Hearing this, Lingyu nodded in agreement, clearly understanding that this wasn't the time to act brave. Just then, however, they saw the Qinshu Tongwang rise again. It had been enraged by Yushi's strike, and with a furious howl, one of its massive golden tentacles came crashing straight toward Yushi. Humph. Seeing this, Yushi sneered, instantly flipping his right hand forward, forming a black energy imprint that shot forward to counterattack. Crack! Under the immense power, the golden tentacle was blown away almost instantly, while Yushi himself didn't budge an inch. The gap in strength became clear immediately. Yushi was clearly the superior of the two. Roar! Yet, he had clearly underestimated the power of Qinshu Tongwang. As the beast was thrown back, it suddenly lashed out a vine with incredible speed, accurately striking Yushi square in the chest. Although Yushi saw the vine coming, his attack had already reached its limit, and with a heart swollen with arrogance after repelling the enemy, he had no time to react before being hit with full force. Chapter 78 Farewell to the Mysterious Old Man. Ouyang Yuye watched the intense battle taking place in the distance. His earlier sense of pride from his rapid progress immediately faded, as the fight exuded immense pressure. This was merely the aftershock, and Ouyang Yuye didn't know what would happen if he stood directly in front of the two combatants. But he clearly understood, he wouldn't be able to block even a single move. Feeling humbled by the battle, Ouyang Yuye lost all interest in eating roasted chicken and obediently returned to his residence. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Ouyang Yuye sneaked back to the spot where he had met the old man the previous night. Following the old man's instructions, he once again entered the mysterious space. Why are you here again? You came really fast. Didn't I tell you not to disturb me often? And also, where's the roasted chicken you promised me? The old man appeared before Ouyang Yuye the moment he arrived, and upon seeing the young man's empty hands, his joyful expression abruptly shifted to a serious, stern demeanor. Ouyang Yuye wasn't in the mood for jokes. He truthfully recounted everything he had witnessed the previous night about the battle, then shared his feelings honestly, hoping the old man could help him strengthen his power. It's good that you think this way. In this world, power determines status. But why should I help you? You haven't even delivered on the roasted chicken promise. The mysterious old man nodded in agreement after silently listening to Ouyang Yuye's story. However, after finishing listening, the old man leisurely asked this question, startling Ouyang Yuye on the spot. Indeed, why should someone else help him? Ouyang Yuye didn't know why either. When he realized his strength wasn't as formidable as he had expected, the first person who came to mind was the mysterious old man in front of him. He didn't understand the reason behind this instinct, but deep down he was convinced that this old man could help him. I don't know the reason either, but my intuition tells me you, senior, can help me. I can't explain why, I just know that you will help me. Of course, I will definitely bring you the roasted chicken next time. This time was a special circumstance. With no other choice, Ouyang Yuye could only speak honestly. Good. I like straightforwardness. Remember, next time the roasted chicken needs to be doubled. I'll help you this time. I just find you likable, you young kid. For reasons unknown, whether he had simply reasoned it out or been enticed by the roasted chicken, the mysterious old man directly agreed to Ouyang Yuye's request. Then, the mysterious old man reached out from afar and grabbed Ouyang Yuye, unceremoniously channeling energy into Ouyang Yuye's body without any explanation. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ouyang Yuye gradually regained consciousness. The first thing he did upon waking was examine the condition of his inner self. Ouyang Yuye stared blankly at the nascent soul core quietly forming near his dantian, slightly taken aback. Chapter 79, The Genius Becomes a Waste. Ouyang Yuye stared dazedly at the embryonic soul core quietly forming beside his dantian, slightly surprised. In his understanding, wasn't the formation of a soul power embryo something only possible after reaching the 9th stage of body refinement? Naturally, he couldn't possibly believe he had advanced so easily to that level. Obviously, this small round object must have some significant origin. Most likely, it had formed as a result of all that pure energy given to him by the old man. Reflecting upon this, his gaze returned to the thing resembling a soul core. Surprisingly, its form didn't look like a heart as he had imagined, but rather took the shape of a strange oval, resembling an unhatched wild egg, radiating a sensation of intimate familiarity, as though it could merge seamlessly with him. Perhaps it's still in the embryonic stage and hasn't fully formed yet. Ouyang comforted himself before sending his soul awareness inward to examine his body. With the formation of this oval object, all the soul power previously rushing about inside his body had vanished completely. Not even the slightest ripple of soul force remained. This confused and frightened Ouyang at the same time. Could it be that he had exhausted all of his soul energy just now? Immediately, he sat cross-legged and began cultivating again, only to be astonished to find that the painstakingly gathered soul energy had once again vanished without a trace. This time, Ouyang Yuya truly grew anxious. Could it be that his soul vortex had been shattered, preventing him from accumulating soul energy? If that were the case, he would be just like Nan Feng, an utter waste. At the thought of possibly becoming useless in the future, even the usually calm Ouyang Yuya felt unease creep into his heart. Without exaggeration, if his powers vanished, given his previous actions, there was no way he could safely leave the academy. With no utility left, he couldn't imagine that xuanhuan would continue standing by his side instead of stabbing him in the back. He tried several more times stubbornly, but every time he found his body still devoid of any soul power, his head began to spin. Discovering the state of his insides, even the usually composed Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but curse. Damn it, are you messing with me? Withdrawing his soul awareness from his body, Ouyang opened his eyes and looked at himself. His body had lost its previous roughness and regained its former smoothness and softness. Trying once again to circulate soul energy yielded no results. At this, his face turned livid with rage, unconsciously roaring to the sky to vent his frustration. The monkey beside him, watching Ouyang lose his composure, scratched its head, then leapt onto his shoulder chittering. Ouyang helplessly shook his head. Forget it. Telling you won't help either way. From now on, I'm nothing but a useless person. What's wrong, kid? This self-pitying attitude really doesn't suit you. The one who conned an old man like me before, the mad old man said with a chuckle as he appeared before Ouyang Yuya, leaning against a tree with a piece of grass between his lips, patting his bulging stomach in obvious contentment. You're the one not bearing the consequences, speaking casually while standing there. Ouyang's face was dark as he walked toward the tree where the old man sat and leaned against it too, closing his eyes in frustration. The old man's expression tightened slightly at the words. Chuckling awkwardly, he rubbed his wrinkled face and said, Oops. I didn't know you were still in the body-tempering stage without even forming a soul core yet. Why didn't you tell an old man beforehand? A body-tempering soul vortex naturally couldn't withstand the erosion of a martial technique of the earth tier. Suddenly, his expression shifted, his smile freezing, and realization seemed to strike him. He immediately jumped up, grabbing Ouyang Yuya in shock. Wait, did you just say you're a waste now? Ouyang shook his hand off helplessly and nodded. The soul vortex is gone. Without a place to store my soul energy, I'm just a powerless person. Stunned, the old man opened his mouth wide, grabbed Ouyang's hand, and checked his pulse. Feeling the absence of soul power as Ouyang had described, the situation clearly seemed to be unprecedented. Even the old man's expression grew solemn. He clicked his tongue, muttering, Strange. I'm sure I gave you a soul crystal, something that should help you form your soul core ahead of time. How could there be absolutely nothing left? Are you sure there's no strange thing in your body? As he grabbed Ouyang's hand again, sensing something even more peculiar, the old man shook his head even more perplexedly, saying, No, something is definitely wrong. Ouyang Yuya helplessly pursed his lips, watching the old man muttering and pacing back and forth repeatedly. Well, there's not much we can do now. All right, what did you just say? A soul crystal. Since the old man got you into this mess, of course I have to help you out a bit, the old man said. Knowing you couldn't resist the erosion of soul power, I gave you the soul crystal. As for the soul crystal, well, it's not hard to understand. It's basically a concentrated essence of soul energy, helpful for forming your soul core ahead of schedule. The old man spared no expense for you. So, want to repay me? How about a few more roasted chickens? Ouyang Yuya rolled his eyes, and suddenly everything became clear in his mind. So, that golden light barrier that had resisted the soul energy inside his body back then must have indeed been the soul crystal. If that were the case, then what had been born within his body was truly a soul core. Thinking along these lines, he still couldn't figure things out, and thus asked, Back then, something like a round, egg-like ball really did appear in my body. The soul energy also disappeared after it formed. Do you know what it was? Oh, an egg? Let me have a look, the old man said, stretching out his hand. Ouyang Yuya rolled his eyes again and corrected him. Inside my body. Oh, you mean it's the soul core embryo? The old man's eyes flickered with a gleam of insight. Leaning close to Ouyang Yuya, he asked, Kid, you don't trust the old man? What do you mean? Ouyang questioned, confused by the suddenly serious old man. I'll send my soul awareness into your body and temporarily take control of your brain so I can examine your physical condition better. Ouyang observed the amiable manner of the elderly man and felt slightly dongao, but still sensed something was off. It wasn't because he worried the old man might do him harm. He knew, with the old man's strength, killing him would be as easy as swatting a fly, so there was no need for such trouble. Besides, the old man had saved his life once already. Although their time together had been brief, Ouyang carried no wariness toward him. However, some things within his body could never be revealed, like the xuanhuan, a secret he absolutely could not allow anyone to know. Sensing Ouyang Yuye's hesitation, the old man chuckled and patted his shoulder. No worries, kid. If it's too difficult for you, the old man won't look. It's just unfortunate that your issue seems impossible to resolve. Seeing the old man's slightly disappointed look, Ouyang felt a bit uncomfortable himself. For the issue in his body, he was also anxious to resolve it. But the only one who could offer clarification was this mysterious old man before him. Clenching his teeth, he finally decided, knowledge was knowledge, anyway. At the very least, it was no worse than his current state. With the power gone, sooner or later, the xuanhuan would be difficult to hide. Bowing slightly to the old man, he said, Senior, I'll allow you to inspect my body, but there is one request I must make. The old man paused. What is it? Promise to keep my body's secret hidden. Ouyang said firmly. Haha, no problem. The old man can promise you that. I'm a man of my word. You wanted that martial technique before, and I gave it to you, didn't I? Hearing the mention of the martial technique, Ouyang couldn't help but twitch his lips. Looking back, he almost regretted ever having it given to him. Sensing Ouyang's displeasure, the old man smiled slightly, then rubbed his greasy hands vigorously on his robe before walking behind him. In a moment, I'll send my soul awareness into your body. What you need to do is relax. Better yet, hide your own soul awareness and don't resist me. Otherwise, with how fragile your soul force is, if it gets damaged, it might be difficult for you to recover. Ouyang nodded seriously. He closed his eyes, relaxed his mind, and retreated his soul awareness to the Dantian area, hiding it within the light barrier created by the xuanhuan. Although he had no hostility toward the old man, he still kept the trick hidden. If anything went wrong, he could still protect his last resort for survival. After all, the Dantian area was the most crucial point for any cultivator. Sensing Ouyang's intent, the old man smiled slightly to himself, thinking, this kid sure is cautious. Placing both hands on Ouyang's back, he emitted an immense and much more refined soul awareness that instantly surged into Ouyang's head. As the old man's soul awareness entered, Ouyang's entire body trembled. Compared to Ouyang's soul awareness, which resembled mere mist, the mad old man's presence was almost physical. The moment it entered, a physical form just like the old man's appeared inside Ouyang's body. Yet the moment the soul awareness entered, Ouyang was startled to see the previously floating xuanhuan shiver and then vanish, plunging deep into the Dantian without a trace. Ouyang's eyes widened in astonishment. Thus, his earlier worries had indeed been unnecessary. The mystery of the xuanhuan must have sensed the abnormality in the old man, so such a reaction wasn't strange at all. Looking at the old man's soul awareness slowly condensing near his Dantian, Ouyang Yuye became even more astonished. He never expected that the old man's soul awareness could reach such a level of substantiality. However, despite his surprise, he remained still and did not act rashly. When someone's soul awareness entered another's body, it meant there was extreme mutual trust between them. Otherwise, any carelessness could lead to serious harm. Thus, during such soul communication, both sides would always act cautiously, unless it was a fierce battle for bodily control like a soul possession. As soon as the mad old man entered, he began examining the inside of Ouyang's body. When he noticed the sharp golden aura near the Dantian, he suddenly froze and said in astonishment, Didn't expect you to be an alchemist too. Guess I underestimated you, kid. Ouyang Yuye chuckled dryly and replied, Alright. Now can you check what exactly is going on here? Following Ouyang's voice, the old man turned his gaze to the other side. When he spotted the round ball on the left side of the Dantian, his voice abruptly turned excited. Chapter 80, The Tragic Soul Core Embryo. As the old man's astonished voice arrived, Ouyang Yuye's heart sank as well. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Carefully probing with his soul consciousness, he asked, Is there really a problem? The old man frowned intensely at the egg-like orb before him, finding it hard to believe what he saw. After a moment, he smacked his lips and said, This is indeed a soul core embryo. Hearing the old man's confirmation, Ouyang Yuye slowly exhaled in relief, but before he could completely calm down, the old man's soft exclamation caused his heart to lurch again. The perception is indeed that of a soul core, yet a soul core in such a form. Truly unheard of, the old man muttered after a while, shaking his head. His soul consciousness withdrew from Ouyang Yuye's body and returned inside him. Slowly removing his large hand from the young man's shoulder, the old man lowered his head in deep thought. Opening his eyes, Ouyang Yuye turned and looked at the old man lost in contemplation before sighing once more. Well then, did you sense anything? This is indeed a soul core embryo inside you, and it's perfectly normal, without any defects. But your soul core itself is somewhat strange, something I've never even heard of before. Unless what? So you're saying my soul core is useless? Ouyang Yuye stared at the old man in disbelief, groaning. No way. How could I be so unlucky? The old man ignored Ouyang Yuye's complaints, stood up with a hand stroking his chin, and after a moment, seemed to have suddenly recalled something and rushed to stand in front of him. Are you absolutely sure you have no soul force? Ouyang Yuye nodded. Of course. Didn't you just sense for yourself earlier? Why would I lie to you about this? He shrugged helplessly and rolled his eyes. Has it really vanished entirely, or has it simply disappeared from you? What difference does it make? Of course there's a difference. None means you've completely lost the basic ability to absorb ambient soul force. Disappeared is different. It means you can still channel ambient soul force into your body, but it vanishes once inside. Ouyang Yuye paused at the words, said nothing, and once again crossed his legs into meditation, attempting to channel the soul force around him. To his surprise, it was exactly as the old man had said. His ability to guide soul force was still intact. Therefore, the issue was evident. It had to be something wrong inside his body. The old man also sensed the soul force gathering around Xiuxian and suddenly said, "Don't relax yet. Follow the soul force's path with your soul consciousness. See where it goes." Xiuxian immediately focused and tracked the soul force entering his body. Much to his shock, after completing a full circuit within his body, all the soul force flowed into the soul core embryo. Each surge of energy into the embryo caused it to emit a flash of radiant light before fading away. Xiuxian stared at the scene before him in stunned silence. Suddenly, his temper flared. Damn it. So it was this damn thing all along. It's devoured every ounce of soul force I've worked so hard to cultivate. As he was consumed by anger, the old man's voice came. Did you figure out what's going on now? Xiuxian opened his eyes, frustrated, and spat. I did. That soul core embryo swallowed up all the soul force I spent so much effort cultivating. Nodding thoughtfully, the old man replied. Seems like what I thought was correct. Xiuxian gave him a questioning look. What do you mean? The old man chuckled, his eccentric grin returning. This time, you kid really stepped in a pile of good fortune. Seeing the old man revert to his usual eccentric self, Xiuxian felt momentarily off balance as he leaned in, asking, what do you mean by that? Laughing, the old man patted his shoulder, envious in tone. Rest assured, you won't become a useless nobody after all. Oh, truly. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian's face lit up instantly as he eagerly leaned closer to the old man. Does this have something to do with my soul core embryo? The old man nodded. Naturally. If I'm not mistaken, what you have inside you is no ordinary soul core, but a soul spirit. A soul spirit. Xiuxian repeated the unfamiliar term, puzzled. What exactly is a soul spirit? Actually, soul cores are quite common throughout the continent. But some rare individuals with outstanding talent and potential may, after the body tempering stage, happen to form a soul spirit instead. And the greatest difference between a soul spirit and a soul core is, a soul spirit possesses two attributes. Oh, two attributes. Now even Xiuxian was somewhat shocked. The biggest distinction between a soul cultivator and a body tempering stage practitioner lay in the soul core. Once one formed a soul core, it carried a unique personal attribute. This attribute was determined by the amount of corresponding soul force absorbed during the body tempering stage, and in some cases, it could also be inherited through the family line. For instance, the Nan brothers, Nantian and Nan Feng, possessed the rare thunder attribute. The most terrifying aspect of a soul core was that it could infuse attacks with its attribute, thereby enhancing damage against others. One attribute alone was already powerful, let alone two. Upon hearing that the entity inside him might be a rare soul spirit, even he couldn't help but smile involuntarily. But, just as Xiuxian was delighted, the old man once again promptly pulled him back from his daydream. But what? Could you please finish your sentences when you speak? Xiuxian glared at the old man with annoyance. Fine. The formation of a soul spirit is essentially confirmed, since only soul spirits possess dual attributes. At first, they absorb all types of soul force indiscriminately, which is why after obtaining a soul core, cultivation often slows down. As the soul core becomes stronger, it demands increasing amounts of soul force. Without a doubt, talented young generations with superior quality soul spirits often experience slower cultivation progress at the beginning. I've seen many youths with soul spirits, yet never have I encountered someone like you, who completely devours all the soul force, leaving not even a shred behind. That's why I initially failed to recognize it. So you're saying? Xiuxian's expression darkened once again. This thing could potentially consume all the soul force I cultivate from now on, causing my cultivation to stagnate indefinitely. The old man awkwardly rubbed his nose. It seems to be exactly that, though it's still too early to make a final judgment. We can only be certain once it completely breaks free from its shell and becomes a true soul core. So after all that, it's still useless. Xiuxian felt unbearably miserable. What a terrible mess this was. Truly, blessings and misfortunes are indeed intertwined. Scratching his messy hair with a chuckle, the old man replied, you can't put it that way. What you need to do now is take advantage of this uncertainty to form your soul core ahead of time. Additionally, you must speed up your absorption of soul force, leaving some surplus beyond what's consumed by the soul spirit so that you can continue progressing toward the 9th body tempering stage. Xiuxian nodded. He naturally understood this logic, but soon felt a wave of frustration. It hadn't even been long since his last breakthrough. Reaching the 9th body tempering stage was no easy feat, as if seeing through his thoughts, the old man wore a sly grin. How about it? Want some advice from an old man? Xiuxian eyed him suspiciously. Don't even think about roast chicken. Hearing this, the old man instantly became furious. I helped you uncover the truth, and yet you treat me like this. Xiuxian sneered. If it weren't for your damned sky-stepping palm, how would I end up like this? Now, boy, that's not how I remember it. It was you who pressured this old man into giving you that technique in the first place. How can you twist the facts like this? Xiuxian exhaled slowly, then said, all right, then, what method do you have? The old man smiled. I can guarantee that you'll reach the 9th body tempering stage and form your soul core within 5 days at the latest. How about that? A gleam of excitement flickered in Xiuxian's eyes. Truly, of course. But what? The old man chuckled. Naturally, you haven't forgotten about the promise you made me. Xiuxian helplessly shook his head. How do you expect me to steal for you? With my current abilities, I'd likely be beaten to death before I even reach the kitchen's entrance. The old man suddenly grinned. That's not my problem. As he spoke, he leaned back against the tree trunk once again, appearing drowsy. It annoyed Ouyang Yuya to the point of wanting to kick him. As he was feeling frustrated, the normally silent monkey suddenly chirped, flailing its arms. Surprised, Ouyang Yuya asked, "Are you saying you can do it?" The monkey nodded while scratching its head. Ouyang Yuya pondered for a moment before patting its back. "Well, it might work, but how will you get in?" "Haha, no worries. Entering this place would be extremely easy for it." The old man laughed suddenly and shot the monkey a meaningful glance, which only provoked a display of teeth-baring and growling from the little creature. Though somewhat puzzled, Ouyang Yuya didn't think much of it and simply nodded. "Then be careful. If you sense any danger, escape immediately." The monkey smirked and nodded. Ouyang Yuya looked at the smiling old man and couldn't help but feel indignant. This was classic opportunism. He spoke with clear resentment. "All right then, now you can talk, right?" The old man nodded and said, "My method is fast, but rather brutal. It will be extremely painful during the process. Are you sure you can endure it?" Ouyang Yuya nodded in response. He knew very well that in the path of cultivation, only those who endured the bitterest hardships could rise above others. Seeing Ouyang Yuya nod, the old man smiled and said, "Then go fetch something for me. I think it'll enhance the effect." "Oh, what is it?" "Body tempering fluid." Ouyang Yuya was slightly surprised and asked, "How do you know about this stuff?" "Haha, I've been here for so many years. How could there be things I don't know about around here? Not only that, even the smallest details happening within this academy can't escape my sharp eyes. I even know something they're deliberately keeping secret." Ouyang Yuya looked at the old man suspiciously as he spoke mysteriously. "What is it?" The old man chuckled. "Hee, a young generation within the academy who also possesses a soul spirit." "Oh, who is it?" Ouyang Yuya was astonished. He hadn't expected someone in the academy to have such an outstanding talent. "That little kid from the Alchemy Institute, Ouyang Patian. It's actually him." Upon first hearing this, Ouyang Yuya's expression changed dramatically. "It seems the difficulty has increased this time around," Ouyang Yuya murmured. Chapter 81, Ruthless Training. In the early morning, a thin layer of pale white mist covered this lively, densely forested area. The moist air added even more freshness and vibrancy to the already thriving woods, as a gentle breeze passed through. Crack! A sharp sound abruptly echoed through the jungle, followed by a series of dull thuds that clashed harshly with the tranquil surroundings, coming from deep within the forest. Under the lush tree trunks, Ouyang Yuya stood firmly rooted to the ground with his feet planted like wooden stakes, his toes tightly gripping the earth in a solid horse stance. His teeth were clenched tightly, veins popping on his forehead as cold sweat poured down. Dressed only in shorts, his bare upper body was marked with countless red welts and faint bruises beginning to form. Behind him, the old man leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, watching Ouyang Yuya with a stern expression. With a flick of his hand, another streak of soul energy shot out, condensing into a whip-like form that lashed onto Ouyang's back. Where the whip struck, a bright red bruise instantly formed. His lips trembled violently, his teeth clenched down hard once again. Ouyang felt as though his entire body was being pierced by unbearable pain, and his upper body immediately bent forward, his legs nearly giving way. After a while, as the pain subsided slightly, he straightened himself once again. After the pain passed, the soul energy rushed rapidly through the air. Stimulated by the pain, he felt every pore in his body widen. The flowing soul energy seemed even more vibrant than before, and a cool sensation quickly spread across his flesh, seeping deep into his body, continuously strengthening his bones and muscles. Again, Ouyang, sensing the benefits, did not dare to slack off, clenching his teeth as he shouted. The old man nodded approvingly, and once more sent streaks of whip-like energy lashing forth with his right hand. Crack, 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 crack. As the whip repeatedly struck down, the jungle was filled with the continuous sound of beating flesh and chilling low growls. As time passed, the bruises on Ouyang's back multiplied. Crack, another whip slashed out, and finally, Ouyang could no longer endure. He slammed painfully onto his knees, driving his hands into the dirt, gripping it tightly as if trying to release the unbearable agony coursing through his body. His lips were bitten hard, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Observing Ouyang, who had clearly reached his limit, the old man spoke slowly. "Enough for today. Hurry up and cultivate now, or else delaying too long will worsen your injuries." Hearing the old man's words, Ouyang hastily forced himself to endure the pain and sat cross-legged, although his body's throbbing discomfort naturally caused his brow to furrow repeatedly. Still, he gritted his teeth and persisted. He understood well that only those who endure great hardship could rise above others. Seeing the stubbornness beneath Ouyang's youthful face, the old man's smile deepened. Today he had endured over 40 lashes before reaching his limit, an undeniable improvement compared to the first day when he couldn't endure even 5 hits. 2 days had passed, and the progress was obvious. At this rate, advancing to the 9th body tempering stage within the remaining 3 days shouldn't be difficult. The old man nodded slightly. A short while later, Ouyang opened his eyes from meditation, forcefully enduring the pain as he dragged a nearby wooden bucket over. He stared at the dark, murky liquid inside, swallowed hard, then closed his eyes painfully and began applying the liquid onto his body with a brush. As soon as the tempering solution made contact with his wounds, Ouyang involuntarily shuddered, his arms stiffening in pain. The old man slowly opened his eyes, letting out a light, surprised hum. Today's recovery was pretty fast. In the past, you needed to rest several hours after each session before applying the solution, but today you were able to do it within half an hour. Not bad. Gritting his teeth, Ouyang shot the smiling old man a glare. If it weren't for the fact that after each training session, he really did feel his soul energy becoming significantly stronger than before, he would have long refused to endure this kind of life-threatening torment. After this training, you'd better give me a convincing reason to justify all this. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook. Ouyang growled. Listening to Ouyang Yuye's slightly threatening tone, the old man merely smiled in silence without responding. There was no need for him to explain. The benefits would become clear to Ouyang himself in time. This application process lasted nearly an hour before Ouyang finally trembled and stopped, quickly sitting cross-legged to absorb the soul energy from the air. With the aid of the tempering solution, he could feel every pore on his body hungrily absorbing the soul energy like a parched desert traveler, continuously devouring it. Yet what still frustrated Ouyang was that the hard-earned soul energy was once again completely drained by the embryonic soul core next to his dantian. No matter how much soul energy he absorbed, it all seemed insufficient for the core's insatiable appetite. This glutton, Ouyang cursed under his breath before plunging again into cultivation. His physical body, after a brief resurgence of pain, fully absorbed the body tempering effects within the tempering solution, and the terrible bruises that had once marred his back gradually faded. After enduring the initial pain, Ouyang began to feel waves of pleasure wash over him. He couldn't help but shiver, exhaling heavily before diving once again into cultivation. The soul energy in the air continuously flowed into his body through every open pore, cleansing the lingering bruises and revitalizing his nearly exhausted physique, steadily strengthening him. This state of cultivation lasted for several hours. When he finally opened his eyes again, it was already dusk. He stretched his stiff joints and touched the bruises on his back. The injuries, once so painful that even the slightest contact was unbearable, now only caused mild discomfort, nothing serious. He silently praised the progress before slowly rising to his feet and stretching with a deep yawn, overwhelmed by the sensation of a fully recovered body, unable to suppress a cry of delight. That feels so good. Hee, I wasn't lying to you, right? As soon as he spoke, the old man appeared again, ragged and sitting casually on the tree trunk, chewing noisily on a chicken leg. The monkey on his shoulder also held a chicken leg, feasting joyfully. Ouyang Yuye helplessly twitched his lips. Since the monkey had helped him steal roasted chicken while he was cultivating, the relationship between the old man and the little monkey had grown increasingly close. Often, the monkey would bring back more than just one chicken, causing the old man to smile broadly, patting the monkey's fur while loudly praising. The younger generation is truly impressive. Ouyang sighed helplessly and clenched his fists, feeling an indescribable comfort flowing through his entire body. Just then, the old man suddenly uttered a low sound of surprise, staring at Ouyang in disbelief. Feeling a strange sensation, Ouyang frowned and asked curiously, "What is it?" As soon as the words left his mouth, as if recalling something, he immediately checked the condition within his body. Different from before, around his dantian, he actually detected a faint ripple of soul energy. Though still extremely weak, it reignited a glimmer of hope in him, evidence that he wouldn't be completely useless as he had feared. However, soon after the initial joy, he quickly focused on the critical issue at hand. He touched his now stronger physical body with astonishment. This is Body Tempering Stage 9. Chapter 82. Who is your master? Seeing Ouyang Yuye's puzzled expression, the old man stepped forward and pinched her body. After confirming her strength under Ouyang Yuye's excited gaze, he nodded. That's right. Indeed, the power of body tempering 9th layer. He couldn't help feeling surprised. Looks like he had underestimated him a bit. Observing the joy on Ouyang Yuye's face, the old man felt a sense of gratification. At least the hard work over the past few days hadn't gone to waste. With her perseverance, composure, hard work, and great talent, she was certainly a promising student in the future. Even he himself couldn't help considering the idea of taking her as a disciple. He waved to Ouyang Yuye, who smiled and said to him, "What old man? Lonely, and want someone to chat with." She then sat down casually, watching him with interest. Cough, cough. "Oh, you mentioned earlier that you already have a master, right?" "Yes, what about it?" "Not much, just curious. Who is your master?" Ouyang Yuye smiled. "Master Gu, one of the 4 ancient masters from the academy." "Oh, you mean Gu Qingtian? Haha. So that makes you his favored direct disciple." The old man grinned at Ouyang Yuye. He wore a smile, but to Ouyang Yuye, it looked far from benevolent. She couldn't help but become cautious, as this old man wasn't someone easily appeased. "What are you looking at me like that for, old man? I don't have those kinds of interests. Keep away from me." Ouyang Yuye didn't even know what she was saying. Perhaps she sensed a threat and blurted out nonsense instinctively. The old man became so angry that his whiskers quivered and his eyes widened. This kid always lacked respect for him. He needed to teach him a lesson, but he still held this kid in high regard. He couldn't help but feel reluctant, but finally resolved to act, because this kid had had it too easy all along, which had made those elders like him indifferent. Such arrogance could not last. Though strict with himself, the boy had clearly underestimated others. Now that he had broken through to the 9th layer of body tempering, a process that should have been painfully difficult, Ouyang Yuye was acting too pleased. The old man felt that he couldn't let this complacency continue. Such self-satisfaction would ruin him. Though Ouyang Yuye might feel resentment toward the old man later, this had to be done. After all, elders deserved respect from the younger generation and were also subject to their disapproval, which was only natural. Visible ripples appeared in the air as the old man inhaled and exhaled heavily through his nose, the sight being quite impressive. Xiuanhuan felt a terrifying pressure building up around her, and violent currents of air began swirling violently around her. Even with her 9th-layer tempered physical body, she experienced a sensation of unbearable tearing pain within. It seemed as though the storm in the old man's breath wasn't merely whipping across the surface of her body, but had penetrated into her muscles and bones. The excruciating pain and discomfort forced Xiuanhuan to emit a pained cry, her vision turning blurry before her eyes. Struggling to focus through the dizziness in her head, Xiuanhuan slowly regained clarity in her vision, but a loud ringing sound filled her ears as piercing gusts assaulted her eardrums. Clenching her teeth in pain, Xiuanhuan thought she was truly pitiful, just having broken through to the 9th body tempering layer and not even had time to savor her success before being disciplined by the old man again. A gurgle sound came from her throat as Xiuanhuan knew she had internal injuries, a wave of blood surging uncontrollably up her throat. She fought to control herself, and with a gulping sound, Xiuanhuan swallowed back the blood that was about to spill from her lips. Instantly, her condition worsened. Sometimes the human body was that simple. Many things were driven by instinct, and instinctive reactions were often the most natural and harmonious. Just like the Tao itself, the way of nature is simply natural. Spitting out the blood would have eased her injuries, but swallowing it only exacerbated her wounds. But Xiuanhuan had no other choice. She was gritting her teeth and enduring the pain now. If she spat this blood out, her entire being would break down. This old man truly acted without warning and unleashed his force without a word. Xiuanhuan also understood the old man's intentions clearly. He wanted to teach her not to get carried away. She had experienced too much easy success, leading to this situation. The old man wished to remind her that there are always better people out there. Merely his aura alone could pin her down so completely she could do nothing. Finally, the old man withdrew his pressure, and Xiuanhuan could no longer suppress the mouthful of blood. She spat it out violently, and her face, previously purple with the effort of holding back, finally eased a bit. The old man nodded in satisfaction. "Kid, I see great potential in you. I've just given you a bit of an opportunity." After saying this with a smile, the old man ignored Xiuanhuan's reaction and waved his wrist. Instantly, the void seemed to transform, and Xiuanhuan found himself standing with the old man in midair. From here, he could clearly see the land below, with violent gales rushing past him, yet none of them affected the two at all. They were standing above the void itself. With a wave of his palm, the old man sent a colorful orb of light appearing above Xiuanhuan's head. Xiuanhuan's expression immediately turned excited. The great desolate divine scripture. He never would have imagined that the old man actually possessed a copy of the great desolate divine scripture. It was truly an invaluable treasure. Staring at the floating orb of multicolored light, Xiuanhuan's expression was ever-changing. Meanwhile, the old man watched from the side, visibly pleased with Xiuanhuan's reaction. Seeing desire in the young girl's eyes didn't bother him in the least. After all, ambition and the desire to possess were part of being human. If a person had no ambitions or desires, what difference would there be between them and an animal? What would make them any different, considering that even beasts understood the need to expand and strengthen their clans? The old man genuinely appreciated Xiuanhuan's ambition. Suddenly, a strange ripple began drifting through the air. Chapter 83, The Four Great Wilderness Spirit Decrees. Xiuanhuan stared at the continuously humming Great Wilderness Spirit Decree, frowning deeply. What surprised him was that the three originally scattered points of light on the decree gradually began to converge, slowly approaching the larger red point of light in the center. As the distance shortened, Xiuanhuan could feel the cosmic square zone inside his body vibrating even more violently, a wave of unease rising from the depths of his heart. "Brat, what are you standing around for?" Just as Xiuanhuan was deep in thought, the old man's figure abruptly appeared, lifting him up before vanishing in a ripple of space. Right at the moment Xiuanhuan disappeared, three sharp whistling sounds rang out, and one after another, three figures arrived at the spot where he had vanished. Master Hong looked around at the lush environment and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This senior truly possesses great ability. The art of creating a world of one's own. Only a celestial soul master at the highest level could perform such a feat. Master Huang nodded. This senior's talent must indeed be extremely high. Otherwise, why would the academy head treat him with such reverence? Think of us four. We've spent our entire lives, and yet can only gaze upon the level of the celestial soul masters. Enough. This is not the time for such talk. Our immediate task now is to find that person. If I'm not mistaken, he must be hiding here, perhaps even connected to that old man. Master Yuan carefully scanned his surroundings, furrowing his brow. Ha ha, Yuan Jingtian. Can you show me any proof to support such an accusation against me? The old man laughed, stepping out from the shong with a smiling face, though his eyes flashed with icy cold light. Enough. There's nothing here worth your attention. Return now. Today I shall forgive your impertinence. But if you disturb my cultivation again, don't expect me to show any courtesy. Just as Master Hong and Master Huang nodded quickly and began to leave, Master Yuan stared intensely at the old man and said sternly, I shall come personally another day to apologize for my intrusion today. But since the academy had personally invited the senior as a protector elder of the academy, I believe there are certain matters you must cooperate with us on. A single slip in this affair is something even the senior may not be able to take responsibility for. As he spoke, he suddenly launched a fierce palm strike directly at the old man's side, clearly aiming precisely at Xiuanhuan's hiding place. Dang! With a sharp sound, The palm wind was intercepted by Master Gu, who rushed in from behind. Taking a step forward, Gu seemed unintentionally to block in front of Xuanhuan, then turned slightly to bow toward the old man, before immediately casting a cold glare back at Master Yuan. Gu Qingtian, are you really going to oppose me at every turn? Master Yuan roared in anger. All I know is that striking a senior is a disgrace to your station. I act as I please, and we came here because we also sense the location of another portion of the Great Wilderness Spirit Decree. Surely you understand its importance. Step aside, and I will forget your defiance. Master Gu hesitated, watching Yuan's expression. He seemed to want to believe the man was telling the truth, but still felt reluctant to move aside. Nearby, the old man resumed his usual smiling demeanor again. Oh, so it's about the Great Wilderness Spirit Decree, then. No wonder you've made such a grand entrance. Are you implying, then, that I have secretly hidden away the decree? Master Yuan smirked coldly at him. How dare we accuse a senior of wrongdoing? However, we hope the senior can kindly permit us a brief search. Smiling still, the old man nodded slightly. Then suddenly his expression hardened. I've wandered the world for years. Do you think I'll allow you to do as you please? If you want to search, bring the academy head himself. The three of you are simply not enough. He muttered to himself. Watch closely. This is true stepping heaven palm art. As he spoke, his hand suddenly swung. Infused with surrounding soul force, a crystal clear, jade-like palm formation gradually emerged and swept outward toward the three men. Master Yuan sensed something wrong immediately, his expression shifting as he hastily retreated while shouting, Old man, if you strike the three of us, you must be prepared to bear the academy head's punishment. Neither you nor I can afford such a thing. Humph. The old man let out another cold snort, the palm force intensifying rather than weakening, rushing toward the three with a violent, unstoppable momentum. Dare you keep talking nonsense, and I won't hold back. Watching the palm formation racing toward them from ahead, Master Gu's pupils constricted sharply. This kind of power was something only the unyielding metal element of his 10 elemental powers could barely withstand. At this moment, he felt even more fear toward the terrifying strength of the old man. Yuan Dashi also felt the threatening aura from the palm strike. Clenching his fist, he reluctantly said, Let's go. Following his words, the three of them withdrew from this space. As soon as they reappeared on the plaza of the Soul Master Academy, the palm imprint finally vanished. Yuan Dashi's expression darkened as he flicked his sleeve in frustration. What a madman. Hong Dashi nodded in agreement. Daring to openly attack us here in the academy, he clearly holds no regard for academy rules. Why don't we report this to the academy head? Yuan Dashi shook his head. The academy head is extremely busy right now and has no time for this. We don't need to act in haste either. Besides, I think I already know who it is. Huang Dashi thought for a moment before asking. Could it really be that you truly sensed someone next to that old man? We didn't sense even the slightest presence. Yuan Dashi solemnly nodded. Not long ago, I just ascended to become a celestial soul master, and my sensitivity to space has increased. What intrigued me, however, is that Gu Qingtian was also able to sense it. Could he have also broken through to become a sky soul master? Yuan Dashi pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling. In a few days, it will be the academy's chief selection. The Soul Master Academy itself is much more chaotic than us. Hong Dashi nodded and suddenly suggested, how about we stir up some additional chaos for them? Yuan Dashi smiled slightly. Old Gu is always so proud and isolated. Arrange some things. Tomorrow, I'll have Patian contact both of you. This time's academy chief selection can't be allowed to proceed too smoothly. Huh? With a laugh, Yuan Dashi activated his figure and returned along the path they had come. Watching Yuan Dashi's retreating figure, Huang Dashi smiled. This should be quite interesting this time. Chapter 84. Practicing until it's gone. Looking at the three who had vanished, the old man snorted disdainfully. Wanting to cause me trouble? You're still far from it. He turned around and glanced at the nearby Master Gu with a smile. Old Gu, which wind blew you here today? Master Gu smiled and replied. When a disciple gets into trouble, the master naturally has to come check on things. Glancing behind him, he added, Still hiding? Come out already. As his words faded, Xuanhuan's figure appeared, reluctantly bowing his hands. Disciple greets my master. Humph. The moment Master Gu saw Xuanhuan, his eyes flared with anger, his beard practically bristling. You still remember you have a master? Tell me. After a whole month, even Master Huang's new disciples, who have poor talent, have already become soul practitioners and moved on to cultivation. As for you three, not one of you is worth bragging about. Only causing me trouble. Huh, you. Master Gu was speaking when he suddenly sensed something and stared at Xuanhuan in shock, grabbing his arm to check his pulse, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. Xuanhuan could only bitterly shake his head. His internal soul force condition had indeed been discovered. Knowing his master's temper, it wouldn't be surprising if he swallowed him whole. Only after a long moment did Master Gu finally release his arm, saying, Your physical strength has reached the 9th level of body refinement, and your soul force intensity is almost undetectable. You brat, what exactly have you been up to? Xuanhuan, seeing Master Gu was about to erupt again, gulped hard and timidly said, Disciple truly doesn't know. Don't know? Master Gu couldn't help but smile bitterly. You cultivated yourself to this point, and now you say you don't know? Xuanhuan nodded. Disciple really doesn't. My soul force just vanished while I was practicing. Master Gu rubbed his temples. Fine, come along. Let's go back. I can't have you causing chaos every day. Xuanhuan helplessly twitched his lips, stole a glance at the old man. and found that the old man actually had an expression of, "What's that got to do with me?" casually leaning against the tree trunk with an air of ease. Glaring at him bitterly, Ouyang let out a resigned sigh and followed Master Gu. Master Gu turned around and bowed to the old man. "Senior, if you have no further instructions, I'll take my leave first." Just as he started to turn, the old man suddenly smiled and said, "Master Gu Qingtian, you truly have a blessed fate." Master Gu paused mid-step, looking at him puzzledly. "Senior, what do you mean by that?" The old man chuckled, standing up. "Your disciple is really hardworking." Master Gu smiled. "Thank you for the kind words. Once we return, I'll definitely urge him to diligently cultivate to prevent this loss of soul energy." Ouyang Yuya felt extremely wronged and was about to defend himself when the old man laughed and said, "The reason his soul force is thin isn't because he's lazy, it's because his soul heart is quite unique." "Oh, he's already formed a soul heart? That quickly?" Master Gu was astonished and once again checked Ouyang Yuya's pulse before finally nodding in satisfaction. "It indeed seems so. But how is that different from ordinary soul force?" When a soul heart is formed, part of the soul force within the body naturally will be consumed. I naturally understand that. Thus, as the soul heart grows stronger, more and more soul force is absorbed, making future improvements slower. But at his current stage, the soul force consumed by the soul heart should only be a tiny fraction. How could it all be devoured? The old man smiled. Simply because he possesses dual-type soul heart, soul spirit. What? Master Gu looked at Ouyang Yuya, who stood there somewhat sheepishly, his disbelief evident. Yet, seeing the old man didn't seem to be joking, he joyfully patted his shoulder. "Well done. No wonder he's my disciple Gu Qingtian's apprentice." But soon he realized something was amiss. Wait, I recall Ouyang Potion's also a soul spirit, and that hasn't exactly been a secret anymore. The Academy actually plans to have him participate in the upcoming Junior Kingdom Academy competition, which is why we've kept it under wraps so far. However, from what I remember, during his early cultivation stages, he required more energy, but nowhere near as much as to have completely devoured his soul force like this. The old man nodded. Indeed. Currently, I myself don't have a clear understanding of what's happening, but I believe it would be better for him to stay here with me. I have fairly extensive experience in this field, and it'll also be safer for him here. Master Gu, unwilling to decline further, exhaled and said, "Then I'll trouble you, senior." He glanced at Ouyang Yuya behind him. "You brat, show me some promise. If I'm not mistaken, this time's chief disciple selection won't proceed easily. You returning then would be a help. The 4 academies of Orin have always been in rivalry, and the other 3 often unite. Don't you dare fail me then." Ouyang Yuya thought for a moment and replied, "Still 4 days left, yes? Fine, within 4 days I will return. Master, you may rest assured." Master Gu nodded, then turned and left. The old man looked at Ouyang Yuya, who was standing there dazed, and chuckled. "What? If you're not willing, you can just come along." Ouyang Yuya rolled his eyes. "All right, let's begin." The old man paused slightly. "Begin what?" "Continue training, of course. I need to fully solidify my soul heart as soon as possible. I want to see just what kind of freak my soul heart truly is." The old man smiled. "Suit yourself. But I should warn you, training twice a day might bring adverse effects to your body." Ouyang Yuya nodded. "I naturally understand that. But otherwise, can you guarantee a faster method for my cultivation?" The old man chuckled. "Not before, but now there is one." "What do you mean by that?" Ouyang Yuya asked, puzzled. "You brought out the great wilderness spirit method, right?" Ouyang Yuya looked at the old man's sly smile and nodded. "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" "No need to worry. This old man has no interest in that thing. You surnamed Ouyang. You must be from the Ouyang branch family. The sole master branch of the Ouyang clan disappeared many years ago. If I'm not mistaken, your grandfather belonged to that sole master branch. His name is Ouyang Yuan, correct?" Ouyang Yuya was shocked inwardly. "Senior, you know him as well?" The old man revealed a trace of sorrow in his eyes, yet calmly nodded. "Of course I know him. I came here and was once well acquainted with the head of the Ouyang family. It was purely for his sake that I couldn't bear to see the Ouyang descendants suffer exile, so I stayed here as its guardian." The old man sighed and continued, "And the other method I mentioned is exactly this great wilderness spirit method you possess. It becoming one of the 4 legendary techniques of old was not without reason. Aside from being immensely powerful itself, those who cultivate it develop within their bodies wild force, even wild seeds. These not only boast tremendous offensive capabilities, but also provide perception of soul energy multiple times greater than other techniques. This will greatly benefit your cultivation. However, you already know the downside. Its cultivation level is too low, limiting the amount of soul energy stored. In battle, you must finish quickly. If it drags on, you'll find yourself at an extreme disadvantage. So, if you succeed in mastering it, it will bring unexpected benefits. But if you fail, you will also lose the chance to switch to other methods. From that point on, you'll be stuck with a low-grade technique in a bleak future. Think carefully now." Ouyang Yuya nodded and fell into deep thought. As the old man said, now his only path to power was to take the risk. There was no shortcut to instant success. In this case, the great wilderness spirit method was undoubtedly his best option. Seeing Ouyang Yuya lost in thought, the old man didn't hurry him. Such a decision indeed weighed heavily on one's mind. And so he remained in thought for a full hour, before finally raising his head. Bloodshot veins faintly lined his eyes. Moments later, his voice rasped out. "I'll learn it." Chapter 85, The Wilderness Chi Steel. Looking at Ouyang Yuya's slightly stubborn expression, even the old man, who was usually eccentric and unpredictable, felt a slight stir. The boy already possessed the necessary qualities and efforts required for success. What he lacked was merely the final opportunity. Nodding gravely, the old man said, "Since you've made your decision, I won't nag anymore. Now, sit cross-legged and try to establish a connection with the spirit decree in your hand through your soul perception. Once you're truly acknowledged, you'll at least inherit the wilderness chi within. As for the higher inheritances of wilderness heart and wilderness seed, those will depend entirely on your fate." Xuanhuan nodded and took a deep breath before sitting down cross-legged. "Close your eyes and relax your mind. I'll guard you," the old man continued. Xuanhuan nodded again, took out the great wilderness spirit decree, placed it on his lap, and as he relaxed his mind, his soul perception surged forth from his body and entered the decree. The moment his soul perception made contact, his body involuntarily shuddered before returning to stillness. "He's entered the decree," murmured the old man, watching the young boys straight back. Closing his eyes once more, he muttered, "Boy, don't disappoint me now." As soon as Xuanhuan's soul perception entered the decree, he felt slightly disoriented. The surroundings around him shifted rapidly, and when they finally stabilized, he found himself standing on a desolate and uninhabited expanse of land. The ground exuded an ancient and weathered aura. The distant horizon was gray and misty, stretching endlessly. The land and sky merged together into a single, hazy vista, within which one could faintly see a massive crack, emanating a sharp and fierce energy like the eye of an ancient beast. He bent down, scooped up a handful of earth, and allowed the red grains to slip through his fingers. Looking up at the infinite sky, his brow furrowed. Is this the decree's inner space? How interesting. Xuanhuan stood up and brushed his hands free of dirt before striding toward the distance. Not knowing what awaited him ahead, it was better to fight forward boldly rather than passively wait. If this was a test, there should be some mechanism to trigger it. Clenching his fists, he felt the powerful energy circulating inside his body, apparently not suppressed by any restriction in this realm. The old man hadn't lied. After successfully completing this trial, he might truly recover his soul force. Smiling slightly, he moved forward. As he stepped forward, his slim figure gradually vanished into the boundless, earthen-colored world. The old man glanced at the unmoving figure nearby and sighed softly. Already a full day. Then he shut his eyes again. At that moment, Xuanhuan sat on the ground with caution, staring ahead. He had walked for a long time within this place over the past day, but had still not managed to escape its confines. Everything remained in that hazy gray condition, puzzling him endlessly. Eventually, he stopped trying and simply sat down. Observant eyes might notice the ripples of soul energy pulsing rhythmically around him, like he was trying to detect something. Could my senses have been wrong? Xuanhuan frowned in disbelief. Several hours ago, when he passed by this place, the myriad manifestation vessel inside him had suddenly quivered slightly, prompting him to pause and investigate. But hours had passed, and instead of discovering any abnormality, even the vessel inside his body had fallen silent again, completely unresponsive no matter how hard he tried to activate it. Worthless thing. He sighed bitterly and slowly stood up. It seemed there really was nothing here after all. Just as Xuanhuan was about to take a step forward and leave, his previously still myriad manifestation vessel quivered once again, even more violently than before. At the same moment, he felt the soul energy he had laid behind him also violently vibrating. Xuanhuan's pupils sharply constricted, and he immediately spun around, only to see a shadow shoot rapidly past behind him. "You want to run? Stay here," he snarled coldly. With a low shout, his right palm clenched, and a soul blade appeared in his grasp. To his surprise, the originally blue blade now appeared slightly crimson, with hints of a brownish hue shimmering beneath the surface. This is wilderness chi. The moment the soul blade appeared, Xuanhuan realized its transformation. The blade had absorbed the ambient wilderness chi in the air. Radiating a tremendous aura, the brownish soul blade slashed fiercely toward the shadow. Sensing the sharp blade's might, the dark figure didn't dare confront it head-on. Instantly halting its forward movement, it veered sharply to the side. Boom! The soul blade slammed heavily onto the ground, scattering dirt in all directions and leaving a deep cut nearly an inch wide. Xuanhuan's lips twitched slightly. He hadn't expected a soul blade formed from wilderness chi to be this terrifyingly powerful, far surpassing his imagination. Instantly, his interest in the great wilderness spirit decree and wilderness chi surged even further. "I'm claiming this cultivation method. You're staying here," he snapped coldly. With those words, his soul energy erupted outward, and his figure shot forward. In just a few leaps, he arrived behind the shadowy figure and fiercely struck downward with one palm, his expression somewhat distorted. Anyone locked in a desolate, forsaken place like this would surely lose their temper. "Let me see what kind of ghost you are." Yet just as his palm descended, the shadow suddenly spun around. At the sight of its face, Xuanhuan immediately felt his heart lurch. The face before him was exactly the same as his own. Before Xuanhuan could fully process his shock, the figure sneered with a bone-chilling mockery. With a flip of its right hand, an identical crimson soul blade appeared and swung straight down toward Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's pupils sharply constricted. He hadn't expected this monster not only to look exactly like him, but to also use the exact same martial arts. Muttering a curse under his breath, he hastily stepped back and blocked with his own soul blade. Schwa! The intense collision sent a violent whirlpool of energy spiraling outward from the impact point. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes and lunged forward again. As the old saying goes, one's greatest enemy is oneself, and now Xuanhuan truly understood its meaning. Even though he knew all the martial arts he himself wielded, fighting was still incredibly difficult. Normally, the moment Ouyang Yi's soul blade appeared, the other figure would block it perfectly with its own energy, as though it could read his mind. Consequently, each movement felt restrained, and the fight became extremely strenuous. The sound of clashing metal rang out once more as both figures leapt backward. Ouyang Yi, panting heavily and in a disheveled state, glared viciously at the shadowy figure ahead. After striking him away, the shadow immediately turned and fled toward another direction, unwilling to engage in direct confrontation. Ouyang Yi's eyes darkened. Lightly pushing off with the tips of his toes, he pursued at high speed. His energy-wrapped hand reached forward, aiming to grasp the figure's shoulder. But as soon as he made contact, a figure identical to his own shot out from within the shadow's body and escaped farther away. Holding the lifeless shell in his hand, Ouyang Yi's expression grew even more grim. This is an illusion clone. Discovering that even this technique was copied, Ouyang Yi sneered coldly. With a hand seal, he summoned a clone of his own from his body to intercept the decoy while he resumed the chase. Fake imposter, stand still for me. Meanwhile, outside the inner world, the old man's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. You've seen the wilderness shadow then? Looking at Ouyang Yi's body trembling slightly, the old man gave a slight nod and murmured softly. It's the wilderness shadow, an illusion born from the heart, and should also be dispelled through the heart. Smiling, he reached over and patted the monkey beside him. The monkey, at that moment, was intently staring at the great wilderness spirit decree in Ouyang Yi's possession, scratching its head anxiously as if deep in thought. Hong Long, Kacha. Across the wide plains, sharp, terrifying attacks continued to crash down relentlessly. Ouyang Yi's expression grew increasingly dark. The figure ahead was like an eel. No matter how he attacked, it always dodged with ease and even appeared immune to his blows. Staring coldly at the tireless shadow ahead, Ouyang Yi suddenly clenched his teeth, performed a hand seal, and closed his eyes tightly. At the same time, the myriad manifestation vessel inside his body began to tremble faintly. I want to see just how much you can block. Chi. A gray beam of light shot forth from his fingertip, slicing violently through space toward the figure ahead. As the gray streak passed, the shadow kept fleeing, showing no sign of resistance. Voila! The gray light flashed past in the blink of an eye, and suddenly the figure ahead came to a stop. Watching the gray light, it even displayed a flicker of confusion. Still, it summoned the same energy again, trying to block the gray light. Instantly, realization struck Ouyang Yi. The myriad manifestation vessel had not been copied. In an instant, his energy was pierced through, and before the shadow could even try to flee, the pursuing gray light tore it into pieces. Dust and smoke scattered, and the shadow vanished into emptiness. Ouyang Yi exhaled slowly, relaxing slightly. Finally handled. Just as the shadow disappeared, he noticed that the ancient, aged aura surrounding the space seemed to be drawn inward, rushing fully into his body. As soon as the aura entered him, it forcefully occupied his form, and his soul energy, under this pressure, was completely expelled from his body, entirely replaced by this ancient force. This is wilderness chi. Clenching his fist, he felt a far more violent power surging within. Clicking his tongue, he admitted that the Ba Dao, overwhelming dominance, of the wilderness chi lived up to its reputation. It even drove his soul energy into retreat. As the wilderness chi continued flowing into his body, he clearly sensed the surrounding chi fluctuations growing significantly thinner. When his soul energy was completely replaced, the originally gray and misty space slowly lifted like a curtain. Once Ouyang Yi steadied his consciousness, he discovered the earth beneath his feet had vanished entirely. In its place lay another silent, desolate plain, filled with thick wilderness chi that exhaled an ancient and stifling aura. Red mist drifted across the land like the remnants of an ancient age. Not far from this ground stood a stone tablet tightly shrouded in mist. Gazing at the monument that radiated oppressive energy, Ouyang Yi slowly exhaled and walked toward it. Before long, he stood face to face with the stone tablet, nearly a zhang, Chinese unit of length, in height. Upon its surface was carved a fiercely snarling giant ape, howling toward the sky, as though releasing some hidden rage. Strangely, the giant ape somehow shared a similar aura with the monkey he had seen earlier. At the base of the monument lay a palm-shaped indentation. Gazing up at the awe-inspiring tablet, he muttered quietly, "This is the second trial, the wilderness seed, huh?" Struggling to suppress his excitement, he placed his right palm firmly against the tablet and declared sharply, "Break." Wong. As soon as his hand touched the surface, a deep vibration resounded all around. The mist swirling around the tablet suddenly scattered outward in all directions like a storm. Inside his body, the myriad manifestation vessel began trembling violently, and suddenly, an immense suction force surged from the stone tablet, nearly making his heart leap in terror. Chapter 86 Who? Just as the vase of 10,000 manifestations trembled slightly, Ouyang Yi realized something was amiss. He tried to pull his hand back, but the immense suction force coming from the stone tablet made it impossible for him to move even slightly. Under such pulling force, he felt the wild energy, Huang Qi, he had painstakingly gathered inside his body being sucked uncontrollably into the stone tablet. Cursed! Ouyang cursed under his breath. At this rate, he probably wouldn't even get to solidify his wild seed before being drained dry into a husk. And under this crazy level of absorption, the engraved giant ape on the stone tablet became increasingly distinct, almost writhing like a living creature sealed within the slab. At the same time, faint roars of an ape echoed across the desolate land. As time passed, Ouyang felt his wild energy continually pouring into the stone tablet. Rather than weakening, the process intensified instead. Soon, Ouyang sensed his wild energy was nearing depletion, while the ape on the stone tablet became ever more vivid and lifelike. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth, tightened his pupils, and just as he tried to pull his hand away, suddenly a hoarse, aged voice echoed in his mind. Do not let go. Channel all your wild energy into it. The beast is absorbing. Almost instantly the hoarse voice spoke. Ouyang's eyes flashed with realization. He helplessly shook his head. Probably the ape beast mentioned was the very giant ape in front of him. But at this rate, he'd be finished long before the beast completed its absorption. Yet, in his desperation, there was no time to ponder how the old man knew of this stone tablet. He obeyed the old man's words and poured all remaining wild energy into the tablet. Whoosh! With Ouyang consciously pushing it, the wild energy surged out violently, spiraling toward the tablet. With this violent influx, the carved ape appeared ever more heroic and fierce, struggling as though attempting to break free, releasing thunderous, earth-shattering roars. Roar! A furious growl sounded, and Ouyang felt as if his eardrums were going to shatter. Powerful counterforce surged from the tablet, shocking his body. It felt as though his chest had been struck by a mighty hammer. Pale-faced, he spat out a mouthful of refined blood. The physical body formed from his soul essence also began to dissolve. Ouyang coldly snorted. Rather than retreating, he stubbornly resisted his fatigue from energy depletion and poured his remaining wild energy into the stone again. While Ouyang wasn't sure of the connection between the wild energy, the tablet, and the ape, he was clever enough to figure out, vaguely, that earning the wild heart's approval likely had something to do with the ape before him. At a loss for other ideas, channeling the energy was the only way forward. Still, Ouyang clearly underestimated the quantity of wild energy the tablet required. Despite the ape showing signs of breaking free, it remained firmly suppressed by the stone tablet. Ouyang, in turn, felt his body grow weak without the support of wild energy. With his soul essence damaged, he was now clearly at the end of his strength. Just as he was losing hope, however, the stone tablet trembled slightly. Surprised, Ouyang saw a thin stream of wild energy form again inside him, forming a small vortex similar to the soul force vortex he had previously possessed, settling quietly on the left side of his dantian, slowly rotating. As the vortex slightly trembled, Ouyang felt the vitality returning slightly to his exhausted body. Fixing his gaze on the vortex forming within, as if recalling something, he murmured, "This is the wild energy vortex. The same one father mentioned." Fixing his gaze on the vortex forming within, as if recalling something, he murmured, "This is the wild energy vortex. The same one father mentioned." Staring excitedly at the tiny vortex inside him, Ouyang was elated. No matter what, he had finally achieved what the clan leader had back then. Still, did this mean he had failed? He bitterly shook his head. Originally, his goal was to solidify a wild seed. He softly sighed. Indeed, nothing simple about this. Watching the ape within the tablet once again grow calm due to lack of energy, he bit his lip in frustration. Suddenly, his right arm trembled. His right palm slammed onto the stone tablet again. With the familiar suction force returning, Ouyang's eyes became determined. "Unless you strip me of every last ounce of strength, I swear I'll keep going till there's nothing left in me." Ouyang coldly snorted, then poured the last bits of his wild energy into the stone tablet again. The giant ape, which had just begun to be subdued once more, sensed Ouyang's wild energy and defiantly began struggling again. This time, its look toward Ouyang carried a faint hint of human-like gratitude. As Ouyang once again pressed his right palm onto the stone tablet, his main body outside, sitting cross-legged, began turning visibly flushed, his skin turning blood red, with blood vessels surfacing as though ready to burst through his skin. Clearly reaching his limits, the old man frowned deeply, his voice tinged with irritation. What a reckless kid. Feeling Ouyang's energy fading rapidly, he shook his head and muttered, "Fine, I'll help you just this once." Suddenly, he raised his hand and lightly tapped his forehead. With a crisp sound like an eggshell cracking, a spiral-shaped mark appeared on his forehead, simultaneously emitting a strange energy force that violently repelled the surrounding soul force. Slightly clenching his right fist, a stream of brownish energy appeared in his palm. As soon as the energy emerged, even the surrounding Wenli instinctively recoiled, keeping their distance. If Ouyang had witnessed this scene, he wouldn't have mistaken that energy. It was undeniably Wang Chit. Just as the old man was about to intervene, the monkey crouching on the ground suddenly leapt forward, landing on Ouyang's shoulder. Amid the old man's shocked expression, streams of brownish hue violently surged from the monkey's body, forming a white phantom figure that looked exactly like itself. In a flash, it entered Ouyang's crown and vanished without a trace. This is a beast soul. The old man stared wide-eyed at the white phantom disappearing into Ouyang's body, his eyes nearly popping out. Sensing the flow of Wang Chit coming from the monkey, he was momentarily speechless from shock. Wang Chit. Taking a deep breath while looking at the clearly exhausted monkey perched on the shoulder, he suddenly burst into laughter. I should have guessed this from the start. A monkey with such intelligence couldn't possibly be ordinary. Since that's the case, let me help you too. He chuckled as he placed his right palm onto Ouyang's back, channeling his Wang Chit into him. Immediately afterward, a shuddering aura erupted from within Ouyang, expanding outward in all directions. The Wang Chit quickly depleted, and Ouyang felt his physical body becoming increasingly unstable. Smirking self-mockingly, he murmured, "Looks like I overestimated myself after all. Well, Maybe I just wasn't destined to obtain this chance. Trying to comfort himself this way, he gradually exhaled, preparing to pull his hand away. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy burst forth inside him, forcefully flowing into the Wang Qi vortex. His hand, already withdrawing, abruptly halted midair. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "This is Wang Qi." In the same instant, he realized the likely cause. He was certain the old man had intervened. Right now, questioning where this Wang Qi came from was far from his mind. With this new energy nourishing him, Ouyang experienced the smooth flow of power rushing through his meridians. Letting out another gratified groan, he smiled slightly and firmly pressed his right palm back onto the tablet. With his right arm trembling violently, he unleashed an even fiercer torrent of Wang Qi into the tablet. Boom! Amid a powerful resonance, the stone tablet, saturated with Wang Qi, emitted a muffled sound. Ouyang's lips involuntarily curved into a cold smirk as he poured more Wang Qi in with even greater force. "Break!" he roared hysterically. At that very moment, the giant ape trapped within the tablet also violently struggled. Its originally brown fur turned snowy white, then further transformed into a crystalline violet color as it bellowed furiously. A faint cracking sound rang out. Ouyang's eyes gleamed with sharp light. He saw countless tiny cracks forming over the stone tablet's surface. Laughing joyfully, he channeled all his remaining Wang Qi inside. Encouraged by the energy, the giant ape inside grew even more ferocious. Watching in awe, Ouyang saw it lift its massive paw and, amid the surging Wang Qi, fiercely strike the tablet. Crash! A louder cracking sound than before erupted as countless fine cracks appeared all over the tablet. Rapidly spreading, they converged together like a web, covering the entire surface. Roaring loudly again, the ape swung its paw for another strike. Swish! With tremendous force, the stone tablet disintegrated inch by inch, crumbling into dust and scattering across this desolate ancient land. With the destruction of the tablet, the giant ape stepped forth. To Ouyang's astonishment, it transformed into a quite robust human-like figure. His muscular frame bore numerous conspicuous scars. Every step it took caused the ground beneath to tremble. Ouyang stared intently at the approaching ape, instinctively feeling that this was the most terrifying being he had ever encountered directly. Each step shook his internal organs violently. "Haha, young friend, no need to be tense. I mean no harm." Just as Ouyang was growing anxious, the giant ape suddenly spoke in a human voice, wide-mouthed. Although startled, Ouyang still clasped his hands and greeted respectfully. "Greetings, senior." The giant ape nodded, its expression revealing undeniable gratitude and admiration toward Ouyang Yuya. "No need to be so formal. Thank you just now, truly. You're the first person in all these years who has succeeded so perfectly." "The first? Does that mean others have come before?" Ouyang Yuya asked casually, without changing his expression. The giant ape nodded again, crossed his legs, and grabbed a handful of the mottled qi floating in the air, sighing. "Yes, it must have been a very long time ago. I vaguely remember many people who came here like you today, attempting to help me. But I suppose, in truth, you're here to obtain this power, aren't you?" Ouyang Yuya shook his head at first, then hesitated briefly before finally nodding. "Haha, ask whatever questions you have. No need to be hesitant like this. It's been many years since anyone spoke with me like this." Ouyang Yuya smiled faintly, and without pretense sat down on the ground like the ape. "May I ask, senior, where exactly this place is and who you are?" "Oh, that's quite a good question indeed. Haha, speaking of it, this place should count as a separate world. You may call it the alternate continent." "The alternate continent?" The giant ape nodded. "Apart from the continent you're familiar with, on which people live, there is also one such alternate continent. Originally, its territory was extremely vast, but later due to certain upheavals, the continent broke apart, splitting into 4 equal pieces. From the souls of those who have visited here before, I learned a little about your purpose. You're here searching for Wang Qi, right? And judging by what I know, each of the other 4 fragments should also contain other powers sought after by others." Ouyang Yuya nodded slightly without much expression, suddenly recalling something. His father once mentioned the continent's 4 great sacred cannons. Could the other 3 cannons be located across the other 3 alternate continents? Thinking it over, he finally said, "That's correct. This space is originally formed from a spiritual manual. Based on your words, the other 3 continents must be hiding the other 3 kinds of power." "Haha, the greed of mortals truly knows no bounds." "That's correct. The Wang Qi here is indeed much purer than the impure spiritual energy outside. However, obtaining the inheritance here isn't that simple. Many who have come here returned empty-handed. In all these years, only you and that other fellow achieved minor success. He obtained the Wang Qi vortex, while you, I suppose, got what you people call the Wangzhong." A sudden realization flashed through Ouyang Yuya's mind. That senior must have been the head of the Ouyang family. Still, he felt rather confused by the giant ape's explanation and shrugged helplessly. "Then senior, could you explain the difference between the Wangzhong, the Wang Qi vortex, and even the Wangxian?" The giant ape chuckled. "Strictly speaking, there's no significant difference between them. But if you must insist on one, then consider this. If the power exerted through the Wang Qi vortex equals the strength of 1 punch, then the Wangzhong allows you to strike with 2 punches worth of power, and the Wangxian is 3 punches worth. That's how it is. But everything comes with a cost. Let alone how difficult it is to acquire the Wangzhong or Wangxian. The future cultivation path itself is absurdly difficult. You'll understand this soon enough." Though Ouyang Yuya's expression remained calm, his heart was in utter turmoil. He hadn't expected the disparity in Wang Qi to be so vast. Then, Senior, may I ask, who exactly are you? Chapter 87, The Monkey's Origins. As soon as the giant ape finished speaking, Xiuxian was seized by a wave of fear, followed quickly by a profound sense of awe rising from deep within his heart. You mean, the true master of the Dahuang Lingjue is actually you? As soon as he spoke the words, even he found them hard to believe. Mei Shang Dao Chong Zhao Chu, Zhiroban, Duotin Zhao de Gongfa de Jing, Shi Yi Ji, Xiling Wa Xing de Hon So. The giant ape seemed to read his mind. It laughed and nodded. Feels unbelievable, doesn't it? Huh. Xiuxian honestly nodded in agreement. There was no need to hide his thoughts in front of such a mighty being. The giant ape gave an approving nod. You and that man from back then are alike, both possessing admirable perseverance, talent, and courage. Although he didn't have the fortune you now do. If I'm not mistaken, you were already drained of strength earlier. It must have been another power that helped you hold on until now. With that, the giant ape smacked its lips. I never imagined someone with such immense power would still exist in this world. The density of Wangqi you carry rivals even the greats of ancient times. There was clear admiration in its tone. Wangqi, huh? Furrowing his brow, Xiuxian thought about its unusual nature. Suddenly he recalled the old man, then shook his head moments later. The presence of Wangqi was rare. Only someone who had reached this place could possess it. After thinking for a moment longer without clarity, he decided to figure it out later. At present, he needed to understand what was going on here first. He then bowed and said, "This junior has some questions. I hope you'll enlighten me." The giant ape nodded and was about to speak when suddenly it stilled its gaze, looking past Xiuxian. At the same time, space itself seemed to be torn by something, and a streak of light shot out from within the rift. Feeling the energy from the streak, Xiuxian felt surprise. Wangqi. A faint glow carried a brownish sphere that slowly descended beside Xiuxian. In the midst of Ouyang's astonishment, the orb revealed its true form as the brown glow faded. Monkey. As the brown light vanished, there stood the monkey, undoubtedly Monkey. But now, Monkey appeared somewhat bewildered, scratching at the snow-white fur on the back of his head while glancing at the strange and unfamiliar surroundings. Hearing Ouyang's call snapped him back to awareness. Upon seeing the person before him, his expression once again brightened. The earlier confusion vanished as he leaped onto Ouyang's shoulder, playfully tugging at his hair. Ouyang couldn't help but smile helplessly. Suddenly, he heard a sharp intake of breath. Turning his head, he saw the giant ape staring fixedly at the monkey perched on his shoulder, clearly shocked. Ouyang paused, glancing at the now absorbed monkey on his shoulder. Senior. Before he could finish, the giant ape interrupted. Do you know this little one well? His tone overflowed with joy, and there was a hint of expectation in it as well. Ouyang looked at the monkey. You mean this guy? Yeah, he's been with me as my spirit beast companion all along. Is something wrong, Senior? The giant ape remained silent for a moment before asking. So, it's truly been with you all this time? Seeing Ouyang nod, it continued. Right. I met him in the forest by chance, and I've carried him around ever since. The giant ape inhaled deeply, unable to conceal its excitement. Excellent. I was right. Who knew I'd get to see the xuanhuan here? Xuanhuan? Xiuxian asked in disbelief, glancing at the monkey on his shoulder. Then he said, I'd like to hear the story. The giant ape gazed meaningfully at the monkey and began. Long ago, in the world, there existed only one continent, the very wasteland you see now. Others outside your world call it the ancient era. The cultivators of that era mainly drew power from Wangqi, a force far superior to the soul cultivators here today. Besides the sects, the most powerful forces in ancient continent were the four spirit beast clans, and my family belonged among them. The spirit beasts were ranked by bloodline into three classes, Xuanhuan, Xuanzuan, and Yuan Beast. I myself was among the Yuanzans. As for the current four spirit beast clans today, the giant ape waved a hand and said, later, due to certain upheavals, the continent fractured and ceased to exist, forming a new continent, the one you now inhabit. Because of the transformation, Wangqi became corrupted and is now called soul power. In fact, Wangqi and soul power share the same origin, but Wangqi is far more refined. The continent's division greatly weakened xuanhuan, especially the four great spirit beast clans. Our bloodlines have dwindled to the point of near extinction, and the royal bloodline has already vanished. If my assumptions are correct, I am probably the only one left surviving in this land. On a whim, I created this cultivation technique. However, I never imagined that there were still others existing on the continent apart from me. Eventually, I defeated the intruder, but it managed to seal me using a spiritual treasure. I then poured all my Wangqi into casting this manual across to the new continent, hoping someone fated would come and free me. And you, after all these years, are the first one. The giant ape took a deep breath. Its voice was filled with an indescribable sense of Tongsong. You mean this little guy is a direct descendant of the ape kings? Xiuxian lifted the monkey, still unable to see its significance. The giant ape smiled. Ape lineage cultivation is divided into 8 stages. Right now he's only a 3-star ape king. When he reaches the 8th stage and his fur turns deep purple, he will become a true ape king. However, the Wangqi required for his cultivation is too scarce in today's world for him to make any progress. Despite possessing excellent bloodline, he cannot advance an inch. As the ape king spoke, it gently stroked the monkey's fur, which seemed to enjoy the attention, closing its eyes in delight. Oh, can you feel it? The giant ape smiled slightly and nodded toward Xiuxian. Young friend, if you're willing to accept one condition from this old one, I shall bestow upon you the heart of Wang. Ouyang Yuyan's gaze sharpened. Here it was. He nodded calmly. Please, senior, enlighten me. The giant ape nodded and looked at the monkey on his shoulder. The reason I've clung to life is because I refuse to see my ape race fall into ruin. I long for the day when my clan can rise again. Now that there is already an ape king by bloodline, I am reassured. With time, he is sure to become a mighty force. As for the other 3 great spirit beast clans, if my assumptions are correct, they have all migrated to your continent. If they learn of the existence of ape king bloodline, they'll certainly make every effort to eliminate it. So, I beg you to look after and protect him well, to let my race flourish once again. Such a path will bring nothing but benefits to you. Ouyang Yuyan nodded. There's no need for your senior's instruction, I would do so anyway. He looked at the monkey and said firmly, he is my companion. The giant ape nodded, satisfied. Then I am at ease. Perhaps it was destined for him to choose you. Then how does he increase his power, where there's no Wang cheat he needs? There's no need to worry about that, the giant ape replied. I shall seal all my life's energy into his body. As he grows stronger, he will gradually absorb this energy naturally. Within it, I've left traces of my own power, which can assist you 3 times when needed. Of course, under no circumstances should you ever recklessly release the seal, for the backlash would be terrifying. Only do so when facing a life-threatening danger. The last sentence was directed at the monkey. It wouldn't be a problem since it was intelligent enough to understand. But senior, if you transfer your power into him, what will happen to you? I am but a fragment of soul consciousness left behind by my original body, waiting for a destined inheritor. Even without him, I would not last long once the Wang seed forms within your body. As for me, other remnants of my consciousness still exist within other portions of the cultivation manual, so no need to be sorrowful. If you wish to see me again, strive to find the other remaining scrolls. Alright, no more delay. Let us begin now. As it said this, it suddenly formed a very obscure hand seal. Under Ouyang Yuyan's solemn gaze, a fierce and wild force erupted violently from within the giant ape. Chapter 88 Inheritance. As the giant ape formed a series of mudras with its hands, Ouyang Yuya suddenly felt a suffocating pressure in the air. Even the surrounding Wang Qi visibly rose up and converged toward the ape's body. Wahoo! The rapidly condensing Wang Qi created piercing, whooshing sounds as it rubbed against the air, like howling winds. Ouyang Yuya's expression turned to shock, truly worthy of a master capable of creating the great Wang spirit art. This was merely a sliver of the being's soul, but if the true body were here, it could probably shatter space with a wave of its hand. Ouyang Yuya stared intently at the Wang Qi hovering around the ape, eyes flashing with excitement. As it continued, Ouyang felt the Wang Qi in the air greatly thin out. After a moment, the ape suddenly stopped forming mudras and shouted at the wide-eyed Ouyang, "Sit down." Ouyang did not hesitate, quickly sitting cross-legged while stabilizing his soul essence. He nodded at the ape and said, "Begin." The giant ape nodded in return and extended its right finger, placing it on Ouyang's forehead. At that instant, the swirling Wang Qi around the ape seemed to find an outlet, surging through its finger and into Ouyang's brow. The moment the Wang Qi entered Ouyang's body, his entire form trembled violently. His brain felt as if it were exploding, and his face instantly turned pale. Gigi, the monkey, witnessing this, suddenly became anxious. It looked up at the ape and shrieked, almost threateningly. "Don't worry. This will only benefit him," the ape said. It grunted loudly, forming another mudra with its right finger and pressing it back on Ouyang's forehead. A dark gray vortex mark emerged from Ouyang's brow, faintly radiating an aura of primal wildness. As the mark pulsed, it released an intense suction force, drawing in all the surrounding Wang Qi. Although Ouyang appeared outwardly normal, only he knew the torment inside. Each time the mark absorbed Wang Qi, searing pain shot through his forehead, clouding his senses and making him drowsy. But gradually, the sensation dulled. He murmured, "Is it over?" At this moment in the outside world, the old man suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. Staring at the increasingly distinct vortex mark between Ouyang's brows, he nodded approvingly. "I knew I didn't misjudge you. This kind of momentum probably reached the 5th layer of Wang body already." Muttering to himself, he closed his eyes again in meditation. It had already been 3 days. At this rate, it wouldn't be much longer now. Suddenly, Ouyang's body violently trembled. The old man's half-closed eyes snapped open in disbelief. At that moment, the original vortex mark twisted and morphed into the shape of a seed before shifting again. A Gong seed. The old man took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. If so, then focus on cultivation. Skipping the chief disciple selection is no big deal. He chuckled, filled with excitement. The giant ape observed the seed mark between Ouyang's brows and gave a slight nod. Then, raising its palm like a blade, it made a small cut on its fingertip. A droplet of black blood formed and was flicked directly onto Ouyang's forehead. As soon as the blood touched, it dissolved without a trace. Simultaneously, the mark between his brows slowly vanished, as if erased by the blood. The moment the mark disappeared, Ouyang shuddered, as if suddenly awakened to clarity. Opening his eyes, he immediately sensed something different. The world now appeared crisper, even the Wang sheet floating in the air visible with extreme clarity. Rubbing his forehead, he found no abnormalities and looked at the ape, who wore a slight smile, quickly bowing in gratitude. Before he could speak, the ape raised a hand to stop him. "No need to thank me yet. Check what has changed within you," the ape said. Ouyang nodded eagerly. Inside his body, the original Gong vortex in the left side of his gintan had been replaced by something else, blood. Surprisingly, he sensed a rhythmic pulse in this blood, like a heartbeat. That substance you see is the Wang heart. Its function is the same as your Dikan. It is the repository for your Wang energy. The ape's voice echoed in Ouyang's mind. Ouyang's heart pounded. So this was the Wang heart? He attempted to circulate his Wang energy and felt the Wang heart vibrate in response. Streams of Wang poured forth from it, flooding his body with surging power. Delighted, Ouyang took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and threw a punch. A Vongshang erupted as a pitch-black fist imprint remained on the ground. Ouyang clicked his tongue in amazement. Such power was truly extraordinary. The giant ape nodded with a smile. Another thing I must specifically tell you is that there is no Wang Qi out there in the external world. So the Wang Githit you currently possess will diminish with every use. After you leave here, you should mainly rely on your soul force. Regard your Wang gas as a hidden trump card. Ouyang Yuya nodded with a bitter smile. He had expected things wouldn't be that easy. Then, senior, how am I supposed to recover the consumed Wang Qi? Is it impossible to restore it? The giant ape shook its head, chuckling slightly. Not necessarily. However, the speed at which you recover Gong Kai depends on how many volumes of the Great Wang spirit art you've mastered. The more volumes you've cultivated, the faster your Wang Jia recovery. Nonetheless, you must sit in meditation and circulate the spirit art to restore it. Unless you completely master all 9 volumes, you can then freely convert it to and from soul force. Upon hearing this, Ouyang felt relieved that at least there was a way to replenish it through meditation. Just then, the ground suddenly shook slightly. The giant ape's expression turned dark as he said, "Now is no longer the time for conversation. It won't be long before we can no longer stay here." Ouyang was taken aback. What was that just now? The ape hesitated briefly before replying. After the inheritance, most of the Wang Qi here has been absorbed by you. Without sufficient Wang Qi to sustain this place, naturally, it's going to collapse. As the ape spoke, there was a tinge of helplessness in its tone. Suddenly, the space trembled again, this time even more violently. In this violent shaking, even the ape's physical form began gradually fading away. Slowly standing up, the giant ape let his body continue to become fainter while laughing aloud. Being able to resolve the troubling concerns in my heart for years, I can say my life hasn't been lived in vain. Saying so, he patted the monkey's head and looked at Ouyang Yuya. Young friend, I entrust this matter to you. Ouyang Yuya deeply bowed with great respect toward the giant ape, and even the little monkey leapt from his shoulder, gazing at the ape with changed expression. Senior, may your journey be safe. Haha, I told you that my soul consciousness exists in the other scrolls as well. You two little ones, I truly look forward to the next time we meet. I hope you won't disappoint me. With these words, his figure gradually melted into the void and disappeared. Suddenly, a beam of light shot forth, diving straight into the monkey's body. Ouyang Yuya clenched his fist, bowing once more into the void before grabbing the monkey's soul essence and shooting out of the space. Alright, let's return now. Chapter 89, Great Wilderness Palm. At the very moment the ancient continent vanished, Ouyang Yuya and the monkey's souls instantly withdrew from the Lingju technique and returned completely into their bodies. As soon as their consciousness emerged, the Great Wilderness Soul Manual, which had been resting on Ouyang Yuya's knees, poofed into nothingness. Ouyang opened his eyes, looking at where the Soul Manual had vanished, and sighed softly. Just as the giant ape had predicted, he really had become the last inheritor of this cultivation method. Shaking his head regretfully, he looked up to see the old man smiling warmly at him. Back already? Ouyang nodded. He saw the petrified monkey beside him begin moving again, slowly rising to its feet, stretching lazily. With a series of crackling sounds from its bones, it let out a heavy sigh of satisfaction. Feeling the flow of wilderness qi within his body, Ouyang's face was filled with delight he couldn't express. I succeeded, and it's the wilderness core. Seeing the joy on Ouyang's face, the old man smiled too. Right now you've probably reached the 6th level of the wilderness body, about equal with your soul master cultivation level. Wilderness body? What is that? The old man paused in thought before replying. It's similar to soul energy, it's just expressed differently. In other words, I have to cultivate in 2 completely different ways now. The old man nodded. Correct. However, wilderness qi is extremely scarce on this continent, so cultivating it will be much harder for you. Several times more difficult than cultivating soul energy. Ouyang nodded in understanding, then suddenly asked, how do you know all this? Also, was it you who transferred the wilderness qi to me earlier? Did you cultivate the Great Wilderness Soul Manual before? The old man stiffened slightly, clearly not expecting so many questions at once. He quickly shook his head. No, the Great Wilderness Soul Manual has traditionally been cultivated only by direct heirs of the Ouyang family. How could I ever have access to it? As for my knowledge, after wandering this continent for so long, surely I've picked up a thing or two. As for the wilderness qi, you should be asking it. He pointed toward the monkey, shifting all blame onto the unsuspecting beast, who was still slightly dazed from the experience. You mean the monkey? The old man nodded. Ouyang seemed to believe him, shrugging helplessly. A shame. It's so powerful yet can't be used frequently. Eventually, I still have to rely on soul energy. Though speaking of that, he suddenly noticed with surprise that his soul energy could now be used again, although the so-called soul core still remained dormant. Even so, Ouyang felt satisfied. Just regaining his soul energy gave him a certain level of self-protection. With his current strength, he was confident enough to escape Nantion's grasp without needing someone else's protection. Nantion, we'll see who wins in the end. He turned his gaze toward the old man, who was now teasing the monkey, and suddenly thought about the monkey again. It seemed he really needed to increase his power. Otherwise, he wouldn't only fail to protect the monkey, but his own life might also be in danger. On this continent where strength dictates supremacy, power is everything. However, what he needed most now was to raise his strength to match that of Ouyang Patian and others. There were only a few months left until the clan's competition, and Ouyang Patian was merely a second-tier disciple. In such a powerful faction, outstanding talents were everywhere. Disciples like Ouyang Patian were practically ordinary. Their conditions for cultivation from birth were beyond his reach. A single pill for someone else could increase their power more than the days of body tempering he gained from a single application of soul tempering fluid. How many days has it been since I started cultivating the Great Wilderness Soul Manual? For days, the old man replied. Ouyang fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, is there any way to quickly enhance my power? There aren't many effective methods within a short time frame. It would be better to study a combat technique that greatly enhances your fighting power. By the way, Nan Tian is one of the candidates competing for the chief position this time. Be careful with him. Although your strength has improved considerably now, you're still too far apart in terms of power. Those noble clan disciples certainly have their secret trump cards. Besides, old guy Gu Qingtian offended those 3 people from xuanhuan previously, so there's sure to be some interference from disciples of other academies this time too. This competition will to some extent reflect the overall strength of the 4 academies. Haha, things are about to get chaotic. Ouyang rolled his eyes helplessly. The old man always seemed delighted at any sign of trouble. After a moment, he nodded. Martial arts, not a bad idea. The old man nodded. That's true, but if you can't even withstand the sky-stepping palm, then most of the martial arts I have might not suit you. The yellow and xian level techniques won't help you. As for earth level techniques, your soul core won't be able to endure the strain. So this time, you are the biggest variable. The old man sighed, his tone carrying a sense of helplessness. Not sure how about this one. The old man turned to look at Ouyang Yuya, then suddenly froze when he saw the booklet in the young man's hands. This is the Great Wilderness Palm. Ouyang Yuya nodded. My father said it needs to be activated with the Great Wilderness Soul Manual. Now that I've made some progress in it, I wonder if I can handle this martial art. The old man quickly nodded. No problem at all. The Wangxin within you has already reached the intensity of a core within an Earth Soul Master's body, so cultivation should go smoothly. Plus, an Earth-tier martial art should be powerful enough to turn the tide. However, time might not be enough. Ouyang Yuya nodded in agreement. Then I'll do my best. I'll go all out to master this martial art. With that, he sat cross-legged once more, lightly touching his forehead with his right fingertip. With a low shout, a droplet-shaped mark appeared on his forehead, and at the same time, a powerful surge of wilderness chi emanated from his body. With his soul wrapped in this wild chi, he once again plunged into the martial art text resting on his knees. Martial arts reaching the earth tier typically contained heavenly chi from the heavens themselves. Unlike the yellow and xian tiers, they couldn't be simply recorded, as no medium could withstand the corrosive power of spiritual energy. Thus, martial arts above the earth tier required the cultivator to actively perceive them through their soul consciousness. The moment Ouyang Yuya's soul consciousness entered the text, a strangely familiar energy surged through his entire body. As his consciousness settled, he found himself once again on a vast, desolate plain, nearly identical to the ancient continent he had visited before. The familiar energy around him, he deduced, must be the wilderness chi itself. He grabbed a handful of the chi from the air and took a deep breath, feeling a remarkable sense of ease in his body. What drew his eyes most, however, was the enormous crater before him. Its shape was unusual, clearly forming the impression of a giant palm print, as though a colossal hand had smashed down into the ground with perfect precision. Ouyang Yuya crouched down, carefully observing the massive crater. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He slowly pressed his palm downward, mimicking the shape of the crater. But at that very moment, his descending hand began to slow, as if a powerful force was lifting it upward, yet simultaneously, an infinite suction pulsed from the crater itself, making it impossible for his right hand to retreat. Frustrated, Ouyang Yuya let out a cold snort and channeled the wilderness chi from his entire body into his right arm and finally into his palm. With the added power of the chi, his descending hand accelerated significantly. Come down. With a dull thud, his palm slammed forcefully downward. And the moment it struck, Ouyang Yuya was suddenly jolted. In an instant, a vision flashed across his mind. A towering, sky-trampling ape roaring as it unleashed a single palm strike from the air. The strike was like a pitch-black giant fan slamming downward, forming a massive crater. Not giving Ouyang Yuya a moment to think, the scene changed again. Another giant ape, but this time sealed inside a massive stone tablet. Suddenly, the ape released a ferocious palm strike against the tablet, and the extremely hard stone shattered into dust under the blow. The scene was eerily familiar to Ouyang Yuya. It was precisely the strike he had witnessed earlier when the giant ape shattered the seal in the ancient continent. Suddenly, Ouyang Yuya seemed to realize something. This was the Great Wilderness Palm. At that very moment, the myriad reflecting vial within his body suddenly vibrated without warning. Chapter 90. Your disciple is quite impressive. On the vast barren land, a suffocating and oppressive aura floated everywhere. Under the rising brown mist, the place gained an even more desolate and savage ambience. At this moment, at the far end of the land, dull thuds began echoing from the distance. At this very spot, Ouyang Yuya stood motionless beside a deep pit, eyes tightly shut, her posture straight as a spear, almost as if petrified. Yet she appeared as if in deep meditation, her left hand forming a strange hand sign while her right arm stiffly raised, awkwardly suspended midair. After a moment of stillness, the arm slowly descended, extremely slowly. But to a keen observer, it was clear that the movement followed a specific rhythm. As the hand descended, a thick layer of wilderness energy, huang qi, adhered to her palm. Her palm gently pressed into the empty air, like a tender caress. The moment the palm print was left behind, the ground below erupted as if swept by a hurricane, splattering dirt in all directions, leaving behind a palm-sized imprint. Surrounding this complete imprint were dozens of fragmented ones, uneven in size and depth, turning the area into a scarred, ruined mess. After the strike, Xuanhuan opened her eyes, inhaled deeply, and drew in the surrounding wild energy. Staring at the small palm print on the ground, a rare joy surfaced on her face. It worked, she exhaled, thrilled. Finally, after all this effort, success had come. Yet looking at the pockmarked ground left in the aftermath, she could only shake her head in resignation. The Great Wild Palm was a test of control over wilderness energy. The number of incomplete imprints left behind clearly showed how difficult the technique was. Though not yet perfectly mastered, she had finally managed to execute it. Just then, the previously dormant xiuxian cauldron within her body trembled slightly. At the same time, Xuanhuan felt a powerful gust of wind rush from behind, sweeping through with sharp force. With a resigned look, Xuanhuan turned around and saw a huge brown palm print rushing straight toward her head in an awe-inspiring manner. Again, similar palm strikes had appeared earlier, but back then they had been meant to help her understand the martial technique better, entirely non-aggressive. This current strike, however, carried with it a hint of lethal and violent intent. Shrugging with a wry smile, she quickly stepped back, eyes once again tightly shut, as if recalling something. At the same time, her right hand slowly rose, and with the activation of her wild heart, she struck out with a palm of her own, showing no hesitation. As the palm struck out, to her surprise, instead of a thunderous collision, both palm energies dissipated harmlessly into nothingness. The surrounding scenery twisted and changed, and the next moment, Xuanhuan found herself back in the real world. Returning from the endless desolation, seeing the green, blooming scenery around her once again felt oddly surreal. She stretched her limbs, musing, so, I guess this counts as a successful cultivation. As she thought this, she swiped a hand across her forehead. The mark of the wild heart once again sank into her body, drawing in all the wilderness energy within her. She focused her energy from the dantian and once again regained full control of her body. Wild energy had to be conserved. From her estimation, the amount of wild energy stored within her wild heart core was enough for only 5 uses of the Great Wild Palm. After all, given her current strength, using a martial technique of Earth tier rank was already quite a stretch. Sensing the increase in her body's resilience, she nodded slightly. Must be body tempering 9th layer now. Just finally awake, huh? At that moment, the old man's voice appeared in an eerie fashion, and his main body materialized in midair. Looking at the old man's sudden and unpredictable appearance, Xuanhuan cursed under her breath. That old fool always practiced this strange technique on purpose. Although she had managed to acquire the martial arts techniques from him, she hadn't been able to cultivate them, which had left her frustrated. She sat down casually. What do you mean, finally? Have I been gone for long? Leaning lazily against a tree trunk and picking at his toes, the old man replied. Not that long. Just a little over a day. What? A little over a day? Xuanhuan shot up, startled. Then, that means today is the chief selection ceremony. The old man nodded. If you leave now, you can still make it. Xuanhuan nodded in realization. I remember this place leads directly to the plaza. By the way, where's the monkey? The old man's face showed slight embarrassment. Probably off playing somewhere around here. Xuanhuan smirked, eyeing him suspiciously. This is your domain. I'm sure you know every blade of grass and tree in this place. Then call him out for me. I wouldn't know about that, the old man muttered, immediately lying down in the most comfortable position and closing his eyes for a nap. Seeing the old man leaning against the tree trying to dodge the question again, Xuanhuan felt quite helpless. You must have sent it to steal chickens again, didn't you? She said, wearing a look of deep anguish. If before she had been unaware of the monkey's identity, she wouldn't have reacted this way, but ever since finding out, she'd changed her view of the monkey. It was the ape king, the pinnacle of the ancient spirit beast clan. And yet, it was stealing chickens? If the ancient ape imprint within the monkey ever found out, it would probably die of rage. Caught in the act, the old man felt guilty and remained silent. Xuanhuan shook her head. Once I'm done here, I'll come back to take it with me. Please don't let it get into any danger. The old man nodded. That's natural. It's much safer with me than following you. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw Xuanhuan about to leave, he hurriedly rushed forward and grabbed her. You can't go there. Xuanhuan was about to speak when the old man continued. You can't exit through this place, or someone will find it. I can't let my address be revealed, or else every day there'll be some clueless bastards barging in and ruining my peace. Then where am I supposed to exit? I'll take you myself, he said, grabbing Xuanhuan, who looked completely drained, and stepping into the void. In an instant, both disappeared. A moment later, beside the entrance of the Spirit Academy, 2 figures silently emerged, none other than Xuanhuan and the old man. The old man clapped his hands. That's it. Everyone from the various academies is gathering at the plaza right now. No one will notice you. You can go straight there now. Xuanhuan's face darkened as she looked up at the plaque above the gate reading Spirit Academy, casting a fierce glare at the old man. Going now would take at least half an hour, truly taking the long way around. Without wasting any words, she immediately activated her spirit energy and darted inside, already imagining the ghastly purple-faced look of old Master Gu upon discovering her lateness, and shuddered at the thought. As the old man watched Ouyang Yi disappear into the distance, a meaningful smile formed on his face. Once her figure vanished, space twisted once more, and a figure gradually appeared beside him. It was none other than old Master Gu, who had not appeared until now. Old Master Gu furrowed his brow. Master, what was your intention in doing this? The old man smiled. I told you, this kid is the biggest variable in this competition. If my guess is correct, the people on the competition list were pre-selected. Knowing their style, they must have arranged for some ruthless characters to eliminate this kid, and by now the assignments should have been finalized. Her late arrival will completely disrupt their plans. Old Master Gu nodded, sighing. The 3 branches of xuanhuan have brought many people this time. No matter who wins, it will ultimately damage the reputation of our Spirit Academy. The old man chuckled. The 3 branches have always been tightly connected. What's coming cannot be avoided. Old Master Gu smiled, not disagreeing. All right, you should go back too. You are the headmaster after all, and shouldn't be missing. And don't mention anything. Your disciple is too crafty. The old man laughed and stepped into the space again. Also, your disciple is pretty good. Looking at the old man disappearing into nothingness, old Master Gu smiled and nodded slightly. Is that so? Perhaps so. Chapter 91, The Late Arrival. At the northernmost part of the Soul Master Academy stood a giant plaza that was usually deserted. Today, however, it was unusually packed, filled with people before noon. At the center of the plaza stood a large, raised platform made from solid blue stone. Around the platform was a circular blue barrier that radiated a faint oppressive pressure. Without a doubt, this was the battleground for the duel. Surrounding the platform were tiers of bluestone seats, now completely filled with spectators. The people were divided into 4 major sections based on the colors of their robes, each representing one of the Academy's divisions. Seated in the front rows according to status were the direct disciples, followed by other core disciples, ordinary disciples, and finally the newcomers who were still undergoing physical training. At the gaps between these 4 main sections, space had been reserved much more generously than elsewhere, facing the main areas. In front of these gaps were placed 8 sandalwood chairs, currently occupied by the heads and deputy heads of the various academies. Behind them stood 15 seats, upon which sat 13 individuals dressed uniformly in white, emanating an intense, almost suffocating aura. Almost every student's eyes were fixed upon them. They were the true stars of today's event. The 15 seats were grouped into 3 clusters, and the 3 individuals seated in the front center were the current candidates for the position of chief disciple. At this moment, Su Shi sat within Su Huang's group, his expression visibly anxious. Ahead of him, Su Huang checked the time and turned to ask, has he still not arrived yet? Su Shi wiped the sweat from his brow. He must have been delayed by something. But Brother Ouyang's character is absolutely trustworthy. He will come. Su Huang merely nodded and remained silent, though the lines of worry on his brow were unmistakable. Suddenly, a young man beside him sneered. What so-called champion? He's probably already fled out of fear. Don't speak nonsense. Brother Ouyang isn't like that, Su Shi retorted, his face flushed with anger. I bet you're Lanyu. I also know this Brother Ouyang a little, and I trust his integrity. No more arguing. Su Huang interjected firmly. Lanyu smirked. Boss, do you really think we can win by adding that brat to our lineup? What does it matter? We've already nearly divided up most of the top 10 fighters among us. We had no choice but to invite them. At least they're stronger than those useless fellows who might have soul master level power, but are still completely inept, Su Huang replied calmly. Then why not bring in outside help? Yuan Feng and Nan Tian are said to have done exactly that. In addition to Alchemy Division's top student Ouyang Batian, the other divisional champions, Ouyang Lin and Ouyang Xian, are respectively supporting Yuan Feng and Nan Tian. They've also invited many other top experts from various divisions. Rumor says each of them is being paid over 100 oran coins per fight. Lan Yu glanced toward Nan Tian's section, noticing many well-known fighters there, and sighed in frustration. Yuan Zheng also nodded. Nan Tian's faction is undoubtedly the strongest this time. Besides himself, there's Chung Feng, the 4th-ranked expert in the academy, as well as Chai Yu. And he has even managed to bring in Ouyang Xian, the magic school's champion, who's extremely tough to deal with. Most notably, it seems even Gong Yu has been invited. Oh, Gong Yu. Su Huang, who had remained silent until now, suddenly turned his head, a hint of surprise creeping into his tone. You mean from the Alchemy Division? Yuan Zheng nodded. Exactly him. But wasn't he crippled after losing the duel for the position of Alchemy Division champion against Ouyang Lin? Yuan Zheng asked, confused. That's just a rumor. Actually, Ouyang Lin was originally weaker than Gong Yu. He only managed to injure Gong Yu by using a secret technique. Then Gong Yu left to train outside and hadn't returned in 2 years, which is where the rumor started. Why would he suddenly show up now? Su Huang was also surprised. Forget about them, Su Huang said at last. Losing is acceptable, but if outsiders are brought into the chief disciple selection, even winning would bring us shame. Lan Yu and Yuan Zheng both sighed, and gave helpless smiles. Su Huang indeed held too rigid a sense of honor. Right in front of the Soul Master Academy's section, Lin Xian was still dressed in red, accentuating her graceful figure. At this moment, she looked toward the empty seat beside Su Shi with evident concern, muttering, what is that guy doing? Not showing up even now. In stark contrast to Lin Xian's mood, in front of the magic school section, Su Huan anxiously observed Su Shi and Su Huang. tightly clenching her fists while her eyes occasionally swept toward Lin Xian's direction, as though searching for something. After a while, her eyes dimmed slightly, disappointment evident as she murmured between clenched teeth, "He didn't come? I wonder how he's been doing all this time." "Xuanhuan, dear, what are you thinking so deeply about?" A sudden light laughter broke the silence. Xuanhuan's delicate brows slightly furrowed, but shortly afterwards, she replied, "Nothing. Just a bit unwell lately. I appreciate your concern, senior brother Yiyan." Yiyan nodded slightly, without pressing further, though his expression turned darker as he looked at Xuanhuan from behind, a sinister smirk curling his lips. "Interesting. I quite enjoy a spirited one like her." At the front of the elevated platform, Bo Xiong glanced at old Master Gu beside him and remarked, "Master, the appointed time has arrived." Furrowing his brow, old Master Gu looked at the still vacant seat behind xuanhuan with a hint of helplessness. How slow this guy was. "Master, what did you say?" Bo Xiong leaned in slightly to ask. "Nothing. If that's how it is, we'll start then," old Master Gu said, to which Bo Xiong nodded and rose. "We shall now." "Wait." A sudden shout interrupted him. Bo Xiong stopped mid-sentence. Immediately, every eye turned toward the source of the voice. There, a thin figure slowly emerged. Amidst a sea of heated gazes, the person approached the platform, raising his hands in apology. "Apologies, I arrived a little late." Chapter 92 Gongyu. As soon as Ouyang Yuya finished speaking, a murmur of astonishment spread through the crowd. The vast auditorium instantly became lively with excitement due to Ouyang Yuya's arrival. "Look, that's the guy who's recently gained fame and crippled Nanfeng." "No way. He doesn't look like more than a mere body-tempering xiuxian. Nanfeng is a 4th-tier soul cultivator." "What do you know? I heard that after he fought Nanfeng, more than 10 people pursued him, but he actually spewed fire. It terrified them badly." Yeah, I heard about that too. Later, Nantian and Chengfeng went after him personally, but he still managed to escape. TSK, such a record definitely deserves his bragging rights. He was rescued by Su Huang. Naturally, he must serve the guy loyally. Hehe, look at Nanshan's expression. Looks like there will be bloodshed today. Lin Xian listened to the whispers around her and glanced at Ouyang Yuya, who remained composed on the stage, then couldn't help but purse her lips. This arrogant peacock always likes to show off. Right after she spoke, Ouyang Yuya on the stage suddenly turned around and smiled slightly at her. Most people followed his gaze, all turning their eyes to Lin Xian simultaneously, their expressions instantly shifting to understanding. She flushed deeply with embarrassment, silently cursing how annoying he was before quickly turning her head away, refusing to look at him. Ouyang Yuya merely smiled at this sight, as he was long accustomed to Lin Xian's reactions. His arrival even startled Bo Xiong, who quietly ordered in a low voice, "Quickly sit back down." Ouyang Yuya nodded, but then suddenly halted his advancing steps. Turning his head, he saw Nantian smiling at him from not far away. Ouyang could read his lips clearly as he uttered a few words, "You're dead," and then slashed his right palm downward, an unmistakable threat. Ouyang Yuya gave an indifferent smile, then turned and leaped onto the high platform, sitting beside Su Shi. Seeing Ouyang Yuya finally arrive, Su Shi exhaled in relief. "Brother Ouyang, you're finally here. I was afraid you wouldn't come." Ouyang Yuya smiled. "How could I not come? I always fulfill my promises." "Oh, 9th tier of body tempering already." Su Shi grinned sheepishly and nodded. "After you left, everyone was afraid of falling too far behind you, so they've been working hard. Now both Lin Xian and I are at the 9th tier of body tempering, while my second brother and Shanshan are at the 8th tier." Ouyang Yuya nodded. At this time, Su Huang in front turned around and smiled. "I'm very grateful today that brother Ouyang was willing to come and help us. I've long heard about your impressive performance this year. Seeing you in person, I must say your reputation is well deserved." "Exactly, brother Ouyang, we meet again. This fellow's strength is almost equal to mine," laughed Yuzhang. Ouyang Yuya nodded with a smile. "Senior brothers flatter me. Last time, I truly appreciated the help from big brother Su Huang and brother Yuanzhang." Su Huang waved his hand and laughed. "No problem at all. Such a trivial matter, and besides, we had to show our appreciation somehow. This price we paid is still much more worthwhile than what Nantian and his men had to pay." Su Huang's words immediately eased the tense atmosphere, making Ouyang Yuya feel a strong sense of likability for this burly man. Just as his appearance suggested, being bold and generous made him more approachable. No wonder Su Huang had so many supporters. His charisma was indeed impressive. "Humph. Just a kind word of advice. If you can't win, it's better to admit defeat early. Being young and stubborn will only lead to more suffering." Suddenly, Lan Yu sneered beside them, his voice filled with undisguised disdain and mockery. Ouyang Yuya slightly frowned but calmly replied, "Thank you for the senior brother's advice, but I believe even if senior brother had surrendered, I wouldn't have." What a sharp-tongued brat. "Enough, Lan Yu." Lan Yu was just about to erupt in anger when Su Huang's sharp shout cut him off, and he snorted coldly, falling silent. Su Huang apologetically smiled at Ouyang Yuya. "Please excuse Lan Yu, junior brother. He's straightforward and speaks without malice. Actually, he's not wrong. We didn't expect even other academies would get involved this time. Now it's obvious that our strength is the weakest, and our chances of winning are slim. Our main goal is to drain Nanshan's group strength. It's better that Xuanhuan continues as the chief disciple than to allow Nanshan's rule." Ouyang Yuya nodded, as he'd long thought along the same lines. If Nantian were to succeed, it wouldn't only be disastrous for the Soul Cultivator Institute. He'd likely be the first person Nantian targeted. Su Huang paused momentarily, then suddenly said, "I've observed your battles. Except for fighting someone on Nanshan's level, I believe you can defend yourself otherwise. So if you face off against Nanshan's group, don't go overboard. Besides those renowned experts, there is one person you must especially watch out for. At this point, even Xuanhuang's expression grew somewhat solemn. The Pill Academy. Gongyu. Gongyu. Ouyang Yuya frowned, clearly unfamiliar with this name. Xuanhuang smiled. Strange to you, isn't he? Ouyang Yuya nodded slightly, and Xuanhuang continued. That's precisely why I need to specially warn you, so you don't underestimate him and suffer a heavy loss. This person truly is somewhat mysterious. He hasn't shown up around the academy for 2 years now, but that doesn't detract from his prestige and reputation at all. As he spoke, Xuanhuang instinctively glanced toward Nanshan's side, his gaze stopping at the very back of a group of people. There sat a man cross-legged on the ground, eyes tightly shut. His chiseled face bore an unapproachable coldness. Just as Xuanhuang and the others looked toward him, the man's tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open, and he turned his head toward Ouyang Yuya's group, nodding slightly towards Xuanhuang at the head before closing his eyes again in meditation. Meanwhile, Nantian at the front seemed to sense their gaze, flashing them a sinister grin. Gongyu, Xuanhuang is yours. I've already said, I came here merely to test my strength and avenge the humiliation I suffered back then. Otherwise, you wouldn't even qualify for me to help you. You, Nantian, upon hearing the mockery in Gongyu's words, had barely begun to flare up when he forcibly restrained himself again, glaring at Gongyu with an ugly expression. I just hope you keep your promise and do your utmost. Gongyu's eyes opened slightly. That you needn't worry about. Hee. Oh my, and we haven't even started yet, but our own side is already squabbling. Nantian, you should be worrying less about Xuanhuang right now and more about Xuanfeng. The strength on that side should be about equal to yours. Not to mention Xuanfeng and Ouyang Lin alone. Not to mention the deputy leader of the Alchemist Institute. That alone will be enough for us to contend with. Seeing Ouyang Xian's seductive expression, Gongyu snorted coldly and stopped paying attention. Nanshan's expression improved slightly as he nodded darkly and said, Rest assured, I've already got plans for every annoying figure. Xuanfeng, Xuanhuang. It's time their leaders were replaced. Looking at the sinister curl of Nanshan's lips, Xuanhuang scoffed and shifted his gaze away. Among Nanshan's group, Gongyu is the hardest to read. When he left, his strength was equal to ours. He was still at the soul tempering cultivator level, same as us. Now he must have already reached the 4th tier of soul cultivators. So if you encounter him, under no circumstances should you directly confront him. Let Xuanfeng handle the headache. Ouyang Yuya once again glanced at the motionless Gongyu with tightly shut eyes, clenching his fists. Perhaps in Xuanhuang's view, Gongyu was on par with them, but Ouyang didn't think so. Just now, when Gongyu had looked in their direction, he had distinctly felt the wanxiang fangzuan within his body emit a strange, unusual ripple. Such a reaction from the wanxiang fangzuan without doubt signified that the opponent posed a sufficient threat to his life. Yet such a threat had yet to appear to Xuanhuang and the others. He took a deep breath and rubbed his eyes. Another difficult opponent. Chapter 93, The First Battle. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Master Gu nodded slightly. Begin, he said. Understanding his meaning, Bo Xiong slowly rose, pressing his left palm downward. Everyone below lifted their heads, eyes gleaming with excitement fixed on Bo Xiong, waiting eagerly for the thrilling moment. It was undeniable that battle was the best catalyst for excitement, and now the enormous hall instantly fell into a complete silence, creating a tense and stifling atmosphere as though a storm was approaching with rising winds. Bo Xiong nodded slightly, clearly satisfied with the current atmosphere. All right, now I shall announce the rules for this competition. As per tradition, each competitor may invite for assistance. However, we will differ from our usual method of taking turns fighting for points. Instead, the 15 competitors will be randomly divided into 7 groups, with one person receiving a bye and advancing directly to the next round. The 7 winners from these groups will then combine with the one who received a bye to form 4 new groups. Whichever side has more remaining participants will be declared victorious. If among the final 4 participants, 2 belong to separate teams, then it will be a free-for-all battle. Bo Xiong set the scroll in his hand down, looking at the crowd as their murmurs resumed. He felt slightly helpless. The competition rules were indeed confusing even to them upon first hearing, but this was the final decision, the only way to minimize the chance of one side being attacked by 2 others simultaneously. Even Xuanhuan and others listening were slightly stunned, clearly not understanding what was intended. Lan Yu frowned and asked, Boss, the rules this time really are strange. Xuanhuang nodded, glancing at the quiet demeanor of the southern faction and chuckling. The most likely intention is to weaken one side's advantage while preventing the occurrence of 2 sides ganging up on another. Interesting, huh? Bo Xiong scanned the surroundings and cleared his throat, watching as the students grew quiet once again. He waved his sleeve and declared, Then now, the battle for the position of chief student of the Soul Master Division begins. As Bo Xiong's voice faded, the entire venue erupted into thunderous cheers. The 15 competitors stood up from their seats, their eyes burning with anticipation at the glowing orbs fluttering before Master Gu. Suddenly, Master Gu's hands moved swiftly, and the 15 orbs hovering around him began to whirl at high speed. This stirring lasted only a few seconds when Master Gu clapped his hands together. The 15 orbs shot toward Xuanhuan and the others like lightning, swiftly landing in their hands. The glow faded, revealing bamboo sticks. Then, Master Gu's voice rang out. The numbers on the bamboo sticks you are holding will indicate your duel order. Whoever draws a blank stick will be the one receiving a bye in this round. Alright, now those who drew number 1 shall begin. Xuanhuan stared blankly at the empty bamboo stick in his hand, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down. To start off with a blank draw. Fortunately, he would have more time to observe others' fighting techniques, which could be very helpful in the upcoming battle. As Xuanhuan strode back to his seat, the other 14 contestants looked rather disappointed. Xuanhuan and Su Shi were essentially the weakest among all competitors and had naturally become the first target others aimed to defeat. Defeating them in the first round would likely secure advancement. Seeing Xuanhuan get a bye didn't feel all that fortunate to them now. Naturally, Xuanhuan also sensed this, smirking slightly as he watched Su Shi, who had become the center of attention. The remaining 13 competitors were all watching Su Shi's bamboo stick number closely. Su Shi sighed bitterly, shaking his head while glancing at the bamboo in his hand before stepping onto the platform. So it's number 1, he muttered. Xuanhuan shook his head, chuckling. The first fight will be his to open the battle. As Su Shi had just set foot on the stage, a thin, sharp-featured youth leapt up beside him, his face brimming with unhidden excitement. Upon seeing this man, Xuanhuan exhaled in relief. This was Xiu, someone who had a grudge with them before. What a narrow path between sworn foes. Xuanhuan smiled, directing his gaze to the battleground. Meanwhile, Xuanzheng and others also returned to their seats, smiling at the leisurely Xuanhuan, saying, "Your luck is pretty good." Xuanhuan gave a slight smirk without a clear response, his gaze turning toward the two facing each other on the battlefield. As soon as Xiu took his stance, Su Shi dropped the unho expression on his face, his expression turning serious as he faced Xiu. He was different from Xuanhuan, lacking any hidden trump cards. Xiu's second-tier soul master strength alone was enough reason for him to take this seriously. Looking at the solemn Su Shi, Xiu smiled slightly. "Xiu, from the southern faction, please be instructed." Su Shi also bowed, but before he could even speak, Xiu had suddenly darted forward, his palms slamming out viciously. Su Shi's pupils flickered, clearly unprepared for how sneaky Xiu would be. He quickly retreated, his soul force surging out as he gripped at the empty space before him. The black giant sword smashed down heavily upon the incoming palm strike. The violent collision sent a shockwave through Su Shi's body. In contrast, Xiu merely staggered slightly before rushing forward again, turning his palm into a claw aimed directly at Su Shi's chest, a savage expression flashing across his face. "Get off the stage." Startled, Su Shi tried to retreat, but it was already too late. Twisting his waist, he swung his giant black sword like a club toward Xiu's waist. Xiu snorted coldly, raising his hand and slapping directly at Su Shi's grip on the sword handle. Su Shi's face changed instantly, and the massive sword he had swung out suddenly vanished into nothingness. Xiu's palm strike missed completely, causing him to lurch forward. At that very moment, Su Shi smirked and delivered a powerful punch straight into Xiu's shoulder blade. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Xiu flew off the stage like a broken kite, landing heavily on the outer edge of the platform. Amid a collective gasp from the audience, the battle ended in an unexpectedly swift manner. Snap! The loud sound came from Nantian, who had snapped the wooden armrest of his chair in half, his face darkening to the extreme as he glared at the recovering Xiu below. "Worthless," he bellowed. Cheng Feng leaned over and whispered, "Boss, things might get tough from now on." Nantian sneered coldly, "From now on, all of you better be careful. What a disgrace. Can't even beat someone who's only at the body-tempering stage." Unlike Nanshan's growing fury, Xuanhuan was elated, giving Su Shi a hard slap on the shoulder. "Great job." Xuanhuan also smiled and nodded slightly. They all sat down again, watching the fierce battles taking place below. As the fights grew more intense, even he felt his blood boiling with excitement. What followed became a near one-sided massacre. Anyone who faced off against Nanshan's group was inevitably beaten black and blue. The unluckiest pair turned out to be Xuanzheng and Lanyu. Each of them faced an Ouyang sibling, Xuanzheng against Xiuxian and Lanyu against Ouyang. True to Ouyang's earlier words, as soon as Lanyu stepped onto the stage, he was blasted by a fireball and a fire dragon from Xiuxian, leaving his entire body charred and blackened. He finally managed to escape only after conceding defeat. Unlike Lanyu's almost comical downfall, the most attention-grabbing match was undoubtedly the mysterious Gong Yu's. His opponent was Chen Fei, one of Yuan Feng's followers. The same Chen Fei who had been so formidable during the assessment battle against Ouyang was now knocked off the platform with just one strike from Gong Yu, his face ashen and twitching. This greatly heightened Su Huang's alertness, especially Ouyang Lin, who had previous conflicts with Gong Yu, whose face turned especially grim. The duels continued for several hours before finally drawing to a close. Ultimately, 8 competitors emerged: Su Huang, Nantian, Xiuxian, Ouyang Lin, Gong Yu, Ouyang, Su Shi, and Yuan Feng. With 3 members advancing, Nantian emerged as the biggest beneficiary. After another round of drawing lots, Ouyang looked solemnly at the number 1 marked in blue ink on his bamboo stick. Taking a deep breath, he slowly stepped beneath the stage, waiting for his opponent. Suddenly, he saw Su Shi walking up with a bitter expression, flipping over the slip in his hand with a wry smile. "Brother Ouyang, your luck truly is out of the ordinary." Chapter 94, Myriad Blade Technique. Ouyang looked at the bamboo slip number 1 in Su Shi's hand, shaking his head helplessly. To Lin Xian and Su Huang and others present, the scene seemed rather comical. Such a situation where the temple was flooded by floodwater truly displayed extraordinary luck indeed. Looking at the many expectant gazes from the crowd below, Ouyang could only sigh and cup his fists in salute. "It seems we have no choice but to fight." Su Shi nodded. "Haha, naturally." Old Shi has long wanted to have a good, unrestrained fight with you. It's just there wasn't the opportunity. Brother Ouyang, don't expect me to hold back. Su Shi shouted loudly and once again summoned his black, giant sword, tightly gripping it. The sound of his palms rubbing against the hilt created an ear-piercing, creaking noise. Bring it on. Ouyang Yuya's low voice called out. His eyes also revealed a fiery gleam. As his voice faded, Su Shi had already lunged forward like a wild bull, swinging his giant sword diagonally upward toward Ouyang Yuya's shoulder. The tremendous force created a powerful gust of wind howling through the space where the blade passed. Good. Watching the blade image rapidly expanding before him, Ouyang Yuya roared. He didn't retreat a single step, but charged forward head-on. His right hand flicked over his storage ring, rapidly pulling out the stone tablet. Then, twisting his right arm fiercely, he smashed it directly into Su Shi's great blade. Clang. A dull sound rang out. Both figures momentarily halted, but quickly recovered. Su Shi abruptly flicked his sword upward, flipping the stone tablet high into the air. The giant blade clung tightly to the stone, spinning sharply and aiming for Ouyang Yuya's armpit at a most inconvenient angle. Ouyang Yuya's eyes narrowed. The stone suddenly vibrated powerfully. Utilizing the recoil force, he rapidly withdrew. As Su Shi's strike whistled through empty air, Ouyang Yuya swung both arms wildly and dashed down fiercely in an overwhelmingly domineering manner. Su Shi grinned and raised his giant sword to meet him. The two were locked in fierce battle once more. Their weapons swinging, blow for blow, they seemed perfectly matched. Their duel grew fiercer by the moment. Across the huge martial arena, all that could be seen were two blurry figures clashing continuously, sending out waves of terrifying fluctuations. At the area reserved for the Soul Master Institute, Tang Yunshan gazed intently at the deadlock between the two fighters. Wow, I never expected Big Brother Yuya and Big Brother Su Shi to be so formidable. Beside her, Su Yun smiled. My older brother always had extraordinary talent. And since Ouyang brother claimed the championship title in the trial, he naturally can't be ordinary either. Although, if my eldest brother heard you say this, he'd probably fight even harder. Ugh, gross. Tang Yunshan rolled her eyes at him, her cheeks also reddening. So who do you think will win? Probably Ouyang brother. Compared to my brother, he has more composure. Most importantly, he has never once used any martial technique. Nodding, Tang Yunshan fell silent and turned her full attention back to the match. Clearly, such a fierce contest excited the spectators more than one-sided slaughters. Before long, cheers and shouts of applause began rising from the audience. As the clash of steel rang out, the pace of the battle changed from precise, deliberate techniques into chaotic, frantic exchanges. Once again, they collided and separated, leaving clearly visible traces scorched into the ground. Clearly, both were nearing their limits, panting as they watched each other while trying to recover their soul energy. Su Shi smacked his lips. What a thrilling fight. I wish all fights were like this. Ouyang Yuya looked at the animated Su Shi and couldn't help but slightly frown. Until now, what had transpired could almost be considered sparring rather than serious combat. He had not used a single martial technique the entire time. It was simply a contest of soul energy. However, judging from their current condition, Su Shi was still somewhat weaker than him. Suddenly, Su Shi thrust his heavy sword hard into the earth. His whole demeanor abruptly became solemn. Ouyang brother, if you can withstand this one move of mine, then you win. Be careful. He interlocked his 10 fingers together, forming an extremely arcane hand seal. At the same time, Ouyang Yuya could feel a powerful ripple unlike anything from Su Shi's usual presence, slowly awakening like a dormant beast. Even the embedded giant sword in the ground quivered slightly. On the spectator's platform, Xuanhuan's eyes were fixed on the writhing blade below, his expression brimming with an unusual luster, unable to conceal his excitement and admiration. The myriad blade technique. And he's already achieved some level of mastery. Unlike Xuanhuan's excitement, when Lin Xian and Su Yun saw Su Shi's initial move, they were immediately shocked. Even the expressions of Tung Kuei and Dai Yong from the Alchemy Institute darkened. Perhaps Ouyang Yuya was unfamiliar with this sword style, but those who had seen its terror could not help but tighten their expressions. Back then, Su Shi was only at body tempering layer 7, yet had grievously wounded Tung Kuei at layer 9. Let alone how much stronger Su Shi was now compared to several months ago, his strength had increased beyond measure. That idiot. How can he use such a ruthless move against his own brother? Lin Xian said angrily. He just couldn't resist the urge to test his skills, Su Yun behind her said with a helpless sigh. Their eldest brother was simply too competitive. Looking at their serious expressions, Tang Yunshan asked in confusion. Could this martial technique really be that powerful? It barely qualifies as Earth tier, and it's the most powerful martial technique in our family so far. Earth tier? Then won't Ouyang brother be in danger? Shaking his head, Su Yun said, let's continue watching. Meanwhile, at the Magic Academy, Xuanhuan bit her lip tightly, clenching her fists as she stared intensely at Ouyang Yuya. Ouyang Yuya's eyebrows slowly furrowed. Though he hadn't witnessed the full power of this martial technique back then due to being trapped in an illusion formation, he could still sense danger clearly. As soon as the threat registered, he swiftly retreated backward and waved his right hand, instantly conjuring dozens of gate barriers that appeared in front of him. Just as the barriers solidified into place, a loud clang erupted. The giant sword, still planted in the ground, shot forth violently, and in an instant split into several identical sword images. They spiraled through the air, darting rapidly toward Ouyang Yuya. Chapter 95, The Battle for the Final Four. Ouyang Yuya tilted his head upward, staring at the rapidly expanding sharp sword aura before him. The ferocious force it carried raised every strand of hair on his body. Just as Ouyang Yuya completed the deployment of his gate force, numerous sword shadows zipped past, piercing through every gate he had just set up. Dozens of gates were pierced effortlessly, as if they were nothing. Without slowing, those sword shadows closed the distance in an instant, coming within a mere zhang of him. At that moment, Ouyang finally sensed something unusual about Su Shi's attack. Cursing silently, he realized he was already too late to dodge. With no other choice, he rolled sideways, narrowly avoiding the sword shadow aimed directly at his face. The sharp sword shadow smashed violently into the ground, sending up a cloud of stone shards, covering Ouyang Yuya in dust and leaving him disheveled and in a complete mess. Turning his head to look at the crater left by the sword impact, he swallowed hard, deeply shaken. Staring at Su Shi, who stood not far away, pale-faced and continuing to control the sword formation, Ouyang couldn't help but curl his lips. He was really trying to kill him. Be careful. As he was lost in thought, a sudden shout came from the audience stand. Ouyang immediately felt a sense of danger, but it was already too late. One sword shadow after another rained down around him like a storm, striking the hard ground and sending a dark, hazy mist of dust flying. Ouyang Yuya's figure was instantly swallowed by the dust-filled sky, his presence fading into silence. With each deafening explosion echoing across the arena, the students in the audience stood with wide eyes, watching the falling light, swords in silence, gulping hard. This was truly brutal. Apart from the great experts, anyone else would likely be pierced by 1,000 swords. After this bombardment lasted for a moment, it finally began to calm down. Lingering dust filled the air. Lin Xian tightly covered her mouth with her right hand, her eyes full of disbelief. And she was not the only one. Everyone on the scene, including all the mentors, had risen to their feet, shocked by the battlefield now shrouded in gray mist. No, that can't be. Xuanhuan stared blankly at the arena, tears streaming down her face. No matter how unwilling she was to believe it, she knew she had to accept the possibility. There might not even be a whole body left after such continuous attacks. Even the 8 masters present were shocked, not expecting such a fatality in a mere competition. Su Shi, eyes wide like copper bells, stared at the dense fog, clearly not anticipating such a situation. In his mind, if Tang Kuei had survived, then Ouyang Yuya certainly would too. Brother Ouyang. Silence fell over the outside crowd. Just as everyone was preparing to accept the tragic reality of Ouyang Yuya's demise, a soft cough suddenly echoed from the thick fog. He's not dead. Ah. No sooner had the words been spoken than the crowd erupted again, stretching their necks and desperately trying to get a glimpse of the arena. On the high platform, Master Hong's figure suddenly leapt forward. With a swift motion of his sleeve, a violent gale formed behind him, sweeping toward the battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh. Under the howling wind, the thick fog quickly dissipated. As the mist slowly cleared, a lone figure became visible. It was definitely Ouyang Yuya. However, Ouyang Yuya was no longer his usual calm self. He knelt on one knee, his black robes disheveled, his face pale as gold paper, appearing somewhat weakened. Just as everyone exhaled in relief, Ouyang's figure suddenly dashed forward. Amidst the crowd's expressions of shock, his tightly clenched right palm summoned a blue blade that appeared out of nowhere and pressed against Su Shi's throat. Seeing Su Shi's slightly reddened eyes, he couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. So, does this count as my win? Su Shi sighed in relief. As long as you're okay. Who won or lost doesn't matter anymore. Just now I acted recklessly. Please don't take offense, my brother. Haha, I just wasn't as skilled. Why would I hold a grudge? Ouyang patted his shoulder and turned to return to his seat. With this, the match ended in Ouyang Yuya's victory. Facing such an intense, nail-biting match filled with twists and turns, the stands exploded in thunderous applause. Seeing Ouyang Yuya return, Xuanhuan hurried forward to meet him. Ouyang waved him off and immediately sat cross-legged to meditate. That last attack would have gravely wounded or even killed him, if not for the white glowing shield of the myriad manifestations vessel protecting him. Even so, the sharp sword chi had still penetrated his meridians, causing him serious internal damage. As Ouyang Yuya gradually entered meditation, Su Shi quietly sat beside him to guard over him. Lin Xian, seeing that Ouyang was safe, sighed in relief, but soon her face turned angry again. He knew how dangerous it was, yet he still acted arrogantly. So reckless. And that Su Shi, HMPF. He's not getting off the hook that easily. I'll deal with him later. Su Yun smiled bitterly, helplessly watching Lin Xian chatter nonstop. She looked unusually mischievous, as if deliberately trying to stir up trouble. As the matches, including Ouyang Yuya's, came to an end, the following battles became even more intense. When it came to Xuanhuan's level, they were already full-fledged cultivators. Every movement they made carried formidable martial techniques. Xuanhuan was matched against Ouyang Xian, the Mage Academy's top disciple. One was an expert in close combat, while the other was a deadly ranged attacker. Without hesitation, they launched into battle. Stunning spells and powerful martial arts clashed repeatedly. In the end, Xuanhuan steadily overpowered her. Nantian happened to face Xuanfeng, and naturally, their encounter turned into a fierce confrontation. Surprisingly, the victor wasn't the much stronger Xuanfeng, but Nantian instead. Seeing the defeated Xuanfeng stand dejectedly, everyone shook their heads slowly. Yuanfeng's faction had not won a single match so far, and his reign as the top disciple was now over. But the most blood-pumping battle was undoubtedly the fight between Ouyang Lin and Gongyu. The hostility between the two was deep. Wanting to erase his humiliation, Gong Yu attacked without mercy, aiming directly at Ouyang Lin's weak points. As the medicine hall's top disciple, Ouyang Lin's methods were ruthless as well. Their battle was incredibly fierce, and the shockwaves from their clash caused the protective barrier surrounding the arena to tremble violently, nearly shattering. In the end, it took Master Hong's intervention to stabilize the barrier. After several hours of battle, Gong Yu finally emerged victorious, but only at the cost of severe injuries. He's truly crazy. Ouyang Yu shook his head helplessly as he looked at the nearly exhausted Gong Yu and the heavily wounded Ouyang Lin. After several hours of meditation, he had recovered sufficiently. Now, with his soul power fully restored, his eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the three victors below, inhaling deeply. Now comes the real spectacle. The final match results were soon decided after the intense battles. Boyong stood up, glanced at the roster in his hand, and announced loudly, "After these matches, the 4 finalists have been decided. Nantian, Gong Yu, Xuanhuan." When he reached the last name, Boyong clearly hesitated for a moment before finally, and somewhat reluctantly, pronouncing, "Ouyang Yu." Even though everyone had already guessed the final result, when Boyong called out Ouyang Yu's name, the stands still erupted into murmurs. Hardly anyone expected that this newcomer, who had entered the academy not long ago and was still in the body tempering stage, would actually make it into the top 4. Although surprised, most people responded with deep contempt and mockery, believing Ouyang Yu's advancement was purely due to luck, having a bye round initially, and then facing only Su Shi. His entire progression seemed far too easy. Indeed, the title of first place in the qualifying exam had long since lost its luster in people's eyes. Just a trickster. Cheng Feng sneered from the back of the arena, showing extreme disdain. His smile held an arrogant triumph. His faction still had disciples more than capable of rivaling Su Huang. As for Ouyang Yu, even if Nantian and others didn't deal with him, he himself could crush him severely. Nantian smirked at the commotion from the audience stands and looked at Gong Yu, who was still seated in meditation. "You good to go?" Gong Yu had sustained injuries from his earlier fight with Ouyang Lin and had begun meditating as soon as he returned. Gong Yu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze still icy cold. "Rest assured, I'll handle Su Huang for you." Nantian nodded in satisfaction and turned toward Ouyang Yu, seated not far away. A sinister smirk curled his lips. "Ouyang Yu, now it's time we settle our grudges." Ouyang Yu frowned slightly, then turned to see Nanshan's menacing face. His fists tightened briefly, but then relaxed again. His goal this time was to help Su Huang claim the top position, but Ouyang Yu gave a bitter smile as he listened to the noisy reactions from the stands, awkwardly scratching his nose. "Seems no one really believes in me." Su Huang patted Ouyang Yu's shoulder. "Don't worry. If things go bad during the free-for-all battle, just run." As for Nantian, even he won't dare do anything too extreme in such a public setting. Ouyang Yu nodded slightly and smiled lightly. "Do you think you can make it?" "Yeah, making it this far is already good." As for confidence, Su Huang's eyes flickered as he looked at Nantian and his group, then let out a slight sigh, saying no more. But the unspoken meaning was clear. Against someone like Nantian, Ouyang Yu would be practically defenseless, let alone facing 2 opponents at once, which was utterly absurd. Ouyang Yu nodded slightly and continued to gaze toward Boyong seated at the high platform, seemingly lost in thought. Boyong looked at Ouyang Yu with a touch of helplessness. He could naturally sense that this time's encounter with Nantian would certainly not end well. After all, they knew Nanshan's nature too well. Yet, he had no choice but to suppress the noisy crowd before continuing. According to the rules, when the number of participants is equal, it becomes a free-for-all. So, the 4 of you, step forward. With a wave of his sleeve, Boyong released a surge of soul energy from his body, which struck the arena ground. The previously damaged stone platform was instantly restored, filled once again with powerful soul force. Let me clarify one more time. This match is meant purely for sparring. Anyone who dares to use deadly force will have no mercy coming their way. As he spoke, Boyong's gaze swept over Nantian. His meaning was clear enough. A warning. Nantian sneered, turning his head aside with a darkened expression. He fully understood Boyong's message, but whether he'd heed it was an entirely different matter. "Begin the match," Master Gu said calmly, eyes lightly closed. As Master Gu's words faded, Nantian and Gong Yu leaped onto the stage. Just as Nantian and the others were moving forward, Ouyang Yu was about to act, when suddenly a voice rang softly in his ear. "Be careful with Nantian. He's far more complicated than he appears. Moreover, the upcoming battle will be a rare opportunity to win over the Soulstru Academy and establish your authority. Holding back will only place you in a more awkward position." Ouyang Yu frowned slightly. It seemed unlikely he could get through this unscathed. Raising his head, he gave an almost imperceptible nod to Lin Song seated above. Understanding Ouyang Yu's intent, Su Huang leapt forward as well. As the 2 sides stepped onto the battlefield, fiery gazes from the audience stands shot toward them like arrows. Everyone present understood. What was coming next was truly the main event. "Ouyang Yu, tell me, what kind of death do you think I should grant you?" Seeing Nanshan's mocking expression, Ouyang Yu simply smiled, then suddenly clenched his fist and stared coldly at him. "I think only by ending up like your useless younger brother will you finally shut your stinking mouth for good. You brat, I truly admire your courage." Nantian snarled coldly, shooting a beam of light from his fingertip directly at Ouyang Yu's face. Ouyang Yu's eyes narrowed, and just as he was about to act, a large hand suddenly reached out, pulling him back. Then he saw a palm as wide as a fan slam forcefully into the incoming beam. With a sharp crack, the beam instantly dissipated. "Nantian, You really think too highly of yourself to dare attack in front of me, Xuanhuan. Chapter 96 You too, get out of my way. A rough voice rang out as Xuanhuang's towering figure stepped in front of Xiuxian. Nantian, with your strength, actually laying hands on a junior disciple at the refining body stage? Don't you feel ashamed? Nanshan's face darkened. Xuanhuang, minding your own business a bit too much, isn't it? He glanced at Gonyang behind him and sneered. And do you really think you alone can change the situation here? Whether I can or cannot, only a fight will tell. No need to talk so much. I can't even imagine what this branch academy would become if you ever became the #1 disciple among 1,000. Would all the students here only know how to chat nonsense with their opponents? Xuanhuang scoffed. Nantian stared at Xuanhuang with an ominous expression, then suddenly barked, attack. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Nanshan's words fell, two figures shot forward, dashing towards Xuanhuang and Xiuxian. Xuanhuang narrowed his eyes slightly, then pushed Xiuxian behind him. Protect yourself. If you can't handle it, just retreat. After pushing Xiuxian aside, Xuanhuang suddenly stomped his foot. A pitch-black giant sword, identical to xiuxian's, appeared midair, yet this sword faintly glimmered with golden edges, making it seem strangely eerie. Clang. As the huge sword was grasped in his hand, it emitted ringing sword sounds as if it had life. Under Xuanhuang's swing, it released a sharp whistling sound slicing the air as it slammed toward Nantian and the other. Breaking General, he roared. Suddenly, the tip of the sword condensed a black sword beam about 10 feet long, slashing downward through the air. Judging from the fluctuation, it had reached the middle rank of the xian level. Haha, let me see what you two can do to me. You overestimate yourself. Sky fragmenting claw. Nantian coldly snorted. A gigantic claw formed of soul power surged from his outstretched palm, slamming head-on into the descending sword beam. The powerful collision sent both sides staggering back several steps, completely evenly matched. Nantian steadied the boiling energy within himself. Gonyang, join me. Let's deal with him first. Gonyang nodded silently. He swung one palm, raising a thunderous wave of sound, and rushed forward fiercely. His move was indeed ruthless. Faced with such a powerful strike, even Xuanhuang changed expressions, unwilling to confront the attack directly. He rapidly retreated instead. Gonyang, we used to be friends once. Why are you doing this today? A flicker stirred in Gonyang's cold, indifferent eyes. I have no choice today. I will personally apologize later, but for now, please forgive me. As he spoke, Gonyang's palm strike that Xuanhuang had dodged just now reversed direction again, aiming straight for Xuanhuang's back. As Gonyang's attack approached, Nantian also arrived, a savage gleam in his eyes. Xuanhuang, it's over. Yet the anticipated pain of Gonyang's palm strike never came. Instead, there came a crisp metallic clanging sound. What? How did you return? Xuanhuang turned around in slight astonishment, looking at Xiuxian, who now leaned on a stone tablet. Xiuxian smiled slightly. Elder Spichon, being so righteous, how could your junior Shi cowardly and drag down our soul strength's reputation? Focus on dealing with Nantian. As for him, Xiuxian hesitated for a moment, but soon added decisively. Leave him to me. Hua. Every scene on the arena was clearly visible to the audience below, and of course, Xiuxian's words were heard loud and clear. An uproar instantly broke out among the crowd, their expressions filled with disbelief as they stared at him, naturally dismissing his words as sheer boasting. Even Xuanhuang couldn't help but show shock when hearing Xiuxian's words. This. Xiuxian, did your brain finally rust up? Nantian looked at him pityingly, utterly confused. After all, even with his strength, he had merely a 50-50 chance against Gonyang. Did Xiuxian mean to imply he could beat Gonyang, which also meant beating him? Gonyang, kill him. I'll double the reward I promised you. Xiuxian Jr., are you certain you can handle this? Trust me. Xuanhuang hesitated briefly before nodding. I'll end this quickly. Xuanhuang, don't flatter yourself too much. It's unclear yet who will finish faster. Then let's see about that. With that, Xuanhuang swung his enormous sword toward Nantian, who charged right back without yielding. Seeing the chaotic fight between the two men, Gonyang frowned slightly. Sometimes overconfidence isn't a good thing. Xiuxian nodded. I naturally understand that. The gap between us isn't small at all. Xiuxian smiled. Sometimes, strength isn't measured solely by rank. Gongyu smiled slightly. Indeed. Then let me see where your confidence comes from. With a laugh, Gongyu's soul power surged as he threw a punch toward Xiuxian. Xiuxian's pupils instantly constricted. Stepping back, his hands swiftly formed a seal, and a low growl emerged from his throat. To Gongyu's astonishment, a figure suddenly stepped forth from Xiuxian's body, rushing forward without flinching to meet Gongyu's punch head-on. Gongyu was greatly startled, clearly not expecting that Xiuxian actually had such a technique up his sleeve. As he hesitated for a moment, the phantom clone swiftly lunged forward, engaging Gongyu in fierce combat. Each of Gongyu's strikes sent the clone flying a considerable distance, yet no matter how fierce his attacks were, the clone would, as if feeling no pain, charge forward again immediately. This sticky, clingy fighting style made it impossible for Gongyu to break free quickly. Watching Gongyu engaged by the clone, Xiuxian exhaled in relief. Amid the stunned uproar from the audience, he sat cross-legged and then lightly brushed his right palm across his forehead. Suddenly, a droplet-shaped crimson mark appeared between his eyebrows. As the mark emerged, a faint yet ancient energy slowly radiated from his body. Simultaneously with the release of this subtle aura, a feeling of primordial age surged forth, as if a slumbering, savage beast was slowly awakening. Ouyang Yuye's presence abruptly surged upward. The calm Huang Qi, or Gong Qi, also stirred to life, joyfully swirling around his body. This is Huang Qi. High on the spectator platform, Master Yuan stared intently at the energy emanating from Ouyang Yuye, his expression turning extremely grim. He clearly understood what the presence of Huang Qi signified. And with the knowledge of the firstling Jie, soul technique, the individual's identity became obvious. His face turned ashen as he stared at Ouyang Yuye on the arena stage, his hands gently stroking. This kid must not be allowed to live. At the same time Master Yuan realized this, the other three masters also caught on to certain clues. It's actually Huang Qi. But I wonder which type of core Huanxin he has condensed, murmured Master Hong, his eyes filled with disbelief. Observing the dark expression on Master Yuan's face, Master Huang muttered to himself, the tide is about to turn. Unlike the other three masters, Master Gu stared at the aura radiating from Ouyang Yuye's body and had already figured out his origins. This kind of energy wasn't foreign to him, for in the past he had been the chief guardian among the 4 protectors of his clan, and within the clan there were no shortage of examples of successful cultivation of Huang Qi. Even now, those memories of such power were still fresh in his mind. Now that Ouyang Yuye had successfully cultivated Huang Qi, these elder cultivators had likely already guessed the secret. It was only a matter of time before the revelation of his identity would bring complications after the match ended. Sighing slowly, Master Gu thought that this fellow truly didn't know how to keep a low profile. He had gone too far this time. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yuye himself remained completely unaware of these implications. Had he not drawn upon the Huang Qi, it wouldn't even have been enough to block Gong Yu, perhaps even leaving him struggling to protect himself. Furthermore, Gong Yu had been willing to confront Xuanhuan for the conditions Nantian had offered. Therefore, to imagine that Gong Yu would show any mercy toward him was laughably absurd. As for alchemy, it consumed far too much soul energy, and if his strike missed, the true tragedy would indeed be his own. Plus, each of the elders seated here was seasoned and sharp as a fox, whether it was the drop blood wolf Fong or the hundreds of high-grade crystals in his Jinghan Gai space pouch. Any one of these treasures would attract their attention. Given this balance of considerations, he decided it was best to resort to the Huang Qi. As he was thinking, a sudden crisp noise rang out, and Ouyang Yuye's eyes instantly lit up with sharp brilliance. Gong Yu had pierced the clone with one palm strike, and now glared darkly at Ouyang Yuye. The clone's persistence had proven to be more than just a little bothersome, even to him. If that's all you've got, then this fight is over. Watching Gong Yu step slowly forward, Ouyang Yuye took a deep breath. Clenching his right fist, a surging wave of Huang Qi immediately poured forth from his body. The moment this Huang Qi dispersed into the air, Gong Yu felt his soul energy receding, obstructed and retreating. Instantly, he frowned. This kid is suspicious. Ouyang Yuye tightened his fist, feeling the strength surging from his body. Amidst the Mimon spread of Huang Qi, a brown soul blade formed from Huang Qi in an instant, and he rushed toward Gong Yu. The soul blade slashed fiercely downward, enveloped in thick Huang Qi. Gong Yu's gaze sharpened. He formed a seal with his hands, conjuring forth a giant palm imprint which he slammed downward. Yet, just as the palm strike flew toward the soul blade, it unexpectedly began to weaken. Upon impact, it was cleanly sliced into 2 halves. The soul blade swept through, bringing down its blow upon Gong Yu. Gong Yu let out a low shout and a radiant barrier suddenly erupted from his body, shattering the blade's residual force. After blocking the soul blade, Gong Yu's expression turned even grimmer. He exhaled deeply, saying, "You are truly impressive. I believe your achievements will certainly surpass mine in another year. However, for now, it's time for you to stop right here." As Gong Yu spoke, he suddenly let out a low, beast-like growl from his throat. He then began forming a series of dazzling hand seals. The moment the seals were completed, an oppressive force that made Ouyang Yuye's heart quiver surged forth. Ouyang Yuye's expression immediately turned serious. As soon as Gong Yu finished forming the hand seals, his face subtly turned pale, and a blood-red spear floated into existence right before him. The air itself seemed to carry a scent of blood. This is the ravenous spear. Some perceptive spectators in the audience recognized it immediately the moment the spear appeared, and a series of sharp intakes of breath echoed from the stands. Didn't expect that even the ravenous spear had to be brought out by brother Gong Yu. This Ouyang Yuye truly is no simple opponent. Can the top candidate in the evaluation possibly be just another lowly fool? At this moment, however, Ouyang Yuye remained oblivious to these murmurs. His eyes locked onto the ravenous spear, from which the scent of blood was emanating. For the first time, he felt a genuine sense of danger. Under Gong Yu's control, the ravenous spear shot straight toward Ouyang Yuye like a flash. This really is a tough one. Ouyang Yuye sighed wryly, shaking his head. As he faced the bloodstained spear before him, his eyelids suddenly dropped shut. The very moment he closed his eyes, his right hand lifted abruptly. Amid the astonished expressions from the crowd, he gently swung his palm downward in midair, as if in a dream, whispering softly, "The Grand Wilderness Palm." The instant his right palm struck, a massive, tangible hand appeared from the void, smashing head-on into the speeding spear. Break! Confronted with the Grand Wilderness Palm formed from concentrated Huang Qi, the ravenous spear barely held for a moment before shattering piece by piece, disintegrating entirely. And the Grand Wilderness Palm then continued its advance, crashing toward Gong Yu, whose face had grown even paler. Puchi, Gong Yu, already injured before the impact, had no strength left to resist as he helplessly watched the colossal palm descending upon him, wearing a bitter smile. He seemed destined to fall in an embarrassing defeat. Just then, a piercing sound split the sky, and a voice bellowed, "Little bastard, get out of my way." An instant before the palm struck, an elderly voice rang out. Then, another sharp sound split the air. An irate roar reverberated across the sky. "Huang Jingtian, you dare lay a hand on my disciple. Get out of the way too." Chapter 97, The Move. As soon as that voice was heard, Xiuxian quickly retreated backward, the wild energy surrounding him rapidly circulating as the gate force took form and blocked in front of him. Dong! A huge fist shadow came surging forth, dispersing the palm of the great wilderness aimed at Gongyu with a fierce momentum. It pierced through the gate force in an instant, and without losing the slightest bit of momentum, it smashed toward Xiuxian's chest. Feeling the sharpness radiating from the fist shadow, Xiuxian was greatly startled. He hadn't expected in the least that his two strongest attacks wouldn't be able to stop it even slightly. Gritting his teeth, he clasped both hands in a seal, and wild energy surged from within his body. Not caring about the loss of energy, he was just about to unleash the great wilderness palm again, when suddenly an aged hand reached from behind, grabbed his shoulder, and forcibly pulled him back. At the same time, another huge palm, equally radiating a formidable fluctuation, surged forward to meet the fist shadow, colliding heavily with it. Hong! The violent clash directly affected the surroundings, shattering the blue stone ground to pieces. The powerful shockwave even made the light blue protective barrier set up by Master Hong around the arena tremble violently. One strike from each of them had reached such a terrifying level. Standing behind, Xiuxian looked at the completely destroyed ground before him, eyes flickering, and clenched his fist tightly. So this is a battle between high-level soul masters? Truly powerful indeed. Once the disturbance finally settled, Master Huang secretly sighed, realizing that he still hadn't eliminated him. With a gloomy expression, he glared at the opposite Master Gu and said, "Old Gu, are you really going to protect your guilty disciple?" Master Gu arched his eyebrows slightly. "Oh, and what crime has my young apprentice committed? Are you trying to make trouble just because you feel ashamed for injuring Gongyu?" "Haha, old Gu. It's not we who are accusing your disciple, but as you saw just now, he possesses the wild qi. Only those within our clan who are set to inherit the position of head of the family are permitted to learn it. You surely understand what this signifies." At this, two figures descended slowly, taking position at Master Huang's side, speaking aggressively. Master Gu's expression darkened as he stared at the trio, Masters Yuan, Huang, and Hong. "Then what do you intend?" Master Yuan smiled slightly. "Very simple. Send him to the punishment prison. Whether he lives or dies will be up to heaven." No sooner had the words, punishment prison, been spoken than murmurs and exclamations arose from the crowd, clearly familiar with the place. Master Gu snorted coldly. "He is my disciple. Whether or not he should go there is not something you can decide. Besides, what harm is there in possessing wild qi? Old Gu, wild qi can only be successfully cultivated by someone who has mastered the first portion of the Great Wild Scripture. The first part of this scripture has been hidden away for many years, so you want to get the location of the first part out of him, don't you?" Master Gu sneered. "Old Yuan, don't bother coming up with such lofty-sounding excuses. You well understand this boy's origins. You're simply seeing his accomplishments and are trying to eradicate him root and branch, just as you did in the past. You're using the same despicable methods." Gu Qingtian. Both Masters Yuan and Huang shouted at the same time, only suppressing themselves when Master Yuan gave a subtle signal. Smiling faintly, Master Yuan continued, "Old Gu, we've been acquainted for several decades. You're being rather rash over this matter. But this incident is enormous, and the complexity of the situation is something even we struggle to fully grasp. This matter involves matters beyond our level. Since head of the family Ouyang Rui, only certain elders and core disciples within the clan have been allowed to learn it. The head once decreed that anyone found cultivating the wild qi should be eradicated completely. So this boy cannot be allowed to live." Master Gu replied with a cold laugh. "Either way, I won't allow him to go to the punishment prison." Master Yuan smiled again. "Since he was once your disciple, we're willing to let him go, but after we remove his cultivation." At those words, Xiuxian's body shuddered, and he looked at Master Gu, secretly circulating the wild qi within his body. "Oh, you're certainly cautious." Master Yuan noticed Xiuxian's movement, but only smiled faintly. "Wild qi is indeed impressive, but depends on the user's ability. And you're simply too weak. Now, be a good boy and stay still for me." With a cold chuckle, Master Yuan reached toward Xiuxian's neck. A dull sound echoed out. Master Yuan's body halted immediately as he shot a cold gaze at Master Gu. "In the past, I was too lenient with you people, allowing my favored disciple to betray his teacher and leave the sect. But now," Master Gu glanced at Xiuxian's tensed figure and patted his shoulder gently. "This time, I will make sure to protect him completely." As Master Gu finished speaking, Xiuxian suddenly felt a strange pang in his chest. At the same time, Su Huang, Su Shi, and Lin Xian stepped onto the stage to stand behind Master Gu. Even Su Wan did not hesitate to stand firmly by Xiuxian's side. "Wan are you?" Master Hong looked at Su Wan in great surprise. Su Wan slightly bowed toward Master Hong. "Master, Wan humbly requests you ensure young Master Ouyang's safety." "You, come back here at once," Master Hong said angrily. "Nonsense." Before Su Wan could speak, suddenly a large hand tightly gripped her wrist. She turned and saw Ouyang shaking his head at her. Then, stepping past Master Gu, he fixed a firm gaze upon the three masters, Yuan, Huang, and Hong. What you truly desire is the great wilderness spirit formula, right? Fine. Just come and take it if you dare. What a brat, still being defiant as death approaches. Master Hong coldly snorted. Suddenly, he raised one finger and snapped, causing a blade of wind energy to condense and violently shoot toward Ouyang Yuya. Lin Xian and Xuanhuan both shouted out. Master Gu, shaking his sleeve, blocked the wind blade entirely, and immediately a surge of mighty fluctuation erupted from his body. This is the power of a Sky Soul Master. Sensing the mighty fluctuation radiating from Master Gu, Master Yuan's gaze also sharpened. No wonder he dares to oppose us three, but today he must remain here. Coldly, Master Yuan released a strong fluctuation equally powerful to Master Gu's, gradually spreading out his force. Master Gu looked at Ouyang Yuya and the others. Leave this place. This academy is no longer suitable for you. As he spoke, Master Gu rushed toward the trio, Masters Yuan, Huang, and Hong. His sharp palm wind completely surrounded the three, clearly attempting to buy more time for them to escape. Ouyang Yuya stared deeply at Master Gu, then bowed respectfully and said to Su Shi and the others, let's go. Master Yuan struck a palm blow and sent Master Gu retreating. Old Hong, go stop them. Master Huang, and I will handle things here. Master Hong nodded and quickly dashed out of the battle, then gazed downward at the group running toward the audience stance. With soul force activated, dozens of swirling wind blades gathered around his body as he shouted, everyone else move aside. As Master Hong's words rang out, the audience students instantly scattered, forming a panic-stricken crowd. Because of this commotion, Ouyang Yuya's urgent escape was somewhat delayed. Brat. Stay right there. Master Hong sneered. Then the wind blade surged, crashing downward directly onto Ouyang Yuya's head. Pung 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 pung. The sound of tearing flesh didn't appear, but instead came the crisp clangs of metal striking metal. Then, a figure appeared, blocking behind Ouyang Yuya and the others. Father! Seeing the arriving figure, Lin Xian couldn't help but let out a joyful exclamation. At this moment, Bo Xiong also flew down, standing beside Lin Song to block Master Hong. He glanced back at the startled Ouyang Yuya and said, quickly escape. Ouyang Yuya nodded slightly and fled away. Master Hong's expression grew extremely dark. Step aside. Master. Step aside, or don't blame me for being merciless. Before Bo Xiong could speak further, Master Hong shouted angrily. Lin Song took a deep breath. Please, Master, show your technique. As he spoke, his soul force transformed into a 3 qilong green sword, swirling with a sword flower that aimed directly at Master Hong's vital spots. Master Hong sneered. A whirlwind gathered around him, enveloping his entire body. The sharp sword chi from Lin Song seemed to strike an invisible barrier, creating metallic clinking sounds as it was entirely blocked. Such a foolish act of overestimating yourself. As Master Hong sneered, the whirlwind scattered and he sent a palm strike straight at Lin Song's chest. With one palm strike, Lin Song was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Father! Ouyang Yuya looked behind, watching Lin Song with a grim expression and clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, suddenly a shadow leaped forward and perched on Ouyang Yuya's shoulder. His body slightly trembled. Then he bowed respectfully toward the Shikong and, holding Lin Xian's hand, left once again. Quickly, Uncle Lin will be fine. Watching the fleeing figures rapidly disappear, Master Hong angrily waved his sleeve. If he couldn't capture these people today, it would be an absolute humiliation. Without hesitation, he was about to pursue them again, but suddenly Lin Song and Bo Xiong intercepted him once more. Their fierce attacks showed no holding back, each blow aimed at exchanging strikes, preventing Master Hong from easily escaping. As the fleeing figures grew further away, Master Hong's face darkened. Patian, stop them. Immediately, 3 figures rushed forth. Ouyang Patian, Ouyang Xian, and Ouyang Lin. Seeing them chase out, he finally relaxed slightly, believing that with their strength, stopping the escapees wouldn't be difficult. Facing Lin Song and Bo Xiong, he continued coldly. Even if the headmaster pleads for them today, I will ensure you two spend a few years in the punishment prison. Master Hong sneered coldly as a huge palm print, massive and dark purple, surged forth, violently rushing toward the pair. Faced with the palm print filled with violent and savage energy, they dared not withstand it head-on. Retreating and preparing to dodge, suddenly, brilliant light erupted, swiftly and forcefully dispersing the entire palm strike in an instant. Now, if anyone dares to make another move, this old man will have no choice but to unleash a massacre. As the aged voice echoed, the fierce battle below abruptly halted, as if by magic. Everyone looked up toward the figure standing with hands behind his back. Though his robes were tattered, he stood there as if united with the heavens and earth, embodying an extraordinary aura. This person was none other than the mad old man. Chapter 98-8. At the far eastern side of the Soul Master Academy, there was a dense and lush forest. Originally home to many soul beasts, the area had been thoroughly cleared of them by the Academy's upper echelons after Oran Academy established its base here. Over time, this forest had become the designated location for the Academy's freshman trials and also served as the sole exit from the Academy to Oran City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of high-speed movements broke the silence of the jungle, creating rustling sounds through the surrounding branches and leaves. As the view zoomed in, a group of people could be seen moving swiftly, with Ouyang Yuya clearly leading the front. After about a moment, their steps finally stopped, and he turned around to face the few others catching their breath. I can no longer stay at the academy, so we shall part ways here. I will go with you, suddenly said Lin Xian, standing beside him. I promised my father I would take care of you. As she spoke, her voice became quieter, even she herself finding this reasoning rather weak. Ouyang Yuya smiled helplessly but revealed a slight warmth in his eyes. All right then, come along with me. He casually glanced at Xuanhuan behind Su Shi as he spoke. Over the past few months, Xuanhuan had grown even more delicate and charming. Dressed in a pale blue robe of magic, she exuded less youthful frailty and more sacred elegance. Seeing her hesitating to speak, Ouyang Yuya could only sigh bitterly. He naturally understood Xuanhuan's meaning, yet he couldn't make any promises to her, so he simply pretended not to notice. Why don't one come along with us too? Suddenly, said Lin Xian. Ouyang Yuya was startled, but noticed Lin Xian winking at him before she turned to Xuanhuan. Surely this place is not more appealing than that. Oh, of course not. But, am I allowed to go? Xuanhuan said while glancing secretly at Ouyang Yuya. Upon seeing his helpless expression, she let out a resentful sigh. She understood his deliberate avoidance meant her presence would likely change nothing. Then I won't go. Be careful on your journey. I believe we shall meet again someday. So saying, she gently lowered her head to look at her toes. Ouyang Yuya felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, then nodded at the three brothers, Su Shi, Su Huang, and Su Yun. Su Shi suddenly asked, Brother Ouyang, where are you planning to go? Ouyang Yuya recalled the words from the old man who gave the monkey back to him before his departure. Possibly to Black Oren. Black Oren. Su Huang was startled. What for? Brother Su Huang knows about it. Ouyang Yuya suddenly asked. Nodding, Su Huang said, Black Oren is indeed the most dangerous part of the entire Allen dynasty. People heading there are either convicts exiled by the dynasty, or hooligans and hardened criminals. In short, Black Oren is filled with dangers everywhere. Going there requires the mindset of having one's life hanging by a belt. Listening to Su Huang's explanation, Ouyang Yuya nodded slightly. Though he didn't know why the old man had suggested that he go there, surely the old man wouldn't mean him any harm. Thus, he gave a slight bow towards Su Huang and said, Thank you for the warning, Brother Su Huang, but I still intend to go there. Actually, Ouyang Yuya hadn't said everything. He realized that the background of Black Oren implied that Oren Academy's influence wouldn't reach there. However, he couldn't leave the Allen dynasty yet due to the one-year pact he hadn't completed. Therefore, compared to other places, Black Oren was actually the safest choice. Observing Ouyang Yuya's determination, Su Huang nodded thoughtfully for a moment before suddenly stating, Then I shall go with you. Brother. Hee, I'm not making this decision on a whim. One reason I want to go is to accompany and protect you all. After all, I bear much responsibility for what happened today. On another note, my progress here at the academy has stalled, so it's time I ventured out for cultivation and experience. Upon hearing Su Huang's declaration, Ouyang Yuya nodded, and suddenly noticing Su Huang's expression of sorrow, he said, If so, why don't you both go together? We'll be able to look out for each other. Sure, no problem for me, nodded Su Shi in approval. I'm fine with following the group as well. Smiling sweetly at Ouyang Yuya, Su Huang raised her head, rubbing his forehead. Ouyang Yuya inwardly sighed, it was troubling. Suddenly, he turned to the quietly standing Su Yun and Tang Yunshan. What about you two, Su Yun and Shan Shan? Su Yun looked at Tang Yunshan briefly. We prefer to stay behind. Oh, Ouyang Yuya raised his eyebrows slightly, casting a significant glance towards Su Shi. Please don't misunderstand, Ouyang brother. We simply prefer a more peaceful life. Tang Yunshan smiled softly. Ouyang Yuya nodded. Of course, rest assured. I'll return in half a year, and by then, I won't have to leave like this ever again. He clenched his fist tightly. Ouyang Patian, Nantian, I'll settle the score with you both, one by one. Just how elegant and fearless you all are. Even in this situation, you still have the time for reminiscing. I think none of you should leave today, just stay right here. The voice rang out abruptly. Ouyang Yuya's pupils instantly constricted. From behind them emerged three figures, two men and one woman. The first of them wore dark purple martial robes fastened by a golden belt around his waist. Though his face wasn't particularly handsome, it bore a chilling indifference that made people shiver. The moment they appeared, Su Huang tightly gripped his huge sword and, with a solemn look, uttered in a low voice, Ouyang Patian. Sure enough, these three were none other than Ouyang Patian, Ouyang Lin, and Ouyang Xian, whom Master Hong had ordered to capture Ouyang Yuya and his companions. Master Hong truly honors us. To actually send the three top disciples to capture us. How flattering. Facing Su Huang's unhidden sarcasm, Ouyang Patian merely smiled slightly. So don't bother resisting. Come back with us. He looked mockingly at Ouyang Yuya and the others. Don't choke on your own arrogance. Show us whatever abilities you have. Su Huang coldly sneered, waving his huge sword around, clearly ready for a fight. Su Huang, instead of keeping your position as a top disciple, you've run off here messing around with them. How fascinating indeed. You. Su Huang was about to retort at Ouyang Lin's mockery, but was held back by Ouyang Yuya. He then heard Ouyang Yuya's soft, urgent voice. There might be other enemies behind them as well. Our immediate priority is to break through. Su Huang, take on Ouyang Patian. As for Ouyang Xian, leave her to me. Ouyang Lin, you guys attack together. Seeing them nod, Ouyang Yuya stepped forward slowly. With a smile, he looked at Ouyang Lin in mock surprise. Senior brother, what did you say? Top disciple? So does that mean we've beaten Nantian already? Ouyang Lin smiled, inwardly musing that Ouyang Yuya was truly an ignorant fool who didn't understand the ways of the world. He amiably nodded. Of course. Just as Ouyang Lin let down his guard, an unexpected event occurred. Ouyang Yuya suddenly shot forth like an arrow. Clenching the steel like a sharp sword, he slashed fiercely down at Ouyang Lin's head. At the same time, his astral projection emerged from his body and immediately engaged xiuxian, who was just about to intervene, in a fierce melee. Overestimating yourself. Patian sneered coldly. Just as he intended to dash forward, he suddenly felt a prickling sensation in his brow. Tilting his head slightly, he barely avoided a sword beam that grazed his face. The sharp sword energy left a small cut, giving his face a bloodthirsty look. Patian extended his tongue to taste the blood trickling to the corner of his mouth, almost savoring it as his eyes narrowed. It's been many years since I last got injured. He turned to look at xuanhuan, who was standing not far away, sword in hand. His right arm abruptly trembled as a dull yellow, mace-like weapon appeared on his wrist. Surrounded by a puff of yellow soul force, he pointed it directly at xuanhuan. Whoever wounds me should leave something behind. Xuanhuan let out a cold snort without a word. His giant sword flipped around and unleashed a thick sword beam that came crashing down fiercely, soul-severing. Without holding back at all, he used his most formidable martial art. At the same time, he thrust the giant sword toward Ouyang Potion's armpit. Earth style. Patian coldly snarled, a yellowish fog spreading from his body and engulfing him as he instantly disappeared. The sword energy passed through empty air and vanished. Xuanhuang's pupils contracted sharply. While stepping back, a spike suddenly emerged from the ground. He was startled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, Ouyang Potion's figure reappeared as well, and with the continuous penetration of yellow crystals, he engaged Xuanhuang fiercely once more. Meanwhile, Su Shi and the others had surrounded xiuxian, launching simultaneous attacks. For a time, neither side gained an advantage. In contrast, Yuye's situation had become significantly more difficult. A muffled impact echoed. Yuye staggered backward a few steps. He coldly eyed Ouyang Lin while shaking his aching right hand. He felt utterly powerless. Without using the Huang Qi, there indeed remained a significant gap between him and his adversaries. Ouyang Lin coldly chuckled, advancing slowly. Boy, you're still too inexperienced. Surrender now, he declared, unleashing a giant palm of soul force that enveloped Yuye like a radiant sun. But just then, a sharp, piercing shriek suddenly rang out, and a blood-red spear pierced through the palm from the void. Ouyang Lin's face turned grave instantly. Gongyu. Chapter 99 Departure. Ouyang Lin glared darkly at the sudden appearance of Gongyu, his fists tightly clenched and fachu a crisp sound of cracking bones. What are you doing here? Gongyu smiled slightly, his gaze shifting toward Yuye for a deep, lingering look before turning back to the equally astonished Su Huang and Patian. Then he bowed. Master Su, I had said after the competition I would give you an answer. Haha. Su Huang chuckled and shook his head. We stand on different sides, thus naturally our actions and thoughts differ. Therefore, Brother Gongyu, there's no need to take it to heart. Today's matter is unavoidable, so I specially came here. Brother Patian, would you be willing to let them go for my sake? Patian stared at Gongyu, his expression shifting suddenly. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly shook his head. Not a single one of them can be let go. Oh, what if I insist on taking them with me? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Patian coldly replied. Who? Gongyu inhaled deeply. Then I'm sorry. Let's fight. He nodded heavily. As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure suddenly dashed forth. The strength of a soul scholar burst forth, and his palm viciously struck toward Ouyang Lin's chest. He turned his head toward Yuye, who was still standing in stunned silence. Leave Ouyang Lin to me. You should have no problem stopping xiuxian, right? Thank you. Yuye nodded, then rushed into the battle where Su Shi and others were engaged. With his arrival, Su Shi and the others immediately felt the pressure alleviate, growing more confident. They no longer held back and fiercely surrounded xiuxian. Their coordination improved with the ongoing battle. Each time xiuxian attacked, Su Wan's defensive water magic, Sky Glaze, timely descended, completely blocking all of her strikes. In this seamless attack and defense, as time dragged on, xiuxian gradually began to feel some strain. She shouted toward Patian. What should we do? With a single palm, Patian deflected the giant sword of Su Shi. Watching the scene turning upside down due to Gongyu's sudden appearance, his expression was exceptionally grim. If Yuye and the others escaped today, the humiliation would indeed be immense. Staring hatefully at Gongyu, he spat. Gongyu, you will pay for your actions today. Under the transformation of soul force, Gongyu condensed into a blood-red spear, piercing through Ouyang Lin's dark purple huge palm, sneering coldly. There's no need to say such harsh words. If I feared today, I wouldn't have come at all. You three have acted so haughtily for years, turning the 3 academies into chaos. Who gave you the right to lecture me? Gongyu, if they escape today, it won't only be us after you. Master Yuan and the rest won't let you off either. Haha, I'm not part of Orin anymore. If you want to catch me, then come ahead. But you aren't qualified enough yet. Just as Patian was about to speak, his eyes suddenly sharpened. Under his sharp perception, he abruptly turned his gaze toward where Yuye was. At this moment, a glimmering wolf fawn cannon had condensed on Yuye's right wrist. Feeling the intense chilling aura from it, his expression instantly changed dramatically. He glared at the cannon on Yuye's wrist and rasped. This is Sky Tier. Unfazed by Ouyang Potion's shock, Yuye's face remained serious as he solemnly retrieved a red crystal. The barrel was pointed directly at xiuxian. As soul energy poured into it, a rumbling sound began to be heard, with crimson rays flickering from the muzzle. Be careful. Ouyang Patian shouted to Ouyang Xian. If anything happened to her now, the situation would dramatically change. And Ouyang Yuya had indeed perceived exactly this. Thus he was willing to risk revealing the bloody wolf Fang in an attempt to end things swiftly through alchemy. His action indeed achieved its aim. Ouyang Patian, in rage, was just about to strike when his path was blocked by a giant sword. Get lost! Ouyang Patian roared, his cannon suddenly vibrating. Dozens of sharp spears erupted from the ground, flying directly towards Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan coldly snorted. With a swift turn of his greatsword, he smashed the spears into pieces in an instant, once again entangling Ouyang Patian and preventing him from acting against Ouyang Yuya. Meanwhile, the already exhausted Ouyang Xian had no strength to deal with Ouyang Yuya anymore. She could only rely on her advantage over Su Shi and the others in strength to barely hold on. However, one cannot fight four hands, and Su Shi and Su Yuan who surrounded her were each formidable fighters with perfect coordination. Thus, it was only a matter of time before she fell in battle, and Ouyang Yuya was merely accelerating her defeat. In no time, Ouyang Yuya suddenly let out a low roar, spitting out one after another fireballs the size of bowls. Like falling meteors, they smashed fiercely toward Ouyang Xian's chest. Startled, Ouyang Xian barely managed to dodge in time, barely conjuring a flame shield in front of her chest, just as the cannon struck. Instantly, Ouyang Xian felt a surge of blood rising in her throat. The powerful force sent her staggering backwards several steps, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth, clearly sustaining severe internal injuries. Having landed a successful strike, Ouyang Yuya wasted no time. He sheathed the blood wolf Fang and shouted to Su Shi, "Let's go." Watching Su Shi and the others retreating swiftly, Gong Yu suddenly paused his pursuit. A blood-red spear materialized in his hand, and he smacked it behind him, blocking the advancing Ouyang Lin. With a few leaps, they disappeared deep into the woods. Ouyang Patian stopped Ouyang Lin, who was just about to chase again, supporting Ouyang Xian. His expression darkened as he glared at the disappearing figures. "Don't bother chasing anymore. We won't be able to hold them." "Big brother." Ouyang Xian started to speak, but was cut off by Ouyang Patian. "No need to explain. When Master asks about your injuries, say it was an ambush from Gong Yu. I'd like to see if he truly dares to face the consequences. Let's go." Ouyang Xian and Ouyang Lin exchanged a glance, then hurried to follow behind, knowing that the real storm was yet to come. At the forest exit, already near the gates of Oran Academy, Ouyang Yuya and the others staggered out from the jungle, glancing warily behind them. Once sure no one followed, they collapsed onto the ground panting heavily. Su Shi lay flat, muttering, "Damn it, this lousy academy is like a den of wolves and tigers. You enter with your life, but leave without one." Lin Xian spat at him in disgust. "What an awful mouth you have. Aren't we all safe here? Enough. Now's not the time to argue. Earlier, I must thank senior brother Gong Yu for stepping in and helping us." Ouyang Yuya said as he clasped his hands together toward Gong Yu. "I just thought it would be a shame to lose such a worthy opponent. So, where are you planning to go next?" "I'm going to the Black Oran." "Oh, Black Oran." Gong Yu appeared slightly surprised, but soon nodded. "That place is indeed well suited for fugitives like you. Just remember one thing. Where there's opportunity, danger follows. Although it allows you to evade pursuit from Oran Academy, the dangers there are even greater. It's a world unto itself, independent of the Oran Empire or any ruling authority. It has its own set of survival rules, so avoid breaking them, or you'll die." Listening to Gong Yu's words, an unexplained chill ran through Ouyang Yuya. He nodded solemnly. "I'll keep your kindness in mind." Gong Yu nodded thoughtfully. After a brief pause, he suddenly took out a black waist token and handed it to him. Ouyang Yuya took the black token. It was rhombus-shaped, its front engraved with a three-eyed toad that sent a chill through one's bones. On its back, two large characters stood clearly. "Elder. This is a guest elder's badge from an organization named Yutong, which I collected during my travels. Keep it. It may save your life in a crisis." Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, a storm erupted within Ouyang Yuya's heart. From the token alone, it was obvious that this Yutong wasn't an ordinary organization, and that Gong Yu was an elder within, a sign that Gong Yu's identity was far more complex than it seemed. Nodding slightly, Ouyang Yuya tucked the token away. "In that case, I thank you. I have something to take care of back at the academy, so I cannot stay long. Next time we meet, I hope you won't be as beaten up as today, haha." Gong Yu laughed aloud. "Well, this is as far as I go. Whoever wishes to return, follow me." So saying, he dashed back the way he had come without even looking back. Su Yun nodded to Ouyang Yuya and the others with a bow. "Take care." Su Huang patted Su Yun's shoulder. "When brother gets ahead, he'll come pick us up." Though always reserved, Su Yun gave a simple nod before following Gong Yu back. "Senior Ouyang, Senior Su Shi, Sister Lin Xian, please take care." Tang Yunshan slightly bowed and departed, leaving only Ouyang Yuya and the others behind. Standing there for a long time, Ouyang Yuya looked up at the suspended plaque above. The golden words, Oran Academy, stood vividly before his eyes, as vividly as the intense yearning he once had for this place. Now, however, he had no choice but to leave. Touching the giant green rock beside the path, its engraved inspiring words now felt piercingly mocking. Sighing deeply, he murmured, "Let's go too." Chapter 100 Heolan. On the furthest eastern side of Olan City stood a district completely different from the rest of the city. Here, the houses were mostly constructed with black bricks and tiles, with structures of all kinds of bizarre shapes represented. The black-roofed houses and black-paved roads gave rise to a strangely eerie and mysterious atmosphere out of nowhere. After asking around repeatedly on the way, Ouyang Yuya had already gained a general understanding of Olan's basic situation. Due to its position at the border of the kingdom, and serving as a gateway to other kingdoms, the area's foot traffic was quite considerable. Besides these transient merchants and crowds, the original inhabitants were former exiles and hardened criminals. Since this place was not governed by any particular kingdom, some cultivators had also chosen to remain here, forming various factions. The most prominent among these were the 2 halls and 3 palaces, 5 major forces altogether. The 2 halls were Yu Hall and Yun Hall. The 3 palaces were Longyan Palace, Mang Palace, and Tiger Palace. These 5 sects had nearly monopolized most of the powerful experts in the area, and their leaders each possessed the cultivation level of a Grand Soul Master. Usually, even the royal family and noble clans of Olan City would not dare provoke them easily, since Grand Soul Masters were already rare in a second-tier kingdom like this, only found in limited numbers in academies established by ancient lineages like the Olan Academy. Moreover, it was even rumored that the 5 forces had Sky Soul Masters, old monsters, guarding them. Thus, it was only reasonable that Olan could survive even under the jurisdiction of the Elen Kingdom. Ouyang Yuya and the others had traveled nonstop for a whole day before finally stepping into this territory. Staring at the massive black city gates towering ahead, a strong sense of expectation gleamed in Ouyang Yuya's eyes. Why are there so many people here? Lin Xian couldn't help expressing surprise when noticing the long lines entering and exiting beyond the city gates. Ouyang Yuya also turned his gaze toward the swarming crowd, shaking his head. Let's just go in first. Saying so, he walked toward the waiting line, but before even stepping into it, 2 youths dressed in black, one tall and one short, approached quickly, fixing cold stares on Ouyang Yuya and his group. What do you lot want here? They demanded. Xuanhuan's brows furrowed slightly. What? Do we need to report our business to you before we even enter? Humph. Judging from your appearance, you must be some noble youths from the central Olan district, right? Didn't your elders tell you before coming here for the auction that there's an inspection upon entry? Auction? What do you mean? Ouyang Yuya blinked, puzzled. You're not here for the auction. The tall youth obviously looked shocked, and his suspicion intensified instantly. Susher nodded. We are only planning to stay for a few days. Never heard of the auction. Is that so? Then according to the rules, every person entering must pay 10 taels of silver. The tall youth suddenly grinned, as if he had hit the jackpot. 10 taels? You're robbing us. Susher immediately exclaimed. Do you think this is someplace anyone can waltz into? 10 taels is actually being generous. If you don't have the money, get lost and don't block our view. The shorter youth retorted contemptuously. Ouyang Yuya stopped Susher by the arm with a shake of his head. He pulled out 50 taels of silver and tossed it to the black-clad youth. Not wanting to invite unnecessary trouble so early in a new place, he asked, Can we enter now? Yes. The tall youth nodded, stepping aside to allow them passage. Just as Ouyang Yuya and the others had walked past, the tall youth jingled the bag of silver in his hand and sneered toward the stout youth. What idiots! Actually believing in such a rule. Obviously rich noble brats from some big family, completely ignorant. First day on guard duty, and we already get a few suckers like this. Makes for a few nice easy days ahead. Ouyang Yuya's footsteps halted abruptly upon hearing this. His expression instantly darkened. But before he could move, xuanhuan gave a cold snort, his figure shooting forward. Before the tall youth could react, he seized the latter by the throat and lifted him off the ground. Before the shorter youth could recover from the shock, xuanhuan had already sent him flying backward with a palm strike. Such guts! Daring to strike us? The short youth roared furiously, throwing a strike towards xuanhuan. Snorting coldly, xuanhuan appeared indifferent as his palm sent the stout youth flying again. Looking at the youth's reddening face, he sneered. You're only a 4th-tier body-tempering trash, daring to bully me? Wanting to die, huh? Throwing the tall youth down to the ground, he glared at him coldly, while the latter coughed violently. The stout man, having been knocked back, stared fearfully at xuanhuan and stammered, a soul warrior. The commotion from this side naturally drew the attention of the people in line, but their expressions revealed only amusement, as if they were watching an entertaining performance, perhaps a welcome distraction to ease the tedium of waiting. Xuanhuan dusted off his hands and said, looking at Ouyang Yuya, Brother Ouyang, what to do with this guy? You decide. Ouyang Yuya nodded, then walked toward the taller youth. Seeing Ouyang Yuya approach and crouch beside him, the tall youth, thinking Ouyang would kill him, immediately shouted, We're from Yuhall. You can't kill me. Oh, Yuhall. Ouyang Yuya's brows furrowed slightly. That's right? We're from Yuhall. If you dare lay a hand on us, our hall leader will never let you off. Seeing the tightening of Ouyang Yuya's brow, the stout man thought he had scared him, and clung desperately to this lifeline, shouting frantically. Noisy. Ouyang Yuya coldly snorted, delivering a hard slap, and at the same time tossed a black token to him. The tall youth lifted his now swelled to pighead face to speak, but caught sight of the black badge. As he caught and examined it, his previously arrogant attitude immediately wilted. Shocked, he exclaimed, Elder token. Immediately he became like a withered eggplant, collapsing limply onto the ground. If he still couldn't recognize Ouyang Yuya's identity by now, he truly would be an idiot. Although only a guest elder, such a position was more than enough to execute the likes of him without question. Sighing helplessly, he muttered, This humble servant failed to recognize your arrival, my elder. Any punishment you bestow will be accepted. Ouyang Yuya observed the man's reaction and nodded, so the Yuhall token was clearly authentic. Alright, get up now. The tall youth stared in astonishment at Ouyang Yuya. as if his ears had gone wrong. You won't kill me? Kill you for what? We now need a place to stay. Help us find accommodations. Certainly, certainly. But recently, with the auction approaching, most lodgings in the city are not peaceful. Why not stay at my humble place? My house is nearby and has plenty of rooms. What do you think, elder? Ouyang pondered briefly, then nodded. The tall youth assigned his task to the stout youth and said, Please, follow me, elder. Not going through the line? Ouyang suddenly asked as he noticed the youth leading them toward a side gate. Those are all for auction participants needing inspection. Of course, the elder is an exception. Please follow me. The tall youth led Ouyang and the rest through a maze of turns until they finally entered Heolan. Just past the main gate, far ahead, they spotted another group of youths clad in black, striding toward them with fierce intent, while pedestrians passing by hurriedly scattered away like fleeing plague. They're from Longyan Palace, usually the most arrogant and domineering. They're on night guard duty tonight. We'll just go around them. The tall youth hurriedly explained upon noticing Ouyang puzzled look. Ouyang nodded without much thought. Such incidents were common enough that one would not be surprised by them. Yet, as the two groups approached, Longyan Palace's members suddenly arranged into a formation blocking the way, folding their arms and looking down at them as if they were ants. What's the meaning of this, Long Zhong? The tall youth, named Lu Cheng, glared at the leader in front. Lu Cheng, why didn't you report today? Have you forgotten your old employer just because you've got Yu-Hall backing you now? Long Zhong sneered. Long Zhong, I had urgent business today. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Tomorrow? Do you think I'm an easy target? Let me make it clear. You better pay up those 10 taels today, or your sister. You despicable worm. Lu Cheng's face turned instantly red, glaring at Long Zhong with deep hatred. 10 taels, right? Give it to him and we'll go. Ouyang said indifferently, stepping forward with xuanhuan and the rest. Lu Cheng took out 10 taels and threw it at Long Zhong, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Long Zhong smiled and raised a hand to block them again. What exactly do you want? Lu Cheng clenched his fists tightly, his face dark and cold. Those new recruits you brought today are promising. To be straight, just leave those two girls behind for some fun, and the rest of you can all go free. How about that? As soon as Lu Cheng heard that, his face turned extremely grim. He turned toward Ouyang group. Sure enough, the moment Long Zhong finished speaking, Ouyang abruptly halted his steps, and Lu Cheng's heart sank to the deepest abyss. Chapter 101, Furious. As Long Zhong finished speaking, Ouyang, who had been moving forward, abruptly halted his steps. His expression immediately darkened. Ouyang held deep feelings for both xuanhuan and Lin Xian, and Long Zhong's words had truly touched the one forbidden topic he could not tolerate. Seeing the tightly clenched fists of Ouyang, Xuan, whose nature was inherently timid, tugged gently at his sleeve and whispered, Brother Ouyang, the Longyan sect is definitely not easy to provoke. We're newcomers here, so there's no need to get ourselves into unnecessary trouble. Just ignore them. Yeah, since we don't know much about them yet, maybe it's better to let it go, Lin Xian also murmured softly. Ouyang remained in deep thought for a moment before inhaling deeply and nodding his head. Indeed, as they had said, Black Alon was a complex place. These top-ranking major sects would certainly have formidable strength. If possible, he definitely didn't want to make enemies of such forces. He inhaled once more. Let's go. Watching Ouyang leave, Lu Cheng also exhaled in relief and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. If this elder were to become furious, chances are that Long Zhong would seek him out first for blame. Immediately, he hurriedly chased after Ouyang. Just as they were about to leave, Long Zhong suddenly sneered. Trying to leave? That easy, huh? Saying so, he waved his right palm, and the dozen or more members of the Longyan sect followed suit, surrounding Ouyang and others in a circular formation. They looked on mockingly, especially eyeing Lin Xian and Xuan lecherously, barely concealing their filthy desires. To bullies who hadn't touched a woman in years, a beauty like Lin Xian presented a nearly fatal attraction. As for Ouyang and the rest, they were automatically ignored, as if their presence were trivial and insignificant. The actions of the Longyan sect naturally caught the attention of the surrounding pedestrians, who immediately stopped to watch. Long Zhong, exactly what do you want? Lu Cheng, seeing the growing crowd around them, clenched his right fist tightly. Faced with Long Zhong's increasing aggressiveness, even he could no longer suppress his anger. I am currently part of the Yutong sect, and these people are even honored guests of Yutong. If this causes a conflict between our groups, no one will benefit. Desperate, Lu Cheng even brought up the Yutong sect in an attempt to intimidate Long Zhong. Haha, Yutong. Long Zhong burst into laughter. A newly established sect. Maybe others will give you a little face, but Long Zhong took a step forward. If not for considering the Yuntang sect, we Longyan sect alone could annihilate you easily. Remember, I stand behind me the second prince of the Longyan sect. So, be smart. Leave the two girls here, and the rest of you can scram, letting my brothers here relieve their tensions. After Long Zhong finished speaking, members of the Longyan sect burst into laughter again. Lu Cheng's face turned red as he was about to rebuke, when suddenly his arm was grabbed by a hand. Then he saw the dark expression on Ouyang face. He sighed bitterly. It seemed there was no way around it after all. Judging from this appearance, this elder was already filled with intent to kill. Indeed, Ouyang was at the edge of absolute rage, and the murderous intent surged without restraint. He glared coldly at Long Zhong. I hope your abilities can match your tongue. As he finished speaking, his soul power burst forth, and at the fastest speed possible, he darted toward Long Zhong like a thunderbolt. So fast, Long Zhong's pupils constricted as he felt that he might have underestimated the youth. This young man was clearly not as weak as he appeared. Instantly, he commanded loudly, "Stop him!" Immediately, the members of the Longyan sect rushed forward to protect Long Zhong behind them. A bunch of riffraff. Just as Ouyang Yuya was about to take action, Lin Xian suddenly darted forward. Her red whip cracked through the air, followed by a crisp snap, and dozens of Longyan sect members collapsed on the ground, writhing in pain. Across their chests were deep wounds, down to the bone. With Lin Xian's body tempering strength at the 8th stage, it was far too easy to deal with these bullies, who could only pick on ordinary people. Dare to target me? Lin Xian shouted angrily, her whip cutting through the air again, and immediately after another strike, screams of excruciating pain burst forth once more from the Longyan sect members. Seeing the pitiful scene of his groaning comrades on the ground, Long Zhong's face turned extremely grim. Suddenly, his face changed, as he saw Ouyang Yuya's right hand, formed like a claw, aiming straight for his throat. Instantly, he stamped his foot hard on the ground, rapidly retreating while releasing his soul force. 8th stage of body tempering? No wonder you're so arrogant. Ouyang Yuya sneered, spreading his soul power without hesitation as he struck again. As Long Zhong retreated furiously, he suddenly let out a low shout. His right fist transformed into a huge, fire-red dragon claw, faintly radiating a violent aura, clashing violently with Ouyang Yuya's palm. A muffled bang echoed. Ouyang Yuya was instantly sent flying backward, leaving behind a deep trench on the ground nearly a meter long. In that lightning-fast clash, it was Long Zhong who had the upper hand. Unexpectedly, there's such a formidable body-tempering martial art. Not only can it repel enemies of higher cultivation level, but it's also clearly gaining the upper hand. Seeing Su's stunned expression, Emperor Su nodded, his eyes burning with excitement. It should be an advanced Xian-tier body-tempering martial art, although I think its power goes beyond that. Yeah, do you want help? No need. Although body-tempering martial arts are formidable, that guy Ouyang Yuya has many hidden trump cards as well. Even as he said that, Emperor Su couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Apparently, even he wasn't entirely sure how many tricks Ouyang Yuya had up his sleeve. Meanwhile, the monkey, who had been sleeping in Wan Su's arms, suddenly woke up, squinting its eyes at the two confronting figures in the distance, pausing slightly when it focused on the dragon claw Long Zhong's right hand had transformed into. Ouyang Yuya shook his numb right hand, his eyes flashing with intensity as he stared at the dragon claw on Long Zhong. What a powerful body-tempering martial art. He had once witnessed such a martial art on Tung Kuei, but that soul beast transformation carried a great price. It also affected one's mind while being used, nowhere near as freely controllable as this body-tempering technique. At this moment, as he gazed at Long Zhong, there was a trace of excitement and greed. If he could seize this martial art, it would be even better. Without holding back anymore, he gripped the stone tablet tightly and smashed it toward Long Zhong. Long Zhong didn't evade. Instead, as the tablet swung sideways, his dragon claw directly met it. A crisp sound rang out, and both of them retreated once again. Ouyang Yuya sneered coldly. Let's see how many times you can block. Immediately afterward, he wildly swung the tablet toward Long Zhong, raining down fierce blows. Watching the two entangled in battle, the spectators all widened their eyes. However, those who were experienced recognized the dragon claw Long Zhong conjured and couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Isn't that the Yanlong body of the Longyan sect? That's Long Zhong. Someone must be in trouble again. Looking at Ouyang Yuya entangled in battle with Long Zhong, people's eyes filled with pity. Long Zhong was already among the elite of the younger generation in xiuxian, especially supported by such a powerful body-tempering martial art. Thus, many weren't betting much on Ouyang Yuya's chances. Suddenly, a brittle sound echoed again. Both figures retreated simultaneously, and in everyone's shock, Long Zhong's conjured dragon claws shattered entirely, and his complexion also paled. You're really hard to deal with. Grumbling, Ouyang Yuya put the stone tablet away and suddenly charged forward again, his target being clearly the xuanhuan pouch hanging at Long Zhong's waist. As Long Zhong's pupils contracted sharply, he twisted his waist and fiercely struck a punch straight toward Ouyang Yuya's chest, thinking that if Ouyang tried to dodge, he would have to abandon the effort to grab the xuanhuan pouch. Although his plan was quite brilliant, what he didn't expect was for Ouyang Yuya not to dodge as predicted, but instead to keep reaching toward the xuanhuan pouch. In that case, I'll make sure you have the life to take it, but not the life to use it. Seeing that Ouyang Yuya didn't move away, Long Zhong suddenly revealed a hideous expression on his face, his right fist now accompanied by an even fiercer wind, howling violently toward him. In his opinion, after this punch, Ouyang Yuya would at least end up as a maimed man. Staring at Long Zhong's grotesque face and the looming shadow of the incoming fist, a faint mocking curve rose on Ouyang Yuya's lips. The instant Long Zhong's fist landed, a white shield suddenly emerged from Ouyang Yuya's body, blocking that full-strength punch as Long Zhong watched in horror. Then he saw Ouyang Yuya's finger pointed harshly into his shoulder, smiling lightly as he said, "It's over." A dark glow flickered at his fingertip, and with a quick swipe at Long Zhong's waist, Long Zhong's body was sent flying like a broken stringed kite crashing onto the ground. Chapter 102 The Liu Siblings. Looking at the defeated and battered Long Zhong, a murmur immediately spread through the crowd. The battle had ended in the blink of an eye, with most people not even seeing how Ouyang Yuya had struck before Long Zhong was already lying helpless on the ground. Only those with profound cultivation managed to catch a glimpse of the fleeting black light. The looks directed at Ouyang Yuya from most people were no longer mocking, but reverent. The ease with which he had defeated Long Zhong, a practitioner at the 8th stage of body tempering, was enough to demonstrate his formidable strength. Here, the principle of the king is king, the loser is nothing, was clearly evident. And the followers of Long Zhong from the Longyan sect, seeing their leader's defeat, quickly scattered away. This was the classic case of the tree falling and the monkey scattering. Ouyang Yuya did not bother with him further. Giving him a lesson was sufficient, for killing him would undoubtedly cause unnecessary trouble. All right, let's go, Ouyang Yuya said calmly, casting a glance at Long Zhong before walking outward. As he approached, the crowd instinctively parted to form a clear path, and no one dared to block him. Long Zhong spat out a mouthful of blood as he watched Ouyang Yuya leave. He turned to the few remaining companions with a gloomy expression and ordered, investigate that young brat's background. Also, do not let anyone know that the xiuxian pouch fell into his hands. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Yes. The few followers hastily nodded. Looking in the direction Ouyang Yuya had disappeared to, a hideous sneer appeared on Long Zhong's dark face. You'll pay for this, brat. I'll make you pay in pieces one day. That strike from brother Ouyang was absolutely satisfying. On the way out, Su kept muttering, seemingly not yet finished relishing the fight. I say people like him are better off dead. Leaving him alive will only cause trouble later. That wouldn't be wise, Ouyang Yuya replied. If we just injure him, it's merely a fight, but if we kill him, it becomes hard to handle. Even the Longyan sect won't be able to cover it up easily. You're absolutely right, senior brother xuanhuan, Su added. If he's so ungrateful next time, I definitely won't show mercy. Ouyang Yuya was just speaking when he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. He turned to find the monkey looking at him with a smirk, and Ouyang reached out affectionately to pat the monkey's head. He woke up when you were fighting Long Zhong, Su once said, smiling while watching Ouyang Yuya playing with the monkey. Oh, Ouyang Yuya nodded, sensing a significantly stronger aura from the monkey. Since leaving the Da Huang Venerable, the monkey seemed to have realized something and had been diligently refining the energy left in his body by the Venerable. The results were promising indeed, as the monkey had at least reached the level of a third-rank soul beast. The only oddity recently was that the monkey seemed to sleep a lot more. How much longer? Ouyang Yuya asked, turning to Lu Cheng. Almost there. It's just ahead. Lu Cheng quickly replied. After Ouyang Yuya had defeated Long Zhong, the look Lu Cheng now gave him contained a trace of fear. This elder was like a lion covered in thorns, definitely not someone to provoke. Seeing Lu Cheng's anxious and respectful demeanor, Ouyang Yuya nodded slightly and didn't pay further attention, letting the group follow him and admire the scenery along the way. Black Oran was surprisingly expansive, almost resembling a major city. There were numerous shops, including some selling armors and medicines, which surprised Ouyang Yuya. He hadn't expected such establishments in a place like this. Noticing Ouyang Yuya's perplexed look, Lu Cheng smiled and explained, Elder must have questions. Previously, this place wasn't so formal. Later, the 5 major forces decided to establish these shops, since there were many merchants traveling through Black Oran. Profits were good, so it naturally became increasingly structured. Ouyang Yuya nodded. This place lacked the expected filth and bloodshed, which showed the 5 major forces indeed had great authority, managing to discipline even the most hardened criminals, using impressive methods indeed. Elder, we're here. This is the place, Lu Cheng respectfully announced while Ouyang Yuya was deep in thought. Ouyang Yuya snapped out of his thoughts, seeing before him a relatively ordinary courtyard. Though constructed with black bricks and black tiles, the layout appeared more refined and orderly. There were 6 houses inside. Though small, they looked cozy. At the sight, Ouyang Yuya suddenly recalled the academy where he had lived in such courtyards. Yet now, times had changed, everything was different. He wondered how they were doing now. His master, that mad old man, Lin Song, and Bo Xiong. Suddenly, without realizing, the academy had left a lasting imprint on his heart, filled with cherished memories and familiar faces. He sighed. Let's go in and have a look. It's a bit small. Hope Elder won't mind. Ouyang Yuya nodded lightly and followed Lu Cheng inside. As soon as they entered, Lu Cheng called out, Xiaoyan, we have distinguished guests. No sooner had his words faded than the door from the eastern corner suddenly opened, and a little girl came running out. She wore a pale blue outfit and had 2 ponytails, her youthful face clearly revealing her age, about 10 years old. Smiling sweetly at Lu Cheng, the girl rushed forward and grabbed his hand. Brother, the meal is ready. Lu Cheng smiled affectionately, pinching her delicate, doll-like face. We have guests today. Only then did the girl look toward Ouyang Yuya and the others. Hello, older brother and older sister. Xiaoyan. Lu Cheng quickly corrected her with a bow toward Ouyang Yuya. They are honored elders. The girl pouted slightly. But he's about the same age as you. How can he be an elder? Xiaoyan. Lu Cheng sighed with a wry smile as he turned to Ouyang Yuya with an apologetic bow. My little sister is young and doesn't know better. Please don't take offense, honored elder. Ouyang Yuya waved his hand dismissively, looking at the girl who barely reached his chest. For some reason, seeing her stirred a peculiar feeling within him. He crouched down and patted her head. What's your name? I'm Lu Yan. What's your name, older brother? Seeing the girl's innocent smile, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but chuckle. I'm Ouyang Yuya. Brother, this monkey is so cute. The girl, seeing the monkey for the first time, was filled with curiosity. She tried to reach out to touch its fur, but hesitated, her small hand frozen midair. The monkey chattered and suddenly leaped into her arms, rubbing itself against her chest. Ouyang Yuya could only sweat uncomfortably, inwardly cursing the lecherous creature. Aha! Tickled by the monkey's movements, the girl laughed softly as she played with it. Wah, this little girl is so adorable. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with delight as he looked at the girl, and Su Shi and the others quickly surrounded her, joining in the fun. The girl showed no trace of shyness and looked up at Lin Xian and Xuanhuan. Hello, beautiful older sisters. What a sweet little girl. Watching Lu Yan play happily with Lin Xian, Lu Qing couldn't help but smile beside them. Is it only the two of you living here? Ouyang Yuya asked, glancing around the surroundings. Yeah, just my sister and I. Lu Qing nodded, his expression turning slightly gloomy. How come you came here? Lu Yan is so young, and she's a girl. This place is definitely not suitable for her to grow up in. Lin Xian stood up, puzzled as she looked at him. Lu Qing sighed, glancing at the playful girl. My father was originally the chief commander of the Royal Soul Cultivator Guards in Oran's capital. Oh, so you're from a noble background. Ouyang Yuya showed some surprise. The past is best forgotten. Lu Qing replied with a self-mocking smile. What happened afterward? Ouyang Yuya continued, intuitively sensing the story was not simple and growing increasingly curious. The imperial ministers accused my father of associating with the Longyan sect in Black Oran, branding him a traitor. So my father was stripped of his position and exiled to Black Oran. He brought you two along. Lu Qing nodded. When we first arrived, the leader of the Longyan sect admired my father's cultivation and invited him to join. But my father, known for his firm will, refused to the death. So he was killed. As for Long Zhong, the one who hunted us down, he refrained from killing us because he found my sister attractive. I know exactly what he had in mind, and I was powerless to do anything. So I had no choice but to pay tribute regularly to avoid any harm to Xiaoyan. Using what my father left behind, I bought a secluded place to live and have forbidden her from going outside. Fortunately, Xiaoyan has always been obedient and has never disobeyed me. Looking at the happily playing Lu Yan, Ouyang Yuya sighed. For such a little girl to spend her entire life in a place like this, fate indeed played cruel tricks. At that moment, the ever-playful Lu Yan seemed to tire a bit, her joyful smile turning toward Ouyang Yuya. Older brother hasn't eaten yet, right? Ouyang Yuya was slightly taken aback, but smiled. Uncle isn't hungry. Liar. A big guy like you must be hungry. Lu Yan stuck out her tongue teasingly. I'll go cook for you and the older sisters. Oh, Lu Yan can cook. Lin Xian looked incredulous. Xiaoyan cooks really well. Don't believe me? Ask your brother. Lu Qing nodded, seeing the group turning their eyes toward him. It's true, she's excellent. Ever since she was little, she showed an interest in cooking and learned a lot from our old housemaid. Oh, then I must taste it today. Ouyang Yuya chuckled lightly. But, seeing the sudden sadness on Lu Yan's face, Ouyang Yuya quickly asked, what's wrong? But there's nothing left to eat at home. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Lu Qing suddenly slapped his forehead in frustration. Look at me. I've forgotten everything in the chaos. Ouyang Yuya smiled slightly and pulled out a silver coin, handing it to Xiaoyan. Is this enough? Plenty. I'll go right away, I'll be fast. Without another word, she ran out. Shouldn't someone follow her? Ouyang Yuya suddenly frowned. No need. It's close by, just nearby. Hearing Lu Qing's reassurance, Ouyang Yuya nodded, though still slightly uneasy. He glanced at the monkey beside him and ordered, go and make sure she's safe. At once, the monkey darted out. Just then, the courtyard gate was suddenly kicked open with force, and a group of tattooed, shirtless men stormed in. Lu Qing, the 1-month deadline is up, give us your answer. At those words, Lu Qing's previously smiling expression instantly darkened. Chapter 103, Nine-Headed Horned Owl. Seeing the 8 muscular men approaching head-on, even Ouyang Yuya's expression turned somewhat grim. Although their numbers were far fewer than the Longyan Hall, led by Long Zhong, these men's auras were not weak. Most of them were at the level of body tempering stage 6, and the leader in the middle even faintly emitted ripples of a soul warrior's presence, a level Ouyang Yuya himself couldn't match. They are a small faction around here. Since they are composed of 9 people, they call themselves the Nine-Headed Horned Owl. The one in the middle is their number 2, Lei Xiao, who possesses strength close to that of a soul warrior. Lu Qing explained. Close to a soul warrior? Ouyang Yuya furrowed his brows, feeling some unease. Black Oran wasn't like those students from the Oran Academy, who had strength but lacked the matching combat capability. Thus, Ouyang Yuya was often able to challenge students stronger than himself. But these people were different. They were all battle-hardened fighters accustomed to life-or-death struggles and ruthless tactics. Their combat power was multiplied significantly. One could already see this in Long Zhong. Despite cultivation lower than his own, he fought Ouyang Yuya to a standstill. Fighting against people like this was usually quite difficult. And Lei Xiao, simply standing there, emitted a bloodthirsty killing aura, causing Ouyang Yuya endless trouble. He said gravely, what's going on here? Their boss, Dian Xiao, wants Xiaoyan to serve him. Lu Qing bit his lips tightly until blood ran from the corners of his mouth, clearly feeling extremely helpless. Being unable to protect his own sister as her brother must have been a hidden wound within his heart. Lei Xiao, don't push people too far. Haha, do we? Our 9-headed horned owl does as it pleases. Who are you to question it? Lei Xiao raised his eyebrows, suddenly smacking his right palm outward, sending a pitch-black palm imprint flying toward Lu Qing. At that moment, Xuanhuan suddenly let out a cold snort and threw a punch as well. The black palm imprint immediately dissipated. So you have help, huh? No wonder so bold. Lei Xiao sneered. I hope brothers don't interfere with our 9-headed horned owl's business, so no trouble arises. What nonsense about the 9-headed horned owl? It doesn't even register with your grandpa Su. Su Shi laughed and took a step forward. Hearing Su Shi's words, Lei Xiao didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. Kid, you're getting way too cocky. When I was already established in Black Oran, You weren't even cultivating yet. If you're eager to die, I'll gladly oblige you. As he spoke, his body suddenly trembled, releasing his soul power. Surprisingly, his energy exuded a numbness that seemed capable of penetrating into the body. Feeling the abnormality of Lei Xiao's soul power, Xuanhuan's face darkened instantly. It's actually thunder-based soul core, and the cultivation technique is thunder as well. Only with such complete resonance can one fully channel their soul power into thunder. Ouyang Yuye's face grew cold, not expecting Lei Xiao's soul core to actually be of the fiercest thunder type, and the cultivation technique was too. Opponents like this, who perfectly aligned with a single element, were the most troublesome, because the power controlled purely was far more powerful than a mixed-type soul warrior. Su Shi, get back. You're no match for him. Su Huang barked coldly, then stared seriously at Lei Xiao. Don't do things too harshly. Doing so benefits neither of us. Lei Xiao suddenly sneered. Let me take the girl today, and we'll call this whole thing off. Dream on. Lin Xian suddenly snapped. Oh, look who we have here. Another beauty. Good one. Spicy. Why don't you come with me too? Humph. Ouyang Yuye's expression darkened, shooting forth a finger blast straight at Lei Xiao's head viciously. Lei Xiao quickly dodged sideways, avoiding the deadly breeze. His eyes glared coldly at Ouyang Yuye. Trying to show off. Let's see if you've got what it takes, he barked, dashing violently forward with one heavy step aimed directly at Ouyang Yuye. Su Huang's eyes gleamed with sharp light, and a soul warrior's ripple erupted violently. Chapter 104, 5 Elements Formation. Watching Lei Xiao and the others rapidly disappearing into the distance, the expressions of Ouyang Yuye and the rest darkened immediately, and one after another dashed forward, pursuing relentlessly. Although the time they had spent with Lu Yin had been short, Ouyang Yuye quite liked the young girl, not only out of pity for her tragic background, but more importantly, the girl's innocent charm could loosen the constant tension in Ouyang's heart, giving him a genuine warmth. Therefore, he wouldn't simply stand by while Lu Yin was taken away. Lei Xiao and his companions weren't slow, but with Lu Yin struggling constantly in his grasp, their movements were unavoidably hindered, causing the distance between the two sides to gradually shorten. Jin Xiao turned his head and anxiously shouted at his companions. Second brother, we're about to be caught. What if we just fight them head on? Lei Xiao glared coldly at Lu Yin, who was continuously struggling in his arms, and snapped. Shut up, bastard, or I'll kill you right now. Lu Yin stopped struggling immediately at his threat, though the defiance in her eyes remained unchanged. Umph, you evil guy. Once my older brothers and sisters catch up, they'll kill you all. Umph, a stubborn girl. Lei Xiao scoffed coldly, glancing back at the approaching Ouyang Yuye. Under the influence of their released soul power, the strength of Ouyang's group had become evident. One look made his face extremely grim. The group contained not only a soul scholar but also 2 individuals at the peak of Qi refinement, 9th level, one at the 8th, and even a magician. He muttered a curse under his breath, thinking how unlucky he was. A soul scholar alone was already hard to deal with, yet the others were also formidable in strength. No wonder they dared to offend the 9-headed Xiao. He no longer cared to ponder Ouyang Yuye's background, but it was already too late to regret now. Since enmity had already been established, it was impossible to settle things peacefully. You 5, do your best to hold them off. Lei Xiao suddenly ordered. Second brother, our numbers are equal, and with that soul scholar among them, we 5 are no match for them at all. Jin Xiao replied grimly. Lei Xiao's expression changed swiftly as he harshly commanded. Then use the 5 elements formation. This time we cannot afford to fail. I will bring the 3rd and 4th brothers as quickly as I can. The elder brother is on the verge of becoming an Earth Soul Master, so this girl must be brought to him. No room for any mistake. Yes. Jin Xiao stiffened momentarily, gritted his teeth, and nodded, saying, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th brothers, stay and help me block them. Upon hearing Jin Xiao's command, the other men abruptly halted, forming a line blocking the road and preventing Ouyang Yuye and his group from continuing forward. Seeing Lei Xiao vanish into the distance, Ouyang Yuye anxiously shouted, out of the way. The man laughed coldly at Ouyang Yuye's group. If you've got the ability, kill us 5, and you may proceed. Though by then, that girl might be. Beast. Lu Cheng was about to charge forward, but Ouyang Yuye grabbed him and stared at Jin Xiao. You 5? Just at the 6th Qi refinement level? Jin Xiao stepped forward immediately, followed by the other 4. At the same time, 5 subtle auras spread out, each wrist shining with 5 distinct lights, gold, green, blue, red, and yellow. Just with this, as Ouyang Yuye looked at the glimmering lights on their wrists, his pupils suddenly constricted. Soul marks? And each is a single attribute. Not soul marks, Su Huang suddenly interjected. It's a secret technique. I once saw a similar record in the Academy's library. The situation described matched theirs exactly. By means of secret techniques, their potentials are forcibly activated early, and single attribute cultivation methods are used to shape their soul marks, achieving singular elemental affinity. Ouyang Yuye's eyes narrowed. Such a powerful secret method exists to forcibly change the nature of a soul mark against fate? Su Huang nodded. However, there is a significant downside. Their cultivation level will remain permanently capped for life. Even so, their combat abilities far surpass those of the 6th Qi refinement level. Without exaggeration, no one below the Soul Master rank could defeat them. I never expected to see such cultivators in Heolan. Then that means Lei Xiao is also like this? Su Huang nodded again. Probably only their leader, the top one, isn't. If I'm not mistaken, these people are nothing but puppets. The 9-headed Xiao is definitely no small force. It's not a power ordinary factions can cultivate. Ouyang Yuya nodded and watched Jin Zhao's group, whose auras continued rising, sending waves of pressure outward. Clenching his right fist, he released his full soul power without reservation. Let's go. His figure suddenly burst forth. Xuanhuan and the others simultaneously moved forward to engage the five separately. Ouyang Yuya targeted Jin Zhao, who radiated the strongest aura, fully aware of his difficulty. His attacks were just as fierce, his soul power spewing out and completely enveloping his right fist. With a shrieking rush of wind, he launched a punch toward Jin Zhao's chest. A clanging metallic sound erupted as Jin Zhao's body appeared as if plated in gold. Facing Ouyang Yuya's ferocious punch, he did not dodge, simply allowing the blow to strike him directly. Ouyang Yuya was astonished to discover that his punch had no effect whatsoever. He instantly realized his opponent's gold attribute had granted him a defense as solid as a fortress. Seeing the attack had failed, Ouyang Yuya did not linger and immediately tried to withdraw, only to see a sinister, icy smirk curl across Jin Zhao's lips. Then, a giant golden fist smashed toward him without warning. Caught off guard, he crossed his arms to block. With a dull thud, the sleeves of his robe tore into shreds, and his entire body staggered backward, utterly disheveled. Shaking off his slightly bruised arms, Ouyang clenched his teeth, secretly noting how powerful the force had been. Yet, he still refused to back down. Suddenly, the xuanhuan within his body trembled violently. A streak of black light shot from his fingertip, aiming straight at Jin Zhao. Facing such a fierce attack, Jin Zhao let out a low roar. His golden aura grew denser, turning into a dark golden hue, and collided instantly with the incoming black beam. The power released sent both fighters staggering backward, suppressing the surging energy in his chest. Ouyang Yuya's expression grew even more grim. He was clearly at a disadvantage in every move. Looking toward the others, the situation wasn't much better for them either. The combat strength of Jin Zhao's group far exceeded their expectations. Facing adversaries like Jin Zhao who already possessed soul cores, the rest of them struggled to match their strength. Moreover, each one of them had unique skills akin to Jin Zhao's impenetrable defense. As a result, in the skirmish, none of them had the upper hand and were soon driven back. Only Su Huang managed to hold the advantage against Hua Xiao with his formidable strength, but even he couldn't kill his opponent. Ultimately, he was forced to retreat under the combined attacks of the five, his gaze also tightening with concern. With a sneer, Jin Zhao stared at the grim-faced group. Is that all you've got? Then you may as well wait for death. So saying, he suddenly formed hand seals and struck the ground hard with both palms, forming a huge golden formation. Then he fiercely struck his own chest, spitting a mouthful of refined blood into the array. The others followed suit, and while Ouyang Yuya and his group looked on in astonishment, they all sat cross-legged, channeling their soul power into the formation. A multicolored glowing barrier formed around the five, releasing a fierce and violent aura. It's an array. Hurry and find a way to break it. Su Huang quickly sensed the anomaly and shouted in alarm. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuya and the others launched attacks toward the radiant barrier. However, even their combined full-force strikes only caused the barrier to slightly tremble, without leaving even the slightest damage. Just then, a sudden hum sounded, and the barrier vanished, exposing the formation beneath. The previously slow-spinning array abruptly halted, and, under Jin Zhao and his comrades' control, a 100-meter-high five-colored light beam surged from the formation, engulfing Ouyang Yuya and his group entirely. By the time Ouyang Yuya and his companions realized something was wrong, it was already too late. The enormous five-colored light barrier enveloped them like a fragment of space. Ouyang Yuya felt his vision blur for a moment, and the figures of Lin Xian and the others beside him had already vanished. The once brightly lit area suddenly dimmed, enclosing him within a constantly shifting, undulating light screen. Humph! Ouyang Yuya coldly snorted, launching a punch wrapped in soul power directly toward the light screen. Yet at that very moment, something eerie happened. As soon as his fierce attack touched the barrier, it vanished as if devoured, leaving not even the slightest ripple. At the same time, he oddly sensed his soul power inside his body rapidly dwindling. Chapter 105. Breaking the formation and slashing with the elemental crystal. Observing the gradual depletion of his soul power, Ouyang Yuya felt his strength continuously fading, his expression darkening accordingly. At this rate, his soul power would eventually vanish completely. Once that happened, he would truly become a helpless fish on the chopping block, vulnerable to slaughter. Unwilling to accept this, he struck out with a punch once again, only to find that it produced no real effect, merely creating a small ripple across the glowing shield. Haha, stop wasting your energy. It's useless. This will only hasten your death, laughed Jin Zhao from outside the shield, watching Ouyang Yuya's futile struggles with a tone brimming with arrogance and mockery, clearly brimming with confidence in this formation. Frowning, Ouyang Yuya's hands rapidly formed a seal, summoning a blue soul blade which he swung downward with fury toward the shield. Shwa! The soul blade struck down, but instead of causing the expected damage to the shield, it instantly dissolved into nothingness upon contact, as though it had been disintegrated. Haha kid, I told you, it's useless. This formation is the five elements formation, fusing the elements in the air together. Soul power originates from the five elements, so within this formation, soul power will have absolutely no effect. Ouyang Yuya ignored Jin Zhao's words and gently touched the colorful, shifting surface of the shield. Its texture felt smooth like soft rubber, yet the moment he made contact, he sensed his soul power vanishing even faster. Remaining unfazed, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes tightly, and suddenly his body was wrapped in a silvery glow emitted from the xuanhuan within him, separating him from the colorful shield. The mysterious loss of soul power was finally stabilized. 5 elements. Xiuxian seemed to suddenly realize something, his eyes flashing with sharp light as he stared at the glowing shield before him. If soul power won't work, then what about xuanqi? With this thought, he sat cross-legged again, gently stroking his forehead, revealing a crimson drop-like mark. His aura suddenly became piercing and sharp. As xuanqi began transforming within him, Xiuxian felt an immense surge of strength course through his body, letting out an involuntary sigh of relief. He threw a punch directly toward the glowing barrier. Outside the multicolored shield, Jin Xiao and the others were seated cross-legged. Beams of radiant light intermittently erupted from the tops of their heads, shooting into the massive shield before them. It was these streams of light that sustained the once unstable cocoon-like barrier. With each new injection of energy, their faces turned paler. The enormous fist crashed downward, violently shaking the shield, which seemed to crack ominously. The impact reverberated through Jin Xiao and his companions, sending a surge of blood energy roiling in their chests. Suppressing the internal disturbance, Jin Xiao's pupils narrowed sharply. This punch had genuinely alarmed him. Unleash full power and stabilize the formation. As Jin Xiao's command rang out, Hua Xiao and Shui Xiao quickly channeled their strength into the formation below the shield, finally reinforcing the previously wavering barrier. These guys are truly persistent. Not only is that soul warrior annoying, even this physical cultivator is proving to be a problem, Shui Xiao muttered while channeling another beam of aquamarine radiance into the barrier. Even with the 5 of us, we're barely managing this formation. And these opponents aren't weak either, Mu Xiao said coolly, watching Xiuxian, who had returned to a calm state after his attack. At least they're a bunch of ignorant fools. They hesitate after just a few strikes. Those people from Longyan Hall we encountered last time were much more troublesome. Big Brother 5. Look what that kid is doing. Hua Xiao suddenly called out, eyes locked on the shield. Hearing the tremor in Hua Xiao's voice, the others quickly turned to look. They saw Xiuxian's seated form suddenly rise, now surrounded by a swirling brown aura, violently undulating like boiling steam. Xiuxian stared at the glowing barrier before him, clenched his right fist, and condensed the xuanqi into a glowing sphere that rolled and rotated in his palm. From that last strike, he clearly felt signs of damage to the barrier. So, xuanqi really could suppress this formation. However, even with his full strength, he still lacked the power to break through the formation jointly maintained by Jin Xiao and the 3 others. Still not quite strong enough. Sighing slightly, he slapped his waist, releasing a chilling, dark aura. The blood-dripping wolf fang was swiftly wrapped tightly around his wrist. It's the sulfur cannon. Jin Xiao's eyes gleamed sharply as he glared at Xiuxian through clenched teeth. But soon, a sinister smile spread across his face. Kid, even if you're an alchemist, so what? Do you really think your alchemy has reached the 4th tier? Let me tell you honestly, if it hasn't, then all your efforts are in vain. 4th tier, huh? Xiuxian lowered his gaze slightly and retrieved a fiery red crystal, flicking it into the sulfur cannon. The cannon's muzzle pointed steadily toward the multicolored barrier. As scorching heat radiated from it, even the glowing shield quivered slightly. The expressions of Jin Xiao and the others changed drastically, showing their first signs of panic. Stop him. That kid's up to something strange. Jin Xiao barked, his instincts warning him that Xiuxian's attack wouldn't be simple. Instantly, the golden light around his body flared brighter, forming a dark golden beam that shot toward the formation beneath the barrier. At that moment, Xiuxian clenched his teeth and poured his xuanqi, replacing his soul power, completely into the sulfur cannon. Fixing his eyes on the weapon, he felt uncertain, for this was the first time he had used xuanqi to power the sulfur cannon. Even he wasn't sure whether the blood-dripping wolf fang could withstand the corrosive effects of the xuanqi. Suddenly, a deep thud echoed, and Xiuxian's pupils sharply constricted. He saw the sulfur cannon expand significantly, exuding a wild, rampaging aura from its muzzle. Licking his dry lips, he murmured, "Don't let me down." Gripping the cannon tightly, he shouted, "Flame spray sand." A thick torrent of flame erupted instantly from the muzzle. Before Jin Xiao and the others could react, the intense blaze tore a massive hole through the glowing barrier. With a single strike, the barrier deflated like a punctured balloon, vanishing in an instant, while Jin Xiao and the others were sent rolling backward from the impact. Shua, shua, shua. As soon as the barrier collapsed, Su Shi and the others dashed out rapidly. "You damn pests, stay right there." As soon as Xuanhuan emerged, he lunged forward like a falling meteor, intercepting Jin Xiao and his companions who were trying to flee. Swinging his massive sword, he slashed down at Jin Xiao with a sky-piercing sword qi. In the face of imminent danger, Jin Xiao pushed his soul power to the limit, the dark golden glow around his body intensifying. He raised his right arm in a desperate attempt to block the blow. A crisp crack rang out, and Jin Xiao was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. His body, once as sturdy as metal, was now a bloody mess. Big Brother 5. Seeing Jin Xiao severely wounded, Hua Xiao and the others wore grim expressions as they charged at Xuanhuan. Watching the approaching group, Xiuxian flicked his sleeve and shouted, "Attack!" At his command, Su Shi and the others rushed toward Hua Xiao's group. But Xiuxian himself dashed straight toward Jin Xiao, who was struggling to rise, grievously wounded. The sulfur cannon flickered, releasing another skyward blaze that engulfed Jin Xiao. As agonizing screams erupted, the man was incinerated under the searing heat. When the flames vanished, only a pile of ashes remained. Seeing Jin Zhao's demise, Ouyang Yuya turned to leave, but suddenly, within the dark ash on the ground, he noticed a fleeting golden gleam. Frowning in suspicion, he approached and crouched down, brushing aside the blackened debris. Sure enough, he found a golden crystal buried beneath. Picking it up and holding it in his palm, he immediately felt a stream of incredibly pure energy surge into his body. At that very moment, he was astonished to discover that the nearly depleted sharp metal light cluster within him had absorbed all the energy, and the once pea-sized sharp metal light cluster had actually expanded slightly. Staring at the crystal in his hand, a complex expression spread across Ouyang Yuya's face. This is the essence of sharp metal. Chapter 106 Crystal. Ouyang Yuya gazed at the energy crystal in his hand, his eyes flickering slightly. The crystal exuded an exceptionally rich energy, surpassing even the refined ring fruits like the soul-tempering fruit he had consumed previously. His eyes gleamed with undeniable greed and fervor as he glanced at Xiao and the others. If his suspicions were correct, each of them possessed a corresponding attribute crystal. Undoubtedly, these energy crystals were far superior to ordinary soul beast crystals. They might even assist him in manifesting his own elemental affinity sooner. With this thought, his figure abruptly darted forward, swinging his stone tablet toward Lin Xian and the others. Witnessing Jin Xiao's death only further fueled Xiao's fury, but they were tightly restrained by xuanhuan and others, unable to break free. With Jin Xiao gone, the numerical advantage now clearly belonged to Su Shi's side, whose overall strength was already formidable. Even Lin Xian, who was relatively weaker, managed to fight Water Xiao to a standstill alongside Lu Cheng. The situation for Xiao and his group rapidly deteriorated. Crack, crack, crack. With a series of sharp cracking sounds, Lin Xian swung her blazing red whip, resembling a giant serpent, shattering the water shield conjured by Water Xiao. Her right arm twitched, instantly straightening the whip like a spear, thrusting it directly at Water Xiao's chest. Immediately following Lin Xian's attack, Lu Cheng's palm slammed toward Water Xiao's back. Faced with such fierce dual attacks, Water Xiao suddenly let out a sharp scream. A jet of water erupted from his chest, encasing his entire body, instantly turning his skin a deep blue hue like it had been drenched in blue ink. As Lin Xian's whip touched Water Xiao's body, it was immediately repelled. You forced me to this extent. Die today. Water Xiao roared, launching countless blades of water into the sky, slicing toward Lin Xian. Faced with such a fierce assault, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel alarmed, her body momentarily frozen from shock. Ouyang Yuya, arriving at top speed, cried out in alarm. His hands formed a seal, and his clone instantly emerged from his body, rushing forward to shield Lin Xian while his original body yanked her aside. Almost simultaneously, the onslaught of water blades mercilessly pierced the clone, leaving it riddled with wounds, like a porcupine. Lin Xian's beautiful face turned pale. Seeing Water Xiao now exhausted and sprawled on the ground, Ouyang Yuya's expression darkened as he stepped before him. Rotating his flamethrower, he unleashed a wave of flames that completely engulfed Water Xiao. With a burst of crackling noise, Water Xiao's screams grew fainter and fainter. Ouyang Yuya gazed emotionlessly at the flames, murmuring, "It's over. Brother 7. Xiao screamed in disbelief, watching Water Xiao perish in the merciless flames, his eyes bulging in fury. Focus on yourself first." At that moment, Su Huang's figure materialized unnaturally behind Xiao. With a cold laugh, a massive pitch-black sword silently appeared and struck Xiao's chest, sending him flying toward Ouyang Yuya. "Ouyang, my brother. He's all yours." Su Huang shouted with a grin. These guys were extremely tough indeed. Normally, a single slash from him would cleave a body-tempering expert into two halves, yet today's strikes barely left superficial wounds. Indeed, these fiends were truly difficult to deal with. Only Ouyang Yuya's flame could truly eliminate them. As Xiao twitched on the ground before him, Ouyang Yuya raised his flamethrower again. A burst of flame erupted, instantly engulfing Xiao in a roaring inferno. The chilling, hair-raising screams filled the air. Witnessing the gruesome deaths of Jin Xiao, Xiao, and Water Xiao at the hands of merciless fire, the last two, Wood Xiao and Turf Xiao, lost their will to fight. Wood Xiao bellowed, unleashing countless gnarled vines from his arms that bound Su Shi before he could react, and without hesitation, he turned and fled. Turf Xiao reacted similarly, punching through the water barrier conjured by Su Huan, immediately pursuing Wood Xiao. Ouyang Yuya, watching the two escape, snorted coldly. "Wanna run, huh?" Just then, Lin Xian, who had remained silent, suddenly attacked. She shot forth toward Turf Xiao and, with a snap of her fingers, cried, "Spirit binding chain." Her whip flew out, wrapping tightly around Turf Xiao before he could react. As Turf Xiao paused, stunned, Su Huang pursued relentlessly, leaping high with a sharp palm aimed straight down. "Su Huang, senior brother, hold your strike." The sudden cry startled Su Huang, who twisted his waist urgently. His deadly palm narrowly missed Turf Xiao, striking his right arm instead. A snapping sound rang out, and Turf Xiao's right arm dangled lifelessly. It was clearly broken. Su Huang, eyeing Turf Xiao's anguished scream, coldly snorted, "Grandpa will spare your life for now." As Ouyang Yuya arrived rapidly, about to ask a question, he instead saw Ouyang pull the trigger on his flamethrower, launching a towering flame that swallowed Turf Xiao instantly. This, Su Huang stared at Ouyang Yuya puzzled. In his opinion, Ouyang's sudden intervention must have had a reason. If it were just to take the kill himself, even he wouldn't believe it. Ouyang Yuya smiled slightly, then stretched out his right hand. In his palm lay 3 crystals, golden, crimson red, and deep blue, each faintly radiating intense elemental fluctuations. Such a dense aura left Xuanhuan utterly astonished. Crystals. Xuanhuan picked one up, holding it tightly in his palm, and feeling the thick energy lingering on it. He was immediately struck with profound shock. Such high-purity crystals. Ouyang Yuya asked with a smile. If you used one of these crystals for cultivation, how high a level do you think you could reach? It should be enough for me to advance to Soul Warrior rank 8 within about a month. Ouyang Yuya's heart slightly trembled. Even though he had guessed that the crystal's energy wasn't weak, he hadn't expected it to be this powerful. Sushar was already at Soul Warrior rank 4. Normally, it would take at least half a year to reach rank 8 through standard cultivation, yet the crystal had shortened that time by several months. Nodding, he asked, "What's your affinity?" "Earth." "Then that's perfect." Su Huang listened to Ouyang's muttered words, not understanding what he meant, so he asked, "Brother Ouyang, where did you get these crystals from?" Ouyang Yuya smiled slightly, then looked at the charred remains of Tu Xiao on the ground. He crouched down and used his flamethrower to absorb the remaining flames. From a pile of blackened ash, he retrieved an earth-yellow crystal. Seeing the crystal in Ouyang's hand, Su Huang instantly understood. At this moment, Lin Xian and the others had already gathered around, eyeing the crystals in Ouyang Yuya's hands with envy. He tossed the earth-yellow crystal to Su Huang and handed the blue one to Su Huan, saying, "Right now, only the 2 of you have confirmed affinities. These will be useful for you. As for Su Shi and Xian, we'll find suitable ones for you in the future." Su Huang didn't hesitate, nodded, tucked the crystal into his robe, and smacked his lips. A pity that Wu Chao escaped. Otherwise, there would have been one more. Ouyang Yuya shook his head. Getting even these few is good enough. But this does confirm our original suspicion. Ouyang's expression turned serious. The 9-headed Chao isn't just a small faction. They can cultivate single-attribute assassins like this. The true master behind them must be the most formidable opponent of all. Since we've uncovered their secret, life in Hieo Lane won't be peaceful from now on. Su Huang nodded and glanced at the surrounding battlefield. Now we should hurry and pursue Thunder Xiao before. Ouyang Yuya's eyes flashed with sharpness. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's go." With that, he shot forward at high speed. Behind him, Su Huang and the others followed one by one, their expressions heavy and grim. A tense, storm-is-coming atmosphere filled the air. Chapter 107, The Enraged Monkey. On the dark soil of Heolan, a sudden gust of wind whistled through the air. A human-shaped shadow, radiating blue light, sped past at an incredible velocity, leaving behind a savage aura before vanishing in an instant, its speed breathtaking. "Hey, villain, let me go? Where are you taking me? You bad man." Lu Yin looked around at the increasingly remote surroundings, her expression naturally showing some panic as she kept pounding on Lei Xiao's chest. However, her strength was clearly as ineffective as a tickle. "If you keep struggling, believe me, I'll kill you right now," Lei Xiao said in a gloomy tone. If you dare harm me, my older brother will definitely not spare you." Lu Yin responded with bold words, but an anxious expression revealing her underlying fear. "Your older brother and sister probably can't even protect themselves right now, so don't even think about it. Be obedient and come with me," Lei Xiao coldly replied. Apparently sensing that Lei Xiao wasn't lying, Lu Yin immediately quieted down. Yet, after all, she was only a child of around 13 or so, and traces of unmistakable fear were still evident on her face. Seeing the now silent Xiaoyan, Lei Xiao snorted coldly and pushed his speed to the maximum, continuing on his way. Xiuxiao. Just at that moment, an abrupt whizzing sound sliced through the air. Lei Xiao's pupils abruptly constricted. This location was the sole route to their encampment, rugged and uneven, known only to them of the 9-headed owls, so absolutely no other people should be passing through. Judging by the sound, the approaching person's speed was certainly no low, matching even his own. So, they had been followed. Lei Xiao immediately realized the truth, his face instantly darkening. Clenching his right fist, lightning flickered upon it. Then suddenly he turned and threw a punch at the air. Under the flickering purple glow, ripples emerged in the air, and a shadow followed shortly after. An ape. Upon seeing the monkey, Lu Yin was overjoyed, like seeing a savior, and she cried excitedly, "Monkey, save me." The moment the words left her mouth, she realized something was wrong. The monkey's strength would absolutely be no match for Lei Xiao's. She hurriedly continued, "Run away, monkey. You can't defeat him." Lei Xiao, looking at the monkey, laughed coldly as purple light radiated from him while he shook his arms, and a crackling sound echoed from his tightly clenched right fist. So it's just a monkey." He then suddenly hurled a punch at the monkey. "Still, even if it's a mere ant trying to disrupt my plans, leave something behind." "GG." The monkey shrieked and was just about to retreat when a giant purple fist smashed toward it. With only the power of a third-grade soul beast, it could not dodge fast enough, and after being struck fiercely, its body flipped violently. GG. Under the powerful force, the monkey crashed violently to the ground, and an ugly wound about a meter long immediately appeared on its body, terrifyingly jagged. Its pure white fur was now streaked with blood. "Oh, you're not dead yet? You have a tough life," Lei Xiao sarcastically remarked, watching the monkey constantly licking its wound. He was no longer anxious about continuing his journey, as he thought even if Ouyang Yuya broke through Hu Zhao's array, it wouldn't be easy. "Let me see how many hits you can take." Lei Xiao laughed savagely, his entire body flashing with purple light, radiating an aura so unsettling it made the skin on one's scalp crawl. As he spoke, He thrust his palm again toward the monkey. Gigi. The monkey saw the enlarging palm print coming toward it, but with its grievous injuries, it couldn't move even a single inch. It could only stare helplessly at the advancing palm. In the face of danger, Lu Yin suddenly threw her arm around Lei Xiao's neck. Due to the pain, Lu Yin was positioned directly in front of the monkey, and Lei Xiao's expression instantly changed. If anything happened to Lu Yin, he'd be unable to explain it to the boss, and the consequences would be terrible. Thinking this, his right hand immediately swerved to the right. The massive palm barely missed Lu Yin at a few steps away, brushing past her arm. Ka-cha! Lu Yin's body was immediately sent flying, her right arm marked by lightning burns. She lay on the ground, groaning in pain. You little brat, what are you doing? Lei Xiao swore, and his body shot forward. Just as he was about to grab Lu Yin, he suddenly froze, his face tightening, and without hesitation, his body spun backward, only for a powerful gust of wind to just graze past his face. Instantly, cold sweat poured from his forehead as he turned his head and saw the monkey, his expression drastically changing. Li, looking at the fallen Lu Yin on the ground, the monkey suddenly raised its head and let out a scream to the heavens. Then, the monkey's white fur turned brown, and soon after, a primitive, obscure aura gradually spread out. Even its body began expanding. Lei Xiao looked at the monkey as it grew to about 3 meters tall, his face changing to horror. He inhaled deeply, staring intently at the monkey with an expression shifting between dark and pale. So it's a third-stage gigantic ape. Humph, but still only a third-stage adult one. I'd like to see how much trouble you can cause. Gua. The monkey glared at Lei Xiao with blood-red beast eyes, clearly furious beyond measure. Ouyang Yuya must have held Lu Yin in high regard. Otherwise he wouldn't have assigned the monkey to protect her. Now that Lu Yin was injured, the monkey had been utterly enraged, triggering the ancient seal left behind by the great wilderness sage within its body. Letting out a furious roar, the monkey suddenly swung its palm downward with immense force, thick Wang Qi raging behind the strike. Vaguely, it seemed to carry the aura of the great wilderness sage himself. Seeing the monkey's fierce palm strike descending, Lei Xiao's expression turned serious as well. Amid flickering lightning, he quickly responded with a palm strike of his own. A deep, heavy sound rang out as Lei Xiao was instantly sent flying backward, his right wrist broken and already bleeding. After that single strike, Lei Xiao's face became extremely grim. He had finally realized the monkey's terrifying strength. His own palm attack, launched with full power, had nearly scattered upon contact. Obviously, this monkey was no ordinary third-grade soul beast. His face dark with rage, he clenched his fists while the veins on his forehead popped, a massive lightning sphere forming on his chest from crackling arcs of electricity. Die. With both palms he fiercely shoved forward, and the glowing sphere shot forth like a falling meteor, aiming straight for the monkey's chest. The monkey roared violently, fully aware that this desperate attack from Lei Xiao could not be underestimated. Its beastly palm slashed downward with a savage aura, and instantly, a thick, oppressive force surged through the air, making one's scalp crawl. Chapter 108 Disturbance. With a single palm strike, Lei Xiao was defeated. Under the exhaustion of his Wang Qi, the monkey's body quickly shrank like a bursting balloon, returning to its original form. Its once tall and erect body now lay on the ground, its pure white fur stained red with blood. Wounds covered its chest, resembling the gnarled roots of dead vines, hideous and twisted. It lay on the ground in a weakened state, finally showing the full aftereffects of lifting the seal. Monkey. Seeing the unconscious and critically wounded monkey lying motionless on the ground, Lu Yin, her arm fractured, gritted her teeth through the pain and scooped it up, her eyes brimming with tears. Without the monkey, she probably wouldn't have survived today. Deeply grateful, her voice quivered with sobs as she saw its weakening breath. Just as she stood there helplessly, a gust of fierce wind roared through, and a figure dashed over at high speed. Ouyang Yuya had arrived quickly, his soul energy surging. He had clearly exerted himself to the limit during the rush. Seeing him, Lu Yin clung to his waist as if he were her savior, sobbing uncontrollably. The bad guy tried to kill me and injured the monkey too. Ouyang gently patted her head, but his expression suddenly changed as he noticed her dangling arm. This is... Lu Yin sucked in cold air from the pain of the touch. I'm fine. Brother, please check the monkey first. Nodding, he carefully took the monkey from her arms, his face darkening further as he felt its limp body. It was as though all its bones had shattered, its breaths barely perceptible and shuddering with chaotic Wang Qi. He channeled his Wang energy into the monkey, which finally stirred from unconsciousness. Upon awakening and seeing Ouyang Yuya, the monkey's beastly eyes lit with joy. Its tense body relaxed slightly. Only in Ouyang's presence could it truly feel at ease. With affection, Ouyang gently tapped the monkey's head. Good job. Everything's all right now. Chirping softly, the monkey nodded, raising a paw. In its palm, glowing a bright blue, was a crystalline stone. This is a Lei crystal. Ouyang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Among the elemental properties, the Lei attribute was by far the most appealing to him. Chirp chirp. The monkey grinned, although to Ouyang, the smile looked more painful than heartening. Well done, he murmured, stroking the monkey's fur. He sensed the arrival of Su Shi and others behind him and looked ahead with narrowed eyes. Ouyang, your speed is really something else. I have to admit my admiration, Xuanhuan remarked as he looked upon the standing Ouyang Yuya, clearly unable to hide his praise. Even he had been unable to match the speed Ouyang displayed. Brother, Lu Yin rushed into her older brother Lu Cheng's arms and sobbed uncontrollably. Being still a child, She poured out her sadness and fears. Patting her head, Lu Cheng pulled her gently toward Ouyang Yuya and bowed deeply. Thank you, Elder, for your aid. He well understood that without Ouyang stepping in, not only would they have failed to defeat Jin Xiao, but Lu Yin would have been in grave danger. Each of the nine-headed hawks could easily have killed him alone, let alone while he had to focus on protecting her. Waving off the thanks, Ouyang asked, do you know where the remaining members of the nine-headed hawks are? Lu Cheng paused in thought before shaking his head. The nine-headed hawks are extremely secretive and elusive, often heard of but rarely seen. Yet their name is well known. To lose 5 members at once is unheard of for them. And their leader, Thunder Hawk, is rarely spotted. I recall once, when he got involved with a certain disciplinary officer of the Dragon Rock Hall, a man said to be a soul master. Lei Xiao and the others couldn't handle him and sent for help. Thunder Hawk arrived with lightning fury and killed the officer. After that incident, the reputation of the nine-headed hawks truly rose. A soul master? Ouyang narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. By that account, this Jin Xiao might be a soul master too, perhaps even reaching the rank of Earth Soul Master. Thinking this, Ouyang's expression turned even more serious. An Earth Soul Master would indeed be a tough opponent for them at this stage. As if reading his thoughts, Lu Cheng smiled and said, Elder, if you're considering retaliation, you won't need us to go seeking them. They're likely the ones who will come looking for us. Ouyang nodded slowly at Lu Cheng's words. Their top priority now was to treat the monkey's wounds, and Lu Yin was also injured. All right, he finally said. Let's head back. At this moment, deep within the path, stood a pitch-black grand hall resembling an ancient fortress. Deep inside the hall, a figure sat cross-legged, his entire body crackling with electric sparks, radiating a horrifying aura that made one's scalp tingle. This person was none other than Jin Xiao, the leader of the nine-headed hawks. In front of him stood a long table, upon which sat an incense burner, releasing a few wisps of curling smoke. On both sides of the incense burner rested 9 jade-green stone tablets, each emitting a different glowing hue, casting the space into an even more eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed. A golden tablet shimmering with light abruptly displayed numerous fractures, then exploded into pieces. As if a chain reaction had been triggered, within moments, one after another loud snapping sounds emerged. Blue, red, yellow, purple tablets successively shattered like dominoes. At this, the cross-legged figure before the table abruptly opened his eyes. Electric arcs flickered within his pupils, his gaze dark and cold as he stared at the broken tablets. With a light clap of his palms, a figure shot into the room and knelt down, humbly bowing before the electrically charged silhouette. Brother. The cross-legged figure slowly rose to his feet and spoke. Lei Xiao and them are dead. The kneeling figure shuddered slightly but remained silent, waiting for further orders. Jin Xiao gently rubbed his hands together. You Xiao, you go inform the main hall. Tell them that Lei Xiao and his men are dead. We'll need them to send more people. Also, send Feng Xiao to investigate the exact cause of their deaths. Do it quickly. Yes, brother. Yu Xiao nodded, and just as he was about to leave, Jin Xiao suddenly called him back. Tell the master, we failed to secure the spirit pill body due to unexpected circumstances. We've lost 6 men for this. If he still wants it, tell him to exchange it for the dragonstone body. Watching Yu Xiao exit, Jin Xiao waved his hand, scattering the broken fragments of the stone tablets off the table. Clenching his right fist tightly, he muttered, daring to ruin my plans. I'll see who exactly you are. Chapter 109 The Auction. On the way back, Ouyang Yuya was uncharacteristically silent, seemingly deep in thought. And since Ouyang Yuya remained quiet, Xuanhuan and the others also kept silent, unwilling to break this quiet atmosphere. Somehow, without realizing when, this group had gradually begun following Ouyang Yuya's lead. Lin Xian walked behind Ouyang Yuya, glancing at the unconscious monkey in her arms and asked softly, what are you planning to do? She could be considered the one who had spent the most time with Ouyang Yuya, so naturally she understood her quite well. Whenever Ouyang Yuya entered such a state, it meant she was pondering something deeply, and judging from the current situation, it must have something to do with what had just happened, and with the wounded monkey in her arms. Ouyang Yuya took a deep breath and looked at the 4 crystals in her palm. I just feel that this matter is far from as simple as it seems. I feel like since we arrived in Heolan, an invisible net has been slowly closing around us, so suffocating it's almost unbearable. Lin Xian, seeing Ouyang Yuya's gloomy expression, reached out and gently squeezed the tightly clenched fist. Then seeing Ouyang turning her way, her pretty face instantly flushed red. I just meant, don't think too much, maybe things aren't that bad. Ouyang Yuya smiled faintly and nodded. Maybe. Perhaps I'm just being overly anxious. She chuckled bitterly at herself. Ever since stepping into the academy, things had never been smooth sailing. Ha ha, what's there to worry about, brother Ouyang? Meet soldiers with generals, block floods with earth. Even if there truly is some plot, HMP, we'll just crush it. With us few around, what is there to fear? Sushir walked over and slapped Ouyang Yuya's shoulder heartily. Exactly, and since we can't trace the source anyway, let's just stop thinking about it. Isn't it inevitable that the truth will surface one day? Su Huang also smiled, then suddenly thought of something. Ah, that's right. Remember that huge crowd waiting at the gates when we first arrived? Ouyang Yuya slightly frowned. You mean those people gathered for the auction? Precisely. Since this auction is able to attract so many people, even getting the forces from Olan City involved, it's definitely not an ordinary event. Rumor has it that this auction includes many spirit medicines, magic treasures, even some rare martial arts manuals that are hard to find elsewhere. As Xuanhuan spoke, excitement glinted in his eyes. For someone like him who endlessly pursued power, these items naturally caused great anticipation. Oh, also martial techniques. Ouyang Yuye's eyes narrowed slightly. Although her expression had mostly remained calm, a ripple of interest now stirred within. Her interest in medicinal pills or treasures was minimal, especially considering she already possessed more than one heaven-ranked artifact. But martial techniques had always intrigued her. With increasingly formidable enemies on the horizon, martial techniques had become an essential key to survival. How did you know this? Don't forget, we do have someone who works there. Su Huang smirked, glancing sideways at Lu Cheng. Oh right, completely forgot. Lu Cheng, is this really true? Ouyang Yuye turned toward Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng nodded. Yes, Black Oren has held 3 auctions before, and the first 2 were quite lackluster. But this time, it's co-hosted by the 6 factions, the 2 halls and 4 palaces of Oren. It's the largest scale ever, and he paused deliberately and noticed the others were listening intently. And what has truly attracted so many factions is a rumored Earth-ranked martial technique being among the auctioned items. Earth-ranked. Ouyang Yuye's pupils widened, and then burning desire and excitement surged across her calm expression. An Earth-ranked martial manual indeed warranted the scramble. After all, even the Olan Academy possessed only 1 Earth-ranked martial technique per branch, which were already considered precious treasures protecting the academy itself. As for Ouyang herself, apart from the Great Wilderness Palm, she didn't have another standout martial technique, making her especially eager to acquire this one. So are you interested? Su Huang smiled slightly. How many days until it begins? Less than 2 days, Lu Cheng answered. Ouyang Yuye nodded thoughtfully and inhaled deeply. If she could obtain this martial technique, it would certainly add another strong card up her sleeve, making her position within Oren even more secure. Can we get entry passes? Lu Cheng thought for a moment, then nodded. That will require the Elder's authorization token. Ouyang Yuye took out Yutang's Elder token and tossed it over. Any problem with that? Lu Cheng nodded, carefully tucking the token away. With this Elder token, we should be able to enter the 2nd-tier balcony. I'll make the arrangements when I return. 2nd-tier balcony? Seeing Ouyang Yuye's slightly puzzled expression, he nodded. Exactly. To separate participants by status and rank, the auction has divided attendees into 4 classes. The first class consists of those people queuing at the gates, who usually wouldn't spend large sums of money. The 2nd-tier balcony is reserved for Gribin with invitation letters. The 3rd tier is for leaders of mid-tier factions, while the 4th tier belongs to the truly famous figures from the Allen dynasty, such as clan leaders of various super factions or top martial experts of the dynasty. They are the key money-bringing guests of this auction. Ouyang Yuye nodded in understanding, having no objection to such an arrangement. Glancing at the approaching dusk, she said, All right, we should head back now. Everyone prepare yourselves. Tomorrow's auction is our chance to return with full hands. Chapter 110 Attending the Auction. 2nd-tier stand? Seeing Ouyang Yuye's slightly puzzled look, he nodded and said, Exactly. To separate people by status, the auction is divided into 4 classes. First class are those who line up to enter. Usually they don't spend big money. The 2nd-tier stand is for Gibin with invitations. The 3rd tier is for leaders of mid-level factions. The 4th tier is reserved for renowned figures from the Allen dynasty, such as clan leaders from various super factions and experts from the dynasty. They are the key moneybags of this auction. The next day, Ouyang Yuye and Lu Cheng arrived at the auction together, both hoping to obtain something they desired from the event. Master Lu, never thought I'd see you here. What an honor for Old Li. When Ouyang Yuye and Lu Cheng heard that somewhat annoying voice behind them, they couldn't help turning back. It was a young man about 20 years old. Ouyang Yuye looked at this young man. Although dressed in fine clothes, his mannerisms gave off a clumsy impression, like a nouveau riche trying too hard to mimic old aristocracy with a terrible imitation, like a crude copy of Xishe. Added to his arrogant attitude, Ouyang Yuye couldn't help but feel intense disgust toward him from the bottom of his heart. He disdainfully turned back and continued watching the auction. However, unlike Ouyang Yuye who simply ignored the situation, Lu Cheng politely walked over to the awkward young man and smiled, saying, No idea what you're looking to purchase this time, Master Li? If nothing caught your eye, I'll be sure to keep an eye out for you later. Hee, Master Lu, you're truly generous. The awkward young man was quite satisfied with Lu Cheng's respectful attitude. However, he felt somewhat irritated watching Ouyang Yuye. Earlier, he had seen Ouyang Yuye speaking with Lu Cheng. He didn't expect that after he spoke, the man didn't come forward as Lu Cheng did. This made him somewhat resentful toward Ouyang Yuye. But he wasn't stupid. Before finding out Ouyang Yuye's background, he wouldn't rashly act. Gazing at Ouyang Yuye's back with dissatisfaction, he said, By the way, what's your friend's background, Master Lu? He seems to carry quite an air of self-importance. This young master is from outside the city. His family is in business. He's here at the auction just to look for nice items. Lu Cheng, being as shrewd as he was, caught the young master's hint of resentment toward Ouyang Yuye. Immediately began spinning an exaggerated background for Ouyang. Certain, this Li young master would not only dare not provoke Ouyang, but would also become more respectful to himself as a result. No wonder he has such a temper. So he's an outsider big shot. Upon hearing this, Li young master dropped the idea of getting even with Ouyang Yuye. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. Learning that Ouyang's family had come all the way from elsewhere, without even considering potential influence of the family in the state, coming specifically for the auction already meant that auction staff themselves would fawn over him. Perhaps if he antagonized him, it might easily lead to his downfall. Master Lu, You're quite impressive to have made such a capable friend. Mind introducing me to him? Still, Li Dong didn't completely believe Lu Cheng's story, wanting to speak to Ouyang himself. First, to verify Ouyang's background, if Ouyang really was as described, he would like to befriend him. If not, then both Lu Cheng and Ouyang Yuya would. Well, this friend of mine might be somewhat arrogant. Lu Cheng was fully aware of Li Dong's intention, so he had no intention of introducing Ouyang Yuya to him. If Li Dong dared to provoke Ouyang, Lu Cheng wouldn't mind watching the show unfold. Li Dong hesitated a bit, thinking it best not to provoke Ouyang Yuya. After exchanging a few casual words with Lu Cheng, he left with a slightly dissatisfied look and returned to his group. Old brother Lu, who was that rich kid just now? When Lu Cheng caught up with Ouyang Yuya's pace, Ouyang turned back disdainfully looking at Li Dong and asked, Old brother, you have to treat such people as if they're monks too? Brother, running a business here isn't easy. Lu Cheng sighed as he looked at Ouyang Yuya. Slowly strolling through the auction hall, he gazed pensively at each row of seats. If you want to run a business, you need to appease countless departments and authorities above and below. If you miss attending to even one detail, they will hold you back and ruin your business. By the way, what does this Li young master's family do? Although Ouyang Yuya understood what Lu Cheng had said, he clearly knew the situation even without being told. While he had never run a business himself, every time he went to government departments to handle affairs, he had seen the indifferent attitudes of the officials. He could easily imagine how those lords looked at merchants like Lu Cheng, as if a vicious dog eyeing a piece of fatty meat. Just a small, newly emerged family. They have a deputy department-level official at home. Lu Cheng shook his head. Although in the capital city, people often said, department chiefs are everywhere like dogs, and section chiefs walk all over the place. Just that single department chief could strangle him completely, so he had no choice but to serve them carefully. Thinking about this, Lu Cheng suddenly felt a jolt of fear in his heart. He cautiously glanced at the group of people who had come with Li Dong and looked anxiously at Ouyang Yuya, saying, Brother, do you know the background of that family you offended the other day? They are none other than the Wus, a relatively famous family in the capital city with very deep and profound connections. The Wu family? Ouyang Yuya's heart slightly stirred as he looked at Lu Cheng's nervous face. After a brief pause, he asked, Do you know what important figures the Wu family has? And how secretive are they with information? There are 2 vice-ministerial level officials in the Wu family, one in import and export trade, and one in machinery, all very powerful figures. Lu Cheng said with a worried look, but after thinking for a while, his expression slightly relaxed as he tried to comfort Ouyang Yuya. However, it said that the Wu family has a decent family style. Wu Yun should be an exception. They probably won't ruin their reputation by targeting you through the public security department. Even the 2 influential people in their family can't interfere with your involvement in the jade and raw material business. So, as long as you act cautiously, brother, everything should be fine. Thanks for reminding me, brother. After hearing Lu Cheng's analysis, Ouyang Yuya felt a bit relieved. However, he still believed that the Wu family wouldn't easily let go of the matter involving Wu Yun. They might not personally stoop to dishonorable means to save face, but when he thought again about the 2 vice-ministerial officials, Ouyang Yuya felt uneasy. It seemed he couldn't afford to be reckless like before. The youth always act impulsively. Though Lu Cheng kept comforting Ouyang Yuya outwardly, he secretly warned himself not to get too close to Ouyang, at least not openly let the Wu family know about their business cooperation. Otherwise, with 2 vice-ministerial level, 3 full department level, and dozens of section level officials in the Wu family, they could easily crush him without even thinking. Dear guests from around the world, it is now exactly 9 o'clock in the morning. I hereby officially declare the opening of this year's Moro raw material auction. As Ouyang Yuya and Lu Cheng were wandering around the raw materials section, suddenly they heard a wave of commotion coming from the central hall. Then a voice echoed through the loudspeakers suspended from the ceiling. Brother, it's your time to shine now. Brother, it's our time to strike it rich. As if sharing the same thought, both looked at the tall auction platform simultaneously, then turned to glance at each other. In their eyes flickered a strong desire for wealth. Yet, the purposes behind their desires for money differed. Lu Cheng only wanted to live a better life, or maybe prepare for his child's future overseas settlement. Ouyang Yuya, on the other hand, longed for that fortune to lay a solid foundation for his future power ambitions. In comparison, Ouyang Yuya's gaze extended far into the distant future. Chapter 111, The Auction Begins. The auction began, and Ouyang Yuya and Lu Cheng sat in their seats together, watching this unique event, curious whether they might obtain something they liked. Surprisingly, not long after it started, there was a piece of raw stone material that caught Ouyang Yuya's eye. If he could purchase this material and have it crafted into a weapon, it would be perfect. Ouyang muttered to himself. When he saw the auctioneer start the bidding, Ouyang also raised his voice with the rest. Unfortunately, good things often come with trouble. Just when he was about to secure the piece, someone else suddenly snatched it away. This was how the situation unfolded. Ouyang had already stated his bid, and with no one else raising the price, suddenly a group shouted, "We want this item. Anyone who dares to bid against us will regret it." Ouyang naturally wouldn't agree to that. He said, "Sir, I think you made a mistake." Ouyang didn't care who the other person was. Anything he had legally acquired was rightfully his. Now someone wanted him to give up something he had already claimed? That was a joke. Did they think Ouyang Yuya was someone easily intimidated? Thinking this, Ouyang casually glanced at the dozen or so spoiled young men opposite him and calmly said, "I'm sorry, but this piece of raw stone is what I set my eyes on. If you also like it, please wait until I've finished with it before buying it." Wu Xiao, why didn't you deal with him? Fan Jian coldly watched the back of Ouyang Yuya as he left with the stone, then turned around, looking puzzled at Wu Go, who was still smiling faintly, and angrily said, "How can such a commoner show such disrespect? If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll get completely out of hand." Haha, who said I let him off the hook? Wu Go smiled while looking at Ouyang Yuya's retreating figure, but his eyes looked more like a lion staring at an ant. With his hands behind his back, still strolling through the raw materials, he said without turning his head, "Something like this isn't worth our direct involvement, or it will lower our status. People from the capital will mock us if it gets out. I don't believe you'd really just let him go like this." A graceful and exquisitely beautiful girl in the crowd softly smiled and quietly said to Wu Go ahead of her, "Everyone knows that you." Wu Go smiled to someone's face and stabbed them in the back. "Come on, tell me, what are you planning to do to that man next?" Haha, indeed, Yamimi understands me best. Hearing her voice expose his true nature, Wu Go turned around smiling at Zhao Ye's attractive face. He secretly hated her for revealing his thoughts and angrily muttered in his mind, "You little bitch, pretending so well. One day I'll have you under me, completely at my mercy, begging for mercy." But despite these thoughts, he maintained a gentle smile and said, "I naturally cannot allow a mere nobody to disgrace me. Later, I'll have Blue Eagle deal with him." Saying this, Wu Go smiled slightly but then spoke with malicious intent. "Huang Ying, after the auction ends, have your team leader Blue Eagle send someone to cripple that kid. I want to see him crawling on the ground for the rest of his life when I walk out." Yes. After a long while, a young man around 27 or 28 years old, dressed entirely in black and standing at the outer edge, finally replied in a low voice, "Huang Ying, tell Blue Eagle that when your men take action, they must be ruthless. I don't want that kid getting back up again after I leave." Sensing that the Eagle unit seemed reluctant to harm an innocent man, Wu Go turned his face coldly towards Blue Eagle and said, "I hope Huang Ying conveys my orders clearly to Blue Eagle and reminds him what obedience means. I believe General Zhang wouldn't want me to feel disappointed in him." Yes, mission will be completed. Huang Ying had no choice but to reluctantly answer in accordance with military protocol when he heard Wu Go bring up General Zhang as a threat. However, he added after thinking for a moment, "But that young man seems to be a former soldier. If we cause a major incident here, the auction house or the military may protest. Isn't he just a lowly discharged soldier? Should the Eagles of the Falcon unit really be afraid of someone of unknown origin?" Hearing Huang Ying's words, Wu Go felt a surge of dissatisfaction. With the Falcon unit's reputation, how could they fear a mere veteran soldier? "Are you deliberately trying to defy me like this? Fine. Since you're threatening me with the auction house, I'll take full responsibility." Therefore, Wu Go coldly said, "Deputy Huang, you don't need to worry about the auction matters. Use any means and weapons you want to deal with him. I'll personally bear all consequences." As expected, Ouyang Yuya's raw stone eventually yielded excellent jade material, revealing a relatively rare piece of ice-type jade. After Gu Jun appraised it, the material was transferred to Li Shiming for a price of 4.4 million. Wandering casually among the raw materials, Ouyang Yuya silently calculated. The total amount of money he now had was about 30 million, which seemed like a lot, yet still insufficient to acquire all the stones he desired. Watching several groups of people circling around a few specific stones, Ouyang Yuya believed that when these items were finally auctioned off, there would be a fierce battle. It was not only difficult for him to obtain them all, but even to get a share, he needed to earn more money. Thinking like this, Ouyang Yuya hurriedly began searching for good raw stones he could buy. While continuously uncovering high-quality jade material, he was also careful not to draw too much attention to himself, so he always went to different places to examine the stones. As a result, even though Ouyang Yuya was consistently successful in cutting good jade, no one noticed his extraordinary luck. Particularly mindful of Wu Go and his gang, he always avoided them when going to examine the stones, so both sides remained undisturbed. Gentlemen, the first grade A raw stone of tonight's auction is officially starting. The starting bid for this stone is 100,000 euros, and each increment must be no less than 10,000 euros. By the time Ouyang Yuya's total funds reached 50 million, he finally saw the first of the stones he had marked begin its auction. Standing behind the auction table, the middle-aged man supporting a microphone in one hand and pointing at the stone, roughly the size of half a car, with the other, enticingly declared, "Examine this stone closely. Its surface shines bright green, clearly the unique luster of ice-type jade. Also, considering its large size, it likely contains an ice-type emerald jade worth tens of millions or more inside." However, after the auctioneer finished speaking, the expected scene of people rushing forward to see the stone didn't occur. Only a few people approached and carefully examined the surface with magnifying glasses. The auctioneer, however, wasn't worried at all. He had hosted auctions here for several years and knew this was simply the bidders watching and waiting. The longer they hesitated, the more intense the bidding would become, and naturally, his commission would be higher. 1.1 million. After a while, a lazy voice came from the crowd. Following the direction of the voice, Ouyang Yuya saw the speaker was a middle-aged man of about 40, slightly plump, with a broad face and large ears, a face of fortune. 1.1 million. This gentleman has offered 1.1 million. Any higher bids? Calmly waiting for responses from the crowd, the auctioneer showed no concern even after a long silence. He wasn't at all worried. Every year, these Chinese businessmen seemed to have conspired to avoid fiercely competing over prices at first, yet in the end, they were always outmaneuvered by the Burmese dealers and left the profits to them. Good. 1.1 million once. the auctioneer coldly announced as he tapped the gavel the first time, continuing his temptation. Is this gentleman going to get such a valuable stone for just 1.1 million? Don't you know what could be inside? Despite his heavily enticing words, the hall below remained completely silent. No one raised their bidding cards, neither the Chinese, nor the Japanese, nor even the small number of Europeans and Americans. Because at this moment, they all shared a common enemy, the Burmese dealers. Can this gentleman really obtain a potentially tens of millions stone for just 1.1 million? The auctioneer wasn't worried at all. He had expected this scenario and was already prepared. Now, he was just acting out a necessary performance with them. Don't you want to make tens of millions with just a million? Continuing his persuasion, the auctioneer exaggerated the stone's value with his eloquence. Think about it. What can millions of RMB buy? Mansions, Ferraris, and beautiful girls. All that, for just 1 million RMB. 1.1 million, second time. Seeing signs of disturbance in the crowd, the auctioneer smiled inwardly. Let's see how much longer you can hold out. I definitely don't believe you won't eventually be tempted. Deciding to fan the flames further, he added, second call for 1.1 million. Does anyone still wish to raise the bid? If no one does, I'll strike the gavel right away. So saying, he lifted the gavel high into the air, ready to strike it. Chapter 112, A Glimpse. Ouyang Yi slightly lowered his gaze toward the source of the voice. Just as he directed his eyes there, he sensed that familiar gaze once again locking onto him. How sharp their perception is. Ouyang Yi slightly narrowed his eyes. At that moment, the xuanhuan within his body quivered slightly again. He softly nodded to himself. It seemed that person indeed possessed something the xuanhuan could sense. Really troublesome. He rubbed his temples and decided to ignore it altogether. When the young man called out a high bid of 500 taels, the noisy atmosphere immediately turned utterly silent. Nobody raised the bid further because this price already far exceeded the worth of the yin yang mirror. For those sitting in the top seats, anything beyond 500 taels was considered quite expensive. Even they could hardly afford it, as the mirror itself wasn't particularly impressive. As for those seated in the upper tiers who could afford such prices, all were experts with piercing insight. Such as spiritual artifacts simply didn't warrant their involvement. Ouyang Yi suddenly opened his previously half-closed eyes and turned to Lin Xian and the others standing behind him. Does anyone want it? They all shook their heads. Xuanhuan chuckled. I might consider it if it was full protection instead of just partial. Hee. I'm afraid that if it was full protection, the price wouldn't be just that much anymore. Ouyang Yi laughed lightly, shaking his head. He couldn't help feeling impressed. Only now did he realize how much of a money pit this place truly was. Something worth less than 100 taels outside could fetch double inside. No wonder people were willing to run this business. It was truly a high-profit venture. This place was clearly made for extravagant young nobles, though Ouyang personally didn't see the point of this mirror. The only beneficiary would be Ling Yu, the auctioneer. Sure enough, hearing this price, even Ling Yu on the stage looked somewhat surprised. Then, her beautiful eyes swept over the seat from which the bid came, her charm naturally flowing as she smiled. Since no one is raising the bid, this spiritual artifact shall belong to seat number 321. Thank you. We will process your acquisition later. Ouyang Yi slightly shook his head. His gaze from that direction changed from serious to mocking. A person like that, even if they possessed power, wouldn't achieve much in the future. Meanwhile, not far away, the young man sat at ease, idly fanning himself with a feather fan, clearly pleased with his own action. The elder standing behind shook his head slightly, but remained silent. After all, it wasn't worth angering the young master over 500 taels. Still, he moved forward to whisper in the young man's ear. Young master. This time the master specifically instructed us to save our funds and ensure we bring back the martial skill of Earth Tier. Only then can we gain the upper hand in our confrontation with the Tung family. A flicker of irritation flashed in the young man's eyes. Enough, I know what I'm doing. You don't need to remind me. Yes. Hearing that, the elder nodded before falling silent again. Just then, the stage staff brought up a tray. Ling Yu lifted the cloth off the tray and pulled out a red booklet. Ouyang Yi's eyes snapped open suddenly. It's a martial skill. Judging from the looks of it, it must be no low grade. Susher licked his lips, nodding. I wonder which martial skill it is. The following martial skill, Ling Yu said with a playful tone. Allow me to build a bit of suspense. First of all, this one is actually of middle grade dark rank. Wow. As soon as Ling Yu finished speaking, the crowd erupted again. A martial skill of middle grade dark rank was still a rare sight, even here. Ouyang Yi helplessly shook his head, looking at the mischievous Ling Yu. This fellow really fears chaos won't break out. Now, this martial skill would surely become even more competitive. Seeing the crowd excited, Ling Yu smiled. All right. This martial skill has a unique characteristic, so to speak. It's particularly suitable for someone who wields a whip. The martial skill is named Lu Hong. The name conveys the same meaning as its effect. When unleashed, its speed is extremely fast. But instead of striking the physical body, it targets the soul consciousness. As everyone knows, the soul consciousness is the most vulnerable place, and any damage there would result in a fatal blow. Therefore, whoever's interested, please place your bids. The starting price is 500 taels. As soon as Ling Yu mentioned the whip martial skill, Ouyang Yi sat upright, and even Lin Xian's eyes lit up with fierce interest. Since among them only Lin Xian used a whip, he decided he'd help her bid for it. However, when Ling Yu revealed the starting price, he still inhaled sharply through his teeth. 500 taels, indeed quite expensive, but it's worth it. Targeting the soul consciousness alone is enough to make them all go wild. He glanced at Lin Xian, who, although eager, hadn't spoken up yet. He smiled slightly and pressed the button marked with the value of 100 taels. 600 taels. Lin Xian had just opened her mouth when Xuanhuan held her back. Ouyang elder brother never does things recklessly. Trust him. Lin Xian nodded, her gaze toward Ouyang Yuya soft and tender, as if it could melt anything in its path. Yet Ouyang Yuya didn't notice. His eyes remained fixed on the audience seats, ready to raise the bid at any moment. He had never given Lin Xian a proper gift despite knowing her for so long. So this martial skill had become something he was determined to obtain. 700 taels. A voice called after a brief pause, coming from the third-tier seats in the front. 1,000 taels. Just then, another bidding voice rang out. Ouyang Yuya furrowed his brows and glanced toward that direction. Again him. The young man waved his feather fan leisurely, glancing at the direction where Ouyang Yuya sat, with a slight smirk tugging at his lips. I won't let you have it, that's for sure. Young master. Hearing his bid, even the elder behind him felt somewhat alarmed. 1,000 taels was no small amount. Silence. My actions don't require your interference. Not even allowing the elder to speak, the young man cut him off with a shout, his tone carrying traces of anger. The elder clenched his right fist slightly, then nodded and stepped back once more. After the bid of 1,000 taels was called out, nobody stepped in to raise it further. Small factions naturally wouldn't spend 1,000 taels over a whip martial skill. As for the major forces, although interested, they hesitated to act recklessly with their funds. Nobody could predict how high the final price of the Earth-tier martial skill would eventually climb, and if they returned empty-handed, it would surely become a regret so bitter it would make them spit blood. 1,100 taels. Just then, another bid suddenly rose from seat number 3. 1,200 taels. Ouyang Yuya observed the persistent young man with icy glimmers in his eyes. Just as he was about to raise the bid again, a hand suddenly grabbed his. It was Lin Xian. Looking slightly surprised, Ouyang Yuya met her gaze as she shook her head. We only have 900 plus taels left. 1,000 taels is our absolute limit. Ouyang smiled, gently patted her hand, and pressed the transaction button. On the stage, Ling Yu suddenly stiffened, asking in confusion, Seat 228, is this a confirmed transaction? Once confirmed, we will evaluate the item's value. Are you certain? Seeing Ouyang Yuya nodding, Ling Yu signaled someone nearby with a glance. The black-robed figure understood and rushed backstage. Shortly after, an elderly man dressed in plain cloth pants and jacket stepped onto the stage, nodding toward Ling Yu. This is the appraiser for today's auction, Master Luo Go. Friends who require appraisal may submit your items, and we shall assess their worth. Which fellow cultivator wishes to trade? Hand it to this old man directly, Luo Go said, scanning the crowd. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuya slightly flicked his sleeve and grasped a huge skeleton from within, tossing it out. Oh, Master Luo Go gave a soft sound of surprise. His right hand reached out, and a powerful suction force seized the skeleton. Upon a quick glance, shock immediately flickered in his expression. Apologies for my ignorance. May I ask, friend, which Yuan-so does the skeleton belong to? Tiger Lion Demon Crystal King. Ah. As soon as Ouyang Yuya's voice faded, sharp intakes of breath echoed consecutively from the crowd. Tiger Lion Demon Crystal King? That's a 5th-tier magical beast. This person is no ordinary one. Unmoved by the commotion and murmurs around him, Ouyang Yuya kept his eyes fixed on the skeleton in Luo Ji's hands. In his opinion, though its value might not be extremely high, this skeleton would certainly fetch over 1,000 taels. At the very least, it could help him obtain that martial skill. Ha ha, old Master Luo Go, if you can't appraise it, perhaps you'd let this old man try? Just then, someone from among the 10 frontmost seats stood up and said with a grin, Teng Sha, handing it to you would pose no problem. But of course, we should consult the fellow cultivator himself, Luo Gu replied with a smile. Teng Sha nodded and turned toward Ouyang Yuya's seat. Cultivator friend, this old man offers 15,000 taels in exchange. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuya's pupils constricted abruptly. He turned his gaze toward the young man's direction and revealed a faint smile. Chapter 113, Intervention. Looking at Teng Sha's figure ahead, Ouyang Yuya finally calmed down, his heart having been hanging in suspense. He took a deep breath, as if surviving a disaster, murmuring softly, finally bet on the right one. At this moment, Teng Sha looked at the massive palm force emerging before him and casually struck back with a single palm, completely shattering Ming Hua's silver palm imprint. With such a simple move, the difference in strength between the two was immediately revealed. Seeing Teng Sha step forward to intervene, Ming Hua's face darkened instantly, as if about to drip with fury. Teng Sha, this person, you cannot kill, Teng Sha suddenly said after a moment of silence. Ming Hua sneered coldly, his voice filled with threatening undertones. I am acting on orders from the Nangong family. If you stop me, you are opposing the Nangong family itself. Hearing such a direct threat from Ming Hua, Teng Sha's expression also turned extremely grim. As the head of the Teng family and one of the empire's most renowned experts, this was the first time he had been threatened by a mere clan elder. His anger flared instantly. Ming Hua, remember your position. Even your clan leader, Nangong Ao, treats me with courtesy. What are you? Get lost. Since you are from the Nangong family, today I will not let you kill this young man. But starting tomorrow, what happens is none of my concern. Hearing Teng Sha's harsh words, Ming Hua pondered briefly before nodding. Fine, today I will give you, old Master Teng, this face. However, boy, don't forget, miss one day, you may not escape the 15th. Watch your step. With that, he turned and left in a huff. After seeing Ming Hua leave, Teng Sha turned his head and looked at Ouyang Yuya with a half smile. You sure are a slippery young man. Well then, I helped you today, but from tomorrow on, it's up to fate. Ouyang Yuya nodded respectfully and bowed. Thank you, senior, for rescuing me today. Teng Sha chuckled and shook his head. Alright, stop with that formal stuff, you kid. Here, this is a martial arts manual. Saying so, he tossed a martial arts manual to Ouyang Yuya. Ouyang caught it without hesitation, confident there was no trickery involved, and handed over 25 spirit crystals and the fur of a tiger spider demon king to him. Immediately he realized that the additional 6,000 taels Teng Sha had given before must have been intended for this pelt. As for the 5 extra spirit crystals, he believed that with them, Teng Sha would definitely not just sit back and do nothing. Although 5 spirit crystals were indeed precious, if it could secure the help of an Earth Soul Master, he would be more than happy to pay. Looking at the 25 spirit crystals in his hand, Teng Sha could only shake his head in slight amusement and put them away. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly furrowed his brow and gazed into the distance with a solemn expression. What's wrong? Ouyang Yuya asked. There are people coming. A lot of them. Oh. Ouyang Yuya's eyes narrowed as he exchanged a glance with Xuanhuan and the others. Instantly, Xuanhuan caught on, and everyone prepared themselves. Sure enough, within a short time, they saw figures swiftly approaching. Each of them was dressed in black robes bearing a striking emblem, a 3-eyed toad, on their chest. Behind them followed a group of onlookers eager for entertainment. Yu Tang. Teng Sha furrowed his brows slightly, saying with some surprise. From the front of the approaching group, a man stepped forward, bowed respectfully to Teng Sha, and said, Greetings, Elder Tang. Teng Sha nodded slightly. Chen-san, what is the meaning of this? Oh, this is the guest elder of our hall, and our hall master has instructed us to personally welcome him. Chen-san pointed toward Ouyang Yuya as he spoke. Oh, hearing this, Teng Sha looked at Ouyang Yuya beside him in complete disbelief. Not only Teng Sha, even Ouyang Yuya himself was momentarily stunned, though he quickly recovered, realizing it must be because of the elder insignia he possessed. At once, he simply nodded without protesting. Correct. Seeing Ouyang Yuya confirm it, Teng Sha finally believed it. In that case, I won't overstay my welcome. We will certainly meet again in the future. Haha. With that, he moved his figure and vanished into thin air. After Teng Sha left, Chen-san politely said to Ouyang Yuya, Please, honored guest, come with us. Ouyang Yuya nodded, turned around, and said to Su Huang and Lu Cheng, Brother senior, you and Lu Cheng go back and pick up Lu Yin and the monkey. Su Huang nodded. Be careful. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuya smiled. Don't worry, they won't dare do anything to me. So saying, he glanced at Chen-san and added, Let's go. Please. Chen-san gestured politely to Ouyang Yuya, then subtly signaled the Yu Tang gang members behind him. Instantly, they formed a ring around Ouyang Yuya and his companions. Though claimed to be protection, it felt more like an escort under surveillance. Ouyang Yuya noticed this, but simply smiled without comment, striding forward confidently. Lin Xian glanced at the dozen Yu Tang members behind them and whispered, They won't make a move, right? Ouyang Yuya chuckled. No, not with so many eyes watching. Unless the Yu Tang Hall Master is a fool, which he isn't. He wouldn't have sent people to escort us back. If he wanted us dead, he would have done it secretly. Then what do we do? Hee. Meet soldiers with generals and floodwaters with earth. Nothing to worry about. Besides, we still need to collect our items from the auction. Under Yu Tang's protection, they did not head toward the auction venue but instead arrived at a very unfamiliar and desolate location. Ahead stood a tall building. Unlike the usual black aesthetic of Heolan, this structure appeared more ordinary and elegant, resembling architecture from the central Olan city, clearly out of place, perhaps the very reason it was located here. As they approached, the building's details became clearer. A large blue plaque hung above the entrance, inscribed with the words, Yu Tang. Before the group could enter, the gates suddenly swung open, and an old man stepped out. Ouyang Yuya recognized him immediately. This was Yu Shi, the Eastern Elder of Yu Tang, whom Lu Cheng and he had previously discussed. Greetings, Eastern Elder. Seeing Yu Shi, Chen-san quickly stepped forward and knelt on one knee, while the other members bowed in unison. Rise. Yu Shi nodded, then turned toward Ouyang Yuya. Young man, are you auction guest number 228? Ouyang Yuya nodded with a bow. Indeed, that is me. This Eastern Elder showed no arrogance or hostility, instead appearing approachable. This assured Ouyang Yuya that Yu Tang would not attempt anything rash for now, so his tone remained courteous. Hee, young man, truly a fearless calf unafraid of tigers. Impressive. However, I do have one question I hope you can clarify for me. Senior, please ask. Where did you obtain this guest elder insignia? Might I inquire? Oh, this you mean. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuya immediately took out the elder insignia and handed it to Yu Shi. Indeed, no doubt it is genuine. Yu Shi examined it briefly, nodded, then fixed Ouyang Yuya with an expectant gaze. This token was gifted by my senior brother. Its exact origins I dare not disclose. He told me back then that it belonged to Yu Tang and gave it to me for my protection. Ouyang Yuya's explanation was seamless. Even Yu Shi, convinced, nodded and returned the insignia. In that case, since you and your companions are his friends, you may stay here temporarily for a few days until the Hall Master returns to make further arrangements. Will that be acceptable? Whatever the senior's arrangement is, we shall follow. Ouyang Yuya agreed readily. It wasn't like he had few enemies. Staying here would provide greater safety. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's agreement, Yu Shi smiled, waved his hand slightly, and Chen-san immediately stepped forward beside him. Later, escort these esteemed guests to the Eastern Hall for rest. Don't forget to treat them well. Yes, Elder. Chunsen nodded. His previous vigilance and hostility toward Ouyang Yuya and his companions now gone, he smiled warmly. Esteemed guests, please follow me. Thank you for the trouble. Ouyang Yuya nodded politely and was about to proceed. Hey, you people, stop. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang in their ears. Their advancing steps halted abruptly. Turning around, they saw a graceful figure standing beside Yushi. Upon recognizing the newcomer's face, Ouyang Yuya felt an immediate headache. This person was none other than Lingyu, the hostess of the auction. Chapter 114, The Soul Jewel Pool. Lingyu looked at Ouyang Yuya and the others, her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. Master Yushi, who are these people? These guests were assigned by the hall master to temporarily rest in the East Hall. Yushi replied upon hearing this. With the opening of the Bingjir Shanshoot approaching, could they possibly be sent by other factions? Lingyu eyed Ouyang Yuya and the others suspiciously. No longer the elegant and charming woman she was at the auction, now she seemed even more aloof than before. No, their identities are absolutely legitimate. I believe you must still remember. The young gentleman here was the guest at the auction who competed with Nangong Zheng for the Overlord Spear. Oh, it's him. Upon hearing this, Lingyu's eyebrows rose slightly, curiously studying Ouyang Yuya, surprised that the person who had captured her interest turned out to be a young man around her own age. Ouyang Yuya felt extremely uncomfortable under her stare. He coughed lightly and said, Elder Yushi, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Hee, by all means, young friend. Elder Yushi laughed and nodded, signaling meaningfully to Chun-san with a glance. Chun-san, understanding, immediately led Ouyang Yuya and his group away. After watching Ouyang Yuya leave, Yushi turned back to Lingyu and asked, Why are you back already? That Nangong Zheng wouldn't stop hounding me. I got tired of it. Oh, tell them to prepare the East Wing rooms. I won't be going out these days. Very well. With only a few days left until the Soul Jewel Pool opens, it's also a good time for you to get along with Yufeng and the others. This time, we must earn a place in the Soul Jewel Pool. If this continues, the Yutong Hall's reputation will be thoroughly ruined. We'll see. Lingyu nodded, and then suddenly asked as she stepped through the gate. Where did father go? Yushi shook her head. I haven't heard anything, though I suspect it's something related to the Soul Jewel liquid. Oh, Lingyu nodded but didn't ask further, proceeding into the hall, with Yushi quickly following. Meanwhile, Chun-san led Ouyang Yuya and his companions through an unusually quiet path, until finally arriving at a courtyard, where Chun-san came to a stop. This is where you'll be staying for now. If you need anything, just tell the servants, Chun-san said. Thank you for the trouble. Ouyang Yuya nodded and bowed slightly before suddenly recalling something and asking. Brother Chun-san, earlier I overheard Miss Lingyu mention the Soul Jewel Pool. What is it exactly? Chun-san paused slightly, then smiled. I can tell you about it. Almost everyone in Heiao Lan knows about it. The Soul Jewel Pool is a fairy pool jointly controlled by Heiao Lan's 5 major factions, and can be opened once every 2 years, earning its name from the Soul Jewel liquid it produces. It's said that cultivation undertaken within the pool allows absorption of the Soul Jewel liquid. Although this liquid has limited value for most people, it is the most potent sacred medicine for those undergoing soul tempering cultivation stages. Those who absorb it can advance 1 level. If one happens to be at the 9th level of soul tempering, then he or she can directly break through the soul tempering stage and form a soul core. Chun-san said, licking his lips enviously. Direct formation of a soul core. Ouyang Yuya's gaze sharpened at this. Immediately, he felt a wave of excitement rise in his heart. He had been stuck at the 9th soul tempering level for quite some time, acutely aware of the difficulty in forming a soul core. Even though his core had begun taking shape internally, there was still no sign of actual formation, a dilemma that had troubled him greatly. To have such a medicinal substance that allows one to gain results without strenuous effort, how could one remain indifferent? Sensing Ouyang Yuya's thoughts, Chun-san patted his shoulder with a chuckle. Don't get too carried away. The Soul Jewel Pool can only be used by the 5 major factions, and due to the limited supply of Soul Jewel liquid, only a small number of people can benefit from it. Usually, it is the rankings from the young generation of the 5 factions that determine access. There are only 5 slots available, and even the Yutong Hall struggles to secure a single spot, not to mention outsiders. Oh, so even Yutong Hall has difficulty getting a place. Isn't each faction supposed to select 1 representative? Ouyang Yuya asked curiously. That was how it started, but comparatively, Yutong disciples have been underperforming. Many haven't even reached the 9th level of soul tempering. To avoid wasting spots, they now just select the top 5 individuals altogether. Ouyang Yuya nodded thoughtfully. So how strong is Yutong Hall's current lineup? This time, much stronger than previous years. Lingyu is the top young talent, currently at the peak of the 9th soul tempering stage. Even among the younger generations of the 5 major factions, she's outstanding. Only Chao Peng from Yuntang can confidently outmatch her. It's her. Ouyang Yuya blinked slightly in surprise, not expecting her to possess such talent. That's right. Miss Lingyu is naturally gifted and the Hall Master's daughter. Therefore, she's already a well-known figure across Heiao Lan. Even Tianman of the Python Temple has shown special favor towards her. Ouyang Yuya nodded understandingly and asked, if that's the case, then this time, Lingyu should be able to secure a spot. Upon hearing this, Chun-sen shook his head. Not necessarily. The preliminary selection mainly tests the overall strength of each faction. Each faction selects 4 members to participate in a free-for-all battle, and eventually only 10 people will be chosen. By the final rounds, there will be barely any Yutong disciples left. Moreover, since Yutong is a new force, aside from Yuntang, the other three factions are all actively targeting our disciples for elimination. There was even a time when all our Yutong disciples were completely wiped out in the preliminaries, and at that time, our most promising disciple had his arm broken. As he spoke, Xiuxian clenched his fists tightly with a cracking sound. Those damned bastards, getting more outrageous each time. Humph. Do they really think Yutong is just a soft target? Xiuxian nodded and continued. Besides Lingyu, how do the other few compare in strength? And how do they measure up against members of the other factions? Xiuxian thought for a moment and replied. Aside from Lingyu, the rest of our people are at the 8th stage of body tempering, and not particularly strong. The other factions, on the other hand, are far stronger overall, each having at least 2 strong members. The strongest of them, the Python Temple, even has 3 high-level experts at a level close to Lingyu's. This time, I'm afraid we might still return empty-handed. If things go badly, we might even witness another tragedy like before. Anyway, I've said enough. You should go and rest now. Oh, and stay away from the East Hall's chambers. They're exclusive to Lingyu, and no one is allowed in. Xiuxian nodded, and, after seeing Xiuxian off, sat quietly on his bed with a furrowed brow, reflecting deeply on his words. Why haven't you gone to sleep yet? Thinking about the soul jewel liquid again. Lin Xian walked in upon noticing the candlelight still lit in Xiuxian's room. Xiuxian gave a slight nod. I believe this opportunity cannot be missed. But we aren't part of any faction. Hee. If we prove valuable, what does it matter which faction we come from? Yutong's current strength is too weak. Their main concern is no longer whether they can obtain the soul jewel liquid, but rather whether they can return safely. So if my joining helps them achieve that, they'd be more than willing to accept me. But, Xiuxian smiled faintly. There's no need for buts. Don't you trust my strength? I'm determined to obtain the soul jewel liquid. I just clenched my fists and looked at the bright moonlight outside the window. No one knows the difficulty of forming a soul core inside my body. Only after breaking through the body tempering stage can the Da Huang Ling Ju be fully utilized, allowing me to truly use Huang Qi to assist in my cultivation. Therefore, at the slightest chance of breaking through the body tempering stage, I must give it my all. Taking a deep breath, he murmured. It seems now this might be the only way to truly form my soul core. Chapter 115 Departure. Oh, you want to participate in the competition for the soul jewel pool? Yushi looked at Xiuxian in surprise. That's right. I want to represent Yutong in the competition. Since you know about the soul jewel pool, you should know that outsiders are not allowed to go near it. Yushi smiled politely, refusing the request. But what if I can guarantee that all participants return unharmed, and even have a 50% chance that one of the remaining 3 can obtain the soul jewel essence? Oh, Let me tell you frankly, our opponents this time are not ordinary characters. The heaven, earth, and man serpents of the Mendang are all half-step soul cultivators. Haha, I understand naturally. Yushi stared at him intently, seeming to realize that he wasn't bluffing. Frankly speaking, even though you're at the 9th stage of body tempering, I actually don't know much about your true strength. After a slight pause, Yushi continued. How about this? Today, our Yutong sect has been hired to transport some goods to the border of Allen. I was originally planning to bring these 4 along for some training. Since you have this intention, you can come along as well. Fine. Xiuxian nodded slightly after a moment's thought. Seeing Xiuxian agree, Yushi glanced at the jade slip in his hand and said, the departure will be soon. Due to the long journey and the need to pass through some soul beast mountains, we might experience delays. So the journey could take a little longer. Xiuxian slightly nodded and gave some final instructions to Su Shi and Lin Xian before following Yushi outside. In the distance, they could already see 2 carriages parked outside the Yutong premises. Alongside the carriages stood more than 10 fine horses and 7 or 8 Yutong members dressed in black. At the front of the group, Lingyu wore a white form-fitting martial outfit, her hair tied into a simple bun like a cascade of waterfall, a thin sword hanging at her waist, exuding efficiency and vigor. Standing beside her were 3 men, probably the other 3 participants preparing for the contest. One of them, a man dressed in blue robes, seemed to be continuously chatting with Lingyu, but judging by her expression, she was clearly annoyed. Xiuxian examined them closely and then shook his head slightly. No wonder Yutong always suffered heavy defeats. Taking this time as an example, aside from Lingyu's relatively solid aura, the other 3 seemed quite superficial. These men, barely at the 8th stage of body tempering, were probably no match even for that golden horn man at the 6th stage from back then, and not even close to Su Shi's level. When they noticed Yushi's arrival, the noise finally quieted down. Lingyu stepped forward toward Yushi, glancing at Xiuxian with a slight frown. Elder Yushi, why did you bring him along? This young friend was free, so he decided to accompany us. The more people, the greater the strength. But this place we're heading to requires extra vigilance, even from us. He looks weak and fragile. He won't be dragging us down, will he? The blue-robed man sized up Xiuxian beside him with disdain, letting out a scornful chuckle. Yufeng, no one will consider you mute if you keep your mouth shut, Lingyu said, frowning slightly. Haha, whatever you say, Miss Lingyu. Yufeng didn't show the slightest hint of discontent, but instead wore a sycophantic smile. Xiuxian smiled slightly and shook his head. Such an attitude showed absolutely no ambition, truly hopeless. Sighing, he said, Miss Lingyu, please don't worry about me. Better not. Lingyu gave a slight nod and didn't speak further. I'm Yutan. What's your honorable name, senior brother? At that moment, a cheerful voice sounded. Turning around, They saw a young man with sharp and clear eyes who gave off a sense of righteousness and earned immediate Helgon just from his appearance. Ouyang Yuya. Yutin nodded and asked, the journey ahead might be somewhat troublesome. Can you ride a horse, senior brother? Ouyang Yuya shook his head. No. Can't even ride a horse. Useless indeed. Yufeng remarked mockingly. Yutan's gaze hardened slightly. Of course, it's understandable that senior brother comes from a different background. If you can't even ride and then encounter a soul beast, don't start screaming in panic. If you keep this kind of senseless chatter, I won't mind leaving you with a small reminder. Ouyang Yuya said with a furrowed brow, clearly impatient. Little brat. All right, it's getting late. Prepare to depart. Yushi interrupted the argument. Lucky for you. Yufeng snorted coldly, then mounted his horse, leading the way with Lingyu in front. Yushi waved his hand, and over a dozen of the escorting Yutong members mounted their horses, surrounding the carriages. Brother Ouyang, perhaps you could ride with me on one horse? Yutin approached Ouyang Yuya. No need. Ouyang Yuya smiled slightly, lightly pressing on the tip of his foot. His body floated up as if weightless, landing gently atop the cargo where he sat cross-legged. This is enough for me. Yushi nodded, waved his hand, and said, all right, depart. Following his command, the caravan began moving in a well-organized manner. Lingyu, Yufeng, and a young man named Yu walked ahead. Yutan was in the middle, Yushi at the rear, their positions interlinked. This way, if one side encountered trouble, the other could quickly provide assistance. Obviously, this was not their first time escorting goods. Just after their departure, not far away, a figure sneaked out from the forest beside Yutong and chuckled lightly. Then a beam of light shot straight into the sky and disappeared. In a distant and secluded hall far from Yutong, the interior was dim and exuded an eerie chilliness. Only a few candles were lit, casting faint glows. On a raised platform in the middle of the grand hall, a figure sat with its back facing forward. Suddenly, a flash of light split the darkness like a lightning strike. The figure shuddered slightly and said in a hoarse, spine-chilling voice, have they departed? Yes, master. Shall we eliminate them? A dark figure emerged from the shadows, similarly dressed in black robes, bowing respectfully. Inform the Wanqing to prepare. Especially those 4 participants this time. Leave not a single one behind. The hall master has given his orders. We must at least seize 3 spots and leave Yuntang to them. Yes. Upon this reply, the shadow vanished once again, and the hall fell into silence. Yuheng, I wonder how well you'll be able to sit still this time. As dusk approached, on the open road, the carriage wheels rolled on the ground producing a continuous creaking sound. Ouyang Yuya sat cross-legged atop the cargo with tightly closed eyes, and the group remained eerily quiet. Yushi slightly narrowed his eyes, constantly sensing for potential dangers. After proceeding for a while, Yushi raised his hand and said, from now on, we enter the Soul Beast Mountain Range. We'll make camp here for tonight. Everyone nodded upon hearing that, and started lighting fires and preparing meals. Amidst wisps of rising smoke, Ouyang Yuya sat beside the carriage, meditating. Ouyang Yuya opened his eyes and saw Lingyu in white standing before him, handing him a roasted pig's trotter. Thank you. Ouyang Yuya smiled as he took it. He noticed Yufeng's icy and fierce gaze cast toward him. Don't mind him. He's just tiresome. Lingyu frowned. Ouyang Yuya smiled and shook his head, about to say something, when suddenly he sensed the vast heaven flask unconsciously vibrate within his body, though just briefly before it settled again. Seeing Ouyang Yuya somewhat frozen in expression, Lingyu looked around and asked, what's wrong? Ouyang Yuya took a deep breath and said, just be careful later on. Chapter 1 16,000 Hands Vine. Night had fallen deeply, and the dense jungle had become deathly silent. Under the heavy dark clouds at the horizon, an unusually oppressive feeling hung in the air. Ouyang Yuya sat cross-legged next to a fire, exhaling a thick breath. As he did so, faint red light flickered across his right arm, which gradually transformed into a fiery crimson dragon arm, though it appeared somewhat illusory. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at the faintly visible and ferocious dragon arm. Shaking his head slightly, he noted that after all night of cultivation, the dragon rock arm had barely reached the illusory stage. It still lagged behind the fully formed state he remembered from earlier. Still, he was fairly satisfied. This kind of technique was not meant to be mastered in haste. More importantly, it needed to be honed through actual combat. Shaking his right arm, it emitted a crisp popping sound before the illusory dragon arm dispersed once again. He picked up a dry branch from the ground, stirring the fire. The crackling flames filled the jungle with crackling echoes. At this moment, however, his gaze narrowed as he constantly swept his eyes around. The slightest tremor in Wanxiang Fengzuan earlier in the evening had surely been a warning signal. He did not doubt it, and as the night grew deeper, his sense of unease intensified. The air was thick with the feeling of an impending storm. Maybe I'm just being too cautious. He took a deep breath and resumed his meditative position. Schwa. Just then, a sharp whistling sound suddenly tore through the air, followed by rustling leaves. The noise grew more urgent. Ouyang Yuya's eyes shot open. Who's there? His cold gaze locked onto the direction where the sound disappeared. His brows knitted slightly. When he shifted his gaze forward, his pupils constricted. A multitude of thick vine tendrils, each as thick as a person's waist, emerged like pythons from the earth. More than 100 of them surged toward Ouyang Yuya, covering the area in a dense wave. Seeing such an overwhelming number made even him shudder involuntarily with prickled skin and contracted pores. Another gust of wind rang out. A figure leapt from the tent, landing beside Ouyang Yuya. It was Yushi. Soon after, some noise followed, and then 4 more figures dashed out. The originally sleeping members of the Yutan gang were also awakened and began to converge here. As they laid eyes on the dark, swarming vines and grotesque tendrils, their faces instantly turned pale. My God, what is this thing? Yu Feng exclaimed in fear, staring at the vines. It's the Thousand Hands Vine. Yushi replied gravely. Damn, how did we attract these things? Normally, Thousand Hands Vine doesn't attack people unless provoked. Who did it? What happened? Yushi's gaze turned to Ouyang Yuya, knowing he was the only one who could explain what had happened. Do we need to ask? It must be him who brought this upon us. I've always thought he had ulterior motives. Yu Feng sneered. If it were me, I wouldn't be standing here anymore. Ouyang Yuya frowned slightly and replied. Enough. I believe him. Ling Yu snapped, turning toward Ouyang Yuya. Was this what you felt uneasy about this evening? Ouyang Yuya shook his head. I'm not sure. I just had a feeling then. Just now, someone at least at the Soul Master level came by. I think he might be involved, but he was too fast. I couldn't get a good look. Yushi nodded. Among more than 100,000 hands vines, there must be a leader. I'll deal with it later. Ling Yu, you four should focus on killing the vines. Be extremely careful not to be touched by their tendrils. They may not be strong, but they are highly venomous. The rest of the gang, protect the goods carefully. There must be no mistakes. With that, Yushi darted forward, slicing straight into the center of the vines like a sword. Under his powerful soul force, his xiuxian movement, the vines fell like mowed wheat. Behind Yushi, Ling Yu and the others leapt into action, charging into the swarm of vines. Their soul force erupted with every move, cutting down the vines that only possessed early body tempering stage strength. However, there were simply too many, and the fight quickly became overwhelming. Pung pung pung. Swinging the stone tablet in his hands, Ouyang Yuya cut several vines in half. Seeing the still densely packed vines, his brows furrowed. At this rate, their forces would likely wear out before finishing off all the vines. Looking at Ling Yu and the others, their situation wasn't much better. Ling Yu was wielding a slender sword, slicing through the air with flashing blade strikes that were still sharp, but her movements had grown heavier, clearly tiring. And such disgusting things were inherently more terrifying for her. Damn it, these things just won't die. Yu Feng shouted, smashing a thousand hands vine with his fist as he leaned on Yu Yu and Yu Tan, gasping for breath. Let's each cover one direction. Don't scatter. Their tendrils are really good at entangling people. Listening to Yu Tan's suggestion, Yu Feng nodded slightly, just as he was about to move again. No good, Ling Yu. Yu Yu glanced toward where Ling Yu stood and suddenly turned pale. At that moment, Ling Yu was already surrounded by several of the thousand hands vines, and behind her, a hideous tendril streaked toward her back like lightning. Ling Yu, behind you. Yu Feng shouted but could not break free to help. At that moment, Ling Yu had already sensed it herself. However, with enemies both in front and behind, she had no way to dodge. In the moment of crisis, a black beam of light suddenly shot from among the thousand hands vines, piercing through all the vines behind her. A hand reached out and caught Ling Yu's weakened body midair. Are you alright? Ling Yu shook her head slightly. Ouyang Yuya tightened his right arm and, despite Ling Yu's startled cry, pulled her into his embrace. Sliding his feet across the ground, he forcefully carved a path open and placed her beside the cargo. Though the area was also filled with thousand hands vines, they were much fewer here. Besides, with the members of the Yutan gang guarding this place, Ling Yu should be relatively safe for now. Thank you. Ling Yu blushed slightly and said softly, biting her lip. Ouyang Yuya gave a slight shake of his head before rushing back toward where Yu Feng and the others were fighting. Seeing that Ling Yu was safe, Yu Tan finally exhaled in relief. Didn't expect this Ouyang Yuya to be so formidable. His strength is clearly far above ours. Humph. Yu Feng snorted coldly and smashed another thousand hands vine that came forward. Just then, a sudden bestial roar rang out. As Yu Tan and the others looked on in shock, all the surrounding thousand hands vines abruptly stopped moving. They fell flat onto the ground, emitting a deep humming sound like ministers paying homage to their king. Quick, run. What are you waiting for? Ouyang Yuya shouted as he rushed forward. Oh. Yu Tan quickly nodded, but as he turned to retreat, another louder roar suddenly erupted. The surrounding thousand hands vines began to voluntarily pull back to either side, opening up a wide passage. As the resonance deepened, suddenly a massive thousand hands vine appeared at the head of the passage. Its tendrils were inscribed with shimmering golden patterns, radiating a terrifying aura. Obviously, this soul beast had already reached at least the soul scholar level, or even higher. Feeling the immense pressure from this presence, Ouyang Yuya took a deep breath, his expression growing grave. Thousand Hands Vine King. Chapter 117. Know yourself and know your enemy. Xuanhuan. The voice coming out was somewhat stiff, and Ouyang Yuya's expression also turned abnormally grave. Facing an expert who was at least a land spirit master, he probably didn't even possess the strength to resist. As Tianfeng's figure appeared, another gust of wind sounded, and two disciples dressed in Alchemy Institute uniforms arrived. On their chests were badges with a sulfur bomb emblem, a symbol of being a direct disciple. Ouyang Yuya had some impression of them. One was called Wang Hong, and the other Lin Feng. Both had been taken as direct disciples by Tianfeng due to their outstanding talents during the new disciples test. As direct disciples of Tianfeng, their status rose accordingly, so they were somewhat domineering within the academy, though back then, they hadn't even been worth Ouyang Yuya's attention. But the saying, luck and circumstances change over time, couldn't have been more accurate. Upon seeing Ouyang Yuya standing in place, the two were first taken aback, but it was quickly replaced with scorn. Well, isn't this the champion of the test? Wang Hong said mockingly, his tone not difficult to perceive the mockery in it. Ouyang Yuya, why aren't you bowing to the academy headmaster? Lin Feng sneered at Ouyang Yuya, his eyes filled with mockery, showing the same disdain as one would show toward an ant. They knew about Ouyang leaving the academy, so naturally, they knew what would happen if he were caught and taken back. Now seeing the former standout reduced to such a miserable state, they felt triumphant and naturally delighted to kick someone when he's down. Humph, from the day I left, I've no longer been a disciple of Oren. If I'm not, then why should I bow? Hearing Ouyang's words, that disciple was momentarily at a loss for words, then scoffed. You really think you're someone important? A homeless dog dares to talk back to me. Is this how the Oren Academy educates its disciples? TSK, truly broadening my horizons. Ouyang Yuya said with a smile looking at Tianfeng. Suddenly, his face hardened. At lightning speed, he shot forward, and the stone tablet appeared, swiping towards Lin Feng. Ouyang's actions caught everyone completely off guard. Who would have thought that in such a passive situation, he dared to make the first move unless he was insane? Obviously, though his action was insane, it did achieve the effect of seizing the initiative. Not only was Lin Feng shocked, even Tianfeng was momentarily startled, unable to react immediately. And by the time he did, Ouyang Yuya's figure had already darted toward Lin Feng. Brat, how dare you? Filled with rage, Tianfeng struck out with his palm, the air howling with an especially sharp force. Evidently, Ouyang Yuya's actions had enraged him completely. It was as though Ouyang had slapped him openly. Feeling the sharp palm force from behind, Ouyang Yuya formed a seal with both hands, and his clone stepped out from his body, taking the brunt of the fierce palm strike directly. Ouyang Yuya's movements couldn't have been faster. In just a brief delay, he reached in front of Lin Feng. During his time in Black Oren, his strikes were even more decisive. As Lin Feng stared in fear, the stone tablet suddenly swung and landed heavily on his throat, decisively eliminating him. Only right before his death did Lin Feng realize he had angered a killing god. The last thing he saw was Ouyang Yuya's indifferent face and heard those words that sealed his fate. You want to discipline me? You're not qualified. After landing the blow, Ouyang Yuya didn't stay any longer. He waved and recalled his clone, rapidly dashing toward the outside. His earlier action had only been to make an example of one to warn the others. Facing 3 opponents alone was entirely impossible, especially with Tianfeng, a land spirit master, still in command. So the top priority for now was to flee. Pursue him. Today we'll turn Black Oren upside down if we have to, but we will drag him out. Tianfeng glared darkly at the fleeing Ouyang Yuya, his face twitching, extremely furious. To be so openly mocked by a younger generation practitioner at merely the body tempering stage was a complete disrespect and an insult to his dignity. Master, what about Lin Feng? Xuanhuan hesitated and asked. Just a useless waste. Ignore him. Upon hearing this, Tung Kuei and Zhang Hong exchanged glances of shock, clearly not expecting Tianfeng to be so ruthless. With a slight nod, he started to say something else, but was stopped by Tianfeng calling him back. Remember not to let Boyong and others discover us, or else troubles may follow. Looking at the two leaving, Tianfeng trembled, smashing Lin Feng's corpse to pieces with a blow, and then similarly set out in pursuit, showing a clear determination to not rest until he had Ouyang Yuya torn limb from limb. Swish, swish. In a grove of woods, 2 figures gradually emerged, none other than Tung Kuei and the other disciple. At this moment, however, Tung Kuei stopped in his tracks, glancing around while his expression shifted uneasily. What's wrong? Wang Hong looked at Tung Kuei and asked. The trace has vanished. Tung Kuei frowned, glancing at the Huangtian hammer in his hand. Indeed, he could no longer sense Ouyang Yuya's presence, as if he had completely vanished into thin air. How is that possible? Wang Hong frowned. Isn't your Huangtian hammer reliable within 1,000 feet? Hearing the blame in Wang Hong's tone, Tung Kuei coldly replied. What? You suspect I intentionally let him go? Wang Hong merely snorted in response, without further words, the meaning clear enough. Tung Kuei cast a cold glance toward him. In a flash, his figure vanished. Wang Hong also let out a snort and followed closely behind. Once both figures had completely disappeared, Ouyang Yuya slowly stepped out from within the jungle, his face slightly grim. He had never imagined that the Huangtian hammer could detect one's spiritual presence. It seemed this was the true strength of the artifact. It explained why, no matter where he hid, Tung Kuei always managed to locate him. Today, if not for the Wanxiang Fangzuan concealing his aura, there would have been another brutal confrontation. As he was thinking, suddenly, sharp and rapid whistling sounds came from afar. Listening closely, it was evident there were many people approaching. Considering this, Ouyang Yuya frowned slightly. This small path led to Yutong, and normally nobody would ever come here, much less in such a large and conspicuous group. Could it be that the Oren Academy already knew about his presence in Yutong and was coming for him? But soon enough, he discarded the idea, reasoning that if they truly wanted to kill him, there would be no need for such a blatant display. Just as he stirred and was about to leave, a shadow suddenly zipped past at great speed, incredibly swift. Before Ouyang Yuya could react, it had already leaped onto his shoulder. However, upon seeing the creature's shape clearly, he relaxed. He had only seen the monkey. Looking at the monkey grinning widely, Ouyang Yuya smiled and gently patted its head. He looked toward the distant figures who had grown closer, finally revealing the identities of the ones arriving. Indeed, it was Su Huang and others who had rushed over upon hearing the news, including Ling Yu and Yu Hong. Seeing Ouyang Yuya unharmed, everyone finally exhaled in relief. Ouyang Yuya's gaze shifted toward Ling Yu, who, understanding his look, pouted. I was just worried something happened to you. So I called everyone. Hearing her words, Ouyang Yuya helplessly shook his head and bowed toward Yu Hong. I made the hall leader come all this way for nothing. Yu Hong waved a hand dismissively. I told you, as long as you are in my Yutong, how could I possibly stay indifferent when something happens to you? By the way, because of the urgency, Xiaoyu didn't clearly explain the whole story. Now, you can explain exactly what happened. Ouyang Yuya nodded firmly, just about to open his mouth, when suddenly the monkey on his shoulder grew restless, growling lowly toward Yu Hong, while its body trembled uncontrollably, as though sensing something it intensely loathed. Monkey! Ouyang Yuya frowned and patted its head. Don't be rude, behave yourself. After hearing Ouyang Yuya's stern whisper, the monkey became slightly calmer, but continued to perch on Ouyang Yuya's shoulder, its beastly pupils filled with hostility, staring fixedly at Yu Hong. Ouyang Yuya helplessly smiled at Yu Hong and said, Hall leader, the monkey doesn't understand manners. Please bear with it. Haha, no problem. Continue on. From what Xiaoyu said, this matter seems extremely important. Ouyang Yuya nodded. The specifics are still unclear to me. However, it seems like outsiders have caught wind of the upcoming opening of the xiuxian pool. Now the Oran Academy has already dispatched people into Black Oran, and their likely target is the xiuxian pool. They're already here? Upon hearing this, Su Huang's expression slightly changed. You've encountered them? Only met Tian Feng and Tang Kuei from the Alchemy Institute and engaged them in battle. However, I haven't seen Lin Song and Bo Xiong, the two institute heads. As Ouyang Yuya spoke, he glanced toward Lin Xian and noticed her hands unconsciously clenching the edge of her clothes. He gently held her hand, finding it icy cold. Noticing Ouyang Yuya's awkwardness, Su Shi chuckled and said, What are you afraid of? If necessary, we'll just fight them head on. As soon as Su Shi finished, even Su Huang and the gentle-tempered Su Wan nodded in agreement. Ouyang Yuya bitterly shook his head and looked at Yu Hong. Hall leader, do you have any plans? Given the Oran Academy's strength, I fear we alone won't be able to defend the xiuxian pool. Yu Hong nodded solemnly. This matter surrounding the xiuxian pool is too significant to allow outside forces any involvement. Yushi, at your command. Elder Yushi stepped forward respectfully. Now, after more than 10 days of recovery, Yushi's injuries had mostly healed, returning to his previous strong and robust state, which greatly amazed Ouyang Yuya. He secretly remarked that a soul master's physical resilience truly was formidable. Had it been himself, it would probably take at least a year or more to recover fully. You go inform Yuntang first. Tell them the Oran Academy has intervened regarding the xiuxian pool, and let them handle the specifics. Seeing Yu Hang's arrangements, Ouyang Yuya nodded slightly. He had once heard about the relationship between Yutong and Yuntang. Although their interaction was decent, they were still rival factions, always secretly competing. Yu Hang's approach not only saved face for Yuntang, but also let them deal with the headache. After all, the xiuxian pool's here was something Yutong hadn't obtained for many years. Losing this chance wasn't really a big deal. For powerful factions like Yuntang, however, its disappearance could directly affect their foundation, so unless absolutely necessary, they would never let go easily. I heard from Su Huang that you all are from the Oran Academy? Yu Hang suddenly asked. That's right. Ouyang Yuya nodded. May I ask what instructions you have, Hall Leader? How strong is the Oran Academy? In your opinion, how many top experts have they sent this time? Yu Hang pondered. Very strong. At least, I think they're stronger than all the forces in Black Oran combined. They have at least 4 grandmasters alone. This time, I believe they have sent deputy deans from various institutes and some of their personally trained disciples. In my opinion, as long as the 5 great factions unite, there shouldn't be a problem. Yu Hang nodded. I will explain this to the leaders of other factions when I return. Still, cultivation must never slacken. Even if we all end up fighting for it together, the stronger one is, the greater the chance of success. Yes. Ouyang Yuya nodded, watching the departing figures of Yu Hong and others while clenching his fist tightly. If things truly escalated to a confrontation between both sides, the situation would definitely not be simple. Chapter 118, The Mysterious Copper Block. As Yu Hong and others left one after another, only Lin Xian and Ouyang Yuya remained at the spot. Under this somewhat oppressive atmosphere, they looked at each other without speaking a word. Will we meet your father and the others this time? Lin Xian finally broke the awkward silence after a moment. I suppose so. Since Tian Feng has arrived, Uncle Lin and Master Bo Xiong should be present as well. Otherwise, how could they maintain control over all the powers in Xiaolan? Ouyang Yuya paused before asking. If Uncle Lin asks you to return home, will you agree? Lin Xian's body slightly trembled. She suddenly looked up at him and asked, So, is it only sibling feelings you have for me? Ouyang Yuya slightly stiffened, his brows slightly furrowed, but he remained silent. I see. Lin Xian nodded and started walking toward Yutong. Xian, this is for you. Ouyang Yuya handed her a martial arts manual, the Luiying he had acquired during the auction that day. Thank you. Holding the manual in her hands, Lin Xian suddenly smiled and then walked toward Yutong. Watching her slightly desolate figure disappear into the distance, Ouyang Yuya clenched his fists tightly. The news of Aolan Academy's involvement in the xiuxian pool matter spread quickly like a heavy bomb dropped in Xiaolan within a few days. Amid such widespread chatter, all the forces in Xiaolan naturally turned their attention toward it, some astonished, some secretly pleased. Obviously, this was an outcome they were happy to witness. The xiuxian pool could be said to be a holy site universally known among Xiaolan, with xiuxian liquid formed every 3 years. Its value and usage were obvious without further explanation. Acquiring it could greatly enhance the strength of one's young disciples. However, due to the deterrence of the 5 great factions, even other factions with intentions to seize it dared not openly provoke them. No one wished to make enemies of such powerful forces, fearing they might lose their lives once they made a move. Yet Aulon Academy's sudden intervention made them see an opportunity for gain. Perhaps during the delay caused by Aulon Academy, there might be a chance to profit from the chaos. With such thoughts circulating, countless eyes were secretly watching the movements of both the 5 great factions in Hey Aulon and Aulon Academy. In particular, Aulon Academy had become the center of attention in this situation. Their decision would directly impact the rules and power dynamics that had persisted in Hey Aulon for years. Interestingly, from that day onward, no further news about Aulon Academy surfaced at all. The academy suddenly became unusually quiet and showed no reactions despite the widespread rumors. Similarly, the 5 great factions responded with a composed and indifferent attitude. This situation led many secretly observing them to nod in understanding. Both sides were now gambling, and the first to lose composure would definitely end up in a disadvantageous position. Although this confrontation appeared calm on the surface, the undercurrents were intense. The suffocating stillness weighed heavily on people's minds, causing unrest in Hey Aulon, like a city on the verge of a storm. However, these outer events were completely unknown to Ouyang Yuya deep inside Utah. He merely felt that Aulon Academy's activities had decreased significantly in recent days, and even their efforts to capture him had become more relaxed, giving him an abnormally surreal feeling. If not for the wounds on his body caused by the Huantian hammer, he might have even thought it was a fabrication. After all, technically speaking, he had just fled from the academy and withdrawn himself from school. That alone wouldn't justify a manhunt like this. Their real goal was undoubtedly his possession of the Da Huang Lingju, Great Wilderness Spirit Manual. Thinking of this caused Ouyang Yuya to feel a surge of fury. Just wait. When I return, I'll pay you a visit, and I'll be sure to present you with a small token of my gratitude, Ouyang Yuya murmured softly. In recent days, with the imminent opening of the Huntan Pool, the entire Hey Aulon had begun to function like a vast machine gradually starting to move. This occasion, which used to be routine, had become complicated and unpredictable because of Aulon Academy's involvement. Most people were now focusing intently on the unfolding developments, eager to know how the 5 great powers of Hey Aulon would respond to Aulon Academy. In line with nearly everyone else's thoughts, Ouyang Yuya and the few other contestants also waited for the opening of the Huntan Pool, and even figures like xuanhuan became more diligent in their training. For them, Aulon Academy remained the greatest concern. Undeniably, since acquiring the crystal cores left behind by Tu Xiao and Shui Xiao, the cultivation speed of both xuanhuan and xuanhuan had improved dramatically. Watching this, Su Shi drooled with desire and roared that he had to cultivate faster, striving to solidify his soul heart and attain his own elemental affinity as soon as possible. While everyone else was busily cultivating, Ouyang Yuya found himself unusually idle. His strength had already surpassed that of Lin Xian and others. There was nothing more he could improve at the moment. Unless he could break through and open his soul heart, further cultivation would yield no progress. Thus, while others were busy, he ended up being the most free. Out of boredom, he began preparing some medicinal ingredients and buried himself in studying the alchemy summary, even attempting to create some basic crystals using the cauldron. What surprised Ouyang Yuya was that this cauldron, which looked extremely fragile, wasn't nearly as poor in performance as he had imagined. On the contrary, it was surprisingly sturdy. With the cauldron in hand, and following the refining methods described in the summary, he could indeed manipulate it. However, as the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. After all, he was a complete novice. At the start, while refining the crystals, the fire control was off, the medicinal liquids were unevenly mixed, and his operation of the cauldron was clumsy. As a result, he failed nearly every other attempt. Many times, the cauldron even exploded, causing Ouyang Yuya to break into cold sweats. If not for the cauldron's large size, a single spark might have burned off a layer of his skin. Because of this, he became deeply grateful for having obtained this cauldron. Otherwise, using a simple brazier would have led to such a high failure rate that it surely would have driven him to tears. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he muttered to himself that being an alchemist truly was a tiring and exhausting task, especially when refining crystals. He had exhausted himself to create just 2 fire cannon crystals. All the rest had failed. What pained him the most was the loss of the 100-year-old medicinal herbs. To ensure the highest quality, he had purchased only the finest ingredients. Each explosion meant a waste of valuable silver, and the sight made his heart ache. Over the following days, Ouyang Yuya locked himself in his room, fully dedicating himself to alchemy. As time passed, loud booming explosions and Ouyang Yuya's muttered curses could often be heard coming from within the room. Sparks flew everywhere, making passers-by skin crawl. This state persisted for several days straight before finally ending. The thousands of taels worth of medicinal ingredients he had bought quickly disappeared. Ouyang Yuya exhaled deeply, gazing at the 20 crystals neatly arranged before him. His lips twitched slightly as he muttered. Alchemy was indeed a money-burning profession. With thousands of taels spent, only 20 crystals had been made. However, Ouyang Yuya didn't fully realize his good fortune. The path of alchemy was inherently extremely difficult, and it consumed an enormous amount of resources. That's why so few people became alchemists. Even those with excellent talent, under the direct guidance of professional mentors, would rarely be able to create 20 crystals in the early stages. If such a feat were revealed, it would definitely cause an uproar. Of course, much of the credit belonged to the summary. What was recorded in it was by no means inferior to the teachings of a master. It was even superior in many ways. With an annoyed sigh, Ouyang Yuya glanced at the 20 crystals in his hand. Because he wanted to learn the chain lightning bomb, all the crystals he'd created were fire-type, third-rank fire cannons, which could best amplify the effects of that martial technique. If he used them carefully, these 20 crystals should last until the end of the Hun Tan Pool contest. Nodding slightly, he thought about how the Hall Master and Elders were currently discussing the Hun Tan Pool at the main headquarters. Since the pool wouldn't open for a few more days, no matter the outcome, he was determined to obtain the Hun Tan liquid. If necessary, he would go with Monkey and make his own way inside. After all, he was alone with no family. Right now, nothing mattered more than clearing his father's name. Therefore, he was willing to sacrifice anything for the sake of strengthening his power. Just then, as if suddenly remembering something, he moved his right hand across his waist and pulled out a green copper block. His eyes slightly narrowed. This copper block had been obtained by chance at the foot of a mountain. Yet, even now, he had not been able to determine its ability. For some time now, it had remained quiet inside his xiuxian bag, which made him all the more curious about the object. However, after extensive research, he only discovered that the material of this item was extremely high quality, so much so that even the sharp dagger in his possession couldn't leave a mark on it. That was the only thing he had discovered so far. Thinking this, he reignited the fire beneath the cauldron and hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and tossing the copper block into the cauldron. Since none of the other methods worked, he'd just have to see if he could burn it down. The moment the copper block touched the flame, it was engulfed by the fire of the cauldron, falling onto the vessel inside. As the flames devoured and refined it, a series of crisp crackling sounds immediately echoed out, as if dry firewood was burning. Ouyang Yuya sat cross-legged beside the cauldron, adjusting the flame while closely observing the copper block inside through the opening. He remained in that position for an entire day. What puzzled him was that no matter how fiercely the flames burned, the copper block remained completely unaffected, showing no sign of melting at all. This both frustrated and disheartened him, making him feel that this method had turned out to be equally ineffective. Still unwilling to give up, he increased the flame once more. Suddenly, the previously unmoving copper block showed slight signs of melting, but just as quickly returned to its original state, deepening Ouyang Yuya's disappointment. It seems this still won't work. Shaking his head slightly, he was about to extinguish the fire when a sudden ripple emanated from the cauldron, freezing his hand halfway through the motion. For the first time, his expression changed. This is soul force. Ouyang Yuya stared at the cauldron while sensing the energy radiating from it. Indeed, what he felt was unmistakably soul force. More shockingly, as the flames continued to burn, the copper block finally showed signs of melting, and the ripple became even more intense. Startled, Ouyang Yuya immediately felt the myriad image vase within his body vibrate once again in response to the energy. The two forces seemed to resonate with each other. His pupils sharply contracted as he suddenly heard a muffled thunderclap-like boom. At that moment, the flame in the cauldron was violently extinguished, and a green orb shot out from inside, streaking toward Ouyang Yuya at lightning speed. Chapter 119 Feng Shao. Seeing his punch shadow effortlessly blocked, Ouyang Yuya's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. How long have you been following me? Hee. I've been behind you ever since you left Jade Hall, or more precisely, since you entered the auction house. You've been under my surveillance. The young man laughed with his hands behind his back. Upon hearing these words, Ouyang Yuya became even more serious. Soon afterward, a chill ran through his entire body. He hadn't noticed there was such a latent enemy behind him, and even the myriad manifestations vase had failed to detect anything either. This indicated that if the enemy wasn't significantly stronger than himself, then the man's footwork was just incredibly superb, concealing himself completely. So your identity, strength, and all martial techniques you've mastered are clearly known to me. Of course, that includes your world-shaking palm that defeated Thousand-Armed Vine King. I must say, you really are a tenacious opponent. So you believe you can withstand that palm too? Ouyang Yuya asked darkly. Haha, previously I might not have had the confidence, but now I'm about 80% sure. If I'm not mistaken, after using a technique of that magnitude, you must feel weakened for a while. If you'd kept hiding, I wouldn't dare to act with that old man watching over you. But now you've separated yourself. Well then, I'll finish you off sooner rather than later and get my assignment done. Oh, and my name is Feng Shao. After speaking, Feng Shao exuded an intense fluctuation from within his body. Magician. Sensing the fluctuation from Feng Shao, Ouyang Yuya's expression suddenly changed. Instantly stomping his foot on the ground, his figure shot forward. The dragon arm appeared and swung a fist down toward the opponent. The long-range attacks of a mage were undoubtedly powerful, but they weren't as strong in close combat. So Ouyang Yuya decided to close the distance as soon as he moved. Quite interesting. Feng Shao smiled slightly. His feet seemed to generate wind as he shot far backward, simultaneously conjuring blades of condensed wind element that slashed out. Boom, boom, boom. Deflecting all those wind blades. Ouyang Yuya was also pushed back by the counterforce. Shaking his slightly numb wrist, he frowned slightly while observing Feng Shao quickly retreating and muttered. So it's wind attribute. He had seen many wind attribute mages before, such as Chao Zhen and Wang Shui during the academy exam, but compared to Feng Shao, they were nothing more than small sorcerers. Wind mages were especially known for their speed. Cold snorting slightly, Ouyang Yuya summoned the stone tablet and lunged toward Feng Shao again. The stone tablet thrummed with a mournful howling wind as it moved. Overestimating yourself. Feng Shao scoffed as whirlwinds of air gathered together into countless tiny light swords that fell like a rain of blades, all aimed at Ouyang Yuya's vital spots. Clang. Clang, clang. A series of crisp sounds erupted as Ouyang Yi swung the stone tablet, defending against the incoming blade storm, though a few small blades still managed to wound him. Humph! Letting out a soft shout, Ouyang Yi caused the myriad manifestations vase to vibrate. A white light shield immediately emerged, blocking the entire downpour of blades, while simultaneously extending one finger to shoot a black beam outward. Feng Xiao dodged the black beam by tilting his head, smirking coldly. He then clenched his palm and a silent wind blade appeared, striking Ouyang Yi suddenly. Flesh was instantly slashed open, revealing gleaming white bone. Kid, you're no match for me. Just submit to death quietly. Ouyang Yi let out a muffled groan, his eyes flashing with sharp light. Taking a deep breath, he bent his palm and conjured a blue blade, which emitted a sharp, vibrating sound under the effect of a fierce energy. Gazing at the blue blade in his hand, Ouyang Yi gritted his teeth, endured his body's pain, and then stimulated the metallic qi inside. Under the influence of golden light, a golden soul blade appeared in his grasp, brimming with piercing force, pointing directly at Feng Xiao. Under such a ferocious energy pressure, Feng Xiao's expression finally darkened. He made some hand signs as wild whirlwinds suddenly surged from under his feet, coiling like a coiled dragon around his body. Go! With a point toward Ouyang Yi, the hurricane surrounding Feng Xiao engulfed the incoming opponent. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the storm subsided, a figure shot out from it and slammed heavily onto the ground. It was indeed Ouyang Yi. Now he appeared rather battered, with his clothing torn in many places and various sized wounds covering his body. Cough cough. Ouyang Yi coughed lightly, staring at Feng Xiao, who remained calm and composed. Feelings of powerlessness surging up from the depths of his heart, though this soon transformed into Jing rage and anger. With just you, you're not qualified to kill me yet, he said, wiping his forehead and again stimulating the wild qi within his body, which now surged forth even more powerfully than before. Oh, that force again. Feng Xiao, in the distance, sensed the rising energy from Ouyang Yi's body and showed shock on his face. He had seen this force help Ouyang Yi escape danger many times before. Indeed, even he himself felt somewhat suffocated by the xiuxian. Immediately, he performed a series of hand seals, forming 3 whirlwinds that surged toward Ouyang Yi. Break for me, Ouyang Yi roared. In the empty air, an ancient brown palm imprint appeared and gently swept down toward the 3 approaching whirlwinds. Under the might of the desolate palm, the 3 whirlwinds shattered instantly, and the palm imprint, with fierce momentum, struck toward Feng Xiao once again. Watching the rapidly expanding fierce palm imprint before him, Feng Xiao appeared unruffled. His fingers moved rapidly, forming another formation that floated in the air. At the same time, he suddenly slapped his right palm against his chest, spitting out a blood arrow that shot into the formation. As a gonglong sound erupted, the formation suddenly became bright, forming a towering cyan barrier that enveloped him, rippling slightly. Looking at the barrier surrounding Feng Xiao, Ouyang Yi nodded slightly. No wonder he had claimed to withstand the attack. If he wasn't mistaken, this formation was likely his true source of confidence. Suppressing the weakness within his body, Ouyang Yi sat cross-legged, let out a low shout, and his clone emerged from his body. Following Ouyang Yi's command, it darted toward Feng Xiao. Bang! Crack! The desolate palm struck the cyan barrier violently, producing a sound like a muffled thunderclap, pushing both of them apart forcefully. Haha! I told you that technique no longer. Feng Xiao laughed wildly, but suddenly saw the clone already arriving in front of him. Unprepared, he was smashed away by a powerful punch. Immediately after, the clone launched another attack, throwing punches in a dense, unbroken series. Although the clone couldn't use martial techniques or moves, its robust resistance and stamina made it extremely troublesome. In an instant, Feng Xiao was caught in a close-range brawl with the clone and became flustered, quickly beaten until his face was swollen and bruised. Get away! Feng Xiao roared furiously, his hands flashing cyan light as he condensed a massive cyan sword that plunged into the clone's chest. With a slight shout, the clone was torn apart into fragments. However, he soon sensed something was wrong. Looking up, he saw Ouyang Yi squatting unsteadily in front of him. Under the horrified gaze of Feng Xiao, a thick jet of flame erupted from the sulfur cannon in Ouyang Yi's hand, instantly engulfing Feng Xiao's body. Accompanied by piercing screams, Feng Xiao's presence continuously weakened. Fool! Killing me is useless. Your companions are probably already all dead by now. Huh? Hearing Feng Xiao's words, Ouyang Yi's heart sank instantly. He injected even more desolate qi into the sulfur cannon, deepening the color of the flame, which faintly glowed an eerie green. Feng Xiao's struggle grew weaker until finally, he made no more sound. Pata! A soft cracking sound echoed. Ouyang Yi's eyes sharpened. He retracted the flames, picked up the remaining cyan crystal on the ground, and tossed it into his Zhenkun pouch. Thinking about Feng Xiao's words, it seemed Feng Xiao was only meant to delay him. The real trouble was still ahead. If his guess was correct, their true target was definitely Jade Hall. He needed to hurry back immediately. If anything happened to Ling Yu and the others, regardless of emotional consequences, there would be no chance of acquiring the Wunshin Yit he was interested in. Just as he stood up, a wave of dizziness hit him, followed by a profound sense of weakness and pain rising from his dantian. He shook his head bitterly. It had truly been a reckless gamble. In the midst of intense exhaustion, he heavily passed out. Chapter 120. The 3 Bandits of the Wilderness Mountain. As Ouyang Yi struggled to open his heavy eyelids, the familiar sight of the surrounding mountains and forests came into view. Suppressing the weakness surging through his body, he forced himself to get up. After observing his internal condition, he couldn't help but release a breath of relief. The damage inside was certainly much lighter than he had imagined. Though he had sustained injuries, none of them were critical. The weakness in his body stemmed from the previous use of his wild energy and the blood-dripping wolf fawn. Letting out a long breath, he sat cross-legged and immediately entered a cultivation state. As he entered deep meditation, the xuanhuan vase inside him automatically raised a barrier that wrapped around his body. Perhaps because his soul energy was almost depleted, as soon as he settled into meditation, he could feel the pores all over his body open wide, greedily absorbing the soul energy from the air like a plant finally receiving long-awaited rain. His aura began to expand once again. A few thousand feet away from where Xiuxian lay, past the foot of the mountain, stretched a range of continuous peaks. Only beyond this point was it truly called the Wilderness Mountain. Even the outer regions had occasional kunsho, soul beasts, roaming around, though they were mostly relatively low-level ones. Even so, very few people dared to come here unless it was a team of mercenaries hunting beasts for their cores. Otherwise, no one would willingly enter this dangerous area. So, this place was generally very quiet. Suddenly, a sharp whistling cut through the stillness of the jungle, and then 4 figures darted past, clearly fleeing for their lives. At the forefront was a white-clad woman. Her once pristine garments were now stained with dust and blood, and her entire appearance was disheveled, clearly having gone through fierce combat. If Xiuxian were present, he would immediately recognize her. This woman was Lingyu, who had come out with him. Following behind Lingyu, Yufeng and the other 2 also bore injuries, but they had no time to dwell on their condition. From their expressions, it was clear they had encountered grave danger. Yufeng kept glancing behind, anxiously asking, "Lingyu, where exactly are we heading?" The elder specifically told us to return to the hall. Yes, going any further means entering the deeper parts of the Wilderness Mountain. There, the soul beast will be even more dangerous, Yu added, clearly uneasy. Do you think they'll let us return to the hall unimpeded? There must be an ambush set up along the way back. We'll just be walking into our deaths. On the contrary, even those 3 know how perilous the depths of the Wilderness Mountain are, so it's actually safer if we hide in there. Lingyu paused for a moment before murmuring. Besides, maybe we can find him. You still believe in him? I told you from the beginning that something was off about him. First, he strangely knew about the 1,000-hand vines attack in advance, and now, when danger comes, he's vanished. Isn't that suspicious? Lingyu was left speechless by Yufeng's accusation, but she continued staring into the heart of the Wilderness Mountain, whispering softly, "Where exactly are you now?" At that moment, another sharper, more intense sound of rushing wind erupted. The expression of Lingyu and the others changed drastically. Before they could react, 3 figures appeared ahead of them on the path. "Ha ha ha, Miss Lingyu, where are you off to?" One of them called out mockingly. Lingyu glared with distaste at the slightly overweight middle-aged man leading the group, her dark eyebrows slightly knitting together. "Wang Cheng, don't you fear revenge from our Jade Hall? If you dare to harm me today, my father will never let you go. You won't be able to continue playing the mountain boss peacefully anymore." Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng's expression shifted slightly, but soon he sneered coldly. "The Jade Hall? Haha, what a sharp-tongued girl. Yes, Yu Heng is someone we indeed cannot offend. However, there are others willing to handle that matter for us. As for us, the 3 bandits of the Wilderness Mountain, our job is simply to eliminate the 4 of you outstanding disciples from the Jade Hall." Lingyu's expression changed sharply, and gritting her teeth, she spat out. "It's because of the soul drool essence, isn't it? Ha ha, clever girl. Since you've already figured it out, we certainly can't let any of you leave alive. Take a look at this." Wang Cheng laughed, nodding at the Wang Yin behind him. Wang Yin understood and promptly threw the body he was dragging forward. Elder Yushi. Seeing the figure now lying motionless on the ground, Lingyu and the others' faces turned pale with fury. This old bastard still had the audacity to try and stop us single-handedly. He was just dreaming. Cough cough. Elder Yushi slowly raised his bloodied hand, gently patting Lingyu's wrist. "Miss, this old servant has failed to protect you adequately." Elder, seeing the kind, old man, who had been like a grandfather to her, now barely clinging to life, Lingyu was overcome with emotion, her eyes quickly reddening. "Die!" Yufeng roared furiously and rushed straight at Wang Cheng, unleashing a fierce punch. "Humph!" Wang Yin snorted coldly, grabbing Yufeng's arm and twisting it with force. With a crackling sound, Yufeng's arm went limp and hung lifelessly at his side. Then, with a single slap, Wang Yin sent him flying. "Get lost, Yufeng!" Yu Tan rushed forward, lifting the pale-faced Yufeng up and glaring coldly at Wang Yin, his fists clenched tightly. He was clearly furious beyond measure. "Haha, stop these useless struggles. I told you it's useless unless the Jade Toad, King Yu Heng himself shows up." Elder Yushi shook his head, his eyes filled with helplessness. Facing 3 soul cultivators, they were clearly no match. "Wang Cheng, karma exists. If I survive today, I shall settle this with you in the future. Until death do we part." "Haha, nicely said. I look forward to that." Wang Cheng laughed. "But I'm afraid you won't get that chance. Well then, it's time to send you off." Xiuxian finally awoke after half a day of meditation. He exhaled a stream of murky qi and felt his energy, now fully restored, coursing through his body again. Clenching his fist, he conjured his crimson dragon arm. It had become much denser and more solid. Nodding in satisfaction, he looked toward the direction they had come from and recalled the words Feng Xiao had spoken earlier. His expression darkened, and without hesitation, he dashed forward at full speed. It had already been a full day since he had lost consciousness. He hoped it wasn't too late. He still had a good impression of Yu Tang, Elder Yu Shi, Ling Yu, and others. Besides, Elder Yu Shi had promised him the chance to participate in the battle for the Soul Drool Essence Pool. Please, don't let anything happen to them. With these thoughts, he pushed himself to his limits. Amidst the continuous howling wind from his speed, he kept searching desperately for Ling Yu and the others. Elder Yu Shi struggled to stand and said, I will hold off Wang Cheng. The two of you each will distract Wang Yin and Wang Tong. There's no need to face them head on. Just delay them. I have already sent someone back to notify the main hall, and Yu Yin and the others should arrive soon. Ling Yu and the others nodded gravely before splitting into pairs and charging forward. How presumptuous. Just as Wang Cheng sneered and prepared to attack, Elder Yu Shi blocked his path. Wang Cheng, today we settle this once and for all. Oh, you've got a tough life indeed. With your current state? Wang Cheng said, smirking. With a flick of his right hand, he drew a long sword and slashed a few deadly arcs at Yu Shi's vital points. Yu Shi stepped back and launched a punch, sending Wang Cheng flying backward. But at the same time, Yu Shi spat out a mouthful of blood. Haha, come again. Laughing wildly, Wang Cheng rushed forward. His sword tip moved like thunder, piercing directly at Yu Shi's chest. At this point, Yu Shi was already exhausted. Though he desperately tried to dodge that fierce strike, his body betrayed him. Unable to keep up, pierced by the blade, he collapsed heavily, his life hanging in the balance. Elder, Ling Yu's eyes darkened instantly. Worry about yourself first. Wang Yin sneered coldly. With a shake of his launcher, he fired several explosive projectiles, sending Ling Yu flying painfully backward. Simultaneously, as though a chain reaction had been triggered, Yu Tan and the others also fell defeated. Within moments, the battle's outcome was decided. Elder Yu Shi sighed softly, closing his eyes slowly. Still not enough, huh? Oh Yang Yuya. Ling Yu cried out desperately, calling for the last shred of hope. But all that responded was the endless echoing sound, and Wang Cheng's arrogant laughter. The scent of death drew ever closer. Chapter 121 arriving just in time. Wang Tong sneered, his hands swiftly moving as spiritual energy transformed into a blade of ice pressed against Ling Yu's fair neck. Tsk tisk, truly a pity. The holy maiden of Heolan reduced to such a state. Blame it on being from Yutong. Wang Tong's tone was full of regret, yet his actions showed no mercy. His right hand tightened on the icy blade, slicing downward. Where the icy blade touched, Ling Yu let out a stifled groan, her face instantly turning pale as she clenched her silver teeth. Blood flowed from the wound. Suddenly, a green glow appeared, and a layer of green scales emerged on her neck, halting the descending blade. Wang Tong's eyes narrowed. So it's Yuchan's scale? Tsk. Yu Heng truly cherishes you, his precious daughter, giving this to you. Wang Tong, my father already knows I'm in danger and will arrive shortly. When he does, none of you will escape. Ling Yu trembled as she shouted. Once the hall master arrives, you'll all be homeless strays. Yu laughed. Silence. Wang Yin harshly slapped him, grinning at Yu Shi whose face was twisted with rage. Eastern Elder, today let you experience the helplessness of watching Yutong's princess perish before your very eyes. Aha. Wang Tong, proceed. No more chatter with them. Wang Tong nodded, his icy blade glowing even brighter. As he prepared to act, suddenly a thunderous whistling sound rang out. Before Wang Cheng and others could react, a pitch-black light point descended, swiftly moving several times before appearing before Wang Tong. Before he could respond, a fiery red dragon arm emerged before him, mercilessly smashing into the ice blade, and then delivering a relentless punch to his chest. With a heavy, cracking sound, Wang Tong's body was thrown away. Wang Tong, Wang Cheng bellowed, looking at the figure standing before Ling Yu. This figure appeared rather thin, and seemed extremely frail in its tattered clothing. Oh Yang Yuya. Ling Yu looked at the figure before her, her voice filled with joy. Oh Yang Yuya turned to face the injured crowd, his expression darkening significantly at the sight of the gruesome wound on Ling Yu's neck. He patted her shoulder. All right. Ling Yu nodded heavily, as if, with him present, no danger remained. Young friend. Yu Shi, seeing Ouyang Yuye's arrival, glanced with a glimmer in his eye and struggled to stand. Ouyang Yuye stepped forward to support him. Upon seeing the bone-exposing sword wound on his chest, Ouyang Yuye could not help but feel a chill. What terrifying means? Young friend, I know with your abilities escaping won't be difficult for you. I don't ask you to rescue us, merely to protect the young lady. This is the Eastern Hall token. If you can accomplish this, the Eastern Hall of Yutong shall be yours. Feeling the token in his hand, Ouyang Yuye gave a slight sigh, then replaced it in Yu Shi's arms. Taking out a jade tablet with a map embedded, he asked Yu Tan, who was supporting Yu Feng, do you still have the strength? Yu Tan did not understand what Ouyang Yuye meant, but nodded dully. Ouyang Yuye smiled, then turned to face Wang Cheng. Kid, I don't care about your background. Since you're here, leave it to Grandpa. In the face of Wang Cheng's outburst, Ouyang Yuye acted as if he heard nothing, ignoring him completely. He erased the mark in the jade tablet, bit his finger, and injected his blood into the tablet. Then he flicked his fingers repeatedly, transforming it into 3 blood-colored marks that zipped toward Wang Cheng and his companions. What are you doing, kid? Seeing the blood rushing toward him, Wang Cheng, coodiously startled, swung his fist to strike, but the blood marks disintegrated into countless small blood droplets that adhered to his body like lingering dust. Ouyang Yuye threw the jade tablet to Yu Tan. Take this jade tablet and return to the hall. There's my mark on it, so no matter where they hide, Yutong will sense it. Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng's face changed dramatically. He hadn't expected this young man to be so decisive. This move directly targeted their vulnerability. Exchanging glances with Wang Yin and the other two, they simultaneously attacked, their target clearly the jade tablet in Yu Tan's hand. Ouyang Yuya smirked and sent out 3 gusts of power. Wang Cheng, who had suffered before, was immediately alarmed and retreated, but only moments later Yu Tan had vanished. Damn it, Wang Cheng roared furiously. If Yu Heng got his hands on that tablet, they would probably be fugitives for the rest of their lives. Little brat, come die for grandpa. Wang Tong roared, charging forth. Wang Yin, chase after that kid. We've got this here. Ouyang Yuya's expression hardened. His hands formed a seal, and a clone immediately stepped forward, blocking Wang Yan's advance. At the same time, his right arm trembled violently, and the fiery red dragon arm appeared, crashing head-on against Wang Tong's ferocious strike. Honglong, a dull explosion rang out. Ouyang Yuya was pushed back, and as he staggered backward, a searing pain shot through his chest and arm. Even the sleeve of his robe was shattered by the violent force. Shaking his numb arm, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but grimace inwardly. The strength of a soul cultivator truly was formidable indeed, far beyond what he could handle at the moment. Even with the enhancement of the dragon rock arm, he was still so far behind. A mere 9th-stage body cultivator still trying to play the hero saving a beauty. Wang Tong sneered at Ouyang Yuya, his eyes filled with contempt and mockery. Cracking his knuckles, he looked at Ouyang Yuya's clone, which Wang Yin was mercilessly hammering, helpless and unable to fight back. If this is all you rely on, then the battle can end right here. Cold laughter escaped Wang Tong's lips as spiritual energy surfaced around him. Under the surrounding aura of ice, it condensed into an ice spear aimed directly at Ouyang Yuya's head. Another mage. Ouyang Yuya inhaled deeply. His immediate goal was simply to stall for time until Master Yu arrived. After weighing his options for a moment, he turned to Ling Yu and the others and shouted, "Retreat." Gritting his teeth, he lowly growled, and the wild energy within him transformed again. This time, unlike before, when he had only released the seal on the wild seed and used the stored wild energy, he now followed the cultivation route of the grand wild spirit art, for the first time fully awakening this martial skill. Wang. As soon as the grand wild spirit art was activated, Ouyang Yuya felt the wild energy and soul power inside him erupt like 2 surging streams of magma, merging into a new force surging through his tendons, bones, and flesh. Under this momentum, even the sharp metal essence slightly trembled. As powerful waves of energy collided and roiled within him, unbearable pain surged throughout his body. This was the first true time he had activated the grand wild spirit art in full. Although prior cultivation had allowed him to generate the wild energy needed to trigger the art, to comprehensively employ its force required forging a soul core and strengthening the physical body to the soul cultivator level just to withstand such a violent force. As such, he had absolutely no idea how exactly the grand wild spirit art would manifest, completely lost in darkness. Internally, chaos reigned, but he had completely lost awareness of the external turbulence his actions had caused. As the grand wild spirit art operated, nearly all of Ouyang Yuya's available strength was compressed and fused, focusing entirely into his dantian. The overflowing wild energy caused Wang Cheng and the others to feel their faces change drastically. Attack together and kill him. This kid is too strange. Wang Cheng's face darkened. All the plans of today had been utterly ruined by Ouyang Yuya. One wrong move, and now the entire game was lost. The sudden chain of events had completely thrown Wang Cheng off his usual calm. At this moment, a low growl, like that of a wild beast, suddenly erupted from deep within Ouyang Yuya's body. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Condense. A more savage roar rang out, as Ouyang Yuya spat forth another mouth of refined blood essence. His face paled even further. Yet within that blood, a massive brown hand formed. Carrying a savage and ancient aura, it locked onto Wang Cheng and the other two. Before such a fierce energy, it was only now that Wang Cheng and his companions' expressions truly displayed fear and panic. At the edge of the wilderness, a group swiftly advanced deeper into the mountains. Closer inspection revealed that it numbered dozens of people, all clad in black robes. Embroidered on their chests was the 3-eyed toad emblem that clearly marked their identity, Yutong. At the forefront of the group marched a middle-aged man similarly dressed in black. A cruel scar ran down the side of his face. This man was none other than Yu Heng, the hall master of Yutong. Radiating a terrifying fluctuation, he was accompanied behind by 3 auras no less powerful. These were the elders of the north, south, and west halls of Yutong. Such a formidable formation was extremely rare, and after advancing for several hours, they arrived at a grove where remnants of campfires and temporary camps remained. Bloodstains and traces of battle could also be seen. Behind him, Yu, the Western elder, stepped forward and said to Yu Heng, "Master, according to the reports from our men, this was the site of the ambush. Yushi also sent out notice here, so currently we still don't know where the young lady and the others are. Search." Yu Heng commanded solemnly. "Yes." Yu nodded, just about to summon his men to start the search, when suddenly a figure darted from the woods at incredible speed. "Who is it?" Yu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, bending his hand into a grabbing motion, intercepting the figure. Upon seeing the face of the figure, he couldn't help but be startled. Yu Tan. Upon hearing the words, Yu Heng, who stood at the front, suddenly trembled and instantly arrived before Yu Tan. Seeing Yu Tan nearly drained of energy in Yu Yin's arms, he extended his hand and transferred spiritual energy into his body. Yutan slowly opened his eyes, gazed at the stern face of Yu Hong, and let out a heavy sigh before handing over the jade slip and fainting away. Yutan. Yuan shook the unconscious body in his arms, calling out anxiously, "Don't bother calling. His insides are completely drained. He's barely clinging to consciousness. Damn mountain bandits." Yu Hong glanced at the information recorded on the jade slip. For the first time, his expression, normally as calm as still water, shifted slightly, and as his fists clenched tightly with a cracking sound, he shot off like a streak of light, his Yutong subordinates quickly following behind. However, no words were spoken. All knew that this time, their hall master was truly furious. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yuya sat cross-legged, feeling as though his entire body were being burned by a raging fire, enduring piercing pain. His previously thought unbreakable meridians and physical body now seemed incredibly fragile, shuddering violently under the ruthless surges of energy tearing through them. Following the sharp pain came an overwhelming sense of bone-deep exhaustion. Just clenching his fist made him feel weak and drained. Suddenly opening his eyes, he spotted Wang Cheng and the other two charging toward him. Driven by the grand wild spirit art, his right hand slowly lifted, like a wisp of smoke, then gently descended. The massive brown hand immediately swept fiercely toward the trio. A breath as though tearing apart the heavens and earth arrived, and beneath the intense fluctuations, four figures were seen flying backward at once. Ouyang Yuya crashed heavily beside Ling Yu and the others, his body bearing dozens of small cuts from the violent energies. His skin cracked like parched land, bleeding from countless tiny wounds. He felt a wave of unbearable pain sweep through him, no strength left even to check on the condition of Wang Cheng and his group. In and out of consciousness, he seemed to hear Ling Yu crying desperately, saw countless dark figures flash past, and then his vision went black. He had completely fainted away. Chapter 122, Convalescence. Consciousness had always remained in darkness. Half conscious and dazed, he seemed to hear cries and screams ringing in his ears, and a familiar voice as soft as a bell, unconsciously making him want to open his eyes. Yet every time he struggled to wake from the sleep, waves of weakness and exhaustion arising from deep within body and soul would wash over him, drowning his gong qingxing to Yishu once more. This hazy, confused state persisted for quite a long time before he finally managed to force his eyelids open. Bathed in a warm beam of sunlight, Ouyang Yuya immediately felt an intense brightness before his eyes. A miraculous sensation, as if reborn, soaked into his mind. His eyes widened further and further, and the previously blurred vision gradually became completely clear. After his vision stabilized, the first thing he sensed was the rich scent of medicinal herbs swirling in the room. Then came the sight of the white walls and the red curtained bed beneath him. In this unfamiliar environment, Ouyang Yuya's body reflexively jolted upright, and his mind instantly tensed up. However, this was immediately followed by a feeling of complete weakness and aching throughout his body. He hesitated slightly before calming down, his thoughts drifting, seemingly recalling something. It must have been people from Yutong who arrived at the end. Ouyang Yuya lowered his eyes slightly, recalling the events of that day. He still clearly remembered seeing rapid streaks of black figures just before he lost consciousness, and could almost still hear Ling Yu's delighted voice in his ears. If so, then this place must be Yutong. Realizing everything, Ouyang Yuya finally felt at ease. The first certainty was that he was now safe. Only then did he have time to examine his physical condition. He disregarded the superficial wounds on the outside of his body. The internal state was his true concern. At the moment, there was not a trace of soul energy left inside him. Moreover, his internal organs were all afflicted with rather serious internal injuries. Even a few ribs had been fractured from the residual force of that single palm strike. The damage to his meridians was naturally unavoidable. He clenched his fist, feeling a dull, soft ache from it, and couldn't help but shake his head bitterly. The severity of his injuries far surpassed his expectations, even surpassing any injury he had sustained since he began cultivating. It's actually this serious. Ouyang Yuya muttered helplessly. Naturally, at that moment of helplessness, he hadn't considered what kind of people he had been facing. His original strength was merely at the 9th stage of body tempering. Even considering the numerous trump cards like alchemy techniques, he could only briefly match up against soul knight level experts. Each of the 3 elite guards of the King's City alone were at the soul master level. If he hadn't forcefully pushed his body beyond its limits by overexerting and employing the Dahuang Lingjue, not only would he have been unable to drive them back, escaping might have been nearly impossible. However, the drawbacks of using Dahuang Lingjue soon manifested. If it hadn't been for the arrival of Yutong's people in the end, it might truly have been too late. Observing his serious injuries, Ouyang Yuya abandoned the idea of hurriedly cultivating to recover. At this point, not a shred of soul energy remained within him. Attempting to cultivate now would be extremely difficult, and improper handling could easily injure his already recovering meridians again. Perhaps it would be better to let nature take its course, and when his body had naturally absorbed some soul energy, he could use other means to aid his recovery. Slowly stepping off the bed, suppressing the feeling of weakness, he staggered as he steadied himself. He probably couldn't even match an ordinary person right now, he thought with a self-mocking smile, and proceeded toward the door. Creak. As soon as he opened the door, warm sunlight spilled onto his body, instantly sweeping away previous fatigue. He inhaled deeply the fresh air, exhaling pleasurably, allowing his residual internal uneasiness to vanish entirely. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ouyang Yuya immediately felt a slight weight on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw the monkey grinning as it perched on his shoulder, its beast eyes brimming with happiness. He fondly rubbed the monkey's head. If only the monkey had been there that day, things probably wouldn't have turned out this way. Thinking of this made him sigh in sentimentality. Ever since he first started out on his journey, this companion had followed him closely. The bond was naturally implicit. At least you're okay. Gigi. The monkey bobbed its head, then began picking at the dried blood crust on Ouyang Yuye's face. Ouyang brother, you're awake. A deep and rough voice rang out as Su Shi and xuanhuan came laughing toward him, their faces alight with joy. Ouyang smiled and nodded, asking, how long have I been unconscious? Today makes the 10th day, Su Shi replied with a helpless shrug. So long. Ouyang Yuye slightly started, his eyebrows furrowing slightly, though he had already suspected as much. Yet hearing it confirmed still seemed hard to believe. 10 wasted days. 10 days that could have accomplished so much for him. Yeah, you don't know how severe your injuries were. Seeing you back that day, we all thought you wouldn't make it. Lin Xian cried the entire night. You know, speaking of that girl truly cares about you. Su Shi winked at Ouyang Yuye, causing the latter to shake his head with a helpless smile. It seemed that no matter when, Su Shi always remained optimistic. By the way, where's xiuxian? Ouyang Yuye recalled that indeed, during his unconsciousness, there had always been someone taking care of him. Now he realized it was definitely Lin Xian. A wave of warmth surged within his heart as he thought of this. Oh, she went to rest. She's been taking care of you these past few days and hasn't closed her eyes for a long time. Seeing the faint disappointment on Ouyang Yuye's face, xuanhuan elbowed Su Shi with a grin. Let's not talk about this anymore. During the days you were asleep, Black Oran was completely shaken up because of you. Your feet has spread across every corner of Black Oran, hurting 3 soul cultivators all by yourself, 2 dead and 1 injured. TSK, truly admirable. Reportedly, you've even been added to the black list of Black Oran, ranking among the young generation alongside the 3 serpent kings of Python Hall. Huh. Listening to Su Huang's words, Ouyang Yuye nodded slightly. It seemed the incident had indeed made a huge impact on Black Oran, and he wondered whether it could help draw out whoever was behind the scenes. You've woken up? Suddenly, a crisp voice interrupted, snapping Ouyang Yuye from his fleeting thoughts. At the courtyard entrance, Ling Yu stood gracefully in a white robe, her face brimming with joy as she smiled at him. Ouyang Shengdi, during the days you were unconscious, Miss Ling Yu visited every day. Quite a few people who admire her have grown envious. She even had a conflict with little Lin Xian. I think she probably has a liking for you too. Hearing Su Shi's teasing words, Ouyang Yuye felt even more helpless. What was all this anyway? Hey, don't tell me you've forgotten everything after sleeping for so long. Ling Yu stepped forward, observing Ouyang Yuye's slightly stunned expression, and waved her hand in front of his face. Oh no. He shot Su Shi an angry glare. By the way, how are everyone else's injuries? Ling Yu nodded. They're all fine. Their injuries weren't serious in the first place. Only you and Elder Yuchi were in a bad condition, but Yuchi Elder already recovered yesterday. Ouyang Yuye nodded. What about those from the King's City? They've all been dealt with. Father was furious about this incident. In a single night, he wiped out not only their residents, but also anyone related to them, leaving no survivors. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuye nodded thoughtfully. This time, Yu Hong had clearly been enraged. Such ruthless and swift action was indeed brutal. Though Ouyang Yuye felt somewhat shaken, he bore no pity. This world followed the law of survival of the fittest, and he understood the principle thoroughly. When facing enemies, mercy only meant death. Honestly, you were amazing that day. With a single palm strike, you killed 2. Only the King's City head remained barely alive. Though it was a bit reckless, you looked quite heroic. If you did something like that a few more times, I might fall for you. Ling Yu said playfully, winking her eyes. Ouyang Yuye broke into a cold sweat upon hearing her words. It would be better if such incidents occurred less frequently in the future. One more time, and he might end up losing himself entirely. Seeing Ouyang Yuye's awkward expression, Ling Yu laughed. I'm just kidding. But thank you. This time, you've become a hero of Yutong. Even father speaks highly of you. Hee, and once you recover, go see him. He has something interesting he wants to discuss with you. Ouyang Yuye's eyes sharpened upon hearing this. If he had guessed correctly, what Yu Hong wanted to discuss would definitely be related to the soul droplet liquid. Presumably, Elder Yuchi had already conveyed his thoughts to Yu Hong. Judging from Yu Heng's current attitude, the matter was practically settled. Thinking of this, a trace of excitement flickered in his eyes. The immense power of Dahuang Lingju exceeded his expectations. In certain ways, it was even far superior to alchemy. Though the cost was somewhat heavy, compared to life itself, the injuries sustained were negligible. Having tasted its benefits, he longed even more for stronger cultivation. He firmly believed that once he fully mastered the power of Dahuang Lingju, it would undoubtedly become one of his strongest ultimate techniques. Seeing Ouyang Yuye lost in thoughts again, Ling Yu rolled her eyes annoyed. Then, she pulled a small porcelain bottle from her storage ring and placed it in Ouyang Yuye's hand. Here, take this. Father keeps pushing me to cultivate. I can't stay out for long. I'll visit you when I have time. With that, she ran off. Just when she reached the doorway, as if recalling something, she turned and said, Oh, and don't tell anyone about what I've given you, especially not father. Looking at Ling Yu's retreating figure, Ouyang Yuye couldn't help but feel helpless. He glanced at the jade bottle in his hand, and upon opening it, immediately sensed an extremely concentrated spiritual energy pouring out from within. This is a soul medicine, and its effects must be exceptional. Ouyang Yuye quickly sealed the lid back on, a faint warmth flowing in his heart. This girl was quite interesting. Just then, he suddenly felt 2 ill-intentioned gazes fixed on him. Turning abruptly, he saw the ambiguous expressions on Su Shi and Su Huang's faces. There's absolutely nothing going on between us. Su Shi and Su Huang nodded upon hearing this, each wearing a look that clearly said, "Oh, we get it," I said. Ouyang Yuye repeated, "Nothing at all." His temple twitched in frustration as their skeptical expressions remained unchanged, making him feel even more exasperated. Men having multiple wives is completely normal. Besides, I think that girl Lin Xian is actually quite understanding. Seeing Su Huang's serious expression, Ouyang Yuye grew even more flustered, offering a bitter smile. "There's really nothing between me and xiuxian." Su Huang chuckled slightly. "Actually, that girl just talks tough. Deep down, she's really quite nice." As Su Huang continued speaking, his eyes inadvertently glanced toward the opposite direction. Suddenly, his expression stiffened, and he gave Ouyang Yuye a meaningful look. "I always regard her as my younger sister." Ouyang Yuye, ignoring Su Huang's signal, continued speaking. "What's wrong?" As Su Huang fell silent, wearing a strange expression, Ouyang Yuye followed their gazes behind him. Standing by the doorway was Lin Xian. Compared to before, her face was noticeably paler, and the previously delighted expression on her face had frozen, then melted away like snow and ice. He gulped nervously. "Lin Xian? You men are all bastards." Lin Xian snapped before turning and disappearing back into the room. Ouyang Yuye stared at the tightly shut door before sighing helplessly, a throbbing ache forming in his head. Chapter 123, The Purple Gold Disciple Seal. Ouyang Yuye sat upright on the bed, gazing at the swirling soul energy around him, and exhaled slightly. Since that incident, Lin Xian hadn't come looking for him again. While Ouyang felt uneasy, he also felt a sense of relief. If Lin Xian had confronted him to argue, he wouldn't have known how to face her. Knowing that she was merely sulking, Ouyang chose not to explain in order to avoid awkwardness. He had never been good at comforting girls, and going to see her would have only embarrassed himself. It was better to just let Lin Xian come to her own realization. In the following days, he shut himself in his room for cultivation. With the aid of the spirit liquid Ling Yu had brought, he could clearly feel the accelerated recovery speed. His physical body and meridians had also grown noticeably stronger. The originally required time for recovery had been shortened by more than half. He clicked his tongue slightly in amazement, gaining a much higher appreciation for how valuable this spirit liquid truly was. Later, he learned that the spirit liquid was called Qin Spirit Liquid. Rumor had it that Yu Hong had asked a 4th-rank alchemist to refine it. Regardless of how much it had cost, Yu Hong clearly treasured it greatly, since the Yu Hall possessed only a limited quantity. Seeing how stealthily Ling Yu had taken it, Ouyang knew it was stolen, but he couldn't believe Yu Hong hadn't noticed. And considering it was an entire bottle, the only plausible explanation was that Yu Hong had silently approved. Thinking about this, Ouyang couldn't help but develop a favorable impression of Yu Hong, the hall master he had yet to meet. Just this magnanimity alone earned his respect, and it gave Ouyang a slight sense of warmth toward the Yu Hall. Smiling slightly, after a few days of cultivation, his injuries and strength were nearly fully restored. At this rate, he should be back to his peak in 2 more days. Carefully sealing the vial and placing it into his xiuxian pouch, he suddenly recalled alchemy, his secondary profession, which he had long neglected. Nodding inwardly, he decided he must ask Yu Hong where to purchase a cauldron as soon as he saw him. He hoped to create several spirit crystals before heading to the Hunyan pool as a precaution. A murky stream of breath was slowly exhaled from his lips. His eyes became bright and clear again, glimmering faintly with sharpness. Finally recovered, he clenched his right fist, feeling the familiar surge of power, and couldn't help a hint of joy spreading on his face. Only possessing strength could make him feel truly grounded. After cultivation, he could clearly sense his power growing stronger again. He had touched the boundary of the soul practitioner realm a long time ago. If he wished, he could step into that realm at any time. However, due to the fact that his soul core had shown no sign of formation, he had intentionally restrained his progress. The old man had once told him that only at the moment of breakthrough could one truly enter that realm by harmonizing with the soul core. Otherwise, even reaching it would result in instability and superficiality, something Ouyang Yuye certainly did not want. Creak. At that moment, the door opened gently, and intense sunlight poured into the room. Ouyang couldn't help but squint. He turned his gaze to the person at the door, and standing in the light was a woman dressed in red. "Xian, Chen-san just passed the message. Yuheng wants you at the Jade Toad Hall," she said curtly without giving him a chance to speak. After that, Lin Xian shut the door again, blocking the sunlight and stabilizing the room's dim lighting. Ouyang sighed helplessly, rubbing his nose. She was truly angry this time. However, this brief moment of sadness was soon replaced by excitement. Jade Toad Hall. That place was where the Yu Hall received its guests. So it was finally happening. It must be Yu Hong who had summoned him. He had long heard of this summons, but hadn't expected it to arrive so soon. Quickly tidying himself up, he stepped outside, stretched his arms, and heard a series of popping sounds from his joints. With a small smile on his face, he made his way toward the Jade Toad Hall. All along the path, any gang members or young disciples who saw him voluntarily stepped aside to clear a path. Some even pointed behind his back, whispering among themselves about the long-familiar past events until they became common knowledge. Their gazes held a subtle trace of awe, but Ouyang merely shook his head in resignation, ignoring their exaggerated remarks and quickening his pace further. Located at the very center of the Yu Hall, the Jade Toad Hall was the core area of the entire sect. It was the central point from which the 4 cardinal directions of the Yu Hall extended outward. It was also the heart of the hall's administration, used specifically for hosting guests and holding major assemblies. Xuanhuan moved at an extraordinary speed, and before long, he saw the towering black hall in the distance. On either side of the entrance stood stone carvings of three-eyed toads, emanating a chilling aura for no apparent reason. Below the steps of the hall stood three figures. Xuanhuan recognized them all too well: Lingyu, Yutan, and Yufeng. However, Yu was noticeably absent. As Ouyang approached, Yutan quickly raised his hands in a respectful bow, while Yufeng's face displayed obvious awkwardness and an unnatural, forced smile, though in Ouyang's eyes, it looked more pitiful than anything. Ouyang nodded to each of them in turn before stepping to Lingyu's side, his eyes betraying a flicker of confusion. Don't ask me, I don't know either. I was summoned early this morning, but since we're all here now, let's go up together, Lingyu shrugged. At his words, the others nodded and walked up together. Yet the interior of the hall was not as grand and luxurious as they had imagined. In fact, it was rather plain and unadorned. Before them stood a modestly sized room with only a few simple tables, chairs, and tea sets. A candelabrum rested on the table near the raised platform. As soon as they entered, the faint scent of sandalwood filled the air. At the head of the room sat a middle-aged man dressed in black robes, idly toying with an incense burner in his hand. His gaze fell on Xuanhuan and the others with obvious amusement. Salutations to the hall master. Yutan and the rest knelt on one knee respectfully. Xuanhuan, however, merely clasped his fists before him, bowing slightly without showing any fear. Stand up. We're among ourselves today. No need to be formal. The middle-aged man chuckled as he set the candelabrum down. Then, his previously warm gaze abruptly turned sharp, and a surge of killing intent locked onto Xuanhuan in an instant. Feeling Yu Heng's piercing stare, Ouyang immediately felt as if plunged into icy coldness, a chill rising from his very core. A dense pressure of slaughter pressed down on him, and under this pressure, he could even feel his soul energies flow beginning to slow. A test. Ouyang's heart tensed. Yu Heng's eyes, though sharp, carried no intent to kill. Only killing intent, not killing will. Understanding the intent immediately, he smirked faintly. Deep in his bones, his stubbornness and refusal to yield flared up. His core tightened suddenly, and soul energy surged out wildly, rampaging through his body like a savage beast, instantly dissolving the oppressive resistance. Oh! Yu Heng's eyes flickered with surprise as he felt his aura being repelled. Then, he intentionally increased the pressure, surrounding Xuanhuan completely. Lingyu and the others saw this unfold, watching Ouyang with growing concern. But seeing that Ouyang's complexion remained steady, they relaxed slightly again. Feeling the intensifying pressure, Ouyang grunted softly. As the chilling force pressed into his body, his Wanshang fountain, millions of manifestations vessel, suddenly trembled, and brilliant white light erupted within him, melting away the sharp oppressive force entirely. With a dull thud, Ouyang staggered back several steps before finally steadying himself. Haha, indeed, heroes rise in their youth. You must be the young master Ouyang, the one who fought valiantly in the mountains, slaying 3 villains alone. Yu Heng laughed loudly, his tone brimming with unmistakable praise. You flatter me, master. Xuanhuan replied with a polite bow. We were fortunate that you arrived in time for this incident. It wouldn't have mattered much if the goods were lost, but had Lingyu and the others suffered any misfortune, the Yu Hall would have suffered a great blow. Yu Heng continued. Senior Elder Yu, she has been very kind to me. I simply did what was right. Ouyang responded calmly. His composed manner further impressed Yu Heng, who nodded slightly before continuing. I heard from Senior Elder Yu, she that it was Yu who recommended you? At Ouyang's nod, Yu Heng smiled slightly. He flicked his sleeve, and a badge flew swiftly toward Ouyang. Catching it in his palm, Ouyang opened his fingers, just as Lingyu let out a startled exclamation. It was a badge engraved with a 3-eyed toad. Ouyang had seen similar badges on members of the Yu Hall before, though they usually bore black and white colors. This one, however, was the same shade of purple and gold as those worn by Lingyu, Yutan, and Yufeng. Yu once helped me with a matter. As a token of gratitude, I gave him an honorary senior elder's insignia. You're different. This purple gold jade toad badge is a symbol reserved only for the Yu Hall's core disciples. Originally, there were only 4 in total. With yours, now there are 5. The other 4 holders are Lingyu and the others here. From this day onward, you possess the same status, authority, and privileges as them, including within Black Orlan. You are also granted the right to replace any subordinate force under the Yu Hall. As long as the Yu Hall exists, this is your home. Looking at the olive branch extended by Yu Heng, Ouyang did not refuse. Instead, a faint warmth flowed in his heart, perhaps moved by Yu Heng's words, or perhaps he truly needed a place to seek shelter. Whatever the reason, for the first time here, he felt the warmth and sense of security of home, something he hadn't even felt back at Orlan Academy. Nodding slightly, he pinned the badge onto his chest. Then, just like Yutan and the others, he knelt on one knee. Disciple Ouyang, thank you, Hall Master. Yu Heng smiled and said, as your first gift, you will lead the team in the upcoming contest for the Soul Saliva Liquid. Remember your promise to come back safely. Ouyang's body trembled slightly, then a deep joy surfaced in his eyes as he heavily nodded. I certainly won't disappoint everyone. Yu Heng nodded too. Although your strength is not weak, you know your exact limits. Admittedly, this contest won't involve fighting for life or death. Though the opponents may not be as strong as those from the royal city, you mustn't be careless. The enemies this time are no ordinary figures. Most notably, you must watch out for the Serpent Hall's people. The 3 serpent kings of the Serpent Hall are all experts who have stepped into the half-soul realm. Half-soul realm. Ouyang Yuye's gaze slightly tightened as he nodded. Don't worry either. Although the 3 serpent kings possess formidable strength, they'll also be held back by those from the Yun Hall. What you all need to do is ensure that at least one person can succeed. As long as one of you secures the soul saliva liquid, the status of our Yu Hall will rise accordingly. As Yu Heng spoke, he tossed a scroll toward Ouyang Yuye. For this mission, everyone must obey Ouyang Yuye's commands. Those who defy orders will be punished according to the Hall's rules. Yes, Hall Master. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu and the others quickly responded in agreement. Ouyang Yuye looked at the passed scroll to the soul saliva pool in his hand, the excitement on his face barely concealed. He clenched his fists tightly, his voice filled with determination. Soul saliva liquid. This time, I must obtain you. Chapter 124 Message. Looking into Ouyang Yuye's fiery eyes, Yu Heng smiled and waved his hand, saying, All right, you may all go now. The soul saliva pool will be open in over 10 days. These few days you should cultivate well. When the time comes, I'll have the elders send you over. Yes. Yu Tan and the other 2 bowed again before slowly withdrawing, leaving only Ouyang Yuye standing in place. What? Anything else? Yu Heng looked at Ouyang Yuye with a smile. The disciple merely wishes to ask if the hall leader knows anything about the cauldron? Ouyang Yuye asked after a brief pause. A cauldron? Isn't that used for alchemy to refine crystals? What do you need it for? Ouyang Yuye was momentarily embarrassed by the question and awkwardly replied. The disciple is also an alchemist, though I've often neglected it. Oh, you're also an alchemist? Yu Heng was slightly taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise. Didn't expect you to be a dual cultivator. Underestimated you indeed. Yu Heng clicked his tongue in disbelief. I remember a cauldron being auctioned at the auction house before. However, no one bought it, and it has been placed there ever since. Well then, if you like it, I'll help you buy it as a gift. In that case, thank you very much, Hall Leader. Ouyang Yuye immediately showed a hint of joy, not expecting it to be this easy. Hee, I really get along well with you, this young fellow. So no need for all this etiquette. Later, you can let Xiaoyu take you there. Zhenghath, you still haven't picked up what you auctioned off last time. Upon Yu Heng's reminder, Ouyang Yuye suddenly recalled that, in his haste to escape before, he hadn't even had time to retrieve the shadow sweep he'd bid for Lin Xian. He smacked his forehead in realization, bid farewell to Yu Heng, and walked out. As Ouyang Yu's back disappeared from sight, a rather sharp-sounding voice rang out again, causing Yu Heng to furrow his brows slightly. Gigi, Yu Heng, this kid carries a scent that really disgusts me. Have you checked his background? What kind of scent? Yu Heng said darkly. It smells quite similar to the ancient giant ape. The voice mused thoughtfully, though it's not entirely pure. Definitely not a shape-shifting soul beast. But this fellow isn't nearly as simple as you see him to be, Gigi. I just tried to probe a bit, but couldn't find out anything at all. Well, this master needs to keep absorbing energy now, Gigi. When this master emerges again, I'll return to the beast domain and kill off all those damn things. Gigi. As Ouyang Yuye stepped out from Yuchan Hall, he saw Ling Yu standing at the bottom of the stairs, causing him to pause in mild surprise. Why are you still here? Waiting for you. Ling Yu winked playfully and smiled at him. I saw you stayed behind to talk to father about something unknown. Knew something must be up. Come on, tell me if you need anything from this young lady. Seeing Ling Yu in her smug little posture, Ouyang Yuye couldn't help but feel flustered and reluctantly nodded. Okay, you've got it right this time. There's really something I need your help with. What is it? Ling Yu's lively eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to Ouyang Yuye and asked, What is it? Ouyang Yuye, faced with her charming presence, couldn't help but blush slightly. He coughed lightly, looked at Ling Yu's playful expression, and quickly explained the matter. He only relaxed when he saw Ling Yu fall into thought, always a bit overwhelmed facing Ling Yu's mischievous nature, in contrast to Lin Xian. If Lin Xian was brash yet kind-hearted, then Ling Yu was clever and full of surprises. A cauldron. Ling Yu pouted slightly as she thought, nodding at Ouyang Yuye's hopeful face. There indeed is one, though its material doesn't seem very good. Strangely enough, it's surprisingly expensive, so it's been auctioned many times without any bids and remains there. But if you want it, I can authorize taking it for you. Oh, why wouldn't the owner take it back if no one bids? Ouyang Yuye asked curiously. Ling Yu shrugged. That person was pretty strange too, saying something about it belonging to whoever is destined to possess it. In short, it's just been left there. Probably forgotten by now, considering nobody would pay as much as 20,000 for an apparently common cauldron. 20,000? Ouyang Yuye swallowed hard. That was indeed a high price. Combining all his funds, legitimate or not, he barely amounted to 20,000. Someone asking 20,000 for an inferior cauldron was just too outrageous, too greedy. Seeing Ouyang Yuye's deeply pained expression, Ling Yu giggled. It's not like you have to pay. Why so upset? Want it or not? Hearing this, Ouyang Yuye hurriedly nodded in affirmation. Then let's go. Ling Yu smiled slightly, her hands behind her back as she cheerfully skipped ahead. Ouyang Yuye helplessly chuckled before hurrying to catch up. The auction house wasn't too far from the Yutong headquarters, but with Ling Yu around, the journey was anything but silent. Chattering constantly, she completely lacked the cold, mature demeanor she had shown when they first met. Now, she seemed more like a naive little girl, which made Ouyang Yuye wonder more than once if she had somehow lost her memory from the previous fright. Watching Ouyang Yuye shaking his head now and then with a heavy sigh, looking old beyond his years, Ling Yu suddenly turned around. What are you thinking about? She asked. Nothing much. Ouyang Yuye smiled, then added, By the way, Do you know where the soul saliva pool is located? Ling Yu hesitated slightly and shook her head. I'm not very sure either. Only heard father mention it once. He said it's deep within a swamp, discovered back when they were roaming the xiuxian region. The soul saliva liquid apparently helped father a great deal back then. But now, it's become a target everyone is fighting for. Sigh, many of our Yutong brothers and sisters have died over it, Ling Yu said, her tone suddenly heavy with sadness. Ouyang nodded. He had heard something similar from Chen-san before, but now hearing Ling Yu say it again piqued his interest. With the opening of the soul saliva pool drawing near, gaining as much knowledge about the unfamiliar environment and space as possible would be best to avoid walking in blindly later on. Were they assassinated? Ouyang asked casually. Ling Yu shook her head, her face filled with sorrow and rage. As the new power in xiuxian, our Yutong has divided the benefits that previously belonged to the older sects, which made them resentful. But within our sect, father is a Terra Soul Master, and there are the 4 directional experts, each being a Soul Master. Added with Yuma Hall leaders' close relationship with father, even big sects like Longyan Hall hesitate to strike directly, because we are fairly evenly matched. If we clashed, it would result in mutual destruction, and then the other factions would seize the opportunity to finish them off. That's why they haven't acted openly. However, to weaken each faction's strength, they turned their eyes to the new generation. Ouyang was momentarily stunned. It wasn't surprising that those who thrived in xiuxian were all schemers and tricksters, and even more impressive was their intelligence. Cutting off fresh talent leads to a gradual depletion of resources, making a faction collapse on its own without even having to lift a finger. It was far more ruthless than outright battles among factions. He nodded in secret admiration as he thought, then said, that's why they set their sights on the soul saliva pool. Ling Yu nodded. Right. Originally, the soul saliva liquid was divided into 5 portions, each assigned to a faction without interference. But later, the Mengdang claimed this wasn't fair. According to them, supplying our Yutong with the resource was nothing but a waste. So it was agreed that during each opening, for young members from each faction would compete, and supplies would be divided according to rankings. However, they had another sinister plan. Basically, they wanted to eliminate our Yutong completely. Our seniors back then didn't know anything about this and immediately were ambushed, leaving none alive. Yet due to the existing rule that life and death are determined by fate, father could do nothing. After that, almost every time we participate, some Yutong members are killed or injured. Simply coming out alive is already considered an achievement, let alone getting the soul saliva liquid. We haven't acquired any in quite a while. Ling Yu's lips slightly trembled as she spoke. Ouyang nodded, beginning to grasp the full story. He gripped her trembling hands, saying, this time, not only will we make it out alive, but we will also obtain the soul saliva liquid. Ling Yu nodded but still carried a trace of worry. Father said it's fine if we just return safely. It's not worth getting the soul saliva liquid. Besides, the 3 main kings from Mengdang are much stronger than their previous disciples. If it weren't for you joining us, father might have withdrawn my participation out of concern for me. Ling Yu sighed slightly, her tone filled with helplessness. A soul master just a step away? Ouyang murmured. Though at the Oran Academy, soul masters like Chai Yu and Nanfeng had both been defeated by him, and each of those opponents had already surpassed the soul master rank. Xiuxian was completely different from the academy. Those nurtured in the academy were like greenhouse flowers, never experiencing true life or death struggles, making them hesitant and overly cautious in battle. Xiuxian, however, was different. Most people here were hardened outlaws. Young disciples growing up here likely began fighting for survival right from the start. Here, they understood the law of survival of the fittest completely. He slightly lowered his eyes, assessing his own strength. He believed that if he were truly forced to the point of revealing his ultimate trump card, those so-called 3 main kings wouldn't have an easy time either. The price they would pay was beyond their imagination. Ouyang and Ling Yu both carried their own thoughts, so the journey became unusually quiet. After traveling for about several hours, they finally arrived at the grand entrance of the auction house. Looking at the bustling crowd, Ouyang couldn't help but marvel inwardly, deeply feeling that this business truly offered enormous profits. Are there auctions here every single day? Ling Yu nodded with a smile. Of course. Every time they've gathered 20 items for auction, they'll hold a session. But most of these are aimed at commoners, so the scale is usually not that big. Ouyang nodded in understanding. Having experienced the previous auction scene, this one now seemed rather underwhelming. Ling Yu clearly held a certain status here, because as soon as they appeared, the attendants standing by the door respectfully rushed forward, fawningly saying, is there anything we can assist you with, Miss Ling Yu? Ling Yu immediately switched back to her cold expression, which made Ouyang almost wince. I have business to attend to. You may continue waiting here. I'll call on you if needed. Avoiding the noisy auction hall, Ling Yu led Ouyang through several winding corridors to the backstage area of the auction house. However, the soundproofing here was obviously poor. Despite reaching the backstage, they could still hear the continuous shouts from inside. He helplessly shook his head. Indeed, only some wasteful spendthrifts would come to a place like this. As they walked deeper, they entered a section filled with numerous small compartments of varying sizes, neatly arranged in order. Ouyang felt a bit overwhelmed by the sight, but Ling Yu, on the contrary, looked completely at ease. She walked effortlessly to a specific compartment and clapped her hands twice. We're here. As she spoke, Ling Yu approached what appeared to be a normal wall. She crouched down and pressed a hidden mechanism deep inside. With a loud creaking sound, the previously seamless wall suddenly split open in the middle, slowly revealing a hidden passageway before Ouyang Yuya. The sight inside caused an extremely complex expression to flash across his face. Chapter 125, A Sudden Change. As the wall before them slowly parted from the middle, what came into view was not the grand hall they had imagined. Instead, it was a space that appeared somewhat dark and dim. The space was incredibly vast, stretching beyond sight, rivaling even the scale of the auction venue. Wooden racks, each partitioned into thousands of compartments of varying sizes, all filled with different items. The items inside the compartments were a chaotic assortment of all kinds, martial techniques and spiritual treasures alike. Seeing the sheer quantity and variety, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but swallow hard and ask, "Are all these items up for auction? There's so much. How can you possibly auction it all?" Seeing the genuine curiosity and greedy look on Ouyang Yuya's face, Lingyu couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected the usually calm and aloof Ouyang Yuya to show such an expression. With a playful wave of his hand, he replied with a grin, "Of course they are, but since the items on the outer rings aren't of the best quality, we usually don't waste auction slots on them unless the clients are in a hurry. So they just end up staying here." Ouyang Yuya gave a knowing nod and grabbed a short sword to swing it around playfully. "Then aren't you afraid of thieves? Hee. With so many treasures here, even the 5 great factions might not be able to handle the loss if something like that happened." Seeing the mischievous look on Ouyang Yuya's face, Lingyu stepped forward and snatched the artifact from his hand, returning it to its compartment. Forget about whether they could make it into the backstage of the auction. If they even reached here, without knowing the mechanism, they'd be helpless anyway. Unless, Lingyu said, casting a glance at him, the meaning clearly implied. "You're not talking about me, are you?" Ouyang Yuya said bitterly. You know who I mean. Come on, let's go." Lingyu gave him a sharp look. "Where are we going? I haven't finished looking yet. Do you still want the cauldron?" Seeing Ouyang Yuya's reluctant expression, Lingyu said impatiently, "I do. Hey, wait for me." Seeing Lingyu walk away, Ouyang Yuya hurried to catch up. The further they walked inward, the higher the quality of the items became. Just by feeling the faint auras radiating from them, one could easily tell they were reaching at least the xian level. He let out a low whistle inwardly, marveling at the incredible depth of the 5 great factions' resources. No wonder they could maintain such a massive operation like the auction house. Judging from this alone, even the silver fees collected from those who entrusted their items for auction were already a huge profit, let alone the commission fees from successful sales. They walked for a full hour before Lingyu finally stopped at the central area of the space. After glancing around and confirming it was safe, he nodded and crouched down, reaching his hand into one of the lower compartments. He pulled out a blackened object, and the moment he saw the object clearly, his expression turned conflicted. Before them sat a 4-legged square cauldron, its upper portion shaped like a basin, very similar to the cauldron depicted in the alchemy manual. But its color was truly unimpressive. The entire cauldron was pitch black, like something buried in dirt for years, and worst of all, parts of it were actually rusted, making him wonder whether this cauldron could even withstand intense flame. Just as Lingyu had said, even a glance revealed the terrible quality of the cauldron. No wonder no one had claimed it. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's expression, Lingyu pied his hands and said with a grin, "This is it. What do you think?" Satisfied, Ouyang Yuya gave a bitter smile as he pied the body of the cauldron. It felt surprisingly smooth to the touch. Maybe the texture wasn't so bad after all. If it really couldn't be used, at least he could take it home to polish it a bit. Hopefully, it wouldn't explode on him. Comforting himself with these thoughts, he smiled at Lingyu and nodded. "I guess it'll do. Better than nothing." "That's true," Lingyu said thoughtfully while rubbing his chin, then suddenly asked, "I'll help you buy this. Do you want to thank me for it?" Seeing the look of eager expectation mixed with cunning in her eyes, Ouyang Yuya knew right away that the girl was planning something. With a helpless nod, he replied, "Of course. Just name your request." "Really?" Lingyu's face lit up with surprise. Without waiting for Ouyang Yuya to respond, she quickly continued, "Then come with me and help me buy something." So saying, she dragged him outside. Seeing how enthusiastic Lingyu was, Ouyang Yuya didn't interrupt. Chahak, he did need to buy some materials for refining crystals anyway, so he simply followed her outside. As he looked at the bustling street before him, he felt invigorated. Ever since the auction, it had been quite a long time since he had been in such a lively place again. "Where are we going?" Ouyang Yuya asked, looking at Lingyu whose spirits were high. "Right there." Following the direction Lingyu pointed, they saw a semi-enclosed pavilion. Suspended at the top of the pavilion was a wooden plaque bearing the words, "Jade Workshop Market." "A workshop market? What is it?" Seeing the puzzled look on Ouyang Yuya's face, Lingyu smiled and explained. "To put it simply, a workshop market gathers vendors in one place, making it convenient for tourists to choose what they need. These vendors only need to pay a certain amount of silver to the organizers and don't have to worry about their stands being destroyed. But it's usually only powerful factions that have the capability to set up such a market." Ouyang Yuya nodded in understanding. Gathering the vendors together avoided the inconvenience of searching for goods and ensured their items wouldn't be ignored. Overall, it was indeed a practical arrangement. Only now did Ouyang Yuya realize just how much influence Lingyu held here. In the Black Olymp, she was practically a household name, like a goddess, whom everyone recognized. Everyone who saw her would respectfully greet her. And each time, Lingyu would return to her usual aloof demeanor, occasionally sneaking a funny face at Ouyang Yuya when she could, which always made him chuckle silently. As they arrived at the Jade Workshop Market, the 2 burly guards at the entrance hurriedly bowed respectfully upon seeing them. "Greetings, miss." Lingyu, as if it was normal, simply nodded slightly before pulling Ouyang Yuya inside. Our Jade Hall is the largest investor in this market. The guards at the entrance and the security inside are mostly our people, so we can relax a little here. Ouyang Yuya nodded and asked, by the way, what do you want to buy? I won't tell you. Ling Yu smiled mischievously. You'll find out soon enough. But remember what you said. Today, you're paying. Why? Ouyang Yuya was about to protest, but swallowed his words upon seeing Ling Yu glare at him slightly. With a soft sigh, he realized his funds were probably doomed today. Of course, this thought only stayed in his heart. He certainly didn't dare to say it out loud to Ling Yu. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's expression as if he was the wronged party, Ling Yu couldn't help but smile. All right, I know your budget well. I just want you to give me one item. I won't make you go bankrupt. One item? What is it? That's a secret. Seeing Ling Yu's cheerful face ahead, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but lift the corner of his mouth. Being with Ling Yu always eased his mind. Throughout the market, Ouyang Yuya followed Ling Yu as she turned here and there. Whenever something caught her eye, she would immediately grab it and walk off, leaving Ouyang Yuya to helplessly pay the bill. Within no time, Ling Yu's hands were full of items, drawing many sideways glances from the passersby. When Ouyang Yuya suggested putting them in a xiuxian pouch, she refused. Only after a long while, when her hands were completely full, did she finally seem satisfied and stopped. Are you satisfied now? But, there's one more thing. Seeing Ling Yu nod, Ouyang Yuya's relieved heart immediately tensed again as her words turned the situation around once more. He looked at her warily. What else? Come with me. Ling Yu grinned playfully, pulling him toward a stall. This stall was located in a much quieter, more secluded spot. It was operated by an elderly widow, selling mostly ordinary, scattered items. After watching for a moment, Ouyang Yuya was startled to realize the old woman was blind. He sighed softly. An elderly person like her must be facing financial hardship, which drove her to sell items here. Surprisingly, Ling Yu appeared very familiar with the woman, approaching her and wrapping an arm around her right arm. Grandma, I'm here. Today, you've brought a friend too. Is this young man your sweetheart? Hee hee, the old woman chuckled, instantly shocking Ouyang Yuya. He didn't expect the old woman to be so perceptive. Even with her blindness, she had detected their presence. Subtly, he glanced at the woman more carefully, his gut telling him that she was no ordinary person. Hee hee, young sir is too cautious. I'm just an old woman nearing the end of life. No ill intentions. I only know a bit of spiritual power. The old woman continued with a laugh, not minding Ouyang Yuya's awkward expression. She turned back to Ling Yu. What did you come to see this old woman for this time? Ling Yu smiled. Your previous reading was very accurate. So this time, I'd like to ask you for a charm and to see if there's any danger in our upcoming journey. I see. The old woman nodded, pulling out a yellowed piece of paper and handing it to Ling Yu. Have you remembered what I told you before, young lady? Ling Yu nodded. With sincerity comes miracles, and with love, blessings shall be granted. Glad to hear you remember, the old woman chuckled. Then this old woman wishes you two eternal harmony. Hearing this, Ling Yu's face instantly flushed red. She stole a shy glance at Ouyang Yuya, only to find his brows tightly furrowed as if deep in thought. Pouting, she nudged him gently and whispered, pay up. Huh? Oh, how much is it? Ouyang Yuya started, hurriedly asking as he looked at the talisman in Ling Yu's hands. 1,000 taels of silver, the old woman said calmly. 1,000 taels? Ouyang Yuya looked perplexed, staring at the talisman in disbelief. Seeing Ling Yu nod, he finally handed the money over. Whatever Ling Yu said, he would follow without question. After receiving the silver, the old woman neatly tucked it into her sleeve. Suddenly, her hazy eyes flew open. Fixing her gaze on Ling Yu, she then shut them again. A subtle aura suddenly emanated from her. Little girl, I am now about to use my spiritual power. You should focus your mind, guarding your dantian. Ling Yu, clearly no stranger to this, simply nodded and sat cross-legged. From a box at the stall, she picked up a bamboo stick and pointed it toward herself. With a flick of her spiritual energy, the bamboo stick began to emit a faint blue glow. Suddenly, it vibrated, emitting a faint buzzing sound before a beam of blue light shot into Ling Yu's forehead. Slowly, the bamboo stick floated upward, trembling slightly as though connecting with Ling Yu's mind. After holding this pose for a quarter of an hour, the old woman retracted the bamboo stick and gave a slight nod after glancing at it. This young lady shall have the assistance of noble friends, ensuring her safety and even bringing rare encounters. Hearing this, Ling Yu joyfully nodded. She glanced at Ouyang Yuya, who was still absent-minded. Would you mind checking my friend too? The old woman nodded and similarly pointed the bamboo stick toward Ouyang Yuya. At this moment, Ouyang Yuya remained completely unaware of Ling Yu and the others. His brows furrowed deeply as he thought intently. Just when he paid the silver to the old woman, he suddenly felt the myriad manifestation flask inside his body tremble violently. The trembling grew stronger, rather than diminishing over time. It was a terrifying sensation deep in his soul. As he tried to trace the source of this danger, he suddenly felt as though something was peering into him, causing extreme discomfort. Get out, came a slightly angry voice from within him. The myriad manifestation flask vibrated powerfully at the same time, forcing the prying force away. Suddenly, the bamboo stick in the old woman's hand snapped with a loud sound. Instantly, the old woman spat out a mouthful of blood, her expression filled with fear as she stared at Ouyang Yuya. Grandma, Ling Yu gasped in horror. Just as she moved forward, Ouyang Yuya's eyes suddenly flashed with sharp light. Grabbing Ling Yu, he immediately darted away. Right after they left, a figure suddenly materialized on the spot. Staring in the direction Ouyang Yuya had vanished, a sinister smirk curled the figure's lips as it chased after them. Ouyang Yuya, this time, you won't escape. Chapter 126, pressing forward aggressively. As Ouyang Yuya and the others disappeared from sight, the old woman who had been slumped on the ground suddenly sharpened her previously dim eyes, which now gleamed with intensity unlike their former murky and lifeless appearance. A solemn expression spread across her face. Any issues with that young man? A hazy voice abruptly echoed out as a shadowy figure gradually materialized next to the old woman. It was a man dressed in a long black robe that concealed both his body and face, emanating an inexplicable sense of gloom and coldness. Electric Jun. The old woman hurriedly stood and bowed respectfully toward the cloaked man, her voice subtly laced with fear. That youth seems ordinary enough, merely having refined his body, not even reaching the level of the three Mawat. However, it's difficult to probe into his secrets, as though something within his body is capable of blocking my soul's sense. Oh, even you cannot peer into him. Upon hearing this, the black-robed man appeared deep in thought, nodding slowly after a long pause. Feng Xiao is dead. At these words, the old woman stiffened, her eyes briefly closing in confirmation. With a sigh, the dark-clad man gave a slight shake of his head before vanishing in a strange manner, leaving only a lingering hazy voice behind. Keep a closer watch. Inform me if anything changes. Hold off from making any moves for now. The Lord is preparing for matters regarding the soul saliva pool. Delay things here for the moment. Yes. The old woman nodded, glancing at the bamboo slip broken in two in her hand, her wrinkled face twitching involuntarily. Someone who could snap a material of this quality so easily must not be ordinary. Meanwhile, completely unaware of these developments, Ouyang Yuya ran as fast as he could with Lingyu until they halted 100 zhang away. However, his expression looked unusually grim, with even a tinge of panic and surprise. What's wrong? Lingyu, seeing Ouyang Yuya's expression, guessed immediately they had run into some sort of trouble, and his own expression quickly darkened. Ouyang Yuya gave a slight shake of his head, but suddenly his expression shifted again with another flicker of shock. Urgently, he wrapped an arm around Lingyu's waist and pulled both of them backward just as a ray of golden light suddenly flashed in place, and a silhouette slowly stepped out from thin air. This new figure was clad in purple with a face that bore a sinister, cold smile as sharp and treacherous as a venomous snake. Most striking of all was the golden hammer tightly gripped in his hand, where wisps of golden energy occasionally flickered around it. Seeing the newcomer, Ouyang Yuya's expression grew increasingly dark. He took a deep breath and faced the figure standing opposite him. I knew it was you. Teng Kue. Haha. Ouyang Yuya, you really haven't improved. Even after all this time you remain at the Chi-Tue stage. A real waste. Teng Kue jeered at him contemptuously. You're the real waste. Lingyu, hearing these words, flashed a trace of displeasure. Oh, your charm sure works wonders. No wonder Lin Xian was foolish to follow you. As Teng Kue openly sneered, Ouyang Yuya tightened his fists. Yet, seemingly concerned about something, he exhaled deeply and said, if you're only here to provoke with words, then you can leave now. We'll take our leave. As he spoke, Ouyang tried to pull Lingyu to turn around and go. If Teng Kue is here, he definitely isn't alone. Staying any longer would be foolish. Wanna leave? I already told you, what belongs to me will always come back. Isn't showing off enough? Stay here. Teng Kue laughed coldly. With a sudden flip of his Imperial Heaven Hammer, he slammed it into the air, unleashing a golden beam hurtling toward Ouyang Yuya. Ouyang Yuya's face abruptly changed. As he shoved Lingyu aside, his right arm quivered violently and the dragon rock arm appeared. Instantly turning, he struck with a punch, violently colliding with Teng Kue's golden light. A loud dull sound rang out, and Ouyang Yuya's body recoiled as it was hit, his arm immediately flaring with pain. Seeing Teng Kue wielding the Imperial Heaven Hammer, Ouyang Yuya twitched his lips. Indeed, an artifact of near-heaven rank was difficult to deal with. After that one move, Ouyang had pretty much gauged Teng Kue's strength, and immediately his expression darkened even further. If his guess was correct, Teng Kue was now at the fourth stage of a soul cultivator, a fluctuation nearly matching the former strength of Nanfeng. Seeing Ouyang's ever-changing expression, Teng Kue's pride soared even higher. See? You're nowhere near my level now. Not to mention I haven't even used my alchemy or soul heart techniques yet. Just kneel down and beg for mercy, and I might leave your corpse intact. Huh. I never expected, when I originally came out seeking news on the soul saliva pool, that I'd gain this bonus. Haha. Perfect. I can use you to claim credit. Soul saliva pool. Upon hearing those words, Ouyang Yuya's expression instantly turned grave. He hadn't expected that even the Oran Academy had caught wind of the soul saliva pool, and judging from the current situation, they seemed to have intentions of getting involved. If the Oran Academy were to take the lead, his own chances of success would undoubtedly diminish significantly. After all, the Oran Academy wouldn't be generous enough to invite him to some sort of competition for it. Thinking thus, Ouyang Yuya's mind stirred, and glancing sideways at Lingyu behind him, he said, you leave first, and inform the Hall Master that the Oran Academy also has intentions of seizing the soul saliva pool. Let him prepare early. But you, don't worry about me. Without you, I can run more easily on my own. How about it? Have you thought it over enough? Do as I say, and I'll let her go. TSK, better that way so I don't lose control when Xiaoxiu. Provoked thus by Teng Kue, Ouyang Yuya was thoroughly enraged, yet he still didn't show it outwardly. Instead, he burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Teng Kue stared at Ouyang Yuya, his expression growing even colder. Ouyang Yuya paused and said, just pitying you. A defeated foe dares to be so audacious. If I could have crippled you back then, I can do it again now. You think your alchemy is your strongest point? Fine. Then let's see how much you're really worth. I'll compete against you in alchemy. Ouyang Yuya sneered as he stared at him, sharp glints flashing in his eyes. He chose alchemy because he had strong confidence in it. With such a significant gap in soul power, using soul techniques would put him at a disadvantage and one misstep could lead to disaster. But with his many high-grade crystals, he was absolutely confident in alchemy. Under unexpected circumstances, he had an 80% chance of defeating and even eliminating the opponent. Tung Kuei stared fixedly at Ouyang Yuya, seemingly attempting to discern a trace of panic or other emotions on his face, but felt disappointed. Ouyang Yuya's face remained calm as ever, his eyes as tranquil and undisturbed as a deep spring. Instantly, Tung Kuei's heart stirred with caution. He was practically an old rival of Ouyang Yuya, understanding the latter's character well. If the latter hadn't absolute confidence, he wouldn't take such a risk. Yet very soon, this faint caution vanished completely, replaced by self-confidence. True, Ouyang Yuya's alchemy wasn't bad, proven by how he had previously penetrated his soul beast transformation. However, he himself was a disciple of Master Yuan of the Oran Academy, and specializing in alchemy for months. How could he possibly be inferior to him? Thinking thus, a savage expression quickly appeared on his face. Since you want to die, I'll oblige you. Saying so, the sulfur cannon emerged from his arm, resembling a bloodthirsty vessel pointing directly at Ouyang Yuya. With a sudden shake, a series of cannonballs shot forth, forming a triangular formation as they smashed toward Ouyang Yuya. Quickly leave. Ouyang Yuya shouted coldly to Lingyu. The timing Ouyang Yuya chose was perfect, precisely when Tung Kuei struck. Thus, even if someone wanted to interfere, it would be impossible. Lingyu looked at Ouyang Yuya, stomped her foot hard, and then ran toward the Jade Hall. Wants to escape. Seeing Lingyu almost getting away, Tung Kuei's expression changed instantly. With another shake of the sulfur cannon, 3 cannonballs smashed down toward her rear. Boom, 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 boom. Ouyang Yuya curled his fingers, instantly conjuring several defensive energy barriers that blocked all the cannonballs. His figure flashed forward, positioning himself in front. Out of my way, Tung Kuei sneered, shaking the sulfur cannon once again. The cannonballs erupted like rapid fire toward Ouyang Yuya's face. Feeling the tangible, searing heat, Ouyang Yuya dared not slacken. As he retreated, he condensed the dripping blood wolf Fong, unleashing bursts of flames that collided fiercely with Tung Kuei's attacks. With a thunderous roar, both Ouyang Yuya and Tung Kuei staggered backward several steps. Instantly, both charged forward again. Tung Kuei flipped his right arm, and the sulfur cannon traced an exquisite arc, spewing forth a cascade of sparks sweeping toward Ouyang Yuya. Well done. Ouyang Yuya inwardly praised, conceding that although Tung Kuei was arrogant, he truly possessed such ability, particularly in the mastery of alchemy. Yet, the person he encountered was none other than Ouyang Yuya, and the two were on completely different levels from the outset. Facing the surging flames, Ouyang Yuya's lips curled slightly in triumph. He did not retreat but advanced instead. Under Tung Kuei's astonished expression, he conjured a massive golden energy shield before his body, completely blocking Tung Kuei's attack, and in the blink of an eye reached Tung Kuei's front. With the dripping blood wolf Fong bursting forth, a column of sky-reaching flames engulfed Tung Kuei. Next, I'll show you what real fire elemental alchemy is. Flame Spray Inferno. As Ouyang Yuya uttered a low shout, Tung Kuei's face abruptly changed. Clearly, such an immensely powerful sulfur cannon skill was something he had never heard or seen before. Even though he dodged swiftly, he was still caught off guard and scorched by that sandstorm-like column of flames, suffering tearing pain that even distorted his face. Just as he was about to react, he suddenly felt a sharp gust of wind behind him. Instantly twisting around, he found himself staring at someone bearing the exact same face as Ouyang Yuya. Too alarmed to think clearly, he unleashed a barrage of cannonballs from his sulfur cannon, blasting that figure away. Once the decoy was dealt with, Ouyang Yuya arrived abruptly, the fiery red dragon arm emerging on his right limb. It ruthlessly struck Tung Kuei directly in the chest. With a dull thud, Tung Kuei flew off like a cannonball, while Ouyang Yuya sneered coldly at the fallen foe and scornfully said, "Your greatest mistake was challenging me in alchemy." Without a pause, Ouyang Yuya darted forward once more, swinging the stone tablet with intent to smash it down hard on Tung Kuei. He held absolutely nothing back in his attacks, having genuinely decided to end the other's life. "It's over," he exclaimed coldly. Just then, a sudden gust of wind rushed past, accompanied by a clang of metal against metal. Instantly, Ouyang Yuya was forced backwards several steps, his expression turning dark and cold in an instant. Hee, treating a senior brother in alchemy this way seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Isn't this violating our academy's rules? At the sound of this voice, Ouyang Yuya felt a chill rise from his very core, shooting straight into his mind. Under the oppressive locking of a powerful soul sense, he felt his entire body stiffen. Observing the slowly emerging figure before him, he immediately recognized it as the deputy head of the Alchemy Institute, someone he and Ling Tsang had often clashed with. Upon seeing him, Ouyang Yuya involuntarily felt an overwhelming helplessness rising from deep within his soul. Tianfeng. The slightly stiffened words barely escaped his lips. Ouyang Yuya's face turned extremely serious. Facing an expert who was at least a land soul master, he probably wouldn't even have the strength to resist. As Tianfeng's figure emerged, the whistling of slicing wind rang again. This time, Two newcomers clad in Alchemy Institute robes arrived, each wearing a sulfur cannon insignia on their chest, the mark of a direct disciple status. Ouyang Yuya recognized them faintly too. One was Wang Hong, and the other was Lin Feng. During the new disciples evaluation, both had been recruited by Tian Feng as direct disciples due to their promising talent. As Tian Feng's personal students, their status had risen greatly within the academy, leading them to behave quite arrogantly. However, back then, Ouyang Yuya hadn't even considered them worth noting. However, fate certainly has its strange twists. Seeing Ouyang Yuya standing there, the two initially showed signs of shock, but soon these gave way to scornful sneers. Well, isn't this the champion of the assessment? Wang Hong chuckled, yet beneath his words lay unmistakable mockery. Ouyang Yuya, why don't you kneel before the headmaster? Lin Feng mocked while staring at Ouyang Yuya, eyes filled with disdain, looking at him as if he were an ant. They were well aware that Ouyang had left the academy and fully understood what kind of punishment he would face if captured and taken back. Now, seeing the former star of the academy fall into such a pitiful state, they couldn't help but feel triumphant. Therefore, throwing stones at someone already in a well was exactly what delighted them most. From the day I left, I was no longer a disciple of Oren. Since that's the case, why should I kneel? Hearing Ouyang Yuya's response, the disciple faltered for a moment before scoffing. So you really think you're someone special? A stray dog dares to talk back to me. Is this the kind of disciple Oren Academy cultivates? TSK, what a broadening experience. Ouyang Yuya laughed while addressing Tian Feng. Suddenly, his expression sharply changed, and like lightning, he darted forward, manifesting the stone tablet and swinging it toward Lin Feng. This action completely caught everyone off guard. Who could have expected that under such a passive situation, he would dare strike first? It was like he had gone mad. However, while his move was indeed reckless, it successfully achieved a preemptive strike. Lin Feng was stunned, and even Tian Feng was momentarily taken aback, failing to react immediately. By the time he finally regained his senses, Ouyang Yuya was already rushing toward Lin Feng. Young brat, how dare you? Enraged, Tian Feng slapped his palm outward, unleashing an exceptionally sharp gust of palm wind. Obviously, Ouyang Yuya's action had utterly infuriated him. It was akin to publicly slapping him in the face. Feeling the deadly palm wind approaching from behind, Ouyang Yuya swiftly performed a hand seal, and his decoy body immediately emerged from his true form, bearing the brunt of the violent palm strike. Ouyang Yuya moved swiftly. After only a momentary delay, he reached Lin Feng's front. During his time in Black Oren, he had learned to act decisively and without hesitation. Seeing terror in Lin Feng's expression, Ouyang Yuya swung the stone tablet furiously, landing a crushing blow to his throat, immediately eliminating the threat with no hesitation whatsoever. Lin Feng only realized in his final moments that he had provoked a god of death. The last thing he saw was Ouyang Yuya's cold, indifferent face and the words sealing his fate. Teach me a lesson? You're not even qualified. After landing the fatal strike, Ouyang Yuya wasted no time lingering. With a wave of his hand, he recalled his decoy body and swiftly dashed toward the periphery. His previous act had been a warning demonstration, intended to scare the others into submission. To truly face three opponents alone was utterly impossible, especially with Tian Feng, a land soul master, present. Therefore, fleeing remained the most sensible choice. Pursue him. We won't stop until we drag him out, even if it means turning Black Oren upside down. Gazing darkly at the escaping Ouyang Yuya, Tian Feng's face twitched, anger consuming him entirely. To be so thoroughly humiliated by a mere youngster was an utter insult, a direct challenge to his dignity. Master, what about Lin Feng? Wang Hong hesitated slightly before asking. He's just a useless waste. Ignore him. Hearing this, Tung Kuei and Zhang Hong exchanged shocked glances, clearly unprepared for Tian Feng's ruthless indifference. They nodded slightly before falling silent. Just as they were about to move forward, Tian Feng called them back. Remember, don't let Bo Xiong and the others find out. Avoid complications. Chapter 127, The Mysterious Bronze Slab. Yes. Watching the two leave, Tian Feng gave a slight tremble, smashed Lin Feng's corpse to pieces with a palm strike, and then chased after them with a ferocious determination to not stop until he had torn Ouyang Yuya apart limb from limb. Whoosh, whoosh. In a dense forest, two figures slowly emerged, none other than Tung Kuei and Wang Hong. At that moment, Tung Kuei suddenly halted his steps, glancing around with an expression shifting between suspicion and unease. What's wrong? Wang Hong asked, looking at Tung Kuei. The aura vanished. Tung Kuei frowned, glancing at the Xuanhuan hammer in his hand. Clearly, he could no longer sense Ouyang Yuya's presence, as if he had simply vanished from the world. How is that possible? Wang Hong frowned too. Isn't your Xuanhuan hammer reliable within 1,000 zhang? Hearing the blame in Wang Hong's tone, Tung Kuei coldly replied. What? You suspect I'm intentionally holding back? Wang Hong merely sneered without replying, his silence speaking volumes. Tung Kuei shot him a cold glance, then without a word turned and left. Wang Hong also snorted in cold contempt and followed closely behind. Once their figures had completely disappeared into the woods, Ouyang Yuya slowly stepped out from the shadows, his expression equally gloomy. He hadn't expected the Xuanhuan hammer could sense auras. Probably, that was indeed its most powerful feature. No wonder no matter where he hid, Tung Kuei could always locate him. If it hadn't been for the Wanxiang Fengzuan masking his aura, today would have certainly resulted in another exhausting battle. As he was pondering, suddenly, a series of rapid whistling sounds came from the distance. Judging by the sound, there were many people approaching. Thinking about this, Ouyang Yuya slightly furrowed his brow. This path led to Yutong, a place that generally saw no travelers, let alone a large group moving openly through the forest. Could it be that Oran Academy had found out about his activities here in Yutong and had come after him? But even this idea only lasted briefly before he dismissed it. To kill him, they certainly wouldn't need such an ostentatious display. Just as he faintly stirred and was about to leave, a shadow suddenly zipped by at an incredible speed. Before Ouyang Yuya could react, the figure had already leapt onto his shoulder. Upon realizing who it was, he relaxed. It was the monkey. Chitter chitter. Seeing the monkey grinning widely, Ouyang Yuya chuckled and reached out to pat its head. Looking at the approaching figures in the distance, he finally relaxed upon identifying the newcomers, when Sun and others, rushing over immediately after hearing the news. Ling Yu and Yu Hong were both among them, and seeing Ouyang Yuya unharmed, everyone exhaled in relief. Shifting his gaze to Ling Yu, the latter pouted knowingly. I was worried something happened to you, so I called everyone over. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuya gave an helpless shake of his head, then clasped his fists toward Yu Hong. I've caused you the Tong Master unnecessary trouble. Yu Hong waved him off. I told you, as long as you're part of Yutong, how could I possibly stand aside when it's about your affairs? Oh, and back then everything was urgent, and Xiao Yu didn't fully explain what happened. Now, tell us exactly what's going on. Ouyang Yuya nodded heavily and was just about to speak when suddenly, the monkey on his shoulder became restless. It let out low growls toward Yu Hong, and its body trembled continuously, as if detecting something it greatly detested. Monkey! Ouyang Yuya frowned and lightly tapped its head. Don't misbehave. Be quiet. Hearing Ouyang Yuya's low command, the monkey calmed somewhat, though it remained crouched on his shoulder, its beast-like eyes still filled with hostility toward Yu Hong. Ouyang Yuya smiled apologetically toward Yu Hong. I'm sorry, Tong Master. The monkey doesn't know better. Haha, no problem. Continue, tell us more. Xiao Yu said this matter was urgent. Yu Hong said, waving his hand dismissively. Ouyang Yuya nodded. To be honest, I don't know the specifics either, but this time the opening of the xiuxian pool seems to have drawn attention from outside. Now Oran Academy has already sent people to Heoran, and their target appears to be the xiuxian pool. They came. Hearing this, Xuanhuan's face slightly changed. Have you encountered them? Yes. I've met Tung Kuei and Tian Feng from the alchemy department, and we've already fought. However, I haven't seen Lords Lin Song and Bo Xiong yet. As Ouyang Yuya spoke, he glanced at Lin Xian and noticed that her hands involuntarily clenched at the hem of her robe. Squeezing her hand lightly, he felt how ice-cold her fingers were. As if sensing Ouyang Yuya's embarrassment, Su Shi smiled and said, What are you worried about? At worst, we'll just fight them to the death. As soon as Su Shi finished speaking, even Su Huang and the usually gentle Su Wan nodded in agreement. Ouyang Yuya gave a helpless smile before turning to Yu Hong. I wonder what your plan is, Tong Master. With Oran Academy's strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us alone to protect the xiuxian pool. Yu Hong nodded gravely. The matters involved with the xiuxian pool are too severe. We cannot allow external forces to meddle in it. Yushi. Here. Elder Yushi stepped forward respectfully upon hearing his name. Thanks to more than 10 days of recovery, Yushi's injuries were now mostly healed, and he had once again regained his former vigor, which greatly surprised Ouyang Yuya. Secretly, he marveled at the strength of Owen Sir, thinking that if it had been himself, he probably wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Even a year or half wouldn't have been enough. You go inform Yuntang first. Tell them that Oran Academy has interfered with the xiuxian pool. Let them decide what to do exactly. Yes. Ouyang Yuya nodded slightly as he watched Yu Heng's arrangement. He had once heard about the relationship between Yutong and Yuntang. They were decent enough with each other, but being two different factions, there were naturally secret competitions between them. Yu Heng's approach was both respectful toward Yuntang while forcing them to take on the headache. After all, xiuxian liquid was something Yutong hadn't obtained for many years, and thus wasn't something they valued. On the other hand, for Yuntang and other major powers, losing the xiuxian liquid might directly affect their very foundation. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, they would never allow it to slip away. I heard from young brother Su Huang that you all are from Oran Academy. Yu Heng suddenly asked. That's right. Ouyang Yuya nodded. May I ask what the Dong Master's orders are? How strong is Oran Academy? In your opinion, how many high-level experts have they sent this time? Yu Heng asked thoughtfully. Very strong. At least in my opinion, their power exceeds the combined strength of all forces in Black Oran. They have at least 4 great Earth-Auen. This time, probably the deputy deans from each department and some personally trained disciples have come. If the 5 great factions can unite, things should be manageable. Yu Heng nodded. I will explain this to the other faction leaders. However, cultivation must not be neglected. Even if we end up competing, the stronger you are, the better your chances. Yes. Ouyang Yuya nodded, clenching his fist tightly as he watched Yu Hong and the others leave. If it truly came down to open conflict, the situation wouldn't be simple at all. As Yu Hong and others left, only Lin Xian and Ouyang Yuya remained at the spot. In the heavy, silent atmosphere, the two looked at each other without uttering a word. Will we run into your father and the others this time? Lin Xian broke the awkward silence after a while. Most likely, since Tian Feng is already here, Uncle Lin and Dean Bo Xiong should be present too. Otherwise, how else could they control all the powers in Black Oran? Ouyang Yuya paused, then asked, if Uncle Lin asked you to return, would you agree? Lin Xian slightly shivered upon hearing this, then suddenly looked up at him. So your feelings toward me are only those of a brother and sister? Ouyang Yuya was slightly taken aback, frowning slightly, but remained silent. I understand. Nodding, Lin Xian turned and began walking toward Yutong. Xian, this is for you. Ouyang Yuya took out a martial arts manual and handed it to her. It was Lu Ying, the one he had acquired at the auction back then. Thank you. Looking at the manual in her hands, Lin Xian suddenly smiled, then continued walking toward Yutong. Watching her slightly lonely figure, Ouyang Yuya tightly clenched his fists. The matter of Oren Academy interfering in the xiuxian pool, within just a few days, exploded like a heavy bomb across Black Oren. As it was noisily spread around, naturally drew the attention of all powers in Black Oren, some astonished, others secretly delighted. Clearly, this outcome was exactly what they had wished for. The xiuxian pool was a well-known holy place in Black Oren, and the xiuxian liquid it produced matured only once every 3 years. Its value and uses were self-evident. It was extremely tempting. Possessing it undoubtedly boosted the younger generation's strength. However, because of the intimidation by the 5 major powers, even those factions with aspirations dared not openly defy the rules. After all, nobody wished to make enemies of such forces, and an attempt to snatch it might cost their very lives. However, Oren Academy's sudden involvement offered new opportunities to many powers, who began thinking, if Oren could be distracted, perhaps they might have a chance to benefit. Driven by such thoughts, countless unseen eyes began observing the actions of the 5 major powers in Black Oren and Oren Academy, especially the latter, which had now become the central figure. Their decisions would directly affect the rules and the balance that had stood in Black Oren for years. What was surprising was that, ever since that day, no news regarding Oren Academy had come forth. It had become exceptionally quiet. Unlike what one would expect given the widespread nature of the previous rumors, there had been no visible reaction. Oren Academy's calmness was met with equal indifference from the 5 major factions. Such a situation caused those who were secretly watching to nod in understanding. Both sides were now gambling, and the side that lost composure first would certainly find itself at a severe disadvantage in the actions to follow. Although this confrontation appeared peaceful, the hidden tension was heavy, the suffocating quiet so intense that it felt unbearable, making Black Oren turbulent and brimming with the scent of an impending storm. However, all of these external developments were completely unknown to Ouyang Yuya, deep inside Yutong. He merely felt that Oren Academy's activities had significantly decreased over the past few days. Even the intensity of their pursuit of him had weakened, giving Ouyang Yuya an unusual and surreal sensation. Had it not been for the scars left on his body by the Xuanhuan hammer, he might even have believed all this was fabricated. After all, in essence, he had simply fled from the academy and quit, not action serious enough to warrant being hunted down. Their true objective, undoubtedly, was the Da Huang Ling Ju he carried within him. Thinking of this alone filled Ouyang Yuya with resentment. Just wait. Once I return, I'll repay you all accordingly. I, Ouyang Yuya, shall present you with a small gift, he muttered softly to himself. In recent days, the entire Black Oren had gradually stirred into motion like a massive machine as the xiuxian pool was about to open. And this once routine event, the xiuxian pool, had become shrouded in uncertainty due to Oren Academy's interference. Most were paying attention to the recent changes, eager to learn how the 5 major powers in Black Oren would respond to Oren Academy's intrusion. Almost sharing the same thought as everyone else, Ouyang Yuya and the other participants were also waiting for the xiuxian pool's opening. Even Xuanhuan and his companions had become more diligent. After all, to them, Oren Academy was the real threat they needed to worry about. Undeniably, with the crystal cores left behind by Tu Xiao and Shui Xiao, Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan's cultivation speeds had increased significantly. Watching them, Su Shi grew envious and began clamoring to cultivate faster, eager to condense his own xuanhuan and awaken his attribute. As everyone was busy cultivating, Ouyang Yuya strangely found himself with free time. His cultivation was not like that of Ling Yu and others, which could still improve. With his current power, he would not see any progress through further training unless he could break through the barrier of xuanhuan. Thus, while everyone else was preoccupied, he became the least occupied. Out of boredom, he prepared some medicinal ingredients and began immersing himself in studying that alchemical abstract, attempting to use the cauldron to create some basic crystals. To Ouyang Yuya's amazement, the cauldron, which appeared fragile at first glance, turned out to be far sturdier in practice than imagined. With the cauldron now in possession and following the refining techniques described in the manual, he was finally able to operate it. However, as the saying goes, starting anything is always the hardest. After all, he was a beginner. In the beginning, the crystals he tried to produce frequently failed, either because of uneven temperature control and medicinal liquid proportions or his inexperience with the cauldron. Hardly a session went by without failure, and on many occasions, the cauldron even exploded, causing cold sweat to pour down Ouyang Yuya's back. Were it not for the large size of the cauldron, even a single spark might have cost him dearly. Thus, he secretly felt grateful for having acquired a proper cauldron. Otherwise, using a simple brazier, the ratio of success to failure might have driven him to the point of weeping in frustration. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Ouyang Yuya muttered to himself that being an alchemist was truly exhausting and demanding, especially when refining crystals, which proved exceptionally difficult. After exhausting all his strength and effort, he had only managed to successfully create 2 fire cannon crystals. All the others had failed. What caused him the greatest pain was the loss of century-old medicinal ingredients. Wanting to achieve perfection, he had purchased only the highest quality ingredients. So, every time the cauldron exploded, he watched helplessly as stacks of silver coins, the fruits of hard labor, vanish in an instant. It pained him deeply to see such waste. Over the following days, Ouyang Yuya locked himself inside his room, fully dedicating himself to alchemy. As time passed, frequent explosions and Ouyang Yuya's low curses could be heard from within the room. Sparks flew out uncontrollably, making those who passed by feel their scalps tingling. This state lasted for several days straight. Thousands of taels worth of medicinal ingredients were quickly consumed. Ouyang Yuya exhaled deeply, staring at the 20 crystals lined up before him. His lips twitched slightly as he muttered inwardly that alchemy was indeed an expensive craft. Having spent thousands of taels, he had only managed to produce 20 crystals. Yet Ouyang Yuya was fortunate without realizing it. Alchemy itself was extremely difficult and required a tremendous amount of resources. This was why alchemists were so rare. Even some exceptionally talented individuals with mentors guiding them would find it nearly impossible to reach the level of producing 20 successful crystals when just starting out. Such a feat would undoubtedly cause a great stir if revealed. Of course, much of this achievement was owed to the abstract manual, whose contents were by no means inferior to those of a professional mentor, perhaps even surpassing them. Heaving a resentful sigh, Ouyang Yuya looked at the 20 crystals in his hands. Considering he needed to learn the chain flame blast technique, all the crystals he had produced were fire type, specifically designed to maximize the martial skill's effectiveness. 20 should be enough. If he was careful with their usage, they should last until the xiuxian pool competition ended. Nodding slightly, he recalled that both the hall master and the elders were currently discussing the xiuxian pool matters at Yutong's headquarters. The opening of the xiuxian pool was still a few days away. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to obtain the xiuxian fluid. If necessary, he would have to rely on the monkey and go in himself. After all, he was completely alone now. Nothing mattered more to him than clearing his father's name. Thus, he was willing to pay any price to strengthen. Just then, as if suddenly recalling something, he swiftly swiped his right hand across his waist, pulling out a green copper block. His gaze sharpened. This copper block had been accidentally acquired at the foot of the wilderness mountains, yet even now he had not discovered its true capability. It had been quietly dormant within his xuanhuan pouch all this time, sparking his curiosity about the object. However, after long and extensive study, he had only confirmed that the material of this object was of exceptional quality. Even his sharp dagger could not leave a mark on it, and there had been no other findings. Thinking this, he reignited the furnace fire beneath the cauldron. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and tossed the copper block into the cauldron. Since all other methods had failed, he might as well try burning it out. The moment the copper block touched the flames, it was engulfed by the fire, dropping into the vessel atop the cauldron. As the fire refined it, crackling sounds rang out, like burning dry wood. Sitting beside the cauldron, Ouyang Yuya adjusted the flame while closely watching the copper block inside the vessel through the concave opening. He remained seated for a full day like this. To his surprise, no matter how fiercely the flames burned, the copper block remained unmoved, showing no signs of melting. This left Ouyang Yuya frustrated and disheartened. It seemed this method was also ineffective. Unwilling to give up, he increased the fire intensity once again. Suddenly, the previously unresponsive copper block showed the first signs of melting, but only briefly, before reverting to its original state as disappointment crossed Ouyang Yuya's face. Still no luck, huh? He shook his head slightly and was about to extinguish the flame when, suddenly, a ripple surged from the cauldron, freezing his hand halfway. For the first time, his expression finally changed. This is soul force. Ouyang Yuya stared at the cauldron, sensing the aura coming from it. As he had thought, the force emitted from inside was indeed soul force. Even more startling, as the flames continued burning, the copper block finally began to melt, and the fluctuation grew stronger. Ouyang Yuya was stunned when he suddenly felt the xuanhuan vessel within his body vibrating again, resonating with this strange energy. His pupils shrank sharply, and then he heard a thunderous rumble. The flames in the cauldron were forcefully extinguished, and a green glowing orb shot out from inside, darting straight toward Ouyang Yuya. Chapter 128, Negotiation. Watching the rapidly shooting light sphere, Ouyang Yuya's expression turned fearful. The speed of the light sphere was extremely fast, combined with the fierce aura on it. Even Ouyang Yuya dared not recklessly intercept it. A flash of sharp light shot through his eyes as he let out a low shout, his right arm transforming into a fiery red dragon arm that stretched forcefully toward the light sphere. As his hand made contact, Ouyang Yuya felt a powerful surge of energy transmit through his palm into the dragon arm. With a muffled bang, the dragon arm was shattered apart by the immense force, and Ouyang Yuya's body was involuntarily lifted and flung backward by this ferocious impact. Huff! Somewhat awkwardly rising back up, he glanced at his right arm, which had gone numb and stiff. He moved it slightly, but the intense, tearing pain shooting through his arm caused him to inhale sharply and involuntarily twitch the corner of his mouth. It took several moments of rest before he finally began to feel slightly better. Opening his palm, he warily examined the now calmed light sphere, which had completely dispersed, revealing a red iron fragment. The shape of the iron fragment remained unchanged from its pre-smelted form, still oval in shape. However, the greenish residue previously covering its exterior had disappeared, exposing its original appearance. What startled him was how familiar the fragment's shape appeared. In fact, it looked more like a jade scroll. Spending a long time flipping the fragment over and studying it thoroughly, Ouyang Yuya still could not figure out its purpose. Even now, he could not detect any specific use for the object. Aside from its surprising durability, it appeared to serve no function whatsoever. With a bitter smile, he placed the iron fragment into his xuanhuan bag. Originally hoping for some kind of reward, now it seemed completely useless. Feeling a wave of disappointment following the emotional highs and lows, he sighed helplessly. Just then, he felt a sudden weight on his shoulder. It was the monkey, returning from somewhere, its right claw holding a fruit that it greedily devoured while shoving another one from its left claw into Ouyang mouth. The fruit carried a slight bitterness upon biting down, yet once the dry initial taste passed, a sweet flavor emerged from its depths. Patting the monkey's head, he lifted it before his face, watching its guilty expression as it scratched its own head, prompting Ouyang to break into silent laughter. Was there something odd about Master Yuheng? Ouyang suddenly asked. On that day, the monkey's behavior had been highly abnormal. Considering the monkey's intelligence, it would never behave so impolitely. Based on his understanding of the monkey, Ouyang could guess that there must have been something on Yu Heng's body that greatly repelled the monkey, resulting in its uncharacteristic reaction. Hearing the question, the monkey tossed the rest of its fruit into its mouth, chewed heavily, then vigorously nodded. After gulping the fruit down, it began exclaiming loudly while gesturing dramatically. You mean something is inside his body? Ouyang naturally understood the monkey, having spent so much time together, and his brows slowly furrowed as he asked. Seeing the monkey nod again, Ouyang heart sank as he continued. Do you know what it is? Upon hearing this, the monkey blinked its eyes. Then, the gesture and expression it made next caused Ouyang expression to change drastically. At the heart of Xiaolan stood a tall pavilion-style building, surrounded and encircled by many black-roofed houses, standing out like a crane among chickens, emanating a sense that made one feel the urge to kneel and worship immediately. This pavilion was the headquarters of Xuanhuan, one of the largest powers in Xiaolan. Among the 5 major powers in Xiaolan, if one had to rank them by strength, it was clear that Xuanhuan and Mantle Temple stood above the rest. Mantle Temple's heaven, earth, and human mantles were formidable. Except for Tianman, the temple leader who had already stepped into the Grand Soul Master, Dadahanshi, realm, Diamond and Renman were both experts at the half-step Grand Soul Master level, clearly stronger than forces like Yutong. As for Yunhal's might, apart from its second-in-command Yunhong, who was also at the half-step Grand Soul Master stage, the hall leader Yunzhua had reached the 3rd level of Grand Soul Master, making him the strongest expert in Xiaolan without dispute. Therefore, Yunhal's authority remained untouchable, even by Mantle Temple itself. At this moment, however, the main reception hall of Yunhal was cloaked in a heavy, tense silence. Within the hall, 10 individuals sat solemnly on seats arranged into 2 distinct opposing groups of 5. On one side sat Xiaolan's faction, led by Yu Hong. Sitting beside him were 4 figures whose auras were powerfully profound. Even a mere glance exuded a heavy, suffocating pressure. These 4 were the leaders of the remaining 4 major factions. Directly facing this group of 5 was another set of 5 figures. If Ouyang were present, he would instantly recognize them all. Among these 4 were the deputy heads of the 4 academies of Aolan Academy, including Bo Xiongling and Song. Seated in the central position was none other than Master Huang, one of the 4 great masters. Under such a heavy, stifling atmosphere, neither side made the first move. Neither dared break the silence yet. Hee, I didn't expect Master Huang to visit us here. Please forgive my lack of proper welcome. Yu Zhua, head of Yunhal, finally broke the long-standing, awkward standoff. After all, the opposing side had a Sky Soul Master. Faced with absolute power, even these leaders of factions dared not be careless. The belief of the strong are supreme had already been deeply rooted in the continent. It's fine, Master Huang laughed, looking at the 5 opposite him with a tone full of arrogance. I never liked beating around the bush. I'm here today to discuss with you leaders about the matter of the Soul Saliva Pool. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of several faction leaders from Xiaolan instantly changed, appearing somewhat displeased. Hee, what could be so important that you personally came? Please just give your orders. Bo Xiongling, the leader of Longyan Hall, flattered. As soon as he finished speaking, the others couldn't help but frown. Even better, says me some words. I simply demand you hand over the management of the Soul Saliva Pool to us, and from now on, it shall be governed by Aolan Academy. How about it? That's going too far. A sharp cracking sound rang out as Pangda, the most impulsive among them and head of the Tiger Hall, suddenly stood up, smashing the armrest beside his seat and glaring furiously at Tianfeng. Disrespectful. Pangda, watch your language. Tianfeng also stood up abruptly, glaring at Pangda. Watch language. Why should we hand over our own property? Aolan Academy is going too far. Pangda growled, his aura suddenly erupting. Amid cracking sounds from his bones, his body rapidly expanded, and tiger stripes appeared on his skin, an inner hall technique of Tiger Hall, the Demon Tiger transformation. Wanna fight? Then let's see. Tianfeng smirked coldly and released an aura that was no less formidable than Pangda's. As soon as Pangda unleashed his power, both sides simultaneously rose to their feet, glaring at each other and appearing ready to erupt into battle at any moment. Master Huang, we respect you as a senior and hence tolerated many things. Now that you're forcing us, don't accuse us of being impolite. Moreover, Xiaolan has long established its own lineage. We won't allow your interference. At this moment, a calm-looking man dressed in black finally spoke. His entire body was wrapped in black clothing, and his tone was unusually composed. Renmeng, what's this? Your hall master sent you to receive me instead of coming himself. When Master Huang saw the black-clothed man, his expression also slightly changed. My hall master is in seclusion. My coming here is sufficient. Master, if you have anything to say, feel free to do so, Renmeng replied indifferently. Yeah, Renmeng, a local snake. Do you really intend to challenge us recklessly? Song, the deputy head of the Alchemy Academy from Aulon Academy, sneered. Haha, what if we're not alone? Aulon Academy is reaching a bit too far, isn't it? So what? Do you really think you can stop us? Master Huang sneered, suddenly rising as he fiercely swung his sleeve. Instantly, Pang De and the other 5 were shoved backward. How terrifying was the power of a Sky Soul Master? I came here today to make you decide definitely. Otherwise, no one leaves this place alive. As Master Huang spoke, his aura suddenly exploded, radiating a sense of unexplainable coldness. Upon his final sentence, the faces of Yu Heng and others turned grim. You old bastard, Huang, you've gone too far. At that moment, an aged voice resounded, and an invisible energy flickered in midair. Following an intense fluctuation, a figure materialized, an emaciated old man nearing his final days. Upon seeing this person, Master Huang's expression finally changed. You old monster, you're still alive. Have you already entered the Sky Soul Master realm? Master Huang's face twitched, sensing something unusual at last. Senior Elder. When Yu Zhuo saw the old man, his expression finally relaxed somewhat, bolstering his courage. The greatest shock undoubtedly belonged to the rest, especially Yu Heng and others. They never expected that Yunhal had such a formidable expert guarding it. With this, Yunhal's position would definitely become even more solid. Immediately, they all bowed respectfully. After all, when this elder had already gained his reputation, they had merely been soul soldiers. The old man nodded slightly. Just fortunate. Since I'm already here, there's no need for fighting. Sit, let's talk. So saying, the elder sat down on a chair and waved his hand. Seeing this, Yu Heng and others also returned to their seats one by one. Fine. Master Huang nodded, but his face had turned increasingly dark. With Senior Elder Yu's appearance, the situation seemed to be slipping out of his control. Let's also sit down. It's not good to just stand here like this. Master Huang chuckled, then sat facing Elder Yun and asked, Elder Yun, what do you mean by this? For years, the 5 major forces of Aulon have been in control of the soul saliva pool. It's not something that can simply be handed over. I have a suggestion. Since the soul saliva is useful to the younger generation, we old fellows don't need to interfere. Let the youths handle it themselves. After all, only 5 people can benefit. Why don't we just let the younger generation take care of it? Watching them might be a good strategy for us. What do you think? Elder Yun smiled faintly as he looked at Master Huang and his group. Master Huang fell silent upon hearing this, frowning deeply. After a while, he asked, how many people per side? 4. Fine. I'll go with your suggestion. After a brief pause, Master Huang firmly nodded. I hope you stick to the rules, otherwise don't blame me for not showing you any respect. Haha, naturally. Elder Yun nodded in agreement. Master, Bo Xiong and the others were about to object when Master Huang stopped them with a wave. Enough. My decision is final. Go back and select 1 person per academy. On the day the soul saliva pool opens, we will enter together with the Aulon factions. Yes. Bo Xiong and others reluctantly nodded. Let me see how outstanding the next generation of Aulon really is. Master Huang cast a glance at Elder Yun, then swept his sleeve and left. Bo Xiong and others followed closely behind. Watching Master Huang leave, Elder Yun's smile slowly faded, replaced by a cold, gloomy expression. Put our personal grudges aside for now. Tell the kids to pay attention. This time's purpose. Elder Yun paused, then continued. Block their people completely. After finishing his words, Elder Yun's figure vanished once again, leaving Yu Heng and the others stunned and speechless. Proceed as instructed, Eanes was said indifferently. Yu Heng and the others nodded, already anticipating the intense competition that was about to unfold. Chapter 129, Jade Toad King. Slap. That's going too far. Humph. Joining forces, what a nice way to put it. Old Yuan's just using his authority to intimidate us. It's not true cooperation at all. Most likely, any Xuanhuan yet our disciples obtain will end up in the hands of Yuan Hall. Yuxing, the short-tempered Southern Hall leader, raged furiously, slamming his palm onto the bluestone tabletop. The powerful impact caused the teacups atop it to rattle violently. Calm yourself. At your age, still so quick to anger. No wonder your disciple Yuping is so hot-headed as well. Yuan, the Western elder, mocked. And yours Yuten is any better? He doesn't even have a hint of masculine vigor. Why? Enough. Both of you are old men, yet still bickering like children. This isn't the time to be squabbling. Let's hear what the hall leader has to say. Yushi, standing nearby, helplessly shook his head and quickly intervened. At this, Yuan and Yuxing both fell silent and turned their eyes toward Yuheng seated at the high seat. Yuheng was spinning a small incense burner in his hands, his expression fluctuating, clearly deep in thought. After a long moment, he finally spoke, asking, at what cultivation level are the disciples from the other factions this time? All are at the 9th stage of body tempering. Only our Jade Hall and the Tiger Den are slightly weaker, each having 2 disciples at the 8th stage of body tempering. Although the Tiger Den focuses on physical training, their Demon Tiger transformation is an Earth-tier transformation martial art, which when used, makes them no weaker than the 9th stage disciples. Yushi replied while rising from his seat. Yuheng nodded. Then indeed, we are at a disadvantage. What are your opinions, fellow elders? I suggest we just don't go at all. Our Jade Hall has been humiliated repeatedly already. Who knows what tricks they'll pull this time? It'd be one thing if we just missed out on Xuanhuan liquid, but if any of our disciples get injured or killed, the loss would be unbearable, Yuan answered. That won't do. If we refuse to go, people will spread rumors. It will also damage our reputation in the Black Orlan. After all, we are one of the 5 major factions. How can we cowardly back out like that? Xiuxian replied, shaking his head in disagreement. Hall leader, if I may suggest, why not let young Master Ouyang form a separate team? Yuma, the northern elder, who had not spoken at all so far, suddenly said. Oh, Elder Bey's meaning, please elaborate. Yuheng's eyes lit up, clearly intrigued. As all eyes turned toward him, Yuma smiled. This time, our team is at a definite disadvantage. That much is clear to everyone. However, if we let Ouyang Yuya and his friends form their own group and have them enter separately, then wouldn't the chances of success significantly increase with the 2 teams watching each other's backs? As soon as Xiuxian finished speaking, several others showed signs of sudden realization and nodded in quick agreement. But, isn't the rule for Xuanhuan that only disciples from the faction itself can enter? Haha. But don't forget another clause in the rules. There's no limit on the number of participants from each faction as long as they can find suitable candidates. There's no problem with that. I've assessed their group before. They're all fairly strong, perhaps even slightly superior to our disciples. Moreover, Ouyang Yuya bears the purple gold disciple seal, so no one could raise a valid objection. After all, that's the symbol of disciple status, widely recognized by all. After hearing Xiuxian's words, the rest also nodded in agreement. It seemed this plan was indeed the best option now. Yuheng nodded. If no one has any objections, let's go with this. Yushi, you should go and inform those 8 young ones right away. Summon Ouyang Yuya first. Let Xiao Yu and Yuten's group of 4 head to the training ground first. What does the hall leader mean? Yuing couldn't help but frown slightly. We will begin a joint training session for them, starting these few days. Really? You're saying there is indeed another presence within Yuing? Ouyang Yuya asked grimly, looking at the monkey. Gigi. The monkey quickly nodded. Will it be beneficial for your cultivation? The monkey nodded again. Ouyang Yuya took a deep breath, his expression turning anxious. Can you identify what it is? Gigi. The monkey shook its head. Then do you want to try sensing it? Seeing the monkey nod, Ouyang Yuya was about to speak, when suddenly the monkey leaped onto his shoulder, pointing at the window. Understanding immediately, Ouyang Yuya fell silent. He adjusted his clothes, stored the cauldron into his xuanhuan pouch, and walked outside, finding a servant hurrying towards him. Upon spotting Ouyang Yuya, the servant bowed and said, Master Ouyang, the hall leader is requesting your presence at the grand hall. Oh, the hall leader is back. Ouyang Yuya raised an eyebrow and glanced at the monkey on his shoulder. If the monkey hadn't sensed wrongly, then things might get complicated. That thing was definitely beyond their current capabilities. They would need Yuheng's help. Nodding slightly to himself, he said, I'll go right away. Without delay, Ouyang Yuya strode toward the grand hall. His instinct told him that Yuheng had summoned him likely concerning the Fengshan Shi. Perhaps the negotiations with Oran Academy had made some progress. Arriving at the Jade Hall's grand hall, he found the door closed. He walked forward and gently knocked. Come in. Ouyang Yuya pushed open the door and entered. He saw Yuheng sitting sideways on a chair, his gaze fixed on the Go board placed on the stone table. Yuheng was happily playing alone. Come sit down. Seeing Ouyang Yuya enter, Yuheng smiled and waved him over. Ouyang Yuya didn't hesitate and sat on the opposite side of the board. Do you know how to play? A little. Ouyang Yuya gave a faint smile and nodded. Yuheng chuckled and picked up a black piece, placing it on the board with a grin. He looked mirthfully at Ouyang Yuya. Ouyang Yuya glanced at the board, and his expression shifted into one of bewilderment. The black pieces were connected and in a strong formation, while the white pieces seemed perilous, with many groups cut off. Noticing Ouyang Yuya's expression, Yuheng smiled slightly. Playing Go is like laying schemes. Now, I'll give you the white pieces. What would you do in this situation? Ouyang Yuya pondered briefly. Cut the connections. If they can't be severed, then prevent further expansion. So, the way is to block and then break them apart piece by piece. Oh, how would you block? Yuheng looked interested as he asked. Ouyang Yuya smiled without answering. He picked up a white piece and placed it. Just like this piece. Adding more pieces, simply put, means seeking help. Take another route. If I'm not mistaken, the current situation of the Jade Hall is just like these white pieces. In a tight spot, struggling to move forward or back. Haha, exactly. That's why I summoned you here. Yuheng laughed, his eyes full of approval. Please enlighten me. Yuheng nodded and said, the specifics aren't suitable for elaboration. We've reached an agreement with Oran Academy. On the day of the Wunshan Shi opening, each faction will send young disciples to compete for the Wunshan Yate. No interference in case of death or injury. The Jade Hall's strength is the weakest, nearly a suicide mission. So I arranged for you to form a separate team. I know you want the Wunshan Yate, so the Jade Hall will not claim it from you. My only request is that you ensure Xiao Yu's safety during the competition. Ouyang Yuya's body stiffened slightly. After a moment's thought, he nodded heavily. Okay. Hee. With that said, I can rest assured. Alright, you may begin your preparations. You can choose your team members freely. If you need anything these days, feel free to consult Yushi. He will arrange everything for you. Ouyang Yuya rose, bowed, and said, Then thank you, Hall Leader, for your kind consideration. No need. That's all for now, you may go. Yuheng waved his hand, then suddenly seemed to remember something. By the way, these few days the elders will organize some training. If you want, you can bring your team to participate. Better than nothing, after all. Ouyang Yuya nodded, looked at Yuheng, and gave a faint sigh. As he turned to leave, he suddenly paused and sighed again. Hall Leader, this disciple has a small, inappropriate request. Oh, go on, tell me. Yuheng paused mid-movement with his go piece and smiled at him. Ouyang Yuya stepped forward. This junior wishes to examine senior's hand. Oh, haha, okay. Yu chuckled and extended his arm. Ouyang Yuya gently took it. Suddenly, the Wanxiang cauldron within his body trembled violently, silently shooting out a beam of white light through his right hand into Yu body. This was done extremely discreetly. Even Yu failed to notice. What he aimed to do was test whether the Wanxiang cauldron could temporarily shield whatever hidden entity existed within Yu. If it worked, Yu would naturally sense it. If not, it wouldn't matter either. He believed that even that existence wouldn't sense it with the cauldron's power. Indeed, the moment the white light entered, he felt Yu arm tremble slightly. The smile on his face slowly vanished, and he stared coldly at Ouyang Yuya, his voice low and sharp. How did you know? Ouyang Yuya shook his head. This disciple didn't intend to pry into your secret, master. I only wanted to know whether this thing would harm you. That is none of your concern. All right, you may go now. Yu waved his hand dismissively. Hall leader, I can help you remove that thing. Yu frowned, his voice hoarse. What? Can it be removed? If senior cooperates, there's an 80% chance. As Ouyang's words faded, Yu's expression darkened, his eyes lowering as if pondering something. Ouyang Yuya did not urge him, and through their conversation, he had already confirmed his own suspicion. There was indeed a foreign soul, consciousness attached to Yu, merely dwelling within his body. Now it seemed clear this soul's abilities were extremely formidable, even to the point that Yu, a powerful Earth Soul master, couldn't expel it. After a long moment, Yu finally sighed. Fine, what do I need to do to cooperate? Have you really made up your mind? If this fails, you could suffer backlash, and perhaps even lose some of your strength. Haha, it's fine. The worst-case scenario is just this body perishing. But I advise you to reconsider carefully. This entity's power isn't low. It may only exist as a soul essence now, but if it goes all out, neither of us may be able to resist. I naturally understand this. So, when we begin, Hall leader, please use your soul essence to suppress its power as much as possible. Attempt to force it out into the open. What happens next will be our responsibility. Looking at Ouyang Yuya, Yu helplessly nodded. Shall we begin now? Ouyang Yuya snapped his fingers, and the monkey immediately darted in from outside, leaping to sit on Ouyang Yuya's shoulder, its beast-like eyes watching Yu cautiously. At the sight of the monkey, Yu's expression flickered slightly with realization. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's signal, a gleam flashed in Yu's eyes. A vast surge of soul energy burst forth from his body, forcefully shattering the barrier within. Immediately afterward, a piercing scream echoed through the hall. Yu, what are you doing? Yuchan King, it's time to come out. With a shrill screech, a phantom-like green toad materialized behind Yu. Looking closely, one could see the toad's appearance was exactly the same as the emblem of the Jade Hall. Chapter 130, Suppression. It's actually the soul essence of Yuchan. Ouyang Yuya looked at the emerging phantom and couldn't help but be taken aback. Soon after, a look of alarm crossed his face. He never expected that the mysterious soul essence hiding inside Yuheng's body would turn out to be the totem of the Yu clan. Hee, Yuheng, don't forget our deal. This Jin advises you to think carefully. You will have to take responsibility for your actions today. Hearing Yuchan's taunt, Yuheng's brows slowly furrowed. His expression then turned ruthless as he poured even more effort into activating the soul energy within, trying desperately to expel Yuchan King's soul essence. Hee, it's useless. Unless this Jin wants to leave, no matter how hard you try, it won't make any difference, mocked Yuchan King with a sharp cackle. Monkey attack. Seeing the real identity revealed, Ouyang Yuya issued a low shout. Immediately, the monkey responded with a similar roar. As its aura surged outward, its body rapidly grew taller, vaguely emitting the same formidable energy as Yuchan King. Letting out a furious howl toward Yuchan. Facing this powerful soul essence, for the second time the monkey released its seal, revealing its ancient giant ape form. Hee, it's actually an ancient giant ape. Yuheng, you tricked me. With a sharp cry, Yuchan King sensed defeat looming and shot his soul essence out from Yuheng's body. It transformed into an emerald light orb and shot rapidly out of the hall, trying to escape. I will return Yuheng. Just wait until then and die for me. Wanna leave? Stay put. Seeing the soul essence of the toad trying to flee, Ouyang Yuya bent his fingers slightly, gathering the gate force right in front of Yuchan King, blocking its path. Briefly halted, Yuheng's eyes focused and flashed forward to cut off the toad's escape route. With a wave of his hand, he formed a huge palm aiming to smash downward at the glowing orb containing Yuchan King. The massive palm imprint vanished when it was less than a zhang away from the toad. As if understanding its dire situation, Yuchan King stopped trying to escape. The green orb suddenly expanded and revealed its true form, standing in opposition to Ouyang Yuya. A unique aura, different from soul energy, instantly spread out. Ouyang Yuya's expression changed drastically. This is primordial qi, xiuxian. Just as this fierce fluctuation spread outward, sounds of air slicing open were heard. Then, a dozen figures were seen rushing toward the direction of the hall. The newcomers were Elder Yushi and the other three elders along with several disciples of the Yu clan. When the soul energy ripple emerged in the hall, they sensed it immediately. Upon seeing the current appearance of Yuchan King and the monkey, their faces changed dramatically, clearly unaccustomed to such a spectral beast. What is that strange creature? Yu Cheng stared at Yuchan King, his heart filled with shock, especially under the pressure from its aura, which nearly made him gasp for breath. It's Yuchan. Elder Yushi frowned. Clearly, even he was finding it hard to process this strange situation. All the others leave. Gather all Yu clan disciples together. The Yu clan's attendants are to go and protect them. No slip-ups allowed. Elder Yu Shi, the 4 of you stay behind and assist me. Today, Yuchan King must not escape. Yu Hong instructed the arriving elders. Yes, leader. As the Yu clan attendants left, only the 4 elders from the Yu clan, Yu Hong, and Ouyang Yuye remained. Everyone present exerted their abilities to the maximum, cautiously eyeing the 2 spectral beasts in front of them. Feeling the oppressive aura radiating from Yuchan King, Ouyang Yuye's expression changed again. He hadn't expected Yuchan King to actually possess primordial qi. Even just a soul essence projection could exert such powerful pressure. Imagining how formidable it must have been in life, possibly even a shape-shifting soul beast. Thinking of this, Ouyang Yuye gritted his teeth. Today there was no way he could allow it to escape, otherwise the consequences would be dire. Easily dissipating Yu Hang's strike, Yuchan King sneered. Yu Hong, how much of your abilities can you really use without my help? You've betrayed our agreement and tricked this Jun. You humans truly are a despicable species. Yuchan King, your own deeds are no better. Yu Hong sneered coldly, but ignored further banter. He focused his soul energy, forming a translucent emerald green hand that charged fiercely toward Yuchan King with an extremely fierce momentum, looking quite terrifying. Yet, the same situation unfolded once again. The moment Yu Hang's palm neared Yuchan King, it dissolved into nothingness. A firefly dares challenge the moonlight. I've told you, compared to me, you're nowhere close. Move aside. Yuchan King sneered, his primordial qi surging. In front of his body, a swirling spear of energy formed, targeting several critical points on Yu Hong. Xiao, xiao, xiao. The sharp spear sliced through with a piercing whistle, swirling with cold, deadly momentum. The shrieking sound alone was enough to indicate its terrifying lethality, and it was clear that Yuchan King had truly decided to kill Yu Hong. Pung pung pung. At that moment, however, the monkey suddenly leapt forward, standing directly in front of Yu Hong. Its palm, wide as a giant fan, swung straight forward without flourish, also surging with rampant primordial qi. With immense force, it smashed into the spear, shattering it into fragments instantly. The monkey, however, was sent staggering backward from the backlash, its beastly eyes turning crimson red as it locked onto Yuchan King with a low growl. Mai Shangda, after the continent's transformation, there would still be an ancient giant ape like you left. Judging by your clan's mark, your status isn't low. But you're still far too weak now. When this Jun was dominating heaven and earth, you hadn't even been born yet. Sharp mocking words flew from his mouth, and then, with a surge of primordial qi, countless sharp spikes formed, raining down like falling stars. Attack together, Yu Hong shouted in a low voice. Immediately, everyone, including Ouyang Yuye, surged forward. The 4 elders also moved into action, attacking from different sides, surrounding Yuchan King's phantom body. One strike after another crashed down. Though individually weak, their combined numbers made them effective. Even the proverb of ants gnawing an elephant applied here. Especially since Yuchan King was only a soul essence, its power was less than a tenth of its prime, making it struggle to deal with the overwhelming assault. With a deep thud, the monkey's body was blasted backward. In contrast, Yuchan King's form had become increasingly dim and translucent, clearly showing signs of exhaustion. You insignificant insects, die for me. Yuchan King suddenly let out a piercing shriek, and its already insubstantial body grew even more hazy. Even its massive frame had significantly shrunk. However, this did not make Ouyang Yuye relax in the slightest. On the contrary, his expression turned even graver because he could now feel an aura of impending death from Yuchan King's next move. Yuchan King screeched, and thick brown mist began to condense around its soul essence, enveloping its body completely and forming a massive brown cocoon. Amid flickering brown light, its third eye, long sealed shut, slowly split open, like the birth of chaos, revealing a gray-black eyeball inside. The moment the eye appeared, the surrounding mist swirled violently, as if being sucked in, and then in an instant, a massive brown beam erupted forth, radiating a frigid, deathly aura as it shot straight toward the monkey. Sheila, watching the fast-approaching brown beam, even the monkey's beastly eyes revealed seriousness. Clearly, with its intelligence, it sensed the power of this attack. Facing this danger, the monkey roared loudly in anger, slamming its chest fiercely. With each furious growl, its aura steadily rose as if enduring some unbearable pain. Then, with a deafening roar, a massive palm appeared behind the monkey, exuding a wild and ancient aura. Without hesitation, it crashed violently into the incoming beam. The center of the collision was violently torn apart. The monkey's body rapidly shrank, and it was sent flying backward before being caught by Ouyang Yuye. Gently patting the monkey's head, Ouyang Yuye, seeing its weakened state, said affectionately, "Good job. Leave the rest to me." As he spoke, he looked toward the equally frail Yuchan King. The blood-dripping wolf fang materialized from his arm. Without waiting for Yuchan King to react, a beam of light suddenly erupted skyward, enveloping Yuchan King's soul essence entirely. Damn it, you insect. What are you doing? Get off me. Wailing screams rang out, and within the flames, a soul essence could be seen struggling violently. Hearing its curses, Ouyang Yuye remained unmoved. With a flick of the cauldron, the fire intensified, scorching Yuchan King's soul essence even more. Already weakened, it couldn't withstand the inferno, and within moments, its aura began to fade rapidly. This burning continued for a short time, the screams growing weaker and weaker. Ouyang Yuya snorted coldly, pulled out the cauldron from his xiuxian bag, and swiftly tossed Yuchan King's soul essence inside. After a brief struggle, silence followed. After suppressing Yuchan King, Ouyang Yuya also felt drained. He fell to the ground, panting heavily. It's done. After resting for a while, he nodded toward Yu Hong, whose face was filled with anticipation. Thank you today, young Master Ouyang. Yu Hong was visibly delighted to know that one of his deepest worries had finally been resolved. Hall Master. Earlier, that Yuchan. Yu Shi and others seemed to recall something upon hearing this, staring at him in disbelief. That's right. It was indeed Yuchan King, whom I summoned many times before. Hiss. As soon as Yu Hong finished speaking, a sound of sharp inhaling followed. From Yuchan King's previous actions, it was evident that it was some vile entity. The thought that such a thing had been hiding inside Yu Hang's body caused great disbelief among the people present. Truly, I must thank young Master Ouyang today, or else I probably wouldn't have much time left. Yu Hong sighed with emotion. Hall Master. Enough. I now need to recover my energy. You all go erase the fear among everyone, and say it was an attack by a soul beast. Remember, no one must speak of today's matter outside, or else don't blame me for being ruthless. Watching the four elders leave, Ouyang Yuya also clasped his hands together and said, Hall Master, I shall take my leave first, but I wonder if I may take Yuchan King's soul essence. Oh, what do you need it for? That thing is an omen of ill fortune. Ouyang Yuya nodded. This disciple knows well enough, but I have my reasons for needing it. As it happens, I'm still unsure how to deal with it. If you want it, then take it, Yu Hong said with a smile. In that case, this disciple will take his leave now. Yu Hong nodded, watching the retreating back of Ouyang Yuya, clenching his fists tightly, his face filled with incredulity. Earth Soul Master Stage 3 actually broke through. Chapter 131 Arrangement. In the following days, rumors about the Jade Toad King spread everywhere in Yutong. Although the elders managed to suppress panic through explanations, the shock brought by that day couldn't be so easily erased. Thus, aside from discussion, the uninformed began speculating and spreading hearsay, eventually evolving the event into a battle between two fierce beasts that had descended upon Yutong, fighting fiercely. Of course, these were just rumors. Under Yutong's strict system of punishment, such absurd tales of heavenly descending soul beasts were never dared to be spread outside. So after a few days, people grew tired of talking about it, found it no longer interesting, and returned to normal. Everyone eventually resumed their usual routines after the initial fear and experienced no real changes in their dull cultivation lives. In contrast to the external uproar, where Ouyang Yuya resided remained remarkably calm. At this moment, Ouyang Yuya sat cross-legged on the bed of a small room, facing a massive cauldron. Looking through the outshow of the cauldron, one could see a green glowing orb being constantly roasted by flames. However, a closer inspection would reveal that the green orb seemed to possess a ripple-like barrier that could block flames, keeping them entirely at bay without letting even a bit penetrate. Hee. This king told you. This king possesses the body of a celestial demon. My soul essence has been refined 100 times. Do you really think this ordinary fire of yours can refine me? Hee. Upon hearing the Jade Toad King's jeering voice, Ouyang Yuya slowly opened his tightly shut eyes without showing any reaction. He sent a strand of soul energy into the cauldron, instantly intensifying the flames within, raising their temperature further. Hee. Kid, don't waste your effort. With your current strength, challenging this king is far beyond your capability. The Jade Toad King sneered. Seeing Ouyang Yuya remain unresponsive, it continued a moment later in reluctant persistence. Kid, how about you let this king out, and I'll pass you the supreme techniques of the ancient Jade Toad. Then, controlling the pitiful soul saliva pool will be effortless. Annoying. Ouyang Yuya frowned, drawing forth the blood droplet wolf fong and inserting the philosopher's stone into the cauldron, immediately feeling a surge of scorching heat. Then, a thick stream of flame viciously surged into the cauldron. Boom, boom. With a thunderous roar, the alchemical fire instantly burst into the cauldron, scattering the pre-existing flames apart and wrapping around the green orb with a more violent aura. Flames burned with an eerie green hue, and merely looking at them conveyed an overwhelming wave of heat. The moment the flames approached, a scream echoed from the cauldron followed by the Jade Toad King's furious and threatening words. Stupid brat. You prefer suffering to accepting kindness. Once this king escapes, I will strip your skin off alive. Ahawk. Damn alchemical fire, stay away from me. Ouyang Yuya sighed helplessly at the screams and threats coming from the Jade Toad King, tossed the cauldron back into his xiuxian pouch, and rubbed his temples with resignation. For the past couple of days, he had nearly constantly been burning the Jade Toad King's soul essence, trying to forcibly erase its memories. Yet, to his disappointment, the Jade Toad King was far more powerful than he had expected. Despite only being a fragment of a soul, it had proven to be extremely difficult to deal with. Only the alchemical fire could inflict harm upon it, but even with enough philosopher's stones, Ouyang lacked the soul energy to maintain continuous refining. Therefore, he could only gradually wear it down, waiting for his soul energy to recover before applying the alchemical fire again. However, judging by the last couple of days, progress had been minimal, evident from the undiminished vigor in the Jade Toad King's voice. Ouyang Yuya sighed again, choosing not to dwell on the matter any further. After all, the Jade Toad King was locked in the cauldron and couldn't escape anytime soon. There was no need to focus on it for now. He would deal with it once the monkey recovered. After all, This was something useful only to the monkey. It might have a solution. Glancing at the sleeping monkey beside him, he felt a pang of sorrow. The aftermath of removing the seal in the last battle against Lei Xiao had not yet passed, and now the monkey had unleashed its full power again and taken a direct attack from the Jade Toad King. Its injuries were extremely severe and would take quite some time to heal. Just as he was lost in thought, a knocking at the door snapped him out of his contemplation, followed by Su Shi's loud voice echoing from outside. "Brother Ouyang, it's us. Come in." Straightening his slightly wrinkled clothes, Ouyang watched as Su Huang, Su Shi, and Su Wan entered the room together. LV Cheng took Xiaoyan out early this morning. Lin Xian said she's feeling a bit unwell, so I'll just relay messages for her. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's puzzled expression, Su Wan explained. Ouyang Yuya nodded and said, "Everyone, please sit down. Brother Ouyang, did you call us all here for something?" Su Shi asked with a grin, pulling over a chair to sit. Ouyang Yuya gave him a glance before looking at the others who had already sat down, and said, "I have something to discuss with all of you today." "Oh, what is it?" Su Shi immediately leaned forward, intrigued. I believe you all know about the upcoming activation of the Soul Saliva Pool. The sect leader wants all of you to go there with me." Su Wan tilted her head and looked at Ouyang Yuya, asking, "What do you mean? Aren't we going with Miss Ling Yu and them?" Ouyang Yuya shook his head. "That was originally the plan, but since Yutong's power is relatively weak, my presence alone won't change the situation. I'm worried there might be unforeseen circumstances, so we're going as a separate group for mutual support. Hence, I'd like to know your opinions. Of course, if anyone doesn't want to go, I won't force them." "So we'll be Yutong's second team?" Su Huang quickly caught on and asked. "Precisely, and the advantage is that any soul saliva liquid we obtain will belong to us. I think no one would be indifferent to this, right?" Ouyang Yuya smiled, seeing the sparkle of interest in their eyes. "However, this time it's not only Black Oran forces we'll have to contend with. Even Oran Academy will get involved, although I don't know specifically who. Therefore, facing our fellow disciples is where your decision will come into play. If you don't want to go, I won't push you." "Haha, Brother Ouyang, you make it sound too formal. Once I followed you out, I vowed to follow your lead. Whatever direction you choose is my path, and I definitely won't hesitate," Su Shi said while slapping Ouyang Yuya on the shoulder and continuing. "Moreover, I've nothing better to do sitting idly by, so it's actually nice to go along and check it out. Besides, I've been inactive for too long and feel myself rusting away. What's Oran Academy? If they don't provoke me, fine, but if they dare to mess with me, I'll make sure they won't return alive. You two feel the same way, right?" Ouyang Yuya turned to Su Huang and Su Wan. "I'll follow Brother Ouyang's instructions," Su Wan smiled. "If I'm not mistaken, there will be a restriction on our cultivation strength this time, right?" Su Huang mused for a moment before speaking. "Correct, it'll be limited to Thid tea only." Ouyang Yuya nodded with a smile. "Additionally, every faction can have support personnel. For us, Elders Yushi and Yuyin will accompany us. Brother Su Huang can go representing Yutong as a disciple chief." "That works," Su Huang nodded. "After all, we came out together, so mutual support is definitely a good thing. Moreover, you few have been together since the new disciple trials, so your coordination is even better. But what about Lin Xian?" "I'll handle talking to Lin Xian," Ouyang Yuya replied after a moment of contemplation. Seeing no objections from the others, he nodded and continued. "The Soul Saliva Pool will open in 5 days. During these days, all of you should cultivate hard and prepare. Wanner and Old Shur should practice coordination more, especially with Old Shur's myriad blade sword technique. Don't only use it against your own comrades." Wasn't that just a slip-up?" Su Shi sheepishly scratched his head, prompting a delighted laugh from Su Wan beside him. "In any case, with Oran Academy's involvement, this event won't be simple. Therefore, all of you need to get ready as soon as possible. I'm going to see Xiuxian now." After Su Huang and the others nodded and left, Su Shi's figure suddenly returned, whispering to Ouyang Yuya, "Brother Ouyang, Xiuxian seems about to leave." "Oh." Ouyang Yuya froze momentarily upon hearing this, his right fist instinctively clenched tight, and he simply nodded, saying, "I understand. You go ahead first." With a slight sigh, he mused that what's destined to come can't be avoided. He walked hesitantly back and forth in front of Lin Xian's door for a long time before mustering the courage to knock. Immediately afterward, he could feel his heartbeat quicken. He offered a self-mocking smile and thought how he hadn't felt such nervousness even against adversaries at the level of the Jade Toad King, yet now his heart raced so fast. With a soft sigh, compared to Lin Xian's current reticence, he actually preferred her previous temperamental and unreasonable self. "So soon." Lin Xian chuckled as she opened the door, but when she saw it was Ouyang Yuya, the smile on her face instantly vanished, reverting back to that cold demeanor. "Anything you need?" Seeing Lin Xian gripping the doorframe, Ouyang Yuya offered a bitter smile and asked, "Well, will you at least let me in?" "No, you shouldn't." Before Lin Xian could finish, Ouyang Yuya stepped inside anyway. "Hey, how could you be like this?" Seeing Ouyang Yuya walk in, Lin Xian's face immediately revealed a hint of panic. She snatched the comb off the table before he could reach it and glared at him, her pretty face flushed red. Ouyang Yuya hesitated slightly, only then noticing that Lin Xian hadn't tied her hair up into her usual ponytail, but instead left it down, cascading in soft strands that gave her a more mature charm. The comb in her hand looked particularly familiar. It was the one he had bought with her in Shanjing Town. He hadn't expected her to still be keeping it. Before Ouyang Yuya could utter an explanation, suddenly his spiritual ring emitted a strange sensation, seeming to be a mixture of embarrassment, anger, and even joy. Feeling rather helpless, he inwardly sighed. knowing full well the spiritual ring always acted up at the worst moments. Sure enough, he looked up to see Lin Xian's face flushed with rage, gritting her teeth as she snapped. Ouyang Yuya, you actually dared to peek into my thoughts. Without giving him a chance to explain, her long red whip snapped out, slashing violently toward his chest. Startled, Ouyang Yuya quickly sidestepped and dodged the whip. Wiping cold sweat off his forehead, he murmured to himself how close that had been. Yet just as the first strike missed, Lin Xian stubbornly persisted. In midair, the whip strangely twitched and twisted itself into a knot. With a fierce yank, she brought it down powerfully across the empty space. A crisp whip crack echoed. Ouyang Yuya felt his spiritual awareness vibrate violently, as though a 1,000-pound hammer had smashed into his chest. Feeling dazed and breathless, his face paled as he took a step back, watching Lin Xian stand there smugly. This shadowing? Chapter 132, Grudges and Bonds. Seeing the shock on Ouyang Yuya's face, Lin Xian smirked while patting her whip. Not bad, huh? It seems this martial skill is indeed quite useful. Ouyang Yuya smiled bitterly. That doesn't justify randomly hitting people. Why use me for your experiment? Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes flared as she placed her hands on her hips, her expression fierce. I can do as I please. Who told you to barge into a girl's private room without permission? I have every right to fight back. It's not like I knew you hadn't tidied up yet. Ouyang Yuya mumbled discontentedly while rubbing his chest, still slightly sore. What did you say? Before Lin Xian could fully erupt, Ouyang Yuya hastily interrupted with a bitter smile. Nothing at all. Anyway, I came here today because I need to talk to you about something serious. Talk then. Seeing the earnest look on Ouyang Yuya's face, Lin Xian felt instantly bored. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she murmured under her breath, "Show off, king." Seeing the distracted look on Lin Xian's face, Ouyang Yuya sighed helplessly and said, "This time I want to ask whether you'd be willing to go with us to the Xuanhuan pool. We can watch each other's backs. I've already spoken with Senior xuanhuan and the others, and now I'm just waiting for your answer. Participate in the Xuanhuan pool? Isn't it supposed to be only you and Lingyu and the others going? Why do you need me to?" Surprised, Lin Xian raised her brows. Ouyang Yuya cleared his throat, explaining the whole situation. Then he looked at Lin Xian expectantly as she fell into thought. So, we're not going to be in the same team as the Yutong team? That's right. This time, we just need to ensure their safe passage. I've already promised the sect leader. Lin Xian thought for a moment before finally nodding. Fine, I'll go. How many days are left until the Xuanhuan pool opens? Just 4 days. There should be people meeting us then. Also, I should tell you, this time representatives from the Alon Academy will come too. They will also attempt to seize the Xuanhuan liquid, so you need to think carefully. When she heard this, Lin Xian's body trembled slightly. She lowered her head, deep in thought, and then nodded softly, though without her usual vivacity. That's fine. Seeing Lin Xian fall suddenly silent and uncommunicative, Ouyang Yuya gave a faint sigh and walked in front of her. I heard from Su Shi that you're planning to leave. Is that true? Lin Xian lifted her gaze to meet his. Her eyes glistened slightly as she gave a quiet nod. Her calm tone shattered the last vestiges of Ouyang Yuya's hope. Right, my father is going to make me go back anyway. Looking at the girl who had been with him for these past few months, Ouyang Yuya exhaled deeply. So many words swirled in his heart, yet none would find their way out, leaving only a heavy tightness in his chest. For him, returning to Alon Academy wouldn't be easy. At least in his mind, there was no reason left to return, there was nothing left worth missing. Compared to that, it might be better just to wait a year and directly return to the Ouyang family for the clan martial competition. And now, Lin Xian's departure also made him realize that he had no idea when he might meet her again. It took a long time before Ouyang Yuya finally lifted his head, his voice almost hoarse. When will you leave? After we return from the Xuanhuan pool, Lin Xian murmured softly. After a pause, as if she had steeled herself for something, she asked, do you really feel only brotherly feelings for me? Ouyang Yuya was momentarily stunned and didn't reply, only shaking his head slightly. Smiling faintly, Lin Xian abruptly held out the comb in her hand to Ouyang Yuya. Seeing his puzzled expression, she said, could you comb my hair just once? Seeing the hope in Lin Xian's eyes, Ouyang Yuya couldn't bring himself to refuse. Smiling, he took the comb and went behind her, gently running it through her hair from the top, letting it glide freely through the silky strands. Mother told me that in the future, when you meet the one you truly love, you must ask them to comb your hair, symbolizing that you'll stay together until your hair turns white and never part again. At her words, Ouyang Yuya's body jolted abruptly. The sandalwood comb slipped from his hands and fell to the floor with a thud. He gave a heavy sigh, turned, and walked away, leaving Lin Xian alone in the room. Stepping outside the door, he took a deep breath of fresh air, trying to shake off the oppressive feelings in his heart, but to no avail. Kid, you turned out to be quite an emotional person after all, a sharp voice rang in his mind. Ouyang Yuya involuntarily furrowed his brow, but ignored it. Cheap, what's wrong? Not talking now? Why not tell that little girl the real reason? Honestly, I just don't understand human thinking. If you like someone, why not just say it outright? You humans really are strange creatures. Mind your own business. How do you even know what I'm thinking? His brows knitted together tightly, his tone now tinged with irritation. Boy, you have no idea the powers I possess. Once I've fully recovered from the energy I've lost, I'll smash this wretched furnace of yours to pieces. Daring to imprison me? You really don't know your place. Ouyang Yuya tugged at the corner of his lips and chose not to reply to the voice in his mind. He glanced at Lin Xian's room, guilt rising in his heart. To say he had no feelings for her would be impossible. However, he had never been good at expressing himself. Lin Xian was the first girl he had ever gotten to know, and after months of interaction, her place in his heart had become irreplaceable. He could understand her feelings very well, but he carried too heavy a burden. There was unfinished business between himself and the Ouyang family, and the clan martial competition was fast approaching. Right now, he simply had no energy to spare for matters of the heart. Besides, going back was already uncertain. There was no telling whether he would return alive. During his time at Aolan Academy, he had developed neither admiration nor liking for the other branches of the academy, and he had conflicts with some of their junior disciples. This time, peace was unlikely, and he might not even make it back. And if he were to reveal his feelings for Lin Xian now, it would only create an emotional attachment that might hinder his future actions. Thinking of this, he sighed again and shook his head slightly, trying to shake off these troubling thoughts. Just then, a whistling sound cut through the air. Turning, he saw Yuten rushing toward him in a great hurry, his face clearly showing signs of panic. What's the rush? What happened? Seeing the heavy panting Yuten, Ouyang Yuya sensed an ominous feeling as he frowned and asked, Brother Ouyang, something happened to Lingyu. You should go check it out quickly. Hearing the urgency in Yuten's voice, Ouyang Yuya's expression immediately grew serious. What happened? Don't panic. Explain clearly. Yuten swallowed nervously. Just now, Nan Gongzheng arrived with his men unannounced, claiming he wanted to visit the Hall Master. Since he is the designated heir of the Nangong family and holds an unusual status, we welcomed him despite the Jade Hall's rules prohibiting unrelated outsiders. Our disciples and servants were also extremely courteous in words. However, he suddenly proposed marriage to Lingyu, which is utterly absurd. Lingyu refused, of course, and this caused a disagreement between the two parties. Enraged, Nan Gongzheng attacked Yufeng, who had insulted him and severely injured him. Now it seems he intends to forcibly take Lingyu. However, he's been surrounded by Jade Hall disciples who happen to be training. After hearing Yuten's account, Ouyang Yuya's expression turned even colder. He let out a scornful snort. So, there's actually a bride snatching here? Where's the Hall Master? The Hall Master and 4 elders left early this morning. Otherwise, how dare he act so brazenly? There's no one currently capable of holding things together here. That's why I came to find you. The strength in our hall is no match for theirs, and you're the strongest among us. What's going on, Brother Ouyang? What happened? At that moment, Su Huang stepped out of his room, seeing the urgency in Yuten's eyes and asked. Ouyang Yuya quickly filled Su Huang in on the situation. Su Huang's expression also darkened slightly. Ningongzheng, isn't that the young man who bought the Overlord spear last time? Didn't expect such an elegant appearance to conceal such a wolfish heart. What do you intend to do? Ouyang Yuya pondered briefly and said, since there's no one strong enough in the Jade Hall to control the situation, I must go check it out. He glanced at Su Huang. Brother, would you accompany me? Of course. Seeing Su Huang nod, Ouyang Yuya turned his gaze to Yuten. Lead the way. Without further delay, he followed Yuten as they sprinted toward the training grounds. At the Jade Hall's training field, the vast space in the center was now filled with dense groups of Jade Hall disciples. Their numbers resembled a swarm of locusts, making people's scalp crawl, their shouts and commotion echoing. Surrounding the central area, Jade Hall disciples formed a circle glaring angrily at 5 figures inside. In front of the Jade Hall disciples stood Lingyu, her delicate face dark with anger. Beside her, Yu was supporting the severely injured and barely conscious Yufeng, eyes brimming with fury. Nan Gongzheng, don't push too hard. Lingyu's voice was frosty, her face twisted with fury. Haha, dear Lingyu, you're overreacting. Today, I actually held back because of you. If someone else had insulted me the way he did, it wouldn't have been so easy on them, Nan Gongzheng said with a smiling face. His navy blue robes fluttered as he gently waved his feathered fan, appearing refined and elegant. Indeed, anyone would find it hard to recognize him as the vicious man he was beneath this facade. Behind him stood 5 large men, each exuding an aura no weaker than Lingyu's. With all 5 at the 9th stage of body tempering, their combined force explained why the Jade Hall disciples lacked the courage to resist, despite their outrage. You're lying. Yu couldn't help but curse loudly. Oh, another one who wants to die? Fine then, teach him a lesson. Let him learn what words are appropriate, and what should never be spoken. Don't forget to show some mercy. Nan Gongzheng sneered coldly, emphasizing the word mercy slightly, and the sinister tone caused those present to inhale sharply in fear. Yes, master. The large man called and nodded, stepping forward. Just as he was about to approach Yu, he was blocked by Lingyu. Nan Gongzheng, what exactly do you intend to do? Don't forget this is the Jade Hall. Lingyu hissed in a voice stern on the surface but uneasy within. That's simple. You, come with me. Dreaming. Come on, if you dare, make your move. Wait until the Hall Master returns, and see how your Nan Gong family explains this. Yu glared at him. Haha, truly dying yet still so stubborn. Attack. Nan Gongzheng's expression suddenly darkened. Immediately, shoved Lingyu aside, his soul force surging fiercely as his 9th stage body tempering strength was fully revealed. He ruthlessly swung his massive hand toward Yu. Just then, a sudden sharp whistling sound came through the air, and a large door panel oddly appeared, blocking Da's incoming palm strike. With a crisp sound, the door shattered on impact. At the exact moment of destruction, a figure suddenly emerged. A fiery red dragon arm flashed into view, and accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, Da's body was blasted away like a cannonball. After that single blow, Ouyang Yuya's figure was revealed. He coldly watched as the latter rolled across the ground like a battered gourd, then sneered. Daring to start a fight here at the Jade Hall. You've truly grown tired of living. Just after speaking, Xiuxian, facing Nangongzheng whose face had darkened, clasped his hands together and smirked. Brother Nangong, we meet again. Chapter 133 Taking Action. Great. It's Xiuxian. As soon as Xiuxian finished speaking, a murmur of astonishment spread through the crowd, followed by shouts and cheers. The cheers brimmed with excitement, leaving even Xiuxian momentarily astonished, as he hadn't expected his popularity to surge so dramatically after defeating the 3 bandits of the wilderness. In the eyes of the Jade Hall disciples, he had become much more admirable. You came. Seeing Xiuxian, Lingyu also sighed in relief, though a complex mixture of emotions stirred in her heart. Without realizing it, not only the disciples of the Jade Hall, but even herself had come to greatly rely on the young man before her. It's you. A cold, biting word was forced from between clenched teeth as Nangongzheng looked at Xiuxian, whose smiling face turned his own face dark with fury. Hatred burned in his eyes for Xiuxian. Even now, he still vividly remembered being openly humiliated and mocked by everyone during that auction incident. Hee, I didn't expect to see Nangongzheng here again. What a pleasure. Has Nangongzheng been well lately? Xiuxian looked at him with a smiling face, as if there were no past grievances between them, more like long-lost friends meeting again. However, beneath his smile, faint uneasiness flickered in his eyes. Each time he approached Nangongzheng, the vast heaven vase within his body would unconsciously vibrate, as if attracted by something. You certainly have a strong survival instinct. You slipped through death last time, and now you dare to show your face again. I don't know whether I should admire your bravery or mock your ignorance, Nangongzheng said, his expression turning even darker, glancing at the Jade Core disciple badge hanging from Ouyang's chest and scoffing coldly. So now you're one of the inner disciples of Jade Hall. That explains why you're so audacious. Xiuxian ignored his cold taunts and squatted down to examine Yufeng, who sat slumped on the ground. He discovered that Yufeng's limbs and bones were nearly shattered, clearly incapable of recovery in the near future. It was likely that Yufeng wouldn't even be able to participate in the Soul Saliva Pool contest 4 days from now. What a merciless move. Gazing at the severely injured Yufeng, Xiuxian inhaled sharply, his expression turning grim as he turned back to Nangongzheng and asked, Why did you harm my Jade Hall disciple? He spoke disrespectfully, so I was merely teaching him a lesson. What? Want revenge? Haha, I doubt you've got the guts. Ouyang brother, don't listen to him. He touched and molested Lingyu, and Yufeng was just trying to ask him to behave himself. That's when he did this to Yufeng. Yu hurriedly explained. Xiuxian looked at Lingyu, who was staring back with bloodshot eyes, gritting her teeth as she nodded. Taking a deep breath, Xiuxian felt the frustration caused by Lin Xian and the anger he now felt all erupt together, even causing his voice to slightly tremble. When has our Jade Hall ever allowed outsiders to behave so arrogantly here? Today, none of you are leaving. At these words, Nangongzheng suddenly burst out laughing, looking at Xiuxian as if he were an idiot. Did your brain overheat or something? Relying only on your body tempering cultivation? Haha, so you're the backbone of this place now, huh? Alright then. Duh. You 5, step in together and beat this little punk until he begs for mercy. Let's see just how tough his bones really are. The 5 men who had been standing behind Nangongzheng simultaneously bowed and obeyed, stepping forward. As they moved, 5 waves of mighty energy from quenched bodies at the 9th realm suddenly erupted, drawing gasps from the surrounding Jade Hall disciples. Lingyu's face also turned extremely grim. Clearly, Nangongzheng had come prepared. Xiuxian coldly watched the 5 of them, sensing the waves of energy rushing toward him, but his expression betrayed little emotion. Just as he was about to act, his hand was suddenly stopped by someone. Looking back, he saw that it was Xuanhuan. Nangongzheng won't give up easily, and I'd better not get involved in the fight with him later. So leave these 5 to me now. Xiuxian thought for a moment, and then nodded. Xuanhuan smiled lightly, stepped forward, and instantly exuded his soul master cultivation, crashing headlong into the energy waves from the 5 men. After only a single clash, the 5, including Da, were compelled to retreat backward involuntarily, their faces suddenly showing shock. Soul master. Feeling the energy coming from Xuanhuan, Nangongzheng's pupils involuntarily contracted. But before he could even stop him, Xuanhuang's figure had already shot forward rapidly. With a gesture of his hands forming seals, he summoned a giant sword identical to Su Shi's, except for one subtle difference. While Su Shi's sword was entirely black, Xuanhuang's gleamed faintly with a golden hue. As Xuanhuang dashed forward, the giant sword swept in an arc, enveloping the vital areas of the lead attacker Da. In the blink of an eye, several sword flowers materialized, carrying fierce energy, slashing toward Da's neck. Facing such a fierce attack from Xuanhuang, Da also dared not confront it alone. He hastily stepped back, while the other 4 immediately launched their attacks in unison, instantly colliding with Xuanhuang's sword edge, creating a violent shower of sparks. A sharp clang, like metal striking stone, echoed through the air. Xuanhuang took advantage of the counterforce and stepped back several paces, narrowly dodging the fierce strike from Da twisting his waist abruptly. His trembling blade suddenly changed direction and aimed straight toward the outermost target, San. San, caught completely off guard by Xuanhuang's sudden maneuver, clearly tried to replicate the method Da had used earlier in desperation. But Xuanhuang, who had risen to prominence in Orlan Academy, would never fall for the same trick twice. The moment San moved, Xuanhuang already understood his intention. Smirking coldly, he pressed forward without altering his strike. As the other 4 attackers were about to land their blows, his expression abruptly shifted, and with a sudden flick of his right arm, a terrifying pitch-black brilliance erupted from his sword, flashing like a celestial swan as it slashed viciously towards San. Break the army. With Xuanhuan's low shout, the giant sword swept across the battlefield like a force clearing 1,000 soldiers, dispelling the 4 attackers' incoming strikes. The Bangier black light vanished in an instant as it cleaved directly into San, who was completely unprepared. A deep gash, about an inch wide, tore through his chest, exposing the gleaming white bones beneath. San's breath weakened rapidly. He was clearly beyond saving. San. Seeing San's life force vanish, the remaining 4 roared furiously, eyes burning with rage, ready to fight Xuanhuan to the death. But behind them, Nangong barked in command. Enough. All of you return now. At Nangong sharp rebuke, though filled with fury, Da and the others dared not disobey and reluctantly halted their advance, their glances at Xuanhuan filled with deep hatred and venom. Standing calmly, Xuanhuan watched the nearly frenzied Nangong, his face betraying a hint of mockery. Good, good, good. Furious beyond words, Nangong uttered the word thrice, trembling from rage as he glared at Xuanhuan. You're the first to actually dare to kill someone from the Nangong family in all these years. And what if I did? Does your Nangong family rule the skies? Remember, don't push yourself too far. Sooner or later, someone will deal with you. Xuanhuan replied calmly, unshaken by Nangong's fury. Ha ha ha, indeed. But that person certainly isn't you. Humph. A soul master, huh? I never imagined Jade Hall had such hidden powerhouses. Today, I, Nangong, shall personally test your skills. With a cold snort, Nangong stomped heavily on the ground, shooting forward as he unleashed his soul energy. For the first time, Xuanhuan's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, despite Nangong's scholarly appearance, his strength was quite formidable, 2 cultivation stages higher than Xuanhuan himself. He had clearly reached the 6th realm of Soul Master. As Nangong rushed towards Xuanhuan with brute force, just as Xuanhuan prepared to intercept him, a sudden sharp wind cut through from behind, and Xiuxian had already dashed forward like a sword unsheathed, lunging toward Nangong. His right arm transformed into a grotesquely vivid crimson dragon arm, which clashed violently with Nangong's punch. With a dull thud, both figures trembled. Xiuxian's body shot backward rapidly, his right dragon arm undulating as it dispersed the force of Nangong's strike. Clearly, his control over the lava rock arm had become more refined, now second nature. After the collision, Nangong also halted his advance abruptly, fixing Xiuxian with a cold glare. Step aside. We'll settle our account later. I told you, none of you are leaving today. Without that old man beside you, you pose no threat to me. Big talk. Nangong sneered, then rushed forward again, this time without any hesitation or shrug, clearly intent on finishing Xiuxian off swiftly. Meeting the sharp, piercing aura of Nangong's advance, a flicker of heat and fighting spirit ignited in Xiuxian's eyes. As the soul saliva pool contest approached, he too was eager to test his limits. Without delay, he summoned the stone tablet from his palm and charged forth, swinging it fiercely downward. Brother Xuanhuan, those others are yours. Haha, no problem. Xuanhuan chuckled and lunged toward Da and the remaining 3. Upon seeing this, Lingyu and Yu and Yutin also darted forward together, each engaging one opponent, swiftly reversing the battlefield's balance which had previously favored Nangong. Seeing Xuanhuan's actions, Nangong's temple twitched involuntarily. Even within the Nangong family, Da and the other 4 were considered talents worth nurturing. If they suffered any further losses here, his father would certainly not easily forgive him. After all, with proper cultivation, they could become 5 elite soul masters at the very least. Thinking of this, a wave of anxiety surged through him. The sudden shift in the battlefield situation was completely unpredictable, but now, it seemed he had no choice but to eliminate Xiuxian first before assisting the others. Get out of my way. With this thought, Nangong roared furiously, striking Xiuxian away with a palm strike. His body trembled violently, and 2 crimson rings abruptly appeared around his right wrist. He had desperately activated the power of his soul core in desperation. As soon as the soul rings emerged, Nangong's soul energy transformed into a burning crimson hue. Even the force released from his issue was mixed with scorching heat, making it quite difficult for Xiuxian to resist. A crisp explosion rang out as the fiery soul energy shattered the defensive barrier that Xiuxian had just summoned. Facing Xiuxian's stunned expression, the blazing soul energy surged toward his chest like a torrent. The difference brought by the soul core was far greater than expected. The gap between the two had always existed, but after Nangong unleashed his soul core, the disparity expanded immensely. The imbalance was now clearly exposed, something not easily compensated for. In desperation, as the soul energy surged toward him, Xiuxian's body suddenly trembled. At the resonance of the Wanshang Fengjun within him, a white glowing shield erupted around his body, barely blocking the impact of Nangong's strike. His body was sent flying. Humph, kid, this is the gap between us. Snarling with cold laughter, Nangong rushed forward, and just as he was about to strike Xiuxian, who had just fallen to the ground, an abrupt grayish glow shot out with such speed that even he couldn't evade it in time. He barely twisted his head away, but even so, a black beam left a deep mark across his handsome face. Blood gushed forth, flowing down his cheek and dripping to the corner of his mouth. Nangong Zhang's face twisted into a grotesque snarl as he glared at Ouyang Yuya, who was trying to rise. Still alive? Then I'll finish the job. With those words, he moved his fingers rapidly, forming an eerie hand seal. Instantly, a giant flaming hand condensed in the air, aimed straight at Ouyang Yuya, Fire God's left hand. Sensing the ruthless might of this strike, a sudden wave of shock rippled through the onlookers. Chapter 134, Overlord Spear. Under the colossal palm, even space quivered slightly. This was the left hand of the Fire God, the highest-ranked martial arts technique of the Nangong family, at the advanced Xian tier. This strike indeed lived up to the Fire God's reputation. The attack was incredibly fierce, directly slamming into Ouyang Yuya's chest. The moment it made contact, Ouyang Yuya's body didn't even resist and was shattered, vanishing into the void. The crowd instantly erupted in astonishment. However, Nangong Zhang's expression didn't ease with Ouyang Yuya's disappearance. Instead, he grew even more solemn. Though the Fire God's left hand was formidable, it certainly wasn't capable of killing someone without a trace. Suddenly, Nangong Zhang's expression changed, his body sharply twisting around, only to see Ouyang Yuya had abruptly reappeared. Before he could react, a stone tablet flipped over and smashed him violently away. With a dull thud, Nangong Zhang crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Huh! The gathered Jade Hall disciples erupted in amazed exclamations. Clearly, the thrilling spectacle had them all filled with excitement. Their gazes toward the distant standing figure of Ouyang Yuya turned reverent. For someone merely at the tempering body level to match Nangong Zhang, a soul knight, blow for blow, was truly a testament of incredible strength. Cough cough. A low, deep cough spread through the air, silencing the noisy crowd. Not far away, Nangong Zhang staggered to his feet in disarray, clutching his chest, his face pale. His once neat clothes were stained with blood, entirely devoid of their former elegance and composure. Nangong Zhang glared at Ouyang Yuya with cold fury, his breath growing unstable from anger, his bloodshot eyes like a raging beast about to explode. His hoarse voice rasped, "Today I'll kill you." A near-bestial roar echoed as Nangong Zhang's fingers danced, forming rapidly shifting seals. Under Ouyang Yuya's wary gaze, crimson soul energy erupted outward, swirling around him like a massive disk, sending waves rippling through the surrounding air. At that moment, Xuanhuan and Ling Yu dashed over at full speed and stood beside Ouyang Yuya, eyes locked on the constantly changing palm seals forming in Nangong Zhang's hands. Feeling the intensifying pressure, their expressions turned grim. Though they couldn't tell exactly what Nangong Zhang was about to do, just from the complexity of the hand seals and the rising aura, they knew whatever was coming next would be no ordinary move, likely something life-risking. "Is it done?" Ouyang Yuya asked, turning his head to look at Xuanhuan. "Yes, no survivors." "What now?" Ouyang Yuya glanced at Ling Yu and suddenly said, "Tell everyone to scatter, as far as possible. You, senior brother Xuanhuan, lead Ling Yu and the others away. If anything happens, you'll at least be able to resist a little. Even if the move Nangong Zhang uses is formidable, it likely won't have the power to kill a soul knight." "What about you?" Ling Yu asked, looking at Ouyang Yuya. "I've already survived the king's city. One more won't make a difference." With a smile, Ouyang Yuya sat cross-legged in response to Nangong Zhang's impending strike. His right hand gently swiped across his forehead, and instantly, a surge of Wang Qi rushed out from within him, completely displacing his soul energy. Wave after wave of extraordinary pressure radiated outward, as if a primordial beast had awakened and was roaring to life around him. "It's this aura again." Su Huang's eyes gleamed sharply as he looked at the energy surging from Ouyang Yuya. During the championship competition at the Oran Academy, it was this very aura that had allowed Ouyang Yuya, at the 9th tempering body stage, to defeat Nantian and Gongyu. It was also the same energy that had led to Oran Academy chasing and hunting him relentlessly. Feeling it again now stirred an inexplicable complexity deep within Su Huang's heart, though there was no time to dwell on such useless thoughts anymore. Without hesitation, he led Ling Yu and the Jade Hall disciples away. Just as the Jade Hall disciples had scattered, Nangong Zhang's rapidly shifting hands suddenly stilled, his bloodshot eyes curling into a chilling sneer. "Die then, Overlord Spear." "Chi." The moment Nangong Zhang's words fell, a fiery red long spear materialized before him. The fluctuations it radiated were so intense that even the ambient soul energy in the air seemed to retreat in fear. This skill was no stranger to Ouyang Yuya, Ling Yu, or any of them. It was none other than the Earth-tier martial skill, Overlord Spear, purchased for 10,000 taels at the auction earlier. No one had expected it to be this terrifying. Earth-tier. Ouyang Yuya felt the surging fluctuations from the spear and could not help but feel a chill of alarm. An Earth-tier martial skill, its power was truly living up to its reputation. Privately praising, the fiery gleam in his eyes grew even stronger, as his gaze fell upon the Overlord Spear with a flash of greed. If he could obtain it, judging by its fluctuations alone, even against Tung Kuei with the Emperor's hammer, he wouldn't fear confrontation. He exhaled deeply, his expression growing solemn. Slowly lifting his right palm, it was immediately surrounded by waves of Wang Qi, and the rising aura actually managed to rival the might of the Overlord Spear. "Die!" With a tremor of his hands, Nangong Zhang launched the Overlord Spear forward, howling with unstoppable momentum, faintly giving off a sharp, piercing sensation. Facing such a powerful strike from Nangong Zhang, Ouyang Yuya slightly closed his eyes. His right hand gently swept downward, and a similar brown palm print emerged in the air, colliding head-on with the Overlord Spear. A tremendous explosion sounded as the two earth-tier martial techniques collided fiercely before instantly dissipating. From the backlash, Ouyang Yuya was blown backward, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood. His complexion immediately turned haggard, and a piercing pain shot through his right arm, clearly sustaining a serious injury. Nan Gongzhang, on the other hand, also wore a grim expression, staring at Ouyang Yuya in disbelief. He hadn't expected that Ouyang Yuya would actually withstand the strike. Though his strength far surpassed Ouyang Yuya's, compared to Ouyang's weakened state, Nan Gongzhang still had some strength remaining. Observing the situation clearly, he didn't hesitate further. Seeing Xuanhuan and the others watching Ouyang Yuya and not paying attention to him, he gathered the last of his soul energy and attempted to escape. Ouyang Yuya had been watching Nan Gongzhang's every movement closely. When he saw the latter trying to flee, his pupils abruptly narrowed, and he roared, "Want to leave? Stay here." Immediately, he darted forward without regard for his injuries. If Nan Gongzhang escaped this time, there wouldn't be another opportunity like this again. Moreover, Ouyang Yuya understood the old saying, "If you cut grass but leave the roots, the spring wind will make it grow anew." Leaving behind such an enemy was like inviting future trouble. So he pursued, transforming his soul energy, summoning the dripping blood wolf Fong, and launching several blazing cannon blasts toward Nan Gongzhang's retreating figure. Feeling the scorching energy from behind, Nan Gongzhang's expression changed. At this moment, however, his strength was nearly depleted. He could only dodge the incoming cannonballs, inevitably slowing his escape speed. Seeing Nan Gongzhang's pace drop, Ouyang Yuya's body quivered slightly, and his clone stepped out from his body, chasing after Nan Gongzhang as well. Nan Gongzhang sent the clone staggering with a single punch, his face darkening. Only now did he truly feel the nuisance of Ouyang Yuya. It was like fighting an unkillable cockroach. Even while thinking this, he found himself tightly entangled by the clone. Breaking free wasn't so simple anymore. Although the clone's attacks weren't particularly strong, its lack of pain perception alone made it a tremendous annoyance. Unless Nan Gongzhang landed a strike as fierce as the fire god's left hand, as long as the blow wasn't fatal, the relentless harassment would persist. A never-ending battle even the king of Wanqiang had once struggled. Get away! Seeing Ouyang Yuya's true form rapidly closing in, a faint reddish flush surfaced on Nan Gongzhang's face. Just as he was about to form another hand seal, Ouyang Yuya's figure arrived in a flash. The sulfur cannon, trembling in his hands, released a blast of alchemical flame. Before Nan Gongzhang could even resist, fierce flames engulfed him. Quick as lightning, Ouyang Yuya's left hand also sharply yanked at Nan Gongzhang's waist, seizing his Xiankun back. Hearing Nan Gongzhang's cries of mercy and screams, he finally exhaled in relief. After all, Nan Gongzhang's body wasn't as strong as the Jade Toad King's, and within moments, it was reduced to ashes. Putting away the alchemical flame, he looked down at the black ash left on the ground. Suddenly, his expression changed again. At the site where Nan Gongzhang had burned away, he noticed a jade-green scroll. Spotting this, his pupils sharply contracted. He discovered that the Wanqiang flask within his body was vibrating in connection to it. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed it. However, as though it possessed a soul of its own, the scroll didn't wait for him to react before swiftly piercing into his palm and vanishing into his body. A sudden tremor shook his body, and his expression changed drastically. Without delay, he rushed straight toward the location of his residence. Just as Ouyang Yuya disappeared, Xuanhuan and Lingyu caught up. Seeing the urgency in Ouyang Yuya's shadow, they all exchanged glances. He actually killed Nan Gongzhang? Yutin stared at the black ashes left on the ground, gulping hard, still unable to believe it. Ouyang Yuya had actually slain Nan Gongzhang, a soul scholar cultivator. If this were to get out, it would be utterly shocking. Yet after the shock wore off, Yutin felt a surge of concern. Setting aside Nan Gongzhang's cultivation strength, even his status wasn't something that could be disregarded so easily. And now, Ouyang Yuya had actually killed him. This would surely provoke a major uproar. The head of the Nangong family would most certainly come storming into the Yutong Hall. At the thought of this, Yutin couldn't help but feel lost. Later, inform all disciples. What happened today must not be leaked. Not even the hall master should hear a word of it. Anyone who disobeys, kill. Just then, Lingyu revealed an unusually resolute side. Watching her, Xuanhuan couldn't help but nod approvingly. No wonder she had grown up in the Heiaolan. Such decisiveness truly deserved admiration. Watching Yutan hurry away to make the arrangements, Lingyu's bitter smile deepened. Sighing, she turned to Xuanhuan and said, "This time, we've really stirred up trouble. I wonder how he is now. He must be healing his wounds. This time, he was gravely injured. Just hope he can recover in time for the struggle over the soul saliva pool." Xuanhuan replied helplessly. "I hope we manage to cover this up successfully. Otherwise, with the Nangong family's ways, they might completely raze the Yutong Hall to the ground." Seeing Lingyu look troubled, Xuanhuan chuckled and said, "No need to worry. Once killed, it's done. If we hadn't acted today, we'd be the ones at a disadvantage instead. In this world, only power decides victor and loser. There's no need for sentimentality. Don't worry, everything will be fine." As Xuanhuan offered his comfort, Lingyu simply pursed her lips in non-committal silence, not responding. Though she felt their actions had left no trace, an instinct told her this matter wouldn't be so simple. At the thought, she sighed involuntarily. Staring toward the direction where Ouyang Yuya had vanished, she murmured to herself, "I hope everything turns out all right." Chapter 135. The Transformation of the Myriad Manifestation Vase. A fierce whistling cut through the air as a figure shot forward like a blade. creating loud cracks as it darted ahead. Zooming in, one could see it was Ouyang Yuya rushing back at high speed. On the way back, the aftereffects of using Guangqi once again surfaced. Ouyang Yuya felt weakness and pain rising from within like a tide. Dizziness and vertigo overwhelmed him, and his exhaustion was like being abruptly startled from sleep by severe pain. If it weren't for a strong willpower holding him up, he probably would have collapsed already. Gritting his teeth hard to stay alert, he pushed his body further, ignoring the increasingly deteriorating condition within. The reason that made Ouyang Yuya so desperate to return was the mysterious jade slip. Earlier, when the jade slip forcefully entered his body, he felt the myriad manifestation vase inside resonate with it, trembling more violently than ever. This violent vibration caused a surge of chaotic energy inside him, and his soul force was tossed about like a storm-tossed sea, even accelerating his heartbeat. Once peaceful, the myriad manifestation vase had now become uncontrollable, finally showing its powerful side. Even Ouyang Yuya couldn't suppress it anymore. Its tremors aggravated his injuries, worsening the pain coursing through his body. Clenching his teeth against the pain, he pushed himself to the limit. After about a quarter of an hour at this speed, he finally returned to his residence. No sooner had he entered the house than he sat cross-legged on the bed, immediately entering a cultivation state. The pain inside was growing unbearable, leaving no room for other thoughts. As he focused inward, his soul consciousness gradually submerged into his body. Although he already expected his injuries to be severe, when he observed his internal condition, his heart still sank. Inside him was now in utter chaos, nothing like its former calm. It looked like the aftermath of an epidemic following a flood, unbearable to witness. He directed his soul consciousness deeper, quickly finding the culprit behind it all. Beside the myriad manifestation vase, a white jade slip circled it slowly, seemingly connected by some invisible link. Feeling the aura of the jade slip, the myriad manifestation vase involuntarily vibrated, producing a resonant hum that caused Ouyang Yuya's heart to beat faster, as if it were trying to break free from his body. What terrified him most was that the tremors of the vase were keeping his soul force at a distance. Even the sharp jin sheet hidden in the right side of his dantian had been displaced, retreating as if avoiding an ominous star. His heart shook with shock. He had never expected the myriad manifestation vase to be this domineering. His soul consciousness shouted out fiercely, "Stop!" At the same time, he tried to guide his internal soul force slowly toward the vase, hoping to suppress it with pressure. But soon disappointment surfaced. Clearly he had underestimated the vase's power. The soul force hadn't even come close before being violently repelled, causing another wave of turbulence inside. The rebounding soul force slammed into his dantian, leaving Ouyang Yuya's face even more pale. "Jie, useless effort. You're just wasting energy, kid." Just as Ouyang Yuya was helpless, the mocking voice of xuanhuan echoed from within the cauldron, making Ouyang Yuya's expression worsen. His voice low and hoarse, he said, "You can peer into what's happening within my body. Jie, this master was born a soul being. Seeing inside you is child's play. Don't think some broken cauldron can seal me away completely. Jie, you humans really do think too simply." Hearing xuanhuan's sneering words, Ouyang Yuya furrowed his brow even further. "You said I was wasting my effort? Do you know anything about this thing?" "Jie, although this master isn't certain, I can perceive a little. If this master isn't mistaken, it should be a spirit treasure of the Ling tier. TSK, you kids sure have stumbled upon a stroke of luck. No wonder that little fellow, the ancient ape, would follow you. You've got quite a few tricks up your sleeve, decisive in combat, and already showing signs of a true powerhouse. Jie. Spirit tier." Ouyang Yuya didn't even register xuanhuan's words. At this moment, he was completely shocked by the mention of spirit tier. Yet after the shock faded, joy surfaced. Although he had already suspected that the myriad manifestation vase was extraordinary, he hadn't expected it to reach the realm of spirit tier treasures. After all, spirit tier items were heavenly miracles. Some families, like the so-called 4 great clans, might not even possess one. However, there was a widely spread saying across the continent that Ouyang Yuya firmly believed in. If one obtained a spirit tier treasure, becoming a powerful expert would be only a matter of time. Jie, kid, don't get too excited too soon. It's true this is indeed the fluctuation of a spirit tier artifact, but the power isn't strong. Most likely, it's incomplete. Still, even an incomplete one should be more than enough for you to enjoy. Jie, on the continent, there are only a handful of spirit tier treasures, each with different attributes. Although this master cannot discern which attribute this particular treasure possesses, from observation, it doesn't seem to be primarily offensive. Before Ouyang Yuya could fully savor the delight, xuanhuan's words splashed over him like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing his excitement. However, he wasn't too disappointed. On the contrary, this actually felt a bit more realistic. After all, miracles rarely happened. People like himself, perhaps, were just 1 in 10,000 who could have such luck. Trying to comfort himself this way, he felt somewhat better. Staring at the jade slip slowly circling the myriad manifestation vase, he suddenly recalled an incident from the Nawu Pavilion at Oran Academy. Back then, the myriad manifestation vase had also exhibited similar behavior, absorbing inscriptions from the stone tablet. As a result of that absorption, the vase changed form, entered his body, and endowed him with the ability to emit a black beam of light. Could it be that both the inscriptions back then and the jade slip now were originally part of the myriad manifestation vase? Thinking this way, Ouyang Yuya felt his mind suddenly clear. If that was truly the case, then once the absorption was complete, it might endow him with another ability, though he had no idea what that ability might be. At this thought, his originally anxious heart grew excited, completely forgetting the chaotic state of his insides. If you won't act on your own, then this young master will help you fuse. With this thought, Ouyang Yuye's expression turned serious. His soul consciousness stirred, and the remaining soul force surged forward, converging into a formidable energy stream rushing toward the myriad manifestation vase, attempting to forcibly fuse the jade slip with the vase. However, he clearly underestimated the vase's power. As the soul force swept in, a white, glowing barrier suddenly emerged, enveloping both the vase and the jade slip, preventing the soul force from advancing a single inch. Seeing this, Ouyang Yuye couldn't help but feel helpless. He tried several more times, but found the barrier impenetrable. Could he really just leave them spinning like this? Judging from the current rate of tremors, his heart would probably soon fail from exhaustion. Suppressing the pain in his chest, Xuanhuan's annoying voice rang out again. Jie, you're really stubborn, kid. With such a tiny soul force, do you really think you can control a spirit tier treasure easily? Are you kidding yourself? What about that power you used before? Did it break? You mean the Huang Qi? Ouyang Yuye seemed to grasp something, his eyes suddenly flashing with understanding as he asked. Jie, good for you figuring it out. But your cultivation level is too low. The Huang Qi won't accomplish much. Since you're smart, let's do something a smart person should do. How about it? Just say what you mean. Jie, how about this master makes a deal with you? I'll help fuse them later, and you just need to release me when the time comes. How about it? Think of it as a risk-free, guaranteed profit. Ouyang Yuye sneered, but didn't respond. He knew exactly what Xuanhuan was thinking. Someone with such a ruthless disposition would most likely turn against him the moment he was released. Ignoring Xuanhuan's continuous nagging, Ouyang Yuye regained a bit of confidence upon receiving the hint. He endured the pain inside and released the Huang Qi, though the amount had clearly decreased from his recent usage. Sighing softly, he knew without the ability to condense the soul core, the Da Huang Ling Ju couldn't truly be activated. And with the Da Huang Ling Ju lying dormant, any used Huang Qi couldn't be replenished. If he exhausted all the Huang Qi inside, without successfully forming a soul core, his secret trump card, Huang Qi, would be rendered useless for good. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Never had he imagined everything would chain react like this. Truly, blessings and misfortunes had arrived hand in hand. Thinking this way, he didn't slack off in the slightest. After his soul consciousness formed a hand seal within his body, he saw the Huang Qi spread out from his Huang heart in circular waves, enveloping the myriad manifestation vase. Clearly, the vase struggled against the invasion of the Huang Qi. The protective barrier it formed was visibly deformed under the pressure. Condense. Seeing progress, Ouyang Yuye narrowed his eyes and attempted to seize the moment, pushing the Huang Qi with even greater force. The jade slip was gradually pressed closer toward the myriad manifestation vase. Buzz. Just at that moment, the vase abruptly stopped vibrating. To Ouyang Yuye's shock, a beam of black light suddenly shot forth, forcefully piercing a hole through the surrounding Huang Qi. The cocoon of condensed Huang Qi shattered with a loud bang, and Ouyang Yuye's expression turned serious. Seeing his carefully laid trap ruined by his own familiar technique, Ouyang Yuye could only offer a bitter and helpless smile. His heart twisted in frustration. He had tried every method he could think of, yet nothing had worked. How is it? Not doing well, right? This master advises you to consider my suggestion, otherwise. Humph, Xuanhuan, don't forget we're on the same rope. Neither of us can escape. As Ouyang Yuye spoke, the Huang Qi surged once more, as if he was ready to gamble everything. Just as another black ray threatened to shatter the Huang Qi again, Xuanhuan let out an angry shriek. Then, a streak of emerald light suddenly erupted from within Ouyang Yuye's body, forming a green glowing sphere that completely shielded the myriad manifestation vase. With the arrival of the green light, the violent trembling finally began to subside. As Xuanhuan continued to shout arrogantly, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Ouyang Yuye's lips. So, you finally couldn't hold back anymore, huh? Suddenly, just as Ouyang Yuye began to relax slightly, the myriad manifestation vase started trembling violently again. Chapter 136. Losing the wife and the soldiers too. Just as the green ball of light wrapped around the 10,000 phenomena square zone, the vessel itself began to struggle violently, forcing the green light back quite a bit. Oh, seems like it's pretty tough. Kid, this master has no intention of dying with you. What rotten luck. It's even more annoying than that old bastard Yuang. As Xuanhuan spoke, the green light became even denser. With Xuanhuan's assistance, Ouyang Yuye also felt much more at ease. As he continued forming hand seals, Huang Qi poured unceasingly into the emerald light. With the infusion of Huang Qi, the ball of light began shrinking, and the pressure forced the jade slip closer and closer to the square zone. Seeing how violently the 10,000 phenomena square zone was shaking, Ouyang Yuye couldn't help but feel grateful. If it hadn't been for Xuanhuan's help today, even the tremors alone would have caused violent turmoil within his body, enough to cost his life. Suddenly, a low humming sound rang out, and the violently trembling 10,000 phenomena square zone abruptly came to a stop. Before Ouyang Yuye's stunned eyes, a crack suddenly appeared across its surface. Threads of brilliant white light shot out, like tendrils wrapping tightly around the jade slip. A surge of incredibly strong suction force burst forth, even drawing in the surrounding Huang Qi, as if it might swallow them entirely. What are you spacing out for? If you don't want to be sucked dry, pull back your Huang Qi now. Xuanhuan shouted furiously, clearly furious with Ouyang Yuye. Startled by Xuanhuan's warning, Ouyang Yuye's soul consciousness jolted. Instantly, the Wang sheet withdrew entirely, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds as it was resealed into his Wang heart. Just as the Wang it withdrew completely, the 10,000 phenomena square zone suddenly erupted into violent tremors. Before Ouyang Yuye's astonished eyes, the jade slip was abruptly sucked inside. As soon as it consumed the jade slip, the 10,000 phenomena square zone became eerily calm. Then, a milky white light shot out from its surface, floating like the morning sun above his dantian. Threads of light poured downward like rain. What surprised him most was that this light held no hostility at all. Instead, a surprisingly warm sensation spread through his body. Immersed in this radiance, Ouyang Yuye felt a level of comfort he'd never experienced before, and his previously accumulated injuries began healing instantly. Even his soul force was gradually restoring itself. Overjoyed by the turn of events, he was about to take action when Xuanhuan's astonished voice rang out. It has a healing effect after all. Looks like you've stumbled onto something good, kid. Hee, what do you think? Without me, you'd probably already be a wandering soul by now. Ouyang Yuye chose to ignore Xuanhuan's arrogant words entirely, offering no reply. At this moment, he had fallen into deep shock. Glancing over his restored body, he finally believed what Xuanhuan had said. The light really did have healing properties. Could this be the second ability bestowed by the 10,000 phenomena square zone? Upon realizing this, Ouyang Yuye's heart swelled with joy. If that was truly the case, then he'd gained another life-saving technique without knowing exactly how to activate it. Thoughts stirred confusion in his mind. No need to think about it. This ability only activates passively when your condition is exceptionally dire, although the soul power consumed beforehand is quite terrifying. How come you know so much? Hearing Xuanhuan speak, Ouyang Yuye couldn't help but feel his suspicions deepen further. I, Xuanhuan, am one of the 8 ancient kings of the Jade Toad clan. How can you, a mere child, comprehend my knowledge? Across the heavens and earth, what spirit beast dares not retreat upon seeing me? I warn you, kid, treat me respectfully. It's beneficial for both you and me. Ouyang Yuye merely scoffed, unwilling to respond. He had long grown accustomed to Xuanhuan's threats, and now they were no different from his daily training, numbing and indifferent. After a moment of internal inspection and finding nothing amiss, he withdrew his soul consciousness. His tightly closed eyes shot open suddenly. Stretching his limbs, he felt a comfort like never before, nodding in satisfaction. Unexpectedly, he not only turned disaster into fortune this time, slaying Nangongzheng, uncovering the origin of the 10,000 phenomena square zone, but even obtaining its second ability. Indeed, it was true that blessings and misfortunes were always intertwined. Feeling that there were no serious injuries left within his body, Ouyang Yuye relaxed and retrieved Nangongzheng's Jinkundaf. A surge of excitement welled up inside him as he licked his dry lips impatiently, ready to examine its contents. Since Nangongzheng had perished, the Jinkundaf was now ownerless, and with a sweep of his soul consciousness, it was effortlessly opened. However, when he glimpsed what was inside, he was momentarily stunned, swallowing hard in disbelief. Nangongzheng's Jinkun bag truly contained everything imaginable. Glancing around, he immediately spotted no less than 50,000 silver coins, along with various vials and jars, which were most likely rare pills and medicinal substances. As Ouyang Yuye thought this, he hastily tossed all the valuable items into his own space pocket dimension, smacking his lips in satisfaction. This eldest son of the Nangong household really was rich. His wealth far exceeded Ouyang Yuye's own. Compared to this fortune, Ouyang Yuye probably hadn't even achieved basic subsistence. Muttering curses under his breath, he resumed searching the Jinkun bag. Compared to these medicinal treasures, his real target was the long-coveted Earth-tier martial arts technique. Especially after witnessing the overwhelming power it possessed, his desire for it had only intensified. As he rummaged through, his eyes were suddenly drawn to a martial arts manual entirely wrapped in fiery red. He snatched it over, and for a moment, shock overtook him. But only a moment passed before his expression turned to ecstatic joy, for this martial technique was no stranger to him either. It was precisely the one Nangongzheng had mistakenly believed he used to kill Ouyang Yuye, the Crimson God's left hand. At the thought of it, Ouyang Yuye felt a chill run down his spine. If it hadn't been for his decoy body distracting Nangongzheng's attention back then, he probably wouldn't have escaped at all. Even if that technique hadn't killed him outright, the shockwave slamming into him would have left him severely wounded. At this thought, a smirk of satisfaction deepened across his face. The Nangong family had really lost the wife and the soldiers too this time. Laughing heartily, his gaze shifted again and caught sight of another martial arts manual wrapped in thick parchment tucked away in a corner of the space. As he unwrapped it, his eyes lit up. It was definitely the Overlord's spear. My luck is just that good. Killing someone gives me so much loot. Great. He shamelessly praised himself. With his most desired treasures now in hand, he lost interest in anything else. Tossing Nangongzheng's Jinkun bag into his space pocket dimension, he figured it could be a decent gift in the future. Had Nangongzheng known such a fate awaited his precious bag, he would likely have died again in fury. Gazing at the 2 martial arts manuals in his hands, Ouyang Yuye wore a grin so wide it seemed unwilling to fade. He rubbed his hands together in excitement and hesitated for a long while between the two. Eventually, he tossed the Overlord spear into the Jinkun bag and began studying the Crimson God's left hand in his hands. This decision wasn't due to favoring one over the other. It was because Earth-tier martial arts techniques each possessed their own independent training spaces for cultivation through, and this would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time. Moreover, the training difficulty was high. Based on how difficult, or easy, it had been to cultivate the Great Wasteland Palm. Clearly the Overlord Spear would not be suitable for his current time-sensitive situation. If he fell behind because of martial arts cultivation and missed the soul droplet pool in a few days' time, it would be an irreparable loss. So, making his decision carefully, he chose the relatively easier Crimson God's left hand first. It had to be said that Ouyang Yuya possessed considerable martial talent. He had an extraordinary comprehension ability when it came to martial techniques. In no time at all, he had grasped the entire circulation path of the skill. Laying the martial arts manual across his knees, he closed his eyes and started contemplating the insights and experiences described within. At the same time, he followed the circulation method of the Crimson God's left hand with his mind while meditating. And as he gradually entered a deep state of concentration, flickers of crimson light began to flash transiently across his right hand. Meanwhile, in the grand hall at the far eastern edge of xiuxian, a sandalwood wooden chair stood at the center. Sitting atop, it was an old man clad in green robes. If Ouyang Yuya had been present, he would have recognized this man instantly. It was the same green-robed elder who had accompanied Nan Gongzheng to the auction that day, and who had even pursued and attacked him. The old man's face now appeared exceptionally grim. Below him stood four young men, heads lowered and voices silent, trembling with fear as they awaited his words. What happened? Do we have any news yet? The old man sat motionless, his fingers constantly rubbing together, his unease evident. Hearing the elder's question, the first among them stepped forward nervously and replied, Reporting to the elder, we've searched everywhere throughout xiuxian and every possible place the young master could have gone, but we found no trace of him. According to the locals, the young master never even arrived there. Worthless. All of you are utterly worthless. Not even able to find one person. What use do I have for you all in the Nangong household? The old man in green bellowed furiously, slamming his hand onto the armrest of the chair. Upon hearing the elder's scolding, the four men lowered their heads even further. One of them cautiously raised his head and said, Elder, when the young master left, he was accompanied by Ada and four others. He should be fine, perhaps. Perhaps nothing. What places could there possibly be in xiuxian worth going to? Search. Go search everywhere. Even if you have to tear xiuxian apart, bring the young master back to me. For anyone who refuses to cooperate, strike them down immediately. If you haven't found him by tonight, come with your heads on a platter. Yes. Hearing this, the four hurriedly nodded before swiftly retreating. Everyone knew the elder, usually known for his gentle demeanor, was now truly furious. None dared to provoke him any further. Watching the four retreat, the old man's expression slightly softened, though it was not difficult to notice the deep concern still lingering behind his eyes. If something truly had happened to Nan Gongzheng in xiuxian, he let out a slight sigh and dared not think further. No matter how unwilling he was to face the truth, he had to accept it. The connection from the life jade slip Nan Gongzheng was carrying had been severed not long ago. By now, the family head surely already knew. As the sole heir to the Nangong household, if he had truly perished in xiuxian, the Nangong family head would certainly not let the matter rest easily. This time, a storm is about to break. Chapter 137, Departure. In the past few days, the entire city of xiuxian had been stirred by the upcoming opening of the Soul Saliva Pool. Each faction remained disciplined, patiently waiting for the final moment. Beneath this surface calm, however, one could easily sense the tense atmosphere, an unmistakable feeling that a great storm was about to break. Ouyang Yuya sat cross-legged on his bed, completely indifferent to external affairs. His eyes were tightly shut, seemingly in deep meditation like an old monk in stillness. Yet, if one looked closely, they could see occasional flashes of red light emanating from his body. Each time the red glow appeared, his aura would turn sharper, fiercer, and exude a sensation of intense heat. His left hand was completely wrapped in a glowing ball of red light, appearing from afar as if it were enveloped in blazing flames, beautiful to behold. He remained like this for a long time before finally ending his meditation. As he exhaled a final breath of turbid air, Ouyang Yuya's tightly shut eyes snapped open. The moment his eyes opened, a flicker of firelight momentarily flashed within his pupils, though quickly returning to their usual deep, ink-black hue. He exhaled heavily, glancing at his left hand. As he clenched his fist, he clearly felt the surging, intense heat coursing through it. Inwardly, he praised, no wonder it's an advanced xian-tier martial skill. Only by cultivating it can one understand its real effects. The flame god's hand didn't merely grant a technique. Rather, it nurtured a source of fire energy in the body, more precisely, within the right arm. Through the cultivation of the flame god's hand, this fire source would activate and function accordingly. A sudden urge came upon him. He wanted to try it out. Without hesitation, Ouyang Yuya gathered his soul energy with a low shout. Immediately, a thick red glow appeared on his left palm. His entire left arm became illuminated with radiant red light, as waves of crimson energy flowed from his arm to his palm, fully enveloping it. As Ouyang Yuya suddenly thrust his hand downward, a red palm imprint filled with scorching heat burst from his palm and slammed violently onto the ground. A dull thud followed, and on the ground appeared a black imprint, a depression about an inch deep. Ouyang nodded appreciatively. Indeed, the power of Flame God's hand was extraordinary. Even with merely minor mastery of it, he had already managed such an attack, surpassing all his other martial techniques by far. Thinking back to his other martial skills, the Soul Saber and Gate Force, Ouyang couldn't help sighing. Those two techniques had been with him the longest, but due to the lack of advanced cultivation methods, he had only been able to advance them to an early stage. As the enemies he faced became increasingly formidable, the effectiveness of those skills had turned rather lackluster. With a slight sigh, he inwardly resolved that he should ask Master Gu for the complete versions of those techniques when the chance arose, as his attachment to them was immense. After organizing these thoughts, he glanced outside and noticed that the sky had already brightened completely. Based on his calculations, today was the day they would proceed to the site of the Soul Saliva Pool. Thinking of it, a slight hint of excitement crossed his face. He had long looked forward to this moment. Straightening his robes, he turned his head and was surprised to find the monkey that had always been beside him missing. He shook his head helplessly. Surely the little rascal had gone off to play again. That monkey really never gave him peace of mind. It seemed that his idea of bringing it along would not work out. Just as he muttered in slight annoyance, his shoulder suddenly felt heavier. Turning, he saw the monkey sneaking back somehow from an unknown location, grinning widely and tugging at Ouyang's hair playfully. Seeing that the monkey's injuries had fully healed, Ouyang gently patted its head in approval and said, "Come with me." Seeing the monkey nod, Ouyang smiled faintly. As he stepped outside, he found a servant already waiting for him at the door. The servant quickly bowed upon seeing Ouyang. "Master Ouyang, you're finally up. What's going on? What's the matter?" Ouyang asked, noticing the servant's anxious expression. The servant nodded and said, "The hall master sent me to find you. He says to meet him at the training ground of our Jade Hall." Ouyang's heart stirred slightly at hearing this. It seems he had guessed right. The day to head to the Soul Saliva Pool had indeed come. After thanking the servant, he quickly headed toward the training ground. As he hadn't yet arrived, a noisy commotion already drifted toward him from a distance. Right now, all the Jade Hall disciples were gathered here, gazing with envy at 7 figures standing at the center. They all knew that only these 7 were worthy enough to represent the Jade Hall in the competition over the Soul Saliva Pool. Indeed, they symbolized the highest echelon of disciples within the entire Jade Hall. Right at the front of the crowd, the 7 figures had split into 2 factions. At the forefront of one faction stood Lingyu, unmistakably present. Her simple black Jade Hall attire made her appear like a black rose under the blazing sun, elegant, yet icy cold. Behind her stood Yutan and Yu. Due to Yu Feng's injury, he had been replaced by a young man named Yuri. Compared to Yutan and Yuri was much more muscular, his cultivation strength reaching the peak of refining the body at the 8th level, certainly no weaker than Yutan and the others. At the moment, Yutan and the rest were visibly anxious, glancing left and right as they spoke. Could Ouyang still be unconscious due to his injuries? Yutan said, his tone filled with worry. Ouyang Yuya had practically become their hidden ace in this matter, and without him, the competition might not even be worth pursuing. Lingyu remained silent for a moment before shaking her head. "I don't think so. I understand him. He's not someone who would lose control of himself so easily. Moreover, the Soul Saliva liquid is even more crucial to him than it is to us. When weighing everything carefully, I can't find any reason for him to miss this. Let's just wait a bit longer." Upon hearing her words, Yutan and the others nodded but remained quiet. If they couldn't wait for him, maybe it was better not to go at all. Unlike Ling Yu's group, the other faction standing nearby consisted of Lin Xian, Su Shi, and Xuanhuan. If there were anyone among the crowd who truly understood Ouyang Yuya, it would be these 3. Yet unlike their worried expressions, they did not seem overly concerned. Seeing Ling Yu and the others in such anxiety, Lin Xian chuckled. This guy always loves being fashionably late. He just can't help making others feel anxious. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan couldn't help but softly smile. However, right then, Lin Xian stretched lazily and said, "He's here." Lin Xian's voice wasn't loud, but in the quiet atmosphere, many heard her words. Immediately, people looked around trying to spot Ouyang Yuya, but found nothing. Just as they began to scoff, a sudden gust of wind swept through, followed by a blur rushing through the air. As the figure grew closer, its features became clear, undoubtedly Ouyang Yuya. Seeing his arrival, all the disciples instinctively made way, clearing a path for him to pass through. As Ouyang Yuya approached, Ling Yu and the others also relaxed. Even Yu Heng and the elders standing on the high platform loosened their expressions visibly. Ouyang Yuya's speed was remarkable. With just a few quick movements, he arrived before everyone. Bowing slightly toward Yu Heng and the 4 elders, he offered an apology. "I got delayed due to cultivation. Please forgive me, Hall Master." "Haha, no problem at all. It's fine as long as you're on time, and no real delay has occurred. Are you fully prepared now?" Ouyang Yuya nodded. "All set. We can depart anytime." "Then return to your formation," Yu Heng replied. Ouyang's arrival was like a strong shot of adrenaline to the group. Ouyang Yuya nodded and positioned himself in front of Lin Xian's group. Glancing at her unintentionally, he found she was no longer her sensitive and sentimental self from these past few days, but instead had returned to her usual, careless, and even domineering self. Noticing Ouyang Yuya's gaze upon her, Lin Xian pursed her lips slightly before speaking a line that left him completely at a loss. "I've made up my mind. I'll wait for you at the Oran Academy. Wait until you're ready to truly accept me, then come and get me. Otherwise, I'll wait until I'm old." You." Seeing Lin Xian's defiant look, as if challenging Ouyang Yuya to act on it, his face turned into a deeper bitter smile. Deciding not to engage further, he shifted his gaze elsewhere. He noticed the substitution of Yu Feng's position, nodded slightly. Yuri might not be as powerful as Yu Feng, but he had still reached the peak of the 8th level of refining the body. Choosing someone from the 7th level would practically bring ridicule. "All right, Everyone, please calm down for a moment. At that moment, Yu Hang's deep voice rang out. The noise from the crowd immediately silenced, as everyone turned their eyes to him, waiting for his words. Today marks our annual competition for the Soul Saliva Pool. The Jade Hall will be sending these 8 disciples. They represent the peak of our hall's strength. Whether we can truly re-establish ourselves in Heolan depends on them as well. Therefore, I urge all the participating disciples to show your true abilities. Don't disgrace our Jade Hall. Let's show our might. Show our might, Jade Hall. The moment Yu Hang finished speaking, an exhilarating shout erupted from the crowd. Even Ouyang Yuya himself couldn't suppress the surge of emotions. Immediately, along with Ling Yu and the others, he joined the Jade Hall disciples in raising a respectful bow toward Yu Hang. All right, you young ones, since you're ready, follow me. Yushi said with a smile as he took a step forward. As soon as his words fell, Yuin also stepped out beside him, and behind them followed 4 Jade Hall stewards, all at the level of soul scholars. Among them was clearly Xuanhuan. With a single sweep of Yushi's wide sleeve, under the lead of the 2 elders and 4 stewards, Ouyang Yuya and the others followed in succession, forming a grand procession that left the Jade Hall and headed toward the competition site, the Death Swamp. Seeing them off, the Jade Hall disciples wore expressions of sorrow. This was the same situation every year, yet every time their hopeful oaths ended in crushing defeat. That cry of "Revive the Jade Hall" had never been realized. No one could tell whether this year would bring an unexpected result. As Yushi's group moved farther away, Yu Hang tightly clenched his fists, his eyes filled with concern. He stood silent for a long while before murmuring a quiet sigh. I hope this time brings some change. Yu Cheng, standing behind him, also sighed. I wonder whether placing our bets on him this time was wise. Oh, and does the Hall Master know about Nan Gongzhang's death? Yu Hang hesitated before slowly nodding. He knows. It's just unclear which faction was so brazen. Nan Gong Laogui must be extremely restless by now. It's said that the old Nan Gong man will be arriving soon, likely stirring up new troubles. Spread the word. Avoid any conflicts with the Nan Gong family. Rabid dogs bite. We mustn't invite additional chaos just before the tournament. Yes, Hall Master. Yu Hang looked toward the now vanished group of Yu-Shi and shook his head. Ouyang Yuya, it all depends on you. Chapter 138 Gathering of All Parties. If one were to speak of the 2 most perilous locations in the Allen dynasty, they would undoubtedly be the Death Swamp and the Desolate Mountains. The Desolate Mountains are famous for the ferocity of its soul beasts. It is said that even 5th-tier soul beasts are commonly encountered deep within the mountains, thus deterring any treasure seekers who might dare to enter. After all, a 5th-tier soul beast possesses strength rivaling that of a Grand Earth Soul Cultivator. As for the other location, the Death Swamp, its level of danger surpasses even that of the Desolate Mountains. This is because the swamp is mainly inhabited by amphibious soul beasts. Of course, that alone wouldn't be enough to instill fear in people's hearts. What truly makes the Death Swamp fearsome is the presence of toxic miasma that floats day and night throughout the area. Legend has it that anyone with cultivation below that of a Grand Earth Soul Cultivator who dares to enter would be corroded by the floating toxic gas, their skin rotting until death. Only when the soul saliva pond within the swamp opens does the spiritual energy released make the miasma slightly thinner. Thus, it is precisely because of this soul saliva pond that the Death Swamp has become well known among people, with the soul saliva liquid it produces becoming a highly desired object for many. However, due to the prior occupation of the 5 major forces of Heolan, there hadn't been open and widespread fighting over it. But recently, with the interference of Olan Academy, the opening of the soul saliva pond has become unpredictable, thus drawing the attention of various factions and prompting them to rush here. Despite the early hour, the Death Swamp, usually deserted, is now filled with people. Although the place is crowded, it isn't particularly noisy. All eyes are currently focused on the 2 factions gathered at the front of the Death Swamp. The gazes sent in their direction carry awe and respect. These are none other than the Dragon Rock sect and the Tiger sect, who had arrived here earlier. Both factions are led by 2 experts who have already reached the Soul Master cultivation level, while their disciples aren't weak either. Each possesses the cultivation strength of Qi condensation at the 9th stage. This impressive level causes some of the hidden strong experts to shake their heads in admiration. With such power, it's no wonder these factions have such stable standings in Heolan. It's understandable then, that as the host factions in this contest, they naturally attract significant attention. As whispers and murmurs came from the surrounding crowd, these 2 powerful factions ignored them entirely, exchanging brief greetings before fixing their gazes toward the Death Swamp ahead. Looking at the ominous miasma hovering before them, gleams of ambition sparkled in their eyes. The Soul Saliva Pond opens once every 3 years, so it's extremely significant for them. If they could successfully acquire the Soul Saliva liquid this time, their standing among the factions would surely remain firm. Just then, another sound of rushing wind tore through the air. All heads turned in that direction once more as another surge of astonishment rippled through the crowd. It's the army of the Yuntang and the Python Dom. As soon as the voice finished, numerous gazes locked tightly onto the 2 advancing groups that flew across the sky. Their eyes carried an air of seriousness. As 2 truly dominant forces in Heolan, their arrival immediately drew much attention. However, in response to the respectful glances coming from the crowd, both Yuntang and Python Dom chose to completely ignore them, entering the gathering with a rather overbearing attitude, forcefully pushing their way through to stand alongside the Dragon Rock sect and the Tiger sect. So it's Lord Human Snake and Lord Earth Snake leading your party, your majesties. What an honor to meet you here. An elder from the Dragon Rock sect saw the two standing at the front of the Python Dome, and his expression instantly changed. He forced a smile and spoke with feigned joy. He hadn't expected that both of them would actually appear in person for this contest over the soul saliva liquid. After all, the Pythondom's slight superiority over his own sect largely stemmed from the fact that, besides the sect leader Human Snake having reached the Grand Earth Soul Master level, the other two leaders had also approached the peak of the Soul Master realm, just a single step away from becoming Grand Earth Soul Masters. No need to be so formal, Elder Kong. You've also come in person this time. It seems your sect leader is also closely watching due to Olan Academy's interference. The sinister voice from Earth Snake caused everyone's expressions to tighten slightly. Haha, since Yuntang and Pythondom have arrived, now we just wait for Jade Hall. Another elder from the Tiger sect laughed and bowed slightly toward the representatives of Yuntang and Pythondom, showing evident respect. Clearly, even though they all belonged to the 5 great factions, they still had to concede to the overwhelming strength of Yuntang and Pythondom. Jade Hall hasn't arrived yet. Earth Snake frowned, his face covered by his black robe, emanating an aura of bone-chilling coldness. His tone carried a touch of disdainful arrogance. Probably too afraid to come. Huh. The relationship between Dragon Rock sect and Jade Hall had always been tense, and Elder Kong's words dripped with mockery. Haha, Elder Kong, I think your words go a bit too far. Jade Hall would never retreat from battle. A clear laughter rang out, followed by the sight of a procession emerging from the forest, making their way grandly toward the direction where the 4 major factions had gathered. It's Jade Hall. Why does Jade Hall have so many people? Looking at the grand procession of Jade Hall, murmurs of disbelief spread among the crowd. Even the other forces, including Pythondom, looked astonished. Jade Hall had always been considered the weakest among the 5 major factions. In previous contests over the Soul Saliva Pond, they had difficulty even assembling a full team of disciples. This time, however, they arrived in such large numbers that even they themselves seemed unaccustomed to the situation. Haha, Elder Kong is just joking. That's not what Dragon Rock sect meant at all. Seeing Jade Hall's arrival, Elder Kong of Dragon Rock sect chuckled slightly, his tone a bit embarrassed. However, when he noticed that Jade Hall had actually brought more than a dozen disciples, his expression showed genuine surprise. Never thought Jade Hall would bring so many disciples this time. Haha, we couldn't help it. Too many outstanding disciples. Anyway, having more people helps prevent certain individuals from secretly making a move. Facing Elder Kong's explanation, Elder Yu simply ignored it. Their relationship was already quite clear, neither willing to openly provoke the other, each merely taking the opportunity to suppress the opposing side. Their auras are indeed not weak. Observing the disciples of the various factions, Ouyang couldn't help but sigh in admiration. No wonder they were the elite disciples of their respective factions. Their momentum was indeed impressive. Among them, the disciples of Pythondom and Yuntang were especially intriguing. Compared to Jade Hall, their disciples were clearly more formidable. Even the 2 young men standing at the forefront among the other factions possessed strength close to the half-Earth Soul Master level. Comparing them all, Ouyang couldn't help but sigh. By comparison, Jade Hall's disciple quality was indeed the worst. Even Ling Yu, the best among them, ranked only slightly above average. As for the rest, they simply didn't have any strength worth mentioning. No wonder Jade Hall always returned in defeat, never gaining the purification of the soul saliva liquid. Already lagging at the starting line, such power barely deserved to be called cannon fodder. The 3 individuals standing at the front of Pythondom are the renowned 3 pythons of Xuanhuan: Thunder Python, Lightning Python, and Wind Python. They are the direct disciples of the 3 Dan Masters. As for their strength, all have reached the half-Earth Soul Master stage. The young man at the front of Yuntang is Yuntong, also at the half-Earth Soul Master level. As for Dragon Rock sects Long Yong and Tiger sects Hu Pu, they are the same. These few are the most difficult and the most likely to obtain the soul saliva liquid. Seeing the confusion in Ouyang Yu's eyes, Ling Yu standing beside him explained. Ouyang Yu took note of the names Ling Yu mentioned, nodding slightly. He gave particular attention to Yuntong and the 3 pythons. Among so many opponents, only these 4 gave him a slight sense of challenge, but only a challenge. He felt no genuine fear. Even against powerful experts like Nangong Zhang, he had succeeded in slaying them. As for these so-called 3 pythons, as long as they didn't provoke him, it would be fine. If they overstepped, Ouyang Yu wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. Just as Ouyang Yu's gaze settled, the senior disciples, including the 3 pythons, began to sense his attention. The foremost, Thunder Python, turned to Ouyang Yu with a cold smile. So you're the one who defeated Wang Cheng and others, Ouyang Yu? Indeed. Facing Thunder Python's question, Ouyang Yu responded calmly, his tone neither hot nor cold. From their tone, he could already sense their attitude, disdainful and cold. Since they had shown no courtesy, he naturally didn't need to either. However, Ouyang Yu's attitude clearly caught this powerful figure of Olan off guard. Thunder Python's expression grew even colder. Humph. I look forward to your performance. Hope your skills live up to your reputation. With a cold laugh, he fell silent. Instead, Yuntong smiled slightly and extended his hand to Ouyang Yu. Yuntong, please give me your guidance. Ouyang Yu reached out and shook hands with Yuntong. The honor is mine. It's you. Just then, a sudden exclamation full of disbelief came from the Dragon Rock sect's camp. Ouyang Yu turned his gaze toward the one who spoke and his expression immediately froze, replaced by astonishment. For he saw the speaker was none other than Long Zhong, the person with whom he had clashed before entering Heolan, and even fought against. Seeing Long Zhong, Ouyang Yuya was also momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Long Zhong to represent Dragon Rock Sect in this contest. This was slightly problematic. Not that he was afraid, but if Long Zhong were to expose the fact that he had the Dragon Rock arm, trouble would certainly follow. At the very least, Elder Kong, out of concern for face, might have to act against him. For Ouyang Yuya, who was urgently preparing to seize the soul saliva liquid, this was definitely not a good thing. What's going on? Long Kong looked toward Long Zhong with dissatisfaction in his tone. Elder, this kid is the one who injured me the other day, and also insulted the Dragon Rock Sect. Upon hearing Long Zhong's words, Ouyang Yuya relaxed slightly, a faint meaningful curve forming at the corner of his lips. Fortunately, Long Zhong still had some sense of propriety, knowing what should be said and what shouldn't. If the loss of the Dragon Rock arm ever got out, even he himself would be in serious trouble. Oh, Kong Long looked at Ouyang Yuya with a sneer. It seems these younger generations nowadays truly know no manners. They speak without thinking about the consequences. Well then, since you're so arrogant, this old man shall personally teach you a lesson. You. Ouyang Yuya's pupils contracted sharply upon hearing Long Kong's words. Shocked, he was just about to step back when suddenly, at that very moment, an uproar burst from the crowd. Even the experts from forces like Pythondom turned their eyes toward the depths of the forest, expressions shifting uneasily. Even Elder Kong's attention was drawn away. At that exact moment, Ouyang Yuya felt the myriad manifestation flask within his body tremble slightly. Glancing toward the forest, he sensed a familiar fluctuation emerging from deep inside. Finally arrived, With just a glance, Ouyang Yuya already understood the identity of the newcomer. Whoever could draw the attention of so many experts must surely be the mastermind behind this chaos, and they were none other than Oran Academy. Chapter 139 begins. Just as the sound of rushing wind echoed repeatedly, the people present sensed something and turned their gazes toward the group rapidly approaching. Their expressions fluctuated, and even the leaders of the 5 great powers fixed their eyes upon them with heavy concern. As the initiators of this incident, the Orland Academy had undoubtedly become the most eye-catching presence. After all, for many years now, no other force had dared to openly provoke the 5 great powers of Hey Orland. Compared to evenly matched opponents fighting fiercely over a prize, it was precisely such audacity that made people all the more eager to watch. Haha, there are quite a few friends here today. Seems like we arrived a bit late. A loud laughter rang out, followed by the appearance of more than a dozen figures rapidly approaching. However, as soon as the onlookers saw who was coming, an audible intake of breath surged from the crowd. Merely judging from the fluctuations emanating from Orland Academy's team, it wasn't difficult to discern their strength. They possessed no fewer than 4 Earth Elemental Soul Masters, 2 Ordinary Soul Masters, and 4 individuals at the 9th refinement stage of body cultivation. Seeing such a lineup from Orland Academy, all present couldn't help but express amazement. This formation was practically stronger than the combined might of Hey Orland's 5 great powers. Truly worthy of being the leading force of the Ellen Empire. Just one among the 4 Earth Elemental Soul Masters would be more than sufficient to dominate the various sections. Considering the Earth Elemental Soul Masters were indeed quite rare, the fact that Orland Academy had 4 in a single team couldn't help but leave people astonished. And with this astonishment came expressions of schadenfreude directed at the 5 great powers, eager to see how they'd handle this situation. What interest do the 4 academy heads have in watching the struggles of younger generations? D-Man, looking at Tian Feng and others, did not show any excessive emotion despite sensing their power and remained aloof as he spoke. Haha, soul saliva is of great importance to our Orland Academy. Of course, we must ensure that nothing goes wrong. But naturally, if you are willing to offer it up, it would be even better, Tian Feng replied with a smile, addressing D-Man. I fear you won't be able to swallow it. An elder of the Tiger sect responded angrily toward Tian Feng, his tone filled with disdain. Oh, whether you can or cannot swallow, you're free to try, Bo Xiong retorted with a smile, stepping forward from the crowd toward the elder of the Tiger sect. The words were calm, yet the atmosphere between the two sides was already filled with tension even before the spirit saliva pool was opened. You. The elder from the Dragon Hall started to retort, but was held back by the leader of the Yun sect. Shaking his head lightly, he turned toward Bo Xiong, saying, The 4 academy masters, what purpose do you have in coming today? Haha, merely here to attend an appointment, Bo Xiong replied with nonchalance. Though the Yun sect's leader frowned slightly upon hearing such a casual response, clearly displeased, he kept his silence, restrained by the other side's strength. He then chose to simply wait quietly for the opening of the spirit saliva pool. Unlike the 5 great powers, several individuals, including Ouyang Yuya, had their expressions subtly change when they spotted Bo Xiong stepping out from the crowd. They turned their gazes to the team and were startled to find Lin Song there as well. At that moment, complex emotions flickered across their faces. Within the academy, the 2 people Ouyang Yuya was most grateful to were precisely these 2. Glancing briefly at Lin Xian, whose face showed some tension as well, Ouyang Yuya sighed softly and gave a nod to xuanhuan and others before stepping forward from the crowd and bowing respectfully toward Bo Xiong and Lin Song. Disciples salute both of you, honorable academy masters. However, just as Ouyang Yuya finished speaking, a commotion rippled through the crowd, as no one had anticipated that a disciple from the Jade Hall would also be part of the Orland Academy. Yushi, your Jade Hall has actually conspired with the Orland Academy. Long Kong, seeing this spectacle before him, immediately shouted out in accusation, yet in his eyes lingered a self-satisfied sneer. The Jade Hall and the Longyan sect had always been on uneasy terms, and given this rare opportunity to suppress them, he certainly wasn't going to let it slip away. Seeing the Jade Hall suffering some embarrassment made him equally happy. As the surrounding crowd gave sidelong glances, Yushi did not respond to the accusations, but merely snorted coldly. Use some brains. If the Jade Hall really had conspired with Orland Academy, I wouldn't be standing here now, would I? These few disciples of mine merely entered Orland before later undergoing some upheavals and joining the Jade Hall. Isn't it natural for them to come and greet their master? Unless you want me to be like your Longyan sect and be unaware of gratitude? Long Kong, don't forget, you recently attacked my disciple without cause. This isn't over yet. Hearing Yushi's sarcastic remark, Long Kong was momentarily rendered speechless. Yushi's retort had essentially slapped him in the face. Flushing with anger, Long Kong finally spat out. I won't argue with you now. Let's see who is stronger later. After we enter the spirit saliva pool, everything will become clear. Haha, I'll be more than happy to oblige any time. Yuan, who had been silent beside them, also chuckled slightly, though his tone carried an icy chill. Longyan Hall's actions truly had gone too far. If not for concerns about other factions taking advantage of any vulnerability, Jade Hall would have already struck back. Director Yu, are you certain these 5 disciples pose no issues? At this moment, Ren Mang, who had been silent all along, suddenly asked. That's right, and if there are any problems, I, Jade Hall, will take full responsibility. Hearing Yu Tang's reply, Ren Mang simply nodded and refrained from further argument. As one of the 5 great powers, at this moment they should stand united against Orland Academy rather than bicker amongst themselves. Oh, looking at Ouyang Yuya and the others, Bo Xiong was momentarily taken aback, especially when Lin Song practically leaped forward and firmly grabbed Lin Xian, his previously anxious expression now turning into one of delight. Daddy. Seeing the redness in Lin Song's eyes, Lin Xian also choked back tears. After all, being a girl alone in a place like this could sometimes make one feel very wronged. It's actually you guys. How did you end up here? Bo Xiong looked at Ouyang Yuya, momentarily puzzled, though this puzzlement soon turned to joy. We are here representing Jade Hall in the competition for the spirit saliva. Ouyang Yuya replied with a "Usur" smile and a shake of his head. His gaze casually swept over the students from Orland Academy, and he couldn't help but furrow his brows when he saw that the ones who had come were actually familiar faces. Tung Kuei, Wang Shui, and xiuxian, plus one whose origins were unknown. Considering xiuxian and Wang Shui as old adversaries, they had previously teamed up with the former Tung Kuei to form the Haisha team, so he was somewhat familiar with their strength, making it understandable for them to reach the 9th refinement stage of body cultivation. However, Tung Kuei surprised him. He had clearly been a soul cultivator before, yet now he had also reached the 9th refinement stage of body cultivation. This realization made Ouyang Yuya furrow his brows even more. Could it be that they've suppressed their strength? When this thought struck him, Ouyang Yuya's heart stirred slightly, realizing it would now become complicated. If there was anyone present who could pose a real threat to him, it would certainly be Tung Kuei. And now with Tung Kuei's unexpected arrival, his plans had been thrown into disarray. Worse still, Tung Kuei wielded the Huangtian hammer, capable of tracking one's presence. Therefore, the idea of hiding from him was practically unrealistic. Sighing slightly, Ouyang Yuya clasped his hands and bowed respectfully toward Bo Xiong and Lin Song. Masters, it's really hard to explain everything now. Let's discuss it in detail after we come out from here. Bo Xiong nodded upon hearing this. As long as you're safe, that's fine. But the Death Swamp isn't a pleasant place. You must be very careful. Once you encounter something insurmountable, retreat immediately. Life is the most important thing. Your master is always concerned about you. As he spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered across Bo Xiong's face. It had only been a few months, yet so much had changed. Upon hearing these words, Ouyang Yuya's expression momentarily froze as he thought of Master Gu, who always kept a stern face. Though his master-disciple relationship with Master Gu hadn't lasted long, he could still feel the care Master Gu showed toward him, clearly evident from his earlier risky actions to defend him. Thinking of this, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but sigh again. It had been the old madman who warned him about coming to Hay Orland. Who knew what meaning that carried? But apparently, over the past few months of life here, he had also become colder and more decisive than ever before. Alright, let's go back now. We can talk more once we get out. Also, Xiaoyi, take good care of Xian, then I can feel more at ease about you. Master, what about me? You should know that without me, they wouldn't have made it this far smoothly. Su Huang suddenly spoke up, unwilling to be left out as soon as Lin Song finished speaking. Haha, you kid, you've become even more mischievous since we last met. Lin Song smiled as he said, Alright, return now. I believe it won't be long before we meet again. Remember what I said? He smiled and patted Ouyang Yuya's shoulder. Yes, Uncle Lin. Nodding. Ouyang Yuya then pulled Lin Xian towards the Jade Hall's group, nodding slightly toward Yushi. Sorted everything out? Yushi looked at Ouyang Yuya and asked. Seeing him nod, Yushi nodded himself and said seriously, Be extra cautious. Especially about the 3 Snake Kings from the Snake Sect. Not only are their powers strong, but their methods are extremely ruthless as well. Even a soul cultivator would hesitate to cross them when they fight together. Also watch out for the members from Longyan sect. They've never gotten along well with us, so they won't hesitate to attack either. Be very careful. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuya's pupils contracted sharply. He nodded slightly while glancing toward the 3 Snake Kings hidden beneath their dark robes, his right fist involuntarily tightening. Yushi's words were sound advice, but he had overlooked one person, Tung Kuei. Given the enmity between them, The idea that they could coexist peacefully was absurd. It was better not to cross paths at all. If they did run into each other, a fierce battle was inevitable. Just thinking about having to face three formidable forces at once filled him with a sense of helplessness, and he shook his head bitterly. At this point, he could only hope that the other forces, such as Meng Hu and Yun Tang, would also manage to tie some of them up. Otherwise, even he couldn't be confident about emerging unscathed from a combined assault. As Ouyang Yuya drifted into thought, sudden commotion erupted from the crowd. Startled, he looked up and saw that everyone's gazes had focused on the front of the death swamp. To his amazement, a wave of white mist began drifting from the depths of the swamp, exuding a faint and fragrant aroma. As the mist rose, even the green qi within the swamp seemed to dissipate slightly. It's the soul saliva pool. It's opening. Hearing Ling Yu's exclamation, Ouyang Yuya's eyes gleamed with excitement, quickly giving rise to an intense surge of anticipation. As the green qi weakened, Ouyang Yuya saw representatives from the various factions emit waves of soul energy. The immense fluctuations caused those who had been hiding and waiting to pounce to hesitate in shock. You all know the rules of the 5 great powers. There's no need for me to elaborate further. I ask everyone to respect them. The old man leading the Yuntang group said with a smile. Though his tone seemed polite, an unmistakable undercurrent of threat ran through his words. Get ready. Once it opens, rush in as quickly as possible. Whoever arrives first will gain the early advantage. But beware of the soul beasts inside. Their poison is extremely potent, Yushi said while handing Ouyang Yuya a jade slip. Follow the route recorded in this jade slip afterward. Don't lose your way. Ouyang Yuya accepted the jade slip, his expression turning grave. Slowly, he stepped forward, joining the disciples from other factions, when suddenly the elder from Yuntang shouted. Ouyang Yuya's body tensed immediately. Move out. Chapter 140, Parting Ways. Just as the old man of Yunhal finished speaking, the disciples who had seized the soul saliva liquid shot into the depths of the jungle, like fierce tigers rushing down a mountain, their speed astonishingly fast. Ouyang Yuya, watching the other competitors leap into action one by one, let out a light breath and nodded at xuanhuan before saying, let's go. With that, he suddenly swung his sleeve and darted toward the heart of the swamp, with Lin Xian and others following closely behind. A grand procession of them made their way toward the soul saliva pool. Watching the retreating figures of Ouyang Yuya and his companions, Yushi couldn't help but clench his fists and murmured softly, success or failure depends on you now. The Death Swamp, as its name suggests, is one of the 2 most dangerous places in the Allen Kingdom. Its danger goes without saying. Besides the ever-present need to avoid crawling when soaked, what annoyed people the most was the unpredictable and pervasive miasma. Although the ring sheet of the soul saliva pool had made the miasma in this area somewhat thinner, the foul smell and the sticky sensation lingering on the body still remained unpleasant. For this reason, very few people usually came to this place. However, today was destined not to be peaceful. At that moment, the sound of a sudden gust of wind could be heard as figures darted deeper into the swamp. Zooming in, one could see that there were over a dozen people. Though their number was large, their movement was remarkably orderly. Leading the group was a young man dressed in black. Strangely enough, a white-furred monkey perched on his shoulder. The monkey seemed unaffected by the miasma floating in the swamp, cheerfully swinging around the young man's neck like a swing, occasionally letting out cheerful chirps. This person was none other than Ouyang Yuya. After a long time of travel, the group finally came to a halt. Ouyang Yuya held a jade slip in his hand, looking at the 2 paths splitting ahead with a furrowed brow. What's the matter? Seeing Ouyang Yuya stop, Ling Yu stepped forward to ask. The trail ends here. Ouyang Yuya helplessly threw the jade slip into his xuanhuan pouch and slightly shook his head. This jade chamber really had its shortcomings, failing to clearly investigate the route. This delay surely allowed other factions to get far ahead of them. Because the route recorded on this jade slip is all from senior apprentices who came before us. Since they didn't reach the final destination themselves, so it could only be recorded up to here. Ouyang Yuya said, looking at Ling Yu who wore an expression tinged with apology, prompting him to sigh bitterly. Recalling Elder Yushi's earnest instructions that they absolutely had to follow the route recorded on the jade slip, he couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Probably, the Elder hadn't expected that the path recorded on the slip would end before they'd even covered half the journey. Now, Ouyang Yuya couldn't even be sure whether the path they had already walked was correct. Surely, during all that time, except for their group of 8, they hadn't seen a single other competitor. He wouldn't even believe that they had fallen that far behind. As if sensing Ouyang Yuya's thoughts, Ling Yu's face turned bright red, wishing she could just find a crack to hide in. Alright, let's now figure out which path we should take. There are 2 options in front of us, and we must pick one. Ouyang Yuya addressed them. Neither seems suitable, said Su. What if we choose the wrong one and get completely lost? I've heard of the Death Swamp's reputation. Once you take a wrong turn, you might never return. If we get lost and haven't found a way out when the ling sheet of the soul saliva pool disappears. Su stopped halfway through his sentence, but no one present was foolish enough not to grasp his implied meaning. Just as Su had warned, if they still hadn't found a way out by the time the ling sheet disappeared and the miasma thickened again, they would suffocate to death. At the thought, the girls' faces turned pale, fear creeping onto their faces. Lin Xian immediately whipped Su and yelled, attempted murder of one's husband. To that, Su immediately shouted in protest, claiming that Lin Xian was being overly violent. Upon hearing Su remark, Lin Xian's pretty face flushed with embarrassment, and she struck out with her crimson whip more fiercely. Su dodged and ran about, and with the 2 of them brawling, the heavy atmosphere eased slightly. Enough, both of you, stop fooling around. Hearing the displeasure in Ouyang Yuye's voice, the two suddenly grew quiet. Rubbing his head sheepishly, Xiuxian laughed and said, "Don't blame me, brother Ouyang. It's all because Lin Xian is such a wild little girl." Dead Xiuxian, are you looking for a beating, or what? Upon hearing Lin Xian's sharp rebuke, Xiuxian quickly shrunk his head in fear and dared not utter another word. His appearance of suppressed outrage and helplessness caused Ling Yu and the others to burst into giggles. "Big brother, just behave yourself." Xuanhuan stomped her foot angrily, then pinched Xiuxian fiercely on the waist, causing him to cry out in pain immediately. Rubbing the bruised spot on his waist with dissatisfaction, Xiuxian muttered, "Now that the girl has grown up, she sides with her sweetheart, treating her own older brother like a punching bag." As Xiuxian spoke, he sneered at Ouyang Yuye, making Xuanhuan's pretty face instantly flush crimson. Even her earlobes were tinged with red. Sneaking a glance at Ouyang Yuye, she noticed his expression remained unchanged and couldn't help letting out a quiet sigh. "Brother Ouyang, have you figured anything out?" Seeing the awkwardness, Yutin quickly interrupted and asked, pausing slightly before regretfully saying, "If I had known this would happen, I would have brought the snow weasel from our sect. With it here, we could have at least distinguished the right direction. Beast spirits have a much keener perception than we do." However, although Yutan spoke without much thought, his words had a deep effect on his listeners. As Yutan's sentence ended, Ouyang Yuye suddenly looked up at him, a sudden realization dawning on his face. "That's right. How could I have forgotten?" he exclaimed, then pulled the monkey from around his neck while the others looked on in surprise, nearly wasting such a perfect resource at their disposal. The monkey, enjoying itself and suddenly feeling being lifted by someone, bared its teeth and scowled. But as soon as it saw Ouyang Yuye, it stopped, still looking quite disgruntled, its beast eyes filled with resentment. "All right, no more playing around. Can you sense which way to go?" Ouyang Yuye asked, pointing toward the direction where the ring sheet of the soul saliva liquid radiated. Seeing the monkey nod, Ouyang Yuye nodded in satisfaction as well. "Lead the way then." Seeing the seriousness on Ouyang Yuye's face, the monkey also stopped clowning around. After a moment's thought, it suddenly pointed westward, and Ouyang Yuye immediately darted off, followed closely by Lin Xian and the others. But they hadn't gone far when suddenly the monkey changed its hand gesture, pointing east this time. Ouyang Yuye's expression immediately darkened, giving the monkey a displeased look. The monkey, however, looked unusually innocent, once again pointing east, then west, before finally scratching furiously at the hair on its head. It seemed even it was confused now. "What's going on?" Lin Xian stepped forward and asked. Ouyang Yuye shook his head. "The monkey says there are traces in both directions." "That can't be right. Did it make a mistake?" Lin Xian said in disbelief, provoking another angry shriek from the monkey. Just as Ouyang Yuye was beginning to think the same thing, the voice of Yuchan King resounded once more. The little fellow is right. It really is both directions. Unexpectedly, the ancient gorilla's sense is so sharp, it rivals even my own. Gigi. Just as Yuchan King's voice faded, the monkey reacted instinctively, screeching defiantly toward Ouyang Yuye's body. Little fellow, this king is too busy for you now. Wait until you grow stronger before shouting at me again." Said Yuchan King, and then there was no sound. The monkey, however, appeared extremely furious. Gently shaking his head and patting the monkey on its head, Ouyang Yuye felt a wave of headache coming. Even Yuchan King said so it must be true. Both paths indeed had lead cheap. But if both were real, one of them might still be false. Thus, Ouyang Yuye felt somewhat perplexed. After a moment's thought, he spoke. "If I'm not mistaken, both routes are indeed possible. So I think we should split into two groups. What do you all think?" "That sounds good. It won't delay us if one route turns out wrong. But how should we divide the numbers?" Yutin asked. At his words, others nodded and turned their eyes to Ouyang Yuye. "One person will accompany me on one route, while the remaining 6 will take the other." Hearing Ouyang Yuye's words, the rest all nodded as well. This was indeed the best approach. "But who are you planning to bring with you?" Xiuxian suddenly asked. Just as he spoke, Ouyang Yuye noticed Xuanhuan, Lin Xian, and Ling Yu all directing their gazes toward him at once, causing him to feel instantly overwhelmed, as if his head had doubled in size. "I'll go with you." Ling Yu suddenly spoke up upon seeing Ouyang Yuye's troubled look. "I'll go. We've been together longer, and our coordination is better. You should better stay with the disciples from our sect." At that moment, Lin Xian suddenly stepped forward, standing by Ouyang Yuye's side as she challenged Ling Yu with a meaningful glare. All right, enough. Both of you stop arguing." Seeing the two about to start again, Ouyang Yuye's bitter smile deepened. He secretly mused that indeed, two women create a whole drama. These two, one capricious and the other spoiled and unreasonable, would definitely cause endless trouble if brought along. After weighing the options, he determined that Xuanhuan was truly the most suitable choice. The feeling he got from Xuanhuan was strange. She wasn't the kind of girl who liked to argue, yet she obeyed Ouyang Yuye unconditionally, which made him feel the most guilty. He quickly made a decision. "Ling Yu, you can't come with me. You represent Yutong. Without you, Yutin and the others will have even more difficulty coordinating." Upon hearing this, Ling Yu pursed her lips, but realized Ouyang Yuye was speaking the truth, so she didn't argue. "You can't go either, xiuxian." Just as Lin Xian was Dianyang translates to being smugly pleased, Ouyang Yuye suddenly added, "Why not?" Looking at Lin Xian's tearful eyes, Ouyang Yuye felt helpless. He gently squeezed her hand and said, "Only you can sense me inside. and we're connected through the soul-linking rings. If anything happens to you all, I'll know immediately. Okay. Lin Xian nodded slightly with disappointment, then snorted at Ling Yu, who looked delighted, and both turned their heads sideways, falling silent. Waner, you come with me. Ouyang Yuya suddenly said. Caught off guard, Xuanhuan blinked in surprise, then asked in disbelief. Big brother Ouyang, do you mean me? Seeing Xuanhuan's shocked expression, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help chuckling. Yes, it's you. Why? Don't want to. Of course I do. Xuanhuan hurried to reply, fearing Ouyang Yuya might change his mind. Alright then, let's split up. Notify me immediately if anything happens. Ouyang Yuya nodded to everyone and immediately darted eastward. Xuanhuan, graceful and light-footed, followed closely. Watching the two vanish, Su smiled and said, Okay, we're off too. Chapter 141 Escape. To the east of the Death Swamp, just like other parts of the marshland, miasma filled the air with a suffocating and nauseating stench. This place was also eerily silent, almost devoid of any living creatures passing through, except for the native Wanshog, who occasionally appeared. Even they moved quietly, as if fearing to awaken something. Nevertheless, this area was filled everywhere with a terrifying atmosphere. Suddenly, a sharp whistling cut through the air, and soon after appeared Ouyang Yuya and Xuanhuan's figures rapidly dashing past, the sound of their rushing movement startling nearby Sog, who scattered away, breaking the silence that had previously blanketed the area. This level of speed had been maintained for several hours already. Under the guidance of the monkey, their journey had gone relatively smoothly, encountering no major obstacles. However, halfway through they accidentally entered the territory of a three-headed two-stage giant serpent, which then gave chase intent on killing them. Fortunately, thanks to Ouyang Yuya's quick reactions, it had been cut down without causing any casualties. What puzzled Ouyang Yuya the most was that this jungle seemed endless, no matter how far they traveled. The surrounding environment showed no change at all, remaining as densely forested as ever. After several hours of walking, Ouyang Yuya finally stopped beside a tree trunk, leaning against it in deep thought, while the monkey used this brief respite to climb up the trunk and play. Big brother Ouyang, what are you thinking about? Seeing Ouyang Yuya silent, Xuanhuan gently walked over and sat half-crouching in front of him, smoothing her dress as she asked. Breathing in the faint fragrance from Xuanhuan's body, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but smile slightly. Thinking about which path we should take next. Oh, are there other choices besides this road? Looking at the narrow path ahead, Xuanhuan wore an expression of confusion as she questioned. Certainly. It's just like cultivation. If I were to ask you whether we have any other options apart from cultivation, how would you respond? Giggle, of course there are. I think as long as I'm with the one I love, living a normal life, even without the immortality of a cultivator, wouldn't be that bad either. Xuanhuan said, showing a dreamy expression, her face subtly blushing. Ouyang Yuya smiled, seeing the girl in front of him radiating joy. His own mood improved noticeably as well. He looked at Xuanhuan and said, Waner, thank you. Thank me? For what? Curious, Xuanhuan looked at Ouyang Yuya, suddenly realizing that whenever she looked at him, her heart always beat inexplicably fast. This feeling matched her own inner thoughts. Wherever he was, she felt happy, regardless of life's hardships. You've made me much happier. Actually, you're right. Happiness in life matters most, not necessarily. Ouyang Yuya hadn't finished speaking when a slightly enraged roar suddenly rang out. He felt a sudden weight on his shoulder. Turning his head to look at the monkey, he found even it was somewhat startled. Instantly, seemingly recalling something, his face changed drastically, and grasping Xuanhuan, he was just about to leap away when suddenly a sharp gust of wind hit his face. Immediately pulling Xuanhuan behind him, he turned his head to dodge the strike. A somewhat surprised voice came from the side. I didn't expect you actually have some skill. However, I don't have time to deal with you today. Since you're being so cooperative, I'll leave that big fellow for you to handle. Haha. A cackle of laughter followed, revealing four figures swiftly rushing past, skimming past the two of them in a flash. Just from the brief passing, Ouyang Yuya recognized them. They were indeed the people from Longyuan Hall they had seen before. Just as they passed, Ouyang Yuya felt a fierce gust of wind coming from behind. Looking back, he immediately wore a terrified expression. Behind them was a massive crocodile, opening its terrifyingly large mouth, revealing rows of sharp fangs as it lunged in their direction. The ground even trembled lightly from its running. From merely sensing its aura, Ouyang Yuya could tell this crocodile was at least at the 5th stage of strength. That it was chasing them so fiercely, one could easily guess that Longyuan Hall must have taken something valuable, and obviously, that item was also important to the crocodile. Otherwise, there was no way it would chase so far. Very soon, Ouyang Yuya figured out the plan of those from Longyuan Hall. It was clearly to use them as a distraction, to draw the crocodile's attention. One could say that strategy was quite despicable indeed. Damn it. After understanding the situation, Ouyang Yuya cursed and pulled Xuanhuan, who was still stunned with fear, as he also sprang into action. No kidding. If they didn't escape quickly, there was no telling whether the crocodile might, in a rage, drag them into the fray as a side dish. Hold on tight. He shouted at the monkey, and once more shot forward at accelerated speed. Boom. Boom. Seeing Ouyang Yuya fleeing, the giant crocodile roared furiously and gave chase, completely forgetting about its original target. The crocodile indeed lived up to its status as a 5th stage Wanshog, and from its very first attack, certain signs of its strength became apparent. Just as Ouyang Yuya had expected, unable to find the people from Longyuan Hall, the crocodile redirected all its rage toward them. During the chase, streams of filthy venom shot out like blades, aimed directly at Ouyang Yuya. Though he continuously altered his path to dodge the annoying venom, he was still caught off guard momentarily, and one corner of his robe was splashed. Immediately, the garment began to corrode, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Gripping Xuanhuan's hand even tighter, he ran harder while mentally cursing the 18th generation of ancestors of the Longyuan Hall, though it did little to relieve his fury. Seeing Ouyang Yuya run farther away, the crocodile bellowed and spewed forth an even denser cloud of toxic mist. A vast wave of poison rolled toward Ouyang Yuya's back. After some time of being chased, Ouyang Yuya had already analyzed the crocodile's strengths and weaknesses. If one were to speak of its advantages, its skin was as tough as armor and its attacks fierce. Earlier, the cannonballs Ouyang Yuya had launched merely caused slight hesitation in its movements, but did not hinder it overall. Truly, such defensive capabilities were extraordinary. On the other hand, its speed was slow, which explained why the people from Longyuan Hall had managed to escape. Had it not been for having to carry Xuanhuan along, the crocodile wouldn't even have been able to touch a single hair on him. Unfortunately, since Xuanhuan was a mage, physical frailty was practically an inherent flaw among magic practitioners. If Ouyang Yuya abandoned her, she would probably soon perish from exhaustion in the crocodile's jaws. As he was indulging in these thoughts, the crocodile's spray of venom arrived suddenly. Ouyang Yuya realized it was too late to dodge now. Breathing in the pungent stench, he was about to activate the myriad manifestations palm to defend himself, when, suddenly, Xuanhuan's beautiful eyes flickered. He noticed a blue staff materialize in her hand. With a gentle wave, Ouyang Yuya immediately felt the surrounding air turn slightly humid. Watery veil of heaven. A soft shout came from Xuanhuan's mouth, and instantly a light blue curtain of energy emerged behind her, shielding both of them. Just as the watery veil of heaven formed, the crocodile's venom struck. A sound of bone-chilling corrosion rang out as the toxic liquid was blocked by the barrier. Seeing this, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but feel somewhat astonished. Although he didn't know the exact strength of the martial skills Xuanhuan had unleashed, he could feel that the crocodile's venom was undoubtedly powerful. For Xuanhuan's watery veil of heaven to actually block it meant that her skill was no weak technique either. But compared to that, what stunned him the most was a floating blue ring on Xuanhuan's right wrist. Ouyang Yuya was quite familiar with this. It was a mage's gong heart. Without a doubt, forming a gong heart meant Xuanhuan had long surpassed the level of a magic apprentice and had advanced to the rank of a mage. Realizing this, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Unexpectedly, aside from Xuanhuan, the strongest among their group was this quiet girl who had never shown off her abilities. Though his own real combat abilities were definitely no weaker than theirs, still, he felt a twinge of disappointment. I just happened to break through a few days ago. Noticing Ouyang Yuya's gloomy expression, Xuanhuan pursed her lips and softly giggled. Ouyang Yuya sighed helplessly, and as the crocodile approached again, a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. The relentless chase had already stirred up some anger in him, so instead of retreating, he suddenly halted and raised his right arm. A rumbling paw appeared as streams of cannon fire erupted forth, incinerating all the venom the crocodile had spat out. At the same time, he leapt sharply, dodging the crocodile's monstrous snapping jaws, twisted his body midair, and let his right arm transform into a hideous draconic limb, slamming fiercely onto the crocodile's tail. A dull thud echoed as the crocodile released a sudden shriek. In extreme pain, its huge tail wildly thrashed back and forth. Again and again it lifted up and slammed into the ground, tossing up clods of earth and leaving the area utterly devastated. Run! Seeing that his powerful strike had taken effect, Ouyang Yuya didn't linger in battle. He grabbed the astonished Xuanhuan and started fleeing again. The giant crocodile was completely different from the tiger-lion magic crystal king he had slain earlier. Although both were 5th stage Gunsho-s, the difference between them was immense. This crocodile, aside from its tough body, possessed an especially troublesome venom that was nearly impossible to defend against. He had no doubt that if someone were to get splashed, they'd be corroded down to the bones. Weighing his options, he decided against fighting the crocodile. Defeating such an opponent would surely come at a heavy cost, even requiring him to use Wang Qi or alchemy. Either method would put a great strain on him, and unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use them so easily. Furthermore, doing so would severely disadvantage him in the upcoming competition for Ancien Yet. Thanks to that brief moment of resistance, Ouyang Yuya gradually increased the distance between them and the crocodile. Following the monkey's guidance, he twisted and turned through the terrain, dodging the crocodile's attacks while launching cannon fire to slow it down. After a long time, they finally managed to completely shake off the crocodile. Hearing the furious roars from behind, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but sigh in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He inwardly admitted that the crocodile was truly a difficult 5th stage Mansuk. Fortunately, he confirmed that their current path was correct. The Longyuan Hall team had passed through here earlier, so this must be the right route. As for how Lin Xian's group was faring, he checked the ring on his finger and noticed it hadn't emitted any fluctuations, easing his concerns slightly. With a group of 6 people, they shouldn't encounter major trouble unless they ran into teams from the Mandan or Oran Academy. They continued walking for a long time, and the surrounding scenery finally began to change slightly. The lush trees became increasingly sparse, replaced gradually by short shrubs. The deeper they went, the more intense the spiritual energy of Guanxing Yit became. Ouyang Yuya's expression grew increasingly impatient, clearly signaling that they were drawing closer and closer to the Wunshin Shi. He clenched his fist tightly, licked his dry lips, and murmured with his eyes filled with anticipation. This day has finally arrived. Chapter 142, A Fateful Encounter. Seeing the slight gleam of anticipation on Ouyang Yuye's face, even Xuanhuan felt somewhat excited. As a mage, she could sense the elements in the air even more profoundly than Ouyang Yuye. The fluctuation emitted by the soul saliva fluid indeed suggested that they were not far from the soul saliva pool. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she asked, "Big brother Ouyang, is this soul saliva fluid very important to you?" Ouyang Yuye nodded with a smile. "It concerns whether I can condense my soul core and advance to become a soul cultivator. This time, I must obtain it." Seeing the firm expression on Ouyang Yuye's face, Xuanhuan smiled without further words. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly said to him, "I have a way to locate the source of the soul saliva pool." Oh, upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuye's body slightly trembled. Looking at her in disbelief, he asked, "You said, you have a way to locate the source of the soul saliva pool?" The astonishment in Ouyang Yuye's heart was beyond words. Though they had been drawing closer to the soul saliva pool, he could still sense a considerable distance remaining, at least half a day's journey. Moreover, what they would reach first was only the pool's outer rim. The true source where the soul saliva fluid grew lay deeper still. In past years, various factions competed merely for access to the periphery of the pool. Only the winning faction earned the right to search further. If Xuanhuan could find the source, it would save much effort and allow them to claim the soul saliva fluid directly, while others fought bitterly over the outskirts. This would make things far easier indeed. Are there any costs involved? Ouyang Yuye was astute. It didn't take him long to suspect that something so beneficial wouldn't come without a price. Nothing serious, just a little weakness afterward. Xuanhuan replied lightly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, as if this was utterly trivial. Ouyang Yuye exhaled inwardly. He knew things wouldn't be that simple. "Don't worry, it's fine. Even if I weaken, you can protect me, right?" Xuanhuan added playfully with a wink. Ouyang Yuye shook his head with a bitter smile, then seriously replied, "Fangxin ba, jiao huoja banshi buhui rang ni renhua de chachi." Seeing his earnest expression, Xuanhuan couldn't help laughing. Okay, it's not that serious. Now, I'll begin the search for the source of the soul saliva pool. This is something I learned at the Aoran Academy and from my master. At the time, watching my master use it seemed just for fun. This technique lets you perceive the place with the strongest spiritual energy in the air. I thought it was just for observation, never imagining it would actually come in handy someday. Ouyang Yuye nodded and asked, "What should I do?" "Just protect me while I work. Everything else is on me." Xuanhuan then sat cross-legged, and Ouyang Yuye nodded accordingly, taking a seat beside her, telling the monkey to stay alert for any disturbances, and focused entirely on guarding her. Wong. As soon as Xuanhuan closed her eyes, a ripple surged from her body. Accompanied by a continuous rise in her spiritual energy, her spiritual core was summoned again, swirling like a water-like halo around her wrist, rippling outward. In such a situation, Ouyang Yuye could clearly sense the air around them once again becoming more humid. The usually gentle essence of water now displayed a fiercer side, tearing through the surrounding miasma as it swirled. Suddenly, Xuanhuan's tightly shut eyes flew open. Before Ouyang Yuye could fully grasp the shift, Xuanhuan bit her index finger and drew a strange symbol in the air. Once the mark solidified, they saw waves of water-type spiritual energy rush toward it, pouring in wildly. As the energy flowed in, the symbol became slightly tangible, resembling a jade tablet suspended above Xuanhuan's head, resonating with the spiritual power radiating from her body. Jiejia, actually using a spirit seal. This girl is no ordinary one. At this moment, the voice of the Jade Toad King rang out again. Ouyang Yuye frowned slightly. Though he had disdain for the toad, he respected its vast experience. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, "What is a spirit seal?" Knew you'd ask that question sooner or later. It's actually quite simple. Spirit seals are innate spirit artifacts formed when highly gifted mages condense their soul cores. Of course, they are similar to your spirit treasures, except that a spirit seal's enhancement depends on the absorption and recovery of spiritual energy from the air, rather than boosting combat power. But even so, it's still terrifyingly useful. This girl's spirit seal is actually a second-tier one, truly rare indeed. Listening to the Jade Toad King's explanation, Ouyang Yuye's heart stirred with astonishment. Envy surged within him toward the power of the spirit seal. Just as the Toad King said, though it didn't increase combat strength, merely accelerating spiritual energy absorption was incredibly overpowered. After all, speeding up absorption was essentially gaining more cultivation time than others, resulting in faster progress. Therefore, this ability was absolutely not useless. And that was just one aspect, not to mention accelerated recovery, which was practically tailor-made for battle. Imagine two evenly matched opponents. One recovers faster during battle. Naturally, that one would endure longer, and the result would be obvious. Thinking about this, Ouyang Yuye couldn't help feeling a pang of envy when he looked at Xuanhuan's floating spirit seal. Such an incredible item would surely be desired by anyone. What's the matter? Are you envious, kid? Don't envy others. You don't realize that your current body is already surpassing most people's. Once you condense your soul core, you'll definitely shock the world. So what? At least now I'm practically a complete failure. At this point, Ouyang Yuye felt particularly frustrated, inwardly cursing his extremely bad luck. Encountering such a rare dual soul core situation, yet still failing to condense it successfully, it was truly helpless. Wong. Just then, the spirit seal hovering above Xuanhuan's head suddenly trembled. Her eyes flew open once again, her expression turning grave. Her fingers swiftly formed a complex hand seal. As her hands settled into the final position, the spirit seal abruptly vibrated, emitting a powerful suction force. With Ouyang Yuye's astonished gaze, it absorbed all the spiritual energy emanating from the soul saliva fluid. After a violent tremble, the spirit seal was once again drawn back into Xuanhuan's body. Only after a full moment did she slowly open her eyes, now holding a jade tablet in her hand. Her face had instantly become pale. Ouyang Yuye quickly stepped forward, supporting Xuanhuan while asking anxiously, "How are you?" Xuanhuan smiled and waved lightly as she handed the jade tablet to him. "It's fine. I just need some rest. This contains the route I traced based on the strength of the energy flow. Brother Ouyang can check it. If it's incorrect, then I'm afraid I can't do anything else. I haven't studied it for long, after all." Patting her head gently, he suddenly scooped her up in his arms, prompting Xuanhuan to cry out in surprise, "Brother Ouyang, you?" "Enough, don't speak. Since you can't move, then I'll carry you." As he said this, Ouyang Yuye hoisted Xuanhuan onto his back. Looking closer, his current appearance was slightly exaggerated. Carrying a woman on his back, with a monkey clinging to his shoulder, it was almost amusing. Fortunately, Xuanhuan wasn't heavy, or things would have gotten really inconvenient today. It seemed like the monkey noticed Ouyang Yuye's discomfort as it dangled from his neck, causing Ouyang Yuye's face to turn green with irritation, almost wanting to throw it off. Seeing Ouyang Yuye's determination to carry her, Xuanhuan didn't object further. She simply let him carry her, smiling happily while secretly overjoyed in her heart. She had never been a proactive girl. Facing Lin Xian and Lin Xian's jealous rivalries, she often chose to retreat. Not because her feelings toward Ouyang Yuye were weaker, quite the contrary. She believed her affection surpassed theirs. She simply wasn't a quarrelsome person. In her eyes, it was enough just to do anything for him. Other matters weren't as important. Like this time, searching for the source of the soul saliva pool, whatever price she had to pay was worth it as long as it made Ouyang Yuye happy. Naturally, Ouyang Yuye didn't know any of this yet. Otherwise, he would have been moved to tears of gratitude on the spot. Following the route recorded on the jade tablet Xuanhuan had handed him, they soon bypassed the soul saliva pool's outer perimeter and proceeded toward its source. Feeling the increasingly dense spiritual energy, Ouyang Yuye fully believed Xuanhuan's words this time. Only the source could emit such intense fluctuations. His face flushed with more excitement as he imagined obtaining the soul saliva fluid he had longed for. His heart pounded faster with excitement. Once he found it, this journey would definitely prove worthwhile, and his mission would be successfully completed. They kept walking for a full quarter of an hour before Ouyang Yuye finally noticed the surrounding bushes gradually thinning out as they moved forward. What replaced them was an open plain, and at the very front of this plain stood a large pond. Though not exactly small, its water was a deep green color, constantly emitting swirling mist that floated above the surface and glowed faintly green. Just one glance was enough to tell this was no ordinary place. It must be something precious. This is the soul saliva pool. Ouyang Yuye stared at the emerald green pond before him, gulping hard. From its appearance, there was no doubt in his mind. Yet soon after, surprise crept onto his face. He didn't know what the soul saliva fluid looked like, so despite having searched for so long, he still had no idea where to look. The pond water appeared quite clear. As he was deep in thought, a sudden mocking laughter rang out, causing both Ouyang Yuye and Xuanhuan's expressions to instantly change. Haha, the soul saliva fluid still won't appear for some time yet. Don't be too impatient, senior brother Ouyang. Ouyang Yuye turned around and saw several figures slowly stepping forward. When he recognized the newcomers, his expression immediately grew unusually grave. His voice hoarse, he spat out. Tung Kue, you're still clinging around like a damned ghost. Chapter 143 Provocation. Haha, Ouyang Yuye, it's been a long time since we last met. A loud laughter echoed, and Ouyang Yuye saw xiuxian following Tung Kue stepping forward. Behind them stood none other than Wang Shui and another young man from Oran Academy. Slightly clenching his fist, Ouyang Yuye found the opposing quartet troubling, though surprise quickly gave way to suspicion. Could Oran Academy also have a method to locate the origin of the soul salvia pool? As he thought this, his gaze fell on Wang Shui, who appeared similarly weak. He immediately understood. No wonder Oran Academy had dispatched 2 mages, so that was their plan. Truly, Oran Academy had made excellent calculations. If not for running into them today, the soul salvia liquid would surely have been taken by Oran Academy. However, just as Ouyang Yuye was thinking this, Tung Kue and the others were also filled with amazement. With Ouyang Yuye's interference, the soul salvia liquid that had been so close at hand was no longer easy to obtain. After all, they were well aware of Ouyang Yuye's abilities after such a long rivalry. The latter's strength was by no means as fragile as it appeared. Glancing stealthily at Xuanhuan behind Ouyang Yuye, he sneered. Hee, truly unexpected. The skills taught by Oran Academy are actually turned against us. I wonder what Master Hong would think upon knowing this. What do you say, Senior Miss Xuanhuan? You? Hearing this, Xuanhuan's face instantly turned bright red. As she was about to retort, Ouyang Yuye held her back. Tung Kue, why waste words? Both of us know right from wrong. Well then, speak. What do you intend to do? Straightforward enough. Very simple. One of your arms today, and you may leave. Saying this, Tung Kue seemed already certain Ouyang Yuye would agree, his sneer growing deeper. Frowning slightly, Ouyang Yuye replied, You know, if I really want to leave, you're absolutely powerless to stop me. Haha, indeed. If you insist on fleeing, we naturally can't do anything about it. But you mustn't forget her. Tung Kue pointed towards Xuanhuan. She's quite weak right now. Would you really abandon her like this? Or are you confident you can take her with you when you leave? Of course, you could always kill us all on the spot. Listening to Tung Kue, a sudden chill shot through Ouyang Yuye's heart, and his expression also turned gloomy. Just as Tung Kuei said, with Xuanhuan beside him, he wouldn't be able to escape freely. At the moment, engaging in battle was also impossible. After all, there were 4 of them. If he didn't use his hidden power, he would be evenly matched with Tung Kuei. However, once distracted, he might expose Xuanhuan, making such a move equally unwise. As for having the monkey unseal again, he hadn't even considered it. Doing so too frequently would hinder the monkey's future growth. Thinking thus, Ouyang Yuye found himself in a predicament. For a while, he couldn't think of a good solution. Seeing the changing expressions on Ouyang Yuye's face, Tung Kuei's smile widened further. What's the matter? Never thought our champion would also hesitate. Ouyang brother, don't worry about me. You go first, and then come back with Elder Xiuxian and others. They won't dare do anything to me. Unable to bear Tung Kuei's taunts, Xuanhuan quickly said. Seeing the anxious look on Xuanhuan's face, warmth passed through Ouyang Yuye's heart, and he made up his mind. I've said it before. If I'm alive, I will protect you. Smiling at Tung Kuei and the others, he bared his white teeth. All previous anxieties were gone. Since things have come to this, nobody is leaving so easily. As he said this, he slapped his xiuxian pouch and took out a scroll. It was the pass scroll gifted by Yu Heng back then. Its true function was actually to call for reinforcements. Seeing Ouyang Yuye not attack, but instead take out a scroll, even Tung Kuei was momentarily puzzled. Soon enough, however, Ouyang Yuye's actions caused his face to drastically change, and he truly understood the meaning behind Ouyang Yuye's words. For Ouyang Yuye raised his arm and smashed the scroll to pieces. A powerful ray of light shot out from the scroll and exploded into the sky. Without needing to look, Tung Kuei already knew it was a signal. Immediately, his expression darkened further, and just as the signal was released, they heard the sound of rushing wind from behind. Turning back, they saw several dark figures rapidly enlarging in the distance. A faint, barely perceptible curve lifted the corners of Ouyang Yuye's lips. You're playing with fire. Tung Kuei gritted his teeth, clenching his fists so tightly they creaked, and said coldly, and what if I am? Shrugging nonchalantly, Ouyang Yuye replied with a continued smile, watching the approaching groups from various factions behind them. After all, good things should be shared by all. Don't you think so? You know the consequences of drawing them here. Oran Academy will never let you go. At this moment, xiuxian suddenly shouted. Ouyang Yuye raised an eyebrow, his voice suddenly turning low. Oran Academy had never let me go in the first place. As he spoke, his figure suddenly shot forward, streaking toward xiuxian with astonishing speed. Even Tung Kuei barely had time to react. When he finally understood Ouyang Yuye's intention, it was already too late. In desperation, he roared, Ouyang Yuye, you dare. But clearly, he had underestimated Ouyang Yuye's ability. Almost in the blink of an eye, Ouyang Yuye had already reached in front of xiuxian. Seeing xiuxian's terrified expression, Ouyang Yuye sneered coldly. Since they won't let me go anyway, I might as well escalate this conflict further. As he spoke, his right arm twisted and transformed into a hideous draconic arm before smashing downward mercilessly. Xiuxian wouldn't have made it this far without skill. His reaction was equally fast. As Ouyang Yuye dashed forward, he instantly realized he would be the target. Immediately, he swung his silver staff, conjuring several wind blades aimed directly at Ouyang Yuye's head in an attempt to block the draconic arm. Just as the blades struck Ouyang Yuye's chest, he suddenly grinned mockingly. Xiuxian's heart lurched, and a sense of dread surged through him. A moment later, he saw a shadowy figure emerge from within Ouyang Yuye's body, blocking the wind blades, while Ouyang Yuye's true form pressed forward, and the draconic arm smashed brutally into Xiuxian's chest. A sickening sound of cracking bones echoed as Xiuxian's body was sent flying backward. Tisk! Seeing Xiuxian heavily wounded and sent soaring back in just one strike, even Tung Kuei and the rest gasped sharply. Watching Ouyang Yuye return with a calm expression, they all had slight grimaces, clearly startled by how much stronger this fellow had become. It was truly formidable. Haha, looks like we arrived right in time to quite a show. Just as the battle ended, the other forces from He Oran arrived, and Lin Xian was among them. Upon seeing the soul salvia pool before them, greed and fire flashed momentarily in their eyes. Just now, was it you who sent that signal? Yun Si asked Ouyang Yuye. Exactly. Don't you know that only the 5 chosen can enter here? One of the Sanmeng Wang, the Lightning Serpent King, frowned and questioned. Seems like he couldn't wait. Longyong of the Dragon Rock Hall remarked sarcastically, though his gaze on Ouyang Yuye carried a hint of caution, clearly unprepared for how effortlessly Ouyang Yuye had escaped the crocodile and arrived before them. This one isn't simple, Longyong mentally warned himself, listing Ouyang Yuye as someone to watch out for. At the sight of Longyong, Ouyang Yuye's expression instantly darkened, and he sneered, completely ignoring him. If I hadn't sent the signal, I'm afraid none of you would even get a chance to touch the soul salvia liquid once you finished fighting amongst yourselves. As Ouyang Yuye's sarcastic remark rang out, the expressions of those present turned awkward. Yet seeing his expression, none dared to retort openly. Yinsi asked him, why is that? The few brothers from Oran Academy were trying to take all the soul salvia liquid for themselves. Ouyang Yuye pointed at Tung Kuei and his group. Hearing this, Tung Kuei's face turned pale. He could immediately feel dozens of piercing gazes fall upon him the moment Ouyang Yuye finished speaking, their oppressive weight making even him struggle slightly. You're lying. Seeing their group suddenly targeted by all present, Wang Shui immediately retorted. Whether it's true or not, you know well enough. How dare Oran Academy act as if the sky cannot contain them just because of their strength? I've looked down on you people for a long time. Hearing this, Hu Pe, the leader of the Menghang Tiger Hall, roared furiously, unleashing a harsh verbal barrage directly at Teng Kuei and his group. At such an unyielding attack, even Ouyang Yuye's eyes flickered slightly, secretly thinking how bold Hu Pe's temper was, not even sparing Teng Kuei, the senior disciple of the Alchemy Academy. Clearly, the conflict was about to intensify. Indeed, turning his gaze toward Teng Kuei, Ouyang Yuye saw the latter's already grim complexion darken further into a deep purplish hue. However, considering the numbers against him and how all 5 factions were now aligned, Teng Kuei swallowed his fury, for now. Yet the tight clenching of his fists, trembling uncontrollably, revealed he had reached the edge of breaking point. The glance he shot toward Ouyang Yuye burned with deep resentment. Enough. Now that we've all arrived here, why don't we hold a contest right here instead? Seeing the darkening fury in Teng Kuei's expression, Yunsi stepped forward to block Hu Pe from continuing his verbal attack. After all, considering Oran Academy's greater power, they were unwilling to push them too far just yet. That works. Lei Meng nodded in agreement. Seeing the Yin Hall and the Mamba Palace agreeing, the other factions had no objections and nodded in turn. Since no one has any objections, then following the old rules, we will have 6 factions competing in pairs, fighting until one side has no one left. Yin Si paused briefly, then continued. According to the previous draw, Longyan Hall versus Fenghu Hall, Yin Hall versus Oran Academy. And as for Yu Hall, Yin Si hesitated for a moment with a surprised look before continuing, shaking with evident resignation. Yu Hall versus the Mamba Palace. As he spoke, Yin Si cast a helpless and slightly apologetic glance toward Ouyang Yuye and his group. In his view, Yu Hall was as good as completely annihilated once they faced the Mamba Palace. And given that Yu Hall always ended up last, this wasn't good news for them. Several people might not survive if the 3 Snake Kings acted ruthlessly. As Yin Si announced the matchup, Ouyang Yuye felt his sleeve suddenly tighten. Turning his head, he saw Ling Yu had paled from tension. Patting her hand gently, he said calmly, "Don't worry, I'm here." Hearing Ouyang Yuye's reassurance, Ling Yu relaxed slightly, though her anxiety was still plainly visible. Clearly, facing the Mamba Palace, she bore considerable stress and concern. All right, we'll start with the first match, Mamba Palace versus Yu Hall. According to the rules, no need. Before Yin Si could finish speaking, Feng Meng stepped forward, eyeing Ouyang Yuye's group with a sinister glare. Pointing directly at Ouyang Yuye, Su Shi, Lin Xian, and Ling Yu, he sneered. No need for the hassle. Just all 4 of you come at me together. At Feng Meng's contemptuous tone, Yu Hall's members, including Ouyang Yuye, instantly wore dark, angered expressions. Chapter 144. All of you can come at once. As Feng Meng's words echoed, the originally noisy atmosphere instantly fell into complete silence, making the mood strangely awkward. Almost everyone's gaze was fixed tightly on the few from Yutong, eager to see how they would respond to such an open provocation. Hearing Feng Meng's words, Yun Si's expression also shifted slightly. He immediately sensed that Feng Meng's actions had indeed gone too far. It was practically slapping Yutong's face publicly. Yet although he felt Feng Meng's behavior excessive, he still chose to remain an onlooker. Yutong's decline was already obvious. News of today's events would severely damage Yutong's reputation, and they might even lose their place among the 5 major powers. Considering this, offending a local power like Feng Hall for a weakening faction was simply not worth it. Unlike Yun Si's contemplation, at this moment, the happiest people were undoubtedly Long Yong and Teng Kuei. Both had past conflicts with Ouyang Yuye and were delighted to see him facing difficulties. Wearing expressions of schadenfreude, they intently watched Ouyang Yuye's reaction, eager to see how this celebrated figure would handle the situation. The most awkward position, however, belonged to the members of Yutong. In previous competitions, Yutong was often specifically targeted, but it had never reached this point before. Clearly, the Feng Hall no longer respected Yutong at all. This situation was also hard to manage. If they accepted Feng Meng's demand, even a victory by the 4 would seem dishonorable. It would show just how weak Yutong had become, requiring 4 to fight 1. But refusing would mean that Feng Meng, nearly a soul master, could easily defeat any one of them individually, and if he used underhanded methods, it would be an even heavier blow to Yutong. However, as the saying goes, one man's joy is another man's sorrow. The world abounds with such contrasts. And yet, this didn't include Ouyang Yuye. If anyone seemed completely calm amidst all this, it was undoubtedly him. Facing the heavily cloaked Feng Meng, Ouyang Yuye sneered. Amid others' startled expressions, he stepped forward slowly and fixed his gaze upon Feng Meng, without even a hint of panic or fear. There's no need for so many. I'll handle you myself. Ouyang Yuye. Seeing him willingly accept the challenge, Ling Yu hastily spoke out. Smiling at Ling Yu and the others, he replied, "It's fine. I can manage on my own. Humph. Doesn't know the sky from the ground. Boy, don't blame me for not warning you." Feng Meng coldly laughed, and suddenly dashed forward, his spiritual energy surging violently from within as he formed several wind blades in his palm. Without hesitation, he sent them slicing toward Ouyang Yuye's chest. The howling winds that followed carried tremendous momentum, causing even Ouyang Yuye's expression to change slightly. Wizard. Furrowing his brows slightly at the incoming wind blades, Ouyang Yuye hadn't expected Feng Meng to be the most troublesome wind element mage. However, battling wind mages had nearly become a routine for him. Remaining calm and unhurried, a stone tablet emerged from his hand. With a light flick, a classic use of minimal force to redirect immense power, he deflected the wind blades one after another. Holding the stone upside down, he looked at Feng Meng with disdain and said, "There's no need for such weak testing. Come on, really fight. Indeed, you have some skills. But this is far from enough to defeat me," Feng Meng said, clenching both hands as his spiritual energy wildly gathered in his palms, twisting and condensing directly into a silver great sword, which he swung toward Ouyang Yuye's neck. The entire motion was fluid and flawless, executed in one breath. Seeing the blade rush toward him, Ouyang Yuye's eyes flashed sharply. He quickly blocked the sudden strike with the stone tablet. The clang of metal against metal rang out as both figures leaped backward simultaneously. As they landed, their bodies trembled slightly, dispelling the residual force that had penetrated inside. With light steps, they both rushed forward again. Swinging the stone tablet overhead, Ouyang Yuye aimed straight at Feng Meng's head. Against a ranged expert like a mage, only closing the distance could grant an advantage, a fact clearly understood by Ouyang Yuye. Hence, he kept shortening the distance relentlessly, hoping to crush his opponent with the superior physical strength his class provided. In the flash of their duel, Feng Meng now regarded Ouyang Yuye differently from before. Feeling the same sharpness from Ouyang Yuye's strike, he let out a low shout and instantly conjured a huge green shield in front of him, retreating swiftly afterward. Seeing that Ouyang Yuye had shattered the giant shield with just one strike, Feng Meng's eyes displayed a hint of seriousness. Immediately, his fingers moved rapidly, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy toward his body like a massive protective barrier. As Feng Meng let out a low growl, a violent whirlwind appeared behind him, swirling with such force that its mere fluctuations sent waves of fear through the crowd. It's Feng Wanju. There were indeed those in the crowd who recognized the technique. The moment Feng Meng's whirlwind formed, cries of astonishment rang out. Clearly, this martial skill was no stranger to them. Feng Wanju again. He's really been pushed to this point. Tingshi frowned as he looked at the whirlwind near Feng Meng, puzzled by the decision to use such a powerful technique against what seemed to be merely a disciple transformation stage opponent. Perhaps he just wants to end the fight faster, Lei Shi chuckled. That kid isn't easy to deal with. If we let old 3 here cut him down a bit now, he won't dare cause any trouble later. Tingshi nodded subtly, though his eyes betrayed lingering doubts. At the very least, in the face of such a fierce attack from Feng Meng, he had not seen even the slightest sign of panic on Ouyang Yuye's face. If the young man wasn't just an idiot, then it meant he must have some trick up his sleeve. Between the two possibilities, the latter seemed far more plausible. Kid, this is the end. As the whirlwind had just fully formed, Feng Meng cackled and clenched both hands together, sending it surging toward Ouyang Yuye like a tidal wave. The immense force made everyone in the crowd feel a pang of seriousness in their hearts. Imagining themselves in Ouyang Yuye's place, they realized that even they would have no way to block such an attack, causing their expressions to shift instantly. This martial skill undoubtedly belonged to the Xian tier high-rank category. Ouyang Yuye's expression also grew serious as he looked at the rapidly approaching whirlwind. Frowning slightly, he felt a sense of familiarity with this technique. Soon, he recalled the reason. It was the same skill he had once seen the wind owl use in the wastelands. At that time, Ouyang Yuye had paid a steep price to survive that encounter, making it a moment he still remembered clearly to this day. Now, Feng Meng had also used that exact skill, though its power was significantly weaker than the wind owl's version. Could there be a connection between Feng Meng and the wind owl? This thought deepened his confusion, but now was certainly not the time to ponder it. Feeling the approaching whirlwind, Ouyang Yuye's body suddenly shook. A fierce gleam flashed in his eyes. Slamming his foot hard against the ground, his soul energy burst forth, surging and condensing into a blazing red sphere of light around his left hand, as radiant as a burning sun. In a voice like a whisper of dreams, Ouyang Yuye's left hand, now wreathed in flames, came crashing down toward the incoming whirlwind. Boom! The crimson palm struck downward, and instantly, a red palm-shaped illusion expanded rapidly in the air. Amid the crowd's stunned expressions, it slammed violently into the whirlwind. A powerful shockwave erupted on impact, lifting the earth and sending both figures flying backward. One of them staggered backward nearly 10 steps before finally stabilizing, while the other was sent flying backward with a crash, drawing a wave of murmurs from the spectators. As the dust settled, the two figures were finally revealed, but what caused the crowd to erupt in shock was the realization that it was not Ouyang Yuye who had been thrown back, but Feng Meng himself. Seeing Feng Meng's defeat, Teng Shi and Lei Shi's expressions darkened. They now regarded Ouyang Yuye with deep seriousness, having never imagined that this seemingly unremarkable young man could be such a tough opponent. I'll kill you. Feng Meng spat angrily as he got up, his eyes filled with a furious blood red. For a top disciple of He Oren like him, such a crushing defeat was nothing short of a terrible humiliation, especially in front of so many people. Feng Meng. At that moment, Lei Shi stopped Feng Meng before he could charge in recklessly. Watching his battered condition, he sighed heavily. Although loath to admit it, he had to accept the truth. Feng Meng was simply no match for Ouyang Yuye. Come back. You're not his equal. He sighed again, his voice now tinged with coldness as he looked at Ouyang Yuye standing not far away. Taking a deep breath, he said, we won't forget today. I'll take Feng Meng's loss as a given. I'm the one who will challenge you now. As soon as Dian Man finished speaking, even Yun Xi's expression subtly changed. The look in his eyes toward Ouyang Yuye became unfathomable. He hadn't anticipated that someone so formidable would emerge from the Jade Hall, someone who had even defeated Feng Meng. one of the three great man kings of the Snake Palace. Remember, that was a powerful expert on the verge of becoming a soul master, yet he had still been crushed by Ouyang Yuye's hands. Now, Dian Man himself would have to take action. He understood Dian Man better than most, and if even the younger generation of He Oren could barely suppress him, then for someone as conceited as Lei Shi to say such words, clearly Ouyang Yuye's potential was immense. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but regret not stepping in earlier. Befriending such a person could offer tremendous benefits. I'll go, Lei Man said calmly, stepping forward slowly after Dian Man's words, nodding toward Dian Man. Let me test him first. Forget it, just attack together. Suddenly, a slightly arrogant voice interrupted, cutting off the words Dian Man was about to speak. His eyes quickly filled with rage, his gaze at Ouyang Yuye brimming with intense killing intent. You're not afraid of getting your tongue burned by big talk. Fine then, as you wish. Attack, filled Dian Man's voice with icy sharpness, and he readily accepted. In his view, since Ouyang Yuye himself had made such a request, killing him would not be overstepping in the least, and he could finally eliminate a deep hatred. After all, in his opinion, no matter how strong Ouyang Yuye was, there was no way he could possibly defeat three experts who had each reached the threshold of the Soul Master stage. Ouyang Yuye, watching the three about to advance toward him, placed his index finger on his forehead, ready to remove the seal. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful ripple surge through the surrounding air. Moments later, from the Xuanhuan pool, Hunyan pool, increasingly intense fluctuations erupted, and waves surged within the pool as if the water had begun boiling, bursting with scalding bubbles. Just then, a ripple burst through the water's surface. From the center of the pool suddenly emerged 5 blossoms. In the heart of the flowers was a lotus leaf-wrapped vessel, evenly holding 5 portions of liquid inside. Instantly, everyone's eyes ignited with fiery desire, Ouyang Yuye included, for what lay before them was none other than the long-awaited Hunyan liquid. Chapter 145. Each exerts their own means. Almost as soon as the identity of the soul saliva liquid was revealed, everyone's gaze instantly locked onto the blossoming flower bud, their eyes burning with fiery greed. Even the 3 serpent kings temporarily abandoned their attack on Ouyang Yuye and shifted their attention toward the soul saliva liquid. Electric Serpent, the leader, furrowed his brows with an expression fluctuating between gloom and uncertainty. Clearly this situation had exceeded their original expectations. Likewise, the sudden appearance of the soul saliva liquid disrupted all the previous plans. Under such a powerful temptation, who would care about a competition anymore? Everyone's eyes darted around warily, and the various factions who had just stood side by side began slowly increasing distance from one another, eyeing each other with caution. The previously so-called cooperation became laughably fragile in the face of tempting self-interest. However, although the soul saliva liquid was tempting, no one dared to be the first to seize it, for all knew the first to act would immediately face relentless retaliation from everyone else. Thus, all just stared at each other, the atmosphere falling into silence, broken only by heavy breathing from the crowd. Observing the somewhat strange tension around him, Ouyang Yuye couldn't help but sneer, yet still did not rush to take the first step either. He gazed coldly at the 3 serpents and Yunsisi, convinced that those 2 factions would be the first to lose composure. What do we do? Lingyu and others quietly asked behind Ouyang Yuye. No rush. Someone else will break the stillness before we do. Haha, if so, then my Xuanhuan shall not decline the offer. Just as the tense stillness was not lasting long, it was broken by a hearty laughter. Then Yunsisi acted first, dashing forward like an arrow toward the soul saliva pool, followed by the other 3 members of Xuanhuan who surrounded and guarded him in a circle. A satisfied arc rose at the corner of Ouyang Yuye's mouth. Yunsisi's speed was indeed impressive, but before he could even reach the edge of the pool, 4 black shadows flashed past and blocked Xuanhuan's formation. With a wave of his hand, Electric Serpent released the surrounding ripple and threw a punch directly at Yunsisi. The punch sent Yunsisi staggering backward a few steps. Glaring coldly at Electric Serpent, who stood there motionless, and at Thunder Serpent and Wind Serpent behind him, he clenched his right fist tightly and coldly said, Electric Serpent, what does this mean? These 5 portions of soul saliva liquid belong to our Serpent Palace. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Whether I do or not will be evident soon enough. Electric Serpent replied, and then turned to Thunder Serpent and the others behind him, saying, Stop him. Any problem? Seeing Thunder Serpent nod, Electric Serpent without delay zipped forward with lightning flickering around him, dashing toward the soul saliva pool. Get out of the way. Yunsisi roared coldly, his half-soul cultivator's strength bursting forth, surging toward Thunder Serpent. The battle instantly ignited, with the 2 leading factions clashing head-on, turning the scene into chaos and fierce fighting. Attack. Seeing the confrontation, Tung Kuei coldly snorted and charged forward with Chao Zhun and the other 3. With the lead taken by the Aulon Academy, both Tiger Fong Sect and Longyan Hall followed closely, heading directly for the soul saliva liquid in the center of the pool. Yet no faction managed to enter the soul saliva pool itself, for nearly as soon as they approached the edge, they were blocked by disciples from other factions. Even Electric Serpent was intercepted by Tung Kuei on his way in, and their battle intensified furiously. Both proud and arrogant, they fought without hesitation. The fight over the soul saliva liquid truly erupted into all-out chaos. Attack! Ouyang Yuye ordered sharply, his eyes narrowing as he spoke. Yet, at that exact moment, a shadow slid off Ouyang Yuye's shoulder, darting silently toward the soul saliva pool amidst the commotion. Just as his command rang out, Ouyang Yuye himself burst forward first, followed closely by Lin Xian and the others, their eyes vigilantly scanning the chaotic surroundings. Pung pung pung. At this point, the swamp had become utterly chaotic. All factions, tempted by the soul saliva liquid, were driven to bloodshot eyes. Whoever appeared before them who wasn't from their own faction immediately faced ruthless, merciless strikes. Former allies, the so-called unity of brethren, under the lure of self-interest, now appeared extremely fragile and absurd. Xuanhuan moved extremely fast, skillfully avoiding several fierce attacks along the way, heading straight for the edge of the pond. With the monkey sent ahead to steal, his current job was to draw everyone's attention, making sure no one noticed the monkey's intent or its location. As he thought this, he accelerated toward the shore. At that moment, suddenly from his right side, several sharp, sinister streaks of Jinshi shot fiercely toward him. Pung! Xuanhuan's eyes chilled slightly. He swiftly turned and threw a punch, shattering the attacking force into fragments. He turned his head and saw 4 figures glaring at him with unfriendly expressions. It's you again? Truly persistent pests. Xuanhuan glared at Long Yong, his expression darkening instantly. Ever since their earlier confrontation, Xuanhuan had already contemplated dealing with them once and for all. Now that they had the audacity to seek confrontation again, if he didn't teach them a lesson, they would surely never cease. If that's the case, I'll deal with you first. Xuanhuan stared coldly at the 4 of them. In the next instant, his eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a blur of shadows, rushing directly toward Long Yong, the leader. Be careful. Longiandian's 4 members changed expressions upon witnessing this, clearly taken aback by Xuanhuan's sudden aggressiveness. However, Long Yong himself was clearly someone with abundant combat experience. Without hesitation, he met Xuanhuan's charge, releasing a surge of soul force as his right arm twisted into a grotesque dragon's arm. The Longyan arm, huh? Xuanhuan's eyes gleamed with sharpness. His right arm vibrated powerfully, transforming into a crimson dragon arm, clashing directly with Long Yong's strike. A dull booming sound erupted as Long Yong was sent flying backward. Surprise flashed across his eyes as he stared at Xuanhuan and gasped. How can you possibly know the Longyan arm? Ask your subordinates about that. Xuanhuan coldly snorted. Without granting his opponent a moment's respite, he rushed forward again, tightly clenching his fist before brutally striking it into Long Yong's chest. A horrifying force surged through without restraint, instantly draining the color from Long Yong's face, then spitting out a mouthful of blood as he flew backward, crashing violently onto the ground. What a terrifying guy. Though the entire scene had descended into chaos, the battle between Xuanhuan and Long Yong still caught many spectators' eyes. Seeing how Long Yong had been defeated within a few moves, expressions of shock filled the crowd. After all, Long Yong had reached the same half-step soul cultivator level as Longiandian's most outstanding member. Even if he wasn't as strong as Electric Serpent or Xiuxian, at the very least, he should have been comparable to Wind Serpent. Yet with such power, he had still been ruthlessly overpowered by Xuanhuan. Considering that, the youth's true strength. At this thought, the crowd couldn't help but re-evaluate this young man who had only reached the 9th body tempering stage. This kid. Xiuxian stared at Xuanhuan, his pupils narrowing. He glanced at Tung Kuei and Electric Serpent locked in intense combat, then turned his body toward the soul saliva pool. But before he could move far, he felt a sharp gust of wind assault him, the violent force forcing him back instantly. Lifting his head, he saw Amber staring coldly at him, smirking mockingly. If Brother Amber insists on being so disrespectful, then let me test your skills. Saying this, Xiuxian suddenly clenched his palms, unleashing a series of wind blades aimed at Amber's vital points, entangling himself in a duel with the latter. Boom boom boom. The chaos continued unabated. Yet anyone who attempted to enter the 100-meter radius surrounding the soul saliva pool was immediately bombarded from all directions by countless attacks. This made nobody dare to step easily into that area, an odd and unusual sight indeed. Just at that moment, a deafening explosion erupted from the previously calm soul saliva pool. Then, 5 massive water spouts, each nearly a meter thick, burst skyward like giant dragons, spraying down upon the marshland below. The unexpected occurrence caused everyone in the middle of fighting to shift expressions dramatically. The soul saliva flower has been taken away. Xiuxian's face darkened significantly as he watched the descending torrents, quickly discerning the truth. Damn it, don't they know that once the soul saliva flower is plucked, the soul saliva liquid can no longer regenerate? Electric Serpent roared furiously, glaring at the now chaotic pool. It's pointless to talk now. This place is no longer safe. Let's go, Xiuxian said, wasting no time lingering further. With the soul saliva liquid gone, continuing to fight here held no meaning at all. Thus, leading his Yuntang members, he fled toward the exit. Observing Yuntang's retreat, the other faction sighed bitterly, following behind. Go! Electric Serpent's face turned pitch black as he glared at the ruined soul saliva pool with bitter regret. However, with the area soon to be flooded, escaping might soon become impossible, so he promptly turned to leave without hesitation. Xuanhuan stood staring at the now ruined soul saliva pool, his expression deeply darkened. Just now, he had suspected the truth behind the incident. It likely had something to do with the monkey. The fact that the monkey hadn't reappeared yet further strengthened this idea. Now anxious, he urgently turned to Lin Xian and the others and said, "You all leave quickly. I'll be right back." Without hesitation, he dashed toward the soul saliva pool, completely ignoring the massive streams of water crashing down all around him. Seeing Xuanhuan's figure disappear into the pool, Lin Xian's eyes widened in shock and anxiety, turning red as she fought back tears. Just as she was about to follow him, she felt a firm grip on her arm. It was Su Shi holding her back. Go, he said firmly. Trust him. He must have his own plan. Following him now will only be a hindrance. Without waiting for her response, he pulled her back with him and left. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds continued rumbling. As soon as Ouyang Yuya plunged into the soul saliva pool, a bone-chilling cold surged through his body, making him shiver involuntarily. He quickly activated his soul force to wrap around his body as protective armor and clenched his teeth, diving deeper into the water in search of the monkey. Suddenly, a faint noise rang out, and Ouyang Yuya's body stiffened. He immediately swam toward the source of the sound. Soon, he spotted the monkey clinging tightly to a rock at the bottom of the pool, its mouth clamped firmly around 5 branches of the flower, despite the violent currents tossing its body back and forth. However, Ouyang Yuya could sense that the monkey's aura was slightly weakened. Monkey. Seeing the creature relieved some of Ouyang Yuya's concerns. He hurriedly swam over, grabbed the monkey, and retrieved the 5 soul saliva flowers from its mouth. A wave of gratitude welled up inside him. The monkey always fulfilled his orders, even when complications arose. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he thought that, regardless of everything, obtaining the soul saliva liquid was worth the effort. Just as he was about to swim back to the surface, a sudden ripple from his spatial pouch caught his attention. Before he could even examine it, the copper brick he had once tempered shot out from the pouch. Shock flickered across Ouyang Yuya's face as he watched it fly deeper into the pool. His expression immediately turned to horror. Chapter 146, The Soul Saliva Fruit. Whoosh! As soon as it emerged, the copper piece whistled through the air, speeding toward the bottom of the pool. Its speed was so great that even Ouyang Yuya's expression changed in surprise. He had possessed the copper for quite some time, yet had never before seen such an unusual phenomenon. It was as if something at the bottom of the pool attracted it. He had always been curious about this mysterious copper piece. Now, seeing it react on its own, he couldn't help but want to investigate. His instincts told him the copper piece must have a significant origin, or else it wouldn't have triggered a reaction from the 10,000 image flask. Just then, the monkey also slowly recovered from the daze caused by the shockwave. Looking toward the direction the copper piece had vanished, it showed a glimmer of confusion in its beast-like eyes, then quickly pointed downward at the bottom of the pool. Its intention was obvious. You mean down there? Gigi. Seeing the monkey nod, a determined gleam flashed through Ouyang Yuya's eyes. He bit his lip. Worth the risk. Without hesitation, his figure darted forward, heading in the same direction as the copper piece. His soul force surged from his body, splitting into 2 parts. One hovered around him to resist the violently surging waters, while the other coalesced into a spinning cone-like shape, greatly increasing his speed. Only at this moment did Ouyang Yuya begin to realize just how deep the soul saliva pool truly was. Traveling at such a speed for half an hour straight, he finally felt the resistance lessening slightly, much like earlier. Later on, he simply took out the stone tablet and used its weight to accelerate his descent. The sensation of speeding downward and floating upward continued for who knew how long. In the midst of the intense turbulence in the pool, even he began to feel dizzy. Splash! After moving forward for quite some time, a crisp sound rang out as he broke through the surface of the water. Instantly, Ouyang Yuya's mind sharpened, yet before he could react, he immediately felt his body suddenly grow heavy, followed by a sharp sense of weightlessness, as if he had begun falling rapidly downward. With a thud, both man and monkey landed hard on the ground. Unprepared for the sudden drop, Ouyang Yuya felt pain surge throughout his body as if it had fallen apart, and even his mind reeled from the impact. Cursing under his breath, he slowly pushed himself up from the ground, scanning the surroundings and realizing he had exited the water. Judging by the scene, it seemed he had fallen somewhere else entirely. Thinking this, he hurriedly looked upward and saw the pool's upper waters suspended in midair, a massive force seemingly holding them aloft. Impressed, Ouyang Yuya smacked his lips silently, muttering that it was truly wondrous. If his guess was correct, someone had created this place intentionally, for he could feel faint soul fluctuations here. A person capable of creating such a space must have already attained extraordinary skill. Moreover, it was extremely well hidden. No one would expect there to be a separate world beneath the soul saliva pool. Without the mysterious copper piece, he would probably have already left the marsh. He shook his head with a smile, silently musing that this must be destiny. Just then, he suddenly realized the copper piece which had led him here had disappeared, leaving behind only this mysterious place. However, he quickly put aside this slight annoyance, excitement quickly replacing it in his heart. Whoever created such a vast hidden chamber must have had a reason. At the very least, it couldn't be out of boredom. It was very likely, in fact, that ancient cultivators might have hidden treasures or martial techniques here. At this thought, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but swallow hard. He stood up and surveyed the space around him. The space appeared extremely dark, nearly pitch black, so much so that he couldn't even see his own fingers before his face. Only with the faint light refracted down from the soul saliva pool above could he make anything out. From his pouch, he took out 5 luminous pearls and held them in his hand. The chamber brightened slightly, finally allowing Ouyang Yuya to observe his surroundings more clearly. After taking a few moments to survey the place, he gained a clear understanding of his environment. This was a vast stone room, damp and dark, exuding a chill. When he shifted the light from the pearls, he was surprised to see a stream nearly 10 feet wide not far from him, with jade green water flowing serpentine into the depths of the chamber. As he gazed toward the direction where the stream converged, Ouyang Yuye's heart stirred. He picked up the monkey and followed the stream deeper into the chamber. Facing this unfamiliar space, Ouyang Yuye heightened his awareness to the utmost level. Even the monkey remained alert, its beastly eyes scanning the surroundings warily. The two proceeded with extreme caution, and although their journey had been smooth so far, after walking for quite some time, they found their path blocked by a stone door, leaving only a narrow gap at the bottom through which the stream could still flow freely. As Ouyang Yuye looked at the stone door, his gaze swept over it, and quickly noticed a round recess and a palm-shaped indentation in its exact center. The round recess, however, was currently filled by an object, the same copper piece that had flown out earlier. Realizing this, Ouyang Yuye understood immediately. It appeared the secret was hidden beyond this stone door, and the copper piece was its key. Staring at the door, the monkey's beast-like eyes suddenly displayed a hint of human-like shock. It shrieked loudly, pointing frantically at the palm-shaped indentation. Ouyang Yuye, catching its meaning, looked at the indentation and slowly pressed his right hand onto it. But just as he did, a sudden tremor surged through his right arm, followed by a powerful suction force pulling through his arm from the stone door. His expression changed drastically in an instant. Wanting to pull his hand back, he found himself unable to. It was as though his hand had fused with the door, tightly clamped in place. Realizing he couldn't pull free, his face turned extremely grim, for he could feel the enormous suction force draining much of his already limited soul force, and he could sense the beginning of soul depletion. Ouyang Yuye immediately grew anxious, trying everything but unable to break free. In desperation, he called out to the Xiuxian king within the cauldron. "Jie, boy, have you finally thought about my conditions?" sneered the Xiuxian king with a piercing laugh. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuye could barely suppress his annoyance as he impatiently replied, "You still have time to ask this? Why don't you first help me get out of this situation?" "You? What's wrong with you, boy?" "I'm not." Before the Xiuxian king could finish, it suddenly let out a sharp cry, followed by a furious roar. "Do you want to die, brat? Honestly, you're a real pain in the ass. This isn't the time for talk. What should I do now?" Ignoring the Xiuxian king's tantrum, Ouyang Yuye asked calmly. "I don't know. Really, let this king out after this is over." Hearing the Xiuxian king's demand, Ouyang Yuye chose to ignore it immediately. Letting out a cold snort, he replied indifferently, "Then fine, we'll die together. Let's see whether you can escape the xianhuan bag after I die. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I came here accidentally, and I don't think anyone else will come in. Even if someone does, it'll probably take many years. I wonder if you'll be able to wait that long." "You?" Furious at Ouyang Yuye's words, the Xiuxian king hesitated for a moment before growling. "Boy, when I get out, I'll eat you alive." With a roar, a faintly icy power surged from the cauldron. As Ouyang Yuye sensed the sudden surge of energy within him, a subtle, meaningful smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Concentrating his soul force, he guided the foreign energy through his arm into his palm and forcefully injected it into the indentation. With a loud, thunderous noise, a ray of golden light abruptly shot from the indentation, violently repelling Ouyang Yuye backward. A long fissure slowly split open from the center of the stone door. As soon as the stone door cracked open, Ouyang Yuye felt a dense fluctuation of soul energy pouring outward. The air itself was filled with an intense soul aura, and his expression subtly shifted. After the stone door fully opened, Ouyang Yuye took a step inside. What met his eyes was again a vast stone chamber, but this time, much to his surprise, the chamber was unusually bright, nothing like the darkness before. Looking down, he saw that the stream had completely converged into a pool at the center of the room, emitting a steady sound of flowing water. However, what startled him the most was a thick tree trunk inserted into the pool. It was clear the water was specially used to nourish this tree trunk. The shape of the tree itself was bizarre, unlike any ordinary one. At the top of the trunk, two vine-like arms shaped like giant hands cradled a vividly red fruit, and it was from this fruit that the thick soul force in the chamber emanated. "Ah, it's the soul saliva fruit." At that moment, the Xiuxian king suddenly spoke in slight astonishment, clearly recognizing the object. "The soul saliva fruit." Furrowing his brows, Ouyang Yuye asked, "What's the relationship between it and the soul saliva fluid?" "Jie, it's simple. The soul saliva fluid condenses every 2 years, while the soul saliva fruit, Jie, it should be about 100 years. 100 years. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuye was immediately taken aback, quickly feeling a sense of disbelief. "What? Can't believe it, Jie. Don't be surprised. I'll tell you without fear. The moment you consume this, it'll boost your cultivation level. Naturally, the lower your strength, the greater the enhancement. I don't know which expert figured out how to cultivate the soul saliva fruit secretly in this manner, but apparently through this method, a fruit forms every 100 years. Mai shang dao zhengchag bai ni peng sanglad. Jie, better hurry and take it before someone else comes knocking. Your luck is truly remarkable, Jie." Ouyang Yuye barely heard anything xuanhuan said afterward. His mind was completely preoccupied with the statement about boosting his strength. A wave of excitement rose in his heart, though it was quickly brought back down by the Xiuxian king's final words. He nodded to himself in agreement. Simply taking the soul saliva fruit alone would provoke pursuit, and merely knowing the location of this place was already enough reason for others to eliminate him completely. A chill involuntarily ran through Ouyang Yuye. Despite this, his actions remained firm and decisive. Carefully, he used a dagger to cut off the branch containing the soul saliva fruit, immediately stuffing it into his xianhuan bag. Then, he headed back the way he came. He now only wished to leave this place as soon as possible. At that moment, the monkey suddenly leapt from Ouyang Yuye's shoulder, pointing toward the depths of the stone chamber before darting ahead. Seeing this, Ouyang Yuye also swiftly followed. Soon after, he saw yet another stone door. Throwing a punch to smash through the stone door, a blinding ray of sunlight poured in. Ouyang Yuye instinctively narrowed his eyes, overwhelmed with joy beyond measure. Now he had not only obtained the soul saliva fluid, but also the soul saliva fruit. The next step was to find a secluded place to break through to the soul practitioner stage. Just thinking about the prospect of possessing his own soul core caused his inner passion and excitement to surge even more intensely. Taking a deep breath, he realized his current location was exactly where the 5 major factions had once gathered, an observation that brought a satisfied nod. This way, he'd save himself considerable travel time. While thinking this, he turned and moved several large stones to seal the cave entrance. As he patted the dust off his hands and was about to leave, his footsteps abruptly halted. He suddenly felt an intense fluctuation emanating from the storage ring on his finger. Chapter 147 Exposure. Hyalan, Yutong. Inside the council hall of Yutong, Yuheng sat atop the high platform, while Yuxi, Yuyin, and other high-ranking members of Yutong sat below. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed upon the 7 figures standing in the center of the hall, and their expressions were all rather grim. These 7 were precisely the Lingyu group who had returned from the Death Swamp. So you're telling me that the Hundan liquid was completely destroyed? Yuheng finally broke the silence with a slightly low and heavy voice, his words piercing through the heavy atmosphere. Yeah, according to Yunxi, the roots of the Hundan flowers were pulled out, which caused the Hundan pool to erupt, and the liquid was destroyed along with the water, Lingyu replied rather bitterly. Originally, everything had been going in their favor, yet now it had all been destroyed. Fools. Yuheng suddenly slammed the table, his tone fierce and sharp. The Hundan pool held exceptional significance for the 5 major powers of Hyalan. The younger generation of these factions had gained much of their strength due to the Hundan liquid. Upon learning of its destruction, even he felt deep regret. Without the Hundan liquid, it was undeniable that the power of Hyalan would begin to decline. Lord, please do not anger yourself. At least this loss affects all factions of Hyalan. It hasn't greatly impacted our Yutong, and the fact that Lingyu and the others have returned safely is already a relief. Yuyin quickly rose to plead, giving Lingyu a meaningful glance at the same time. Lingyu, understanding the look, smiled and said cheerfully, "Yeah, Dad, think about it. Since we never get it anyway, others just use it to bully us. So maybe it's better that nobody can have it. Now all factions' disciples will have about the same strength, right? What do you think?" Always so quick with excuses. By the way, where's Ouyang Yuye? Yuheng scanned the group with a smile, but noticing that Ouyang Yuye was missing, he asked in confusion. Lingyu helplessly shook his head and said, "Seemed to be off looking for something." Yuheng didn't ask further. He simply waved his hand, indicating for Lingyu and the others to leave first. After they had exited, Yuxi asked, "Lord, is there anything else you wish to command?" Yuheng threw a bamboo scroll resting on the table onto the floor. "All of you take a look and then tell me exactly what this means." Yuxi stood up in puzzlement and picked up the scroll from the ground. After merely glancing at it, he fell silent, his brows slowly knitting together. He then passed the scroll to the others, and as they did the same, each of them bore expressions of increasing unease. "We have no conflict with the Nangong family. Why would they provoke us without reason? Not to mention we hadn't heard any rumors about it before this," Yuyin said with a furrowed brow. Perhaps they see our Yutong weakening and now want to climb up here and pee on us." "Enough. Let's think of a way to handle this." Yuheng sighed heavily. "I've heard that Nangong Zheng once visited Yutong, and ever since that day, he has vanished without a trace. His remains weren't even found." SSS. At his words, the rest inhaled sharply. Yuxi asked cautiously, "Do you mean?" Yuheng nodded gravely. "It's only a theory, of course. After all, Nangong Zheng was a soul cultivator. With the forces we had at that time, no one in Yutong could have killed him. I suspect that Nangong Tian's recent provocations might be due to the belief that we were the ones who acted, testing how we would respond. Otherwise, Lord, you didn't forget about that boy, did you?" Yuyin said with a slight twitch of his lips. "You mean?" Ouyang Yuye. After he spoke, others nodded in understanding as well, considering they had all seen Ouyang Yuye's abilities. If he went all out, he could pull off anything. Even Yuheng now thought it was likely to be true. Besides him, I can't think of anyone else with such audacity. And if he could kill someone like the king, defeating Nangong Zheng wouldn't be hard either. Not to mention he still has Xuanhuan, a soul cultivator at the 4th tier, Yuxi said with a wry smile, secretly thinking what a troublesome kid he was. Ouyang Yuye usually isn't impulsive. If he did strike with lethal force, Nangong Zheng must have done something extremely outrageous. Given his fiercely protective nature, he would only act out if his people were greatly wronged. Yuheng mused. After a pause, he said, "Regardless of the reason, this incident must be suppressed. Whether it's true or not, Yutong must not bear the blame. Otherwise, Nangong Zheng won't care for reasoning." "Yes." The members of Yutong all nodded in agreement. Yuheng exhaled slowly and said, "Also, cut off all news about the Nangong family these few days. The other factions are just waiting to laugh at us, so we mustn't make any missteps, especially not letting unnecessary panic among our disciples. As for the Nangong family, I'll handle them myself." As he was about to continue giving more orders, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. Then he sharply raised his head, eyes blazing with cold light, his face clouded with unpredictable shadows. "Yuheng, come out, you bastard." A voice thundered like a bolt of lightning. Upon hearing this, everyone present, including Yu Hong, immediately changed expressions. They walked out of the hall and saw 5 figures speeding across the sky. The sharp sound of their movement through air accompanied the furious shout, drawing the attention of everyone in xiuxian. At the same time, over a dozen figures took off from distant directions, following closely behind, all heading toward Yutong. A dense sound of footsteps echoed as Yutong disciples poured out. Hundreds of them gathered behind Yu Hong and others, standing on high alert, creating quite a formidable scene. As they looked up at the dark figures above, sensing the faint yet powerful oppressive force, their faces too flickered with fear. Ling Yu and the others also came out, bringing along Suchi and Lin Xian. They squeezed through the crowd to stand beside Yu Hong, only now fully feeling the intimidating pressure radiating from above. Dad, who are these people? Why have they come to Yutong? Though she didn't understand their intentions, Ling Yu could feel from the energy that something was definitely amiss. Moreover, judging by that furious roar, it was clear that the one yelling had a significant grudge against Yu Hong. 5 Grand Soul Cultivators. What impressive moves. I suspect even the Nangong Elder is the only one in the entire Allen Kingdom with such pulling power. Looks like this time he's dead serious, Yushi sneered, gazing up at the fast-moving silhouettes. Nangong? You mean the Nangong family? Ling Yu gasped in alarm, her right hand involuntarily shaking. She understood the implications of Nangong's sudden visit more than anyone. Her face turned pale as she realized that, after all, the truth could not remain hidden forever. 5 Grand Soul Cultivators. At this moment, Yu Hang's eyes were locked tightly on the sky, not even noticing Ling Yu's reaction. He also looked grave as he observed the 5 rapidly approaching dark figures. Then, tapping his foot, he leaped forward and stood on air. He raised his hands together respectfully and called out, I wonder what business the esteemed guests have with my Yutong. Yu Hong, do you need me to spell out the things you've done? A cold snort rang out, and the 5 figures halted several feet away from Yu Hong. When their faces came into view, Yu Hang's face had darkened to the point of dripping blackness. Nangong old ghost, it's really you. These past few days, my Yutong has shown nothing but tolerance to your repeated provocations. But today you've gone too far. Haha, how ridiculous. Can your Yutong simply brush aside the murder of my only son? Hand over the murderer, and every member of your Yutong shall escort my son's spirit. Then Yutong will become the vassal sect of Nangong. If this is done, the matter can end here. Nangong Zheng sneered coldly at Yu Hong, his eyes brimming with hatred. Hearing the demands of the old Nangong man, Yu Hang's sneer grew deeper. Nangong Zheng sounded noble, but was clearly just looking for a valid reason to strike. And what if I refuse? Every person in Yutong will die without exception. Nangong Tian spoke as a sharp ripple radiated outward. At the same time, the 4 behind him released their soul power. Immediately, 5 auras of Grand Soul Cultivators erupted forth, prompting another change in Yu Hang's expression. Looking at the 4 people behind Nangong Zheng, he gave a bitter cold chuckle, surprised to see all familiar faces. Fixing his gaze on one old man among them, he said coldly, Ting Sha, are you also going to move against my Yutong? A debt of gratitude owed. Regrettably unavoidable. Haha, excellent. Spare not a single soul. However, Master Nangong's demands do seem rather excessive. At that moment, another voice rang out. Then came 8 figures speeding forward. They were none other than the leaders of the remaining 4 factions in xiuxian and the 4 heads of Allen Academy. Nangong Tian glared at Yunzhua, who had spoken, and hissed coldly. Is Yunshan planning to take action on behalf of Yutong? Haha, how could I dare? I'm certainly no match for Master Nangong, the first-ranked pill master in Allen. I'm just saying your methods aren't quite appropriate. After all, this is xiuxian, and Yutong is one of its 5 major powers. Although Yunzhua said this, his tone was notably gentler, clearly noting the 5 Grand Soul Cultivators standing behind Nangong Tian. This is how we Nangong conduct ourselves. I wonder how Yutong's master feels about this. It wasn't my Yutong who acted. If it's mere provocation, then proceed to fight. No need for more talk. Haha, indeed, you're as straightforward as ever, Master Yu. If so, then I shall oblige you. You 4, hold back your hands for now. Let me see how capable this Xuanhuan king truly is. Nangong Tian sneered as his Grand Soul Cultivator strength radiated outward without restraint. With a light trill, fiery red soul rings abruptly lit up around his wrist. Fiery red soul power surged in his palm, transforming into a long spear. Shwa shwa shwa. The long spear in his hand trembled, transforming into swirling flowers of steel, completely enveloping Yu Hang's vital points with an extremely fierce and merciless attack, showing no intention of holding back. Facing such a ruthless move from Nangong Tian, Yu Hang let out a cold snort as well, and 4 soul rings also appeared around him. His jade-green soul power gathered into a huge blade. With the blade flipping, he blocked the incoming spear shadows. Dang dang dang. A series of crisp clashing sounds rang out. Both figures halted for a moment before rushing forward again. Dalying and Changying flashed as sparks of astonishing intensity flew. Nangong Tian deflected all of Yu Hang's blade attacks, then suddenly shook his spear. It twisted like a snake and lunged straight toward Yu Hang's chest. Feeling the sharpness of this move, Yu Hang's eyes flashed with determination. With a roar, he swung his massive blade downward. Another heavy sound echoed, and both fighters leaped backward, eyes locked in fierce confrontation. Just as they were about to strike again, a sudden commotion from below caught their attention. All the renowned experts turned their gazes downward, only to see a young man stepping out from the crowd. This young man appeared extremely peculiar. His black robe was tattered in many places, and a monkey perched on his shoulder. He looked exhausted, as though he had hurried there non-stop, panting heavily. Facing the piercing gazes of so many experts, the young man showed no worry or fear. Gazing upward at the two fighters in midair, his words stunned everyone on the scene in an instant. It was I who killed Nangong. Yutong is innocent. Chapter 148, A Matter of Sentiment. As Ouyang Ye finished speaking, several figures descended from the sky one after another, glaring at him with ill intent. At the forefront, Nangong Tian's eyes burned with deep hatred, his frigid aura locking onto Ouyang Ye like that of a tiger ready to pounce, emitting an intense and savage fluctuation. Don't speak recklessly. This is no time for rash actions. Lin Song stepped forward, shielding Ouyang Ye from Nangong Tian's oppressive aura, and frowned slightly at the latter's somewhat disheveled appearance. From what he knew of Ouyang Ye, he hardly seemed the type to act impulsively by slaying Nangong Zheng without thinking, and so naturally assumed that he was merely trying to defend Yutong. Uncle Lin, do you really think I'm someone who disregards consequences? Ouyang Ye replied with a bitter smile and a shake of his head, clearly understanding how complicated the current situation had become. If 5 Earth Spirit Masters had already been dispatched, it meant this affair could no longer be resolved peacefully. So you're saying it was indeed you who killed Nangong Zheng? Bo Xiong stepped protectively behind Ouyang Ye and asked in confusion. At Ouyang Ye's silent nod, Lin Song's expression immediately darkened. Youngster, you'd better be fully aware of the consequences of what you're saying. Nangong Tian sneered coldly at Ouyang Ye, eyes flashing with barely concealed frostiness. I'm perfectly aware. Say what you want. Seeing Ouyang Ye admit it personally, Nangong Tian's face immediately twisted slightly with fury. So you're the clever little one from xiuxian, huh? But you're really too ruthless. I don't know whether to say you're just stupid or overly courageous to kill my Nangong family's heir. As Nangong Tian spoke, he suddenly swept his sleeve outward. A surge of spirit energy condensed into a powerful gale and shot straight toward Ouyang Ye. Since it was indeed you, things just got much simpler. Boy, you should pay a price for what you've done. No sooner had Nangong Tian launched his attack than Lin Song darted forward suddenly. Before he could act, however, 2 more figures burst forth from behind Nangong Tian, intercepting both Lin Song and Bo Xiong. The powerful gale, now unimpeded, barreled directly toward Ouyang Ye. Facing such a fierce technique, Ouyang Ye's eyes sharply focused, and he immediately leaped backward, his expression flashing with alarm. Yet just as the gale neared him, another figure dashed forward, throwing a punch that shattered Nangong Tian's attack. Clang! A heavy sound rang out. Nangong Tian fixed a sharp, cold stare on Yuheng, who had just intervened. Yuheng, this matter has nothing to do with you. If you persist in meddling, don't blame me for being ruthless. I must take this boy with me today. If you continue blocking me, today I will destroy your Yutong entirely. Hearing Nangong Tian's threat, Yuheng's face flickered slightly, showing signs of hesitation. Yuheng, Nangong Tian continued, his threat unmistakable. Step aside now, and I won't pursue this further. But if you keep protecting him, you're treating my Nangong family with contempt. You know exactly what choice you must make. Facing the open threat, Yuheng clenched his fists tightly, but remained uncertain, for his decision could determine the life or death of hundreds of disciples behind him. As Yuheng hesitated, Yuyin stepped forward and whispered, Master, please think carefully. Now is not the time to act rashly. There's no need to risk the entire sect over a fleeting sense of loyalty. Yes, we also believe so. After all, our decision affects the lives of over 100 disciples. Our lives may not matter, but what about the sect itself? Hearing the senior disciples of Yutong urging caution, Yuheng's brow furrowed deeply, his tightly clenched fists betraying his indecision. He could almost hear his knuckles crack under his grip as he met the curious, indifferent glances of those watching. Father, seeing that Yuheng was beginning to waver, Lin Yu quickly urged him. Ouyang Ye has helped us greatly. Doing this would only crush the disciples' hearts. Who would still dare work for Yutong in the future? Humph, Master Yuheng, do you really need to hesitate further? Nangong Zheng sneered, eyes flashing again with coldness. He knew Yuheng well enough to be certain that he would not gamble the entire sect for a single individual. Yuheng was always cautious and never acted impulsively. That's why he had endured provocations from the other forces in xiuxian without retaliating. It wasn't exactly endurance. It was more like Talgongyangwei, hiding one's talents and biding one's time, waiting for the chance to turn the tide. Therefore, under the current circumstances, Yuheng wouldn't make an impulsive move. Master. At this point, Yushi sighed helplessly as well, giving a slight shake of his head. Looking toward the distant figure of Ouyang Ye, a trace of regret flickered in his eyes. Leave the decision to me. Although this may seem unjust, the lives of over 100 disciples is no laughing matter. Master Yuheng. Just then, Lin Xian suddenly stepped forward from the crowd, standing directly in front of Yutong's disciples. Xiuxian, come back. Lin Song called out anxiously as he watched Lin Xian run forward. Master Yuheng, is this really something worth considering? Back then you swore that as long as Ouyang Ye remained a disciple of Yutong, this sect would ensure his safety. It was all because you valued his strength, hoping to use him for your own gain concerning the Hunchan liquid. Now that danger approaches, you intend to cast him aside. What an admirable Yutong. How many problems has Ouyang Ye solved for you? Why don't you ask your beloved daughter exactly why Ouyang Ye killed Nangong Zheng? Ignoring Lin Song's stern reprimand, Lin Xian pointedly accused Yuheng directly. Hearing Lin Xian's blunt accusation, a wave of uproar spread quickly among the surrounding crowd. Many glanced at Yuheng with expressions of disdain and mockery, clearly shocked to learn that Ouyang Yuya was actually a disciple of Yutong. Judging from this, his status wasn't low at all. Thus, Yutong had now become the target of public criticism. After all, betrayal and broken promises are always deeply condemned. However, although some mocked, no one openly condemned Yutong. In a situation like this, carrying the heavy burden of over 100 disciples' lives, one could easily imagine the torment of his conscience between righteousness and the safety of the sect, something that could not be easily summarized with a few words. Moreover, Yutong's current power was on the decline. If it entered a war against the Nangong family, the consequences and losses in strength would surely be significant. Yu Heng frowned as he listened to Lin Xian's accusations, then turned to Ling Yu beside him and asked, "What exactly happened?" "Master, let me explain." Yu Ten suddenly stepped forward slowly and looked at Ouyang Yuya. On that day, Nangongzheng relied on his status and insulted our Yutong openly, even attempting to forcibly take Lady Ling Yu away. Yu Feng merely tried to block him, but Nangongzheng's servants severely injured him, leaving him bedridden until now. Helplessly, I invited Brother Ouyang to escort us for protection. However, we never expected that an argument would break out, and despite Ouyang having no desire to fight, Nangongzheng was overbearing and ruthless in his attack. Ouyang Yuya had no choice but to fight back, and thus the current consequence occurred. Yu Ten paused briefly, then continued. Therefore, in my opinion, one cannot be without conscience. During the struggle for the Hunchan liquid, Ouyang protected Yutong's reputation. He even faced Long Yongfeng man alone and held his ground without backing down. So, I believe we must protect Ouyang and strengthen Yutong. Protect Ouyang and strengthen Yutong. Unexpectedly, as soon as Yu Ten finished speaking, the hundreds of disciples standing behind Yu Heng were stirred into a roar. Not only were the onlookers stunned, even Ouyang Yuya himself was somewhat moved, never having imagined that his prestige had silently grown to this extent. Haha, hearing the disciples' shouts, Yu Heng suddenly laughed, though his face also showed a trace of coldness. I never thought my disciple's sense of justice would surpass my own. Correct, Ouyang Yuya is my disciple. Today, as long as Yutong still exists, I will not allow outsiders to bully our own, including the Nangong family. You also clearly know the truth behind this matter, so if they still refuse to back down, I wouldn't mind fighting them to the bitter end. At Yu Heng's firm declaration, Nangongtian's expression grew somewhat grim. Originally, he had expected that under such pressure, Yutong might stay out of the conflict. After all, Yutong wasn't a simple opponent. If he could keep Yutong from intervening, then dealing with that kid alone would be easy, and there would be no need to fulfill the promise made to Teng Sha's party, particularly since hiring a powerful Earth Spirit Master was no small cost. Yu Heng, think carefully. If you choose to protect this boy, I will ensure Yutong runs red with blood. This brat must definitely die. There's nothing more to think about, Yu Heng replied, glancing at Ling Yu, who also wore a smile, and continued. I've already decided. Yutong indeed owes Ouyang far too much. With these words, he stepped forward and shielded Ouyang Yuya behind him. Seeing this, Lin Song and Bo Xiong stepped forward similarly, their intentions evident. Since the three of you are so willing to play hero, I won't mind humoring you. Everyone attack. Wait. Just as Nangongtian was about to strike, Ouyang Yuya suddenly stepped forward from the crowd. Bowing to Yu Heng like he had once done in the Yutong Assembly Hall, with the same resolute posture, he said, Disciple thanks the master for his recognition. However, this is my doing alone, and it is unnecessary for my fellow brothers to risk their lives. Therefore, I am leaving Yutong. As he spoke, he took out his purple gold disciple token and crushed it in his hand. From today on, I, Ouyang Yuya, have no further connection to Yutong. Our fate together ends here. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's action, everyone present felt a surge of admiration. Even Yunzhua let out a sigh, secretly wishing that such a talent had belonged to Yunting's sect instead. However, despite their respect, no one stepped forward to say a single supportive word, clearly still afraid to provoke the 5 Earth Spirit Masters. Yu Heng was momentarily stunned upon witnessing Ouyang Yuya's action, confusion flickering in his eyes. Ouyang Yuya offered a bitter smile, looking at the stunned Yu Heng. Deep in his heart, he felt pain as well. After all, Yutong had been the first sect he joined, a place he truly considered his home. It was unexpected that within just a few months, he was leaving again, a situation no different from being expelled by the Oran Academy. Alone again, he exhaled slightly before coldly saying, Begin. Without waiting for Yu Heng to respond, he turned toward Nangongtian with no trace of fear. His dignified composure silently earned a nod from Nangongtian. Good. You're not without backbone after all. I shall make your death swift. Nangongtian sneered, and with a clenched fist, he unleashed a fierce punch aimed sharply at Ouyang Yuya's neck. Sensing the devastating attack, Ouyang Yuya swiftly leapt back, his right finger placed at his brow, intending to unseal his power. Suddenly, a sigh rang out, and in a flash, another figure appeared, delivering a punch that shattered Nangongtian's fist entirely. With a start, Ouyang Yuya looked on in shock to see Yu Heng standing upright in front of him. I promise Xiaoyu to keep you safe. This is my repayment of your debt. Chapter 149, Carnage. You really are a troublemaker. I wonder if I should have accepted your deal back then. Oh well, consider this as repaying my debt to you. Came a sigh, and Teng Sha stepped forward slowly from behind Nangongtian, looking at Ouyang Yuya with a face full of helplessness. Head of the Nangong family, I'm afraid I can't take advantage of your offer. I once had some interaction with this youngster, so I'll no longer involve myself in this matter. Farewell. Teng Sha chuckled slightly, gave Ouyang Yuya a meaningful glance, then dashed into the sky amidst astonished murmurs, completely ignoring Nangongtian's now darkened face. Ouyang Yuye was clearly taken aback by this sudden turn of events, but his impression of Teng Sha rose significantly. He clasped his fists together in the direction Teng Sha had disappeared to. Teng Sha's actions had given him considerable help. Now that one opponent had disappeared, Nangongtian's advantage had vanished completely. Don't think that just because you have 3 people at your side you can afford to be arrogant. Today, I will see what you can really do. Attack! With a low shout, Nangongtian darted forward like an eagle flapping his wide sleeves. Behind him, the other 3 great soul master elders followed closely, each targeting one of Lin Song's group. The battle erupted in an instant. As soon as the 2 sides clashed, the situation exploded into chaos. Powerful soul energy surged violently, and even the waves from their attacks startled Yuzhua and several other great soul master experts, causing them to quickly retreat to a safe distance, fearful of getting caught up in the destructive force. Su Shi and the others had just started to move forward when Su Huang blocked them. With senior uncles like Lin Song there, we won't make any difference by joining the fight, Su Huang said. Watching the 3 already engaged in combat, Nangongtian smiled at Ouyang Yuye. Suddenly, he tightly clenched his right fist, and immediately, surrounding soul energy rushed rapidly toward his palm, gathering into a pitch-black orb radiating a powerful aura. I won't deny I admire your style, but you cannot stay alive. Nangongtian gazed at Ouyang Yuye with feigned pity, as if the outcome had already been decided. In his eyes, Ouyang Yuye was indeed as insignificant as an ant. Head of the Nangong family, this matter was indeed started by your own son. Your behavior now is excessive. Don't you believe in justice in this world anymore? Yushi glared furiously at Nangongtian, whose aura had suddenly surged. Oh, justice. Nangongtian looked at Yushi and suddenly smiled. Justice comes with enough power. Therefore, the justice you speak of holds no binding power over me. Yushi was about to retort when he suddenly saw Nangong Zhang's figure flash forward. The man dashed in the direction of the U-Hall. Seeing his actions, the expressions of Yushi and the other 3 changed drastically. If you insist on justice, I shall grant it to you. Since Yu Hong interfered with my Nangong family affairs, now I strike against your U-Hall. That is also justice through cause and effect. Nangong, old ghost. You dare. Yu Heng pushed his opponent back with a palm strike and roared. But just as he was about to move forward, he was once again engaged by his foe, his eyes instantly turning blood red. I told you, the price for your interference is the blood of U-Hall flooding the grounds. Nangongtian sneered, shaking his head. With a sudden sweep of his sleeve, sharp soul energy gathered and shot toward where the U-Hall disciples stood. Facing Nangongtian's ruthless attack, Yushi's pupils narrowed. He clenched his teeth, exchanged a glance with the other 3, then they all dashed forward. Their soul master strength burst forth. 4 mighty attacks immediately converged, forming a similarly powerful massive light pillar that rocketed toward Nangongtian. Deluded insects trying to stop a chariot. Facing the 4's attempt to stop him, Nangongtian snorted coldly. He didn't dodge at all. Instead, he tightened his right fist into a blazing wall of fire, blocking their combined effort. Then, with another swing of his sleeve, streaks of violent energy shot out like whips, slamming fiercely into the chests of Yushi and the others. With muffled thuds, their defenses shattered instantly. They flew backward violently and slammed onto the ground. Their faces turned an unhealthy crimson, and they spat out mouthfuls of blood, clear signs of severe internal injuries. The 4 soul masters had been defeated in just one move. The might of a great soul master was unquestionably fearsome, but Nangongtian clearly had no intention of stopping there. Without Yushi and the others in his way, his attacks fell upon the U-Hall disciples like wolves among sheep. Blood sprayed and people died as merciless slaughter unfolded without any resistance. His onslaught seemed on the verge of reaching Ling Yu and the others. Enough. Stop. Oh. Hearing Yu Heng's furious roar, Nangongtian paused and looked at him. Is there anything else, Master Yu Heng? Yu Heng's body trembled violently. He remained motionless for quite a while before finally sighing in resignation and returning to his position in the U-Hall, clearly declaring his stance of no longer participating in the fight. Kid, now there's no one left to help you. Observing Ouyang Yuye's darkened expression, Nangongtian smiled slightly. Don't worry, I won't kill you. It's quite troubling that one so young carries such a murderous intent. I shall strip away your cultivation to prevent you from causing further trouble in the future. As he spoke, his soul energy condensed, forming a massive finger of energy that shot forcefully toward the ladder, sweeping along violent fluctuations as it attacked. Even before the strike arrived, Ouyang Yuye could already sense the contained power within. It was enough to kill him outright. Watching Nangongtian's attack, Yu Heng tightly clenched his fists. Though filled with anger, he felt utterly helpless. Father, Ling Yu tugged at Yu Heng's sleeve, tears welling in her eyes. Help him. Yu Heng's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart heavy and complex. He sighed again after a moment and slowly shut his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. Rather, he himself was currently powerless to act. Witnessing Nangongtian's fierce attack, Ouyang Yuye's pupils contracted sharply. His figure shot backward as his right finger lightly touched his forehead. A bloody mark emerged between his brows, pulsing with intensity as if ready to erupt, an ominous sight. As soon as the mark appeared, Guangqi surged out violently, completely replacing the soul energy within his body. Around his form, it coalesced into a deep brown protective aura that emitted fierce whistling sounds. In this time of crisis, the Guangqi was once again fully unleashed by Ouyang Yuye without holding anything back. The wild, primordial qi within caused the expressions of everyone present to change drastically. What strange energy. It's not soul energy, yet it's even stronger than it. What a terrifying technique. This kind of energy can rival that of a soul master. Unmoved by the startled cries of the surrounding crowd, Ouyang Yuye's gaze sharpened suddenly. His 10 fingers danced in rapid formation, weaving an arcane gesture. Great wilderness hand. Whoosh. The thick Wang Qi surged forth like mist, swiftly condensing and swirling to form a giant, brown hand before slamming headlong into Nan Gongtian's strike. With a tremendous boom, the violent collision sent wild surges of energy rolling backward. Ouyang Yuye's body was instantly blasted away, crashing roughly onto the ground. Although, thankfully, he had successfully blocked Nan Gongtian's blow. You're certainly strange, kid. Seeing his attack had been blocked, Nan Gongtian showed a flicker of disbelief, which quickly gave way to a cold sneer. His soul energy surged again, transforming into another black finger of destruction that shot forth swiftly. Slowly rising from the ground while sensing the pressure of the incoming attack, Ouyang Yuye's eyes suddenly gleamed with determination. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he instantly formed another arcane seal with both hands. More Bong Qi erupted, forming yet another giant hand in a desperate attempt to block the descending strike. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Cracks spread rapidly across the surface of the massive hand under Ouyang Yuye's horrified gaze before the hand disintegrated entirely, its momentum undiminished as it bore down upon him. Clearly, with his current physical enhancement of the 9th level, even using the Great Wilderness Palm technique to its fullest was barely enough to block Nan Gongtian. Not to mention that Ouyang Yuye had already exhausted all his strength after the last clash. Just as the attack was about to land, an animalistic roar erupted. Then, the monkey beside Ouyang Yuye suddenly let out a furious roar. Surrounded by a brown mist, its body rapidly expanded into a huge, powerful figure, standing protectively in front of Ouyang Yuye. With a massive crash, the monkey raised a paw the size of a fan and struck downward fiercely against the giant black finger. Sheng followed. The monkey's body staggered backward, blood spewing from its beastly paw. Oh, seeing the monkey in front of him, Nan Gongtian raised his eyebrows slightly, nodding with obvious interest. So it's an evolving soul beast? However, it's still a bit weak. He sighed lightly, almost regretfully. Roar. Facing Nan Gongtian's mockery, the monkey's fighting spirit ignited fully. Lifting its paw, it was easy to sense the thick waves of primal qi surging around it, which then erupted forward like a small mountain directly slamming down toward Nan Gongtian's head, its fierce movement seemingly intent on crushing him into paste. Decent power, but still insufficient. Nan Gongtian sneered coldly. Suddenly, his left hand clenched tightly, soul energy gathering rapidly, igniting a burst of flame that wrapped around his palm. Before Ouyang Yuye could react in horror, a fiery giant hand appeared, rushing forth to meet the monkey's attack. Seeing such a familiar martial technique, Ouyang Yuye's pupils also constricted sharply. He understood all too well the terrifying power of this technique. Nan Gongtian truly lived up to his reputation as a powerful Earth Soul master. The martial technique he displayed now was far beyond what Nan Gongzheng had used. If it had been Nan Gongtian who unleashed the fire god's left hand that day instead of Nan Gongzheng, Ouyang Yuye feared he would already have become a gravestone. However, before he could even react, the fiery giant hand crashed heavily against the monkey's beastly paw. With a piercing screeching sound, the monkey's attack was instantly shattered, and the flaming palm struck fiercely against its chest. A sharp, pained roar echoed outward as the monkey's recently healed body was wounded once again. Nan Gongtian's full-strength strike was something even the monkey, after breaking its seal, could not resist in the slightest. The ferocity of this blow instantly reverted the monkey back to its original form, sending it tumbling heavily to the ground beside Ouyang Yuye. Damn it! Seeing the monkey suffer such serious injuries, Ouyang Yuye roared furiously with rage. Mustering his strength, he pushed himself upright. Seeing the deep, bone-exposing wound across the monkey's belly, he gently patted the monkey's head. His eyes locked onto Nan Gongtian's, a flicker of flame flashing within them, while a deep, bone-piercing chill slowly radiated from his gaze. Nan Gong, old dog, today I will see you dead. Chapter 150 Madness. Oh, hearing the furious roar from Ouyang Yuye, Nan Gongtian's eyes revealed a trace of disdain and mockery. With a flip of his right palm, he summoned a small crimson bell exuding an aura of violent destruction, which descended upon Ouyang Yuye like a hammer. That's the Eastern Luo Grand Emperor Bell, the family treasure of the Nan Gong family. The Eastern Luo Grand Emperor Bell? Nan Gongtian actually brought it back with him? That's an advanced spiritual treasure of the Xian class. Listening to the surrounding exclamations of shock, Nan Gongtian's lips curled slightly into a satisfied smile. With a wave of his sleeve, the Eastern Luo Grand Emperor Bell expanded instantly, covering Ouyang Yuye within. Try breaking free from it first. For now, just stay quiet inside. Watching Ouyang Yuye being sealed away, the monkey's bestial eyes burned even more crimson red. Roaring, its body expanded once more, growing to a size over 10 feet tall. Swinging its monstrous paw, it attacked Nan Gongtian again. I already told you, you're still way too weak to face me now. Nan Gongtian smirked, sending forth a palm imprint to counter the monkey's attack. With a sharp wave of his sleeve, the beast was sent flying once again, crashing onto the ground in front of Ouyang Yuye, emitting painful howls. Its white fur was now stained crimson with blood, frightening and ghastly. Damn it! Seeing the monkey's aura weakening drastically, Ouyang Yuye's eyes nearly burst from rage. Fists swinging furiously in anger, he smashed against the Eastern Luo Grand Emperor bell surrounding him. But he had underestimated the might of this spiritual treasure. No matter how hard he attacked, all he could produce was a deep, resonating bell chime, mixed with his furious roars. Witnessing the desperate struggle of Ouyang Yuye and the monkey, those present couldn't help but sigh and feel anger rising. Shaking their heads sorrowfully at Ouyang Yuye's actions, they naturally realized that this was a defensive spiritual artifact. Even a soul cultivator might find it hard to break free, let alone someone merely at the body-tempering 9th layer like Ouyang Yuye. Still, despite seeming foolish, few among them could summon the courage to mock his efforts. Anyone else probably wouldn't have survived this long against a Daihun cultivator. You're next. Watching Ouyang Yuye repeatedly strike the bell, Nangong Tian cast a cold glance at him, eyes filled with contempt. I must admit, you're an exceptional young man. If given enough time to grow, your potential would be limitless. But steel, when too rigid, breaks easily. You've been far too uncompromising. Nangong Zheng slightly shook his head, slowly clenched his right fist, and as he did so, the Eastern Luo Grand Emperor bell began shrinking, seemingly ready to crush Ouyang Yuye to death within. Daddy! Ling Yu watched helplessly as the Eastern Luo Grand Emperor bell shrank down to a size just large enough to contain one person. Tears glistened in her eyes as she begged. Please, help him. Just do it. She firmly believed that if Yu Heng stepped in, there was still hope. Hall Master, we can't let the young miss have her way now. The Jade Hall simply cannot endure such reckless actions. Seeing Yu Heng begin to hesitate once more, Yushi quickly intervened. Exactly, Hall Master, please reconsider. Hearing the elders around her pleading with Yu Heng, Ling Yu's expression suddenly hardened. If none of you are willing to help, then I'll go myself. Wiping her tears, she dashed outward. Just as she rose to her feet, she suddenly heard Yu Heng sigh. Xiaoyu, stop being silly. Before she could respond, a sharp pain hit her neck, and she fell unconscious. Yu Heng caught her as she fell, sighed slightly at her sorrowful expression, and handed her over to Yushi beside him. Take her back and have someone keep an eye on her. Yes. Yushi nodded solemnly, letting out a quiet sigh as he carried Ling Yu back to the Jade Hall. It seemed this was the only way to prevent her from going further. Seeing Yu Heng's anxious expression, Yu Yin let out a sigh as well, his face filled with pity. He perfectly understood Yu Heng's inner feelings. As a leader responsible for decisions within a power organization, sometimes the burden was anything but easy. Each decision he made would affect the rise or fall of the sect, even the life and death of hundreds of disciples. That was the loneliness of high status. Sometimes one had no choice but to do what had to be done. Damn you! At this moment, Ouyang Yuye was nearly screaming, striking furiously against the Eastern Luo Grand Emperor bell, his fists now battered and covered in blood, making the spectators involuntarily shudder. TSK, kid, you really leave this old lord at a loss for words. Suddenly, a sigh echoed from inside Ouyang Yuye, and even Xuanhuan had ceased his usual mockery. What's the point of saying all this now? Still furious at Xuanhuan's words, Ouyang Yuye ignored him, his voice full of impatience. TSK, fine. I'll lend you a hand this time. You're still a spirited little fellow. TSK. Nangong Tian also shook his head, watching Ouyang Yuye's tireless strikes. It's useless. The hardness of the Eastern Luo Grand Emperor bell is beyond your imagination. It's over. As Nangong Tian spoke, a ray of soul energy shot out like a silk ribbon, striking the bell. With a crisp ringing sound, the bell began shrinking again. At that moment, a faint emerald glow suddenly surged from Ouyang Yuye's right fist, followed by a sharp cracking noise. Though the sound wasn't loud, it was clearly heard by everyone present, their expressions turning as if they had seen a ghost. Following the initial crack, a series of fine fissures began spreading like a spider web across the surface of the Eastern Luo Grand Emperor bell. Finally, before Nangong Tian's horrified eyes, the bell shattered with a deafening explosion. Shwa! Just as the Eastern Luo Grand Emperor bell shattered, Ouyang Yuye swiftly shot out, grabbed the monkey lying on the ground, and fled rapidly. With his current strength, even if he used every last trick up his sleeve, he still couldn't stand a chance against Nangong Tian. Therefore, the wisest move was to temporarily retreat. The saying went, a true gentleman bides his time when seeking revenge. Though he had planned well, he clearly underestimated Nangong Tian's reaction. As soon as he dashed out, Nangong Tian also sneered coldly, snapped his finger, and forcibly drove Ouyang Yuye back just as he was about to escape. Trying to run away? Your abilities are indeed impressive. Seems like there's something hidden inside your body after all. Nangong Tian sneered, his right palm extending forward as he aimed a palm strike at Ouyang Yuye's chest. At this point, Ouyang Yuye had already reached his limit and wouldn't be able to resist at all. Back off. Lin Song repelled the two men attacking him, helplessly watching Ouyang Yuye's plight. His own strength was barely enough to fight two grand earth soul cultivators. Bastard! Nangong Tian, if you dare harm him, I, Bo Xiong, will personally visit your Nangong family for justice. Bo Xiong shouted furiously after driving away his opponent, seeing the grave situation Ouyang Yuye was in. Haha, then let's see who's crueler. Facing Bo Xiong's threat, Nangong Tian didn't waver either. He shook his right arm, transforming it into a blazing gust of red wind that swept towards Ouyang Yuye. Feeling Nangong Tian's fierce strike, Ouyang Yuye's eyes flickered, and he was just about to call upon Xuanhuan's power when suddenly a figure flashed before him, blocking the attack in front of his shocked eyes. The technique Ouyang Yuya had just begun to unleash came to an abrupt halt. The attack landed without hesitation, blood spraying instantly onto Ouyang Yuya's hands. Then a soft body collapsed into his arms, and the sight of it was none other than Lin Xian. Xiuxian. Seeing Lin Xian, who had taken the blow for him, Ouyang Yuya's mind briefly went blank with shock, his face then twisting into hideous rage, his eyes turning blood red. I'm fine. Lin Xian's soft voice rang out. Ouyang Yuya shuddered violently. Looking at Lin Xian's face filled with sorrow, he muttered, "Why so reckless?" Gently caressing Lin Xian's increasingly pale face, Ouyang Yuya's hands trembled. "I don't want you to die. Why did you have to do this? I just want you to live. They can't help you, but I can." Ouyang Yuya looked at Lin Xian bitterly, his anger swelling. "Rest assured I won't die. Wait for me to come back." "Okay." Hearing the soft whisper in her ear, Lin Xian's large eyes were immediately filled with unease. Then, she felt Ouyang Yuya's hand press against her neck. Pain quickly spread through her body before darkness overtook her vision. Cradling the unconscious girl in his arms, Ouyang Yuya sighed helplessly with a slight, bitter smile. Once again, he felt the importance of strength in this world. Though he might be among the strongest of his generation, against true masters, he was still insignificant, so insignificant that a single thought from them could turn him to dust. Gently kissing Lin Xian's forehead as she slumped in his arms. "Truly, I'm still not powerful enough." Ouyang Yuya clenched his fist, offering a bitter smile, yet deep in his pitch-black eyes, flames began to burn. At this moment, Su Shi and the others swiftly arrived from not far away, watching Ouyang Yuya with expressions of sympathy and pain. This youth, who had fearlessly faced even the three-headed Python King and fought 3 opponents alone, had now fallen into such a pathetic state, unable to even protect the one he loved. Smiling faintly at Su Shi, Ouyang Yuya gently handed over the unconscious girl. "Take good care of her," Ouyang Yuya said softly. "I will." Su Shi nodded, wanting to say something else, but finally kept silent, because he knew that no words would make a difference now. "Take care." Looking at Lin Xian for a moment, he gave a firm nod before shifting his gaze toward Nangong Tian, standing not far away. His body swayed unsteadily at first, but finally stood firm. At this moment, the monkey behind him also growled lowly, climbed to its feet, and moved to stand beside Ouyang Yuya. The beast's eyes faintly radiated a sharp aura, clearly not intending to retreat either. Taking a deep breath, Ouyang Yuya's eyes revealed a trace of madness. His right hand slapped his Jinkun bag, and 5 streams of light fell into his palm. When the glow faded, the true forms were revealed. It was none other than the 5 soul saliva flowers he had seized at the soul saliva pond. Its soul saliva essence. Among the crowd were those with keen eyesight. When they saw the soul saliva essence in Ouyang Yuya's hands, their expressions immediately became complicated. Especially the 5 major factions of Xiaolan turned extremely grim, clearly never expecting the soul saliva essence to end up in Ouyang Yuya's hands. Facing the startled cries from all around, Ouyang Yuya paid no heed. His eyes fixed on Nangong Tian, revealing a trace of coldness and frostiness. "Nangong, old hound. It's time we settle our score." As the words ended, amidst the horrified expressions of the crowd, he swallowed all 5 portions of the soul saliva essence in one go. At that exact moment, an unusually dense fluctuation erupted from within his body. Even his face instantly showed an unhealthy flush. And Nangong Tian, who had tightly fixed his gaze on Ouyang Yuya, whose aura was rapidly surging, showed the first flicker of expression change upon his previously expressionless face. Chapter 151, It is my brother. As the 5 portions of Han Yin liquid entered his body, they immediately transformed into an extremely refined form of Han energy, erupting violently within him. Then, gusts of wind formed, swirling wildly inside his body, emitting a sound like raging howling winds. Ouyang Yuya's robes flapped violently from the chaotic energy. A feeling of swelling spread throughout his body, causing an unnatural flush to appear on his already pale face. His eyes turned blood red, and even the muscles on his face twisted into a hideous grimace. Standing there, he looked like a blood-soaked warrior from hell. "Dog, Nangong, today I will make you pay no matter what it takes." A hoarse voice came from his throat, instantly causing the previously chaotic scene to become deathly silent. Even the battles involving Lin Song and Bo Xiong ceased as all eyes fixed on this boy, now clearly in a frenzied state. Arrogant beyond your means. Even Nangong Tian felt a flicker of unease in this tense atmosphere, but he quickly suppressed it. If, with his Earth Hun master strength, he couldn't even deal with a mere flesh-tempering brat, he would become the laughingstock of others. Instantly, shadows flickered across his eyes as well. "We'll see just what kind of price you can force me to pay." Nangong's face darkened, and as his fists clenched, the surrounding Hun energy surged again, condensing into a massive flaming fist that unhesitatingly came crashing down on Ouyang Yuya. Faced with such a disparity in power, Nangong Tian actually used a martial technique for the first time, clearly indicating that Ouyang Yuya's display had alarmed him, and he wanted a quick resolution. Flaming fist. Watching the red fist rapidly growing in front of him, Ouyang Yuya's pitch-black eyes remained unnaturally calm. Without flinching, he fixed his gaze on the incoming fist, took a deep breath, and suddenly his surging Hun energy began to swirl wildly. Who? The fist's shadow quickly surrounded and swallowed Ouyang Yuya entirely, its blazing light enveloping him like a sun, faintly revealing his slender figure within. Just as everyone thought the earlier gruesome scene would repeat itself, suddenly a golden light blazed forth, and a giant golden shield appeared out of nowhere, cleaving the sky ablaze with fire in two, positioning itself firmly between the flames and Xuanhuan, blocking the red-hot fist's impact. With a thunderous roar, amidst the raging flames, the shield emitted a brilliant golden radiance, violently vibrating before exploding and vanishing, and along with it disappeared the sharp fist shadow, releasing a powerful shockwave that generated dense plumes of smoke. Once the smoke cleared, Xuanhuan's figure gradually emerged. Now he appeared rather battered, kneeling on one knee, his body trembling slightly. Though he looked disheveled, he had successfully blocked Nangong powerful strike. Instantly, murmurs filled the air as all eyes locked onto Xuanhuan, filled with confusion. However, their attention was soon drawn to his right wrist, where there was now a drop-shaped artifact. Its wolf-fang shape reflected a cold gleam, and around it faint rings of pale golden aura could be seen. That's Heaven's Tear. There were no lack of perceptive onlookers, and at a glance, they recognized the identity of the blood-drinking wolf-fang, immediately followed by gasps of astonishment. The pity and sympathy in their eyes for Xuanhuan were instantly overtaken by intense greed. Such a temptation of a Heaven's Tear spiritual artifact was enough to make one lose their reason, but held back by Nangong's presence, none had dared to intervene yet. Oh, Nangong looked at the drop-shaped artifact on Xuanhuan's wrist, his eyes quickly igniting with greed. It's actually a Heaven's Tear spirit treasure. Little brat, you sure have had quite a fortune's favor. Seems like this is your last card, huh? The spirit treasure is indeed excellent, but wielded by such a weakling. Well then, let me relieve you of it temporarily. Nangong smiled slightly, curling his hand into a claw reaching toward the blood-drinking wolf-fang, his eyes brimming with greed. It seems the saying is true, the young and naive don't fear flaunting their wealth. Seeing Nangong's approaching hand, suddenly Xuanhuan grinned, showing a mouthful of pearly white teeth, but his grin exuded an extremely chilling coldness. You want it? Take it then. Looking at Xuanhuan's cold smile, Nangong suddenly felt a chill in his heart, yet before he could completely react, a blazing pillar of fire suddenly erupted from the artifact. As he sensed the searing heat, terror flashed across Nangong's face. Alchemy flame. Under the sudden shock, Nangong's figure abruptly retreated, his Han energy surging and quickly condensing into a massive flame barrier before him. Watching the alchemy flame relentlessly pour down and slam entirely onto the barrier, his face turned deathly pale. If not for his timely reaction, he might have truly met his end today. He had no doubt that this level of alchemy flame was already sufficient to threaten his life. What a troublesome brat. Seeing that Nangong had emerged unscathed, Xuanhuan was immediately filled with frustration. He had originally planned to lure Nangong in using the attraction of the Heaven's Tear spirit treasure and land a fatal blow, but unexpectedly, the attempt ended in failure. Letting out a quiet sigh, he admitted to himself that Earth Hun masters were indeed terrifying. He had practically poured out his entire capacity and yet only managed to delay the battle for a moment. Now, after using two powerful techniques, the remaining energy from the Hunyan liquid inside him was no longer sufficient for another attack. He had no doubt that once Nangong broke free from the alchemy flame, he would truly become a piece of fish on a chopping block, completely at the enemy's mercy. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but consider retreating. He'd already stayed far too long and could end up in serious trouble. Letting out a low shout, Xuanhuan retrieved the blood-drinking wolf-fang and quickly dashed away, with the Monkey King following close behind, attempting to escape while Nangong was occupied with defending against the alchemy flame. Want to run? Nangong watched Xuanhuan's escaping figure, his expression instantly darkening. With a flick of his sleeve, he transformed once more into a massive flaming hand, violently slapping toward Xuanhuan's fleeing back. He was certain that unless Xuanhuan chose to withstand it head-on, the strike would definitely hinder his movement. Seeing the violent palm print rapidly closing in from behind, Xuanhuan's eyes instantly revealed a trace of severity. Just as he intended to take action, the Monkey King suddenly grabbed him and hurled him outward while turning his body to meet the incoming palm. Obviously, the Monkey King intended to create an escape chance for Xuanhuan with his own body. The giant palm came crashing down instantly, forcefully striking the Monkey King's chest, causing wounds that had just begun to heal to reopen, exposing fresh, crimson flesh. With the sound of cracking bones echoing, the Monkey King's robust form was sent flying again, landing heavily on the ground. His body twitched before shrinking back into his original smaller form. After such an enormous blow, even he could no longer maintain his battle form. After all of this, both Xuanhuan and the Monkey King were left in the most pitiful and battered state yet. Roar! Struggling on the ground, the monkey looked toward Xuanhuan in the distance and suddenly raised his beastly paw, gently waving it as if saying a farewell or conveying some silent message. This scene caused the blood of everyone present to slightly boil over. Yu Hong and the others were visibly trembling, their nails digging into their fists until blood began to seep out. As they were about to step forward, they were suddenly stopped by Yunzhua, who shook his head solemnly. Damn it! Su Shi roared in rage, preparing to rush out, but was grabbed by Su Huang beside him. If you truly believe you can save him, then go. Otherwise, you won't be the only one who suffers. Ah! Su Shi helplessly planted his massive sword into the ground, tears streaming from his eyes uncontrollably. Annoying creature. Since you protect your master, I shall deal with you first. Standing midair, Nangong looked down at the nearly unconscious monkey with burning fury in his eyes, his anger intensifying with each act the monkey committed to obstruct him. With a cold shout, his swirling Han energy formed a sharp finger blast aimed directly at the monkey. The intensity of the fluctuation was enough to distort space itself, let alone the frail body of the wounded monkey. Stop! Seeing Nangong Tian's action, Ouyang Yuye's eyes turned blood red, as if they might drip blood. Kid, don't be rash. Flee now, it's not too late. We can return to take revenge another day. Xuanhuan's voice rang out, stopping Ouyang Yuye's retreating form. His jet-black eyes burned with fury as he spat out each word slowly and clearly. Is my brother. Before Xuanhuan could say anything else, Ouyang Yuye was already dashing forward, completely ignoring the deadly gust of wind right beside him. He reached the monkey and extended his hands, pulling the beast into his arms. Oh, seems you're sentimental after all. Then die together. Nangong Tian sneered coldly as his attack remained relentless, clearly intent on killing both Ouyang Yuye and the monkey. Raising his head to face the 10-foot-wide strike descending toward him, a glint of determination flickered in Ouyang Yuye's eyes. Listen well, Nangong trash. If my brother and I survive today, we will definitely step into your Nangong clan's territory and leave it littered with corpses. Hearing Ouyang Yuye's threat, Nangong Tian's heart was momentarily filled with unease, but this was instantly overtaken by a hideous expression. You won't get that chance. At that moment, suddenly a bright emerald light shield erupted from Ouyang Yuye's body, startling everyone as it intercepted the incoming attack. This dramatic twist left the entire crowd on edge. Xuanhuan. Yu Heng murmured, gazing at the bright emerald light shield surrounding Ouyang Yuye's body, visibly relieved. He believed that as long as Xuanhuan had intervened, it wouldn't be difficult for him to protect Ouyang Yuye. What the hell is that? Taken aback by the sudden twist, Nangong Tian's expression instantly turned grim, his face changing dramatically. He could sense an aura from the shield that was in no way inferior to that of an Earth Hun master. Without this master's permission, no one can touch him. This master advises you not to provoke me. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and leave. Ouyang Yuye lowered his gaze, and, hearing Xuanhuan's warning, didn't hesitate any further. He immediately picked up the monkey and darted away. Stay where you are. Letting out a cold shout, Nangong Tian raised his left palm and once again launched a massive flame hand toward Ouyang Yuye, who clearly wasn't allowed to leave so easily. Such an act of letting a tiger return to the mountains was something he would never tolerate. Clone. Ouyang Yuye barked, and instantly another identical figure shot forward, blocking the path of the flame hand and rushing to meet the incoming attack, trying to block it and buy more time to escape. Unfortunately, the clone's ability to withstand the strike was inherently limited. In merely an instant, it was incinerated into nothingness, while the flame palm didn't slow in the slightest before crashing down. Just as the massive flame palm struck downward once again, a sudden violent fluctuation echoed through the void. The solidified space split apart before the shocked gazes of the crowd, and then an equally massive black hand pierced through the void. With a sudden clenched grip, it crushed Nangong Tian's flame palm into an explosion of flame essence. Before Nangong Tian could demand answers, two figures slowly stepped forward from the xiuxian. Old Ghost Nangong. Picking on those without adults around, aren't you? Chapter 152. The end of the music, the dispersion of the crowd. Seeing his attack blocked, Nangong Tian's face instantly darkened, and his gaze toward the xiuxian where the giant hand had appeared carried a hint of seriousness. Nangong Tian, you've gone too far. As the voice rang out, two figures gradually emerged into view. They were two elderly men who appeared to be in their 50s. One of them had white hair and a youthful face, with a gentle, approachable look, wearing a simple green robe that gave off a kind and amiable aura. However, the faint, fluctuating waves of power radiating from him made everyone on the scene tense up. His expression was currently extremely grim, his gaze at Nangong Tian sharp and fierce. Beside him stood another old man who looked slovenly, his hair wild and unkempt, covering his forehead, with a foolishly happy-go-lucky look, completely out of place in the tense atmosphere. The sight of this bizarre appearance caused the onlookers around him to furrow their brows involuntarily. Upon seeing these two, several people, including Lin Song, bowed respectfully, their faces lighting up with joy. Greetings, Master Elders. It's Master Gu. Their actions immediately revealed the identities of the two, and soon after, gasps could be heard echoing. All eyes were flickering with excitement as they looked at the two who hovered in midair. In the Orland Academy, those honored with the title of Master could only be the four ancient masters from the primordial chaos era, and these four could be considered the true pinnacle existences in the Alan Empire. Each of them was a supreme expert, though most had only heard of their names, few had actually seen them with their own eyes. Now, these mysterious and reclusive high-level experts had appeared in Black Orland, causing onlookers nearby to gasp in amazement and exclaim in wonder. And if Ouyang Yuye had been here at this moment, he would have been astonished, because these two were none other than his deeply connected mentors, Master Gu and the crazy old man. Master. Just as Lin Song was about to speak, he saw Master Gu waving his hand. No need to say anything, I already know. Lin Song nodded and stepped back, visibly relieved. With Master Gu present, at least Ouyang Yuye would be safe. Gu Qiantian. Looking at Master Gu, who had blocked Ouyang Yuye's path, Nangong Tian's expression was extremely grim. Because of the interruption, Ouyang Yuye had long vanished. Master Gu, you are also a renowned elder in the Alan Empire. Attacking a junior isn't it beneath your status and inviting shame from outsiders? Master Gu glanced in the direction Ouyang Yuye had gone, speaking calmly to the man before him. Xiuxian, he killed my only son. Doesn't that give me reason enough? I have a deadly grudge against this kid. I advise you not to interfere, otherwise, even if I have to risk my life, I will settle things with you. Fairness? Haha, fairness is something you get when you're strong enough. You, hearing his own words echoed back at him. Nengongtian's face turned as purple as a pig's liver. He was so flustered he could not speak back, knowing too well that under the rule of power, fairness was essentially non-existent. In the Elijah continent, strength dictated the law, power alone defined right and wrong. That kid is my disciple, so you cannot touch him. Otherwise, Master Gu smiled lightly. Then his expression suddenly turned stern. With a simple flick of his right hand, a sharp gust of wind tore through the air. Its target, unmistakably, was Nengongtian. I originally had no intention of interfering, but your actions have truly gone too far. Seeing Master Gu suddenly attack, Nengongtian's face changed dramatically. Lightly stepping backward, he retreated rapidly, fingers flashing through a series of movements as colossal fiery palms slammed forward. After retreating several meters back, he barely managed to neutralize Master Gu's strike. His expression was now one of shock and fear. Get out! Seeing Master Gu's calm expression, Nengongtian's demeanor quickly shifted. His fist clenched tightly, his temple bulging with fury. Though boiling with rage, he dared not speak a word. Finally, after sending one last glare toward the direction Ouyang had disappeared, he stormed away, thoroughly disgruntled. For now, he would allow that boy to grow, but the true threat remained that insignificant little brat who had seemed as small as an ant in front of him. As the unexpected turn of events unfolded before them, the crowd murmured in astonishment. A powerful Earth-rank soul master had been so completely outmatched by Master Gu's casual strike, so utterly stripped of his previous dominance, finally fleeing in humiliation. Everyone could now see that Master Gu's strength had surely reached the peak of the world. At this thought, everyone gazed at Master Gu with expressions of shock. Only someone who had surely reached the peak of the sky-rank soul masters could accomplish such a feat. An expert of this caliber was a rare exception even in a third-tier dynasty, let alone in a mere second-tier empire like the Alan Empire, where even the imperial family would hold such a figure in great reverence. Yet such an incredible expert had been drawn here because of Ouyang, an idea undeniably difficult to accept. Moreover, outside Jade Hall at this moment, a gathering of supreme experts had formed, each randomly selected individual a Grandmaster-level Earth-ranked soul cultivator. Greetings, Master, greetings, Senior. Seeing Nengongtian's departure, Xuanhuan and the others quickly approached and respectfully bowed before Master Gu. Along with Ouyang, they knew the most deserving of veneration within Orland Academy was without doubt Master Gu, so their admiration for him was practically blind. Oh, it's you young ones. Looks like you've been doing quite well here in Black Orland. Master Gu glanced at Xuanhuan and the others, offering a slight smile as he nodded in approval. Master Gu, about brother Ouyang. No worries. At this, the crazy old man suddenly chimed in with a grin, glancing in the direction Ouyang had gone before adding. That way, if you pass through the jungle, you should arrive at the Alan Empire's border. Exactly. Should we go check it out? A hint of concern flashed across Master Gu's eyes as he asked, clearly indicating that his calm exterior barely concealed his inner turmoil. No need. Let's just treat it as his trial. If he can't even endure this, how can he become a great expert in the future? Besides, that kid has too many hidden strengths, some of which even I have never heard of before. He won't die easily. Also, don't forget there's still something inside him. You mean that soul consciousness? Precisely. I can feel that the consciousness must have belonged to someone extremely powerful in life, and it seems to get along well with that kid. So there's no need for worry. The crazy old man paused momentarily, then continued. Moreover, beyond here lies the Golden Summit Kingdom, which is a land of alchemy. Upon hearing this, Master Gu's eyes glimmered slightly. So you mean? Exactly. That kid's injuries are serious. It will take several months at least to recover. It would be perfect for him to refine his alchemical arts there. Better not to let them go to waste. As the crazy old man spoke, Master Gu indifferently nodded in agreement. He sighed slightly upon seeing Lin Xian sleeping in Su Shi's arms. Come back with me, Master Gu finally said after a period of silence, his tone full of non-refusal. This? Su Huang furrowed his brows, about to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Master Gu. What this and that? Enough, no more talking. The Academy's martial contest is approaching. You've lived here in Black Orland as part of your trial training. Since you've trained enough, naturally, it's time to return. Go back and cultivate yourselves, or otherwise the Soul Cultivation Institute will be left with no competent person to show. Plus, Su Huang, do you really want to lose your title of Chief Disciple? Master, actually we wanted to look for Brother Ouyang. As soon as Master Gu finished, Su Shi spoke up, visibly hesitating and stuttering slightly before finishing, his voice obviously weaker and less confident. What? Master Gu's sudden exclamation immediately startled Su Shi, making him flinch. Amid the barely concealed smirks of the others, Su Shi sheepishly nodded, looking dejectedly like a deflated rooster beside Master Gu. This caused even Master Gu to chuckle slightly. All right, no need to worry too much. He won't stay away long. At the very least, he won't miss the martial competition. That opportunity to defeat the branch schools, he'd never miss it. Smiling faintly as he thought of that young boy, drenched in blood yet refusing to bow his head, Master Gu mused. Indeed, worthy of being my disciple, Xiuxian. But how far you can go in these few months, young one, is entirely up to you. All right, let's go. Smiling briefly, he rose into the air amidst everyone's reverent gazes. Right behind him, Bo Xiong and others quickly followed. Lin Song gently took Lin Xian from Su Shi's arms. Before departing, he looked back at xuanhuan and the rest below and chuckled. You few can walk back yourselves. Consider it a test, haha. No way. Before Su Shi could even finish voicing his protests, Lin Song had already flown far away, leaving him no chance to complain. Let's go. You should have expected this anyway. Su Huang shrugged indifferently at Su Shi, then waved farewell to the crowd at Jade Hall and walked ahead in the direction of Orland Academy. Behind him, Su Wan, Su Shi, and others followed. As they departed, the gathered spectators scattered as well, though now visibly excited and delighted, chattering amongst themselves about the earlier breathtaking event. After all, such a scene was indeed rare in Black Orland, and after this battle, Ouyang Yuye's name had finally become widely known and renowned. As the crowd dispersed, Jade Hall once again sank into its usual tranquility. Watching the Jade Hall disciples cleaning up the area, Yu Heng fell into deep thought and remained silent for quite some time. Creak. The sound of a door opening interrupted the stillness. Ling Yu staggered out from the room. Her once pure and radiant expression now appeared somewhat haggard. Leaning against the doorframe, she gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Xiao Yu. He's gone. At these words, Yu Heng's body stiffened involuntarily. He offered a bitter smile and nodded silently. After receiving the confirmation, Ling Yu simply nodded without speaking further. She turned around and returned to her room, leaving only a cold door behind her. Don't take it to heart, Master. Perhaps Miss is just too overwhelmed with grief. She'll recover in time. Please don't worry, Master. Given Miss's maturity, she surely understands your predicament. Yes, Master. Perhaps Miss just needs some time to think. I guess that's all we can do. With a bitter smile, Yu Heng nodded and suddenly ordered, spread the word. Dispatch Jade Hall's outer disciples to locate Ouyang Yuye. Issue a reward notice from the sect, 1,000 taels of silver for any valuable information leading to Ouyang Yuye. And for whoever finds him, alive or finds his body, they shall be promoted as an honored elder regardless of their cultivation strength. They will enjoy all the privileges of an elder and may choose any martial arts technique the Jade Hall possesses. At Yu Heng's generous offer, Yushi trembled slightly, nodded in agreement, and hurriedly went to issue the announcement. Yu Heng's firm tone clearly indicated his determination to protect Ouyang Yuye openly. Looking at the bustling figures and glancing in the direction where Ouyang Yuye had departed, Yu Heng let out a long sigh. His expression carried a touch of helplessness and regret. Have I really made the wrong choice? Damn it, this feels terrible. This was Ouyang Yuye's first thought at the moment. With the remnants of his spiritual awareness, he vaguely recalled that he had apparently fled to a very distant place, but then collapsed from exhaustion. As he drifted in and out of unconsciousness, his consciousness remained hazy and confused, and his body was beyond his control. Only a thread of his soul consciousness floated aimlessly like a drifting plankton. Within the endless darkness, it seemed as if a massive vortex was attempting to suck his soul entirely inside. No matter how desperately he struggled, he could not break free. And with this struggle came a growing sense of emptiness in his body, until even the last trace of his awareness became blurred, as though he were about to fall into an eternal sleep. Am I going to die? As time passed, he didn't know how long. He felt himself drawing ever closer to that vortex, even sensing the nearby swirling maelstrom that reeked of the cycle of reincarnation. No, I'm not willing at all. His soul consciousness roared in protest, struggling intensely to break free from the overwhelming pull. However, the more he struggled, the more intense the weariness and helplessness from deep within overwhelmed him like a relentless tide, engulfing his nearly feeble awareness. Just as he thought he would be consumed entirely by exhaustion, suddenly, a beam of milky white light shot forth, piercing through the darkness. It coalesced into a radiant white sphere, wrapping around Ouyang Yuye's soul essence. At once, a warm sensation spread through him. As if brimming with powerful energy, the light erupted outward, smashing the vortex of reincarnation to pieces. All that remained was the endless void. Meanwhile, the previously faint consciousness, now nourished by the white sphere, gradually strengthened. In the end, he was able to vaguely perceive the condition of his physical body. Dimly, he sensed that someone must have rescued him and that someone had been taking care of him all along. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not fully awaken from his ethereal state. He remained trapped in this limbo for a long time. As time passed, his weakened soul consciousness gradually grew stronger, and even his long-lost physical functions started to recover. Finally, through some fortunate opportunity, he awakened completely. Ugh! In the darkness, a ray of light burst forth like a sword, tearing open the void, illuminating his awareness. At this moment, after a long dormancy, both his mind and body finally stirred back to life. With great effort, he pried open his heavy eyelids. The long-missed light flooded in, bringing with it a flood of memories. Everything that had happened before now returned, vividly, as if it were only yesterday. Aaron Kingdom, Heolan, Nangong Tian. He muttered softly, recalling those familiar moments, one after another, like a scroll unfurling in his mind, igniting a gleam of ferocity in Ouyang Yuye's murky eyes. Nangong, old dog, when I return, I will slaughter your entire family. He exhaled heavily, waiting until his blurred vision steadied completely before his gaze swept the surroundings. What met his eyes was a small but tidy room. Though narrow, it bore a faint pleasant fragrance lingering in the air, and seemed more like the bedroom of a woman. He reached out beside him, only to feel nothing but empty space. There was no sign of the monkey at all. Instantly, his heart clenched tightly, and his expression turned anxious. The monkey had already been gravely wounded. If it had gone missing, it would surely be in great danger. Thinking thus, he tried to sit up abruptly, but immediately, fatigue and intense internal pain surged again. The agonizing sensation caused him to grunt painfully. His weakened body slumped back onto the bed, and he sucked in a cold breath involuntarily, finally recalling that he himself was also gravely injured. When he looked inward, he realized the dire state of his insides. Multiple bones were broken, and his meridians were twisted. To his dismay, not even a thread of spiritual energy remained in his body. This kind of injury was truly terrifying. The only relief was that the myriad manifestation flask, which still hovered inside him, remained unscathed. He sighed in slight relief. However, the gentle white glow that surrounded it appeared significantly dimmer. Clearly, with such serious injuries, he couldn't recover fully in a short period of time. It would probably take about a month. He shook his head with a bitter smile. At least he was still alive. As long as life remained, injuries could be healed. Thinking about it, he frowned, suddenly remembering how, before he was about to be devoured by the reincarnation vortex, the myriad manifestation flask had forcibly pulled him back from the hands of death. A slight smile tugged at his lips. Looks like I owe you another favor again. Creak. Just then, the sudden sound of a door being pushed open startled Xuanhuan from his thoughts. He saw a head peeking through the doorway, a girl roughly his own age. At the sight of her, the corners of Xuanhuan's lips lifted slightly into a subtle, meaningful smile. Oh, you're awake. Seeing Xuanhuan conscious, the girl's face lit up with delight as she stepped in from outside, carrying a basin of clean water. Have you been taking care of me all this time? He nodded slightly with a smile. Vaguely, during his long period of unconsciousness, he had sensed someone constantly tending to him, and now it was clear who had done so. His tone was polite with gratitude. When my father and I were picking medicinal herbs in the forest near the Aran borderlands, we found you. We thought you still had a breath left, so we brought you along. Originally my father said you might need several months to wake up. I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Tisk. As she spoke, the girl pouted slightly with puzzlement, seemingly very confused, but this expression didn't remain on her delicate face for long. Soon it melted away like snow, returning once more to her earlier cheerful demeanor. Oh right, my name is Xuanhuan. Listening to her introduction, Xuanhuan smiled and nodded, though suddenly he seemed to recall something and asked, Oh, Xuanhuan, did you happen to see a monkey near me when you found me? A monkey? Xuanhuan blinked her eyes, then slowly nodded as she noticed the hopeful look on Xuanhuan's face. Yes, there was one, but my father is treating it right now. It was seriously injured. Don't worry though, my father is the best alchemical pharmacist in the town, so I think it'll be okay. But I also had my father look at your injuries. Xuanhuan continued with a look of sympathy. He said your meridians were all shattered, so even after recovery, you probably wouldn't be able to do any intense physical activity ever again. Hearing the monkey was safe, Xuanhuan sighed in relief. Yet upon hearing his own condition, he merely smirked slightly, seemingly unbothered. He certainly wasn't in good physical shape, but that was only from a commoner's point of view. He believed that as long as he could absorb soul energy into his body once again, he could gradually restore himself through it. That was the advantage of being a cultivator. As long as the injuries weren't fatal, they could be healed actively. Moreover, he still had one life-saving means, namely, the healing ability of the myriad manifestation flask. Although he didn't entirely understand exactly what triggered that particular function. Xuanhuan, may I ask where exactly this place is? Thinking this, Xuanhuan recalled his own situation. He seemed to have heard Xuanhuan mention Aran borderlands earlier. This place? It's a small town under the Jin dynasty, called xiuxian. Not sure if you've heard of it. The Jin dynasty? Xuanhuan blinked in surprise at this unfamiliar name. He vaguely felt that he had heard of the Jin dynasty before, somewhere familiar, though he didn't have much memory of it. He looked at Xuanhuan with confusion. Isn't this the Aran dynasty? The Aran dynasty? Xuanhuan suddenly chuckled and waved her hand. No, this place is very far from the Aran dynasty. Even a soul master flying through the air would likely take several days to reach there. So you're from the second-tier Aran dynasty? Then you really are far from home. Don't worry though, my father travels to its border region occasionally. Once you've recovered, we can send you back. Right now your body is very weak, so focus on healing first. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan smiled faintly, a subtle sense of inexplicable loss welling up in his heart at the realization he had left the Aran dynasty behind. However, he quickly adjusted his mood. Well then, since he was here, he would settle in. After all, he definitely intended to return to the Aran dynasty eventually. For now, cultivating until he was stronger before going back was actually a safer choice. At least he wouldn't have to risk being chased again immediately upon his return. Ever since that previous incident, Xuanhuan had increasingly come to understand the importance of strength. Just as Nangong Tian had said, reason itself requires sufficient power to carry it. Watching Xuanhuan's expression shift constantly, Xuanhuan blinked her large black eyes, puzzled. She reached out and waved her hand before his eyes, letting out a soft giggle. Hey, you aren't scared stiff, are you? Startled by the girl's teasing, Xuanhuan snapped back to his senses, smiling and shaking his head. No, I'm fine. My name is Xuanhuan. I sincerely thank you for your kind rescue, Mississippi. Xuanhuan genuinely felt a sense of warmth toward the girl. If it weren't for her, he might have already been a corpse left to rot in the wilderness, and whether he would have had the chance to wake up again was uncertain indeed. No need to be so formal. Here, now that you're awake, I don't have to feed you myself anymore. Drink that and then change into these, Lin said, pointing at the bowl of soup beside the bed, then handing him a set of clean clothes. When I first saw you all covered in blood, I thought you were all ready. Lin stuck her tongue out playfully as she spoke, her delicate expression making Ouyang Yuya chuckle softly. His previously gloomy mood lightened considerably. After watching Ouyang Yuya finish changing, Lin couldn't help but whistle. Didn't expect you to look so handsome. Ouyang Yuya looked back at her with a helpless smile, slightly exasperated by her antics. However, with a casual glance, he suddenly sensed faint ripples of soul energy emanating from her body. Although carefully concealed, he still detected them. He suddenly asked, "Are you also a cultivator?" "Yes, of course. Almost everyone in this town is a cultivator. I'm a second-rank alchemical pharmacist." As Lin spoke, a proud expression filled her face. However, in the next instant, she suddenly stood up from her seat in alarm. "Oh no, I'm going to be late again. Ugh, I'll get scolded again. Anyway, you rest well. I'll make sure meals are brought to you on time. I'll come back and find you later." Watching Lin dash out in a flurry, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed his current situation wasn't so bad after all. Chapter 154 Jihao. Who? A wisp of white breath slowly exhaled from his mouth, and Ouyang Yuya's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, a faint glimmer of sharp light flickering within his pitch-black pupils. After finishing his cultivation, Ouyang Yuya examined his condition internally. Thanks to days of constant training and recovery, his injuries had clearly improved. Though it would be some time before he returned to peak condition, having some hope was better than none. He believed that at this recovery rate, in about another 10 days or so, he would regain about half of his former strength. Thinking about this, he nodded in satisfaction. During these past few days after stabilizing his injuries and finishing his cultivation routine, he had gone to check on the monkey and also met Lin's father. The Chen family was truly admirable. Everyone had shown great concern over the monkey's injuries, warming Ouyang Yuya's heart. And after his training, Lin often came to sit with him and chat. Through these several days of conversation, Ouyang finally pieced together a general understanding of the Golden Cauldron dynasty. The Golden Cauldron dynasty was perhaps the most unusual among many dynasties, primarily because its practitioners were all alchemists, with no other forms of cultivation existing alongside. In this dynasty, only alchemy was truly accepted, and even the academies were established specifically to train promising alchemists. That's how the Golden Cauldron dynasty got its name. When Ouyang first heard about this, he had been quite surprised. Yet soon afterward, his surprise gave rise to a wild idea, which prompted him to decisively claim to Lin, who had asked about his cultivation profession, that he himself was also an alchemist, just that his rank was unclear. Even now, he still remembered vividly how furiously Lin had exploded in anger back then. "You're an alchemist too? Hey, what does your sulfuretted cannon look like? Let me see it." "What? You don't even have a sulfuretted cannon?" Thinking about this now, Ouyang Yuya felt a wave of helplessness. Not that he didn't want to show Lin, but that the blood drinker Wolf Fong was too sensitive a secret to reveal, even to himself. Just then, a sudden sound reached his ears as the door was pushed open, and he saw Lin stepping inside, her hands behind her back. "Don't you know you're supposed to knock before entering?" Looking at the girl casually sitting beside the chair, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help showing his exasperation. "This is my room. Didn't you know that the master doesn't need to knock?" Ouyang, caught off guard by this counter-question, was momentarily at a loss for words and simply chose not to reply. "Well then, can you leave now?" "Really going, huh?" Lin looked at him suspiciously, trying to detect the slightest trace of hesitation or uncertainty in his expression. However, Ouyang's eyes were like deep still ponds, unreadable and revealing nothing. "Of course, unless there's any rule against it." "Not really, but the mentor is quite old-fashioned, so I'm afraid he might give you a hard time on your first day," said Lin with a look of mild anxiety on her face. Clearly someone who had once suffered similar treatment. "I don't care much about that. As long as I can improve my alchemy skills, nothing else really matters. Besides, my body has nearly recovered. See for yourself." Ouyang answered, punching the air, creating a crisp whistle of wind, a demonstration not without merit. Lin had no rebuttal. "Well then, just remember to listen to me later on, or don't blame me for not warning you." Grumbling helplessly, Lin continued. Seeing Ouyang nod, she tossed him a set of clothing. "While there, avoid disputes with others. Those people are not to be trifled with. This is the Academy's special uniform. Wear it for now. We'll switch it for a better-fitting one when we find one." Ouyang said nothing but quickly changed into the clothes and followed Lin out. As they stepped through the doorway, basking in the sunlight, a comfortable feeling washed over him, and he couldn't help but let out a contented sigh. Being cooped up inside for nearly a month would make anyone go a little moldy if they didn't get out now and then. Leaving the courtyard where Lin lived, he realized the town of xiuxian was, in terms of scale, actually larger than his own Shanjing town. In fact, it was nearly the same size as Haoran City. No wonder it belonged to a third-grade dynasty. Such a scale was something the second-grade dynasties simply couldn't match. Look, going forward is where the academy is located. It's basically just a private school, guided by a fourth-grade alchemy mentor. Hearing Lin's introduction, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but frown. Why would there be a school like this? "Actually, it's quite simple," Lin said with a casual shrug. "The Alchemy Academy in the Golden Cauldron dynasty is definitely the best place to study. Next comes the Gene Academy. The current cultivation training is meant to prepare for qualifying to study at the academy. But because the number of spots is limited, each town is assigned a mentor. Basically, it's a selection process." Ouyang Yuya nodded with sudden understanding and asked, How would you rank yourself in terms of strength? Without a doubt, I'd be among the top 3. Chunlin seemed proud as she puffed out her chest, a subtle curve visible in her already matured figure. Ouyang couldn't help but swallow hard, though he managed to hide the action quite discreetly. Unaware of it, as she basked in her pride, she smugly patted Ouyang's shoulder like a seasoned senior master. Of course, you shouldn't lose heart. Although your starting point is slightly lower than others, with hard work, you can still find a decent job as a guard in town. Come on, hurry up, or we'll be late. Watching Chunlin bounce away happily, Ouyang wiped his nose awkwardly and chuckled. I really got labeled as a useless waste after all. As they continued walking, Ouyang's curious gaze over the xiuxian town prompted Chunlin to naturally take on the role of guide. Wherever Ouyang's eyes turned, Chunlin's words swiftly followed, eagerly introducing every detail and even hinting at some of the town's secrets. Ouyang secretly marveled at how even Lingyu's eloquence might pale in comparison to Chunlin's gift for talking. But as he thought of Lingyu, Ouyang's expression instantly clouded with a heavy wave of guilt settling deep in his heart. Noticing Ouyang's sudden change in demeanor, Chunlin correctly guessed he was remembering something painful and wisely kept quiet. The rest of the trip was quite silent. Okay, here we are. At Chunlin's words, Ouyang's attention snapped to the building before him. A grand courtyard with a tall brown signboard hanging overhead, embossed with four golden words, Scholar's Family Heritage. It truly looked like a proper academy. Come on, don't just stand there looking. Get in already. At Chunlin's urging, Ouyang nodded and suddenly halted as he saw her returning toward him again. What's wrong? You have to promise me one thing. Seeing the rare seriousness on Chunlin's face, Ouyang grew grave as well and solemnly nodded. Go ahead. No matter what anyone says later, please don't act recklessly, okay? Why? Just don't ask so many questions. Just tell me if you agree or not. All right. Ouyang thought for a moment and nodded. In truth, he had no desire to get involved in unnecessary trouble, especially not in this unfamiliar place. He also didn't want to cause Chunlin any trouble, having received such warm hospitality from her family in these past few days. Unless someone was intentionally asking for it, he wouldn't start any conflict. Seeing Ouyang agree, Chunlin visibly relaxed. Great. Just remember, if you don't behave yourself, on the way back I won't bring you home. I'll leave you homeless. Hearing Chunlin's half-threat, Ouyang simply smiled and nodded. All right, let's go. As soon as the pair entered, they found themselves in a wide courtyard already crowded with people. Ouyang noticed that most of them were dressed similarly to himself and nodded quietly. These must be the mentor's apprentices. Most eye-catching, however, were the many groups engaged in fierce combat, each surrounded by spectators. Cheers and gasps rang out as martial arts techniques erupted in waves. The mentor usually assigns tasks based on each apprentice's level, and once they're completed, they can come to the backyard for sparring matches. Things like this happen all the time. As the master says, true combat requires real experience. Otherwise, even if one has great strength, they won't know how to use it properly. Seeing the curiosity in Ouyang's eyes, Chunlin explained. Ouyang nodded thoughtfully, now somewhat interested in meeting this previously unknown mentor. At least in this regard, the man was right. Ouyang himself had plenty of experience to confirm this. Take the example of Orium Academy and Black Orium. Without exaggeration, Nansheng, who he crippled, had been a Soul Ascendant 4th Order expert, but compared to the thorny challenge of the Three Serpent King, who was only half a step into the Soul Ascendant stage, there was a world of difference in real battle effectiveness. Anyway, you'll have plenty more chances like this. For now, let me take you to see the mentor. He'll determine what cultivation style suits you best. Ouyang nodded, but just as he was about to move, he suddenly saw Chunlin's steps halt abruptly. Facing her stood a rather refined-looking man, surrounded by a considerable number of disciples like stars circling the moon, clearly indicating the man's high status. Seeing this scene, Ouyang couldn't help but frown slightly and sighed inwardly. Trouble has finally come after all. Jihao, I need to see the mentor now. Please step aside, Chunlin said with a slight frown as she saw the man. Oh, Chunlin, you've brought another person back again, Jihao remarked mockingly. Not that I mean to interfere, but our academy already has more than enough people. Yet you keep bringing in strays like cats and dogs. The last one had his leg broken, and now you've brought back another. What's the matter? Do you think this place is a pet boarding center? Hearing Jihao's unmistakable sarcasm, Chunlin's pretty face flushed red. Jihao, please watch your language. Oh, doesn't sound nice? Jihao sneered, glancing at Ouyang standing behind Chunlin. Brother, are you planning to hide behind a woman forever? Huh. At Jihao's laughter, the surrounding disciples also burst into mocking laughter, their tones full of ridicule. Ouyang expression darkened slightly. Gripping Chunlin's hand lightly under his sleeve, he whispered, let's go. It's not worth getting angry with such a bunch of trash. All right. Chunlin nodded and turned to leave, only to see Jihao step forward to block their path. His gaze toward Ouyang was filled with menace. Brat, do you dare say that again? Humph. Ouyang snorted coldly, just about to speak, when suddenly his sleeve tightened. He turned to see Chunlin shaking her head at him. Sighing softly, he swallowed back his retort. Hiding behind a woman like a coward, huh? Too scared to speak up? What do you want? Seeing Jihao's relentless provocation, Ouyang expression grew dark. Very simple, Jihao said with a cold smile. Let's make a wager. I wonder if you dare accept. What kind of bet? Humph, I won't even bully you. If you can withstand 5 moves from me, I'll leave. If you can't, you leave instead. How about that? Jihao smirked at Ouyang his eyes clouded with sinister intent. In his mind, Ouyang would certainly refuse unless he had lost his mind. Yet soon enough, he saw Ouyang Yuye smile slightly, then take a step forward, his expression calm under Ji Hao's darkening gaze. Then it's you who'll be leaving. Chapter 155 Conflict. As soon as Ouyang Yuye finished speaking, a murmur spread through the crowd. The gazes directed at him were filled with disdain and sarcasm, as if he were a fool. Obviously, they thought Ouyang Yuye was talking nonsense. Even Chun Lin's expression tightened suddenly, as she tugged Ouyang Yuye's sleeve slightly. Don't be impulsive, she whispered. Ji Hao has already reached the 2nd grade in alchemy, and his element is water, placing him in the top 3 here. Even I am not his match. Listening to Chun Lin's introduction, Ouyang Yuye simply smiled slightly, making no comment. He had always believed in the principle that if others didn't provoke him, he wouldn't provoke others. However, for such blatant provocation, Ji Hao's mere 2nd grade alchemy skills wouldn't be enough to stop him. Kid, you're asking for death. Ji Hao's eyes darkened as he saw Ouyang Yuye stepping forward slowly. Start. Without heeding Ji Hao's mocking words, Ouyang Yuye turned his head toward Chun Lin. Can I borrow your sulfurian cannon for a moment? Chun Lin gritted her teeth, then shook her head helplessly before tossing the sulfurian cannon to him. Be careful. But as soon as she spoke, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. From what she had seen in these past few days, Ouyang Yuye's strength wasn't much, especially with his wounds still unhealed. She honestly doubted he had the power to match Ji Hao. Though arrogant, Ji Hao's actual strength was formidable, and only someone like Yun Tian could rival him. As the saying goes, news travels fast. This minor conflict quickly drew a crowd of disciples watching with interest. Even the fierce battling groups had paused their fights, watching Ouyang Yuye and Ji Hao with curious expressions. Within moments, the area was packed with spectators, but most of them looked at Ouyang Yuye with pity. Naturally, this further fueled Ji Hao's arrogance as he sneered at the calm Ouyang Yuye, clearly envisioning Ouyang's defeat. If you're looking for death, I'll oblige. Let me teach you how to behave. As soon as Ji Hao finished speaking, he twisted his right wrist, producing a sulfurian cannon of pale blue water. The moment the cannon appeared, the air grew moist. No doubt, his 2nd grade alchemy is taking shape. Ji Hao's power has clearly improved. Yeah, perhaps only Yun Tian could suppress him. That kid is in for it. Ignoring the whispers from the crowd, Ouyang Yuye took Chun Lin's sulfurian cannon. Its fire affinity happened to suit him well, and took out previously prepared fire element crystals. Facing Ji Hao, tension between them mounted rapidly. Kid, I admire your courage, but you picked the wrong person to challenge. Enough talk. Fight. Ji Hao gave a sneering nod at Ouyang Yuye's tone, his face suddenly contorted with savagery. Dashing forward, he flicked the sulfurian cannon, releasing streams of watery light shooting fiercely toward Ouyang Yuye. Ouyang Yuye snorted coldly, immediately charging forward without hesitation, the last bit of residual soul force within him pouring into the sulfurian cannon. With a resonant hum, it shot forth multiple trails of fiery red light, but not aimed at the water projectiles. Instead, they targeted Ji Hao directly, who was rushing toward him, ignoring the deadly attack heading his way. Ouyang Yuye's fearless attack momentarily startled Ji Hao. Seeing the approaching fire, Ji Hao's face shifted abruptly, his figure halting mid-lunge and immediately retreating without hesitation. A white light shield suddenly appeared before Ouyang Yuye, blocking Ji Hao's water attacks completely. Without giving Ji Hao any chance to breathe, Ouyang Yuye darted forward abruptly. The sulfurian cannon vibrated as it fired round after round, covering all Ji Hao's vital points, instantly stripping him of his initiative. From the initial exchange, Ouyang could sense Ji Hao's strength was on par with the previous Teng Kuei. Thus, against such an opponent, the key was seizing control first. In an emergency, Ji Hao gave up on attacking, roaring out as his sulfurian cannon surged, forming a watery shield before him, blocking the incoming fire. Now, he looked at Ouyang Yuye with none of the earlier contempt, replaced entirely by seriousness. Evidently, Ouyang's performance had earned his attention and caution. So you do have some skill. But this isn't enough. Ji Hao smirked coldly as a sudden blue light appeared on his wrist. With his rising aura, Ouyang Yuye's expression finally changed. A soul ring. The moment Ji Hao activated his soul core, Ouyang Yuye darted forward swiftly, placing a crystal into the sulfurian cannon. With a quick shake, the cannon once again unleashed a barrage of fiery red streaks surging toward Ji Hao, roaring through the air. Bang, 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 bang. With a wave of his hand, Ji Hao transformed the sulfurian cannon into a water shield, blocking the incoming attacks. Now reinforced by the power of his soul core, Ji Hao's defenses and strikes had become even more formidable. Ouyang Yuye's blows could barely leave any real mark. As the attacks were deflected, Ji Hao sneered coldly and snapped his fingers. A triangular-shaped crystal was hurled into the sulfurian cannon. Immediately, a remarkably intense fluctuation rippled out from the cannon. For the first time, Ouyang Yuye's expression changed. Massive waves of immense power radiated from Ji Hao's sulfurian cannon, drawing nearby water elements in a frenzied rush. An oppressive and stifling aura filled the air. Before Ji Hao had even fully unleashed his technique, the surrounding disciples let out startled cries. One by one, they quickly retreated, allowing the surging fluctuations to intensify unchecked. Ouyang Yuye, be careful. Chun Lin tightened her grip, shouting urgently. Such a fluctuation was clearly beyond the realm of second-grade crystals. That could only mean this attack carried power comparable to a third-grade crystal, an awe-inspiring force for disciples like them, who were still at the soul cultivator stage. Third grade, huh? A flicker of recognition passed through Ouyang Yuye's eyes as his brows slightly lifted. Though not unfamiliar with such a force, he showed no sign of fear. After all, he had witnessed much greater dangers. In terms of sheer danger, this might not even rival a single strike from Nangong Tian. Troublesome indeed. Letting out a soft sigh, Ouyang Yuya suddenly formed strange seals with both hands. A peculiar ripple emanated from within his body. Asking for death. Observing Ouyang's movement, Ji Hao's eyes narrowed sharply. The barrel of his sulfurian cannon began spinning rapidly, condensing into a massive wave the size of a bowl, roaring outward with devastating force. The power sent shockwaves through the crowd. 1,000 layers of waves. With a low shout, Ji Hao released the wave, which surged forward like a torrential dragon wrapping tightly around Ouyang Yuya's figure. Swirling in a ring formation, the wave steadily closed in, its spiral motion visibly tightening. It appeared intent on crushing Ouyang Yuya alive. With a deafening boom, the wave suddenly compressed, engulfing Ouyang Yuya in its tightening grasp. The raw power gouged a deep, inch-wide trench into the ground, sending up a thick cloud of dust that obscured everyone's vision. Silence fell over the battlefield as the attack settled. All gazes locked onto the standing figure of Ji Hao, eyes wide with fear. Then they turned toward the dust-laden area, their expressions filled with sympathy. Most believed that even if Ouyang survived, he would be grievously injured. Even they would struggle against such a move, let alone someone like Ouyang Yuya who hadn't even formed a soul core. Ji Hao, you've gone too far. Realizing this, Chun Lin flushed with anger, her face turning red as her body trembled. Simply a matter of being inferior in skill. If he's to blame anyone, it's himself. Ji Hao replied with a cold snort, but his expression abruptly changed. He quickly leapt back, just as a black beam slashed through the spot where he had stood. The suddenness of it made him break into a cold sweat, his face instantly darkening. Seems you rejoiced too early. As the dust settled, a figure calmly stepped forward, undoubtedly Ouyang Yuya. Surprisingly, he looked completely unharmed, as if Ji Hao's attack had never touched him. Seeing the tension on Ji Hao's face, Ouyang Yuya shook his head lightly. Suddenly vanishing from his spot, he reappeared right before Ji Hao, a slight smirk forming on his lips at the look of shock on Ji Hao's face. I said, you're the one who should be leaving. With that, Ouyang Yuya swung his sulfurian cannon straight toward Ji Hao's neck. A loud, heavy thud echoed as Ji Hao was caught completely off guard. His body flew backward in an instant, crashing heavily to the ground beneath the astonished eyes of the watching disciples. Seeing Ji Hao struck down like that, everyone turned toward Ouyang Yuya with looks of profound shock. Standing there, Ouyang casually held the sulfurian cannon like it was nothing more than a firewood stick. The sight left the onlookers with uneasy expressions, mouths twitching uncomfortably. You're insulting alchemy itself. Ji Hao awkwardly climbed to his feet from the ground, the clear wound on his neck making everyone swallow hard. Victory decides everything. As for your nonsense about insult, Ouyang Yuya suddenly laughed as he looked at Ji Hao, though the smile appeared terrifyingly sinister. Sorry, I don't care. As Ouyang Yuya spoke, he lifted the sulfurian cannon and stepped forward again, clearly indicating that the fight was far from over. Excellent. I like this young fellow's words. Suddenly, a loud laughter rang out, as an elderly man with white beard strode forward from the crowd. The look in his eyes scanning Ouyang Yuya was filled with astonishment. Senior instructor. The disciples respectfully bowed as the elder arrived. Ouyang Yuya also saluted respectfully upon noticing the man. No need for such formality. The old man chuckled, then looked at Ouyang Yuya and asked, you're the one wanting to learn alchemy, right? That's right. Ouyang Yuya, greet you respectfully, senior. The elder nodded, glancing at Chun Lin and Ji Hao. He said, you three come with me to the backyard. The rest of you may disperse. After saying that, the old man turned to leave first. Ji Hao, throwing a venomous glare toward Ouyang Yuya, followed suit. Let's go, Chun Lin said to Ouyang Yuya, who appeared somewhat stunned. Yet, as if hesitating to ask something else, she remained silent for quite a while before finally whispering. Hey, how did you block that attack just now? Seeing Chun Lin's excited expression, Ouyang Yuya chuckled, shook his head, and raised his right fist to wave it around. He started walking faster without saying more, leaving Chun Lin stomping her foot in frustration before reluctantly following along. Chapter 156, My Apologies. The backyard of the academy is a private, restricted area belonging to the academy. Normally, it is used for gatherings or dealing with minor daily affairs. Unless specifically permitted by a mentor, disciples generally don't come here without reason, for it's a private domain where peering into things you shouldn't might lead to unpredictable consequences. Engaging in unauthorized duels within the academy, and even using third-tier crystals? The rules are clearly getting looser by the day. Internal conflicts like this make it seem as if I've raised a pack of bandits. In the backyard of the academy, an old man with white whiskers sat upright on the central stone chair, glaring with fury at the three people standing before him. Ouyang Yuya, Ji Hao, and Chun Lin. He slammed his palm heavily onto the stone table beside him, creating a crisp, vibrating buzz. Master, please calm down. It was our recklessness, and we failed to consider the consequences. Ji Hao quickly spoke, his body trembling slightly upon hearing the old man's anger. He now wore a completely different demeanor, humble and apprehensive, compared to his previous arrogance. Even Chun Lin's pretty face turned somewhat pale, her lips tightly bitten as she stood silently staring at the old man, though her clenched fists betrayed the turmoil in her heart. Among the three, the calmest was undoubtedly Ouyang Yuya. In his opinion, Even if there were any wrongdoings, it was Ji Hao who acted first, and thus had nothing to do with him as a new arrival. Seizing this moment, Ouyang Yuya finally had a chance to carefully examine the old man. Quite an interesting little fellow. Seeing Ouyang Yuya observing him, the old man suddenly smiled and asked, "May I ask, young man, why you wish to learn alchemy?" "To become strong." Ouyang Yuya replied almost immediately. "Oh." The old man blinked. Then his eyes lit up slightly with curiosity as he continued. "And in your view, what is strength?" "Strength is defeating every enemy that blocks your path forward." Ouyang Yuya replied in the same calm tone, showing no other emotion. Yet as his voice faded, he noticed the old man's expression darken slightly, causing Chun-Lin beside him to tense visibly. She tugged anxiously at Ouyang Yuya's sleeve and whispered, "Don't speak recklessly." But before she could finish speaking, she saw the old man waving his hand at her with a slight smile. No harm done. Straightforwardness is admirable." The sudden pleasant smile on the old man's face caused Ouyang Yuya to unconsciously purse his lips inwardly, silently musing that indeed, just as Chun-Lin warned, this old man's temper was truly capricious. When they learned under me, I asked each one a question like this. Their answers, though varied, were generally similar in meaning. Only two had truly different responses. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuya arched his eyebrows in slight surprise, this time truly puzzled, having never expected that there was someone else who shared similar ideals with him. Although your answer carries an air of defiance, it bears a resemblance to Yun Tian's nature. Haha, but it's correct nonetheless. Cultivators indeed require such defiance. Thank you for enlightening me, Ouyang Yuya said, slightly bowing towards the old man. He was even more intrigued by the name Yun Tian mentioned by the old man. Previously, when fighting with Ji Hao, that was the name he heard most often. Yet he also deeply resonated with the old man's words. In a world that revered strength, those who were timid and cautious would only suffer bullying, with nobody showing pity to the weak. You may certainly learn alchemy from me, and I promise not to disappoint you. However, just as Ouyang Yuya was lost in thought, the abrupt change in the old man's tone caught his attention instantly. He couldn't help thinking inwardly that things wouldn't be so simple after all, shaking his head ruefully. After the incident where he was hunted down by Nangong Tian, he came to understand the weakness of his current abilities. Perhaps among his generation he might be unstoppable, but once facing powerful opponents, the massive gap in strength rendered even his most cherished and prided asset, his alchemical skills, completely ineffective. It was through this bitter experience that he truly grasped his inadequacies. However, he soon realized the core issue. He could be considered barely knowledgeable in alchemy, knowing only what he had learned after reading that alchemical abstract. But those were just theories, and he had not grasped them thoroughly. Therefore, compared to those who had received professional training like Tung Kuei, the gap was clearly visible. When facing someone in battle, it's technique that matters rather than reckless fighting. In the end, he also acknowledged that what he truly lacked was technique. Right now, he probably couldn't even match the earlier version of xiuxian. That's why, upon learning there was a place in town to train in alchemy, he proposed they come here to study together. He believed that once he mastered the techniques, with his numerous powerful crystals, even if he met an opponent like Nangong Tian again, he might not be able to defeat him, but at least escaping wouldn't be a problem, nor would he be pushed into such a desperate situation again. Watching Ouyang Yuya's expression shift with uncertainty, the old man smiled faintly and seemed to guess his thoughts. Have you ever heard that every disciple here has daily tasks to fulfill? Ouyang Yuya gave a slight nod. I've heard something about it. The old man nodded with a smile. Becoming my disciple isn't something just anyone can do. At the very least, one must possess talent and ability that impress me. So for newcomers, I always set a trial, though the difficulty isn't that high. Well, how about it? Shouldn't be a problem, right? Seeing the old man smiling, Ouyang Yuya merely gave a dry smile, not expressing agreement nor denial. His own strength, he suspected, was already known by the elder. If he couldn't even pass a test, then it must mean this old man's standards were too high. Thinking back on what Chun-Lin said earlier only filled him with helplessness. Just as she said, this eccentric mentor was truly giving him a harsh welcome indeed, and now it seemed that the welcome wasn't mild at all. With a helpless shake of his head, he muttered to himself that when under another's roof, one must follow another's rules. With that thought, he no longer hesitated and took a step forward, calmly meeting the old man's gaze. All right, haha, bold indeed. Of course, I won't rip you off either, old man that I am. As long as you pass, how about I give this to you? Actually, this trial of mine is no bad thing for you. With a slight smile, the old man flipped his palm. A ripple of energy spread outward, and Ouyang Yuya could sense a faint wave shimmering in his palm. As it stabilized, it gradually coalesced into a brown jade scroll. Huangshe. Just as Ouyang Yuya was puzzled by what he was seeing, he suddenly heard Chun-Lin and Ji Hao beside him exclaim in astonishment almost simultaneously. Their eyes shone with excitement as they looked at the brown jade scroll resting in the old man's palm. Huangshe. Seeing their expressions, Ouyang Yuya's heart stirred, and he shot a questioning look toward Chun-Lin. Huangshe is a kind of energy crystal. It said its essence is somewhat similar to soul force, and when used, it can boost one's soul cultivation. Moreover, the energy seems even purer than soul force. However, the greatest benefit of Huangshe is that it can refine one's physical body. This kind of item is extremely rare and hard to come by. Normally, we'd only get a single piece after a significant breakthrough. Never would I have imagined you'd be offered such an opportunity the moment you arrived. Quickly take it. Can refine the physical body. Seeing Chun-Lin's excited expression, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but smile faintly. Looking at the huangshe in the old man's palm, he couldn't hide his interest either. If it really had such effects, then he should make a move for it. Leaving other benefits aside, even just this body-refining property was sufficient enough to attract him. As is well known, the more powerful one's physical body, the broader one's meridians expand, and that would be extremely beneficial for storing soul force in the future as a soul cultivator. Let's hear the conditions then. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. Such a good item wouldn't come without conditions. He wouldn't believe that himself, so he got straight to the point. It's simple. If you want it, just come take it yourself. The old man smiled slightly. As his voice faded, a mighty surge of soul force spread outward, and a formidable oppressive aura instantly expanded to cover the entire space. Under this pressure, the expressions of Xiuxian and the others immediately turned serious. They quickly retreated without hesitation, leaving the pressure's range, and focused all their gazes on Xuanhuan. Everyone knew this was the old man testing his strength. Oh, feeling the overwhelming pressure released by the old man, Xuanhuan's expression changed too, and his eyes showed seriousness. Under such oppressive force, even his legs felt like they were filled with lead, making movement difficult. So is this the trial? Xuanhuan shook his heavy limbs, and a faint arc curled at the corner of his lips. Humph. Feeling the overwhelming pressure rushing toward him, Xuanhuan suddenly let out a low snort, and his soul force burst forth as well, condensing into a similar aura in an attempt to block that formidable pressure head-on. Just as the old man thought Xuanhuan would give up, he saw the young man's stiffened body suddenly move. Then, he watched as Xuanhuan steadily planted his feet down, one step after another, each footfall producing a deep, dull sound. And with each sound, it seemed as if the earth itself trembled slightly. Though heavy, his footsteps advanced without hesitation or pause. Under Xiuxian and Chunlin's astonished gazes, his body pressed forward steadily. Even the old man sitting on the chair couldn't help but show a flicker of delight in his eyes, followed by a faint gleam hidden deep within his pupils. Thud, thud, thud. Each footstep echoed in everyone's hearts. Though the distance was only a few steps, it felt as if he had walked for a long time. Finally, under the old man's astonished gaze, Xuanhuan stepped forward and grabbed the huangshe from the palm of the elder's hand. He looked up, flashing a grin at the old man and revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. Sorry, you'll have to excuse me. Chapter 157, Wilderness Stone. Thank you. Xuanhuan smiled lightly, testing the weight of the wilderness stone in his hand. She gave the old man a bright smile before suddenly exerting force with her right palm, forcibly extracting a thread of energy from the wilderness stone and injecting it into her body. It was clear she also wanted to test its effects. Woo-woo. Under the suction of her palm, streams of brown energy immediately entered her body. As the sound of howling winds filled the air, the moment the energy entered her system, Xuanhuan could feel her damaged meridians and bones resonating as if they were drawing in this energy to repair themselves. However, before the energy could be fully absorbed, an abnormally strong force suddenly surged forward, robbing the energy that was already wrapping around her meridians. What the hell? Xuanhuan cursed angrily, but soon his expression turned to shock. Even his body stiffened, for he realized that this mysterious force that had seized the energy was the enigmatic wilderness heart within him. Xuanhuan had never fully understood the capabilities of his wilderness heart. He only knew it was a place to store wilderness energy. He never imagined it possessed such terrifying strength. At this moment, under the influence of the wilderness stone, the wilderness heart exhibited an unusual fluctuation for the first time, attempting forcefully to replace the soul energy. It appeared that within the power of the wilderness stone, there was something that deeply intrigued it. After forcefully suppressing the surging agitation, Xuanhuan's previously smiling demeanor vanished completely. He merely bowed slightly to the old man before rushing out, completely ignoring the feelings of the three people present. What a strange fellow. The old man shook his head with a smile as he watched Xuanhuan's rapidly vanishing figure. It seems he already knows the properties of the wilderness stone. Master, are we really just going to give the wilderness stone to him? Humph, if you have the ability, you can take it yourself. This. Reprimanded by the old man, Xiuxian chuckled sheepishly, but said nothing more. He knew his own limits. If he had been the one to go forward earlier, he probably wouldn't have lasted nearly as long. After all, the master's cold welcome had almost become a tradition. This was only the second time someone had walked away without suffering any loss. Enough, don't always scramble for useless attention. The regional assembly competition is approaching. You all need to prepare yourselves. Once Yuntian emerges, you will go to the capital city for the preliminary trials. This competition not only affects our xiuxian town's ranking and resource allocation, but also will be observed by mentors from the Refinement Academy and Golden Academy. So it is very important to you. After returning from the academy, Xuanhuan immediately locked himself in his room to recover from his injuries. Through constant cultivation, his originally grave injuries finally began showing signs of improvement. As his meridians repaired themselves, the amount of soul energy his body could contain increased greatly. This was undeniably good news for him. Xuanhuan sat cross-legged on the bed, holding a brown jade slip in his hand. Every once in a while, threads of brownish energy would surge out from the wilderness stone and flow into his body. As the last strand entered his body, the jade slip finally shattered into a pile of powder. Xuanhuan slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. A flash of brilliant light gleamed momentarily, but soon disappeared into the depths of his pupils. Taking a deep breath and looking at the wilderness stone dust that had vanished into the air, a fiery gleam flickered in his eyes. As Chunlin had said, Through this cultivation, he learned that the wilderness stone indeed contained highly pure energy, which had a stabilizing effect on his meridians and bones. If that were all, it would hardly interest him so much. What fascinated him most was that the energy within the wilderness stone was, in fact, wilderness energy. Although the concentration of wilderness energy within it was extremely low, it was better than nothing. It was a well-known fact that wilderness energy no longer existed in the current atmosphere. So unless one had reached the stage where wilderness energy and soul energy could be converted into each other, these so-called wilderness stones were the only source for continuing his stock of wilderness energy. Perhaps ordinary cultivators wouldn't know the origin of wilderness energy, but he was its master. If his speculation was correct, there must be large quantities of such wilderness stones. He just didn't know where they might be. If he could find some, it would greatly benefit his cultivation. With this thought, he decided that next time he got the chance, he would certainly ask his master about the origin of this substance. At this moment, a knock at the door drew his thoughts back, and he saw a head stealthily poking inside. Upon seeing that Ouyang had finished his cultivation, he relaxed and entered with a grin, sitting on the chair near the bed and looking at Ouyang. Anything I can do for you? Ouyang looked at Chun-Lin with a smiling gaze. This is no longer your room anymore. I came here specifically to talk to you. Tell me about what happened today. Chun-Lin twirled the jade bracelet on her wrist and fixed Ouyang Yuya with a sharp, accusing stare. About what? Don't act so innocent. Seeing Ouyang feigning cluelessness, Chun-Lin's temper flared instantly. You're clearly very powerful, so why didn't you tell me? Oh, seeing Chun-Lin's indignant expression, Ouyang felt helpless and slightly embarrassed. So now even possessing some strength was considered his fault? He shook his head with a bitter smile. You never asked me. Is that so? Chun-Lin blinked slightly at Ouyang's reply, then soon nodded knowingly with a sweet smile. You're right, I guess. But you look really cool today, and now Ji Hao must be feeling pretty humiliated. Ouyang helplessly shook his head at the excitement in her eyes. What do you actually want? Just say it already. Father took your monkey out to collect medicinal herbs. They might be away for a while, so while they're gone, come with me to a place. Ouyang nodded slightly, then smiled wryly. Ever since the monkey recovered, it had completely forgotten him, instead sticking to Chun-Lin's father day and night. Especially after the monkey once led him to a rare herb, every time he went to collect herbs, he'd bring it along. The monkey itself was more than happy to comply. Witnessing this, Ouyang could only feel completely speechless. Hey, what are you thinking about? Seeing Ouyang lost in thought, Chun-Lin nudged him and asked, Are you even listening? What was that? Coming back to his senses, Ouyang saw Chun-Lin's angry expression and looked confused. I said come with me to a place. Where exactly? Stop asking so many questions. Will you come or not? No interest. Ouyang closed his eyes again, showing his disinterest plainly, wearing a do not disturb expression that made Chun-Lin want to bite him. Seeing Ouyang totally indifferent, Chun-Lin clenched her teeth angrily. With a flick of her right hand, she shot a streak of glowing light toward him, but Ouyang immediately caught it midair. Looking at the object in his hand, surprise briefly crossed his face. There, I even gave this to you. Does that spark any interest now? Seeing Chun-Lin's pouting face, Ouyang looked somewhat surprised. Evidently, whatever place she was referring to must be strange enough that she'd offer a wilderness stone as a reward. Alright then, tell me where it is. He toyed with the wilderness stone in his hand and nodded approvingly. If this was the payment, he could indeed give it some consideration. I know of a place with young tiger lion beasts. I've been there once before, but there was an adult one guarding it, and with my current ability, I can't possibly get in. Originally I was planning to ask Yin Tian to help me catch one, but he's currently breaking through to late second grade alchemist stage, so he won't be available for a while. The regional assembly is coming up soon, so you want me to go with you? Ouyang frowned slightly, hesitating a little as he saw the hope in Chun-Lin's eyes. He wasn't unfamiliar with the tiger lion beast. He'd once killed one before. The memory of how troublesome it was still fresh in his mind, and the cost he'd paid back then still made him instinctively swallow hard. An adult tiger lion beast, even if not as strong as the one he'd fought before, must still be at least 4th stage. Considering his current injuries, it wouldn't be an easy opponent. Seeing Ouyang hesitating, Chun-Lin assumed he was dissatisfied with the reward and gritted her teeth. Afterward, I'll give you another wilderness stone. But that's the max. I can't give any more. If you still refuse, I'll find someone else. Upon hearing this, Ouyang suddenly stiffened, his eyes lighting up with sharp interest, though they also carried some suspicion. You said wilderness stones were hard to come by. How do you have so many? The mentors periodically distribute some to everyone, but regular disciples only get one per month. Those like us get a bit more. Once they're gone, you need to complete tasks to get more. Anyway, I'm only left with 5 now. 3 of them are reserved for my cultivation. No more than that. Seeing the pitiful look on Chun-Lin's face, Ouyang couldn't help but smile wryly, eyeing her meaningfully. If I'm not mistaken, what you originally offered Yin Tian must have been more than just 2 stones, right? Seeing the look of doubt on Ouyang's face, Chun-Lin's face immediately flushed red. Just as she was about to defend herself, she saw Ouyang suddenly smile. Alright, I'm just teasing. Consider this a way to repay your favor for saving my life. But if you want me to actually get involved, the minimum will be 2 stones. Not a single one less. Hey, how can you be so stingy? As soon as Chun-Lin finished speaking, she saw Ouyang Yuya once again assuming the posture of cultivation, instantly stopping her in her tracks and angrily stomping her foot. Fine, 2 stones then. Payment first. Ouyang suddenly stretched out his hand, smiling brightly at Chun-Lin, which made her tremble with anger. You? Chun-Lin hesitated for a moment, then pouted and took out another stone, tossing it to him. How about now? Ouyang examined the 2 wilderness stones in his palm, his smile growing even broader as he nodded slightly. Nice doing business with you. Chapter 158, A Chance Encounter. To the east of Xiuxian town lay a vast mountain range. Due to its resemblance to a crouching tiger and the abundance of tiger-type beasts in the area, it was known as Fuhu Mountain. However, because of its treacherous terrain and the frequent sightings of tiger-on beasts, few dared to climb it. Over time, it became known as an ominous place. At the foot of Fuhu Mountain, Chun-Lin clapped her hands and gazed with excitement at the towering peak in the distance. Her face flushed slightly from sheer anticipation. Following Chun-Lin's gaze, Xuanhuan looked up at the several hundred-meter-tall mountain and swallowed hard before asking in disbelief. You're saying the place is up there? That's right. Oh no, not the summit though. We can enter the mountain range just from here. I remember leaving some markers before, though I'm not sure if they're still there. Chun-Lin mumbled, causing Xuanhuan to break out in cold sweat beside her. So she hadn't even found the exact location yet. All right. Just lead the way. And don't keep that grumpy face on. Seeing Xuanhuan's expression sour, Chun-Lin hurriedly spoke, fearing he might quit again. She had first-hand experience with his stubbornness. Lead the way then. After all, since I've accepted your request, I might as well follow through. But if we're late going back, see how Master punishes you. I'm not afraid at all. Chun-Lin wrinkled her cute nose, stuck her tongue out at Xuanhuan, and sprinted toward the mountain's entrance. Hurry up and follow. Seeing her playful manner, Xuanhuan helplessly shook his head and followed her. Both moved swiftly and soon arrived at the entrance of the mountain range. Only now did Xuanhuan truly appreciate the vastness of Fuhu Mountain. What appeared earlier as a simple mountain now stretched beyond sight. Even the dense jungle deeper inside the entrance seemed impenetrable. He recalled the tales of Earthbound masters capable of breaking mountains with a single strike. What immense strength was required for that? Clenching his fists and feeling the energy flowing inside him, he couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed he still had a long way to go. As his view expanded, he increasingly felt his own lack of strength. If he didn't pursue further breakthroughs soon, he could very well lose all the advantages he currently held. Okay, we'll keep going up from here. There are many beasts around, so you must stick close to me. Just before ascending, Chun-Lin once again emphasized, finally feeling reassured upon seeing Xuanhuan nod. Then she led the way into the mountainous terrain. All the way up, Chun-Lin was extremely cautious. Every so often she would stop to look around, apparently recalling the correct path, thinking for a moment before adjusting direction and proceeding. The numerous twists and turns left even Xuanhuan somewhat dizzy, causing him to question whether Chun-Lin had long since lost her way. Yet shortly afterward, he realized his worries were unnecessary. There was no denying that Chun-Lin was quite experienced and skillful. She clearly remembered the funbu of wind beasts within the mountain. On their journey, they managed to narrowly avoid all the wind beasts nearby, eliminating unnecessary delays and allowing them to advance quickly. Soon, they reached the halfway point up the mountain. Seeing Chun-Lin deep in thought on the spot, Xuanhuan looked around and asked, "Just how many times have you been here?" "Not that many, only 3 times. Hearing the skepticism in Xuanhuan's tone, Chun-Lin's face instantly flushed slightly, and she awkwardly replied, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Xuanhuan sat down on the ground and began cultivation. Right now, he needed to recover his injuries as soon as possible. Otherwise, how could he defend himself against unknown dangers? In this world, no one could truly be relied upon. Only strength itself was the ultimate reliance. I finally found it. This is the place. Suddenly, from the distance, Chun-Lin's joyful cry echoed. Walking forward, Xuanhuan saw her standing beside a tree trunk. At the top of the trunk was a piece of cloth tied around it. Undoubtedly the marker she had mentioned. All right, this is the place. With a delighted smile, Chun-Lin clapped her hands and, under Xuanhuan's surprised gaze, promptly pulled out an enormous array of strange items, fire starters, ropes, some incense, and all sorts of peculiar things, so numerous and odd that Xuanhuan could only respond with a helpless expression. All right, this fire starter is for lighting, the ropes are for climbing, and the incense might help confuse the wind beasts. Oh right, you'll be in charge of placing the incense later, and we need to hang the ropes securely. As Chun-Lin kept talking non-stop about the uses of each item, Xuanhuan could only look even more helpless. With a pat on her head, and despite the displeased look on her face, he placed all the items into his jinkan pouch. Come on, we probably don't need all this stuff. Chances are we'll be discovered before you even finish setting up. Do you really think a 4th rank beast is that easy to fool? Later I'll distract the adult tiger-lion beast, and you can take the cub while it's not looking. How about that? You don't need my help? Hearing that Xuanhuan planned to confront the tiger-lion beast alone, Chun-Lin was shocked. After all, a full-grown tiger-lion beast was at the 4th rank, equivalent to a human master. Although she knew Xuanhuan was powerful, she still couldn't believe he could hold off such a beast by himself. No, I can handle it myself. Seeing Chun-Lin's blinking eyes, Xuanhuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking that with her help, things might only get worse. All right then, but don't push yourself if you can't hold on. Xuanhuan nodded and glanced around. Where's the tiger-lion beast's nest? Follow me. Chun-Lin waved her hand, crouched low, and wriggled through the twisted tree trunks ahead, moving cautiously forward. After crossing the thick jungle, she crouched low on the ground, using the trees as cover to observe the open area clearly ahead. Pushing aside the branches blocking her view, she saw a very wide clearing directly ahead. Unlike the dense forest around, this place looked as though it had been deliberately cleared, leaving a smooth, half-circular platform surrounding a cave entrance. Only scattered weeds stood out from the soil, making the entire scene look strangely abrupt. Look, there it is. Qianlin pointed through the gaps in the trees toward a cave in the distance. Around the cave entrance were scattered some large boulders, seemingly used to block the opening. With just a single glance, Xuanhuan could already sense a faint yet powerful fluctuation of one energy from the cave entrance, much stronger than he had expected. He turned to Qianlin and said, "Later, I'll lure the tiger lion beast out, and you'll have the chance to sneak into the cave and grab the cub. Then you escape quickly. We'll meet at the foot of the mountain." Nodding in agreement, Qianlin made no objections. If Xuanhuan said so, it meant he truly had the capability. After all, no one would risk their life so carelessly, and after spending so many days together, she also knew that he wasn't someone who made reckless claims. All right then, let's get started. Xuanhuan smiled, pulling out a bright red sulfur bomb and attaching it to his wrist. This sulfur bomb was something he had bought in Xiuxian town. In this kingdom, where alchemy dominated, cultivators would likely be even more sensitive to sulfur bombs than those in the Allen kingdom. Unless absolutely necessary, he would rather not reveal the dripping blood wolf fang. It was a dangerous possession, and he had no doubt it could bring him several powerful enemies. As the saying goes, a common man without guilt may still suffer for possessing treasure. After adjusting to the weight of the sulfur bomb, just as he was about to move forward, suddenly a furious, beastly roar rang out. His sharp senses instantly located the sound. It came from the cave. As expected, moments later he saw vibrations shaking the cave entrance. The roar, amplified by the cave, shattered the jungle's tranquility. Then they heard other beasts roaring and birds flying off in panic. The moment the roar sounded, Xuanhuan's face suddenly changed. It was easy to tell the beast's fury from its voice. He muttered a curse and quickly pulled Qianlin back. As they retreated, they saw blazing fireballs flying out from the cave mouth, crashing heavily onto the open area below. Even the tree trunk where Xuanhuan had just stood caught fire, radiating an intense heat. Damn it, Xuanhuan swore while wiping cold sweat from his brow, muttering, "That was close. Had he not run fast enough, he might have been burnt to death." Beside him, Qianlin was frozen in shock by the sudden chaos. Just as he was about to speak a few comforting words, Xuanhuan suddenly saw several figures darting out from the cave entrance, one woman and two men. Through the gaps in the branches, he could roughly make out the three people's grim expressions, their clothes singed with scorch marks, clearly appearing extremely ragged. Obviously, the earlier explosion had everything to do with them. Just as the three figures had barely rushed out, a beast's roar suddenly echoed, followed by the sight of a massive shadow stepping forth from the cave entrance. A huge tiger head looked ferociously grotesque, its forehead marked with a clearly visible king character formed by overlapping patterns. Its lion-like body bore thick, scale-like armor plating on its back, glowing with dazzling red brilliance like red gemstones. It let out thunderous roars toward the three figures on the open ground below, its blood-red, beastly eyes revealing a chilling and murderous aura. The violent rage radiating from its body added a bitter chill to the air. Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan and Qianlin looked at each other, both clearly seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. "Do you know them?" They're from Yulan town. That woman is Xuanhuan. Her strength should be at the late stage of gold refinement second tier, somewhat stronger than Yuntian. Let's just go." Qianlin helplessly smiled. Dealing with merely the tiger lion beast was already troublesome enough, and now with these three added into the mix, if they were discovered, their chances of survival would be slim indeed. Hearing this, Xuanhuan glanced at the three individuals. It was obvious they had the same goal as himself and Qianlin. However, judging from the current situation, things were clearly not looking good. "This is the adult tiger lion beast you were talking about?" Xuanhuan asked in doubt. But when he saw Qianlin's confirmation, his confusion was quickly replaced by deep bitterness. This was no ordinary tiger lion beast. It was a 5th-rank tiger lion crystal king. Sighing deeply in dismay, he inwardly cursed their bad luck. If it had only been a 4th-rank tiger lion beast, he could have held it off for a while, but he knew well the strength of a tiger lion crystal king. Given his current physical condition, it would be extremely difficult for him to emerge victorious. "Let's go. We're better off not getting involved in this mess." Qianlin nodded, just as the two were about to leave. However, they accidentally bumped into a tree trunk while turning around. The sudden sound immediately caused Xuanhuan and her two companions, who had been confronting the tiger lion crystal king, to shift expressions. Instantly, they whirled around, and a large caliber cannonball shot through the jungle and hurtled straight toward them. "Who's there? Reveal yourself." As the cannonball flew past, Xuanhuan and Qianlin's faces immediately turned deathly pale. Chapter 159 Cooperation. As the cannon fire came hurtling toward them, Xuanhuan's face darkened instantly. He yanked Qianlin behind him, his right fist suddenly transforming into a fierce crimson dragon arm that exploded the cannon midair. After the strike, Xuanhuan shook his right arm to dissipate the residual energy, then grabbed the somewhat timid Qianlin and stepped forward. Now that they had been discovered, hiding endlessly would only make them the laughingstock of others. It was better to face the situation head-on. Besides, in his view, the current circumstances were not necessarily disadvantageous to them. At least the tiger lion crystalmancer had now fixed its attention on the three of them. Oh, how very fortunate. Seeing the two of them step out, the man in the blue robe cast a look of surprise toward Qianlin, which was soon replaced by a meaningful smile. Although both parties recognized each other, no one spoke first. In the brief silence, they each sized one another up, and an awkward atmosphere settled between them. Taking advantage of the momentary lull, Ouyang Yuya discreetly assessed the strength of the three opponents. Surprisingly, all three had reached the level of alchemists second class, roughly equivalent to soul cultivators at the fourth tier. As for the woman known as Xuanhuan, she faintly exuded a presence that hinted at the level of a soul knight. From the looks of it, she seemed to be their leader. Ouyang sighed inwardly. Indeed, the Golden Cauldron dynasty was a tier 3 kingdom. The younger generation of this caliber would likely hold the position of a personally tutored disciple even in the Orlan Academy. That woman is Xuantong. The man in the green robe is Yin Chong, and the other is Mu Feng. They are the three most outstanding youths from Yuan Town. Last year's town competition was lost because of them. Upon hearing Chen Lin's brief introduction, Ouyang Yuya gained a basic understanding of the conflict between them and nodded slightly. Indeed, these three were much stronger than both Chen Lin and Ji Hao. However, the standoff did not last long. From the other side's group, Xuantong gracefully stepped forward. Her gaze flicked briefly toward Chen Lin, but then focused more intently on Ouyang Yuya. On Ouyang's body was a strangely unusual aura. He displayed not a trace of panic at the current confrontation, nor even a flicker of fluctuating energy. After only a moment of observation, she concluded that he was even more formidable than Chen Lin. Calmly, she smiled without revealing any emotion. Junior fellow disciple Lin, long time no see. Why are you all here? Seeing Xuantong, Chen Lin instinctively frowned. I suspect our purposes here are the same. Xuantong smiled lightly. Enough beating around the bush. Say what you mean plainly. Ouyang Yuya spoke directly, eyeing Xuantong. Unconsciously, he admitted that this woman was undeniably beautiful, possibly even surpassing Xuanhuan from earlier days. Perhaps only Lin Xian could rival her in beauty. Yet, unlike Lin Xian's vibrant charm, Xuantong gave off a deep coldness that created a natural distance that discouraged approach. Upon hearing Ouyang Yuya's words, Xuantong's expression showed a flash of surprise before returning to her usual calm expression and soft smile. I believe you are also aiming for the young one, aren't you? Since our goals are the same, why don't we first cooperate to eliminate this large opponent? I assume even the two of you alone would not be able to kill it. Upon hearing her words, Ouyang Yuya slightly raised his eyebrows, glancing at the tiger lion crystal maker roaring protectively at the cave entrance. He became thoughtful. As Xuantong said, if both sides wished to defeat the tiger lion crystal maker, the cost would be extremely high for any one side. Perhaps cooperation was indeed the safer option. How then would we divide the young one? At that moment, Chen Lin raised the key question, clearly the most critical issue. It seemed increasingly likely now that the young one referred to the tiger lion crystal maker's young offspring. Such a grade of soul beast would undoubtedly attract the desire of anyone. We could compete for it. Xuantong, you're far too crafty. 3 against 2, and you still expect to profit? Hearing Chen Lin's blunt sarcasm, Xuantong's expression grew somewhat grim, her already cool face darkening further. What do you propose then? Agreed. Before Chen Lin could speak, Ouyang Yuya stopped her and replied firmly. What are you thinking? Trust me. Ouyang Yuya shook his head at Chen Lin, and seeing his serious expression without any trace of jest, she finally nodded and remained silent. Thank you. Seeing Ouyang Yuya accept, Xuantong's eyes briefly lit with joy. Then there's no time to lose. Let's act now. As you wish. Ouyang Yuya's calm and composed demeanor reassured Xuantong greatly, significantly lowering her guard. In her opinion, there was no need for caution anyway. She believed that even if this young man's strength surpassed hers, with the three of them joining forces, the young one would inevitably belong to them in the end. After all, 2 couldn't match 5. Seeing the burning passion in Xuantong's eyes, Ouyang Yuya smiled slightly and moved closer to Chen Lin, whispering softly, "Follow my lead later." Okay. Noticing the worry in Chen Lin's eyes, Ouyang Yuya patted her head gently before pulling her to the flat ground, standing together with Xuantong and the others, facing the still roaring tiger lion crystal maker. His eyes now reflected a serious demeanor. Even with these 5 people fighting together, this would be a tough battle. After all, the tiger lion crystal maker's strength was formidable, reigning supreme in the Fuhu Mountain. This fellow is restricted to guarding the cave and protecting the young one, so its fighting power is inevitably weakened. Everyone, spread out later and avoid being hit. Mu Feng, be ready to assist at any time. Looking at the tiger lion crystal maker, Xuantong retracted all signs of fiery excitement, reverting to her usual composed demeanor, a detail that Ouyang Yuya noted inwardly with a slight nod. Unhurried and unexcited, she possessed remarkable composure. Attack! At Xuantong's low command, 5 figures surged with power simultaneously, transforming into streaks of light in different colors that hurtled toward the tiger lion crystal maker. The howling attacks, each imbued with distinct elemental properties, landed mercilessly on the beast like explosive water splashes, leaving visible marks on its body. However, despite the fierce assault, the tiger lion crystal maker was not outmatched. Its giant tiger tail swung violently, unleashing scorching beams of light. Even Ouyang Yuya and the others dared not intercept these attacks directly, forced to retreat in haste. Boom, boom. Their strength was indeed immense, and the fluctuations they carried were enough to awe anyone. Trapped at the cave entrance to protect the young one, the tiger lion crystal maker was helpless against their long-range assaults. Each time an attack landed, it exposed the back's phosphorescent scales to block the alchemical attacks. Indeed, its physical body was incredibly sturdy. Even against such fierce assaults, the marks on the phosphorescent scales were barely visible. Meanwhile, the occasional fireballs and fire columns expelled by the beast left the 5 struggling to react, gaining them no advantage for now. Focus on one spot. At that moment, Wantong identified the issue. At her signal, the attacks of the group converged simultaneously onto one point. This time, the results were far better. The densely concentrated assault caused even the Tiger Lion Crystal Maker to struggle, its fire-red phosphorescent scales beginning to dim significantly. Suddenly, the Tiger Lion Crystal Maker let out an enraged roar. Its massive body trembled violently, and the red glow on its phosphorescent scales seemed forcibly expelled. A sky-piercing flame lit up its body, slowly gathering around its neck and eventually condensing into a fiery red ring. Ouyang Yuye's expression changed instantly, pulling Chun Lin backward without hesitation and quickly retreating from the battlefield. Just as Ouyang Yuye vacated the area, the red fiery ring streaked forward and slowly hurtled toward the remaining three. The aura it carried caused Wantong and her companions' expressions to change drastically. Under such an attack, they felt their bodies suddenly slowing. Retreat. Wantong shot Ouyang Yuye a fierce glare before hastily dodging, barely avoiding the fire ring. However, the fluctuation within still pushed all three backward forcefully, spurring involuntary sprays of blood from their mouths. Seeing its powerful attack dodged, the Tiger Lion Crystal Maker's beastly eyes burned even more fiercely. Roaring furiously, it hurled fireballs in all directions, its desperate assault forcing even Wantong and her companions to retreat. Ouyang Yuye sidestepped an incoming fireball with a cold snort. Just as he was about to retaliate, his gaze suddenly sharpened. At the cave entrance, he noticed someone attempting to sneak inside amid the chaos. It was Yin Chong. Fearless indeed. Ouyang Yuye smiled faintly, fingers moving swiftly. A ripple briefly appeared before vanishing into stillness. Ignoring it afterward, he rejoined the chaotic battle. After the prolonged depletion, even the Tiger Lion Crystal Maker seemed weakened, its once fiery glow dimming. It looked as if the light might extinguish at any moment. This situation undoubtedly bolstered the group's confidence. Their attacks became even more ruthless, and each strike left visible indentations on its body. Is it about to give up? Seeing the Tiger Lion Crystal Maker faltering, Ouyang Yuye's pupils suddenly narrowed, his gaze locking tightly onto the beast. As the final attack landed, the Tiger Lion Crystal Maker finally let out a defiant roar filled with resentment. Its massive body slowly collapsed, and the blood-red glow in its eyes gradually dimmed until it became dull and lifeless. At that moment, Ouyang Yuye's figure shot forward in a movement so swift it left others stunned. Before Wantong and the others could act, he had already positioned himself beside the fallen Tiger Lion Crystal Maker. Amidst the furious expressions on their faces, he calmly dragged the beast's corpse into his xiuxian bag, and then smiled at them, saying cheerfully, "This is for my hard work." Chapter 160, Seizure. As Ouyang Yuye finished speaking, sharp and intense gazes like physical blades fell upon him instantly. Witnessing this scene, Chun Lin also stood shoulder to shoulder with Ouyang Yuye, confronting Wantong. With the Tiger Lion Demon Crystal King now dead, the temporary alliance was declared over, and both sides once again split into opposing camps. The jungle instantly fell into a deathly silence, and the atmosphere became increasingly peculiar. Both sides locked eyes, but neither spoke first. Eventually, Wantong couldn't help but smile slightly, breaking the silence. As she smiled, the tense atmosphere gradually melted away like snow under the sun. "Since you are so interested in this xuanhuan corpse, naturally we would not wish to deprive you of it. We offer it to you freely." Though her words were polite, the corner of her eye still twitched slightly, and her tone carried a trace of cold menace. A fifth xuanhuan was a treasure in every way. For someone to snatch it away like this would surely provoke resentment in anyone. Ouyang Yuye smiled calmly, meeting Wantong's chilly gaze, his lips curving into a faint, meaningful arc. Just then, a sudden furious roar erupted. Everyone, including Ouyang Yuye, changed expressions. Without hesitation, they grabbed Chun Lin and darted out of the cave entrance. Hardly had the two of them left when another figure also dashed from the cave, staggering slightly as he moved, tightly cradling a young tiger lion cub, his appearance quite ragged. It was Yin Chong, who had sneaked into the cave during the confusion. "There's another fully grown Tiger Lion Demon Crystal King inside. Quick, retreat." No sooner had Yin Chong exited than he shouted toward Wantong and the others, all the while not slowing his speed as he raced downhill, clearly hoping to make off with the young Tiger Lion cub. Upon hearing this, both Wantong and Mu Feng's bodies trembled. They exchanged glances, alarm rising in their eyes. Casting a cold glare at Ouyang Yuye and Chun Lin, Wantong said frostily, "Chun Lin, we will remember this today. Another day we will surely return for retribution. Let's go." Saying so, she also darted after Yin Chong. Now that their objectives had been achieved, there was no need to engage in a pointless struggle against a Gunsog of such rank. "It's the Tiger Lion cub." Seeing the Gunsog in Yin Chong's arms, Chun Lin grew instantly anxious. Just as she was about to rush forward, Ouyang Yuye blocked her path and shook his head slightly. "They won't get away." With a faint smile, Ouyang Yuye stomped his foot hard. A ripple appeared, and suddenly a figure materialized in front of Yin Chong. It was exactly the same as Ouyang Yuye. At the same time, Shu Pao, Sulfur Cannon, gave a tremble, splitting into two streaks of light that quickly shot toward the backs of Wantong and Mu Feng. "Damn it, get out of my way." Startled by the sudden appearance of the clone, Yin Chong's expression shifted instantly, then a trace of viciousness flickered across his face. Immediately, he fired the Shu Pao, sending volleys of wind blasts surging toward the clone. Walala! A humming noise rang out as the gusts of wind powerfully struck the clone's chest. Die! Under the force of such power, the clone was blasted backward. Yin Chong's vicious look deepened, until it quickly froze and was replaced by shock. The attack had left no wound at all on the clone's chest. No mark. Not even a single trace remained. Within moments, the clone stood again and re-engaged him, causing his pupils to contract sharply as he quickly retreated, wanting to reunite with Xuantong and the others. I said it before. You won't be taking the tiger lion cub today. A sudden voice rang out, causing Yin Chong's expression to drastically change. Then, he saw Ouyang Yuye's figure appear ghost-like before them, under the furious gazes of Xuantong and the others. Ouyang Yuye threw a punch at Yin Chong's back, simultaneously reaching out to snatch the tiger lion cub from his grasp. Under the force of the strike, Yin Chong flew and crashed painfully onto the ground, his face instantly pale, then spat out a mouthful of blood. Yin Chong, Xuantong, and the other rushed over to help him up. Seeing his weakening condition, their expressions turned instantly cold. They hadn't expected Ouyang Yuye to hit so hard. That one punch had crippled Yin Chong's fighting strength, making him unable to fight for quite some time. Glaring at Ouyang Yuye, her stunning face looked as though it would drip water from fury. You've gone too far. At Xuantong's enraged cry, Ouyang Yuye merely gave a disinterested smirk, then quietly handed the tiger lion cub over to Qinlin. You must leave immediately now and return to the town. I'll be there shortly. But Qinlin seemed to want to say something else, when suddenly an enraged, beastly roar caused her expression to shift. Then, they saw an adult tiger lion beast rushing out from the cave, its crimson beast eyes coldly locked onto everyone. It was another fully grown demon crystal tiger lion king. Hurry, run. Ouyang Yuye barked urgently. With no choice, Qinlin didn't hesitate any longer, turning and sprinting downhill. Be careful. Stop right there. Watching Qinlin leave, Xuantong's beautiful face grew even darker. Just as she was about to chase after her, suddenly a blazing streak of fire surged toward her. Instantly, she flicked her robe, sending out an identical attack to clash violently with the incoming strike. With a muffled boom, Xuantong was immediately forced backward. When her vision steadied, she saw Ouyang Yuye looking mischievously at the space behind her, then fleeing rapidly as though avoiding a plague. A mocking voice followed after. Xuantong girl, I take my leave. Consider that Gwen Shug corpse payment for your services. Damn it. Glaring at Ouyang Yuye's gradually vanishing figure, Xuantong cursed angrily, her face growing even more grim, tinged slightly with paleness. Unexpectedly, after all the effort, it had all ended up benefiting someone else. Just then, a sudden scream of agony rang out. Immediately turning around, she saw the tiger lion demon crystal king launching an attack at Yin Chong and the others. To protect the injured Yin Chong, Mu Feng unavoidably took a direct hit from the beast's strike and was now clearly gravely injured. Mu Feng, you take Yin Chong and get down the mountain immediately. Xuantong shouted while swiping her hand to deflect another attack from the tiger lion demon crystal king. But what about you? Don't ask so many questions, I'll hold them off. Xuantong said hurriedly, clearly anxious. At present, only her power was the highest and her condition remained relatively fine. If they delayed any longer, none of them would be able to escape. Letting out a heavy sigh, Mu Feng said nothing further. He quickly took the injured Yin Chong and fled, knowing staying behind would only slow Xuantong down. As the two disappeared from sight, the crimson glow in the eyes of the tiger lion demon crystal king intensified further. The beast easily recognized Yin Chong as the one who had stolen the cub, and naturally was displeased with his escape. At that moment, Xuantong stepped forward and blocked the path behind Yin Chong and Mu Feng. Her teeth clenched tightly, and sleeves flicked outward, sending swirling streams of brownish light bursting forth. They were a series of brownish jade slips hovering above her head, more than a dozen in total, radiating alarming fluctuations. At that moment, Ouyang Yuye's figure, halfway down the mountainside at Tiger Tamer Mountain, abruptly halted. He stared in disbelief behind him, gradually knitting his brows. Wild Qi. His expression was one of incredulity, but the abnormal fluctuation within his core told him unmistakably it was Wild Qi. The brown jade slips continuously flew out from Xuantong's spatial pouch, circling above her head like a massive compass endlessly turning. Each rotation intensified the aura surrounding them. Seeing this sight, even Xuantong appeared reluctant. Faced with such fluctuations, the tiger lion demon crystal king let out a roar and, howling furiously, opened its mouth. A crimson beam erupted forth, shooting directly toward Xuantong, instinctively sensing the unusual nature of this strange disc-like formation. Feeling the searing heat approach, Xuantong gritted her teeth and swiftly formed an arcane hand seal, shouting, "Break Dan!" At her command, the circling brown jade slips shattered instantaneously. The energy contained within them quickly gathered into a single brown energy sphere, which immediately collided head-on with the crimson beam. Powerful ripples from the collision exploded outward, violently sweeping across the area. The fierce energy blast sent Xuantong's delicate body flying backward, and under the raging energy's corrosive effect, a flush of red bloomed across her face, followed quickly by a spray of blood. The violent energy blast also affected the tiger lion demon crystal king, though as a Gensog, its physical body was extremely tough. It was only forced back several steps, its body marked by numerous wounds, which enraged it even further. Bloodlust flared in its gaze as it charged toward Xuantong. As the tiger lion demon crystal king came at her, Xuantong felt a deep sense of helplessness rising within her. The chilling cold of impending death made her imagine the beast's fangs clearly. With a bitter smile, she shook her head. Even breaking the Dan couldn't seriously wound it. The outcome was painfully clear. However, the anticipated pain never arrived. She noticed instead a figure gradually forming in front of her. As soon as she recognized the rescuer, surprise flooded her eyes. You? But the figure didn't reply at all. Almost defenselessly, it used its own body to block the fierce attack from the Tiger Lion King, getting sent flying backward as a result, while Xuan Tong cried out in alarm. Before she could react, she suddenly felt her body go weightless as if someone had grabbed her by the waist. Then a sharp pain at her neck overtook her senses, and she lost consciousness. After recalling the clone and intercepting the assault from the Tiger Lion Demon Crystal King, Ouyang carried Xuan Tong deep into the jungle. Facing the nearly maddened beast, even he felt a wave of fear rising inside. He finally managed to shake off the Tiger Lion King after a frantic run, gently placing Xuan Tong aside. Gasping for breath, his gaze unintentionally swept over her. Truth be told, Xuan Tong's figure was quite impressive. Her well-defined curves stirred a sudden wave of heat within Ouyang. He swallowed hard. He was well aware of how dangerous this woman could be. If he ever did something rash, there was no doubt in his mind that he'd end up wandering the ends of the earth for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, his heart stirred slightly, and the Wanxiang Fengzun, Wanxiang Fengzun, trembled lightly before transforming into a streak of white light and entering Xuan Tong's body. After completing the task, he patted his hands together in satisfaction before sitting cross-legged to begin cultivating and restoring his drained soul power. In a place so full of danger, only strength could ensure survival. Otherwise, even controlling this woman would be beyond his reach. Thinking of Xuan Tong again, he felt a sudden headache and couldn't help glancing at her once more, immediately feeling a dryness in his throat. Focus the mind. Rid yourself of desire. Taking a deep breath, he withdrew a xuanhuan stone, his expression turning serious. Instantly, streaks of brownish light shot out, enveloping him, while the jungle fell silent once again. Chapter 161, Villain. Deep within the jungle, Ouyang sat cross-legged like an old monk in meditation. Around him, swirling currents of brown energy coiled and twisted, forming a radiant cocoon that enshrouded him before unraveling into countless threads, which he absorbed entirely into his body. As the flow of energy surged in, his aura could clearly be felt gradually rising. This gradual ascent finally came to an abrupt end with a sound like something shattering. Opening his tightly shut eyes, he looked at the brown powder in his palm and helplessly shook his head. Due to the presence of his soul core, the speed at which he absorbed the energy from the Wangshi seemed extraordinarily fast. The more Wangshi energy he absorbed, the more fascinated he became by its wonder. To others, perhaps it merely strengthened the physical body, but for him, it was a precious treasure, capable not only of restoring his Wangshi, but also of refining his meridians, an effect far more practical than those so-called miraculous pills and medicinal herbs. Although truthfully, he hadn't had much experience with those either. Slowly exhaling a breath of stale air, he clenched his fists. After some cultivation, the soul power he had previously consumed was completely restored, even slightly more than before. This delighted him immensely. Since he had made progress, it wouldn't be hard for him to return to his peak strength. And once he reached peak strength, he could attempt to advance to the level of a soul cultivator. At the mere thought of this, even his calm demeanor was tinged with excitement. Smiling in satisfaction, he suddenly sensed a sharp, cold gaze scrutinizing him from behind. Smirking knowingly, he turned around to face Xuan Tong, who was leaning against a tree trunk. The latter stared back at him just as intensely, her beautiful eyes filled with alertness and coldness. "Why did you save me?" Xuan Tong suddenly spoke after a long silence, though her tone bore no hint of gratitude. "Nothing in particular. I just want to ask you about something." He stood up and stretched his limbs, cracking the joints with a pleasant sigh. I knew you weren't that kind-hearted." Xuan Tong glared at him fiercely, filled with resentment. "Why did you seal my soul power?" Ouyang rolled his eyes. "If I didn't seal your soul power, how could I be sure you wouldn't strike me while I was cultivating?" Looking at Ouyang expression of mock innocence, even Xuan Tong's calm features couldn't help but crack a slight smile, though her wariness quickly returned. "You're taking advantage of my weakness. That's up to you. Say what you like. As long as you answer one question, you're free to go. From then on, we'll be even." He clapped his hands together, smiling faintly and calmly, though his patience was clearly wearing thin. If it hadn't been for his curiosity about the sudden surge of her Wangshi, his normally aloof and indifferent disposition would never have gone to such trouble to bring her here. You're so sure I'll tell you." Xuan Tong's annoyance and hatred grew as she saw his smug demeanor. If not for the despicable methods he had employed, she and her companions wouldn't have fallen into such a dire state. Seeing Xuan Tong glaring at him so viciously, Ouyang suddenly bared his gleaming white teeth, looking quite sly. "You'll definitely tell me." Give up already. I won't tell you anything. Whatever you're asking about must be important, right? If you're so capable, kill me then. But let me warn you, if you do kill me, be ready to spend the rest of your life on the run." Watching Xuan Tong's defiant glare and veiled threat, Ouyang's lips curled into a faint smile, a devilish gleam in his eyes. "Not telling, huh? Fine by me. But judging from your young age, I'd say you haven't had much experience yet, have you? Well, being alone here, with a man and a woman, I don't mind helping you out with that. How does that sound?" At Ouyang's words, Xuan Tong's pretty face immediately paled, and her expression turned one of deep horror. Glaring furiously at Ouyang's grinning face, she shouted, "You despicable coward." Ouyang snorted coldly, completely ignoring her curses as he stepped toward Xuan Tong. Seeing him approach, Xuan Tong was instantly alarmed, slowly edging back until she pressed against the tree trunk. watching Ouyang draw closer in growing fear. Despite her considerable strength, she now seemed utterly helpless, for as a woman, such a situation instinctively filled her with dread. Don't you dare come any closer. Seeing the panic on Wantong's face, Ouyang smile grew even wider, though to Wantong, it was deeply terrifying. What do you want to ask? Just as Ouyang was only half a step away, Wantong's panicked voice rang out, forcefully halting his advance. A triumphant smirk flickered across Ouyang face. Slowly crouching down, he smiled at Wantong, who was watching him with wary eyes. Pervert. The two words were hissed bitterly from between her clenched teeth. Ouyang smile stiffened and eventually turned into a helpless grimace. Now he was saddled with such a title. Was he really cut out for such things? He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought, though in Wantong's eyes, that grin appeared even more lecherous. Unfazed by Wantong's murderous glare, he asked calmly, Miss Wantong, have you heard of the term huanqi? Huanqi. Wantong was momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliar word, momentarily forgetting her predicament. She shook her head. Her expression didn't seem deceitful. Furrowing his brows, Ouyang persisted. Then was it your energy I sensed earlier? What energy? Wantong was completely baffled by his words, but then realization struck. Oh? Do you mean Huangshi? Huangshi. Ouyang retrieved the last Huangshi he had, suddenly seeming to understand. That's right. It emits the exact same aura. After listening to Ouyang explanation, Wantong began to grasp the situation. Seeing the anticipation in his eyes, she nodded. But soon after, she spoke a single sentence that froze his smile right back onto his face. Why should I tell you? You. Slight surprise flashed across Ouyang face before a sinister smile curled his lips again, but this time, Wantong remained indifferent, strangely having regained her composure. Helplessly shrugging his shoulders, he realized this tactic wasn't really working either. Embarrassed, he wiped the awkward expression from his face and, glancing at the darkening sky, pondered for a moment before slowly rising to his feet. I'll go prepare some things. You think about it. Don't think I won't keep you here if you don't speak. Ouyang said, once again revealing a faint smile. So you may as well stay with me. Wantong flushed crimson with anger at Ouyang openly threatening tone. If her soul power wasn't sealed, she would rather die than yield. Just the thought of staying with this lecher made her stomach churn. Oh right. While I'm away, you're free to leave if you'd like. But don't say I didn't warn you. During dusk, soul beasts are quite active. If you're not afraid, go ahead. Just don't expect me to rescue you if you run into any trouble. I'd rather be devoured by beasts than surrender to you. Hearing Wantong's furious shout, Ouyang paused mid-step, then turned to look at Wantong who was trembling with anger, smiling as he walked away. As soon as he disappeared from sight, Wantong stopped yelling. Her chest heaved with rage, but as Ouyang finally moved far away, she heaved a slight sigh of relief. Angry and frustrated, she smacked the dirt beneath her, slowly rising to her feet. Looking at the dimming surroundings and dense jungle, she nervously swallowed. Pacing back and forth for a while, she still couldn't decide to run. Finally, with a frustrated stomp, she cursed Ouyang from head to toe before reluctantly sitting cross-legged, closing her eyes in an attempt to meditate and unseal the power locked inside her body. Not far from Wantong, Ouyang's figure emerged from behind a tree trunk, watching Wantong seated obediently with an even more amused grin on his face. Truthfully, he was afraid she might impulsively run off, but now it appeared she still had enough self-awareness. By evening, Wantong gave a defeated sigh. After hours of effort, she hadn't managed to remove the seal on her soul power. It felt as if a thin membrane had separated her power from her meridians, blocking her from absorbing even the ambient soul energy. Once again, she found herself marveling at the strange techniques Ouyang possessed. Thinking of Ouyang, Wantong frowned slightly. He had been gone for several long hours and hadn't returned yet. That pervert wouldn't have just left on his own, would he? Looking at the pitch-black surroundings, she felt a slight chill creep through her spine as the low growls of wild beasts echoed from time to time. Glancing around anxiously, two red lights suddenly caught her attention, floating eerily in the darkness like ghostly flames in the jungle. The unusual phenomenon surprised her at first, but quickly, something else caught her attention. Those two red lights were slowly drawing closer. As they advanced, she could even hear a soft rustling and a drooling sound. In an instant, she understood exactly what these two red lights belonged to. These were the eyes of a soul beast. The moment the thought surfaced, even he couldn't help but reveal a flicker of terror. Then, a chill surged from the depths of his heart, sweeping through his bones, his entire body nearly trembling beyond control. Driven by instinctive fear, she involuntarily cried out. As if in response, a beastly roar suddenly echoed through the darkness, followed by a rushing sound slicing through the air. A bone-deep coldness spread outward, and soon she saw those two crimson lights locking onto her with unblinking menace. She could even sense the foul stench of its breath and feel the razor-sharp fangs drawing ever closer. Chapter 162 Origin. Staring at the two balls of red light rushing toward her, she easily identified the wind beast's strength through her acute perception of wind energy. Much to her surprise, it was actually a second-stage wind beast. A wave of bitterness and indignation immediately surged within her. Who could have known that the wheel of fate would turn so suddenly, and she'd be pushed to this point by a mere second-stage wind beast? At this moment, she felt like crying. Letting out a loud cry, she found no response from her surroundings. It seemed today would likely be her doom. Shaking her head with a bitter smile, her cold and composed face revealed a trace of helplessness and resignation. At least being eaten by a gun beast is better than being humiliated by that lustful rogue. Thinking this, the fear in Wantong's eyes decreased significantly, though a flicker of weakness still lingered deep in her pupils. After all, being a girl by nature, her innate gentleness and fragility could not easily be changed. Wah, I hope I won't really be eaten. Feeling the fierce and terrifying aura that was now just inches away, her voice trembled with a hint of tears. Just then, suddenly, a figure fell from the sky like a descending deity and stood before her. Following that, a pitch-black shadow emerged and swung forcefully, sending the wind beast flying. With a dull thud, the wind beast was knocked away, letting out a shrill, pitiful shriek. In the silence of the jungle, the cry sounded especially unsettling. It soon crashed to the ground, twitching a few times before lying still. Approaching it, and using the soft glow of a pearl for light, she saw clearly the creature's identity. It was a second-stage wind wolf. A chill ran down her spine immediately. Luckily for Wantong, wind wolves usually lived in packs, but this time she just happened to meet a lone one. Had a group appeared instead, things would have undoubtedly turned troublesome. A fiery flame shot out, devouring the corpse entirely, turning it to ashes. Only then did the bloody scent vanish completely. After all, in this jungle, blood could attract countless own beasts. Easily defeating the wind beast, Ouyang Yuya stuffed the stone tablet into his jinkin bag and turned around with a helpless look at Wantong. I saved you again. I don't need you to. Wantong shot him a fierce glare. She didn't understand why the sight of Ouyang Yuya's smile always stirred an anger she couldn't suppress. But after narrowly escaping death, she couldn't help but feel relieved. Whatever the case, being alive was quite a good thing. Ouyang Yuya ignored her harsh words and suddenly said, "Oh, by the way, don't try breaking the seal. It's useless, just a waste of effort. Unless someone stronger than me wants to help you, it won't work. You despicable." Ouyang Yuya shrugged indifferently, walked up to Wantong and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, the young lady had earlier used a secret manual. Tell me about it, and I'll release the seal to let you go. It's not such a big secret, is it?" Ouyang Yuya looked at Wantong and said bitterly with a bitter smile. He had considered various possibilities on the road, eventually connecting the heavy Guang energy to some martial technique. He simply couldn't believe someone else could also use the Grand Wang Spirit Decree. Therefore, that surging Wang energy must surely be related to this Wang stone. Thus, he wanted to obtain that martial skill desperately. He believed that once he mastered it, he could use that method to recover his strength on a massive scale. Never. It's my master's secret method and cannot be disclosed. Seeing that Wantong wouldn't budge no matter what, Ouyang Yuya took a heavy breath and muttered to himself that this girl really was stubborn beyond help. Seeing Wantong turn her head aside, Ouyang Yuya gave a helpless shrug and decided not to embarrass himself further. He scattered some realgar around, and after finding a few branches and sticks, set up a small fire. Under the illumination of the flames, the dark jungle became somewhat brighter. The flickering fire raised the surrounding temperature steadily. The pitch-black jungle was unusually quiet. Occasionally, a distant beast's howl made the atmosphere even eerily tense. Under the shadow of the trees, neither of the two sitting figures spoke. Ouyang Yuya sat beside the fire, holding a stick in his hand, stirring the ashes below it. The crackling flames roasted the wild meat on the rack, occasionally sizzling as droplets of oil caught fire. Glancing at Wantong, leaning against the tree trunk, the cold wind made her rather thin frame tremble slightly, since she was quite far from the fire. But out of pride, she stubbornly refused to come closer to the campfire. "Come over and sit down. Don't act nice to me." Wantong gave a cold snort and ignored Ouyang Yuya's offer, turning her head to the side once again. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Ouyang Yuya glanced at the rabbit meat that was already roasted. He took out some seasoning ingredients from his bosom and sprinkled them over the meat. Having grown up rolling and tumbling through the jungle, this kind of wild game had been his most common food back then, so he had great skill in cooking and roasting. Thus, he always carried these seasoning ingredients in small bottles for convenience. Whenever he was bored, he enjoyed experimenting with different flavors while roasting, and indeed developed quite an excellent culinary skill. It was undeniable that Ouyang Yuya's cooking was quite good. As soon as the seasonings touched the meat, a fragrant aroma wafted over, spreading freshness throughout the jungle. Even Wantong couldn't help being drawn to it, her eyes glancing more than once at the sizzling rabbit meat on the rack. Though her movements were subtle, they did not escape Ouyang Yuya's perception. Smiling slightly, he removed the hot rabbit meat, tore off a hind leg, and offered it to Wantong. "Don't want it." Seeing the firm look in Wantong's eyes, Ouyang Yuya smiled slightly and said, "What? Are you afraid I poisoned it? Whether you did or not is for you to know." Seeing Wantong's stubbornness, Ouyang Yuya felt even more helpless. "Relax, I still need information from you, so there's no poison. Besides, dealing with you doesn't require such underhanded methods. How can you fight me without enough strength?" Wantong shot Ouyang Yuya a glare before snatching the rabbit leg from his hand. Under his half-smiling, half-serious expression, her face blushed slightly, but soon returned to normal. There was no need to be difficult with herself. Why turn down a free meal? She comforted herself like this, trying to ignore Ouyang Yuya's strange expression, and focused her gaze on the food in front of her. Seeing that Wantong was willing to eat something, Ouyang Yuya finally felt reassured. Truthfully, he had been a bit worried that Wantong might threaten to starve herself. Considering she was only at the soul cultivator level and hadn't achieved the state of not needing worldly food, if she really refused to eat, Ouyang Yuya wouldn't have had many options. He tore off a piece of meat from the rack and started eating. Neither of them spoke as they both devoured the delicious meal before them. Compared to Ouyang Yuya's voracious appetite, Wantong's eating style was much more refined. She tore the rabbit meat into small pieces with her fingers, chewing slowly and deliberately. However, even the first bite instantly captivated her taste buds. His culinary skills were undeniably impressive. Compared to roasted meat she had eaten before, his lacked greasiness and blandness, instead possessing a rich, fragrant aroma that significantly increased her appetite. Though her demeanor remained elegant, her eating speed was just as quick. Within moments, she had finished the entire hind leg. Wiping the grease from the corner of her mouth, she glanced at Xuanhuan, her eyes briefly flashing with curiosity. She was very curious about who exactly this young man was. From her memories, there was no such person in Xiuxian town. Not only was his strength considerable, but his intellect was equally impressive, probably even surpassing Yuntian of Xiuxian town. With such thoughts, a vague image of Xuanhuan gradually formed in her mind, seemingly wicked in nature, yet possessing many commendable traits. Of course, she didn't know Xuanhuan's true personality, or she wouldn't think that way. What? Have you come to your senses? Feeling Wantong's gaze on him, Xuanhuan stirred the embers with a wooden stick while smirking slightly. Wantong stood and moved to Xuanhuan's side, smoothing her dress before sitting down. Who exactly are you? Who? A normal person, of course. Seeing Xuanhuan feign confusion, Wantong couldn't help snorting slightly, her tone laced with disdain. Alright, you're obviously a soul master, so you mustn't be from the Golden Cauldron dynasty. Moreover, most of the younger generation from the Golden Cauldron dynasty attended the town's assembly, so I have seen almost all of them, but I've never seen you before. Hee, what if I am, and what if I'm not? Hearing Xuanhuan's ambiguous response, Wantong's expression turned slightly irritated. Just tell me, what must I do for you to let me go? Tell me the martial skill you used earlier, and I'll let you go. That is very important to me. Seeing Xuanhuan's serious expression, Wantong's face turned even colder. You must know this martial technique can't be disclosed. Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to bear the price. You're talking about this price? Xuanhuan flipped his right hand and pulled out a gong stone, asking, a gong stone? How do you have this? Wantong looked at the wong stone in Xuanhuan's hand, clearly astonished. But soon, she seemed to realize something and said, this must be from Chunlin, right? Exactly this. However, the quantity required is far beyond what you can afford. Oh, so that's how it is. Xuanhuan nodded thoughtfully, suddenly thinking of the key issue. Then where can one obtain this wong stone? It wouldn't hurt to tell you. If you want to use large quantities of Vongser for cultivation, then unless you can enter the Lianyuan or Xuanhuan, only disciples there have access to sufficient amounts of Vongser to aid cultivation. Otherwise, you have no way of obtaining wong stone. But you needn't even think about it. Although your strength is impressive, the requirements of Lianyuan and Xuanhuan are extremely high. Only a limited number of disciples who stood out during the town assembly would be recruited. As for you. Wantong glanced at Xuanhuan. Although she didn't say anything, her expression clearly told him he had no chance whatsoever. However, Xuanhuan was completely unfazed. Though he had previously looked down upon these academies, now, he found the whole thing rather interesting. Lianyuan and Xuanhuan, huh? He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Seems like I really have to pay them a visit. Chapter 163 Something's off. Seeing Xuanhuan's determined expression, Wantong couldn't help but snort. Although she admitted that Xuanhuan was quite powerful, even surpassing herself, that certainly didn't mean he qualified to enter the Lianyuan Academy or the Xuanhuan Academy, both places known for harboring monstrous talents, where even the average student could be considered a pillar of strength in the Golden Cauldron dynasty. Xuanhuan instantly understood Wantong's thoughts from her expression, but chose not to comment on her underestimation of him. After all, strength wasn't something you talked about, it was proven. Besides, he thought it unnecessary. After extinguishing the fire source, he stretched lazily and glanced at Wantong. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. Wantong eyed him warily, trying to glean some meaning from his expression, but was disappointed. Xuanhuan remained calm and expressionless as always. Alright, it's your choice. If you prefer to stay here for the night, that's fine with me. With a shrug, Xuanhuan strode forward without glancing back, ignoring her suspicion. Humph. Watching Xuanhuan's figure disappear into the jungle, Wantong's expression shifted, finally ending in a frustrated stomp of her foot before hurriedly following after him. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Xuanhuan smiled faintly, but continued forward without turning. Their time together hadn't been long, but he had begun to understand her personality somewhat. Beneath her seemingly cold exterior lay a composed and steady mind, especially when faced with danger. He had to admit he was quite impressed. The pitch-black jungle gave off an eerie and silent chill, broken only by the rustling sound of their feet shuffling through the underbrush. The two walked in silence. Xuanhuan contemplating ways to enter the Lianyuan and Xuanhuan academies, while Wantong considered her next move. This shared silence prevented either from speaking to the other. Suddenly, Wantong, who was walking behind, let out a muffled grunt, causing Xuanhuan to stop mid-step. Frowning in confusion, he turned and approached her, seeing her seated figure and furrowing his brows, instantly suspecting some kind of trickery. At Xuanhuan's suspicious look, Wantong flushed with embarrassment and pointed to her left foot. I sprained it. Hearing this, Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. He crouched down to examine her injury, but before even touching her, he saw her pull her foot back. For a woman, being touched on the foot by a man was practically disgraceful. Seeing the startled expression on Xuanhuan's face, Wantong's cheeks reddened even further, almost as if blood vessels might burst. Luckily, it was dark, otherwise she would have been completely humiliated. You don't have to worry about me. I'll be fine after a little rest. As Ouyang listened to her, his brow furrowed slightly. After a moment's thought, he lifted her into his arms, causing Wantong to cry out in surprise. Hey you, if you keep this up, I won't hesitate to leave you behind. Looking at the squirming Wantong, Ouyang was helpless. After all, he was only a normal man. Wasn't this constant fidgeting testing his limits? At Ouyang threat, Wantong stiffened, becoming quiet. She suddenly felt an odd sensation listening to his strong, rhythmic heartbeat, though Ouyang remained completely unaware of her thoughts. All he wanted now was to reach their destination. Carrying a soft, warm body in his arms felt simply unbearable. After walking for quite some time, they stopped at a cave. He brushed aside the branches covering the entrance and stepped inside, searching for a flat area before setting Wantong down. He then placed several luminescent pearls around, casting a dim but sufficient glow into the darkness. The cave was spacious. Traces left behind from the previous occupants suggested it was safe, and besides, it was sheltered from the wind and rain. Ouyang had scouted this place before leaving. Knowing they would be staying in Fuhu Mountain for quite a while, he thought it best to find suitable lodging. In the corner of the cave, Wantong rubbed her swollen ankle, watching Ouyang busily going about his tasks. As she surveyed the brightened cave, her anger deepened. Now it seemed clear this rogue really wouldn't stop until he achieved his goal. Alright, we'll be staying here for now. Of course, if you change your mind, just let me know, I'll let you go. In your dreams. Seeing Wantong's furious expression, Ouyang shrugged indifferently, crossed his legs, and entered a meditative state. He believed that a smart person like Wantong wouldn't resort to the most foolish method. Pervert, if I ever get the chance. Seeing him sitting there with his eyes closed, looking perfectly at ease, Wantong's anger only grew. She glared at him with clenched teeth but soon sighed helplessly, closing her eyes to cultivate as well, hoping to sense some flee in the air and break through the seal. Time passed like flowing water, and 3 days quickly passed. During these days, Ouyang and Wantong nearly repeated the same routine daily. Ouyang searched for prey during the day while both cultivated at night. The only slight variation was the question he always asked, yielding the same answer, yet never seemed to bore him. In his eyes, life continued unchanged. Likewise, Wantong had nothing else to do except attempt to break the seal, occasionally eating the food Ouyang brought, leading to a rather lonely and dull existence. After several days together, the two had gradually developed a sort of unspoken understanding. Wantong also gained some insight into Ouyang character, realizing he wasn't the devious person she initially thought. Quite the opposite, he was quite upright. Except for that one suggestive look on the first day, his behavior afterward had been completely proper, prompting Wantong to subtly adjust her opinion of him. Within the jungle, a shadow swiftly dashed through, its speed too great to be clearly tracked. When the figure landed, its silhouette became distinct, none other than Ouyang. Shaking the hair in his hand, he smiled wider, thinking to himself that he could now enjoy a hearty meal. Among wild game, the hare was an exceptional delicacy, its meat not only tender but also carrying medicinal value. Smiling faintly, he tossed it into his xiuxian bag, ready to return. Suddenly, his gaze was caught by a bright red fruit. The fruit was entirely crimson, resembling a ruby cradled by 4 surrounding leaves, radiating subtle waves of excitement. This is xuanhuan. Ouyang frowned slightly as he pulled it up. To his surprise, the red fruit crumbled into powder. Pinching a bit and placing it on his tongue, his face flushed slightly. He was no stranger to this herb. It was commonly seen in markets. True to its name, its effect was essentially that of an aphrodisiac. He swallowed hard, inexplicably thinking of Wantong for a moment, scolding himself mentally. Looking at the powdery xuanhuan in his hand, unsure of where to store it, he suddenly recalled a small bottle he used for spices. He removed it and poured all the powder into another bottle, then placed the xuanhuan inside. After everything was properly stored, he habitually glanced at the darkening sky and made his way back to the cave. Stepping through the entrance, he saw Wantong just opening her eyes. Catching sight of the hare in his hand, a subtle gleam lit her eyes. Through these days spent together, she had indeed enjoyed better meals than expected. Who taught you how to roast meat? As Ouyang was setting up the grill, Wantong leaned over and asked, somewhat curious about his cooking skills. The more you cook, the more you learn. Ouyang replied with a slight smile. Is that so? Let me try it today, Wantong suddenly said, rubbing her chin. You? Ouyang looked at her eagerly expression with disbelief. Can you handle it? You won't know unless you try. Plus, watching you these past days, I've picked up a few things, Wantong said, snatching the hair from his hand without further explanation, a rare hint of anticipation appearing on her face. Ouyang gave a faint shake of his head but didn't object, silently sighing to himself. He could already foresee that this meal would probably be ruined. Yet, he didn't dare to say that out loud. Judging by Wantong's clumsy behavior, she clearly had little experience. With a helpless smile, he resumed his cultivation. Watching Ouyang enter cultivation, Wantong positioned the hare and muttered, Humph, just be thankful. There aren't many people who get the chance to taste my cooking. As she turned the meat, her eyes swept past 2 jade bottles nearby, eventually settling on the one closer to her. This must be the seasoning, she thought after observing it for a moment. She recalled how Ouyang often sprinkled some onto the meat. Certain she had chosen correctly, she didn't hesitate and sprinkled a generous amount over the meat. A light chuckle broke the silence. Ouyang slowly opened his eyes to see a charred lump of meat before him, exuding a strong burnt smell. He couldn't help but swallow hard as he looked up at Wantong's cheerful face. This is roasted meat. Try it. Is it even edible? Ouyang Yuye's expression twisted slightly with a deep sense of resignation. This is the English translation. This is my first time making it, so you've got to at least pretend to like it. Besides, I think it tastes pretty good too, Xuanhuan said, ignoring Ouyang Yuye's odd expression. She took a bite of the roasted meat herself, then slightly furrowed her brows, apparently also unsatisfied with her own culinary skills. Seeing Xuanhuan's reaction, Ouyang Yuye shook his head slightly, as if making a great decision, forcefully swallowed, and gritted his teeth before taking a big bite. His mouth was filled with charcoal, his lips even turned slightly black. As the roasted meat went down, Ouyang Yuye suddenly felt a strange warmth surge from his chest. Then he felt the heat travel downward, eventually settling in his lower abdomen, causing his body to twist slightly in discomfort. Don't you feel something odd? Xuanhuan suddenly asked, standing in front of Ouyang Yuye, her delicate face turning slightly red. Upon hearing that, Ouyang Yuye abruptly lifted his head and saw that Xuanhuan, who had originally looked so composed and cold, now had a flush on her face. Even her neck had turned slightly pink, and her eyes were gradually becoming hazy. It definitely feels very off. Shaking his head slightly, Ouyang Yuye felt the burning sensation inside him growing stronger. Moments later, seemingly recalling something, his body suddenly tensed, and with a slightly hoarse voice, he said, "What did you sprinkle on it? Let me take a look." Hearing Ouyang Yuye's question, Xuanhuan immediately thought the problem must lie with the seasoning. Without hesitation, she quickly handed him the jade bottle. However, as soon as Ouyang Yuye saw the bottle, a bitter smile spread across his face. That expression only deepened when he pinched a bit of the powder and put it on his tongue. He looked into her eyes, helpless and resigned. "I'm afraid there's a problem this time." Chapter 164, all because of the medicine. "Who told you to sprinkle this on?" Ouyang Yuye exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes as she stared at the red powder in the bottle. This wasn't seasoning at all. It was the xuanhuan she had obtained earlier. And obviously, Xuanhuan had sprinkled it on as if it were regular spice. "I saw you often sprinkle something on when you were grilling meat, so I thought this was seasoning. Besides, you never told me otherwise," Xuanhuan replied with a sense of injustice. But noticing Ouyang Yuye's darkening expression, she quickly asked, "What exactly is this? I feel so hot all over." Xuanhuan's voice was barely above a whisper, her body soft and limp, twisting subtly with a rosy blush adorning her pretty face, giving her a uniquely alluring look. Her eyes had also turned slightly hazy. This is a medicine I accidentally came across," Ouyang Yuye answered bitterly with a wry smile. It wasn't just Xuanhuan. Ouyang could already feel the rising heat in their chest growing stronger. "What? You're so young, and yet carry such indecent things with you. What are you thinking?" Upon hearing it was an aphrodisiac, Xuanhuan immediately flared up. The look she gave Ouyang Yuye was filled with resentment and hatred, but soon under the effect of the medicine, that anger dissipated, replaced once again by the hazy gaze from earlier. The drug completely overpowered her body, which had been sealed of its abilities, though she still spat out furiously, "Pervert." Although, under the drug's influence, her voice was nearly unrecognizable. "I didn't tell you to sprinkle it on either." Ouyang Yuye sighed, feeling deeply wronged, while simultaneously suppressing the fiery surge within his body with his spiritual power. He helplessly watched Xuanhuan continuously tearing at her own clothes, the tantalizing scene almost causing him to lose control of the surging desires within. His face darkened further in color. Just as he was racking his brain for a solution, he suddenly felt a wave of heat rush toward him, and before he could react, a soft body was thrown against his chest. A jade-like arm wrapped around his neck, and at that moment, Ouyang Yuye's restrained desire finally burst free entirely, turning into a surge of impulse that shattered his remaining restraint. In an instant, he flipped Xuanhuan over and pinned her beneath him, his hands beginning to roam rather freely. You pervert. If you dare to do anything to me, I will bite my tongue and die. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off." Although Xuanhuan could barely control her own movements, her mind was still slightly lucid, and she clearly understood what was about to happen. She tried threatening him in a desperate attempt to stop Ouyang Yuye. Though her voice carried a cold, intimidating tone, one could still clearly detect the tremble of tears in it. Her words momentarily startled Ouyang Yuye back to a bit of his senses. Cursing silently, he fiercely bit his tongue, the sharp pain bringing slight clarity. He was just realizing that his hands had already ventured indecently beneath her clothes. The intense stimulation nearly caused his momentary lucidity to dissolve once again, yet he managed to suppress the strange lust rising within. Looking down at Xuanhuan struggling in his arms, he couldn't help but shake his head with bitter frustration, at a loss for what to do next. Helplessly, he turned his focus inward into the cauldron where xuanhuan resided. "All right, I know you're awake, so stop playing dead and tell me what I should do now." "Hee. I just woke up and get to see such a spicy scene. You sure are lucky. Escaping death with a beautiful girl by your side. Not bad at all. You young ones are impressive." As Ouyang Yuye finished speaking, a sharp, cackling voice echoed from within. Hearing Xuanhuan's irritating laugh, Ouyang Yuye instinctively furrowed his brows. "Don't talk nonsense. Tell me how to make her sober up from this." Boy, I must say, what a waste it would be to miss such a perfect opportunity. This little girl has a rather mysterious identity, and besides, she's not bad looking. Securing her would only bring you benefit." Xuanhuan clearly found Ouyang Yuye's reaction somewhat surprising. "Don't you hear what she said? If I do anything, she will bite her own tongue and die." Ouyang Yuye glanced at Xuanhuan, who was continuously squirming in his arms, her face flushed. His frustration deepened. I certainly don't want to be responsible for a life taken. Hee hee. Seems like you actually have a moral side after all, you little punk. Actually, it's quite simple, but if you want me to tell you. Xuanhuan sneered coldly. He didn't even need to hear the words to guess what the old toad was plotting. He made no move to respond, and began to shift his consciousness away, when suddenly, Xuanhuan's enraged voice rang out. You young brat, how dare you disrespect me so? Then speak quickly. I don't have time to play around with you. Xuanhuan snapped, his tone increasingly irritable. Right now, he could feel the fiery sensation inside him intensifying. If things continued any longer, even he would struggle to keep it under control. Seeing that Xuanhuan wasn't joking, Xuanhuan cursed. You really are as stupid as they come. Isn't that broken mirror of yours good for more than just defense? You mean the xuanhuan? Hearing Xuanhuan's reminder, Xuanhuan was startled and quickly figured out what he was referring to. Can it deal with this medicine? Try it, it should work. Xuanhuan replied somewhat sheepishly, clearly uncertain himself now. Listening to Xuanhuan's uncertain tone, Xuanhuan became irritated, never expecting that after so much delay, he hadn't received a definite answer. But he had no choice. He could only give it a shot like treating a dead horse with fire. It should work. Inject the mirror's energy into the girl's body, and maybe it'll help. After all, that broken mirror is practically immune to all poisons. Purifying this drug's effect shouldn't be a problem, hee. But kid, a word of advice. If you drain your energy to help her, chances are you'll end up losing control yourself. You'd be better off enjoying yourself now, hee. Nonsense. Xuanhuan completely ignored Xuanhuan's rambling. With a flick of his finger, a gleam of light appeared at his fingertip, and swiftly pressed it against Wantong's forehead. As the aura of the xuanhuan entered her body, Xuanhuan immediately felt Wantong's body tremble slightly. The crimson hue on her skin began gradually fading, and her previously restless movements calmed down. Seeing Wantong slowly settle down, Xuanhuan couldn't help exhaling in relief. Shifting his gaze, he noticed her closed eyelids quivering slightly beneath her long lashes, and he understood she was likely conscious. Bitterly smiling, he chose not to expose her, gently laying her down and removing his robe to cover her exposed skin. Just as he was about to relax, suddenly his limbs stiffened. He let out a helpless, bitter laugh, inwardly sighing. This was a case of the moment he feared coming true. In his moment of relaxation, he had forgotten the desire he had been suppressing. Now, the slightest lapse caused that lewd fire to surge to his head. He immediately felt his mind go numb and dizzy, a nameless blaze rising in his chest. His gaze unconsciously fixed itself on Wantong, the heavy breathing filling the cave with a distinctly intimate tension. Compared to Xuanhuan's situation, Wantong was rather anxious. She had been awake throughout everything since it began. When she realized Xuanhuan hadn't done anything too excessive, but instead had completely dispelled her abnormal sensation, she involuntarily let out a sigh of relief. However, her feminine modesty prevented her from opening her eyes, so she decided to feign sleep, unaware that Xuanhuan had long seen through her charade. Feeling as though she had finally been laid down, she hadn't yet fully relaxed when suddenly she sensed an intensely invasive gaze upon her. Under this gaze, Wantong felt as though she was completely exposed, stripped of any defenses. This lecher must have lost control again. Considering this possible scenario, Wantong became even more anxious. She felt the approaching warmth growing stronger, and nearly began to cry. Moments later, she felt that searing heat mere inches away. She could hear his clearly audible, heavy breathing and feel the beat of his heart. Just as she was about to resist, she suddenly felt that presence forcibly halt, as if struggling fiercely. Eventually, amidst the sound of hurried footsteps, she felt the presence retreat and fade away, seemingly running off. It was only after Xuanhuan had been gone for a long while that Wantong slowly opened her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks in quiet sobs, making her appear particularly pitiful. With her usual status, no one would dare even look at her for a moment too long. Yet today, in such circumstances, a strange man had taken complete advantage of her. Undoubtedly a great humiliation for a girl who guarded her chastity like a precious jewel. That damned pervert. One day, I will tear you apart limb from limb. Wantong fiercely gritted her teeth. She sat up, looked at her torn and tattered clothes, and her expression turned even darker. However, traces of blush flickered across her face. Thinking back to the previous provocative moments, she felt so ashamed that she wished the ground would open up and swallow her whole. Grumbling furiously,